What's up, guys? It's your host Spartanic Arts DXD back with another high school DXD related video. And today we have What If Issei Was Abandoned, the whole entire movie, basically the whole entire series. I do not know how long this is going to be yet, as I have not edited it yet, but you will find out soon enough. My estimation is probably like 15 or 14 hours of straight reading. So hopefully you guys do enjoy that. And I did take a long needed break after I recorded 3 videos in a row around, I think it was August 19th is when I recorded my last video. So I haven't recorded a video since the 19th of August, but I will be back. And yes, all the movies, What If Issei Was Overpowered, What If Issei Found Out the Truth, will be coming in movies, and every single part in the finished series and the finished product will be coming out in a whole entire movie segment as well. So I have 3 movies planned. Of course, Instinct is still in the work. I got sick right after I got done reading, so that's why I had to take a little bit of a break. But hopefully you guys do enjoy this whole entire movie. And obviously, if you want to subscribe to my second channel, it's Palski and Follow HDD down in the description below. You can. As well as follow me on TikTok. I'm popping over there on YouTube and everything like that. Like, it's been crazy with my other channels as well. So thank you so much. Obviously, for this whole entire series, let's try to hit 1,000 likes. This was literally 15 hours of reading. It took forever. So it'd be highly appreciative if you hit the like button and hit the subscribe button as of right now. But before anything, of course, let's go ahead and thank my balance breakers. Rob the King, Lachlan Yates, Atomic Warlord 58, Seth Voiles, Ant Lewis, The Beast YT3, Colex, Joe Baldwin, Mara Uchiha, Refik 135, Keep Saying 21, Blue Lightning, Louis Bruno, Hellhound, VR with hashtag 2347, Sanitates, Night Ammo, ZKey 2000, The J-Boys, The PS_Gamer, XOR X108, Mr. Wolf, Legendary Saiyan 98, Jordan Patchow, Mazaku, Dr_MLG_ is the Bomb, Asimodus, Grimfire Shot Gamer, That Round Guy, Zero Fusion, Source Spawner, God Said Wine, Chaotic Raven. Thank you so much for becoming a balance breaker. Breaking your limits. Appreciated. If you guys want to know exactly how to join Balance Breaker or Limit Breaker, down in the description below, which basically this is a gateway to showing, not just showing me support, but I tell you guys how much I upload. You guys will start receiving private uploads soon enough. Private series as well. So without further ado, let's go ahead and roll right into the movie. Chapter 1. The Change of a Dragon. Inside a huge bedroom with a king-size bed, at the centermost part of the room, right against the wall, laid a brown-haired boy. The light that escaped in between his curtains disturbed his sleep, or like he'd like to say, his nightmares. Slowly awakening from his dreams, he looked up at both of his sides. This again, huh? He said that to himself with a tired voice. He stood up from his bed, stretching his numb limbs. Now that I think about it, this room is far too big for a single person. Turning around and looking up to his bed, he found nothing. Yes, absolutely nothing. No one was here. Something at the beginning surprised him, but now it no longer did. Making his bed in an orderly way, he decided to get into the shower. Right now, he didn't want to train. He wasn't in the mood, again. Before going to the bath, he walked to the left of his bedroom and looked straight towards a dark-colored wooden door. Gathering the courage he had left, he opened it. Creak! Another room laid before, the sweet smell of a woman still fresh inside, yet no one could be seen. The room was no other than Rias Gremory's room, big and filled with high-class furniture and a lot of expensive ornaments. An elegant chandelier hung from the ceiling. The walls were painted extravagantly pinkish-reddish, and there was even a huge carpet on the floor with Gremory's symbol embedded onto it. Even the bed had its own curtain. He believed those types of beds were named canopy beds. It smelled sweet, like strawberries, and the bright sunlight illuminated the room, so everything inside could be perfectly seen. Yet the woman he loved was nowhere in sight. Not a shadow of her figure was seen. Closing the door to the room, he sighed. Not here again. Huh, how odd. With a tone filled with sarcasm, he said to himself, anger clearly present in his words. Entering his own bathroom, he went towards the shower. He slowly turned the hot water while leaning forward, letting both hands rest on the wall. He was completely alone. But one is left alone with his thoughts is going to wander around them. He remembered how much time has passed since the campaign of the evil dragon, since the sealing of Trihexa and the death of Rizavim Leviathan Lucifer. 3 months flew by, yet the damage done by him and the beast still wasn't the least bit repaired. Even a few extremist groups were formed to strike against the government of the supernatural. Well, the good news were the human world did not know about it, the majority of it anyway. Something that big is just impossible to cover up. The information mentioned by the former governor of the fallen angels is Azazel. But because of the incapacity of the so-called superiors, like the former governor said, all the upper echelons decided to just inform them yet asked not to intervene. They had done far too much, and now it was their turn to do something. So, the school life of all the Gremory and Seacher groups started again, now being in their last year before college. Now was the time to prepare and find a career. But for the brown-haired boy, this was the least of his concerns. Getting out of the shower and turning off the hot water, he wanted to be in the bathtub and relax instead. Sitting inside, he let the warm water, the odor of some bath salts do their magic. His tense muscles seemed to relax a bit. But even with those things trying to relax him, one could notice, just by looking at him, that he was in pretty bad shape. Even the people that didn't know him much would be able to tell something happened to him. Something bad. His former buffed appearance was now mostly gone. His tanned, healthy skin turned into sickly pale white. His eyes lacked the luster of form he had, now resembling the ones of a corpse. Big eyeballs adorned his face, big enough for one to notice that many sleepless nights. If one looked closely enough, one would find, in different parts of his body, weird black spots. They were perfectly round and similar to Janjari, but they looked different. These spots were 8 swirling, pulsing black circles, and just looking at them, one could imagine how painful they were. Amongst them were the worst, directly the ones at his chest, being bigger, darker, and much more ominous, especially the one located at his heart. The one seemed much darker, deeper, and ever well. At least, that's what Issei thought. Touching the one located just below his heart, he said, "I don't understand what I did to deserve this. Was it because I was a pervert? Or rather, just like they said, was I a nuisance? A dumb boy that is nothing worth anything," talking to himself. With a sad tone, he stopped touching his heart. Below the black spot, he remembered how he got these holes. This corruption that destroyed his body more than he remembered them. Lost in his thoughts, he remembered they forgot about him. And the moment he went to look for them, what he saw? What an awful surprise. While black spots pulsed, making him feel scorching pain, he recalled his worst memory. Second flashback. Scene change. 2 months flew by after the war. Now the students of the 3rd year of Ko Academy graduated and went on to Ko College Division. Among them, Rias Gremory, Akano Hajime, Sona Sitri, and Tsubaki Shinra. Now the 4 greatest Onesamas were out of the school and inside college. In the beginning, he was extremely happy for them. After all, how could he not be happy when your loved one graduated? The ORC was still there, but it was different without Rias and Akano. It was more work-centered, and student council was so busy that the time they had to spend with everyone was almost nothing. Issei was now walking towards a huge eradication covered with plants, flowers, moss, and with a few parts of it falling down to the ground. For all, the building gave a really creepily vibe. The road he was walking on was broken, and some of the roots of the older trees were seen in the entangled mess all over the surface of it. He walked slowly with his hands in his pockets, and looking at the ground, thinking, who was that? But before he could continue with his thoughts, he was abruptly stopped by the voice of a good friend, of a certain blonde knight. "Hey, Issei," the blonde-haired boy talked to him, with an unusual pretty boy smile, walking towards him. "You okay? You seem distracted," the blonde commented. "Nah, don't worry about it. Just thinking that we have been seeing ourselves less and less these days, since Rias and Akano-san graduated." Taken by surprise by the comment of the brown-haired boy, the knight flinched. "Yeah, but he nodded his head. Now, because of college, we see each other less and less, and because of the club activities and the unusual amount of contracts we have to do, things do seem like that." With a sad smile, he answered. Both of them talked as they walked closer to the ORC building. Soon, they went past the big, broken, creepy wooden door used to enter the building, and towards the end of the left corridor, only seeing a double wooden door at the end of their path. Creak! Opening the double door, they saw a staircase in front. Soon after, they started walking up the stairs, grabbing the rusty railing left a metal scent on their hands. Reaching the 2nd floor, they went into the second door to the right and opened it. Inside the big, old-looking room was the members of the ORC. Looking further in, the brown-haired boy saw 2 people he did not expect to see, Rias and Akano-san. He thought to himself, The room they were in was rather odd. The ceiling was really tall, and all four walls bookcases filled this view. On these bookcases, some strange signals were written on the surfaces, all in strange language he recognized as devil letters. The touch gave a rather uncomfortable vibe to the whole room. At the far end, towards the left, one could see the black desk with black leather chair. 4 couches red and color were accommodated at the center of the room, now filled with people. Seeing the 2 women sitting on one of the couches, he was faster than the night for once, even speaking with a cheerful tone. "Rias! Akano!" The 2 women hurriedly turned and looked at the boy, yet something in their eyes scared him. He did not know what, but something seemed different from the way they used to look at him. "Well, hello, Issei," with a neutral and an even emotionless tone of voice. The red-haired woman talked to him. Issei was taken by surprise by her tone, being more direct and even a bit cold. "Issei-kun, it's nice to see you again. It's been a while." Yet the answer of the Yamamoto Neshido froze him up. Nothing seemingly wrong with her words, yet he could detect she was different, at least towards him. In the past, she would have run towards him and hugged him, but now she did nothing. Even the smile she was forced, as if she forced to talk to one she didn't care for. The blonde knight on his left also detected something odd, but quickly composed himself. Taking a look towards his friend, he saw him standing there, not moving, not even blinking. Quickly acting up before something happened, he spoke. "Ria-sama, how have you been? It's more than a month since we last saw you," the knight calmly asked in a professional tone. But Rias didn't perceive the tone used by the said knight. "Yes, Yuto, college has kept us quite busy, so I apologize for that. But since today we had a free day, we decided to come by and check how things were going. Right, Akano?" she answered. Meanwhile, Issei came back to himself and was about to speak up, but was stopped by the answer of Akano. "Yeah, we had some free time and wanted to check up on all of you, especially on Asia, since she is the new president, but by the looks of it, she's been doing well." "Yes, Akano-sama, Riasone-sama, all of us have been quite well, thanks for asking," the blonde-haired woman answered in a cheerful voice while smiling. Kiba and Issei realized how she didn't notice how they were acting towards Issei. Actually, for Kiba, it seemed as if she decided to ignore what happened, something that was weird coming from her. Taking the word, Konako spoke. "Ria-sama, Akano-senpai, we've been well. Even my sister has been well, thanks to Yakuza-sama." Taking it to her about her possible job, being the ambassador of the yokai. Completely changing the subject of the talk, Konako talked about her sister. The blonde-haired boy became suspicious. It seems if nothing happened to all the women. Lies were just trying to hide it from the male. Even Zenobia and Irina, that would normally talk among themselves, were quite odd. Odd? Quite odd. "Oh. So something that happened to Kuroka-sama. I'm happy for her," soothing reply. Ravel talked from the couch as it left Konako. A certain brown-haired boy walked closer to them, with bangs covering his eyes, obscuring them. "Is that all you're here for? To check?" With a cold tone, he almost screamed. Then he widened his eyes. He realized his words were cold, so he hurriedly began talking with a soft and warm voice. "Would you not want to talk more? Tell us about your college life? Anything at all? We have time. After all, it's Friday. Tomorrow there is no school for both of us. So why not take this time to catch up?" Knowing about his mistake of talking like that, he asked with a goofy smile on his face. Kiba realized a sigh of relief, but what then came next was the surprise. With clearly a strict and cold tone, Ria spoke. "Yeah, we only came here for that, Issei." Her voice sharpened. "We are busy, and later today we have a meeting with our class to check on some projects we need to do. We also came to tell you a couple of things," dismissing the comment of Issei, the red-haired stated. Akado then spoke up. "We only came to say that in the near future we won't be able to spend as much time among ourselves. After all, right now, college is quite tough, and beginning a future president and vice president of our faculty only makes it tougher, so our senpai has been enough to guide us, so that we can take up our positions well enough." Akano spoke up. Towards no one in particular, but Issei knew it was towards him. Even the mention of that senpai was slightly different from the rest of her words, being flirty and sexual. Call it a gut feeling of Issei. "Kiba!" Rias turned around and looked straight at her knight. "We also came to tell you that because of our recent events, our contracts have been increasing. But because there are only so much we can do, and since Issei's the worst of the worst at it, I need you to take a few more contracts in this place." Kiba with a face filled with shock. "Don't worry, there won't be that many as it affects your studies. Be at ease," Ria said as he looked at him. Kiba, on the other hand, didn't expect of her to just insult Issei like that. Those words were something that he never thought would come out of her. Completely out of breath at the sudden insult of words of his best friend, he did not have the words to answer back. "I'll take your silence as an answer. Now, excuse us, but we need to leave." The two of them stood up and walked towards the exit, passing by Issei and not even looking at him. One could see the boy tremble in disbelief, but he just stood there, not saying anything at all. A couple of minutes pass, and the only ones left were Kiba and Issei, the former worried about the later, and surprised about how things turned out. He was even more shocked about how the rest of the girls do nothing, not even looking at him, like they didn't know him, as if he wasn't worth anything in their eyes. Waiting for Issei to come back to himself, he thought about the new order his master gave him. Annoying it was. It seemed he will need to make adjustments to his schedule. Training will be completely left out, at least for now, until he completes the new contracts he will get instead of Issei. Issei woke up from his stupor. Seeing no one except Kiba in the room, he tightly wrapped his left hand into a fist. Drip. Blood came from his hand, slowly painting the wooden door with a few red drops. "Really? Only that? 2 months without seeing each other, and that's what you say?" With a tone full of sadness, muchny, anger, and fury, the brown-haired spat. "What happened? Why has everyone around me changed so gosh damn much?" He screamed from between his teeth, also getting a headache as the mention of the Holy One. He punched the wall and made a hole in it. It wasn't that deep, but it still proved how angry he actually was. Kiba could see that his friend was suffering. It did not surprise him. After all, the 2 whole months without speaking to any of them as if they were someone else. And when he did try to go talk to any of them, they would answer him with a "I'm busy," or "Don't bother me," or "Get out, pervert." Sorry, but maybe next time. So he wasn't surprised by the sudden expulsion. One could guess just how bad his mental state was. He was quieter and less open than before. Proof that his did serious damage to him, even in his physical appearance, seemed different. But what did he do? He tried talking with them, but Issei just avoided the topic completely. Only sparring did Issei get all of those thoughts out of his head, and now there won't be even time for that. Kiba felt useless, truly useless. What a friend he was. Kiba knew that speaking with someone else won't cut it, and the rest of the group were always doing other things. Gasper was in the hospital with Valerie, wanting for her to recover. Azazel Sensei was always in the Gagar because of the recent past events. The girls, well, you can figure out that one. The student council was far too busy with the school and project of their king. Surzek-sama, Grafia-sama, Michael-san, Volley were all busy, either with political treaties, demand repair, or fixing their own territory, or missions to help the cause against the rebelling groups. Ross Vaisa-sensei was called back by the Norse pantheon because of something Odin-sama asked to help with. They heard from her that it was related to the barrier trapping of the Trihexa, and that she didn't even know why she would come back. She only left after saying goodbye to Issei, and after the contact was lost, no one could reach her. He assumed that was because the work was far too important to let distractions in. No contact was allowed. So in the end, there was no one. Nothing could be done. Issei turned around as fast as he could, kicking the door open and saying to himself, "I need to go where they are. I need answers from them. And that little speech won't cut it." As a soul that ran the hell, Issei was gone, leaving Kiba alone in the room. 20 minutes later. Issei ran as fast as he could, his destination, Co-College Division. However, he heard a voice inside of his head. "Partner, what happened? Why are you running? Are you being chased by the girls of your school again?" Drake talked to him mentally, tiredness present in his voice. Issei stopped running and looked at his left hand, more specifically the reverse of his palm. A green circle, shining and dull, green light was right on the reverse of his palm. Drake! He was happy. "Partner, it's good to hear from you. I did not hear you from the entire day, but the conversation needs to be postponed right now. I have something I need to do." "Okay, partner," he agreed with him. "But I will stay awake for now to see what exactly happened. Whatever you need, just talk. I'll be there," Drake said solemnly. "Thanks, pal. I'll explain things to you as soon as I'm done." Continuing his run, Issei decided to take a shortcut through the park, maybe the way he can catch up to them. Running like he just stole something, he swiftly went through the park, and after a couple of minutes of running, he finally saw the ORC a few meters up ahead. He watched how the girls said their goodbyes to Rias and Akano, something he found odd. When did they start to accompany them? Why did they do it? Simple courtesy or something else? Maybe they just have something to do here. Shaking his head and left those thoughts for another time, Issei then followed Rias and Akano inside their college. Drake was quiet, but he was thinking the same as his partner. Being a millennia old, Dragon knew something was off. Experience is the greatest teacher, and right now he felt something bad would happen to his partner, something really bad. Before Issei, a big metal gate made its appearance at the entrance door, having a rather rusty and broken look to it. Walls of bricks were at either side of the gate, covered in moss, symbolizing that they were old. Looking beyond the gate, one could see that a big building and furthermost part of the complex, and alongside it, many smaller buildings, which could be other fraternities of the college, were present. However, not a single student was outside, and thanks to that, getting in was quite easy. No problem at all, in fact. Walking past the gate, he looked at the back of the two women he was looking for, but instead of running as fast as he could towards them, he decided to follow them. Something about them felt weird. Continuing his chase, the two women expertly crossed the campus, said campus being a full patch of dirt and grass with a few statues of what he guessed to be the founder of the college and other important teachers. A lot of trees adorned the path he was walking on. He could identify with some rosewood trees thanks to their purplish flowers. Many other trees were alongside them, but he was no expert, so he couldn't decipher which species of trees they were. The smell was freshly cut grass, and dirt was something he expected about such a big campus. The buildings were styled like the ones in the old British movies. They were similarly to images I've seen of Oxford when he was looking for universities in his free time. Maybe the founder got inspired by the British architect. Who knows? Being late, around 5 p.m. on a Friday, the students were gone. Just a minority were left for whatever reason they must have. Walking towards the building, he saw the entrance. The pair of women continued their walk amongst themselves. It appeared they did not notice someone was following them, a lack of awareness on their part. Soon, they finally entered the main building that seemed to be their faculty. They crossed the main door of the faculty and walked towards a huge staircase that covered almost the whole entire room they were in. At both sides of the floor above them, balconies adorned the halls, making it seem refined and high class. Reaching the end of the stairs, they made a last left turn, and at the very bottom of the hallway, one could see the double door with a sign above. It read as student faculty in bright gold letters and encased in a woman framework with indirect details. Clearly, someone spent some money on it. Issei, still being at the end stairs, peeked his head around and saw Rias knocked on the door. Seconds later, a man made his appearance. He was tall, around 6 foot something, appearing to be in his early 20s. His physique was quite big, and he did some kind of sport. Issei's fighting experience kicking in made him a guess martial artist. He had shoulder-length blonde hair, blue eyes as clear as the sky, but something within made Issei uncomfortable. Not that he was strong, but more like that he was a threat to him. Reaching that conclusion, he continued, watching the man as he talked to Rias and Akano. Soon after some talk, the man invited them in. "Partner, something is not right. Something is just odd." Drake finally talked with a hidden worry in his voice. "Partner, I feel something terrible will happen to you. You should leave." Surprised at the sudden words of his partner, he widened his eyes and mentally answered, "Drake, what are you talking about? Nothing will happen." Although looking like that, the guy is weak. Pitifully, so maybe around low-class devil, if not lower, Issei answered in his mind, but he had to agree he felt threatened, but for a completely different reason. He did not yet understand. "I know, partner," his tone exasperated, but something about that guy makes me feel uneasy. It's as if he will leave you so terribly wounded you might not be able to do anything else in your life." His words were serious. "Just hear me out, and let's go away." "Just hear me out. Let's go away. You can ask them another time, or maybe even other girls," Drake stated, worry present in his voice, but his partner was just too stubborn. "Come on, Drake," he told the dragon. "Just a quick peek inside. I will hear that they want to talk about after that. We'll leave. Then I'll wait for them at the entrance of the school." The boy stubbornly answered, but deeply inside, he had fear. "Quick, before the door closes." "Wait, partner, don't!" Cutting the communication with the dragon, even cutting his mid-speech, he sprinted towards the door. Promoting to night, he ran towards the door just before it closed. Sticking his finger in before it closed, he made a gap big enough for him to see, with someone inside noticing him. Quickly thanking his extremely good eyesight, he looked inside. An extremely luxurious room stood before him. Fine leather couches laid on its center. One big enough to fit 3 people and still room to spare. On each side of his biggest couch, there were two smaller ones. Fitting for a single person in front of it, a normal wooden table with 3 teacups filled with recently poured tea. Further in, right against the wall, there were bookcases. The sheer number of books was enough to fill an entire wall, and in front of them, there was a big leather chair accompanying the desk at the same tone as the wooden table. The ceiling had a fancy chandelier, while tall lamps with ornaments adorned the corners of the room. But it wasn't the room that was air out of his lungs. It wasn't the furniture, no. It was the ones inside the room. The image took the entire life out of him. Sitting on the biggest couch in the room were the 2 women he was looking for, but both of them were leaning their entire weight upon him before he saw. With a blush on his knees and a stupid smile on his face, both women were wrapping themselves around him like a snake about to eat their prey. Their eyes filled with happiness and enjoyment. The kind of happiness he had seen he made Akeno reconcile with her father, and when he declared his love to Rias in the ORC. The dragon inside the boosted gear went wide-eyed at the scene, hoping his eyes went bad due to old age. He even went to the extremes of asking the dead god of the Bible for his eyesight to be wrong. Quickly checking how his partner was, he managed to figure out something. Disbelief appeared in his eyes. He could not find anything. Not even the slightest fragment of emotion could be seen nor felt. It's as if his body just shut down, placing the entire attention to the scene in front of his eyes. He also could not enter the mind realm of his partner, but guessing by the information obtained so far, the situation was not good. Wishing to check again, he tried once more, but nothing happened. He repeated the process over and over again, but only to find the same thing that happens. Leaving that aside, he decided to monitor his partner's body. A chill ran up his spine when he noticed his body currently was. Just how could that happen? Dre quickly screamed, but it seemed Issei was not capable of hearing him. Those things gave him his power? Damn! They even gave his life back in the beginning. How could they do such a thing? Drake quickly said to himself, surprised and even a bit scared by the horrendous reaction happening inside his partner's body. It's because of them. How could something like this happen because of those women? Anger filled the Red Dragon Emperor, his voice full of venom as he spat his conclusion. He was furious. Those disgusting women were actually doing something that horrible to his partner? But before he could tell his partner to stop watching and leave the place immediately, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Said voice was the man sitting on a couch, right in between the pair of women. Scene change, so now we're inside the room with that dude talking. Rias, Akeno, I know you both like me, but please, not here. We need to check some papers as well as passing them to our professors. The man talked as he blushed. We can do this tomorrow. After all, I promised to go on a date with both of you, the man said towards the 2 women at both sides of him. Pride filled with his voice and a smile adorned his face. How could he not be like that? 2 of the most beautiful women he had ever laid eyes on were fighting for him. Answering his question, Akeno spoke up with a flirty voice. Akeno hummed seductively. What are you talking about, Reggie? You want this as much as we want it, so let's take a break, Akeno muttered the last words with a sensual voice that made the now-named Reggie blush even more. Gathering courage, Reggie decided to go for it, but before something could happen, an angry voice was heard right behind him. He listened to the furious voice of the woman by his side. Akeno! What do you think you're doing, trying to seduce him in front of me? Angrily, Ria stepped in before he could try something. Feeling scared of her, he did not do a thing. He just sat there not moving a muscle. Then she said with a voice filled with sexuality, I will show you who is the best among us, Reggie. The woman started to move. She was slowly shoving her well-endured curves, making Reggie swallow his spit. But before he managed to achieve her goal, a voice was heard, said voice being Akeno. Ria said, trying to get on without me. Sorry, but I will not let you. Throwing herself at him, she stopped the advances of the red-haired. He fell into the couch, Akeno on top of him in a really easy-to-misunderstand position. Rias, so, to not fall to the ground, quickly stood up. Once seeing the image in front of her, filled with anger and fury. Akeno, if you don't stop now, I will get him off you by force. You know I love him, so why do you always want me to do the same thing as I do? With a nice smile on her face, Ria screamed, anger clearly visible in her eyes. Her emotions slowly changed her eyes into a red color. Reggie felt a chill up his spine and started to sweat bullets, but Akeno didn't even hesitate. What do you mean by saying I want him just because you love him? He was the first guy I met which didn't have a disgusting look in his eyes. He'd not look at me like that piece of meat. really kind as well. Just look at him, manly, good looking, and doesn't look at me like a piece of trash would do. How could I not fall for him? With a serious tone of voice, the black-haired woman spoke up, not knowing how impactful her words in the good dense in a bad sense. Rias felt her blood boil at those words, but she knew she was right. That was also one of the many reasons why she fell in love with Reggie. Calming herself down, she looked at them clear-headed, something that was surprised at both in front of her. Ha! She let out a long breath of air, trying to calm herself down before she did something stupid. Once relaxed, she looked at both of them, especially at Akano, and said with a resolute voice, but for the brown-haired boy, it sounded sharp, merciless, and dug straight into his heart. True, the fact that he isn't a pervert or drools over the merely of our sight is truly a blessing, her voice calm and sharp. Much better than any man I ever met, that's for sure, she asserted. It's also true that he is manly, decisive, and kind. These are also a few reasons why I love him, but first and foremost is the fact that he is not dumb, naive, pervert like someone Akano and I know. Akano furrowed her brows at the remembrance of that man. Talking about Issei. Certainly. Compared to anyone else, especially to him, he truly is above all aspects, especially in the looks department. Akano's voice was flirty at the end. I have to conquer that him not being a dumb pervert or a maniac obsessed with breasts is the greatest blessing we could have. Finishing the comment of Rias, Akano spoke with a cold voice, unknowingly how much damage had her words done to someone. Also, it's nice for him to understand our intentions and not to explain them with a big sign over our heads. I'm glad you figured them out, Reggie. Truly something I want in the future for a man. I love, Rias told him. Well, let's keep going. I need a kiss if you want me to do the work. It's quite late. And the work needs to be done. Kiss me, Reggie, putting her lips forward and begged for a kiss. Answering her, he stood up on the couch and walked towards the red-haired beauty, leaving a pouty Akano on the couch. And he kissed her. Quickly stealing the lips, he kissed Rias. The sound of lips connecting was the only thing that he could hear, but the scene was something that was burned into the mind of our spectator, aka Issei Hyodo. The scene of Rias kissing that man made the brown-haired boy empty. He truly didn't understand. Why? Was it because of the words both them said about him? Was it truly because he was a fool, a pervert, naive, and dumb? His thoughts stopped when he looked back at the scene of the kiss, but this time with eyes devoid of any light, like those of a corpse. The kiss quickly became more intoxicating. Tongue started to fight the battle for dominance. After a while, the woman broke the kiss. She was in need of air, but she felt like accompanied to someone he wasn't a good that of a kisser. Getting rid of the thought, she quickly looked over him, only to be taken by surprise when Akano jumped towards him and kissed him more fervently. She was more daring than Rias, and he sure was. Quickly, breaking the kiss, Akano said, "Whew, really quite the charmer, aren't you, Reggie? To make Rias ask for a kiss is quite impressive, but I will show you who is the best kisser among us two." She leaned forward and she was searching for his lips. She kissed him for the third time, but she felt something was missing from his kiss. However, the kiss became more passionate, becoming a citizen. The look took control of the battlefield really fast, but she decided to break it before the red-haired got jealous and tried something that will make her feel even more competitive. Reggie felt extremely good. He just kissed two beauties, two of the most beautiful women he had ever seen in his life. He turned towards the clock. Sitting at his desk, 5:30 p.m. The time they spent talking and kissing was too much. Now they only had 30 minutes before their deadline. Sprinting towards his desk, he decided to start working as fast as he could, noticing that Akano and Rias looked at the clock and quickly started to fill their papers in, thinking of a certain boy, but erasing the thought. They concentrated on the task before the deadline arrives. Scene change outside the faculty. Staying outside in the room, Issei was on his knees, recapitulating the words said inside that room. He felt empty, completely empty. Just remembering those words made him sad, angered, and completely broken overall. This scene was kissed between Reggie and Rias was a sharp knife, twisting and turning inside his heart. He felt his body go weak. His vision was clouded with unsteady tears, and his sense of balance was gone. Standing up whatever strength he had left, he walked away from that place, walking down the stairs, grabbing the mental railing. He walked slowly, painful slowly, until he reached the last step of the staircase. Reaching the bottom of the staircase, he looked back up. Tears threatened to come down of his eyes, but they didn't. Soon, he lost the control of his body and fell down to his knees. He felt dizzy and started to hyperventilate. Sweat formed throughout his body, his head spinning, his body trembling as if he spasms. The scene, those words, just wouldn't go away. They kept repeating inside of his head over and over again. But suddenly he heard a voice inside his head. "Partner!" The dragon roared inside his head, getting out of his thoughts. Grateful towards the dragon, he wanted to talk to him, but his words would not leave his mouth. He heard Drake's voice again. "Partner, answer me. Shit, Issei, answer me. Show me that you can listen to me. Move your left hand up." Slowly, Issei moved his hand up. That made the dragon happy. His partner finally heard him. "Partner, hear me out. Get away from here as fast as possible. Your body is not in the right state." The dragon was anxious. "The evil pieces are acting strangely. I can no longer control them. Your power as a dragon is also reacting violently towards the energy released from the pawn pieces. We need to leave. Quickly, somewhere, peaceful and quiet." The dragon finishes. Understanding the words of his partner were right, Issei slowly stood up. Suddenly losing his balance, he went towards the wall to have some sort of support. His head became clear after what he felt as an eternity. "Shit, my body does not respond to me. I'm feeling extremely hot and sweaty. Even my chest hurts a lot. What exactly happened?" Getting him out of his thoughts, Drake answered his questions. "Partner, it's the evil pieces. They are acting strange. You can no longer control them. They are releasing a terrible aura that is clashing with your draconic power. The heat and the pain are proof of that. We need to leave, quickly. Using the magic or even boosted gear in this state will probably kill you, so start moving," commented the dragon with a serious voice. Issei made the haste and started to move his body. With every single step, he felt as his muscles were ripped apart, as if his tendons were torn, and his bones were twisted. He felt every single part of his body burn, as if they were just thrown into the burning pits of hell. Each step was a challenge. The heat he felt became more annoying. Sweat started to accumulate, dropping visibly down his cheek, towards the chin, and down to the ground. But he moved. He had only one goal, and that was to get out of here as soon as possible. Making the greatest effort he had ever made in his entire life, he reached the door of the building. He pushed it open while the hinges of the door made a loud noise. Soon after pushing the entire door open, he saw a beautiful scenery. The green grass was now painted with orange tinge because of the sunset, and the statues were shining brightly because of the sunlight. The smell of freshly cut grass was still there, but now it had a tinge of rosewood. That was thanks to the trees that were rooted in some places of the campus. He could hear the wind howling and the leaves rustling. A beautiful sight indeed. If he did not feel like shit, it would be awesome. Walking away from the building towards the center of the campus, passing by the statues and the other facilities, he heard Drake's voice filled with encouragement. "Come on, partner. You can do it. After the gate, there is a park you ran through when you first came. Let's go there. Your house is too far away to even try to go into your current state. Once in the park, I'll tell you about your body. Well, as far as I know," Drake finished. Walking past the mental gate, he saw the park. It stood like the most beautiful painting he had ever seen. A dirt road was clearly marked on the ground, and further in, it separated into many different paths. Going to different places, many trees stood proudly at what he thought at the gate, because there was nothing aside from the brick wall surrounding the man park. He thought those huge trees pointed at an entrance of the park was taller than most of the cars surrounded by the park, showing the entire block was a part of it. Walking as fast as he could, he went inwards, trying to find a bench to rest his body. Walking by different plants, flowers, trees, and even a few animals he saw here and there, he chose the right path of the dirt road and signaled him to go further in. Not knowing what was expecting him, he moved his entire body until he saw a big fountain. After what he felt like an eternity, he saw a savior, like the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, like when he first obtained the balance breaker, like when he first defeated Atrophis. The bench was firmly planted on the ground near the fountain, waiting for him to sit and finally rest. Reaching the bench, he noticed a bush behind it. It was big enough to cover his entire person. Taking a look behind it, to check if something was behind it, he sat on the bench, just some mindless paranoia. Releasing a very heavy sigh, he lay down on the bench, wiping the sweat off his face of his shirt. Trying to gain his breath back, he noticed the pain he felt earlier was now subsiding, something he was extremely grateful for. Turning his eyes to the fountain in front, he saw a beauty of the park. Birds were chirping and flying in the sky, landing on the branches and multiple trees that were rooted on the ground. With the help of the wind, the trees and its leaves were moving peacefully from one way to another, and nothing except the sound of leaves falling to the ground as well as the sound of animals was heard. Not a single human voice, car engine was heard. Really, a peaceful moment in the chaos he just experienced. Finally, after this moment of courage, he started to break down. Tears fell down his face. Blood was coming off his hands because of his nails was digging his skin. He felt the flavor of iron in his mouth, and soon he started to cough. Cough! He even spitted up a mouth of blood. Why? What did I do? Why did I deserve this? He started to mentally break down. Was it because I was a pervert? A fool and being naive? Was it because I was kind to others? All right, stop right there. The dragon quickly made its appearance. Do not think like that. I do not know why they did it, but I know it wasn't because you were kind. So don't think like that, Drake told him. He hated how his possessor and friend ended up like this. He wanted to help him, but he couldn't do much and just support him. Drake, why do you say that? You also heard them. You also saw them. So please tell me why. He wanted answers. Why are they doing that? That fucker! Furious, Issei asked Drake. I do not know why they did what they did, but I do know it wasn't because you were kind, he explained. Sure, you are dumb and a pervert, but that can be fixed. No one born knowing everything. No one was born perfect, he told his partner in a serious tone. About your pervertedness, you can control and dominate it. If you are not manly enough, then buff up. If you're not handsome, then change your style until you find yourself good looking. His voice was full of pride, the pride of a dragon. Everyone has an opinion. To some people, you may be like that, but to others, the ones who truly care for you, you're completely different. Don't let those words reach you. Prove them wrong with your actions. Show them what you truly are, a dragon! He roared those last words. The motivational words spoken from Drake truly did reach him. His crying stopped, swallowing the blood in his mouth. He looked up to the dark sky, seeing the clouds slowly move further and further away. He sat there on his bench for a while until the sun set. The moon rose up, the changing of the color of the sky to a darker blue. After all this time spent thinking, he found out the words of Drake were right. Even if they were with other people, to another man, he still had others. Girls that truly loved him. Enough, though, it hurt him far too much to accept it. After all, if you all gave up on life, then life will give up on you. You will only sink further and further inside the mud. Thanks, Drake. I needed that, he told his friend. You're right. Even if you think like that, so what? I have others that do not think like them. It's impossible for everyone around me to think like they do. He finally regained his confidence. The dragon could hear his voice now sounded better, but before saying anything, he felt some strong auras near them. Quickly, partner, hide! I feel multiple strong presences coming towards this plate. In your actual state, you are no match for any of them. I'll help you in hiding your aura. Now that you are in your weak state, it will be much more easier hiding you from others than if you were stronger than you. Flinching at the comment of the dragon, he hid behind his bench in the bush he earlier inspected. Slowly but surely, he heard voices. It was kind of late, around 8 p.m., so fighting someone at the time of the park was rather odd. Hearing the voices closing in, he recognized them at the top of their conversation was something that made him vomit blood behind the bush. Thankfully, they didn't hear him. Hey, Azia, what do you think of these quite beautiful, right? The boy I liked gifted them to me. Beautiful, aren't they? The voice of Irina Shodu, the childhood friend of Issei. She was happily jumping around over 100 roses of her hands, carefully ordered in a couple of bouquets. Answering instead of Azia, Zenobia talked. Huh? Why do you feel so prideful? Isn't that a sin? You'll fall, you know. Irina, besides, he gifted them to you, so why are you agreeing to becoming his girlfriend? Zenobia quickly commented. True, but Ryoto is so sweet, nice, and gentlemanly. Besides, he always spends time with me. I love him. Her voice sounded sweet and dreamy. A blush was on her cheek. She was bringing both hands towards her face, trying to cover her blush. Looking at that, Azia said, Irina, Zenobia, it's true that the gifts were beautiful, but I still don't think you should keep saying that. Both of you have boyfriends. I believe that if Ryoto-tan and Soji-san were to hear you, they will start fighting. Shyly talking, Azia gave them her own advice. Ah! Both of them screamed at the same time. They realized that her words were true. Even though they are brothers, they are extremely competitive towards each other. Last time they barely stopped him. Changing the subject of the talk, Zenobia quickly teased Azia. Oh, so Azia, what about Ken? You two have been quite lovey-dovey recently. Doesn't he help you with the club work? Also, there's rumor that says two of you were holding hands and even kissing, so is it true? Skillfully, Zenobia asked Azia, getting the constant nods of the excited Irina. Well, she was just made a mess thanks to the comet. Yes, those rumors are actually true, Azia answered, with honesty despite her face red. Suddenly, the fourth figure accompanying them spoke. Azia-senpai, daring. She was short, white-haired girl and was eating her candy, and her voice was almost a trace of emotion. In response, Asuya went even redder behind Zenobia. True, Konako-chan, but you don't also have someone? If my memory isn't wrong, someone that you name in a different class? I believe his name was Hajiya. Taken by surprise, Zenobia's sudden remark, Konako widened her little eyes. How do you know about that? Stuttering in her response, Konako blushed. So the rumor was true. You did like the youngest brother of Soji and Ryuto. Irina stated with a face full of surprise. So is the other rumor that Ravel is also after him true? She asked Konako again. Once you could see her face change from previous blushing, it became emotionless and sharp, and her eyes became slightly cold. That fried chicken is unfortunately also after him, but she will never win. After all, I'm at an advantage. Sooner or later, he will confess to me. I have a feeling it would be at the ending of the month. Konako replied with a full sentence filled with a lot of words, something not normal about her, showing proof that she truly liked that Hajime boy. While continuing their walk, Anna made the hidden brown boy react. So, what do you like about him, Konako-chan? She answered a speed faster than the knights. He is no pervert. I hate perverts, especially perverted senpai. He's the worst of the worst. Real scum. Whoa, quite the rude words towards Issei-kun there, but I have to agree. I hate how he's always thinking about doing something perverted. It gives me the creeps. She also had a face full of slight disgust. Although he is really perverted and we all hate that about him, he's still kind. So you could still somehow counter it, Zenobia said, but the stares from Irina and Konako, even in the slightest glare of Asuya, made her retract her words. Okay, don't look at me with those eyes. She raised both of her arms up. I mean, sure, he is really dumb and foolish to the extreme, even for me to say. Let's not mention perverted and even lustful, but his kindness was always a good trait, even though he has much more bad ones than good ones. Zenobia said, but Konako replied with a tone full of sarcasm and scorn. One good, everything else bad. That caused Asuya and Irina to giggle and Zenobia to say, well, that's true, she said without any remorse in her face. Well, now that we have someone that's not bad to us, you could say that all of those bad memories will be gone, the blue-haired woman said, causing the rest of the girls to loudly say. True, much better than before. That comment. Issei coughed up blood again. Issei started to vomit another mouthful of blood. They soon walked away from the park, their shalettes moving away from the location. Issei was still hiding behind the bush. He couldn't move. Even breathing was a hassle. The pain he felt now before came twice, even 3 times as bad. It caused him body to convulse. The spots he felt before his chest were nothing but burning hot. Other places around his body were feeling the exact same. Blood started to come out of his mouth, choking him. He could barely hear the voice of his partner, his head filled with something else. So it was true. Everyone told lies to me. His thoughts were reaching a terrible state. The way he acted towards me, he screamed inside his head, making a purple light to start surrounding his body. Those smiles they gave to me, the light increased in density and made his eyes change to yellow to pitch black. All that so-called love, all of it was a lie! He screamed with all his force, making the light over his body as if protecting him. They always hated me. All those moments were nothing but lies. Lies! Lies! He screamed, expelling the light from his body, covering the surroundings with only purple and black particles. Afterward, a weird miasma started to come out of his body. It was like fog that covered in ground, not showing the green grass beneath him. It was black in color and little hints of red. A violet light was shining at random intervals. The feelings he now experienced were nothing but sadness, frustration, pain, agony, grief, shame, and so many more. Repeating his monologue over and over again inside his mind. The scene of Rias and Akano with that fucker. The words of Zenobia, Irina, Asuya, and Konako. The truth about they were never there. Not even for a moment for him in the past 2 months slowly unraveled itself before his eyes. They were with someone else. Every single one of them. They lied and used them during the moments they would surely die. Just when did they needed something? Just when they needed a shield? Just for their own personal gain? The miasma surrounding him was taking the form of second skin, giving him really frightening look. A weird mark appeared on the left side of his forehead. In that moment, he felt his body being filled with power. The pain he felt before he was still there, but not as strong as before. He felt how the entire world started to change. A door opened before him. In the worst moment of his life, yet he didn't know about it. The horrible emotions he felt corrupted his mind. He suddenly lost control of himself, and the mesmerism that was gathering in the form of a second skin broke loose. Scene change, Ko Town. Everyone inside Ko started to feel odd. Some started to feel goosebumps all over their skin. Others couldn't breathe properly, barely having the strength to hold their own breath. Others started to swell profusely and felt cold chills all over their body. Their survival instincts were telling them to run. The further the better. However, a huge pressure fell upon them, paralyzing them on the spot. Their faces lost all color. All of them could feel as disaster was about to happen. Some of them got lucky and just fainted after some time, but the others had to deal with this. However, everyone inside the city, whether they're supernatural or not, started to experience those symptoms, as if something terrible just happened, as if the balance and peace of the world just broken, as if chained monster just broke his bindings. The clear and beautiful night sky would turn pitch black. Not even the moon could be seen. Fog started to appear around the city, giving it a spectral look. Coldness erupted everywhere and a menacing vibe surrounding every living soul. They could feel their hearts being gripped by an invisible hand, ready to crush them within a single movement. At the same time, the same sensation was experienced by all the ones living inside Ko's college division. How could that be possible? It's halfway through summer. Even it's nighttime is ridiculous, Reggie said, letting out his breath between his hands. One could still see the frozen breath in the air slowly dissipating. He knew that this climate was not normal. Looking towards Akano and Rias, he saw the surprised and frightened, for whatever reason it may be. However, they didn't move, so he became worried. Walking towards them, he felt how they were in a place where staining the atmosphere felt many, many times worse, as if all of it was directed towards them. Their lips were pale, almost blue, with their faces drained of all color, and they were barely hanging onto their consciousness. They were shaking. Their teeth started shattering noisily. Sweat started to flow down their foreheads just like a terrible fever. They were petrified, not daring to move an inch. He tried to move closer, but he just reached 10 feet away from them, and he fell to his knees, trembling all over, breathing heavily. Whatever was the cause of this ridiculous climatic change, it didn't want to get near them. In other places around Ko, the rest of the girls, Irina, Azuna, Zenobia, Ravel, and Koniko felt the exact same way Rias and Akano did, their bodies completely froze, as if trapped in ice. But just as the feeling came nowhere, it was also gone. They were freed from the feeling of terror, like it was a bad joke from the heavens, as if they didn't even exist. But they knew it was real. However, no one else felt what they did. The symptoms they felt compared to the rest were vastly different, in fear of making whatever it is did this angry. They did not dare report it to the higher-ups. The sky cleared. The moon could be seen amongst the clouds and the mist still there. The coldness disappeared. Instead of the climate was normal, chilly summer night appeared. The sole difference was that it was much darker than before, just like midnight. They did not know what happened. It was too mysterious. Thankfully, no one got hurt. We're the ones of the bunch, but after a couple of minutes returned back to normal. But the sensation, that feeling of impending death, was something they will never forget. Scene change, back with Issei. Trying not to scream his lungs out in the middle of the park, he laid the boy on his knees. The mesma he was expulsing caused the air around him to cool and the ground to crack. Faint tremors occurred inside the park, but luckily no one was near. Suddenly he looked upwards, seeing nothing but pitch black eyes devoid of any kind of feeling in the light. Letting those bad emotions inside of him take control, he summoned the boosted gear. That surprised and scared Drake. He knew that his partner wanted to do. He thought that he had lost it after gaining a new power, but it seemed it's still there. The Juggernaut Drive. With a voice that came from the grave, a voice that seemed to reach deepest depths of the eternity of hell, he chanted, "I, who am about to awaken. Partner, don't do it. They are not worthy of your sacrificing your life to ensure their destruction. Listen to me. Is this really how you want everything to end?" The dragon hurriedly said into his partner. Clearly worried at the same time, he felt anger and disgust towards those women. Yet the answer of his partner was the only other chant. "I am the heavenly dragon who has stolen the principles of domination from God. Shit, partner, listen to me. Is this what you want? Killing innocent people that did nothing wrong except being in the wrong place at the wrong time. You are better than this. Show them by destroying but your own strength that you are different from what they say," Drake says. Noticing that the next part of the chant was coming quickly as before, he knew his partner was still there. Broken beyond repair, but still there. There wasn't much time. The next part of the chant was soon heard. "I laugh at the infinite and I grieve the dream." This time, the chant more abruptly, as if it didn't want to continue, Drake took advantage of it. "Partner, Issei, please don't do it. I know you are suffering. I know you want revenge, but this is not the way." Breaking his speech, the next part of the chant became present. "I shall become the Red Dragon of Domination." Come on, Issei, come back to your senses. You're the best possessor of the boosted gear in history, the one with the greatest potential, the one I dare call a friend. Don't you dare go down the path that leaves nothing but pain and agony. He was desperate. Don't you dare leave after what we've all been through. I know you can overcome this, just like what you always have, my friend. Show me one more time how If Issei makes the impossible possible. As the words of Drake finished, the chant also stopped. The glowing and trembling of the park was now gone. The boosted gear dissipated, becoming red particles of light. Issei fell down, barely conscious. He was breathing and sweating heavily. So, I am your friend, Drake. Good to know at least I have someone I can trust. Thanks for everything, and sorry for scaring you. We can speak about it later. I am going to faint. Being his last words the day he fell asleep. One couldn't blame him. After all, this day was just horrible. As always, you make me worry. But I could not have asked for a better partner, he sighed in relief. Better rest, Issei, because that darkness you showed is something that will make you even stronger. Ha ha! I cannot wait to tell you about it, young Issei. Saying those words with so much pride and arrogance, Drake decided to rest as well. If he is capable of mastering that darkness, then he would have a new heavenly dragon running around the world. Those were his thoughts. And that is the end of Chapter 1. Chapter 2. The Result of Everything. Inside the bathtub, a young man recalled his past memories. Some parts of said memories made him cry, while the others made him faintly smile. Quite the memory, Issei thought. After that, I woke up in the middle of that park, having slept there for about a day. Luckily for me, my parents went on a cruise trip around America after the Evil Dragon campaign, so I do not know when they will come back. Also, those women didn't care about me, so questions were not asked. Spitting out that last part with a painful look and real actual pain in his chest, he looked at the reverse of his left palm. Something was telling him that his resident was awake. Recalling memories, partner? Drake spoke to him. Yeah, and not the good ones. I just remembered that day, he answered back to the dragon inside of his head. Partner, you should leave that behind. It's been far too long you are still in a horrible state. The pieces are also acting correspondingly to your state. You do not have much longer left. Scoffing at the comment of Drake, he mentally answered, What are you talking about? I feel great. There's no need to worry. Issei quickly answered with a false security in his voice. Also, if what you said is true, then I have not much time left. The corruption in my body is proof enough. Maybe when I'm gone, they'll feast a little tiny bit bad. All of them. The tone used in his comment was devoid of any emotion, as if death didn't matter to him in the slightest. Partner, please stop trying to destroy yourself. If you do not do something about those pieces, then the continuous clash between them and your dragon's aura will burn you from the inside out. Drake tried to bring some sense into that thick skull of his. The current Beelzebub has not answered your magic circles, and I'm pretty sure you will need to get rid of them by the end of the week before it's far too late, Drake told Issei. Worry spread all over his voice. Over the past month, he has been trying to contact anyone from the upper echelons just to find a solution to his problem, but either the magic circle does not connect, or they just plainly ignore him. He tried everyone, Grafia, Sir Zex, even Azazel-sensei, but not once has it succeeded. Drake also tried to contact Fafnir, but he was still in deep sleep due to the final battle against Rizavim. After trying that much, even reaching the extreme of asking Rias to call for her brother for him, in which she answered, There's no need to bother Oni-sama, Issei, so please do not come and ask me again. I am very busy. I'm sure your problem will be solved in time. He just gave up, and if Drake was right, then he had around 3 days before his death. The way she spoke to him as if she was just another pebble on the road made his corruption increase in size, obviously in pain. She did not even let him talk about his problem and just dismissed him. Even when he told her it was a life and death situation, she didn't bat an eyelid. Trying to ask Akeno to contact Barkil was even worse. She didn't even take the calls from Issei, whether from the magic circle or from the cell phone. Later on, she completely ignored him. Even when he tried to look for her, she always gone, nowhere to be seen even inside his house. Taking his luck with Azia was also horrible. She only spoke to him about club-related affairs, and with everything else she just said, "Please leave, Issei-san. I have a meeting to attend to with the student council," or "Issei-san, someone is waiting for me, so please leave before they come." Of course, understanding that bastard he heard about that night was coming. He no longer was dumb or foolish. With this kind of experience in life, he did not have the luxury of being like that. Zenobia and Iria were also the same, but both of them were much more cold towards him. Once he tried to explain his situation, both of them gave him a look as if he was garbage. Even some killing intent was felt during that time. The only said word to him was, "Leave!" They roared towards him, threatening to do something if they didn't abide by their words. Ravel was just a lost cause. Not even a word was spoken. She always ignored him. She didn't even have the decency to look at him when she saw him. Konako, well, let's just say she was really aggressive when spoken to. She only looked at him with anger in her eyes, not courageous enough to try her patience. He was always left. He tried to contact Success, but every single time he tried, it did not connect. Maybe the line was secure, and only contact could be established if he made it first. It was different from the others he had called. But, well, he was a faction leader, so something needed to be done in order to protect himself. To the other Mao, Ajuka, Beelzebub, the magic circle was answered by his secretary, something like that. But just like a professional, the secretary told him that he wasn't available for the moment and always cut the call. That pissed him off, but there was nothing he could do. So he swallowed whatever pride he had and left and managed to leave a message after much effort, stating the evil pieces were malfunctioning and it was urgent to call him back. However, that was a long time ago and the Mao hadn't called him back. He also believed that the secretary didn't put attention to him, so he was doubtful if he recorded the message. He tried to contact LaFave through their contact, but he couldn't sense anything from it, as if it was dead, something telling him that she cut their link while maintaining the contact intact. How she did that was beyond him. Kuroka, after the job offer from Yakuza, which is she actually accepted, was also the same. Her magical signature was erased. He wasn't capable of finding it, so even if he wanted to, and he really did, he couldn't contact her. According to Drake, only that could happen if one's magical signature is experiencing a change, similar to changing the cell phone numbers. Grafia, like Ross Visa, was also unreachable. It seemed that whatever she was doing, she didn't want to be interrupted, so her magic was always cut off, in other words, useless. Azazel Sensei was the most annoying one. He didn't know how, but he managed to get a voicemail, an extremely annoying one at that. He was even shameless enough to say, "Please leave a message after the tone," but even with that stupid thing, he still called many times, even left a couple of messages in his voicemail. He tried everything with everyone, every single path Drake had thought of. He tried it, yet every window was opened. It just slammed straight on his face. All those things were around less than a month ago, so he decided to give up. His lack of self-worth as an emotions he felt turned into a walking corpse, soon to be 6 feet under. After trying that much, even about his corruption, and he did not care. Kiba was gone because of his contracts he had to do, and when he saw him, he was just too beaten to even stand, much less talk back. Gasper practically left the house and started to live at the hospital, so all of his plans out useless. All of them were. Walking out of the bathtub, he spent to his changing room. But before he managed to put his clothes on, he looked at a full-body mirror. What he saw made him cry. He looked far too bad. His once scrawny body came, and now it looked even worse. His skin now stuck to his bones, and his entire body was pale white, as if he hadn't gone out in weeks. The bags under his eyes were terrible. Even the look of his eyes held no light, as if dead. But the worst were 8 jet black swirling, pulsing holes in his body. These were his corruption. Corruption, as if he decided to call it. Were the 8 evil spots where the evil pieces were inside his body. And those 8 spots were the origin of the venom that was slowly killing him. Each one of them was in a specific part of his body. 1 in each arm and leg. For a total of 4, the rest were divided into 2 segments. The first segment was the single piece in each side of his chest and 1 hole where his ribs joined, taking the form of an inverse triangle. The second segment was conformed in a single piece just below his belly button and his navel. According to Drake, The pieces by some way or another malfunctioned and were blocked out of the boosted gear, not allowing them to use them at all. However, that was the beginning. All of those women no longer had any decency of talking to him. But after that fateful day, things started to change. After the awakening of his aura, things got worse. Because of the nature of his aura, which was to protect him, it fought against the nature of the pieces that were trying to kill him. Due to the class's energy inside of his body, as well as the almost of the Juggernaut drive, the pieces were further corrupted and became 8 malicious spots inside his body, which only goals was to feed off his life force, leaving him as a mummy. In the best case scenario, and in the worst, he would turn into dust blown by the wind. When he heard that the explanation from Drake, he almost pissed his pants, but later he stopped caring. No one would miss him except a few. But after taking a look back in the mirror, he finally broke. He could no longer mask his emotions, his pain. He was, like Drake said, just too damn broken. Grabbing the last piece of his sanity he had left, he asked in between his tears, "Drake, what can we do?" Surprised by the question of the brown-haired boy, but also happy, Drake answered, "There is something we can do. It occurred to me a while ago, but you were far too bad of a shape to listen to me. Also, if this does go wrong, then you will die in a horrible way. Your body will explode by the force of the clash between auras. Your sorrow will dissipate. You will literally become nothing. Are you sure?" Looking at himself in the mirror once again, thought of a moment, but he quickly made his decision. What does he have to lose? "Tell me, Drake, what exactly is this crazy idea of yours?" A savage grin adoring his face, something the dragon really liked to finally see. "Fine. Have you ever heard of the theory of opposing forces?" Interested by the sudden question, Issei answered, "No, not in the slightest." With a goofy grin, he proudly stated, "After this, we need to make you more knowledgeable. Even the smallest piece of knowledge could save your life." The dragon said with pity in his voice. His partner really needed to read more, or at least to travel more. Maybe that wouldn't be that ignorant. Well, moving on. He left those thoughts for another time. The theory of opposing force states that if two directly opposing forces meet, the one that has the most energy will win, completely pushing the other force back. That's why the corruption exists inside your body. Right now, the evil pieces are winning and destroying your body little by little. We need to make the opposite occur. Impressed by the words of the dragon, Issei swallowed his spit. He knew this was something bad. Wait. Are you proposing to increase my draconic power so they win against the evil pieces? Asked Issei. Yes, that is correct. With seriousness, the dragon answered in a flash. You crazy bastard, he yelled. The evil pieces are connected to my body and soul. Since you are a part of my soul, my failing this suicide attempt, you will also be gone with me, crazily howled the boy towards the dragon. Yes, that is certainly true, he agreed with his words, but why would I care? I'm already a soul inside a sacred gear, dying with you. My best friend and host would certainly be better than stuck here, knowing I couldn't have saved my friend, the dragon said towards Issei. You crazy bastard, Issei muttered under his lips, trying to hide a smile. He was happy having such a friend. Never could I've asked for a better partner, an even better friend. Hesitating with an insult towards your resolve, he said. I'm all ears. How can we do that? Issei asked Drake with tears of happiness across his face. About that, there is a way for us to weaken them, but it is really, really crazy. I doubt it'll work. Not very confident about himself, Drake told Issei. Okay, tell me about our suicide attempt. Whatever it takes, we shall do. After all, neither of us has something to lose. Ha! Truly my partner, he laughed for the first time in a while. Okay, listen up. The pieces suck the life force out of your body and into them. So what would happen if we suddenly cut the supply of all 8 of them, and at the same time connect it directly to the nucleus of your aura? Theoretically, the pieces will weaken and your aura will increase, Drake told him in his theory. Even the eyes of him, a crazy boy with nothing to lose, this was suicide. Severing the life force supply and reconnecting it into a nucleus, just by severing his life force, it will instantly kill him. Even if he survived long enough for the supply to be reconnected, just how long was that? Seconds? Minutes? Hours? Yes, I know what you are thinking. But have you forgotten? One of your aura's natures are regeneration and healing. Maybe, just maybe, they can keep you alive long enough for me to reconnect your life force into your nucleus. The dragon told his host with a hope in his voice. Drake, you're telling me to cut my connection between my life force and my body. In other words, cut the connection of my soul and body, then reattach it, but leaving the pieces aside, only connecting it to my nucleus? Are you trying to be a doctor when you grow up? This is basically complex surgery on my soul. Issei roared at Drake, but after hearing the breathing for a while, he calmed down. Okay. Let's say I manage to stay alive with the help of my aura. What will happen to you? You are part of my soul. This sacred gear system made that obvious. Well, theoretically, I will enter a deep sleep and the boosted gear will reboot itself, just like if it was searching for a new host. But it will be inside your body, so it will not take much time to awaken. However, every progress you've made with the boosted gear so far will be gone. I also do not know what kind of side effects it will be to the sacred gear system or yourself. Wow. So it would suck either way, huh? Issei said as he laid his body in the bed. Although for him it felt like more than past a day, little above the 2 hours actually went since he woke up. Time is really slow. Okay, I'll bite. Where can we do this? If anything you said is right, then the amount of energy release will alert someone in the town. Using Magic Circle might be the brightest of ideas. After all, my body is a mess. Accepting the dragon's proposal, the boy asked. Well, the energy needed for the transportation circle is really small, even smaller if you do not specify a location, unless you target somewhere that is not part of the human world, so you could make one targeting a random part of the human world and probably not die, the red dragon answered. You are saying theoretically, probably and possibly a lot, not too convincing, Issei said, almost resigning himself to fate. After some seconds of thinking through, he gave up. Well, let's do it. Better now than ever. Issei jumped out of his bed with one hand above his head, managing to get a drop of sweat in the back of his neck of the Red Dragon Emperor. Truly, his host was something else entirely. Well, partner, don't you want to leave a will or something behind? A letter, a message, anything? You sound as if I'm going to die during this, he annoyingly replied back. The dragon just kept his silence. Ha! Resigning himself to the dragon's proposal, he said, True, maybe I should. Then he went to look for something, searching inside his room. He found what he was looking for. Inside a drawer at the left side of his bed, a circular machine was present, with 2 buttons onto it, red and black. It was a holographic recorder, something Azazel left the last time he came here, drunk. When he first saw it, he took it since it was interesting to him. Never would he have ever thought he'd actually use it, at least not in this way. Pressing the red button, he started to record, a light shining towards him as proof of the machine actually working. A few minutes later, he stopped the recording, having said everything needed to be said, even about his corruption and about their plans named suicide attempt. He sighed and left the recorder at the top of his desk, at the far left of where his bed was. Well, Drake, let's do it! Issei with excitement in his voice, trying to mask the absolute dread of fear he felt. Although he couldn't cheat his partner, the answer he heard from him made him feel better. Fine, since you seem to be so eager to do it, before the adrenaline boost is both gone, let's do it, Drake said. Set up the magic circle. After that, search for an isolated location. I'll start to gather the necessary energy for cutting the life force off of your pieces. Once I'm done, I'll tell you. Best of luck, partner. We will both need it. Cutting this link with his host, Drake got to work. Not wasting a second, Issei made the magic circle onto the ground of his room and stepped inside, hoping for the best to happen. Scene change, forest, / somewhere in Europe, or wherever Issei teleported to, basically. Light briefly flashed in the middle of a rather creepy forest. After a couple of seconds, the shining passed, and a young man with brown hair was left in its place. Well, quite the random location, I'll give you that. Luckily, my corruption did not act up, so I feel rather good, Issei said, to no one in particular as he looked around him. The entirety of his surroundings were clothed in either green or brown, except for the sky that was a rather dark blue with a tinge of orange. Clearly, whatever forest this was, night was approaching, and fast. Beginning to walk around without a specific direction, he stated to look for the location he was thinking of. He moved in between the tall tree dozens of feet high, but still not high enough to cover the entirety of the sky. The ground was soft. It was clearly obvious that rain was abundant in this place. Moss grew here and there, and the wind was cold as the climate in general. But snow was nowhere to be seen. Continuing his walk in what he thought was an endless forest. Damn! This place is huge! I've walked for a while, yet not a single decent spot has been found. Is my luck really that bad? Grabbing his head in between his hands as he yelled. Please, any place is fine. I just want to be isolated enough. Screaming at the forest, he started to spin around in anxiety. Feeling dizzy, he fell to the ground. The soft soil, moss, and grass fortunately alleviated his fall. Opening his eyes with some tiredness, he looked upwards. Before him lay one of the most beautiful sights he had ever seen, and oddly enough, it was filled him with peace, calming his mind. The view thought and that was clear of night sky, and a dark imperial blue, not black. Stars filled his visions, and whatever he set his eyes on laid a bright star. The full moon hung high, and was proudly displaying in its ignorance in its light and beauty. A few comets flew by the sky, painting their trail like a canvas. It was the first time he had ever seen the starry sky. He had no words to say. Not even a thought flew by his head. He stood up and looked around, quickly finding a big rock to sit on. Approaching his target, he sat on it and looked upwards. For the first time in the past couple of horrible months, he felt at peace. And in a brief moment, he felt something change inside of him. Now he felt the goal. He wanted to see the world. If only the sight of a random forest in a random part of the world was this breathtaking, then how many other places were awesome throughout the world? What about the supernatural world? What about Asgard, the Grigor, Takamidara, and so many others? He now knew what he wanted to do. He wanted to travel, to see his own eyes how truly beautiful this world was, filled with mysteries it was. Standing up from the rock, light filled his eyes. His former dead look was now completely gone, being replaced with a resolute look filled with a certain wisdom in life, giving him his rather deplorable state a handsome hint. Continuing his journey, he walked while staring at the sky, the stars being his guide. A while later, he found out what he was looking for. A mountain now stood in front of him, deeply rooted into the earth. Although it wasn't big, by no means was it small. Heading towards it, Issei thought, well, it seems to be that a lucky lady. Lady Luck finally smiled at me. With a smile, he looked towards what looked like a cave. Stepping closer, he confirms his suspicious. It truly was a cave. Hello? As it echoed. Screaming at the cave, the echo resounded for a little while. It proved that this cave was deep within the mountains and deep within earth, similar to a mine. But he knew it wasn't. After all, no sign of a human civilization was found when he started his journey into the forest. So no one could guess this cave was a natural formed one. Hiding his excitement, he walked inwards. The scenery slowly changed. The light of a moon no longer was present, but with his night vision he could perfectly see a wet cavern what he was walking in. Only the echo of the drops of the water falling from the stalactites to the ground, and a couple of animal sounds could be heard. His footsteps slowly took over the noise flight inside the cavern as he walked deeper in. Now he understood why Volley liked to see places and explore around the world. It was exciting, interesting, best of all, relaxing. He could lay his worries aside when doing this, not letting a single negative thought get into his head. This could be addicting, thought the brown-haired man to himself, but soon after another voice woke up from his monologue.
Partner, I finished. I gathered all of the energy I could from the boosted gear, and once we reach the location, we can start. But there's something I need to ask you, said Drake, with rare seriousness in his voice, catching the explorer off guard.
Sure, partner. What do you want to talk about? Since they were alone, he had no fear of speaking loudly to his friend.
This will be hard, the dragon thought to himself. Partner, after this, what do you want to do? Will you return to them? Will you give up? Will you seek revenge?
Drake cautiously asked the last part to his partner. Issei froze when he heard that. He stopped his walk and looked at the green glow in his palm, staying completely silent for minutes until he spoke up. I do not know, Issei replied. He truly didn't know what he wanted to do. Seeking revenge was pleasurable, but rather empty. After that, then what? Being hunted by half the supernatural world? Nah, it isn't worth it. If he really did get revenge, then what was the difference between him and them? He wanted to prove that he was different from anything, from anyone. But the dark path wasn't on his mind. If he wanted revenge, that will be by his own way, not slaughtering everything in his path like a mindless beast. He was curious, though. Why did they do that? Why did they choose to leave him? But now it wasn't the time of his list of priorities. If he was before, he would have looked for answers even if blood stained his hands, but different questions filled his head. What do I want to do? That was his first thought. Will I turn back? For what purpose? Being pushed back and scorned for what I once was? Issei started to think deeply within himself, something he hadn't done in a long while. I must agree, my attitude wasn't the best, but still it is not enough to treat me like that. His eyes were shining with anger. To speak behind my back like that, to treat me as a disposable shield like that, to insult and hurt me like that, Issei thought with clenching his fist. Anger filled him. But he did not let it control him. Not anymore. He wanted to become stronger, to become someone feared and respected. So he came up with his decision. I will change, and I'll show you all how wrong you were. That was his answer. I will no longer be a joke. I will no longer be kicked around and led by those no's. I will be someone you do not underestimate, and I will show you all of the might of a dragon. That will be my revenge, Issei said. Seeing his partner in deep thought, the dragon did not say anything else. He was worried over the decision his partner will make. He didn't want his partner to seek revenge. That never solved anything. Rather, it left more pain to those involved. Although he couldn't see his partner's thoughts, he could feel his emotions: determination, pride, decisiveness, and once in a long time, happiness. He now knew what decision his partner made, and damn, was he proud and happy. Now was the time to hear the answer from him, but secretly he already knew the answer. Drake, suspense filled his voice. That made the dragon put all of his attention towards his words. I want to do what I want, like a true dragon, his words echoed with all the strength all over the cave. I don't want to be a slave, following a spoiled little girl that thinks she is the best. No longer want to be led by a nose, by someone else. I want to become a true leader with his own team. I want to journey around the world and see how beautiful it is, Issei screamed with all the power he had in his body. But first and foremost, he inhaled deeply. I do not want to be treated as ignorant, naive, foolish, perverted boy. I want to be treated with respect, with seriousness, and like how I truly deserve it. His scream turned into a roar, a true dragon's roar that echoed within the cave, shaking the entire mountain and the forest. He looked like a beast freed from its bindings. Drake was stupefied. The answer he guessed was completely off the mark, but the answer given to him by his partner was eagerness, pride, and many more emotions. He was happy that his friend and host wanted to do that. Now he was finally maturing and acting like a true dragon should. Not saying anything, Dragon let his friend unburden himself. After the echo of the roar disappeared, he finally spoke. Partner. He couldn't hide a smile on his face. I could not agree with you anymore. Finally, you left behind that self-destructive attitude you had. Finally, you are willing to change for the good. Finally, you are acting like a fucking dragon should! Drake roared at Issei, but instead of intimidating, it was supportive and filled with eagerness to get started. Move ahead, Issei. There are still things we need to do before accomplishing the goals that we have imposed on ourselves. Regaining his composure, Drake told Issei, the faster they get things out of the way, the faster they can get things started with their new goal. Walking ahead, Issei didn't say anything else. Words would no longer matter to them. Finally reaching the end of the cave, he found himself looking upward, seeing a tiny hole in which moonlight shone upon him. Relieving a rather dramatic scene, recomposing himself, he asked, Well, Drake, we've finally reached the end. Let's get started. So what's the plan? Good. Listen, partner, he began explaining. First, since you are capable of drawing a teleportation circle, I need you to draw something else. Do not worry, the magic used in this type of magic is small. The problem is that it will take a while to finish it. Maybe a couple of hours, Drake said to his partner as he sent the image of the magic circle he was hoping, and he will make it in a short while. Issei started to get to work as soon as possible, as soon as the image from Drake came in. The circle was really complex with many incinerate, crisscrossing lines with different widths, but each line used a small amount of energy. Finishing it will consume anything from his reserves, which, after getting his aura, became much more than the average high-class devil. Maybe if he survived in short term, said reserves will go up, reaching the ultimate class devil should have. Also, the consumption of making this circle seemed to be really small. so his corruption wouldn't act up. Well, at least he hoped it wouldn't. Not allowing any distractions thoughts come into his head, he continued drawing of the circle. Just as Drake said, it did not consume anything. But because of the complexity of it, it took a while for the circle to be ready. Maybe 3 or 4 hours. He wasn't sure since he was in a cave. Perceiving time was rather difficult. Well, Drake, I finally finished it. Now explain what it does. Issei asked his resident, hoping to figure out what exactly he was drawing for the past couple hours.
Sure, partner. This magic circle was designed by a possessor, a true genius in the magic field, but he perished too early, succumbing to my power and dying when he used the Juggernaut drive.
Drake told his host as he recalled memories and not pleasant ones. Wow. So Senpai made this. No wonder it's so complex, but what does it do?
I was getting to it, he replied with a deadpan tone. What it does is simple. It absorbs whatever the type of energy the environment has at a rapid pace, then transfers it into a single attack spell, or anything you want. You could call it a power generator.
Issei was surprised that something like this actually existed. It sounded like a really powerful spell.
But it has many flaws. The dragon stopped his thoughts. 1. It can only be used 1 time per day. 2. The time needed to actually create it make it not useful during a fight. And if you are not able of maintaining control over it, it will dispel its and you will consume the try for the day.
He told him the information.
So a failed product was born, but since it caught my attention, I memorized it. Never thought it would be useful, Drake answered in a rather carefree tone.
So, in the end, what will we use it for? He asked his partner again, not understanding why he drew this for the last couple of hours.
Ha! Drake sighed. Not sure how you could be so sharp sometimes, but rather others truly dumb.
Trig said to his partner, not underestimating him, but also not overestimating him. Hey, I'm working on it. Once we get out of here, I will spend the rest of my time in the library. I believe there's one in my house. Issei retorted, but not entirely sure about the last part of his sentence. He did believe that in such a huge mansion, a library should be present, but he didn't know where. Drake ignored his words and decided to answer his former question.
After gathering all of the energy I could from the boosted gear, I believe it will be enough to completely cut your life force from 8 evil pieces. Instead, I made you prepare this magic circle so that I could gather the necessary energy to completely cut them off for good. Since during the produce, I will not be able to accumulate more energy.
Dr. Drake quickly told his partner, but before Issei could speak, Drake interrupted him.
I also do not know what effects it will bring to your body in the short and long run.
Those words made him keep silence.
So my advice is always to remain conscious during this no matter what, even if your body is shredded apart.
Issei swallowed some spit.
Also, only use your aura to make your heart beat and heal any damage done to it. Only do that, or it will make the evil pieces act up and destroy you instantly. I am serious about this.
Drake bombarded Issei with new information that wasn't pleasing to the ear at all. So I should always remain conscious no matter what?
No matter what. If you lose your consciousness for even a second, then we will both die. Do not worry, I will be as quick as possible, but something as delicate as this will take time, Drake said, as fast as possible, showing his seriousness. How long will it be? Give me an approximate. I need to prepare myself, Issei asked in a serious tone of voice. He knew this matter was no joking, and even in the slightest misstep would be in agony and death for both of them. The answer he got wasn't what he expected. 2 hours minimum, or 15 minutes per piece, give or take a few. That is approximate that I calculated for this process.
Feeling as if a truck just hit him, Issei was out of breath. He did not know how painful it would be, but he knew it will not be pretty. Maybe even worse than the curse of Samil he experienced when fighting Shalba. His instincts telling him what would be worst. Far, much worse.
So, partner, are you ready for the suicide attempt, as you called it? It will not be pretty, but it will save your life, I hope.
Drake said to his friend, but keeping his last part to himself, as he didn't want to discourage him. After what felt like an eternity, Issei gathered his courage and crazily said, Bring it on, Drake. I will survive this, so you better make it as well. I do not know what will happen to you after all.
Worry not, partner. Since I am a soul that does not have a body, I will feel nothing. But I warn you that you will not see me for a while. After all, this could be interpreted as moving to another host, Drake said to him.
Issei could feel that the dragon was anxious as well.
Oh yeah, during this process I will not be able to communicate with you, so you will be on your own. Therefore I will not say goodbye, I will only say, see you soon, partner. Now let's start this.
Hearing the words of his partner encouraged him even more. Even the roar at the end was a nice touch. Yeah, let's do this, Issei said. Scene change inside the cave a couple of seconds later. The magic circle was activated at the end of those words. Light filled the cavern, and extremely dense and powerful red-colored aura surrounded Issei, widening his eyes so much that he turned bloodshot. Issei swallowed the scream of despair he felt, definitely much worse than a curse of Samil by a few times. His body cramped up and fell to the ground, twitching continuously if he had spasms. Now he was completely laying on the ground, wanting to scream. But thanks to the fierce glint in his eyes, he swallowed the scream back down. Seconds after that, his skin started to dry up. His former pale color turned to blood red because of the effort in resisting the torture. Soon after, cracks and cuts started to appear in his skin, as if extremely sharp knife cut him horizontally and vertically. Blood flowed, and it started to taint the floor of the cave red. As it moved on, more cuts appeared on his skin. His aura started to act automatically, trying to heal his wounds, but he stopped it, controlling it. He focused on it in his heart instead. His right arm started to emit an extreme amount of heat, yet no flames were seen. The area around his right bicep was the one that started to act more violently, but the scene in front of his eyes made his brain short-circuit momentarily. Little by the center of his bicep, where his corruption was, a bright red pawn piece with black spots was releasing a dreadful aura coming out. Soon after, it flew from his bicep as if it shot down. He quickly turned his head, following the pawn piece, only to see it land on the wall, a part of it getting stuck. The scene left him stupefied, but soon as his wound slowly started to heal, his aura was not the reason, since it firmly encased his heart. The idea came to his head: maybe Drake reconnected the part of his life force that belonged to that pawn piece back to his nucleus, make it heal his wounds. Well, that was what he came up with, since that may be the only reasonable explanation. Not gaining a single second for a break, the torture continued, yet this time it felt worse. Maybe the rest of the pieces he knew something was happening. He quickly concentrated his aura, healing his heart, making it continuously beat. He needed to concentrate, even if it was impossible. The second time came. He felt as if his spine was crushed, his tendons torn, his hair ripped from his skull. Maybe because it actually happened. His spine was compressed and then released, violently changing shape in less than a second. His bones trying to withstand the producer, and the clash of power inside his body broke into multiple pieces, turning into fragments. If he was anything less than a dragon, that was alone was sufficient enough to kill him. His tendons were completely snapped as if cut with a sharp knife, making him lose his sense of touch in his arms and legs. The hair from his skull started to fall in large batches as if someone just ripped it apart. Soon after, in his left bicep, this same event happened. Quickly, another pawn piece flew from his body, this time landing on the floor a few meters away. Only 30 minutes had passed since the beginning of his torture. Scene change more than half an hour later. Issei was finally at the end. His torture was finally ending, but the last piece still needed to be extracted. His surroundings were filled with nothing but blood, hair, sweat, and tears. Proof of hell he experienced while still living. He had to accept it. A few times he had almost lost consciousness, but his iron-like will woke him up, letting him avoid the worst-case scenario. What was once a cave was nowhere to be seen. As if battle happened inside the place, everything was filled with either cracks or holes, being among them 7 obvious craters, in which, at the center, one could be seen bright red pawn piece with black spots emitting a dreadful aura. The black aura was rising up into the air, covering a part of the ceiling just like smoke. At the center of a cave laid a figure of a boy with nothing covering neither his torso nor his feet. The only place of his clothing was left was some blood-soaked pants that were destroyed, a couple of parts missing on them. One could see his chest slowly rising and falling, barely breathing. Yet now, in the terrible state, he looked more alive than before. Most of his corruption was now gone, the single last spot of it being the one at his heart. That pitch black, swirling, pulsing spot was the last one, and at the same time the most dangerous one of them. During the past hour and 45 minutes, he experienced tortures no living being would be able to withstand. It did not matter whether they were humans or devils, he guaranteed that no one will be able to survive it. Yet now, even after all of that, he was scared. Each expulsion of an evil piece got worse than before, so he didn't know what exactly would awaited him. The last expulsion almost broke him, mentally and physically. It was really close. If it had lasted a second more, then he would be no longer among the living. And even if he was, he would no longer be sane. Feeling his wounds heal, he looked around, seeing nothing but either cracks, holes, or blood. It was so much that he didn't even believe it was from him. Maybe his life force was also recovering his loss of blood. Who would know? His hair was much longer, reaching below his shoulders. It was a tone much darker than before, but still brown. Maybe all the energy used in his experiments and the stress he felt from the secondary effect of darker hair. He didn't exactly care about it, of course. His hair and even this still maintained some style he had. He really needed to do something about it. He looked awful with those twin tails. His eyes, because of the constant activity of his demon mark, were black and the tinge of red looking really intimidating and scary. But before he could continue appreciating his appearance and a blood pool by his side, the healing was done. Mentally preparing himself for the worst, he never knew what got him. Scene change. Unknown. Issei opened his eyes. In the front of him was nothing but darkness. He looked around and saw himself floating on an endless obscurity. For a moment he thought that he almost had it. He almost succeeded. He started to cry, tears falling from his face. He felt awful, especially towards Drake. He had failed him. His best friend, and now they were both gone, dead. Sorry, pal. It seems that I wasn't able to do it. Please forgive me. I drag you down with me. Tears of regret and sadness were falling down on both of his cheeks before continuing his monologue. He was abruptly interrupted. Flash! Light filled before his surroundings, blinding him momentarily. He quickly closed his eyes as a reflex. When he opened them back up, he was back in Ko. He was in the RC talking to Rias and Akano. He remembered this scene. It was the one from that fateful, horrible day. How many times have he dreamt of this very scene? How many nightmares? How many night terrors? He didn't know. The scene changed. Now he was standing behind his past self inside Ko College Division. He was seeing that day from a third-person point of view, just like a spectator. He was inside the faculty Rias and Akano studied at. He could see his former self peeking at the tiny gap between the door. He could see how his Issei's face slowly morphed into that of anger and agony, sadness and despair. Not being able to continue watching, he quickly turned around. Fuck! Why did I have to remember this disgusting scene? Now I am dying. Really shitty luck. Disgust followed his words as he turned back around his former self. He could see how his past had his eyes filled with disbelief. Soon after, Issei stood up and started to walk towards the stairs, walking past his side, not noticing him in the slightest. It seemed that his former self could not see him. Deciding to follow him, not sure why, Issei walked away and after him. Soon, he stood at the bottom of the stairs. He could see how his past self fell to the ground and was breathing heavily. The look on his face was really bad, even for him to say. He did not want to experience this again. It hurt far too much. Shit, get away from here. You should go back home. Listen to Drake and get away. So he was screaming at himself, yet he couldn't hear him. He was still sitting there. After a little while, his former self stood up and weakly walked towards the door. Shit, keep moving. We need to get out of here. This is disgusting. It's making me feel sick. Issei continued to scream at himself. His words never reached him. Getting out the door, they crossed the campus and reached the metal gate. Yes, finally out of that hellhole. Issei was finally relaxing a bit, but before he could say anything else, his face lost color. He could see his former self running towards the park. No, don't go there! Screaming with everything he had, he tried to stop him. But seeing that it was useless, he started to run the opposite direction. However, it was futile. His legs moved, yet he didn't actually advance from his position. He felt now his body was closer and closer to his former self, just like a nightmare. No, please don't make me go back there. He screamed as tears were falling down his face, but it was pointless. Trying to run away, he kept failing. Instead, he was getting closer and closer to the center of the park, where he once was. Stopping his futile attempts at escaping, he looked around, trying to find his former self. That was the only thing he could do. He was trembling all over. Sweat started to emasculate from his forehead and fell down his cheek. Chills continuously circulated around his spine. He could also see how his skin was getting goosebumps and his hair was standing on the end. The chattering of his teeth was the only sound coming from him. He suddenly stopped. He could see his former self laying down on the bench. Then he quickly hid behind it, inside a bush. He knew this scene too well. Just how many times had he dreamt about this scene? He could feel the blood in his body was replaced with ice. He slowly, like a rusty machine, turned around. There they are. No. Please don't let me see this again. I beg you. Please don't. I don't want to experience this again. Begging to whatever deity he thought was behind his knees, his arms hugging his head, if trying not to protect himself from the scene. But as soon as he turned around, his head was back up. He saw that he was now on the side of his former self. Please don't! Screaming at the other self, he saw he was peeking at them through the bush. He threw himself at the former Issei, but to his surprise, he simply went through him. Now laying flat on the ground, right behind his former self, he got up and stood in front of his former self as if trying to block his view. His past self completely ignored him, as if he was nothing but air. You dumb piece of... Before continuing his prophet, he could see how Issei coughed up blood. He knew why, sometime before he had done it as well. Turning around, he saw the scene that haunted his memories till this day. The four women were talking among themselves, a normal conversation for anyone, but for him, each word was like a sharp knife digging straight towards his heart. He tried to turn around, but he couldn't, just like when he tried to run away from the compelled him to look. Tears fell down his face. His breath turned heavy. He could feel how his body was shutting itself down. He continued to watch a whole lot, but at some point, tears forming in his eyes. He no longer cared. Suddenly, a chill went down his spine. He saw his former self being surrounded by a miasma, black with red tints shining in violet at intervals. But that was not what scared him. Rather, what happened afterward. Oh no. Please don't tell me that is going to happen. He could see his former self's second skin break, releasing a terrible miasma that covered the entirety of the city. That actually happened? Drake never told me that! With a pale face, he looked towards his past self. He saw his summon the boosted gear, in receding the chant. Wait! Don't activate that! Just how many innocents will be lost if you activate it? Yelling at his past self, he tried to move, but his body could not respond to him. The shock from experiencing that scene again was still present in his body because of that. He could barely move. Shit! Move, body, move! I need to stop him before he does something he will regret even after death. He tried to move, however it was useless. His body did not respond. Damn it, I said move! Breaking his body free from whatever root it places him, he slowly moved towards his past self. Yes, finally, I won't let something like this happen. Yelling in a louder voice than before, he slowly walked towards his past self, who was now in the third part of his chant. Closing on him, suddenly he could move. Darkness filled his vision, and couldn't see anything. He merely closed his eyes as a reflex. When he opened them back up, he saw them, every single one of right of them in front of him, stopping from reaching his past self. The chant started to slow down. His past self was fighting against it for whatever he had left. Shit! All of you again, scram out of my way! He screamed towards them, but it did not work. Then, for the first time since coming to this place, he heard a voice. It came from in front of him, more specifically from Maria's Grimory, standing not more than a meter away. His entire sclera, along with his iris, was black, giving her a terrifying look. Now, Issei, you better get away before you get hurt. After all, there is nothing a dumb pervert like you can do. With a calm voice that sounded like sweet, but extremely cold, Rias said to Issei. The words he heard from her felt like a knife in his gut, stopping him in his tracks. Then he heard a flirty and sharp voice. Oh, Issei-kun, you better turn around before we hurt you. After all, you are accustomed to follow orders. Now be a good dog and go back, with a sadistic tone. Akano talked to him. Her eyes were the same as Rias. Those words made Issei feel like throwing up. He felt sick and dizzy. Yet another voice was heard. Pervert, you better run around this instant or I'll fucking break you badly, Zenobia said to him. Issei was now pale. The trembling came back, but it was even worse. You heard her, filth, senpai. You disgust me. This time Konako spoke. Issei was no longer able to stand properly. He fell down on his knees, gasping for air. Yes, Issei-kun? That doesn't sound right. That voice was filled with venom. Oh, how about 50-kun? Yes, suits you better. Just give up. You're not worth a thing. Aside from the boosted gear, you're nothing. Why else did we spend all that time with like a pervert like you? Erina sharply told Issei the cruel truth. When she said all of that, all of the memories of spending time with each girl filled his mind. Tears and snot came from his eyes and nose. Issei-san, how pathetic you look. Truly pitiful. So pitiful I want to laugh that nothing comes out. Those words came from Azia. She was giving him a horrible smile. Ha! Issei-sama, you are truly naive, thinking you could do something. There's nothing you could do. Her voice was sharp and cold. Why am I worried? You are far too dumb and stupid to even think of something. Ha! Ravel basically spat at him. Issei was now on the floor, kneeling with an empty look in his eyes. He felt like giving up. And listening to her words, he wanted to give up. He wanted everything to end. He'd start to darken, as if it was going blind, but his body felt weak and devoid of strength. He couldn't even look up. His mind was empty, and his will to fight, even after he went through, was starting to fade. It was slowly leaving his broken body. The shadows in his surroundings starting to hug him, trying to finally calm his life for once and for all.
You are the best possessor of the boosted gear in history. The one with the greatest potential. And the one I dare call a friend. Don't you dare leave after all we've been through. I know you can overcome this. Just have you always have, my friend.
He remembered the words of a certain red dragon. When I come back, I have something important to tell you, Issei-kun, so please wait. He remembered the last words of a certain white-haired Valkyrie before she went back to the north. Issei, we are going on a trip, so while I am gone, you are the man of the house. Take care of yourself and become stronger. Those words were from his father. He remembered his face right before he left. He swore a straw hat dangling from his neck and a goofy grin on his face. Issei, my sweet boy, take care. We'll be gone for a while, but it won't be that long. Once we come back, let's spend more time as a family. We all love you. He remembered the words of his mother right then. He was saying goodbye to him. The moment left Japan on a cruise ship. Issei, I'll come back for you at what time. I'll give you a surprise. Words from the black-haired kitty as she hugged him before she went. Issei-sama, I'll do some missions with your brother, Vali-sama, before I come back here. Wish me luck, said a certain female magician as she patted her head on a goodbye. Issei, I will go back to the dimensional gap. There are things I need to think about. The emotionless void of Orpheus as she disappeared in a spatial crack going home. After he remembered all those voices, light came back to his eyes. He stood up, bangs covering his eyes. Surprised by this, Rias talked back. Issei pervert, I said give up. Do you not understand? Rias talked in a rather loud voice. Shut up, said Issei with a cold tone that surprised him. Ooh, someone is trying to be rebellious. How about a little play? I said shut the fuck up, he roared at them. All of them were taken by surprise. The words spoken of Issei were cold and sharp with the overwhelming feeling of dominance. I have taken enough of your bullshit. I am too disgusted to even look at you. So do me a favor and fucking scram from my sight. As said, with his eyes turned black with a turn of tinge of red, and his demon mark appeared on his forehead, his hair becoming slightly darker but still brown. A really dark brown. He was finally coming back to himself. Someone doesn't know his place. Akino, Konako, teach him who our superiors are. Rias ordered a barrage as soon as they reached Issei. They both lifted the ground by their necks. Stop sending them to a suicide mission, he scolded. And you too. Stop thinking you're above me. You're pathetically weak. It's you who should know your place, Issei said with his sharp and cold tone of voice. His darkness covered his part of his fingers in both arms. Now if you excuse me, I have an important event to attend to. So leave. Increasing his aura, the fingers of Rias and her barrage alongside Ravel turned a black mist. Releasing a tired sigh, looked in front of him. The scene was of his past, who was chanting the fourth part of the Juggernaut Drive. Steadily walking towards him while the darkness was still active, he stood in front of him, moving his left arm and placed his hand over his self-shoulder, and said, Don't let something like this destroy you. Don't let the words from useless people that have hurt you no value at all. And foremost, don't you dare let your emotions control what your innocents pay for their stupidity. Show them how much you're worth. Show them how wrong they were. Don't let vengeance corrupt you, because if it does, then what is the difference between you and them? With an extremely calm and warm tone of voice, different from his former one, he told his past self. Don't let something like this destroy you. Don't let the words from useless people that have no value to you. And foremost,
Don't dare let you control use most of the innocents pay for their lives, with an extremely calm tone of voice, once again, repeating himself. It seemed that those words were also for himself, saying that he different and will no longer affect him. Whatever they do will no longer matter to him. Finally feeling like a weight off his shoulders, he smiled. The weight that was placed on him during that night was finally gone. He smiled, his first real smile after everything he went through. His past self vanished like smoke. The scenery park stated to break like a mirror and disappeared. Everything was gone. Only he remained. He felt as if nothing was standing in the middle of peace. Nothing could be either felt nor seen, but despite Issei feeling calm, those words and what he just experienced helped him move on, his first real step in a new path. Now was the time to change. He had goals to achieve, and he won't let something like this stop him. At this moment, Issei finally changed for the better and took a step towards the unknown future. Scene change, back in the cave. One could see a dark brown-haired boy laying down on the ground, a black spot swirling his heart. But said spot started to disappear. In its place, a bright crimson pawn piece was sent flying, and made a great arc and landed on the only path and out of this cave. However, the boy did not woke up after that. One could see a black mark on his forehead shining in violet light, yet no signs of life came from the boy. He was dead. Seconds slowly passed, but the boy hadn't moved a muscle. No signs of breathing were seen. More than 10 minutes passed until the bright red aura started to come from the boy. It was similar to the ones that started the entire process, but this one was different. This one was more dark, and even some parts were shining with violet light, giving it cold feeling. After a few moments, the aura disappeared and the boy opened his eyes. He started to breathe heavily, but he was only capable of that. He couldn't move. His body was numb. He leaned on his side, coughing continuously and gasping for air. I'm alive? Leaned on his side, coughing continuously and gasping for breath. I'm alive, the boy said in breaths. Not believing what happened, he thought that this was another cruel prank from the world, but he felt pain and sensation of his body working properly proved him otherwise. I'm alive, repeating again the same words. He slowly recovered his breath. I am alive, howling at the heavens. He screamed with every fiber of his being. The last pawn piece was focused on his mental traumas. The pain he experienced from the last piece was focused on his mind. Since normal pain no longer worked on him, the last evil piece went towards his greatest weakness in that state, his mind. Truly worthy of a name, evil piece, aiming at the worst possible spot, at the best timing possible. That thought sent a chill down his spine. Even if he couldn't move, he was alive. My vision's blurry, my senses are twisted, and my mind, well, just the fact that I'm speaking like this is proof enough that I'm not well, the dark-haired boy thought to himself. Well, it seems that I need to wait. Since the produce was done, I can finally use my aura to fix my body. After that, I need to go back to Ko. There are things I need to do, he said, to no one in particular. Let's see what awaits us now, world. I'll show you what I'm made of, Issei said as a vicious grin adorned his face. I really do wonder what exactly will happen from now on. First flashback ends, and that is the end of Chapter 2. The result of everything. Chapter 3. First change, then power. Artificial light revealed a rather desertic training field. It was the size of a normal football field, a rather huge space for training. This place was divided into different areas. The technique area, where one trains in swordsmanship, speed, and reflexes. That area has a lot of different stages and obstacles for improvement of coordination with the body as well as one's instincts. Even some of the stages were rather dangerous. The magic field area, filled with targets that moved at different intervals in random directions. Those targets were also programmed to attack so that one could practice defensive magic. They were pre-programmed into 10 different levels, depending on who was using them. There were dozens of them, in different sizes, shapes, and even different output in their attack power for more real training experiences. And of course, the most important arena, the power field. That location was reinforced with several different magics, from demonic, Norse, fairy, and even to several angelic symbols engraved all over the place. All of them cast there to help withstand the most amount of raw power that one could generate, not destroying anything too much. The field had an appearance of a huge square platform of silver rock and 4 astoundingly tall pillars of edges on it. All of them had the former mentioned symbols engraved, all of their surfaces emitting some kind of calming light. But even with all the defenses, one could destroy it. Even putting enough effort was put into it. It could also generate holographic emeries.
that would go down if a certain level of energy was used during an attack. That being the main reason why this place was most often destroyed. But now this place seemed deserted, as if no one was been using it for a long time. Dust accumulated in the air, and because of it, it smelled rather funny. The smell was a combination of dust, sweat, and even a little bit of blood. It appeared that one who used this field suffered quite a bit. This training field was just training field #2. It was deep inside the Hyodo mansion. It was the one that Issei used to train in. But now, it was the witness of the return of Issei from the place he was in. A magic circle made its appearance at the center of the field. Black, with a red tinge on it in its center. It was formed right at the center of the training field. #2, shining in violet light like a flash of a camera. After the light dissipated, a young man appeared in what we will call rags. His upper torso was uncovered, showing a rather pale and thin physique, but not as before. It seemed that the torture and healing using his life force made him gain some of the lost muscle he once had. Something to feel really grateful to whoever helped him. He believed it was Drake. The only thing he wore was a pair of blood-stained pants that were also broken here and there. Even his shoes were long. But although he looked like that, his eyes, which were now showed maturity as well as experience, were shining brightly. His face was sharper. Maybe after all that he experienced, his physical appearance changed a bit. He had rather roguish look. Approaching the bad boy style, especially with those black eyes with a hint of red. "Wow, I'm back. I never thought I'd be back," Issei said to himself in a sharp and surprised tone of voice. It seemed his face and eyes weren't the only things that changed about him. Looking at his surroundings, he was filled with a nostalgic emotion. It seems that although he did not spend much time in the cave, it actually affected him more than he thought. Walking with no sense of direction, he started to move around the training field, making his numb limbs regain their senses and making his bones crack for being too much in the same position. Was the sound of his ankles as he started to walk around the field. "Whew, that felt nice. It feels really good to be free," Issei said in a loud voice, expressing relief and happiness, something that the past couple of months was lacking. "Now, there are some things that I have to do, and since I'm in the training field, why not start with studying my darkness? The last time I couldn't figure out much of it, and only figured out my healing properties after I tried my used it the evil pieces act up," Issei said as he remembered the moment he was forced by Drake to practice with his darkness. At the remembrance of his memory, a smile adorned his face. Mini flashback. It was the day after he discovered why they were ignoring him. He felt destroyed, and only when he felt good enough to stand up from the park, he decided to go back home. Exiting the park, he was walking on the cold pavement of the street. Sometimes when he saw a car running by, he had the urge to jump in front of it, but he restrained himself. Doing that will hardly solve anything. Besides, he doubted he would die from being hit by a car, that being his main motive for not jumping in front of it. He slowly and shamefully walked back home, looking around the streets that showed Japanese houses and sometimes Occidental houses of different sizes and shapes. He also could see further inside the town, tall buildings, and there were either offices, malls, or departments in which rich people lived in, just like one Azazel-sensei had, except his was way more luxurious by what he could tell when he visited. He continued his walk, passing a now-closed Ko-Academy. Since it was a weekend, no one, without exception, was allowed inside, for whatever reason it might be. Stopping himself at the closed gate of Ko-Academy, he looked around the tall building that was in his school. He remembered the good times he spent inside that place and also the reason why he decided to enter this school. Now that he thought about it, it was the stupidest idea he ever had, and that decision proved to be only bringing him pain, from Rainier till this day. Extending an arm, he grasped the iron bar in front of him. He felt anger at all things that happened. He put his strength into his hand, and because of the extremes in strength that it reacted to, even his body was like this. The metal bar started to creak. The bar started to deform, but before he finished breaking the metal bar, he stopped himself and took his hand back. He slowly moved away from the place, not before giving it a last look, especially at the now deformed bar. He continued his walk, and after 10 minutes he reached his house. Well, if one could call it that. In front of him now stood a huge mansion, 6 floors and the 3 floors down covering the entirety of the block, being painted in pure white with golden accents on certain parts of it. The roof was inclined but no one could see, even from here, a garden with the utmost level of the building. He passed on the metal gate that was left open. Step by step he reached the main door. Looking at either side, one could tell tall bushes that surpassed his height, with flowers of different colors on the surface of them. While looking around, he released a tireless sigh, filled with hopelessness. He took the key out of his pocket and inserted it into the keyhole. Turning it counterclockwise, he opened the rather thick wooden door that was painted in gold. He walked right in and screamed, "I'm home!" Yet nothing answered from his call, further worsening his mood. Closing the door, he decided to use the stairs instead of the elevator to reach his room. He needed a shower and a good rest, but before he could do it, a yawn was heard inside his head. It seemed that his resident was finally waking up.
"Partner, good morning,"
said the dragon towards his partner, but before he could answer back, the dragon's voice was heard again.
"There's actually something I need to tell you. It's connected to the darkness that covered your skin the other day. But for whatever, we need privacy. Go to the training field," Drake said.
He was surprised by the tone of voice that was by Drake, filled with pride and happiness. He could never swear a grin was right on his face. Sure, Drake. Anyway, I have nothing else to do," Issei said with an emotionless tone of voice. Returning from the stairs, he now decided to take the elevator. He quickly went inside as the mechanical door opened up. Finally inside, he pushed the bottom that was marked with a -2, clearly showing that it was the second underground floor of the mansion. After a fast ride on the elevator, the door opened up. While keeping his head low, he walked outwards. Now in front of him stood a big training field in the size of a stadium. It had an artificial lighting that came from the ceiling and looked quite plain overall. This was the training field number 2, his personal favorite. Since training field number 1 was used for actual spars between 2 or more, it was oriented towards actual fighting. Training field 2 was more oriented towards training by your own. So because of recent events, it slowly became his favorite. He hasn't stepped inside the place in a while, yet it still remained the same as ever.
"Partner, I need to tell you something,"
Drake said in a serious tone, forcing Issei to pay attention.
"Dragons are born with really tough bodies that are naturally resistant to pretty much everything. Their reserves of energy stamina are huge. Even a low-class dragon could possibly defeat a high-class devil if he put in the effort. All of this is thanks to our bodies. Yet the most important part of a dragon is their aura,"
Drake explained with pride filled his voice. This surprised Issei. He never heard that dragons had that. But why was Drake telling him that?
"I know what you are thinking. Let me finish my explanation and I'll tell you why."
As if he was reading his partner's mind, Drake told him. This took Issei by surprise.
"First, you need to know that dragons are born with a nucleus. Think about it as an organ and a generator at the same time. The nucleus is where the aura of a dragon is located at, and every dragon has one nucleus," Drake said. "But sometimes the nucleus of a dragon can change and evolve, breaking its limits and granting the dragon a really powerful ability that either has many traits or a single tone. Once a dragon reaches that point, he or she will evolve and his growth rate will increase by a monstrous pace, even among our kind."
Drake paused before he continued his explanation. This time, Issei willingly paid attention, completely focused on his words.
"For a dragon's aura to change, it needs to either experience a dramatic change in his or her physique, in other words, make dragon change from the inside, or extremely long period of time needs to pass. The first cases are Yulong and Taimat, and the second cases are me, Albion, Tanin, and the rest of the famous dragons that I know of. Once this change occurs to the dragon, its strength, all aspects will increase, and depending on its trait, his growth speed will be different from others," Drake finished. Stupefied by this sudden information Drake told him, Issei didn't have words to say for a long while. Wow, so that's why dragons are that strong. No wonder they were called the strongest species. Issei had a little bit of pride in him, filling him. He even made a small smirk on his face. "But why are you telling me this?" Issei asked. The red dragon, as he looked at the reverse of his palm, shining in a green light, he expected an answer from Dragon. "Because, partner, that evolution occurred to you just a day ago," Drake answered his question. Issei could swear he saw a mocking smirk on the dragon's face. Even if he couldn't look directly at him, he just felt it. But before he continued his thoughts, he widened his eyes. He felt petrified. And stuttering, he talked back. "Wait, are you saying?" He was interrupted by a laugh of a dragon. "Ha!" Drake laughed manically, with all the effort he could muster. "Correct. Congratulations, partner." Now you are a true dragon in a whole sense of the word. Now you can actually become the strongest dragon in history. Drake congratulated his partner because of the new improvement. But more than improvement, it was a change of evolution. By the strength showed the other day when you released your aura, I can proudly say to you that it's not inferior neither Albion's nor my own. Ha ha. Drake finished. Drake continued to manically laugh. The words of the dragon shocked Issei even further. Not inferior to his own? But Drake is a heavenly dragon. Is he saying that I have the potential to become a heavenly dragon because of my own power without the boosted gear? Once again, partner, that's correct. With the correct training and time, you, by your own strength, can attain the heights of a heavenly dragon, if not more, Drake answered, manically reading his partner's mind again. Was that easy to read? Issei was dumbfounded. He never thought that he, the weakest dragon in history, could reach, by his own strength, without any external help, the potential to become a heavenly dragon. Ha! Now who's the miracle volley? Laughing and scoffing at his rival inside his head, Issei quickly felt the best mood since the past couple of months. What can we do, Drake? Issei asked the experienced dragon. Right now, we need to figure out what trait or traits in your case can do. So sit down in a meditative pose and focus. Remember exactly what triggered your aura. Once you activate it each successful time, it will be easier. Drake instructed Issei as told. He soon noticed how his partner turned pale. Sweat was coming from his face, and soon afterward it started to tremble. By one way or another, the miasma that appeared that night appeared once again. It quickly filled the entire training field. Soon after, it started to compress itself onto Issei's body, forming another layer of skin, one black color with tinge of red, on a few places in violet light that was shining at irregular intervals. The skin was covering only a small portion of his body, those being his left shoulder and right thigh. It gave the appearance of the ink stain that extended itself onto the body. The edges of said ink stain had the shape of the roots of a tree. With different sizes and widths, some were forming spirals, while others just extended themselves to their utmost length along different parts of his body. Issei was concentrating, but Drake's guesses, whatever activated his aura, was definitely not pretty. His guess was more memories from that night, and by the looks of it, he hit the nail right in the head. Issei was trembling. He felt awful. He was subconsciously knew what activated his aura, and it definitely wasn't good. What activated it was different from Drake's guess. It was bad emotions. For his aura to manifest itself, he needed to experience bad emotions and not letting them take control of himself, because if he did, then he didn't even want to think about it. Seconds painfully went by. Drake, scared of interrupting his friend during the process, didn't dare to breathe, much less speak. Thankfully, a few seconds later, a mark appeared on his partner's face. The mark started at the left side of his forehead. It was in the shape of a spiral that circled itself into lines ending upwards and towards the left, almost reaching the roots of his hair. On the right side of the spiral, there were 3 spikes joined amongst each other by their edges and pointing upwards in a diagonal way. On the bottom part of the spiral, on the same side, it ended upwards. A long yet thin spike reached downwards, ending the right eyebrow. After the mark fully formed, Issei opened his eyes. His former honey-colored eyes that irritated naively and foolishness were now gone. Instead, they were replaced by black eyes that had a tinge of red. These eyes irritated sharpness, confidence, and even a little bit of threatening glare. Extremely weird eyes that could intimidate anyone. Well, I feel different. The voice of Issei also changed, now becoming more cold and sharp. He could feel how he became his emotions in check, no longer letting them control him. A smile naturally formed his face as he screamed in a childlike manner. "This is awesome! I sound really cool!" Although his voice still sounded different, now it was a warm feeling. It seems that the aura couldn't change Issei's personality completely. That scene made the Red Dragon Emperor gain a drop of sweat in the back of his neck. However, he was glad that this change hadn't affected his partner that much. Issei started to play around with his aura because of its color, and because he wanted to sound cool, he named it Darkness. Simple yet stylish, it completely suited the needs and taste. Soon after, he looked at the reflection of his face at a small pool of what he wanted to believe was water. A weird mark was present on his forehead. He intently looked at his reflection, turning his head and looking at the other angles he said a mark. He thought to himself. After seeing it, more and more mentally sighed. The name change he came up with was rather fitting but also hurtful, well, at least to himself. Demon Mark. That will be the name of this. I've decided. While giving his search for a better name, he talked loudly. Drake widened his eyes a bit, surprised by the name his partner decided. Are you sure, partner? The dragon asked his friend. Yeah, Drake, it's for me not to forget what change was brought to me and made the mark and power appear, Issei decided, as he explained his reasons to his friend, feeling sad even in the state of his mark. Then how about a change in personality? What would you name that? I believe it deserves a name. After all, you really seem like a different person, Drake asked, his curiosity getting the best of him. Issei thought for a little while before the idea came to his head. Demonic state. How about that? Simple and sticks with the theme, Issei asked back. Good enough, I suppose, Drake commented. Well, time to figure out what exactly my traits are, Issei said towards himself, as the dragon, while he started focusing his darkness. When he decided to energize an experiment with it, a terrible scream came from his throat. Ah! Immediately scaring the dragon, a huge class of aura became present, and Issei was the epicenter. A vortex appeared right above his head, and a small violet-colored eyes lightings were inside of it. Issei fell to his knees and suddenly felt his body heat up. His demonic state was forcibly removed and a scream of agony because of the horrible memories and emotions was heard. Ugh! Issei quickly bit his tongue, making the scream stop, yet the pain was still there. 8 black spots became visible in his body. They looked like garnagey, yet also felt different. Each one of them was swirling at different speeds and also pulsing them at the same time, giving him a repulsive look. The location said spots was gone, and one of biceps and spies, making 4 of them. Just half of total. The rest appeared in his chest, and the 2 of them on either side of his chest, one in the union of his ribs, taking shape of a disfigured inverse triangle. Because of the difference in size, they had last one appear on his right elbow belly button, right below his belly button, and was the smallest of 8 of them, maybe the size of the coin. Issei, still on his knees, fought the urge to scream. The clash of auras his body was experiencing tore him apart. Wounds became visible on his cuts, bruises, burns that became from the outside. A few broken bones and so many others were in his body. If injuries kept increasing, then he would definitely die. But it seemed Lady Luck hadn't left him yet. His demon mark became present. At the same time, clash of aura started to diminish in violence. His darkness covered him little by little like a second skin, giving him a rather intimidating appearance. But being more precise, his darkness covered his wounds, and at the speed perceivable with the naked eye, said wounds started to heal. Those types of wounds would definitely send him to the hospital to stay for at least a couple of days. Yet they were healed by his darkness in less than a few seconds. The pain from the clash of auras also disappeared, surprising him even further. He couldn't understand what happened. Worried, he asked his only hope, Drake, what exactly happened? The dragon's answer was only silence. Issei was worried. Maybe even Drake didn't know what exactly happened to him. Partner? I have a theory. Quickly being interrupted by Drake, Issei was surprised. Maybe Drake did not know what happened to him. Well, I'm all ears. It's the evil pieces. After that day, they were further corrupted. The violent clash of aura is proof of it. Drake immediately proposed the theory to his partner. Now was Issei's turn at being silent. I believe that because of the soul nature of your aura, which was healing, fought against the nature of the evil pieces that became destructive towards you. It's battle-forced clash between your powers. Those weird 8 spots in your body are physical proof of rejection your body has towards the pawn pieces. But because they are fused with you, they cannot be purged, because doing so would kill you. So the reaction occurred. Drake professionally explained, making Issei sigh in defeat. Truly his luck was the worst, gaining a phenomenal power only to be blocked by his evil pieces that would truly hate him. The world truly hates him. Partner, I recommend you not use your aura. If you even try to use your darkness caused by a clash that was violent, then using it would make your body literally explode, recommended the dragon to his host. Truly the world hated him. Why was it so cruel, stealing the last shred of hope his partner had? Such bullshit. Issei didn't have words to answer. It seemed like life just became far much worse. Just when he saw a door open in front of him, it was shut tightly, slapping him across the face. Just when he gained a little ember of hope, it was extinguished without mercy by the cruel brute of life, the emotionless look he had before he came back, but this time worse. Issei stood up from sitting position, he put his hands in his pockets, turned around and left, not saying a single word. For the rest of the day, he just laid in his bed, feeling depressed and even crying. But when the night came, when he thought he would still be able to get maybe a little bit of rest, his nightmares started, not even letting him rest in peace.
As the days went by, nightmares became worse, reaching the realms of night terrors. When that happened, Issei gave up sleeping. He just sat by his bed throughout the entire night until the sun was seen in the horizon, thinking about who knows what. Mini flashback end. The mini flashback ends, as I said before. Back to present Issei. Finishing his memory, Issei reached a specific area on the training field. Oddly enough, it was the technique area. He thought that this was a place that would help him hear the most. Not power or magic area, but rather the almost plain-looking technique area. He continued his walk in search of something, and finally he found it. A console stood in front of him. It was located right at the beginning of the technique area. This console was used to personalize the obstacles he wanted, as well as setting the difficult. The console was easy to use, and since he didn't want to personalize anything, he just adjusted the level of difficulty. Turning the knob clockwise, he set it to the max. If it was any other than that time, he would have never done that. If he was in the mood, around 5 or 6 was the limit he could reach, but he completely ignored it. Today, his instinct was telling him to max it out and trying it at that level, so he listened to it. After the knob was turned, the terrain in front of him changed. A huge cage of various dozens of meters high was formed. It was a black in color, and the only ornament it had was a single door for the entrance and exit. He walked ahead with his head held high and reached the black metallic door. Opening the door, he went inside, yet the insides of the cage laid nothing, completely empty, but he didn't let his guard down. Suddenly, his instincts kicked in, screaming for him to move backwards. Taking heed, he quickly backpedaled, just in time for him to see what a white flare by his former location. Holy power, Issei said, surprised from the training room at the machine to shoot holy power. He stared at his former position, only looking at the small but deep crater attack left. Damn! Who was that crazy bastard that installed that in my house? His eyes went as wide as a smoking crater in front. Shit, that really packs a punch. That's a level of a high-class angel, perhaps more. Issei continued his monologue, just in time for another white blur to come directly at his face. Swoosh. Shit. While throwing himself to the ground, Issei cursed. I swear, once I find the crazy bastard that does this, I'll teach them a lesson. Issei kept crushing out loud at the one who made this training field. Soon after, more shots came towards him, the time its opposite directions. Not knowing what he had to do, he jumped forwards, dodging both sides of the shots, but before he could celebrate, he was greeted with another shower of white blurs that this time he couldn't dodge. It was the second sound of Issei falling from the sky. It seemed that the holy shots were more powerful than he expected. Standing up, his body was covered by a few scratches. Blood started to fall from his corner of his mouth. Well, that was pretty impressive. If I was a devil, that attack alone would be big damage even with my armor. Thank the dead God of the Bible that I now have a full dragon resistance to these types of attacks. He didn't know what else to say. If his body was this impressive, or the shots of the holy power were impressive ones, but his thoughts were gone as 6 holy shots came at him from different directions, reducing his dodging options drastically. Without wasting the time, he activated his aura. Turning into his demonic state, his mark was proudly displaying itself on the left side of his forehead again. Soon, he saw how the shots were slowing down, giving him time to calculate the best way to avoid them. The shots closed in, but it was like a game. He moved at incredible speed, leaving it only an afterimage where he once stood. Surprised by the increase in perception and speed, Issei widened his eyes. Damn, that was cool, he screamed with a feral grin on his face. Well, let's see how much we can do, Issei said in a low voice. As soon as he saw a couple more holy shots coming from his face, he dodged them all again, but because of the increase in number and speed, this time it cost him a bit more. He continued for around 30 minutes. Now the holy shots came by dozens, and their shape changed of the spear to increase in velocity. He continued his dodging. No break was ever on sight, and his body was tired, extremely tired. Soon he made a misstep to fatigue, and all the holy shots came for him. Not twisting or turning would make dodging possible. He prepared for the impact. Boom! A huge explosion was heard inside the training field. A huge cloud of dust was formed in the shape of a miniature mushroom. After the dust settled, a figure could be seen inside the crater. Both of his arms were crossed in an X shape, and scratches, accompanied by blood, were seen in both arms and legs. A few first-degree burns in his arms could be seen through the dust cloud. But for an impact of that magnitude, his body was barely wounded. Well, I guess that hurt less than I thought. Issei broke his guard and scratched the back of his head. He thought that attack of that level would send him flying and heavily wounded, at least in his base form, but reality was different. He was firmly planted on the ground with something he could barely consider energies on his arms and legs. Well, that was anticlimactic, he said in a disappointed tone. Ha! Shrugging his shoulders, released a tired sigh. After a few moments in his darkness acted up, fixating itself in both arms and legs, before he even noticed. Both of his arms and legs were healed, were good as before. When he first entered the cage, the little pain he felt was gone, but it was replaced by a little bit of fatigue. Oh, finally noticing something else about his aura, he screamed, "It seems that my darkness can heal pretty much any other wound. But fatigue accumulates in his place. Well, whatever. It's way better than bleeding," finishing the monologue, the dark-haired brown boy said. "Now that's interesting. Let's move on towards another area," Issei said as he turned around and walked towards the black metallic door he used when he first came in. Quickly opening it, he went towards the console and made the entire cage disappear. The last thing he needed was for someone to notice that he was using the trading field at max. He walked forward. His goal was now the magic field. If his darkness was capable of augmenting his speed, regeneration, reflexes, and flexibility that much, then what about his magic reserves? He looked like a child with a new toy. Stars could be seen in his eyes. He always wanted to learn magic, but because of his pathetic magic reserves, he was never capable of learning it. Let's see if something changed. Exactly, he walked towards the magic arena, reaching it soon after. The magic area was a huge horizontal court that reached the wall behind it and sides of the training field. Some parts of it ranged practice, while others evaluated the level of your magical reserves. Others were focused on defensive training, and at last, but certainly not least, was offensive range, where one could see how much damage one's attacks actually did against enemies with varied magical resistance and defensive properties. Like in the technique area, he searched for the console. It quickly found. Like in the past area, he maxed out the parameters, except the magic reserves. That one worked on a completely different system. Well, at least that was what Azazel once told him. Reaching the defensive range, he activated it by increasing his aura. All fields occupied the same feature. If one wanted to start a specific range, one needs to be inside a specific location where the console of the said range and release of the burst of the aura. The same applied for turning it off. One stood inside the specific location and fired another burst of their aura. Quite handy if you thought about it. Quickly increasing his aura, he activated the range. Soon the land turned dull gray with weird noise runes that, according to Ross Visa, were resistance runes for the field to withstand its own attacks without destroying itself. Magic circles soon appeared over Issei's head. There were many of them, and they were different magic styles. He detected Norse and demonic and angelic. The rest of because of his ignorance, wasn't able to. Bang! The magic shot. Various elements soon blocked his vision, but he hadn't removed his demonic state. He didn't feel threatened. Instinctively, he tried to manipulate his darkness to change fears into that of a shield or something to cover himself with, but he wasn't able to. It seemed much more difficult than he thought. The only thing he could do was cover 60% of his body in darkness. Kaboom! A huge noise was heard, and quickly a more powerful one in the technique area. Even his entrying training field was quacked from the force of the impact. Another cloud of dust quickly formed, reaching almost the top of the training field. Just seeing the after effects of the explosion, one could tell how powerful it actually was. A figure jumped from the smoke, causing it to disperse. Then, with a loud noise, the figure landed on the ground, causing a small crater to appear. The figure was Issei, and was barely injured. The parts of his body covered by his darkness were completely fine, but the parts that weren't were the medium-sized wound. Nothing serious. Maybe the wound only reached the muscle deep, not bone depth. Even the burns he received were only first degree. His wounds soon disappeared and his darkness went by them, leaving him in his former state. But one could see a small bit of fatigue from the look on his face. "I underestimated the training field again," with a soured voice and sunken shoulders, he said to himself. Maybe he was reprimanding himself. Just why the fuck would the max level be that strong? If I didn't have my darkness, I would be talking to my grandpa right now, Issei angrily retorted as he made his darkness only cover his shoulder and thigh, just like in the beginning. That attack in the past would have left me in my armor gravely wounded. Maybe only with the Welch demonic rook would I have been able to withstand an attack of that magnitude, not being completely destroyed. That was definitely ultimate class, or at least a high class that spent around 90% of his or her reserves on an attack. Issei analyzed the power of attack. Let me cut in really quick. You guys don't understand how actually strong this is. Issei is literally only in his base form right now, and he's already basically a heavenly dragon, which is above high class and ultimate class and all that bullshit. Just letting you know. Continuing. He figured something else from his aura. Two things actually. Noticing his change stopped from his thoughts. Wait. When have I been this smart? Putting his hand on his chin, he walked towards the specific location range to deactivate the defensive range. Could it be? While releasing a burst of aura, he turned off the range, opening his eyes as he widened and realized something. My darkness is capable of increasing my own intelligence in detective reasoning, maybe even my memory. He discovered another trait of his darkness. That's so strong. No wonder Drake said my aura rivaled his. He felt enlightened. Now, the million-dollar question, is this permanent, or will once I deactivate my aura? Well, there's only way to find out. Deactivating his aura, he went back to his base state. Issei was thinking, well, there is no concrete proof that the effect stayed, but how could I accurately prove that it's no longer there? Continuing his thoughts, he continued from one side to another. The best would be to test. But what kinds of questions will it have? My knowledge is low, since I don't know much about the supernatural world. Only basic stuff. Maybe I should grab a former test from my school and repeat it. Continuing his mumbling, he tried to search for an answer, but soon after he realized something. Stopping his walk, he turns his head, a sour taste in his mouth. How would I actually propose so many answers in that short period of time if my intelligence didn't increase? Quickly finding out he was doing something unnecessary, he facepalmed. It seems the effect is permanent, even if my darkness is inactive. Letting this matter rest, he looked back at the crater that was slowly repairing itself from the magic defense range. Another trait of my darkness seems to be increased defense. My guess is physical and magical. Good. With this, as long as I cover myself with my darkness, most damage taken can be reduced. Feeling happy about his discovery, he almost jumped due to his excitement. Now onto my next text, my magical reserves. Walking over to a separate range inside the magic arena, Issei swallowed his spit. He was really nervous. In front of him stood a rather small oblique black in color. At the center of it, there was an imprint in shape of a palm. The way the machine measured your reserves was simple. Once injected his or her magical power, and by the series of different calculations, it could estimate how big your reserves were and give a specific result to be compared to, of course. The oblique had a limit, and with its predictions, only by fighting one would accurately assess their reserves. But since he didn't have someone to fight, nor the time to look for one, he took an easy approach. Issei placed his hands on the print and injected a normal amount of magic power. Soon after, the oblique shone in the white light contrasting with its new appearance. The results were projected at the top of the oblique, a hologram, a big obvious word that said in the results. Yet the result wasn't as he expected. Silence was his only answer. He was surprised by the results. At the top of the oblique, a few words were projected. Before, his magic reserves were among a low-tier, low-class devil, or a high-tier, low-class mage, but now at the top of the oblique, the words were low-tier, high-class dragon, low-mid-tier, ultimate-class devil, an angel, fallen angel, low-tier, master-class mage. His jaw hit the floor. Never would he have thought his magical reserve would reach that level. He was amazed. Although the test was done, while in his demonic state, it still surprised him. Tears of happiness slowly poured down his eyes. It seemed that his reserves were dangling between low and mid tier of ultimate class. I cannot wait to tell Drake. Wake up soon, buddy. I'll do my best in the meanwhile. While doing the former test, he noticed how he couldn't activate the boosted gear. It seems that it will depend on Drake's awakening if he wanted to use the boosted gear ever again. He wasn't worried about Drake, said it wouldn't take much time for him to awaken, so he wasn't the least bit worried. Issei decided to take the test again, but this time in his base form. Repeating the process, looked even more surprised at the result. High tier, low-class dragon, low-tier, high-class devil, angel/fallen angel, mid-high-tier, high-class mage. Unfucking believable. Swearing under his teeth. Those were the only words that he could think of. Wow. Still not believing what he saw, he decided to move on from the next area, the power area. Reaching the big square platform with full pillars at its edges, he looked around. What the power area had was simple. It was divided into two ranges. First, all on out, the range was the best defensive formation, magic and technology in the whole mansion. One could release their best attacks and practice their most destructive combos here. In place, wouldn't even budge. The second rage was matchmaking. Just like its title, you couldn't fight different opponents inside here, ranging from normal humans to who knows what. Azazel specifically told him to use the levels from 8 onwards because he will certainly die as he is now. Also, it was noticed that the damage sustained during the matchmaking was real. Holograms created, but their physical form and attacks were fueled by magic power, making the actual form. For that to happen, the range counted with several magical generators. The top of the actual generation. It absorbed the energy of whatever was close by, increased at an enormous pace, and then transferred it into the hologram, similar to his boosted gear, but it didn't double it, and also had an upper limit before the machines explode. Cross that limit and they will go boom. Well, matchmaking is a no. The past two were bad enough. And without a good repertoire of what it would be, suicide even for him, Issei said calmly. As he ignored matchmaking, then he went towards all out activating it from the former two. He set the barrier to the max since he didn't know how destructive or offensive related his darkness was, sealing the barrier from his shape of many-sized different crystals conjoined once against another. He was once again amazed by the supernatural world. It was truly something else. He patiently waited until the barrier was fully formed. It took a couple of seconds, less than a minute. Well, let's get this little experiment started. Issei activated his darkness, encasing himself in it. Then he did a few punches and kicks with the result wasn't he expected. Boom, boom, boom. Every time he sent a punch or a kick, it was covered by his darkness. A boom occurred. He was reminded of Cyreorg causing sonic booms with his punches and kicks. Now he could do the same. Wow. My strength is increased by a couple of times when any of my limbs are encased with darkness? Maybe this is the way I can fight against Cyreorg toe-to-toe without the boosted gear. Maybe even defeat him when he's in his Longinus. Well, that's a 30-70. Issei made a conjure, which was close to reality. He was happy. His aura just became better and better. However, he could only fight like when his bodies or limbs were encased by his darkness. Without it, only his limbs as demon mark active. It would be tough fight between both of them. Assuming Cyreorg didn't use his Longinus, he continued his punching and kicking routine as accustomed to himself to increase in strength. More than less an hour has passed, and he was finally able to control more of his strength. He also discovered that if a degree coverage his darkness, his general offense and defense could increase and decrease. Well, it's good that my close range abilities increased this much, but what about an enemy that I cannot touch? I need some ranged attacks, Issei thought, as he stopped his training. Looking intently at his darkness, he decided to manipulate it, to change it into other offensive forms, those that were off his body. Focusing, he manipulated his darkness into a shape that he was closet to, a sphere. He rapidly concentrated a big amount of his darkness into a ball, maybe the size of a tennis ball. Good, we're making progress, Issei said. Issei then extended his palm, shooting his ball towards the barrier. He never expected the barrier would pose no defensive ability at all to his ball and would just make a hole right through it. The ball continued its flight across the power range. He followed it with his eyes and saw it crash onto Earth, yet no explosion was heard. He walked out of the barrier and approached the zone of impact. What he saw was a perfect circular crater, 6 meters in diameter. The ground was gone as if it wasn't there in the first place. What the fuck? Issei echoically said. Soon, he decided to create another ball of darkness, this time much smaller, the size of a pebble. He threw it, and when it touched the ground, it expanded into a dome 2 meters in diameter. It made everything inside it be burnt? He couldn't see any flames, but the heat of the crater irradiated was really high. That alongside of the small columns of smoke here and there, it seems that his attack is just really compressed flames that vaporize pretty much anything inside its diameter because of that absurd heat. Issei said as a theory appeared inside his head. This thought filled his eyes with surprise and even a little bit of fear. It's similar but different to the power of destruction. Since they are flames, they are different in essence, and to reach that level of strength, they need to be compressed into a sphere, he continued to mumble. That was normal reinforced floor from the power area, so I can say their output of power is pretty good, but I cannot expect them to vaporize everything, Issei concluded. Flame saluted a dragon like him. Maybe I can change its shape. Well, that would be left for another time. I'm beat, and using my darkness for healing is quite tiring. What should I name it? I mean, they are flames. It can come from darkness. Thinking over something meaningless, he took his time until he decided to name his flames. How about Hellblaze. Yeah, I like it. Issei was satisfied and decided to leave the training floor. We're right in the middle of chapter 3. Scene change, Issei's room. Issei opened the door to his bedroom. The ridiculously big room was laid before his eyes, just like when he left. Seeing it made him sigh in relief. It seems that no one had noticed its absence. That was good for him. Walking closer to his bed, he noticed how he was the only a pair of mangled pants. He wanted to take a shower, so he started to take off his pants, but he felt something inside his pocket. Putting his left hand inside, he took out what was in his pocket. Shock filled his face. Shit! Looking at the object in his hand, Issei swore once again. How could have I forgotten about this? In his hand now laid a bright red chess piece with black spots. To be more precise, one of his pawn pieces. The evil pieces! They were inside my pockets! As he grabbed the piece, he felt how it started to absorb his energy. Noticing this, he hurriedly ran towards his desk at the far left of where his bed was. He quickly laid the piece there as fast as lightning. He took the remaining pieces off of his pockets and lined them up. In front of them were 8 red pieces with black spots. Cracks adorned their surface, and a little bit of dry blood could be seen on them. How can I hide them? Issei thought. While not taking his eyes off the pieces, he asked to himself. Soon he thought about something. He had an idea of how to solve up the problem. If I'm not wrong, there should be an empty wooden box inside my dresser, just the perfect size for these pieces, Issei thought. Issei went to his dresser and searched for the box. He had to turn the dresser inside out since the box seemed to be pretty well hidden. Aha! Finally, the wooden box was on his hands. With the box in hands, he went back towards his desk. He grabbed the pieces and put them inside the box. Damn! Even inside the box, that horrible aura still manifests itself. Maybe if I learn magic, I could seal it off, Issei figured out. But where can I learn magic or other things? There's no one in the mansion and there are no books. Finding his answer inside his comet, he facepalmed once again. The gosh damn library, the boy roared to himself. He lifted his head upwards and closed his eyes as a sign of realizing how dumb he was. Ha! Sighing in defeat, he walked out the door in search of mysterious library. Well, where's the library? Realizing he didn't know where it was, he walked downwards, reaching the front entrance. Well, let's start searching. Right at the entrance of his house, he started to search for the mysterious library. 40 minutes later. Who in the world puts a library on the 5th floor of a mansion? Once again insulting the architect of the house out loud, he closed the door behind him. In front of him there was an extremely big library, several meters in height. One could see the 2nd floor in the far left. Almost at the corner of the weirdly big room, stairs in the shape of spiral could be seen. They were rather small. Only a person at the time could go up or down. Wow! Vocalizing his awe, Issei walked and turned his whole body around. Never knew something this awesome was inside my house. How is it even possible for it to be this big? Issei was surprised. He never knew he had a library. He only heard about it from the girls a long time ago. Well, time to search for some books, but what kind? What is the most I lack right now? While walking around his library, he started to think. Common knowledge, Issei thought to himself. Issei was right. He needed as much common knowledge as possible of the supernatural world as he could. Deciding what books to read, he went back to the start. He saw a section of myths back to the beginning. Aha! While pointing at the section of myths like a detective, he said, "Found you!" and walked closer. He noticed many different legends from various different mythologies, in Sumerians to Celts, to Japanese to Norse, among others. There were even an especially big part about Christianity. The entire section occupied a whole bunch of bookcases. Just all of the knowledge occupied one of the walls of the library, and some of the books were even in the 2nd floor. Let's start in chronological order. I have an entire weekend to learn as much as possible before school. Walking right at the beginning, he found a subsection that read Sumerians. Picking the first book, he read the title, Ilish? He said as he read the title of the book, he didn't know what it was this is about, so he started to read. When on the high heaven had not been named, film the ground below had not been called by name, not by primordial Aspu, the begetter, Tiamat, she who bore them all, their waters comingling as the single body. No reed hut had been matted, no marshland appeared, when no gods whatever had been brought into being uncalled by name, their destinies undetermined. Then it was that the gods were formed within them. Reading inside his head, he noticed this was a poem of creation and the world of the birth of the gods. Tiamat? Like the Tiamat that hates Drake? Shit, how is she even alive then? Or maybe a fragment of her former self survived and healed her back up. Who knows? Maybe another mystery of the world, Issei said, dismissing the idea of time mat that will only bring a headache. A couple of minutes later, scene break. So, that's how the world was formed and created according to them. He closed the book and put it back into place. He looked at the clock firmly, hammered against the wall, around 2 p.m. He arrived here late in the morning. After all the test reading only a book, not much time had passed. It seems that I need to step up my game. I hope by that Friday I reached the Christians. Although, reading all of those books in a huge wall is a big challenge. I believe I can do it, more or less. While believing in himself, Issei picked up another book. The title read, The Epic of Gilgamesh. Surprised by the title, he quickly sat down in his former place and started to read. I will proclaim to the world the deeds of Gilgamesh. This was the man to whom all things were known. This was the king who knew the countries of the world. He was wise. He saw mysteries and knew the secret things. He brought us a tale of the days before the flood. He went on a long journey, a weary, worn out with labor. Returning, he rested. He engraved on a stone the whole story. Issei kept reading the epic poem of Gilgamesh. He was amazed by what he read. So, he was first hero and the prototype of all of them. Like the book says, the king of all heroes? That's super cool. I wonder how strong he actually was. Issei seemed surprised by newly acquired knowledge. Many hours went by. Soon, night arrived. Issei was still in the same spot, reading another book. He finally went to another folklore, as the sign from the Sumerians, reaching the Egyptians and reading many myths, teachings, laments, dialogues, prophecies, etc. Some of the books were titled Litany of Ra, Amudet, The Eloquent Peasant, etc. Wait, so Apophysis was an Egyptian? And not only that, but the greatest enemy of Ra? Issei was once again surprised by the new discovery. I actually liked the being of a legend rivaling Ra, the sun god of Egyptian of mythology. Not believing what he read the book once again, but the words were still there. I'm awesome! It seems his shameless grew by quite a bit. Complimenting himself like that, he took the page off Azazel's book. Too bad I can no longer access the Dragon Drive, but I'm pretty sure I've become stronger. In the future I'll be even more. Issei was satisfied with his deed and didn't let this setback affect him. He soon continued his read. After a while, he stopped reading them only myths. Other texts were also read by him, but because of the slow quantity of the text, he needed to stay awake all night for him to read them all. But since he liked the text, he was satisfied with staying awake the whole night. The next day arrived, and Issei was still inside the library. Getting up, he closed the book he was reading, one of the most famous books in history, the Odyssey, by Homer. A fantastical tale about the Odysseus and the 10-year journey to reach the Aitita. And after many years and obstacles, he managed to get back home. He just finished reading it, feeling a lot more respect to the Greek culture. I'm Greek, woo. He also was very surprised with himself. After all, he had met the 3 greatest gods of the same pantheon. Stretching himself because of the sleepless nights, he had hurt his spine. Oh, that hit the spot, Issei said as he cracked his back in a refreshing manner. Time to eat something. After that, I should train more with my darkness. I still don't know enough about it, Issei said as he went towards the exit of the library. Walking down the stairs, he soon reached the first floor. Walking tidily to the kitchen, he saw some people he never expected to see. Mentally, he said, Shit, just my luck. Sitting on the table, there were 2 women he'd rather not meet. Scene change inside the kitchen of the Hyodo mansion. Rias and Akana were sitting in the kitchen eating their breakfast. Something odd after all. For the past month they were always gone, even for breakfast. This intrigued him, but soon after he dismissed the thought. It's not like they will speak to him now of all times, right? This was merely a coincidence, nothing more, nothing less, Issei convinced himself. Reaching the refrigerator door, he walked past them, secretly losing a breath he was holding. It seemed the theory was right. He grabbed random pieces of fruit and an orange juice box. Since he was training later, he wanted to get a light breakfast not to throw up. He quickly seated on the same table as the 2, who were just talking amongst themselves. Grabbing a plate, he chopped the fruit up from a sizable size. He filled with a glass of orange juice, and just he was about to eat, his expectations were thrown out the window. Oh, Issei, didn't see you there, Rias said as he looked at our dark brown-haired boy. Quickly noticing the change of his hair, he asked, What happened to your hair? It's longer and darker, she quickly asked, making Issei flinch. As fast as he could, he thought of an excuse. "Oh, good morning, Rias. About that. I let my hair grow a little longer. About the color, since I had nothing better to do, I dyed it a tone darker," Issei said with a goofy grin, scratching the back of his head to avoid suspicion. "Please believe it," he chanted inside his head while changing the calm demeanor. Rias and Akano were surprised by the new discovery of Issei, but since they didn't detect a lie, they let it slide. After all, the Issei they knew wasn't good at lying. "Oh, so that's why. You look good," Akano complimented while giving a smile. But he was no longer the same. He just said, "Thanks," with a rather emotionless voice. This voice shocked her slightly, but she let it slide. Issei would never reply like that, right? "Where have you been, Issei? We've been looking for you," Rias commented with a slight worry on her tone. This took Issei off guard. "Looking for me? Ha!" He scoffed inside his head. "You can piss on my back, but don't tell me it's raining. Such an obvious lie. Do they think I'm dumb? Although the look in your eyes is a good touch, quite convincing," Issei thought himself. What do you mean, Rias? I have been training and in school. Where else could I have been?" Surprised by how good he put that one out, Issei was slightly joking tone. Both Rias and Akano were suspicious, but they knew he was right. Where could he go? Maybe they just didn't match at the moments they were looking for him. "Yeah, you're right. Sorry for doubting you," Rias replied while apologizing. It was as if the former Issei he would have bought it, but not anymore. Issei started to eat his breakfast with a rather fast pace, and when he wanted to get the hell out of here. But once again, Rias spoke, making him curse inside his head. "Fucking shit, can't a man eat in peace? I mean, you won't bother a dog while he's eating, so why are you bothering me?" Rating game? I want to tell you something. It's about a rating game. This blow almost made Issei choke on his fruit. Rating game? Against who? There's still a while before you enter the world of the pros. Issei was finding an excuse for himself. The last thing he needed was a fucking game right now. "Oh, about that. My brother told me they were proposing a world-class rating game so anyone across the world can participate in it." Rias casually dropped the nuke. For the first time in a while, Issei was surprised. He wide-eyed, his jaw hitting the floor. This scene made the both women giggle. A world-class rating game? His mind was spinning. Quickly, many ideas came into his head, but first he needed information. Let's take this chance to squeeze her dry of information with a malicious smile, Issei thought. Then he asked, "What do you mean?" The more open the question, the better it was for him. "Oh, Issei," thinking he didn't understand, Rias released a tired sigh. "It means that anyone can participate. It doesn't matter what they are, even gods are allowed to participate. Of course, being that of the level of limited in numbers, the information my brother gave me isn't much after all. It is still a project in early stages. They haven't put it into action yet, so not even a name was proposed." Rias told all the information Issei needed. Although it was scarce, it was sufficient. "It seems that I need to advance my plans. Something of this magnitude just popped out of nowhere." "Ha! This is perfect timing." Issei had a plan. Since he was no longer a part of her barrage, he wanted to explore the world and see it for his own eyes. That was the reason for him to train and learn that much. After he became a full dragon, his desires also grew. His search for adventure was the biggest one, followed by becoming stronger and fighting worthy. Now that an idea of such a game was proposed, he could accomplish that little dream he had, being the leader of a strong team. However, for that needed candidates, something that is currently lacked by a lot. He wanted someone strong, fitting to be by his side. Now that he had left that horrible attitude from the past, his pride shut up by a huge margin. Therefore, he wanted people he could trust by strong by themselves. Well, I was going to leave sooner or later. Better sooner. Issei was lost in his thoughts, so he couldn't listen to the voice of Rias. "Issei, are you listening to me?" she screamed next to his ear. This made Issei wince in pain. "Sorry, I was surprised by the news," he quickly apologized. Truthfully, no. Adorably pouting her face as Issei once again. "You will be participating as a member of my team. After all, we have fought together since the start, so it's better that way," Rias ordered her pawn. Issei was taken by surprise, so he said something on reflex. "But I would like to fight on my own," something he quickly regretted. The looks of both women's faces were priceless, as if the whole world was flipped upside down. He almost laughed out loud. "Why would you want that?" Issei, "We've been working through thick and thin. Why would you want that? Will you abandon my barrage and fight against us?" Damn that acting. Not even an Oscar winner would be worthy of carrying her shoes. Issei was surprised by the hypocrisy behind those words. Even Akano spoke up. "Yes, Issei-kun, why would you fight against us? We are family. Please don't think like that. We need to fight together." Damn, another excellent access. Shit, no wonder they fooled me so perfectly before. It seems way too real. Even now I can't detect any hidden intentions. Issei's thoughts were comparing them to famous actors he knew about. Maybe all devils were good actors. Yeah, you're right. I don't know what got into my head. Sorry, of course. I will fight together with you, he answered with a trust me look on his face, making both of them smile beautifully. Trying to change the conversation, he spoke listlessly. How has college been? He needed to make time. He almost finished his fruit, just a couple of more pieces. The smile in both Akeno and Rias was gone. Instead, it was replaced by a sour look. Well, good enough. Our senpai hasn't been with us recently, so we are worried about our duties as the future president and vice president of the faculty, Rias said in a low voice, surprising Issei a bit. He, as quickly as he could, finished his food. Standing up, he placed his plate on the sink and watched them extremely fast. Oh, it seems there are problems in paradise, laughing inside of his head. Issei walked past them, but not before telling them. Is that so? Don't worry, I believe anything will be fixed soon enough, with a fake smile. Now if you excuse me, I need to train. If you are going to fight against God class, then I need to become stronger, Issei said to both of them, not really lying. Goodbye, Issei said, his goodbyes, but unknown to them, these would be the last words they will hear from Issei in a long time. Scene change, training field number 2. Issei waited for both of them to leave the house. As soon as they did, he went to the training field. Right now, he needed to think about his plan. Time, since it was against him. He didn't know when the information of world-class rating game would be made public, but he didn't want to take his chances. Before it started, he needed to absolutely control of his darkness and figure out more about it. Now standing in the power of the field, he went again to all on out. He wanted to try if he could change to form his Hellblaze, so he experimented out for a long while. He discovered that imagination was really important to change the form of darkness, so he tried really hard. After a while, he was capable of creating a Hellblaze in the actual form of a flame. He was extremely satisfied since the capabilities of changing the form of his darkness. After that, he dismissed his flames and went right towards the magic field. Yeah, I was capable of changing that form. But now how much damage can they do? That's the real question. Issei had a frail grin on his face. He went to the console of offense's range, setting it at the maximum. He wanted to see how powerful his Hellblaze was against real targets. Many holograms of different species appeared, many of which were devils, angels, and fallen. Others were yokai or Norse warriors, but each and every single one of them were using their own abilities oriented towards defense. Rotating, defensive magic circles with many different weird symbols appeared in front of the races of the 3 biblical factions. Smaller compressed circles with Norse runes appeared on the magic warriors of Valhalla, while close combat warriors of the Norse just prepared their bodies by covering themselves augmented shields or weapons. Toki covered the yokai while they used the Omero spells. He could identify those because of the many animes and mangas he had seen and read, so the papers gave their speciality rather easily. All of the warriors were at least high class in power, with a few outstanding ones among them. Some of the warriors were even ultimate class. Issei once again surprised himself. He really went to beat the hell out of the one that made it in the training field. So basically what's going on is that Issei is literally just killing ultimate class and high class people of any races and just destroying them. He has the capabilities of destroying heavenly class if he wanted to with like even a tap. It's absolutely crazy. Back to the story. Of course, something as broken as this appears when the pranksters are maxed. Why did I expect something? Issei was tired of all the surprises the training field was giving him. Well, let's see how much damage I can do. Preparing his flames by literally grabbing them, he threw them at the space in front of them. The black and purple flames through the skies as in reacted reached a couple of angels and devils. He was surprised. The flames completely ignored their magic defense and hit them head on. The screams were heard from the holograms. Everything was extremely realistic, so we could see the damage he just did. Some of the other races at their sides tried to help them extinguish the flames, but it wasn't possible. Shocked at the result of the flames, he watched how the flames were not capable of being extinguished. So think of Itachi's, his flames, how they never were able to extinguish no matter what. Now that, of course, unless you had the running, you know what, never mind. Now that's something that even I would want to be hit with. With a surprised and scared face, Issei quickly said. He then ordered the flames to extinguish themselves. They quickly started to decrease in size and vanish from his sight. The image in front of him was quite bad. Angels and devils were converted into fourth-degree burns as they slowly disappeared in particles of white light. After preparing himself for another round, he turned his eyes to his next target. He threw the flames. This was towards a couple of ultimate class people. Their shields resisted, and only a couple of them were actually hurt. Nothing serious, first degree, maybe second degree burns tops. It seems that my flames completely disregarded creatures that have less magic reserves than I. Deducing what just happened, Issei thought of something. Against those that are similarly or above in magic reserves than me, it would be a battle of attrition between their defense and my flames. I need to create something that completely nullifies their defenses. Issei thought of a plan once again. That his darkness, regeneration, and healing, as well as his natural resistance, he could withstand my hits. I need something that is similar to my sphere of darkness. Basically annihilation. Something that literally annihilates and evaporates at the same time. Thinking to himself, Issei spoke with a loud voice. What is fast, aerodynamic, small, and can actually fly? Issei needed to think about something. Sphere? No. Too obvious and not as fast. Spear? No. Too much of a cliche. An animal? Yes! A dragon? No. Too complex. It would take time to make it. Continuing with his ideas, he reached the conclusion that he was not reaching anywhere. He sat down on the floor and looked at the sky thinking, hoping anything will come to his head. A bird? Opening his right eye, he stood up. Of course! A fucking bird! Reaching his former position, he coated himself in darkness. He decided to make the sphere. He made it big, around the size of a basketball. Soon the sphere started to deform. It was a changing form, but no bird has been seen. He decided to make a sphere. He made it big, around the size of a basketball. Fuck, even a bird is too complicated? Come on, I only want to fit properly in aerodynamic. Issei was trying really hard, so it could be seen all over his body, flowing down like a waterfall. Maybe if I can make it even more simple, I only want wings, a tiny head and a tail. That's it. Issei was exhausting himself, but soon enough the ball started to deform and two really simple looking wings sprouted on his sides. Issei was extremely happy. He gathered his remaining energy to try to finish it off. Another sphere appeared on top of the ball of darkness, connecting itself to a bigger sphere. After that, a small peak in the shape of a triangle adored his little head. With a boost of energy, he felt through his body because of his success. A tail in the shape of a reverse triangle appeared. He completed the bird. Done! Issei screamed. Surprised by how much effort it took, he fell to his knees and breathed heavily, sweating still pouring down his face. The bird didn't move, it just floated there, minding its own business. One could see an orange/red substance inside of it. What he did was to compress his flames to the limit in the shape and size of a soccer ball. Then he coated the ball in the normal of his darkness and changed his darkness to fit the shape of the bird. He could see the horrible power and heat this bird released, even if 2 meters away from it. Standing up, he came closer to the bird. He placed his hand on top of its head and screamed, "Purgatory Flame Bird!" The bird flew extremely fast towards its designated target, that being a small group of ultimate class people. They were surprised by the bird, flying right at them. Soon it reached speed barely perceivable with their eyes, but by some miracle, since the bird was flying in a straight line, they were able to dodge it. Issei had a mocking smile on his face. Did you really thought that I spent the last hour making a bird that only flies in a straight line? Think again! The bird moved its tiny right at them with an extreme flexibility and speed. The bird turned left. It flew even faster than before, easily breaking the sound barrier. Caught off guard, they were hit by the bird. Boom! A small explosion was heard. Even though it was small, it was extremely loud. A sphere that the heat surpassed everything. He was at the distance he ever felt. Appeared, and the ultimate class beings became less than ash. Whoa. Not having any words, not even profanities to say, Issei just stood there. His attack eliminated a group of 5 ultimate class and pretty decent ones at it. They were above average by quite a lot. Damn, that attack power. Those poor bastards became less than ash. What would happen if I used the boosted gear and boost the bird? Inhaling a breath of cold air to calm himself, Issei regained his calm. Thanks to his successful creation, Issei stayed more time there, hoping to improve even more than he already had. After a couple of hours, Issei was capable of creating multiple spheres of darkness, the same size as the first one he ever shot. He could even shoot many at the same time and control their trajectory. He even managed to create a big sphere the size of a human being and controlled it to change the direction. Of course, he could only do simple turning. He couldn't make them twist, move like his hand, or just foot like Sir Zex did, but he will reach that level soon enough. Scene change, Library Hyodo Mansion. Issei finished his magical training as well as the physical one. He needed to get back into shape thanks to his dragon physique along with his aura. It wouldn't be too complicated. Issei was now reading about the Persians, but he was only interested in their Zoroastrianism. So he only read their principal text, Avesta. Reading through it, he quickly found the name of an evil dragon, one that he knew much too well, Azai Daka. He described as a monster with 3 months, 6 eyes, and 3 heads, cunning, strong, and demonic. Rather fitting if you asked him. It narrated he was defeated by a guy named Furidon, and since he couldn't be killed because of all the chaos it would cause, he was chained inside Mitdivad. How Rizavim and the rest found him was a mystery. According to what he knew, Mitdivad was lost in the river of time since death of their religion. Just how are these guys capable of finding someone like this? Issei didn't know. The only extinct civilization which some remains have found was the lost continent of Mu. Even of them, only bits and pieces remained. If my memory isn't wrong, didn't Volley mention he looked for them once? He really didn't care, so he continued his reading. Since the Zoroastrianism was extinct, he could only learn a couple of things, not really interested in anything more than the basics. He passed the Romans since they were the same as the Greeks, at least in gods, but with different names. He only cared about the Roman civilization, but that material was far too big and would delay his plans, so he skipped the majority of it. He only read about the first emperors of Rome, and that was really the dense material. Celtic mythology. He soon reached a mythology that interested him. Actually, not much of them is known since they were rather isolated. After the 3 biblical factions stole their believers, they became isolated from the rest of the world. Well, that's what Azazel said. He researched more about the culture since Gasper and Baylor inside him, so he was rather curious. According to the books he read, not much was known about the Celtics since many of their records were destroyed by the Christians who came to their territories. Only a few legends still remembered, like Fomorians in the Tuatha De Dan, who were described as the Book of the Battle of Magi Treachery. Those records were saved to those of the Christians, since they adapted in legends to fit their beliefs, changing every being into humans, whether kings or heroes, so as to make the inhabitants of those less than angry at them. So the Fomorians were a race that came at the sea and represent evil in general, while the Tuatha De Dan were deities that fought against them. Issei summarized a lot of the Celtic culture in that sentence. Their leader is Daidga, their chief and the god of life. Issei explained to himself so that he could retain the information better. The Morrigan was a tripede of goddess that was divided into 3 different goddesses that governed different things, but they were still considered single existence. He continued his summary. Lu, god of light, is the strongest with the magic spear. He was the one who slew Baylor, king of the Fomorians. He had the son titled Chu Chilian. Known as the most famous and most unlucky hero in Celtic history, his true name was Sintieta, and was called the Shield of the Ulster and the Child of Light. He took all of this information to memory. Why did nobody ever tell me this, or at least told me to investigate about it? Issei was angry, so much information that could have helped. He sighed in defeat once again. He didn't know why he ever tried to learn something like this. Turning around, he looked at the wall. Damn, already that late? Issei looked at the clock on the wall, 11 p.m., rather late. Since tomorrow he had school, he couldn't pull an all-nighter. Too much pity. Turning around, and he looked at the wall. He stood up from his chair, closed the book, and put it back into place, and he left. He went down the stairs, reaching the floor of the room he was on. He opened the door to his own room, like nothing was there. He looked around until his eyes stopped. The wooden box on his desk. Maybe I should put it in another place. He had no idea. Nah. Over there doesn't bother anyone. He quickly gave up the idea and went towards his bed. Putting his sleepwear, he lay down on his bed. Looking at the ceiling, he was thinking about the many things, his plans, the world-class raiding game, Drag. Releasing a tired sigh, he turned around and tried to go to sleep. Worrying will not solve anything, and Drake will come back. He was sure he just needed time. A manically laugh came from his mouth, but he hurriedly covered his mouth. He wouldn't want someone to wake up now, would he? Well, let's see what tomorrow will have for me, Issei said as he went to sleep. And that is the end of Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Second Change, Wisdom. The sun rose up from the east, and by the art of magic it hit the spot in between the curtains that wasn't covered by them. The light hit the face of Issei, and he wrinkled his nose as a response. He turned his whole body around, hoping for a bit more of sleep, but he soon realized that he had school to attend to. Forcing his heavy eyelids, he opened his eyes, slowly getting used to the light that illuminated the room. He got up and sat his beside, slowly stretching himself, hearing his stiff joints pop. Then he yawned and stood up to the open of the curtains so that more light could enter his room. Satisfied with his deed, he looked outside the window. A beautiful scenery once again appeared, but this time less remarkable than the ones before. A clear blue sky without the trace of a cloud was seen. The light of the sun was shown onto anyone, like a blessing to all mankind. A town! I believe it no longer has the right to call itself like that, he mocked the town, as soon as he saw the small city through his window. He didn't know why, but after the battle against the Trihexa, a lot of the people came into town. They invested as much as they could and created many tall buildings, malls, departments, hotels, among others. Later on, the town became a city, and many new things were built inside. The amount of projects Ko now had was no joke. And due to this boom, Ko Academy was soon became the number of non-educational institution in the whole city. Issei believed that by next year, they will need to increase the size of their facilities by his guesses. Many will try to apply for it. Well, that's not my problem, Issei thought to himself. Since soon enough he would leave, he didn't need to worry over it. Once some time had passed, he would come back. After all, even with all the experience here, this town is still his home. He turned around and walked to the other side of his bed, watching the big electronic clock, and beside, 6:15, huh? Pretty early. School starts at 8 a.m., so I have a lot of time. Issei once again turned around and walked toward the door that had his bathroom on the other side. Coming back from his shower, Issei went to his dressing room inside his main room. Casual pants and normal-looking t-shirts were neatly folded inside the large drawer. He quickly noticed that aside from different colors, shirts, and jeans, he had nothing. Damn, I only have these? It's not like I'm ungrateful, but still, this is bad. As he emptied his drawer, he was astounded by the amount of clothing inside of it. There, 3 different colored t-shirts, a black and white dress shirt, and 2 pairs of jeans alongside the black and white sneakers. Issei continued his wardrobe. He didn't have much to wear. Really? Is that all? At least a jacket, please. He opened the rest of his drawers, but aside from the underwear and socks, nothing else was found. This was the sole place where he stashed his clothing, so everything he wore was here. He was already sighing this early in the morning. After school, I need to go to the mall. Issei was angry at his former self. How could he be so disinterested towards his own looks? After his predicament, Issei went to the bathroom and began looking at the mirror. He needed to comb his hair. Finding it, he looked at himself but was shocked by his looks. What he saw was a terribly long messy hair reached his upper back. His twin tails were at the back of his neck, not sure why. Okay, note to self, get a haircut. A pretty wasn't good at it. Issei was once again surprised by his looks. He looked pretty bad, and since he trained almost every moment since he came back, he didn't have time to take a look at his appearance. Okay, it seems that there are a lot of things I need to do this afternoon. Training today needs to be postponed, as he said out loud. He noticed that many things he needed to do. Walking out of the bathroom, he quickly dressed himself in the school uniform that he didn't like. He looked back at the clock beside the 7:25. Good, perfect timing. School is 20 minutes walking, so I have some time to spare. He walked out of his room and went towards the stairs, but he quickly looked upwards, thinking about something. What if I bring a book with me? That way I can kill 2 birds with 1 stone, Issei thought to himself. Issei climbed up the stairs and soon reached the 5th floor of the mansion. He grabbed the doorknob of the library and quickly turned it. Walking in, he started to think. What should I read this time, he muttered, looking at the covers of the books. Running his fingers through the back cover of all the books, he soon found one interesting enough. So, Japanese mythology then, he noticed as soon as he read the title of the book. The 3 most evil yokai of Japan. This caught Issei's interest. As a Japanese, he heard of them, but didn't exactly know about them. He just knew they were extremely powerful yokai. Nothing more, nothing less. Continued reading this title, his interest peaked. He opened the book. These are the three monsters who, according to legend, pose the greatest threats to Japan's existence. Shuden Doji, the most powerful Oni, transferred into this because of his wickedness and mischief. Emperor Shoto, disgraced by the ones he was close with, he killed himself and cursed Japan and its emperor in becoming a vengeful Tengu. Tamo no Mai, the emperor's most beloved concubine, but killed by her, a nine-tailed fox also known as Kyubi. Wait, a Kyubi? Issei was shocked. He knew about the Kyubis. After all, Yakuza was one of them. He quickly went to the Japanese subsection in the book and grabbed the book that spoke more in detail about the yokai. Flipping through the pages, he soon reached the part about the fox yokai. There are many species of fox spirits, better known as kitsus. They were depicted as intelligent beings that could shapeshift and charm anyone, as well as being cunning and strong. Some of them were isolated because of being attendants of the god Arani. Others were despised because of Tamo no Mei. Yet today, the ruler of the yokai is a kitsune, one that is blessed by the sun goddess, Amaterasu. Because of that, the species of those kitsunes changed and they became Kyubi no Kami, divine Kyubi, while others were referred to as normal kitsune. Issei was taken back. He never thought that the yokai that had held this many species, but before he closed the book, something caught his eye, so he read another part of the book. However, there is no exception to this rule, that being Tamiya no Mei, being an evil spirit to the extreme, her race also changed, turning into Kyubi no Yoko, also known as the Demon Fox. She was characterized because of her scarlet fur, the same color as blood. Because of this, all descendants of the Tamiya no Mei have bloody red fur and are easily distinguishable from the normal kitsunes. Today, there is no information about her descendants, supposedly hunted by the yokai many years ago, age until not one survived. Issei closed the book and put it back into its place. He was surprised and also a bit angry because of how they treated Kyubi no Yoko. He believed she didn't deserve to be treated like that. Not horribly, at least. Well, just because they are descendants of her doesn't mean they are like her. The children do not carry the sin of their parents. They are innocent. Why should they do something like that? Are they blind due to their hatred? To the point where they wouldn't spare the innocent children that had nothing to do with these problems. He turned around while thinking to himself and grabbed another book. Today he wanted to read about Japanese mythology, better known as Shintoism. After taking his book, he looked at the clock on the left wall, his eyes widening during the entire process. And like a soul that ran out of hell, Issei ran out the door through all of the stairs. After reaching the main door, he grabbed his bag, placed his book inside, and ran away. The hour when he was at the library was 10 to 8 o'clock. He didn't have much time left. Scene change near Ko Academy. A boy screamed with all the air he had in his lungs. No, please! That boy was Issei, who failed at arriving in school on time. The gate was mercilessly shot by a random sensei that didn't bat an eyelid at Issei. Seeing this, Issei cursed 18 generations of his ancestors with all the expletives he could think of, probably making his own ancestors feel uncomfortable and blush in shame. Shit, why is my luck so bad today? Issei felt depressed. Grabbing the iron bars of the gate, he fell down on his knees. Now what? Issei said in a loud voice. He knew that once the gates were closed, no power, human or divine, would help him enter the school. After some minutes passed, he stood up in defeat and started to walk back home. Really? World? I know you hate me, but give me a break! He roared at the heavens, asking a dead god of the Bible what he did. Well, since there is no one home, and I have nothing better to do, why not? He interrupted himself mid-speech. A light bulb appeared above his head. But of course! I go to the mall and finish everything I had planned for the afternoon. The problem is, are they open now? Issei found a good thing in his crazy day. Well, let's make time going back home and changing myself. I don't want them to notice I'm a student. It would be troublesome. Deciding to go home, he peacefully walked all the way back since he had nothing better to do. He took out his book titled Katsume Cutie, or Volume of the Age of the Gods, and started his reading. Thus, the light was at the top of the universe, and below it the particles formed, first clouds and then heaven, which has to be called the Takagara. The rest of the particles that had first formed a huge mass dense and dark to be called Earth. While walking, Issei continued his book. Lost in thought, he approached the entrance of his home. As big and bulky as before, he grabbed his key and opened the door. Putting his bag where he took it from, he went upstairs. Walking up the stairs in calm fashion for the second time today, he opened the door in his room. He walked inside, took his uniform and grabbed a short sleeve red t-shirt and a pair of black jeans. He took off his shoes, they were badly damaged, and white sneakers, and grabbed his other pair of shoes. Those were being black in color, also sneakers. Exhaling a big sigh, he stretched himself, and then he walked to the door and prepared him to leave. Oh, my wallet, I almost forgot about it. Before even grabbing the knob, he turned around and looked for his wallet. He took it out from his pocket of his former pants and put it into the back pocket of his jeans. I almost screwed up again. How am I supposed to pay without my wallet? He tapped his back pocket as he spoke in a low voice. I also need to make a new account that isn't linked to me after all. After all, during my journey, I need money to eat and sleep in at least a decent place. Let's do that today as well. He thought as he grabbed the doorknob of his room, turning it. Looking outside of his room, he saw nothing at all. The residents of his house were either at college, co-academy, or on a long trip on a cruise ship to America. He put his hand inside both of his pockets and walked down the stairs. Reaching the main door, he grabbed the keys and left a big bowl near the entrance and opened the door. Closing it, he locked it back with his keys and checked if it was actually closed. Then he left. More than an hour passed since he left Co-Academy. Now he was sure that the mall was open. First things first, I need a haircut. My hair looks bad right now, he said as he grabbed his long brown hair with his left hand. Let's go to the new mall that opened up a few weeks ago. I believe there's a hairdresser at that place, Issei thought as he turned around the corner and looked at a rather structure that probably outclassed everything near. That was his objective. Ravensburg Mall, built by a German company that decided to make their new mall complex in here in Co. Why did they do that? He had suspicions. They reamed with Serzex and Serafall. Closing in on the mall, he now stood in front of the big dancing fountain that spewed water at different speeds. Lights accompanied every moment the water did. He stood there for some time, watching over the spectacle of water and light. Soon he went and left into the mall. Not many customers were inside the mall, maybe because it was too early in the morning. Barely even 10 o'clock. He looked around and he endured the looks other people gave him. He couldn't exactly blame them. Even though he went back into training his body, he still looked sickly, and long messy hair didn't give a good image. However, unknown to him, the true reason they looked at him was because of his eyes. They were incredibly sharp and even cold, transmitting certain wisdom and life that normal people couldn't even begin to fathom. So the look in his eyes either surprised them or straight up scared them. Wow! Please stop with the looks, it makes me uncomfortable. Actually, I don't give a shit. He screamed inside his head, and externally he still looked the same, uncaring about the world. After walking around, he finally reached his goal, a huge hairdressing salon occupying the entire wall of the mall. A white rotating door was in its sole entrance and exit. Window panes adoring both sides of it, making it look high class and refined. The classic red and white colors were there, but while on the hairdressing salon instead of a barber shop, he had no idea. He closed an in before reaching the rotating door, he thought. Damn, does this place make me feel slightly weird, but it's the closest hairdresser near my house. The one I used to go to, that barbershop, is all the way on the other side of the city. I don't have time, screaming defeat inside of his head as he walked inside. Just for reference, we're on chapter 4 and at the title Scene Change inside Black Forest Hairdressing Salon. 3 women were by themselves inside the salon. The 3 of them were the owners of it. Since they left Tokyo in search of a better and peaceful place to stay, they coincidentally heard about Ko, a peaceful town that was going through its economic boom. The place sounded good, so the 3 of them left Tokyo and came to Ko. However, they felt that this town was more than what the eye could see. Right now, the 3 women were quietly reading magazines, extending from the normal fashion magazine to military and even a cars magazine. Rare choice, but a good taste. Nini Yukichi, what do you think of the town? We've been here for some time. More than a month, but I believe there's something hidden about it. A short woman with checkered hat and sunglasses wearing jeans and a stylish jacket asked the blonde in front of her. Tamio, please stop calling me that. We're no longer kids. The woman named Yuka answered. She's a beauty whose long hair is tied up. She looks in the second half of her 30s, and she's wearing a low-cut bronzity crest that associated her slim legs. But yes, I feel that this town is really weird, called it an instinct, the blonde. narrowed her eyes. True, I also agree. Some of the customers that came into this place also seem really weird, as if they are special in way or another. The third woman spoke up, leaving her Cars magazine at the side. A beauty around her 30s, she wore pure white pants and a dress shirt that didn't have a single blemish with black heels as shoes. She had short hair, barely reaching her shoulders. Yes, like Hidemichi said. Some clients really weird. With a kid-like smile, Tamio agreed to the words of the newly introduced Himedi. Seemingly thinking about something, Himedi once spoke again. Right, Yuka. I still remember the weird guy that had black blonde hair and golden bangs. That one felt, in a sense, dangerous. Hidemi trembled as she remembered the creepy guy. Yes, that one that tried to flirt with Yuka but failed miserably. Like a mischievous kid, Daimyo spoke again, looking at Yuka. However, Yuka was only silent, not answering at all, but her thoughts were the same. This town was really weird. True. I believe this town hides something really big, but what could it be? Yuka was thinking while staring blankly at her fashion magazine. Soon enough, her thoughts were interrupted by the sound of a rotating door and the ringing of a bell. The three were snapped out of their delusions and looked at the entrance. A young man stood at their entrance looking around curiously. Terrible hair, the three thought at the same time. The young man just looked around the room with a hidden interest. Of course, this being Issei. It was rather big, but the only 3 chairs for the clients to get their hair done. The rest of it was filled with high-class couches and shelves to the brim with different hair products. Towards the end of the room, one could see the black door that leads far behind the shop. The walls were painted halfway in red and the other half... The one reached the ceiling in pearly white. The salon was oddly disproportionate. Only 3 chairs for space was rather odd, but with the shelves, couches, and other ornaments, they somehow made it look good. The young man 3 of them were seeing was dressed simply in average clothes, those being red short-sleeved t-shirt and black jeans with black sneakers, quite simple. But the hair immediately took their attention. It was too long in their eyes. It was far too dark of a brown for it to be natural. He dyed his hair? The 3 thought at the same time again. Since they were experts that had even cut hair of celebrities back in Tokyo, they had a lot of experience, so for them it was impossible for his hair to be natural. It was dark brown, but basically bothered to black. Where did he get a dye like that? Yuka's thoughts were different, however. Never in her professional career had she seen a dye color like that. It was too unnatural. She has participated in movies alongside other 2, so she knew their fair bit about hair dyes. Nevertheless, never she had seen one of that color. Soon the young man reached closer, snapping them out of the thoughts once again. Now they looked closer. The man, even when he looked just came out of the hospital, appeared to be quite good looking. He had a sharp face that held a cold, uncaring expression with the slightest touch of a bad boy. Nevertheless, they felt a sense of camaraderie with the youngster, but they didn't understand why. He's quite the guy, Tamio spoke in a rather small voice compared to the past, but she was heard by the man. Well, thank you for the compliment. If a beautiful woman such as yourself says so, then I feel flattered, the man answered, in an unexpected tone of them than he thought he had. It sounded sharp, yet also warm. It left the feeling of wanting to listen more to that really odd combination of tones, but his eyes were ones that took the greatest effect on them, more than his hair, more than his voice, and more than his rather plain but cold face. What kind of eyes are those? They thought to themselves. The eyes of the man were black, yet a tinge of red could be seen in them. They felt completely cold and sharp, detonating a great life experience, something that no one should go through, like a beast that was sleeping and shouldn't be messed with. Issei used a minimum part of his darkness to change his eyes into the state of his demon mark. That's why they felt something weird about them. He did it just to look cool though, since he really liked how his eyes were in a demonic state, and even though he loved his former honey eye colored eyes, they made him look dumb and goofy. So for the first impressions, they were not the best. He wanted to look good and not to be underestimated, so he used his darkness to help him use the ambit. The 3 swallowed their spit discreetly. This man felt the same as the black-haired, golden bangs creepy man. Even his presence excluded some of the air of danger. Just for reference, that old black-haired bangs guy is Azazel that they were talking about. That's been there once before. For the first time since they came to the town of Ko, their doubts were cleared. This town definitely has something really important and dangerous. Yuka thought as her eyes stared holes at the young man in front of her. This town, what the hell is it hiding? First the creepy dude, now this guy, his entire presence practically seems dangerous. Just what is happening here? Hidemi thought as the man looked around, once more seemingly impressed with the place. This place, we need to investigate more about it. I believe this guy knows something. Maybe he can tell us. Tamio, for the first time in a long time, became serious. Excuse me, could you please help me with my hair? The man, Issei spoke to them. Yuka was the first to answer. Yes, of course. This way, please. She pointed at the chair in the middle of the salon. Issei sat on it and she quickly put white cotton sheet around him and tucked a towel behind his neck. She then asked, how would you like it cut? A question that baffled him like many other times. He didn't know how to answer, but soon, like an angel fell from the sky, the woman with the checkered hat spoke. Why not leave it to us? I'm pretty sure you don't know what to do. Better to leave it to all of us. We'll get you a perfect cut that accumulates the good points of your face and eyes. You'll look more handsome, Tommy replied instead of him, making Issei nod his head. Also, if it's possible, at the end, would you please answer some questions for us? Tamio asked the young man, getting surprised looks from her friend, but quickly, with a look of seriousness in her eyes, she shut them up. Sure, as long as I can answer. There should be no problem, Issei answered without thinking. Would you promise? With stars in her eyes, Tamio asked, managing to make Issei surprised with the eagerness of the lively woman. I give you my word. Don't worry about it. I'm a man of my word. His voice sounded serious. It surprised all of them. Thank you. Don't worry. Leave your hair to us, she cheerfully stated and puffed her small chest. But she could start to cut was grabbed by the other two women by both of her sides. Would you excuse us? There is something important we need to talk about. It'll be quick, Hidemi asked. Issei nodded his head. He didn't have anything important to do, so he just sat there. Thank you. This time Yuka thanked him. The pair of women quickly brought Tamio towards the back of the door and soon disappeared from his sight. What a couple of odd women. Those were in his sincere thoughts. What are you thinking? Hidemi spoke up. What do you mean? Clearly the guy knows something, so I just want to ask him. Don't tell me you're all not interested. You're as much as I am, Tamio explained, leaving Hidemi speechless. The Yuka spoke up. True, but that was dangerous. We don't know what a man he is capable of. It was risky. What if he doesn't help keep his promise? Oh, come on. You saw how he answered. A man that confident and prideful will definitely keep his promise. Trust me. Besides, this might be our only chance to figure out what this place hides, Tamio spoke up. Her words left Yuka speechless. Fine, but if anything goes wrong, you will be responsible, Yuka said in a serious tone. Tamio just nodded. Let's go back. He is waiting. Tamio left with a big smile. Are you sure about it, Yuka? Hidemi asked while staring at Yuka. I don't know, but it's better than knowing nothing. If he doesn't keep his promise, then there's something hidden here and quite big. And if he does keep his promise, then we'll know exactly what is the secret, she spoke in a rather logical way. Okay, Hidemi believed her words. Then both of them opened the door and walked back towards the client. Issei just sat there. He almost fell asleep but woke himself up as he heard the sound of the black door opening, instantly seeing the jumpy woman from before. Well, let's start. The other two will come any second. So, tell me, how would you like to look? The woman asked Issei. He replied in a confident tone of voice. Cool. The woman went wide open, but soon... I like it, she smiled, but this time more fiercely. The name is Tamio, by the way. She formally introduced herself. Issei Hyodo. He introduced himself as well. After that, the other two women came into the back door at the back. One went to the rotating door and locked it in place, while the other said, since all of us are going to do this, we need total peace, no distractions. Issei nodded his head. Oh yeah, my name is Yuka and she is Hidemi. It seems Tamio already introduced herself. My name is Issei Hyodo, he said in a warm voice, but still had a sharp tone. A little smirk adorned his face, taking them off guard. I'll be in your care, Issei said, as he small blushes on the three women. It seems you can be quite kind, the three women of them noticed. Good, let's start, Tamio said with a cheerful voice. Yukichi, Hidemichi, let's make him look cool, Todio said. The woman next to her, getting a quick nod from both of them as a reply. Then they each grabbed a pair of scissors and comb. As fast as they could, the three of them worked in perfect harmony, perfect teamwork. Seeing them, Issei was a little surprised. Soon, quite some time passed, but his hair stayed almost the same. How did it get this long? Yuka asked, mainly to herself, but Issei was a little startled by the sudden question. Would you mind telling us? It will take a while for us to finish the awkward silence, and no. Tamio asked him, intrigued by this as well. Issei widened his eyes slightly and thought of his answer. Maybe talking with someone besides Dreg would be good. He then decided to tell the modified version of the truth. Sure, taking it off my chest would do me good. He didn't know why these three women felt trustworthy. Maybe they also experienced something rather bad in their lives, Issei thought to himself. The woman I loved cheated on me, and my friends knew about it but never told me anything. Those words like a cold bucket of water for them. They treated me like a thing, not a living being, so because of that, I went and did stupid things. One of them was a journey into the forest. I don't remember where. I stayed for a couple of weeks and depended on the food I found there. I only returned 2 days ago, finally feeling peace. Issei finished his explanation for the three women. This was the biggest shock they had received in a couple of years. All three of them almost stopped their their work and was shocked by his words. But thanks to being professionals, they continued with it. I'm sorry. The first was to speak was Yuka, feeling a bit guilty. Don't be. I already moved over it. I also know the people had it much worse than I did. His voice echoed all throughout the salon. Worse than you? You said you practically lived in the forest for how long? Probably a month. I don't know. Time is difficult to assess when you're on a mountain filled with nothingness but trees. This time, Issei told them about his time with the old man Tanin, so technically he wasn't lying, just mixing stories. They were surprised. A month? No wonder he looked like that. Interesting. Insisting, Himuri spoke up. Wow. And you say you didn't have it rough? No, not that much. My friend and rival, because of certain reasons, was abused by his own parents and threatened by his grandfather that if he didn't abide by his words, then he will kill his mother right before his eyes. At the age of 9, he was thrown out of his house and left all alone since then. So he became kind of twisted in a sense. They were without any words. The kind of thing sounded like a novel, but his tone of voice and expressions made all three women think he's telling the truth. After some seconds, they calmed down. Wow, poor guy, Tamio spoke. Yeah, but he found his mother a couple of months ago. He thought she was dead, so seeing her alive really helped him quite a bit, Issei said with a smile on his face. The three women almost lost tears falling down their cheeks. Well, at least he found something good in the end, Yuka smiled sweetly. Yeah, I'm happy for him. He was the worst I know of, he replied, lost in his memories. Astounded by his comment, the three of them asked, one of them? Yes. The other stories are much more personal. I'll tell you this since he doesn't mind for someone to hear his story. He already went past it. Issei said to the three of them. After the battle with Ezidaka, Vali became calmer and he didn't mind his story being told to the underworld and still sided with Rizavim. This made him see how horrible Rizavim truly was. What about you? Yuka asked as she finished cutting the long hair. Finally, they were reaching somewhere with his cut hair. Me? Issei thought about it. But then he thought, why not? Fuck it. There are many things in my head and better for me to let them out, Issei said. Sure, I'll tell you my story. Rather simplified, though. Issei closed his eyes and let his memories fill his head. The first woman I fell in love with wanted to kill me. She stabbed me through my gut during our first date. Luckily, I reached the hospital on time, so I lived. Thankfully, later on, she was found dead. Apparently, I wasn't the first she had done to us. He sighed with a bit of sentimentalism. Then I got my head stuck in a terrible business that almost cost me my life. Again, a warmongering. A crazy bastard wanted to fight. A really big fight that almost got the entire city involved. He was part of the dirty part of the city, if you know what I mean. His comment caused both of the women to flinch. Fortunately, he was stopped on time and in prison. So seeing that ugly bastard again, he remembered the little incident with Kokaville. Then my rival, for who knows what threatened to kill my family. And if I didn't give him a worthy fight, cheeky bastard said that he would turn on me into an avenger by killing my friends and family so that I can become more of an interesting of a rival. He held a dark smirk on his face, half of it filled with dark amusement and the other half with nostalgia. It seemed that my normal way of life distributed him and wanted me to become someone like him. Ha! He scoffed as he said those words. Failed miserably when he tried anything against my loved ones. The woman this time was petrified completely, stopping their work. After some seconds passed, Tamio said some words. Don't say anything. It's our fault that we asked about it. Forgive us. Don't worry. All of it is in the past. Now I want a peaceful life while traveling around the world. Issei spoke, finding the best way to change the subject. They soon followed. You want to travel? Yes, all over the world. His voice sounded content and very excited. A couple of hours later. After a long time, midday approached. More than 3 hours were spent inside the salon. The three women soon figured out that his color was natural. They took him by surprise. They asked about it, but Issei only responded with, sorry, it's a secret, giving them a hidden smirk. The three women soon figured out that his hair color was natural. Issei now looked at his new haircut, completely satisfied with it. His hair was divided in a 70-30 cut. The line dividing it started right of the middle of his left eyebrow. The said line, instead of going all the way vertically up the skull, it only went less than half, making him look even better than before. The majority of his hair bangs went right straight to his face, right side of his face, while some tufts of his hair slightly covered his right eye and right forehead. His left eye was completely open, letting him see perfectly as well. Some of his tufts fell at the side of his left temple, slightly covering his ear. His former twin tail at the back of his skull was gone, leaving him instead with a short and messy style that freely down his neck that complemented his looks rather well. His dark brown hair made him look like a rogue, while his eyes made him look like a bad boy. It took quite the effort for the three women not to blush. He thanked the three of them and stood up. He paid a rather expensive amount, but for him it was worth it. He then looked back at them and said, "Well, what was your question?" He asked the jumpy woman Tamio. It seems that he is a man of his word, they thought, happy about his words. After some time, Tamio asked a question that was filling all of their heads. "We would like to know, what is the secret this city is hiding? Don't lie to us. We know something is different with this city than the rest of them have been to." Issei didn't know how to answer that. Then Hidemi looked at him and said, "We know you're not normal. Many weird people come and go, and amongst them, you're the second one that is vastly different from the rest," she told Issei. "Second?" he muttered. "Who's the first, then?" Many questions came to his head, but soon he heard the voice of Yuka. "Yes, an old man with black hair and golden bangs. He had some air of danger, you have. You looked creepy and weird." Issei opened his eyes. Only one man fitted that description of weird and creepy. "Damn, Azazel, you came here just to flirt with women again?" he said in a quiet voice. But this was his demise. The woman heard him. "Azazel?" they asked, intrigued by the name. "Fuck, just my luck." Issei looked at them with a serious glint in his eyes. He then turned around, giving them to his back. "Fine, I'll tell you, but what I consider is sufficient." Issei told them while looking over his shoulder. His pride as a dragon couldn't let him go back on his word. "But you need to swear on your lives that you won't tell anyone. If you do, then you will die, and it won't be by my hand." They swallowed their spit, surprised by their words. The look of his eyes proved to them that he wasn't kidding. However, they all nodded their heads. "Let's just say that the world you know is nothing but the tip of the iceberg," Issei said in a calm voice. Shocking them, he lifted his hand upward and summoned the sphere of darkness, making all of them almost fall back in shock. "Races, other humans exist. Angels, fallen angels, devils, gods, dragons, all of the beings of legend, all of them exist. It doesn't matter which mythology they came from, Christian, Greek, Japanese, Celtic, Norse, they all exist. The world for us is a bigger place." Issei manipulated his darkness and transformed it into the purgatory flame bird to prove his point. The bird flew across the room, making the three women fall to their knees. They searched of each other and hugged each other. Their bodies were visibly trembling. They couldn't believe it. Something like that actually existed? "The world for us is vast, dangerous, and filled with many different things. Humans, in other words, you three shouldn't get their heads stuck in with us. Believe me when I tell you that it's not something you should mess with." Issei finished his explanation and dissipated his purgatory flame bird. He moved towards the retorior door and walked through it. "Humans! If you say that what you are," Yuka asked to him, almost screaming. "If you say that, what are you?" Yuka asked. Issei stopped, then he turned around with an enormous pride. He told her, "I'm a dragon." His eyes changed into those of a reptile. After turning back around, he made his eyes turn back into those of his demonic state, leaving the woman in pure shock. Issei walked out of the salon. After a couple of minutes of walking, twisting, and turning, he saw a bank. Wow, quite the luck there. He walked inside 40 minutes later. Damn, they are slow. That much time just to open another account? Although it was international, still. Issei, while in the bank, opened the international account for him to use all over the human world. He decided to transfer a small portions of his savings, those of the Opie Dragon show, and copyrights of some merchandise. Even though he transferred around 10% of the total, the amount made even the manager of the bank open his eyes wide and almost drool. Because of the huge transfer of money that will benefit their bank by a huge margin, they didn't even ask documents from him. So he named his account randomly. He called himself Takumi. The first name of that came to his head. Thankfully, the most difficult part of his plan was completed. Now he only needed to buy some decent clothing. After some time, he decided to where to go first during his journey. He wanted to travel by magic circle rather than by plane. The thing With the world-class rating game made him tight on time, so he was thinking about Kyoto. Last time, because of his certain events, he wasn't able to enjoy the trip. This time he wanted to enjoy it fully. First was his adventures, next to looking for members for his team. Issei walked around inside of the mall. Soon he found something for the first time: escalators. He noticed how the mall had a second level, but it doesn't matter where, because he couldn't find the way up. Finally, I can go up. He noticed how the mall had a second lever, but it didn't matter where he couldn't find the way up. I already explored the bottom level long enough. Placing his foot on the escalator slowly reached to the top. Reaching the top, he started to look around. Not the only thing he needed decent clothing. After all, he was rather looking bad. Issei was surprised by the sole amount of clothing shops he saw, filling everywhere his eyes could see. This will be problematic. He turned right and walked away from the escalators. He saw many different clothing stores, yet because it was rather early for the students to come, the place was not populated. This mall was built to attract young customers or rich ones. He didn't understand why, though. I wonder why Sir Jackson Saraval decided to left the company into Co. Unless he asked them, Issei had no way of knowing. Well, I don't really care about the politics. For me, they can do whatever they want as long as it doesn't affect me, Issei thought to himself as he walked and looked over to the shop's windows. Some stores specialized in a certain margin of products, such as suits for gentlemen. Others were ladies. It's rather private department, the rest of jewelry or accessories for both men and women. He could even see a video game store all the way to the other side of the mall. Even a small library could be seen. Mental note: go to the library after finishing up all the things I have to do. He stared at the distance, more specific where the library was. Soon, he walked all the way to the other side of the mall, almost reaching to the end of it. Really? Not a single store which I find good enough? Why? Issei seemed to be unlucky incarnate. He walked over the right wing of the second floor, yet nothing caught his eye. When he decided to turn around, a place piqued his interest. Being at the far corner of the right wing, he turned around and stepped closer. It was a simple place with a small entrance. Late Night Savior? Good name, I like it, Issei read in a loud voice. A red neon sign stood proudly on top of the door. The door was normal wooden door, painted red, and with glass attached to the center of it. The words of the sign seemed handwritten instead of the normal print letter the rest of the stores had, yet because of the small piece sign had, it seemed odd. Right at the left side of the shop, it bare with a quite few free meters or 3 locals to be opened. Weird, not a single window except the one at the door. Issei analyzed as he looked at the weird local. His curiosity was bothering him. Maybe I should look inside. If this was done on purpose to attract clients, then my respects. He walked closer to the door and went inside of the shop. Late Night Savior, clothing manufacturer, and shop. Scene change. The inside of the shop was a big room filled with brim with different clothing patterns, mannequins, and cloth. In some locations, there were actual clothes such as jackets, coats, trench coats, pants, shirts, and even shoes, whether formal or informal, male or female. At the very part left on the place were a couple of dressing rooms, yet one couldn't see or pay for clothing, something weird in the store. On the wall towards the right, in between the 2 dressing rooms, a woman was resting against the wall. No one could see what she was thinking about. Her expression didn't show anything about what she was thinking. Looking at the ceiling, the woman had her left foot planted against the same wall. She looked like someone who couldn't understand, giving her a rather lone sentiment, further accentuating her beauty. She appeared in her early 20s and had the appearance of a really beautiful young woman. She had black hair tied into a disproportionate twin tails, being the left one longer than the right. She wore a black lace dress with red ruffles at the end of it. Her sleeves were separated from the dress and were of the same black and red tone. She also wore high-class stockings with heels, both of them black in color, a perfect beauty in the eyes of any man. Yet the thing that made her stand out were her eyes. The left one is bright gold and the right one is blood red. Her mature aura could charm any man, and the sexuality practically flooding off of her would make any man drool at her sight. Of course, only normal people, perhaps some special cases. I wonder if at least someone would come today. With a tone filled with slight disappointment but also maturity, she talked to herself. Soon, as if answering her prayer, a young man entered the store and looked around. The young man had a rather sickly appearance, as if he just come out of a hospital. Yet you could see the look in his eyes, sending shivers down her spine. That man is not normal. She reached the conclusion as she stared at those black and red eyes of his, filled with experience and sharpness. She noticed that although his terrible clothing and physical appearance, he had a nice face, sharp and even a little bit cold. irradiated the charm of a bad boy, and his hairstyle complemented him perfectly, as if he made exactly just for him. A pity. If he had a nice body, then he would be a Casanova, in the whole sense of the word. Those words sounded a little exaggerated. He's probably a student, not even 18. So he has a lot of room to grow, she mentally added, a note of description of the young man. Hello, I would like to ask, what does this store actually do? By the looks of it, it doesn't just sell clothes. The voice of the boy surprised her even more. Being sharp but also warm, completely opposite sides, it made her want to talk to him more. Damn, this is truly too much of a pity. If he fixed on his physical appearance, then he will reach top 5 best young mans I've ever seen met before. I, that have met idols and models, such an unpolished diamond here in the middle of this small town. The still unnamed woman thought to herself, excuse me? Issei spoke in a louder voice. Maybe she didn't hear him. Oh, please excuse my rudeness. I was lost in thought. Her tone being very mature and sexy almost caused him to blush. Good thing his darkness helped him cool his head down. Damn, another woman that practically irradiates sex appeal. As soon as he heard her response, he cursed his luck. Answering her question, she tilted her head. This store doesn't sell other products, other than its own. So this is also a clothing manufacturer as well as a shop. We even make special products for people as long as they have money to pay for it. The woman finished her explanation, making Issei open Issei opened his eyes wide. So, that's why the prices were that high. He now understood the mysterious behind the store. While walking over to the woman, he saw prices being in dangers that can make someone sweat and fright. So, as long as someone can pay the price, you can meet all their demands, he asked the woman. If it actually turned out to be true, then he had an idea. The woman was surprised by the question, but since she already knew the kind of people that came here just to look and leave, she answered the question. Yes, it can be done, but the price will definitely increase. After all, it's tailor-made. We even made by our policy to be that our clothes will be long-lasting and not easily broken, even if one is shot at. She said the last part trying to scare the boy. She believed it wasn't impossible for the boy this young to pay their prices. Excellent. Then I would like to order a couple of pieces. His answer turned out to be the opposite of what she would say. Those words made her widen her eyes. Are you sure? It will not be cheap, and a deposit alongside of a contract needs to be done ahead of time. She tried to scare the boy off, a small smirk that made her even blush. Just a little bit appeared on his face. Worry not. If it's money, I have enough. Those words made her freeze in spot. Mechanically, she nodded and said, then come with me. She guided him further into the store. After walking for some minutes, he saw a black door against the wall. Please come inside. While opening the door, she told Issei. He nodded and head and walked inside. A staircase was the only thing in front of him, filled with only a couple of lamps on the either side of it. Please follow me for the signing of the contract. She walked in front of him and guided him. Unfortunately, because she was too quick and couldn't sense the place, he got vaguely noticed his paintings at the sides of the wall. After following for a while, she stood in front of the black door and knocked. Darling, we have a client, her flirty voice echoed around the hall. Soon after, a voice replied, please enter. It was a grave voice, clearly male. It was filled with confidence and strength. The door was opened by a woman, and light skin inside the room filled her eyes. The room was like a fashion studio with a few designs scattered on the floor. Under the walls, lots of papers everywhere. A desk laid at the back of the room. Behind it, a few bookcases with fashion magazines and other books. A man with dark blue hair, around his middle 20s, wearing a formal dark blue dress shirt alongside of black pants, was sitting behind the desk. Many other designs about coats, pants, shirts, and shoes adorned his desk. Aside from that, there was a picture of him and the woman right at his side, what looked like their wedding. Oh, Issei sounded amused. So both of them were married. Quite the lucky bastard. He looked at the rings on both of their hands, both golden color. The man looked straight at the boy, was surprised when he thought of him being a client. After all, their clothing wasn't the least bit cheap. However, instead of doubting, he entered into his professional mode. Well, Mr. Issei Hyodo. Taken back by the voice of the young man, he opened his eyes, examining him. Soon he retracted his gaze, feeling it was rude. Well, I'm Toasaki Genji, the owner of this store. Over there is my wife, Yu Tokasi. What type of clothing would you want? The blue-haired man asked Issei. Issei adopted a serious expression and talked back at Genji. Looking him straight in the eyes, he answered, I would want a trench coat, a short-sleeved t-shirt with a v-neck, a pair of pants same color and tone as the t-shirt, a pair of dark brown boots that reach below my knee. Issei stated his demands. Genji wrote down his demands on a piece of paper. After writing it down, he looked at him. Any special demands you would like to add? Genji asked him. Issei nodded his head.
I want it to be the toughest material you have. I don't care about the weight increases. I want to be able to survive if needed to be an explosion. The married couple was surprised by the demands of the young man. This was far more extravagant demand than they had ever received. Seeing the looks on both of them, Issei cautiously asked, "Is there a problem?" Both of them got out of their thoughts, but Genji answered him, "No, there isn't. But the time needed for them to be ready will be long. This type of materials are rare. Also, the colors for them can't be bright. The material wouldn't accept them if it was." The word shocked Issei. Time wasn't exactly his ally now. "Damn, maybe it'll take weeks, even months for them to be ready. I don't have the luxury of waiting. Time for plan B. If you can get them ready by Friday, I'll pay you 10 times more. I'll pay you everything right now if you don't believe me." Issei used his trump card, money. The couple was so surprised their eyes popped out of their skull. A handmade demand will make a lot of money, especially something of this level, and he wanted to pay 10 times more? He's bluffing! The woman quickly concluded, but she then looked at the eyes of Issei and saw pure seriousness and even a bit of desperation. It seems he's in a hurry. Genji thought the same, but the look in his eye of the man showed he wasn't joking. Quickly he stated to be the calculations. He needed to estimate a price. If it's actually worth it, then I will move mountains if necessary, Issei thought in his head. The store was in good position. It even had many franchises around Japan. However, money was still money, and it was more than welcomed. A franchise of this level is expensive to maintain, and an order of this size will definitely help him. He finished the numbers. The price was insult even to him. Then he added a digit more. With this franchise, it will be stable for a year more. Even a few projects can be finished. Genji showed Issei the prices, afraid that he will go back on his word. "It's way cheaper than I thought." Issei quickly made his conclusion. He thought he needed around 5% of his reserves on his account, but in reality proved him wrong. This should be about 0.5% of his reserves, give or take. Not bad. The amount of money he had in his account was enough to buy a city if needed to be. Of course, that was on his main account, not the one he just made. It seems that the show is money is really printing machine. Seeing Issei stare at the contract with the price, both Genji and Yu started to sweat a little. Their hopes were entirely on him. "I have no problem with that price, but are you sure you can have them done by Friday?" Shocked at the acceptance of the man, Genji quickly nodded his head. "Yes, don't worry. By Friday, it will be done. Even if I need to break myself into tiny little pieces and every contact I have, as long as you sign the contract, I'll do it." Genji thought inside of his head as fire filled his eyes. Issei sighed in the contract and made the transaction. Everything went smoothly, making the three of them sigh in relief. Soon after, Genji spoke. "Wife, take his measurements. I need to prepare the designs." She just nodded and took Issei away. Before he could leave, Issei said something. "Please, make them as cool as possible." Genji just smirked and nodded. Just he had a thing. Looking cool, who knows? After that, his wife took measurements on everything needed. Soon, lunchtime came and Issei decided to go back home. When he decided to leave, he was accompanied by Yu all the way out to the exit. Right at the main door, she said, "Worry not, they will be done by Friday, trust us." She smiled at him, making him smile a little. He trusted them for this. "Thanks. My plans depend if they are done by that day or not, so please make them on time. It's really important to me." Issei looked at her. A trace of pleading was actually seen in them. This took the woman by surprise, but she quickly thought, so he can be like this if he wants to be nice. Smiling at him, she just nodded her head and turned back. Issei left the store and walked towards the escalator. "Sorry, library, but maybe next time." Feeling regret, he actually left the right wing of the second floor. Reaching the escalator, he made his way to the lower floor. He turned around once the bottom floor and looked at the hairdressing salon. He saw it closed. Maybe it was too much for them, he asked himself as he turned around and started to leave the mall. He wanted to go back home. He needed to train and finish the books he had planned for today. He still had half of them to read, though. Kyoto Mansion entrance. Issei finally reached his home, and since it was barely past lunchtime, no one was inside. Thankfully, the woman living with him liked to eat at the college, something he was grateful of. Well, time to train. He crossed the door and reached the escalator. Pressing the button, he went to the second floor of the underground, right of the training field number 2. He wanted to engage in a routine of physical exercises and practice the experimentation with his darkness. Maybe by the end of the week he will get even better. Those were his expectations. After months of no training and only occasionally sparring with Kiba during that time, he became rusty. That and the absorption of his life force of the evil pieces turned him into a deplorable state. But because of the healing done during the suicide attempt by Drake, as well as the complete awakening of his aura, turning back into his former self won't be that hard. Perhaps if Lady Luck smiled at him, by Friday he will look decent enough.
Let's hope for the best, Issei thought. As he reached training field number 2, he once again saw no one. Feeling happy, he walked towards all on out. He did the same as the past days. He wanted to try and change the form of darkness, this time into a physical weapon. If I'm not wrong, there are many traits on my aura, so why don't change it into a weapon? I like swords, but since Ascalon is sealed inside the boosted gear, I cannot practice with it. He closed his eyes, imagining his darkness changing into the shape of a sword. He tried for a little while. Ever since he gained experience after the formation of his Purgatory Flamebird, it was far easier turning it into a sword. After spending no more than 20 minutes trying, he succeeded. He didn't understand why. The sword he formed looked extremely real, as if it was made with real metal. Maybe I concentrated far too much. Flicking the blade with his fingers, cling, it was heard. Wow, this is hard, even my finger hurts, he said, surprised by the toughness of the blade and shaking his hand to reduce the pain. The blade was shot short, far less than a meter in length. The whole blade was curved, similar to a snake aside with the sharpness and durability. Nothing else was special about it. Being this hard, maybe the sword can withstand a full-powered attack from Zenobia and her ex Durandal. Issei theorized as he planned the blade on his hand. Could I create more like it? Issei had a crazy idea, so he tried it out. Soon after, in front of him, there were 7 different swords, different in shape, length, and size, all of them floating more than a meter away from the ground. It seems my livid is 7 blades, huh? Feeling a bit disappointed, Issei stared at the 7 blades. But well, since they are part of my darkness, I can control them with my mind. They will be easier to use thanks to that. He noticed the blades moving on. He thought about it. After all, I am no expert at swordsmanship. I only mastered the basics of it thanks to Kiba. Issei wanted to create as many blades as possible and shoot them like missiles, but the world didn't agree. After all, something like that would be far too strong. Well, 7 blades that are extremely tough and sharp can be controlled with my mind and summoned as long as I wish it. How should I name them, Issei thought, as he soon saw the 7 blades. After a lot of trial and error, he said, Rebellion. Yeah, pretty good. Issei once again satisfied his naming sense. Well, what now? I feel slightly tired and I already finished my training, Issei said in a loud voice. Not sure what to do, but soon enough he made his decision. Library. Yeah, I still need to read a bit more. Making his mind, he left the training field number 2. He walked towards the elevator and went inside and pushed the button down with 5 labeled on it. Soon he reached the 5th floor. Opening the door of the library, he walked around and reached the section of the longest mythology in human history, Hinduism. This'll be long. Grabbing the first book he saw, titled as Rigveda, he started to read alongside in his head. I, Lord Agni, the chosen priest, god of Mister of sacrifice, the Hotar, lavished of wealth, worthy is Igni to be praised by living by ancient sneers. He shall bring hitherward the gods, though Agni men oblithe wealth, yes, plenty waxing with the day, most rich in heroes, glorious, Engli, the perfect sacrifice with thou encompassed, about verily goth to the Engi. Sapest-minded priest, truthful, most glorious great, the god, come hither with the gods. Issei was stupefied. He had never read something like that. What the fuck did I just read? Issei started reading once again, focusing on everything about it, completely losing himself in the text. Soon time went by. Did I just read 1,000 hymns of the Vedic text? Issei couldn't believe it. He just read a huge book by a small period of time. Well, small for him, a dragon, so basically around 70% of this text is praise to Indra and his deeds. That's surprising. But he is a top 10, so it's not exaggerated. Issei just finished reading about the Rigveda, surprised by the deeds done by Indra. Truly the king of gods. He then looked at the clock, and then it was only 9 p.m. It took a while to read that one. Issei grabbed another book, another Veda. According to this, there were 4 Vedas known as Rigveda, Yajurveda, Samaveda, and Atharvaveda. So reading all 4 of them plus the rest of their epic texts will take a while. Time flew. It was now midnight. Issei felt tired reading all of the next Vedas, made him exhausted. Plus this one texts weren't his favorites. He stood up from his place, went back to the bookcase, and put the book into its original place. Then he grabbed something else, another story. The Ramayana, an epic story about Prince Rama, a famous epic story about the incarnation of God, and that one that got a body that could not be harmed by the gods, named as Ravana. It seemed to be quite the story, so he chose this for tomorrow during school. Issei grabbed the book about the library with it. He went down the 2 floors and reached his own room. Yawning, he opened the door and closed it once he was inside of the room. He changes it into pajamas and tucked himself inside his bed. Tomorrow he actually needed to go to school. There was something important to do there. He needed to keep appearances and not make anyone suspicious until he leaves. After all, he was going to make some vacations. He also needed to talk with the principal, explain about what he wanted to do, and a small lie here and there to make it more believable. If worse comes to worse, he could just use a little bit of his aura and make him do as he pleased. A little trick learned today while he walked back home from school or from the mall. A normal bird came flying with him and stood on his shoulder, accidentally released a bit of darkness, but surprisingly he managed to control the bird. However, the second time he tried, the bird exploded in quite a gruesome way. He figured it out later. At his training, after he created the rebellion, the only normal creatures could be more or less controlled. He only needed to insert an extremely small amount of darkness and it was done, but the chance of it succeeding was almost 50%. He didn't want to try it out on the principal, but if he was left with no other choice, then there's no need to worry. The human body is more resilient and no other side effects were shown on the first bird. I only need to be cautious. Issei thought to himself while closed his eyes and tried to go to sleep. This time he actually needed to go to school. Scene change, Kyoto Mansion, morning kitchen table. Ooh, beef. Issei woke up early, and this time he did not get distracted by anything. He slowly ate his breakfast and prepared to go to school. He truly didn't want to go, but things needed to be done, and then he could only do it. Grabbing his now empty plate and glass, he washed them and left them to dry. Looking at the clock, he saw the number he liked. 30 minutes till 8. I have enough time, but better start going. Going at the entrance of his house, he grabbed his bag and checked its inside. Seeing that everything was inside, he grabbed his keys, opened the door, and walked outside. The morning sun momentarily blinded him, but not long after he regained his sight. However, it was still a rather chilly morning with annoying sun to top it off. Closing the door, he walked away from his house. Maybe today will be a rather good day, Issei smirked as he opened his bag as out the book of Ramana. While grabbing the book with a single hand and with his bag in the other, he continued his trip towards school. A few minutes later, Issei was completely absorbed with the book. The story was great, just his favorite type of heroes and villains, filled with intrigue, kidnapping, and rescues, a good classic in his opinion. He crossed the school gate without taking his eyes off the book, mentally thinking that it wasn't shut tight like yesterday. Walking with a calm glint in his eyes, he ignored everyone and everything. Soon he reached the entrance of the main building of school. Stopping his walk, he looked up. He saw Ko Academy in its greatest splendor. The first time he was coming here since his revival. Well, actually, it's the first time inside of it. Yesterday didn't count. After all, Bastard Sensei closed the gate right before me. Issei still hated that sensei fucker. Maybe it wasn't that bad, he thought. I got all the other stuff I needed to do, and I'm only left with the school issue. At break, I'll solve it. Issei approached the stairs, quickly walking up and reaching the third floor. Finding a letter A on a door, he walked inside. Opening the door, he witnessed how pretty much everyone looked at him. Maybe it was because he didn't come yesterday. Ignoring them, he walked past all the Regent's seat. Ignoring them, he walked past all of them and reached his seat. It was on the last row, the second next to the window behind. He sat down and continued reading his book, not being bothered by anything nor bothering anyone. Then whispers were heard. Hey, is that Kyoto? Yeah, weird. He seems different. He changed his hairstyle. Maybe that's why. Many random classmates talked about him, especially about his change in appearance. Since he didn't want to be discovered by someone at school, he didn't dare use his darkness to... His eyes were normal. He would only use it in isolated locations in really small amounts. That way, the girls wouldn't suspect anything, especially Konako, that was sensitive to this kind of thing. A bald boy alongside with glasses-wearing young man came near Issei. Yo, Issei, long time no seen, the baldy said to Issei. But since Issei was too focused on his reading, he didn't mind. Or answer. Then the glasses spoke up. How are you doing? If you're not feeling well, we could do a marathon at my house. Glasses shrugged with a perverted glance. Soon woman yelled, disgusting, but Issei closed his book, looked at both of them, and spoke in a cold and sharp voice that made everyone feel scared. I have things to do, so no. I no longer have time for such stupid things. The answer made everyone in class freeze. Good was his luck because no one of the student council nor RRC studied with him, so he could act more freely. Everyone screamed in shock. What? Clearly not expecting that, Issei just ignored it and opened his book again, yet this time the two perverts spoke with louder voice. Huh, even though we felt pity towards you, that's how you pay us? Issei ignored them and continued his book. It was better that way for everyone. Angered by no response of Issei, they came closer and tried to, 1, steal his book, and 2, pull his chair away from him. Once they reached close enough, Glasses went for the book while Baldy for the chair. Perfect teamwork indeed, but before they could reach him, they froze solid. Actually, everyone inside the classroom did. Issei looked at them, but this time released a small and controlled amount of his dense aura. Just his normal one, not his darkness. They weren't worth the honor. The entire class was froze, as if time was stopped. The ones furthest away felt chills, and the ones were closer felt lightheaded, yet the two in front of them were pale. Their faces were clearly embedded with panic. Shit, maybe I just traumatized them, Issei hurriedly retrieved his aura. The time he let out was less than a second, so he believed no one important noticed it. Ever since his evil pieces were gone, his natural aura became more dense and heavy, even suffocating to the ones that were sensitive to these types of things. Baldy and Glasses stood there, frozen a couple of minutes in which no one spoke. What was that? A random student asked in a loud voice, shocked by what happened. What did you do, Hyodo? A female screamed to him, but like before, he just ignored her. What he didn't expect was for 2 known women to come near him, a pink-haired and brown-haired. They were Kadase and Moriyama. What did you do, pervert? Both screamed at Issei, making his eyebrow twitch. He hated to be called that. He didn't want to hurt them, but he even had limits. If Sensei didn't come soon, then he was afraid he would have to do something that they will regret. We asked you something, pervert. Answer us. Screaming again, Issei was losing his patience. Did you hear? Soon another student appeared and tried to stop them. Issei was grateful towards this nobody. Moriyama-san, Kadase-san, please, let's not disturb him. Whatever happened, it wasn't against us. It was both of them. The student pointed at the Baldy and Glasses that were still frozen solid. Wow, someone with a brain. Nobody. Number 1, you gained my respect, Issei thought. What do you mean? We want answers and this pervert is going to give them, Moriyama replied, soon followed Kadase nodding their head. Yeah, we're going to get the answers out of this pervert. Just what did he do right now? That wasn't normal. Well, not like he once was, Kadase said, insulting Issei even further. So pervert. In your stupidity, we ordered to tell you what you did. If not, then what? Issei stood up from his place, angering filling him. But it seemed the two of them couldn't understand the indirect. We will beat... They abruptly stopped as an aura far worse spread all over the classroom. Everyone started to tremble. The ones that quickly tried to leave, but a cold, sharp voice stopped them. You will hit me? Killing intent flooded his words. Issei was angered. He did not do a thing, yet these pieces of trash that are a dime a dozen each actually insulted to threaten to attack him. Give me a fucking break, Issei roared. He hadn't felt like this for a long time. The two of them petrified, not capable of moving. Fear corroded their souls. They could see how the one in front of them was no human. Their instincts told them to run. The further, the better. In front of them stood something that was above everything they have ever seen. In front of them stood a predator, ready to destroy its prey. They could even swear his eyes changed to those of a reptile, scamming them even more. Issei continued, I bothered no one. And yet, you were trying to act all high and mighty in front of me. You insulted me and even wanted to beat me. Let me tell you something. His words were sharp as a knife. In the world out there, you lot are not worthy of even being called an ant. So stick this into your thick heads. Don't mess with someone that's way above you. For all, the message ended there, yet for the two of them it did not. Issei walked closer and whispered in their ears with a voice that sounded deep, cold, sharp, and emotionless. On the food chain, he growled. Understanding the message, they ran away from him. Horror was the only thing inside them right now. Well, it seems that I need to hurry with my plan. Since they ran out of the class, people will start asking questions. Better go to the principal and now try to convince him. If not, then I'll use my darkness on him. Issei grabbed his stuff and began packing. His book, of course, was still in his hand. When he stood up, he walked past all of his classmates and reached the door, but then he heard a voice of someone he knew. Where are you going, Hyodo? Issei stopped for a moment and looked over a certain someone. He looked at Kiryu with cold eyes and equally cold voice. He said, none of your business. Then he walked away. At the beginning, when he first came inside, Kiryu wanted to talk to him, but looking back at him, she saw that he wanted to be alone. The look on his face clearly showed that she respected it. After that, she saw how the two perverts tried to lure him into something, but he rejected it. Infuriated, they tried to do something. However, they failed, pissing Issei off in the process. And because of the aura they felt, Maruyama and Kadase tried to get answers out of fear, but they just provoked him even more. Soon he exploded, and well, the result was obvious. She knew that Issei was part of the supernatural. For the past few months, she hadn't spoke up with her 3 friends, so she didn't know what had happened, but she could guess something had happened to him, something bad. Since the last couple of months, he was acting weird. He even looked pale, as if sick. She didn't know why, but she felt something big change inside him. But what? Just what did you experience, Issei Hyodo? She silently thought to herself. If you guys want to know exactly where we are on Chapter 4, and the title Scene Change Outside of the Principal's Office. Here we go. Outside of his classroom on a floor higher, Issei knocked on the door of the principal's office. The hallway he was at was literally far above his own homeroom. Why all the way up here? Isn't it annoying? Issei thought as he stared at the only door as he enters the hallway. A pure white door that stuck with the theme of the school. A little golden plaque hung from the nail in the door. One could read "Principal" on it. Well, that's simplistic, Issei thought. This place would be filled with ornaments and who knows what, but it was really simple looking. He could be that person that's not materialistic. While having those thoughts, the door was opened by someone. An average-looking man greeted him. He wore a black striped suit with a reddish tie. He looked average in every sense of the word, just like an office worker. He even had a normal haircut that included his oval face. But the fact that he was principal spoke volumes of how good he was at his job. His name was Morimoto Ichinosuke, a long name to write and pronounce. "Good morning, Mr. Hyodo. What do you wish to speak of?" Principal Murata said. "Oh, about that. Why don't we talk about it inside your office? It's really important." Issei tried to lure him in so that there were just the two of them alone. Surprised by this, Morimoto only lifted an eyebrow and quickly invited Issei in with a smile. "But of course, please come inside." That sentence made Issei smile. The office of the principal that was opposite of the hallway, filled with the brim of ornaments, bookcases, lamps, and papers, etc. It seems I was wrong. He placed the metal note he had on the principal. The place had 3 walls, while the other was just a big window from the top to bottom. It was covered by black curtains that are now half open, letting the light in. The wooden floor shined as if polished. At the very end of the room lay the principal's desk. It was big, almost covering the entirety of a wall behind it. A few stacks of papers were piled on the desk, and a leather chair was the only thing behind it. In front lay the 2 wooden chairs for someone to sit on. Issei quickly sat down on the left chair and crossed his arms. The principal did the same on his leather chair. "Well, what do you want to talk about?" Issei changed his face into a serious expression. "I want to leave the school for the semester." Morimoto was surprised, opening his eyes wide and let his jaw hit the floor. "Please think about this again," slamming his hands on his desk as he stood up. Morimoto also jumped out of his chair. Issei knew this was the normal response. After all, he wanted to apply to leave for school. "Please let me explain." Issei kept his calm, like he always does. "The reason I'm doing this is that I have recently been through some terrible events, and I wish to have some time to think and relax. Recently, I've become more explosive and easier to anger, so I believe applying for a leave for the rest of the semester will do me some good." Issei finished his well-prepared speech. "Well, I can't tell you I want to leave to explore the journey around the world now, could I?" Mentally telling the truth, Issei still kept his calm demeanor. "Denied," Morimoto answered Issei in the blink of an eye. "Ha! I already knew you would say that. After all, what I'm talking for is impossible unless you use lots of your contacts and sources. However, I don't need your permission." Issei stood up from his seat. Morimoto thought he was angry, but soon the thought went out the window. He saw Issei reach out his hand, maybe a handshake? "I thought it would be impossible. But, well, I was not asking for permission." The voice of Issei grew cold and sharp. Because of change of tone in Issei, Morimoto just sat there not capable of moving. He saw how Issei's hand reached his head and grabbed it. After that, he felt an entire world turn black. Issei activated his darkness. Feeling his demonic mark appear, he used a little of his aura, covered his middle and index fingers. Soon, he felt how small fragment of it went inside the principal's head. Like a puppet, those strings were cut. The head of Morimoto made a loud bang against the wooden desk. Good thing he fainted. Issei was startled when he saw Morimoto's eyes lose their light. He thought at the beginning he fucked up, and like a bird he would also explode, but he was proved wrong. "Ha!" he sighed in relief. He then did this thing after a couple of minutes. He ordered his darkness to wake him up. The principal woke up, light magically returning to his eyes. "Principal, are you okay? You just felt lightheaded and lost consciousness there for a little moment," Issei explained to the principal. "Recently, I haven't felt like that in the past. Forgive my rudeness. About your request, I'll do it, so there's no need for you to worry. By tomorrow, everything will be done. So after today, there's no need for you to come to school. Only after the semester has ended, you should come back." Issei silently nodded and stood up from the chair. He walked over to the principal and extended his hand, waiting for a handshake. "I'm grateful. Thanks for understanding, Principal. I will take my leave. Please finish it as soon as possible." Issei shook the principal's hand and left the office. He finally finished everything he needed to do. Now he only needed to finish his knowledge gathering and training. Then he could leave. Finally, everything's done. I can take a while for this break. I'm glad my darkness is only subconscious control and not pure control. That way it would seem the idea was approved by him and not forced. Make it harder to undo. Issei thought inside his head. Closing the door, he went out of the office, leaving the principal to his New York as he placed his utmost priority. Issei walked through the hallway and reached the staircase. He was debating whether to leave right now or continue his day. Soon the toughest decision he ever had was made. Since it's my last day here, why not spend it in Co? I want things to be done right, and leaving now would make me have a bad mouth taste. Issei finished his debate and went down the stairs. Reaching the floor of his homeroom he slowly walked towards his classroom with his hands in his pockets, not caring about anything. "Let's do this." The pride of Issei spoke up again. He reached the sibling door, and for the first time Issei saw their homeroom teacher. A decent-looking man stood at the front of the classroom. He wore glasses, and instead of a suit, he wore a dress shirt with dress pants alongside a jacket. All the get-up except for the jacket was the navy blue in color. The jacket was brown, creating a good contrast. He was rather tall, 1 meter, 83 centimeters in height, but he didn't look fit. He wore brown formal boots, reaching the ankle and completing his outfit. He looked at Issei, practically roared, "Issei Hyodo, you're late!" obviously trying to intimidate him. "Even if Ophisis wasn't able to scare me, much less you," a small smirk adorned his face. The sensei saw this, and because of anger, a vein of his forehead popped out. "More respect! You should arrive on time. If not," he was abruptly interrupted. "If you want to scold me about something, then you should also fulfill it. If I'm not wrong, you were also late," Issei replied in a deadly calm and cold tone, making the teacher feel a chill running through his spine. "Issei Hyodo, you should respect your superiors." Issei was tired of this, so while closing the door in shock of his classmates, he once again spoke up in a frigid tone that made everyone feel goosebumps. It was the same tone he used when he talked to the two women a little while ago. "I don't give my respect. My respect is earned, and a merely substitute teacher that entered a couple of months ago because of pure luck hasn't done anything to earn my respect," Issei told the sensei, as his eyes turned icy and razor sharp. The substitute of Ross Visa couldn't retort to anything, whether because of her anger or fear, no one knew. Issei walked towards his spot beside the window and sat there like nothing had happened. Everyone was surprised by the comment he just did. They never thought the goofy, perverted boy would still be ruthless with his words. The young Drake ignored that and just took out his book. Wishing to finish it before break started, he leaned back on his chair and rested both of his feet on the desk, uncaring about what the others would say about him. Class started after a while. The sensei completely dismissed Issei as if he didn't exist. Of course, Issei did the same. Classes soon went by without any incident, something Issei was grateful for. When the first break arrived, Issei stood up from his seat. Since the sensei didn't do something else to him, he was able to finish his book without a problem. His fate was expressionless, but his mind was a different story. Damn, I knew this story was good, but never would I ever thought it'd be that good. Like a kid, he screamed inside of his head. If someone saw this attitude, they would be surprised. The former cold and sharp Issei was now back into being kind and warm. He walked outside of the classroom. Afterwards, he went towards the stairs, and as soon as he reached the bottom level of the building, he walked out of the building and went to go get some food from the cafeteria. It was just a small walk away in a separate building. Whatever they had was enough to satisfy him. I wonder what my last meal at school would be. He reached the cafeteria and walked across the double-sided glass doors, but when he saw, it made him tilt his head in confusion. Just as he walked inside, the noisy cafeteria quieted down. Everyone, male or female, turned their heads and practically drilled their holes with their stares. So rumors already spread about me, huh? That's quick. He was also surprised at the speed which the rumors flew at. What are you looking at? He said with a keen tone of voice that sent shivers down their spine. They all quickly turned around. Issei just scoffed loudly at them and went down to the cashier to pay for his food. He paid for the plate of curry. Although the food was Indian, the Japanese version of it isn't far behind it. He grabbed his plate and went towards an empty table at almost the corner of the place. He sat down and started to eat. The discreet looks of the students didn't go unnoticed by him, but he decided to ignore them. He swiftly ate his food, but he didn't want to be found out by anyone. During this period of the day, they came here frequently. But it seemed that too much luck was on his side during these days. He sensed something that could turn to look at the entrance of the cafeteria. There, he saw 3 people. One was white-haired, little girl in an amber-colored emotionless eye, sticking to the side of the boy at her side. The other girl was blonde, with twin tails that turned into rolls at their ends. She had deep blue eyes and rather busty figure for her age, like Konako. She also wore Co-Academy uniform. She was also trying to hug the side of the boy, but every attempt she made was stopped by Konako. You gotta be shitting me, Issei thought as he saw the boy, rather kind in between them. Black, shortly trimmed hair adorned his face. He looked much like a doll. In some way or another reminded him of Gasper. His eyes were blue and they filled with happiness and naivety. He looked skinny and fragile. Clearly he didn't do any kind of exercise. He also wore similar school uniform as the other 2, but because of the skinny figure he had, it made the uniform look wobbly in size and too big for him. It didn't exactly fit him either. However, Issei felt something off from the boy, something he was familiar with. A sacred gear? And the aura he's admitting. It seems he's already awoken. It seemed this guy isn't quite normal, Issei thought. Feeling intrigued, he scanned his body, trying to figure out more about the little boy. He was amused when he felt rather decent magical reserves for a human, that is. By the pulse of the power from the sacred gear, it seems to be a little above average. It also seems its focus of the increase of magic reserves, so a supportive type, huh? Issei finished his analysis. The magic reserves he felt from the human were around those of high-tier low-class devil or mid-tier high-class mage, good for a normal human. Scene change inside the cafeteria of Code Academy. The boy was named Hajime Takakashi. He had 2 elder brothers. He was special according to the woman at both sides. He had something called sacred gear. A sacred gear was an artifact created by the god of the Bible and given to humans as gifts for their development. According to them, the most successful people in human history always had a sacred gear. When he first heard about this, he felt shocked, not really believing those words, but he found it out to be truth 2 months ago. The 2 women at his sides explained it to him. They also explained about the supernatural world, something he was extremely surprised about. He felt at first skeptical about it, but after they showed him they weren't human, he finally believed it. The world was much bigger than he thought. After some days, he decided to ask to train him. Because of the words, they said they would left him with fear. Those words were the humans with sacred gears are hunted by dangerous beings such as stray devils, exorcists, criminal of the supernatural world. After that, he discovered that both of the women were devils and powerful ones. Ever since he had trained with them, he wasn't even able to scratch them. After all, his sacred gear specialized in increasing his magical reserves, so he had more oriented towards being a mage than a warrior. His body also didn't help him in that aspect. Why did I get myself into all of this? Oh, yeah, because I thought I was going to get killed otherwise by those criminals. While remembering those words, he sighed inside his head, but for some seconds he felt a chill run down his spine. Getting on guard, he tried to detect the one that was releasing this feeling inside of his body. What? Who is? He thought as he opened his eyes wide in shock. He felt he was being examined by a really strong being. That sensation gave him goosebumps. This kid is being examined by Issei, for anyone who doesn't understand what's happening. Someone is scanning me? I can't find it, but whatever it is, it's definitely not human. He stood still, trying his best to find the one who made him feel like that. But the feeling was soon gone. The Toon woman at his side didn't even sense it, proving that his enemy was stronger than both of them. Whenever it is, it seemed really strong. I didn't even feel any killing intent, so it seems it lost interest. Good for me. After school, I need to tell Ravel-chan and Konako-chan. He continued his walk to the cashier, but he didn't let his guard down just in case. On the other side of the cafeteria, Issei was a bit surprised. Oh, capable of sensing something that was scanning him. Good senses. But since you weren't capable of figuring out my location with such an obvious scan, then you have much to learn, brat. Issei estimated his level inside of his head. He thought the two women at the side would feel something, but assumed they were much too focused on their fight, proving that they let their guard down. In an instant, they let their guards down. If Issei wanted to, he could probably attack them and hurt them pretty seriously with one move. It seems the brat is trained by both of them. Since he was capable of sensing something, it means he specializes in magical combat and sensing. Ravel teaching him the first, while Konako the second. Issei once again analyzed him, but he did not care about the brat. He only had an above-average sacred gear at best. Maybe I should find a book about sacred gears, he quickly thought of. Yet his thoughts were dissipated by the sudden sense of disappointment. Really? Did they change me for someone like that? He is nothing. His only decent quality is because of his sacred gear. Aside from that, he doesn't have any other outstanding abilities. His thoughts were, they really left him for someone like that. He was disappointed, at least. Make it someone that had a strong personality. That brat doesn't even have something like that. If he was at least as handsome as Kiba, then I would, somewhat or another, not feel as much as disappointment. Yet looks like a girl, and even worse than Gasper. Finishing his monologue, Issei left the cafeteria. He still had some classes left. The bell rang as walking up to the stairs. He was the first to reach the classroom. He just sat down with a rather bored look on his face, waiting for the classroom to be full. The peace and quiet only lasted that long. Voices soon were heard, but since he did not care about it, he only waited patiently there. After what felt like an eternity, he saw how the classroom was getting filled. Moments later, a different sensei appeared, this one on time. Is it that hard for someone to reach the class on time? At least his sensei actually made it on time. He remembered the cocky teacher from the morning lecture. Class started and looked out the window. He was easily bored by the sensei. The slow pass of time was internal. Issei just wanted to leave the place, and this made him lose whatever sanity he had left. Without something to pass the time with, he could only imagine new ways to use his darkness. He kept thinking about different things, but none satisfied him. It seemed he ran out of creative juice. It seems I need to wait for my start of my journey for me to become stronger. Without the necessary experience, then it's useless to imagine other things, but by the looks of it, seems like another trait of my darkness is to accomplish anything I think of within certain limits. And of course, through a lot of effort. Issei continued his monologue, but he was cut off by the thoughts by a beautiful sound of the bell. He grabbed his stuff, threw it inside his bag, and he left. He was finally free. He went down the stairs. As a flash of lightning, he went through the main door. Leaving the school building, he saw how many students weren't crossing the main gate. Maybe they were talking with their friends or something? He walked with a slow pace, this being the last time he was going to be here for at least a long time. He turned around to look at his school, but another big structure piqued his interest. The Occult Research Club. He looked at the building in the shape of an old mansion inside the pseudo forest of the academy. He could see rather old trees on it, facade covering the broken parts of it. Weeds and flowers ran up it, giving it a creepy look. The sun, with an orange tint, painted the walls with a reddish tone, and parts of the wooden frames of the windows looked decayed, about to fall off. The big, rusty iron gate at its entrance was wide open. It seems something has gone on here. Should I go? The young Drake thought of his possibilities of being found out. He could use his darkness to cover his body, then erase his presence. Since he didn't have the boosted gear, his magical presence also changed, so even if he was found out, they wouldn't know it was him. But was curiosity that big? He felt conflicted. After debating a bit, he could see the different people going towards the gate of the building, some familiar, while others not as much. Why has my curiosity increased so much since I got my aura? Disregarding any other thought, he slowly walked towards the same direction as the people he knew. Activating his darkness, he felt his demonic mark appear on his forehead. Then he concentrated on erasing his presence. With his demonic state active, it was much easier than before. In this state, he could control over his aura, and his life force was much, much better, so he was confident that he wouldn't be able to find him. That they wouldn't be able to find him. Closing in on them, he followed them silently. Reaching the big, mossy wooden door, he saw them, opened it, and soon followed. He was really close to them, but they weren't capable of noticing him. Damn. If I was capable of transporting myself, even if it can't be used during battle, it would still be much too useful. Issei thought about that as he added another to-do list of experiments with darkness. He already had quite a few. He followed them to the second floor. As they reached the door where he knew the office of the club was, he moved inwards. Before they could close the door, he covered his hands with darkness, covering his left arm on his eternity and giving a really odd-looking claw. This being a project he was working on for since the last week as an increase of range and power when fighting in close quarters. He stuck his enlarged index finger in the gap between the door, and thanks to his strength on his hand, the door didn't move. It's just still as if stuck. Not sound came from it as well. He heard the voice of Rias on the other side. This amused him a little bit because of the presence of certain males he didn't know of. Scene change inside the Occult Research Club. Now, on the ORC, the entire Gremory Parage was there except the exception of Issei, Gasper, and Ross Visa. Irina and Rabel were here as well, but the most surprising guests were the 5 male figures that stood at the side, all being current love interests of the girls. The first one was tall. He had blonde hair reached to his shoulders in a rather fit image. He appeared to be in his early 20s and was wearing a blue polo shirt with blue jeans and black sneakers. His name was Reggie Minamoto, president of the XXXX facility and college division. The second and third looked most familiar, but they also seemed the opposite to one another. Both had black hair, but the former had it tied into a ponytail that fell down his back only to reach his upper back. The other one also had the same black hair, but it was really messy, with many bangs covering his face. Both of them wore Co-Academy uniform and looked quite familiar. They looked young, around 18, and a delicate face that had them appearance of young boys. This former had blue eyes, while the later black. Other than that, they looked practically on the same to another one. They were Ryuto and Soji Takahashi, brothers by blood, and both of them were elder brothers of a young one. The one was named Hajima, also sharing the same, at least of the both of them. He was also present in the room. On the right side of his brothers, behind the largest couch on the room, the fifth one had blonde hair that was also mixed with brown, making him a real foreigner-like hair overall appearance. He had blue eyes that were gentle but a hint of smugness. He, as the 3 brothers, wore the Co-Academy uniform with a pair of black dress shoes. His name was Ken Mishima. The 5 of them stood behind a couch because of the orders of Rias. Soon she spoke up. "Well, I'm grateful that everyone made it. I have an important news for all." She talked with a calm tone. "According to my brother, a world-class rating game will be held in the next couple of months, around 3 or 4. The date hasn't been specified yet." Rias talked while looking at her Parage, Ravel, and Irina. "It means that any being of supernatural world can participate in it. Humans, devils, angels, fallen, and gods. Anyone can participate, as long as they sign themselves in before the last day." Rias dropped the bomb, making her Parage, Ravel, and Irina open their mouths and eyes, but the 5 men didn't understand. They were kind of new to this. "Rias, are you saying that gods can participate in this as well as other races?" Kiba asked her, dumbfounded by the new information. She just nodded her head. "Yes, that's correct. That's correct, Kiba. Everything can participate." Clarifying, Rias looked at her knight, but seeing the expressions of the 5 men that couldn't understand, she decided to explain it to them. A rating game is usually a game of devils in which they fight with their Parages for fame and glory. The rating game were made to satisfy the ego of devils to prove which Parage is stronger. She began her explanation. In the beginning, they fought against each other, saying, "My pawn is stronger," or "My rook is stronger," and because of the circumstance, the rating games were created. Rias talked about the rating games making the 5 men nod their heads. Then Akeno continued. "For the first time since the beginning of the rating games, a world-class rating game will be held, one in which anyone can participate. We are telling you this because since you all now belong to the supernatural, you would be scouted by someone to be part of their teams." Akeno finished the explanation while adding a bit of information. The 5 of them were surprised. Never they ever thought something like this would happen. "Yes, since all 5 of you possess sacred gears, others will start moving. After all, battle-oriented sacred gears are rare." Rias explained to them again. Reggie asked while crossing his arms, "Battle-oriented?" Akeno answered instead of Rias. "Yes, sacred gears have classifications, whether battle-oriented or not battle-oriented. You have 5 battle-oriented ones, and because of that, someone will try to get you." Her words shocked them. Reggie, although you knew that the supernatural world existed thanks to your parents, you still did not know enough about it. Akane looked at his lover and giggled. Reggie was pure-born human, but both of his parents were high-class mages and around mid-class devils. In terms of power, so they explained, since he was little, he had a supernatural existed. However, since they didn't know much about it, and only very simple information was given to him, he was not informed as Rias Parage. That gap of knowledge was slowly being filled by Rias and Akane. The rest of the men were also purely born humans, but with sacred gears. Ken liked spearmanship since small, so he knew a lot of martial arts to help him during a fight. Soji, like Zenobia and Kiba, practiced with swords, but he wasn't very talented at it. Above average was Kiba's guess. Reggie practiced karate since small, that thanks to his parents since they owned a dojo and was quite good at it. The rest didn't know a single martial art, so they were just being trained by the girls from scratch. Rias, what about Gasper and Issei? Kiba asked her, managing to get her surprised looks of certain girls. It seemed they forgot about Issei and Gasper. But Rias answered with a calm voice, don't worry, Gasper was the first one I told this information to. But since he doesn't want her to be alone, he's still at the hospital. And Issei, I spoke to him a few days ago. He is already training. She explained to them with a tone filled with pride in the mention of her pawn. Issei? The three brothers screamed, and they knew about the infamous reputation of the brown-haired boy. Issei Hyodo? He's with you guys? Soji screamed his question. Yes, Issei is the spoil pawn of Rias Gremory's Parage, Kiba answered back. That pervert? Ryoto spoke, this time his voice killed with disbelief and a bit of anger. Hajime only stood there frozen in shock. What can a pervert do? He can't do anything right. He's worthless and doesn't have any redeeming quality. A really stupid guy that has been threatened with expulsion for far too many times to count, Soji spoke again, making Kiba crack his knuckles in anger. Issei is the possessor of the boosted gear and has fought many different beings that appeared only in legends. He has killed a few. Kiba spoke proudly about his friend, not wanting for him to be talked about like that. Him? The twin brothers Reggie spoke at the same time. Is he really the same guy? This time Hajime spoke up, surprised by the words of the blonde-haired. That isn't possible. How could a pervert be someone that awesome? It's impossible. I refuse to believe it, Soji replied, as quickly as he could, refusing to believe those words. Ken just stood there not saying a word. He knew about the reputation of his classmate, but he knew not to judge a book by its cover. Yes, Soji, Issei has really done that. I say he is the strongest in the Parage, Zenobia answered to him, trying to make him believe their words. Seeing his girlfriend like that, he knew she was serious. She wouldn't joke about something like that. But then Reggie asked again, invading the conversation. Boosted gear? What is that? A sacred gear? Kiba answered the question instead. Yes, one of the 13 Longinus and the strongest user of it. His words caused them to be even more confused. Longinus? Ken for the first time asked at a loud voice for them to hear. Oh, Ken-san, sorry, I forgot to tell you that. Ozzy was feeling slightly regretful about not telling him this. The Longinus are the 13 strongest battle-oriented sacred gears that exist. Once dominated to a certain extent, they can even kill gods from different mythologies around the world. Irina answered this question, but it all made of them widen their eyes in shock. Something like that exists? Ryato looked at her, surprised by her new information. Yes, Irina replied while looking at him. So he can kill a god, like gods and myths? Reggie was dazed. He tried to hide a small hint of fear in his voice. To be exact, he already killed a being with similar power of that of God, Zenobia told them absent-mindedly, making all of the men get goosebumps. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Who did he, kill? Hajime stuttered. However, Konako still answered him. A dragon. Silence ruled the entire ORC. The men couldn't quite process that kind of information. It seemed, and was, illogical to them. They knew about Issei, rather infamous reputation he had. Seeing him as someone with power to slay a dragon of all things was irrational. They looked around the club, trying to find any hint of being a joke or a prank, but the hard look on the present quickly crushed their hope to bits. The five inhaled a cold breath at the air of the realization this wasn't a joke. It was the harsh truth that was nothing. They could refuse to do it. He really slew a dragon? Soji asked, sweat falling down his cheek and trying to hide the tremorous in his voice. To be more precise, an evil dragon, Irina spoke once again, trying to sound cheerful, maybe to calm them down. There are different types of dragons? Ken asked back. His voice seemed to be emotionless, but all of them could see his amazement. Yes, they are divided like any other race, but after a certain unknown threshold is reached, they evolve. Akane decided to answer this question, but was confused as well. She didn't understand much about dragons, a race full of mysteries. There are dragons from low, mid, high class, dragons that reach ultimate class are basically unheard of in the supernatural globe in history. So, there's no ultimate class dragon. Rias decided to intervene and continued the explanation. Afterwards, there's a huge strength leap in their race and no one knows what causes it. It's a mystery. However, a huge increase in power happens to the dragon. They are able to reach a level above supposed ultimate class. The men swallowed their spit, obviously uncomfortable with the kind of information. Interruption, just as little as they all know, Issei without his dragon right now, Drake will eventually come back. With his darkness alone, already can slap ultimate class beings like it's nothing. He could probably kill Sirzac if he wanted to, just for reference, with his darkness, so this is basically his base form. Continuing, that level, she quoted, is known as Dragon King, and rather than class or tier, it's a title signifying their statues in their race. Across history, there had only been 6 Dragon Kings, but the majority of them are no longer active, so very few remain, she said and took a breath of air. Above them are 2 heavenly dragons, the red one and the white one, Dreg and Albion, both destroyed and sealed in tied sacred gears, but were known for their powers to crush gods. Issei possesses the boosted gear in which the red dragon was sealed, she said with a teasing voice, but before continuing she was interrupted by Akeno. Above them are the dragon gods, being the strongest among them, Zenin with powers across the world, the dragon of Infinity, and nothing less of the dragon of dreams and illusions. Akeno finished her explanation, gifting Rias a teasing wink of her eye. The males in question just swallowed their spit, their bodies trembling. They now understood the meaning of a mountain above a mountain and a person above a person, or in this case, a dragon. The world was filled with all of this, and I didn't even know about it? They all thought at the same time. What about evil dragons? Hamaja asked with a soft tone of voice, realizing they weren't mentioned. Evil dragons are like their names say, dragons that became corrupted, whether by outside forces or by their own wills, turning them into beings of evil. Ravel spoke for the first time since they were inside the room. Since the beginning, she was completely silent, but this time she wanted to speak. Therefore, she answered the question the best way possible. Kiba continued her explanation, this time with detail. The 5 males thanked him mentally. Among them, they were a few which were the strongest of evil dragons. He looked at them and continued his explanation. From the strongest to the weakest they were. The Croesus Circle Dragon, Cromcrunch, Debilism Thousand Dragon, Azidaka, the Primal Eclipse Dragon, Apophysis, the Insigmata Dragon, Landon, and last but not certainly least, Crime Force Dragon, Grendel. The first 3 had the strength of a heavenly dragon, but among them, only Cromcrunch is alive. Finishing the explanation, Kiba catched his breath. What happened to the other 2? Soji asked, confusion written across his face and fear in his tone. Azidaka was killed by the Hirakugo during the fight. Apophysis was killed by Issei, the Sekiru. Rias explained to them about what happened to the evil dragons. Hiraki Udo? Sekiriti? Ken questioned, not understanding why the names. The ones who hold the secret gears in which Dragon and Red Dragon have their soul sealed receive those titles. As the current possessors, Volley and Issei hold the titles. Rias answered the question of Ken. But another came from that. Volley? Who's that? Ryoto asked while sleeping his eyes on Rias. But Akeno at her side, she answered instead. Current Hyakuyuto, the possessor of Divine Dividing, and the host of the White Dragon. Maybe if you're lucky, one day you will meet him, Akeno explained, not telling Volley's full name on purpose. She didn't want more questions. Finishing their explanation, the 5 of them took some of them to assimilate the information. Then, they said at the same time while bowing their heads, just like it was rehearsed, please train us. They wanted to be strong. If the world counted with such terrifying beings, one of them was seemingly a normal boy, then they needed to be strong enough to protect themselves. Surprised with their response, Rias asked, why? Because we want to protect the people we love alongside with ourselves. Reggie represented the group and said for the words. The answer made all the women freeze. They remembered the same words, the brown-haired boy, making them feel conflicted. They still loved him, but they also loved their current boyfriends as well. That's why they treated him like that. They felt conflicted, and every time they saw him, they felt even more. That's why they evaded him and ignored him. They had to put their feelings at ease and think clearly, something that hadn't been capable of not yet. They wanted to be with him, but also they didn't want to end their relationship with their boyfriends just like that. The clash of feelings made them feel guilty. That's why they evaded, scorned, and ignored him. All the girls felt the same, but they knew something needed to be done. Far too long has passed and they didn't know what Issei was doing. Since they were going to live for 10,000 years, they wanted to gain experience in a relationship. Rias and Akeno wanted to try approaching other types of force to gain experience. Since they spent their eternity with Issei, they had time and compensate for all the damage done, if it was done at any time, but they didn't expect that their interest would turn into something more. After spending time talking with him and knowing more about him, they slowly forgot about Issei. After some time passed, he passively believed in the supernatural. Seeing where the question was going, they said yes, and after a long talk, they told him they were devils. Since he knew about the supernatural, he wasn't surprised, and instead he continued treating them like normal girls that weren't related to the supernatural at all, something they really felt thankful for. They wanted to be treated like normal girls, not related to the supernatural, and since Reggie was the closest man that wasn't as related to the supernatural as the rest of the men they knew, he was the best choice. They spent their time talking about idle topics, going out as friends, among others. The fact he didn't stare at them in a perverted way really made them feel at ease. Being always stared and looked at like that is really tiring. They liked the expression and reaction they provoked on Issei, but after some time, it gets exhausting. Time went by and they started to forget about Issei, replacing him with which was their role model and ideal man when they were kids. Tall, good-looking, confident, in the dreams of any young girl. The reason they tried to get closer to their said senpai was that they didn't understand the male mind. After all, they didn't have any male acquaintances their age. So they started to get more involved with those males in college, but soon they met him with an excuse that maybe in the future they will be able to understand Issei better, since understanding him would be a key piece for them to get even closer to Issei. Wow, what a stupid fucking reason, right guys? Sorry, let me just go ahead and continue. The other girls, seeing this, asked them why. When they heard their answers, they were surprised. In their minds, this was a good idea. If they are capable of understanding what other men thought of, then understanding Issei will be easier and their relationship will be closer. But they started to fall in love with the guys they close to understand. They even dismissed Issei, forgetting everything that he did for them, even being cruel so that they didn't stop their plans. Once their relationships were over, they will get even closer to Issei and cross the line. Yet because of their selfishness and egoism, they truly didn't know much about how Issei was suffering. Because of their lack of trust themselves into getting closer to him and lack of an experience in relationships, they made certain choices that unknowingly affected Issei in a terrible way. Because they were lost in their heads, they started to compare Issei with them, seeing his faults like a living being, and soon after they started to badmouth him behind his back, scorning him, insulting him, ignoring him. Those words were spoken without thinking, yet they believed it was just the truth. After their inner thoughts appeared, they remained silent for some time, but then Rias answered them, "Sure, we'll train you, but it needs to be the next week. We are actually quite busy and need to finish everything before concentrating on the game." They felt happy. There was a way for them to protect themselves. They had to take the chance. "Thank you," they said again at the same time. Although recently they have been in trouble with their relationship, but they could fix it. Reggie was focusing on his work completely, not wasting a single minute with both Rias and Akano, and when he had free time he wasted with his friends, since they were really spoiled women, and always ordered him to say wherever he was and with who. Sometimes he snapped and yelled at them to stop bothering him, creating friction between them. Soji was completely focused on sports. He played tennis and practiced his swordsmanship, was rather close to Kamino Aibi. That, alongside him, only focusing on his tenets and sword practice made him tight on time, so he set Zenobia aside and temporarily focused on the sports. For her, it seemed that she was replaced by a new advisor of the tennis club, Kiyomo Abi, so sometimes arguments started. Ryoto and Irino were good enough. She was really energetic, something he liked, but sometimes he just felt like he just ignored her, causing her to be furious. But because of her energetic self, she was sometimes even jumpier than before, and that exhausted him a lot. The woman just had too much energy sometimes. Hajime was always in the middle of the fights between Konoko and Ravel, making him feel awkward. Sometimes he felt as if he was treated as a toy, but he hoped it was just his imagination. Since he trained them, he wasn't as bad as the others, but sometimes arguments started and their training escalated into insults and fights, making him feel tired. The only thing is that since these two women would always fight for something dumb, Ken and Azia were the second better ones, but because Ken was a man of few words and Azia was timid, sometimes they wouldn't speak for hours, making Azia tear-eyed, thinking that she was boring and he didn't like her when she was with him. Something he didn't like about her was that she was always cried for something. She was kind, but she didn't have the courage for anything, at least in his eyes, like a small animal always wanting to be protected. So this opportunity for training alongside them would help with their relationships, well, they hoped. From the next week onwards, they would try their best, both at becoming stronger and also improving their relationship. Issei stood behind closed door, clearly happy about the information gained, about the world-class rating game, and as well as their future plans. Wow. I'm lucky that I leave this Friday. Then Issei turned around and walked away like he was never really there. Time skip, Friday, early in the morning. The days went by after spying on their little activity. Issei focused on his training and his knowledge gathering. He also managed to gain a new ability. Using his darkness and basis for a magic circle, he named it Hellgate. As long as he inserted the coordinates of where he wanted to go or something remembering the location, he could transport himself anywhere he wanted to without knowing or noticing. Using this ability used a lot of concentration and aura, so using it during battle was not plausible. He also discovered that he could go through ceiling magic arrays that were not fueled by God class or above. He also discovered that when accidentally teleported himself to the first level of heaven, thankfully no one noticed. He could also go through barriers like the ones in his own house, separate spaces. The dimensional gap could also be entered without that much difficulty. It consumed almost 10 times as much energy, but it was better than doing nothing. He tried it once before, remembered where the Gogamag was inside the dimensional gap, so he transported himself there. He almost lost his way inside the damn labyrinth of a place. Thankfully, he quickly activated his Hellgate and again got out of the place. As long as he gave it sufficient amount of aura, in other words, his magic power, then he could go anywhere. Of course, only if he knew the exact coordinates or he already visited the place. So, were a few restrictions. He also finished reading about Hinduism and the Norse. He was also made by the stories of the Northern mythology that he wanted to ask Ross Visa about them, but no news were heard from her. A pity. Maybe for next time, he thought as he walked out of his house. Today was the day he needed to pick his clothing back at Late Night Saviors. He was rather excited about how the clothes actually ended up. He closed the door behind him and walked out of his home. Seeing the big, rather round mall, he approached it. Afterwards, he went up the escalators and towards the right. Right where the right wing was located. He walked all the way back. It was 9 a.m. Many stores hadn't opened yet, but he believed the store should be open. Reaching the end, he saw the handwritten neon sign and single door. He walked past towards it and through the door, and he found himself in front of the woman he talked with during the last time he was here. The woman noticed him and looked at him, smiling elegantly. "Welcome back, Mr. Issei. Since morning we expected your arrival, so if you want, please follow me." The woman once again spoke her solitary, mature voice, making Issei sweat a bit. Damn, if I had any less self-control, I would be drooling over her. Issei thought as he remembered the last visit to this place. "Then I will follow you. Thanks for a lot for everything until now." Mixing his sharp voice and warm tone, he made the married woman blush slightly. She bit her lips. "I really like the way he speaks with that tone." She turned around and walked away. Issei took the hint and followed after her. Reaching the back door once again, he walked it through the simple-looking stairs. Soon, he saw the dark-colored wooden door and the woman opening it. "My husband is waiting inside." He also saw the clothes already finished. Issei walked inwards and once again saw the studio, but this time it looked much more messy. Papers were spread all over the floor, making another carpet. He could also see a couple of pens stuck to the wall on his right-hand side, clearly thrown as a sign of frustration. The dark blue-haired man was sitting without moving on his chair. Eye bags could clearly be seen on his face. His hair was also really messy, just like bed hair. His dress shirt was buttoned the wrong way, making the one side longer than the other. His eyes were closed, but as soon as he heard the door open, he opened them. Bam! Falling down as he tried to stand up, he screamed, "Mr. Issei!" Picking himself up and grabbing the corner of his desk, the man practically screamed at him, making the woman behind him giggle at the sight. "Mr. Genji, good to see you. Sorry that amount such work was burdened on you with such little time," Issei spoke to him, a small amount of regret in his voice. "Nonsense, don't worry about it. For me, it was just a good project. Not any day someone comes in and has a project of that magnitude." Genji dismissed the subject. He wasn't angered by it. "Oh, darling, why don't you show him his clothes? I bet he's eager to know how they ended up." The woman proposed to her husband, making him blush a bit. However, he understood what she meant and nodded his head. "Yes, please follow me to the next room." Genji spoke as he walked towards the door and opened it. It's just beside us. Leaving the room, Issei followed right behind him, the beauty following both of them, a gentle smile clearly stitched on her face. Please be cool. Please be cool, Issei frankly chanted inside his head, just like mantra. Opening the door, Genji quickly walked in. A mannequin was in the center of the room. A complete set of clothing was donned on it. Seeing this, Issei opened his eyes wide. The first thing he noticed was a trench coat reaching past the knees of his mannequin. It was an Oxford gray in color and held no zippers nor buttons. The only thing making it stay in place was a white string that came out of a pair of eyelets at the base of the neck. The string was tied up in a knot at the center of the neck. The rest of the eyelets, used for buttons, were stitched up in a weird, rather opaque red in color. At both sides of the coat, there were pockets, making it look useful. Surprised by the looks of the coat, he saw the pants and shirt. He saw a pair of form-fitting inky black pants and shirt. They looked rather simple without any other designs, but he loved how simple they looked. The pants looked tough and had rough texture on them, contrasting with rather smooth texture of the shirt. But even those differences, they looked exactly the same, in color and tone, like it was a single piece of clothing and not two. Next were the boots placed on his legs, the perfectly realistic full-body mannequin. They looked comfy, tough, like it was last a long time. They were a dark brown in color, as dark as his hair. They reached just below his knees of the mannequin, and if one could be bent on the upper part of them to be more comfortable. They had no laces, and instead, some opaque red designs were on their place. The designs were just zigzag lines that came from the top of the boots, ending right at the ankle part of the boots. The sole was inky black in color. The whole outfit looked perfectly harmonious, and in the eyes of Issei, which were now like stars, the whole thing could look really good. Damn. It's so fucking awesome. I definitely will look really good in these clothes, Issei thought of the young Drake as he couldn't take his eye off the outfit. That is how the outfit ended up. Genji spoke, breaking his train of thought. A smile of pride dotted on his face. They became much better than I expected. Genji started his explanation. The beauty quickly made her way to his side, maybe as a sign of support. They are made with a new material that is still on its experimental phase. Any form of blunt impact will make the clothing instantaneously harden. Whether it's a punch, gunshot, a stab from a pointy object, or even an explosion, the clothing will harden instantly, migrating the damage. They also are water resistant and heat resistant. In other words, not flammable. I dare say that unless you throw a couple of kilograms of C4 on them, they will be as good as new. Also, because of the material, they are extremely flexible and elastic, so even if you increase the size and height, they would still look exactly the same. Genji caught his breath. At the same time, Issei was extremely satisfied. Even if they are broken and during my journey, basically fixing them I can learn. Basic fixing spells I learned during my spare time, since the last couple of days will fix them instantaneously. In the past couple of days, he would sometimes go deeper inside the library, finding an extremely small section of magic spells, maybe for his parents not to notice. They range from creating drinkable water to small fireball or even spark of lightning. There were a spell that helped you in understanding other languages, but since he no longer was a devil, this would prove useful. Genji continued his explanation, but because of the same material, their weight was also increased. The whole thing that may be around 15 to 20 kilos. Even though they look light, they certainly aren't. Genji finished his explanation, satisfaction filling his face. This was one of the best outfits he ever created, a top 10 without a doubt. Darling, let's leave him alone so that he tries on his new clothes. The odd-eyed beauty spoke, getting a nod from her husband. They turned around and closed the door. As soon as Issei left, Issei took his clothes off, which were the same as last time he came here. He threw them aside. A couple of minutes, the door of the room was opened and a dark brown-haired man made its appearance. The clothing suited him in every sense. His hairstyle accumulated the sharp and cold features of his face. His black and red eyes looked sharp and keen, making him have the appearance of a bad boy, even that of a rogue. Because during the past days he trained pretty much all the time, so he didn't look as skinny as before. After a couple of more weeks, less than a month, he would be closer to his former physical appearance. The married couple looked at him. The clothing suited him perfectly, and the style he had was that of a bad boy. Certainly he will attract many girls. The couple had different thoughts, while Genji only looked at the clothing satisfying his ego. The woman thought differently. Damn, he looks really good. Like that, any woman will feel attracted to him. Never would I ever expected that he looked so different with the right clothing. The woman looked so surprised. Even her expression changed. A young man like that walking on the streets will gather a lot of attention. Thank you so much for the work. I love how the clothes turned out. In the future, I'll definitely come back. Issei spoke with a satisfied and happy tone, something rare of him to show to others. He walked closer, ignoring the blush of the woman. woman and extended his hand to Genji. "You did an excellent job. You have my gratitude," Issei told him as he completed the handshake. "The pleasure was mine. Come back again if you have another crazy order like that one," Genji smiled. "Ha, but of course," Issei laughed and stopped the handshake. "I already know the exit, so there's no need to accompany me. I need to leave for my trip. I'm rather late," Issei said as he walked towards the stairs. "Where are you going?" the woman asked curiously. She tilted her head to side to making her seem extremely cute. Issei turned back and said, "My first stop is Kito. After that, I'm not sure. Anyway, have a good day and let's see each other another time." Issei finished answering the question and walked away. Soon he left the couple's view. Why was he in such a hurry? It seemed weird, the woman asked her husband. He was thoughtful. He didn't know why, but it seemed odd. "I do not know. Maybe something happened to him like in town that forced him to leave," he stated his theory. The black-haired beauty only nodded her head. Maybe this will remain as a mystery until the end. Scene change, the street. Issei stepped out of the store. Since he didn't want to carry his old clothes, he made a hell gate and in the store transferred them back to home. After that, he hurriedly left the mall. Because it was still early in the morning, not even at noon, and students were still at school. Not many clients were seen, but a few ones that were actually in the mall turned to look at Issei. The older women blushed till their faces were bright red. The married ones were no exception. The men only looked at him with anger. Issei wasn't entirely sure why. After leaving the mall and reaching the street, Issei did his best to ignore the looks he received from everyone. Even inside of his head, he had no thoughts. Slowly walking down in the streets in his hand in his pockets of his new trench coat, he quickly saw a big building with the shape of a mansion at the distance. "Quite easy to find my home," he said with a slightly happy voice. He was in a great mood. "Ha!" Issei exhaled as he walked by. Everything seemed great. Since the suicide attempt, he was already against time, but now he seemed relaxed. Finally, some peace for him. Continuing his walking, he stared at the bright, clear blue sky, closing his eyes as he felt the wind breeze against his face. "Finally, I'm done." Issei was satisfied with how things ended up. He's already had everything he needed. His training was also good, and just coming before to the mall, he finished reading the entire mythology section of the library. All of those books in a week. He felt extremely proud. Of course, the many sleepless nights were tough, but with a will like his, anything was possible. Reaching the block of his mansion practically owned, he arrived at the gate. At the gate already being opened, he walked inside. The big golden main door made its appearance, making Issei laugh in silence. Clink. He opened the door with his keys and walked upwards. Approaching the third floor, Issei momentarily stopped and looked around. A certain feeling of eagerness accompanied him. He stepped closer to his door and opened it up. His old clothing laid in his bed. Issei stepped closer, grabbed and folded them. Then he put them back into his dresser. Everything he needed was on him. Since he was going to use his darkness to make travels easier, no documents were on him. He left his keys and phone. Since he didn't want to be traced, he placed both of them inside the pants and he wore just before changing his outfit. He then looked around his room. Ha! The longest sigh he ever released came out of his mouth. Then, near his bedside, he saw a picture of himself alongside his parents when he was younger, when he graduated from middle school. Looking straight at the picture, he began talking. "I'll be going on a trip, so don't come looking for me. I do this because I want to be free and see the world." His voice was melodic. Drake is still asleep, and it seems it will be a little bit before he awakens. But it will be soon. I just know it. After all, he's my partner. During these few days, Drake wasn't seen. The brown-haired boy knew it would take a bit more for him to come back. I'll come back after a while, so please wait until then. Take care. Issei activated his demon mark, and although he was already in his demonic state, he made the mark visible. He covered his left hand in his darkness and muttered, "Hellgate." A ring was formed from his darkness of his hand, soon increasing in diameter and taking the size of a single person. Inside the ring eerie, pitch-black mist, black-shone light, giving its demonic vibe. This was shown how his Hellgate manifested. He already remembered the place he was going at. It was the Kyoto train station, and since Hellgate he had an aspect of being impossible to sense or even notice. If he appeared in the middle of crowded places, no one will notice him, or at least he hoped. Well, it's time to go. Maybe we'll see each other later, but who knows? While shrugging his shoulder, Issei turned around and looked straight into his portal. Soon he lifted his head up, filled his chest with pride, and walked towards it. Shortly after, he disappeared like he was never there. And that is the end of Chapter 4. Chapter 5, The Other Side of the Coin. 2 months after the war. Since the end of the war against Rizavim and Quillipoth, faction affairs became rather tense. Well, they were almost exterminated, so one could guess how many troublesome things needed to be done, and because of this, the situation in the entirety of the underworld wasn't good. Many revolts occurred, some because of the formal influence of the old Mao faction, while the others because of the response of the government at the threats they received from Quillipoth. The second ones were most easily dealt with, but the first ones weren't. That thanks to the influence of the old Mao faction, which was far more deeply rooted than they thought. The Yonde Mao had to work overtime to get things done. Some of the problems were solved in simple press conference while answering the questions of the masses. Questions like, why didn't you alert the underworld? Or why you let a group of kids resolve the issue? A few of the questions hurt far more than they thought, but things needed to be done and they had to be done right. The more violent revolts in the underworld were orchestrated by extremists who supported the ideals of the old Mao faction, and because of that, a more direct approach was needed. Therefore, a response team was created, and some response team was the volley team. After the war, and thanks to their help during the whole lot of it, their crimes were pardoned and the members of the team became famous celebrities across the supernatural globe. They were similar to a rogue group which protected the people from the extremists, and at this moment they were coming back from a mission. Volley. Why are we exactly doing this? A monkey yokai asked the silver-haired youth. Because we have nothing better to do, Byoko. The silver-haired youth answered with a neutral voice. Ever since the battle against Azidaka, he became more expressive, but many of the years of talking and acting like that were hard to remove. True. Since we have nothing better to do, and no strong enemies dares to make a move, getting rid of the plagues is just the best job we could find. The monkey mocked their luck. The monkey was wearing an old-style Chinese armor. He held a black bow almost as tall as himself in his right hand, while twisting, turning, with clear experience in his movements. The monkey had sheer black hair and pitch-black eyes. His whole body looked fit and ready for combat, but the relaxed posture he held gave him an air of being far too carefree than uncaring. Byoko, think about it as training. A blonde-haired man with royal blue spectacles replied to the comment of Byoko. His outfit was an old-style, noble-looking gray suit, but not a single wrinkle was present on it. He had deep blue eyes and gave the aura of a nobleman, and close to that of a king. He was tall, standing 6 foot and 3 inches, a little taller than Volley. His whole body looked lean and rather skinny. It seemed to be built mostly, if not at all, for speed. His name was Arthur Pentadragon, the descendant of the King of the Knights from the tales of the Knights of the Round Table. Yeah, but it still doesn't change the fact that we are errand boys, and without the girls here anymore, it's boring. Byoko stopped spinning his bow and stabbed it on the ground. The silver-haired youth didn't speak, apparently not concerned by his comment. He was only looking over his shoulder at the scenery behind him. A castle stood there. It was rather destroyed and appeared to be extremely old, not human. According to the information given by the current Lucifer, a den of rebels made a base that they were extreme to them. The look in their eyes of the Lucifer as he gave them their mission was something none of them would forever forget. After all, the castle was that of the extinct house of Macharosis, and extremely close to the house of Grimmery. For their castle to be used like a camp for rebels was the worst in solid memory of the extinct house, so their orders were to eliminate them all, even if it meant absolute destruction of the castle itself. They did their best not to destroy the castle, but some enemies were ultimate class, and things got out of hand. However, what surprised them the most was not the only devils were inside the castle. Fallen, yokai, and a few mass-produced evil dragons were also inside. So they found out this place was a base for the remnants of the Quillipoth. Soon, they will need to go back to report the actual Lucifer about their discovery. What are you thinking about, Volley? What are you thinking, Volley? Arthur asked the silver-haired youth. Right now, he was just too quiet. Nothing, Arthur, just thinking about the castle back there, Volley replied, while looking at the fallen castle. After the war, as a strategy to demotivate the followers of the old Mad faction, especially the ones who followed Rizavim, his story, of course with his permission, was published for all to know. Doing that made him feel like a weight was lifted off his shoulders. He had nothing to hide, and if making his own story was known to the underworld managed to make him more people leave their cause, he was glad to do it. The fewer people that experienced what he did, and the better it was. So what now, Volley? Do we go back? Byoko asked the leader, getting a nod from him as the only answer. Seems like I really changed a lot from back then, Volley thought to himself, while turning his head back around, walking away. Maybe you influenced me more than I thought. Issei Hyodo, a small smile appeared on his face, and as his thoughts went to his rival, he was patiently waiting for their rematch, but for that to occur, they still needed to train and experience more things. Reaching the former entrance of the castle, one could see that the building was at the back. Although no flames were seen, it seemed as something lit up, making it glow within the eyrie. Red light, that was kind of creepy. The castle was light purple, as his main color of hint of red. It was tall and imposing, but since the location was rather destroyed of the huge craters cuts in the terrain filled with holy energy, it looked rather bad as if the war occurred in the place. Machiroshus was dissipated as a wolf with griffin wings, and a snake tail who was also strong, undefeated warrior, so the castle, as a sign of that, looked like the ones in the medieval era. Extremely fortified, and with thick, tall walls as well as unbreachable defense. Any location inside the gate of the castle was an advantage for the ones inside of it, so if it was wanted to siege it, it would prove rather difficult. Clearly, they chose this castle because of that. However, in front of these three, the defense didn't work as effectively as they thought. The gate was somewhere around the place. When they first entered, Byoko kicked it down. The walls and the nature in the place were light purple, following the same color scheme as before. While reaching what they thought was the entrance of the castle, they left just like they came in, through the main gate. After a couple of minutes, Volley decided to make a magic circle back to the city of Lucifid, which were all the leaders were located at, but something unexpected happened. Crack! The magic circle shattered at the moment it was made. Seeing that because of the dense energy in the area, the circle was basically impossible to do, Volley stopped trying and looked at both of his friends. Huh? It seems because of the natural magic particles in the surroundings, I cannot make the circle without spending some time. So let's move ahead. His strength in magic was during battle, not for these tasks. If just LaFay was here, then we wouldn't have this problem, Byoko yelled, while feeling slight anger at the predicament. Both of the girls were gone, and from the team, according to Arthur, LaFay was also called back by the Pentadragon House. The reason, unknown. If only my sister was here. Full with regret, Arthur was feeling disappointed. Really a syscon, Byoko thought as a half glared at Arthur. By the way, Volley, do you know why Kuroko, of all people, left? Byoko turned his head towards his leader. Both of his hands were crossed behind his head. According to her, she wanted to do something else with her life, to impress my rival and change for the good. After all, her sister already knows the truth, and the man she loves has a rather high position. So stay by his side. She went to the leader of the yokai and asked for a favor. Volley explained to Byoko, who didn't seem to know. And since she's a Neshishudo, an almost extinct yokai species, she was proposed to be an ambassador. Arthur completed his explanation. Volley nodded, as did Byoko. But wow, is the Sekiru lucky, making Kuroko want to change so that he could stay just by his side. I just don't know what to say, and he already has that many beautiful women by his side. I can't help but feel envious as a man. Byoko said as a little bit of envy filled his tone, but soon after the divining dining gear materialized at Volley's back, surprising all three of them. But before Volley could ask the reason behind this, he felt something. Opening his eyes wide, he abruptly turned around and looked at the plain patch of land. Albion! He yelled in shock.
Yes, Volley, we are not wrong. That much malicious energy and the familiar feeling. I'm afraid it's the Juggernaut drive.
A blue light came from the wings after the voice was heard, that being the spirit of Albion after he was sealed. Arthur and Byoko's eyes widened, but Volley was not most affected. Damn it, Issei, what happened? After everything they went through together, you could see that the Hiroko felt a brotherly bond with his rival, but before he could do something, Albion screamed in shock.
It's gone!
His words surprised it all. The faces of the three men seemed confused. What do you mean it's gone, Albion? So, let me explain what's happening here. So, basically, back when Issei was doing his Juggernaut drive in the middle of the park, this is when Volley is feeling it. So, this is like a little bit beforehand. So, this is going on right now. Before Issei got his darkness and everything, just to clear some things up. Anyway, continuing. Volley was prepared to move towards the direction of the energy, but before he could, he felt the same as Albion. Nothing? Both Arthur and Byoko turned and looked at each other. What the hell just happened? Was written all over their faces. Are you sure you sensed right? Byoko asked Volley, but Albion, who answered,
"Don't doubt my senses, monkey. I could clearly feel Drake's energy, turning dark, but this time, compared to the past, was much more ominous. Even I felt uncomfortable."
Albion repanted the monkey and explained. Surprised by the words of the white dragon, they didn't say anything. What just happened? That energy, it was definitely one of the Juggernaut Drive, but it felt so much more ominous and horrifying. Volley regained his bearings and tried to analyze what he and Albion just felt.
"Don't doubt, Volley. We were definitely right, but it was far too gone, too quick for anyone than us to notice it. It seemed the chant was stopped at the activation of the drive as well," Albion told his partner,
filling the pieces of the puzzle. "So what should we do?" Arthur asked his leader, waiting for the word. "I do not know. But saying that we felt the energy from the Juggernaut Drive would make us sound crazy, make them not believe us. I doubt that with all the things they are doing, with no evidence to prove that we actually felt something about it." Volley turned back to his emotionless tone of voice and explained the situation. Everyone was silent for a moment, but before they left in search of the area in which they could use their magic circle. Walking around, no one said anything, especially Volley, but unknown to both of them, he was having a mental conversation with Albion. "What do you think, Albion?" Volley asked, the dragon inside his head.
"I do not know, Volley, but we can't be wrong. However, what exactly happened for them to use the Juggernaut Drive?"
Hearing the response of the dragon, he fell into thought. What if they didn't activate it in search of strength, but rather because of his strong negative emotions? Albion went silent. That possibly was a certain plausible cause. With Issei Hyodo as Drake's host could definitely be possible, but Albion was unsure. "But what, Albion?" He told his question to his friend and partner.
"That still wouldn't explain the feeling of rage we felt. It was far too big an evil for the Juggernaut to be the cause."
Albion was even more confused than before.
"What if—"
Volley tried to speak, but he dispersed the thought out of his head.
"Volley?"
Albion was worried about his partner. He clearly just thought about something he didn't want to say. What if Issei experimented something that affected him too much, to the point that the Juggernaut Drive activated by itself? The various feelings he should have experienced influenced the Juggernaut and increased the sensation of despair exponentially. That would explain the ominous energy he felt. Volley told his theory. Hearing this, Albion went silent, but the questions remains. What was the cause? Ending the conversation there, they reached a forest away from the mysterious territory. Volley made the transportation circle, this time sturdier than before. Soon, they all stepped inside the circle and left in a flash of blue light. Arriving at one of the capitals of the underworld, the three appeared on an empty street. The difference between this city and the ones in the human world was only the purple sky. Aside from that, one couldn't identify anything else between them. Streetlights were all over the place, and the roads used by the car, whatever magical vehicle they had, was completely empty. Soon they saw a big castle at the end of the street. The difference of the one in the Magistral's territory was that this one looked like a capital back in the USA. That was the base of operations of the Curtain Mao, and for now, they spend most of, if not all of their time. Closing in, the three walked calmly, if it wasn't for the first time they had done it, but Volley was still stuck in the same thoughts. The theory he proposed made him and Albion silent. They tried to find something to go against it, but they couldn't. Making the decision, Albion finally talked.
"Volley, I'm afraid that should be our answer."
His tone was dead serious, forcing the current Hiyoko to nod his head. Climbing up the stairs of the capital castle, they reached the entrance. The huge attack wooden door covered their view, but from top to bottom, door filled their sights. Aside from the door, everything else... Climbing up the capital, they reached the entrance. A huge, thick wooden door covered their view. From top to bottom, the door filled their sights. Aside from the door, everything else was made from the cleric stone, a mineral that was found in only the underworld near active volcanic areas, having extremely high resistance against explosions and heat. It was rather rare and expensive, but after all, the destruction from the former war, a worthy investment. The color of the rock was pure white, without a single blemish. In the eyes of the Kirin Hyako, it was hurt-eyed just to look at it. Creak! Opening the door, they saw a huge, round, empty staircase at both sides. In front laid a hallway that led to the conference hall. Used to be only something important occasions or ruins. They walked towards their right-hand side and went up the stairs. On the right wing of the building were the rooms of the current Maos and their barrages. On the left side, there were the rooms of the nobles that held a lot of political influence. And at the end of them, both of them, right where they joined up, lay a private room for the Biel. Taking a look at the Beale's private room, Volley sneered. He wasn't exactly a fan of them. Then he looked back at the first door when he climbed up the stairs. That was the door that led to the current Lucifer, and right now the location where he basically sleeps at. Without knocking and just opening the door, Volley walked in. The room was extremely big and filled with a majority of Trihexia's barrage. Everyone had a desk of their own work, some filled with paperwork while others were completely empty. The room was big enough to put any conference room back into the human world to shame. The high ceiling, the chandeliers that hung made it look like refined and high class, and the facade of the building, everything was just pure white in color, except for the desks, and those were black carpet that was red. There were 8 desks in total, numbering for the entry of Trihexia's barrage. At the furthest ends of the room, one could see extremely big dust that covered most of the room horizontally. A man was sitting behind it. He was busily checking papers and signing documents while giving orders to his barrage. Some only nodded and left the room, opting to ignore the group of the 3 since they had better things to do. After the majority of the barrage left, only the red-haired man wearing luxurious clothing and beautiful maid with silver gray hair were left inside. Current Lucifer, we came to tell you about the mission is completed. Volley spoke with pride in his voice. The man titled as Lucifer turned around for a brief moment. Relief filled his eyes, but it was soon replaced with no emotion whatsoever. Excellent job. I already have your next mission. This one is at the Gagar. It seems something is going to happen and Azazel needs you to be there for whatever reason he may have. Volley was debating whether to tell him whether he felt like it or not.
Do it, Volley. We have nothing to lose.
Albion gave him a push that he needed. I also have to report that I felt the energy of the Juggernaut drive of Issei during the mission. Maybe you should check on how he's doing. At the mention of both the man and woman widened their eyes and stopped their work. Are you sure? They asked at the same time with the exact words. Of course, I wouldn't mistake something like that, Volley almost roared at them. Then why didn't any one of us feel it? Sir Zex asked with a cold tone. Because as soon as I felt it, it was gone. Not emanated in the least, Volley answered his question. Both of them went silent, but the woman, seeing the look of their husband's face, said, "Do not worry. We'll look into it." She's lying. Both Albion and Volley spoke inside their minds at the same time, but outwards, Volley only nodded. I almost forgot. The castle wasn't used by the rebels. It was used by the Quillipoth members. I know since we fought against some evil dragons and other species from devils. Volley told them while turning around, ready to leave. He didn't like how both of them dismissed his comment about Issei, but no one felt the aura they sensed. So, there was nothing he could do. Also, they were really busy with all the things that happened, so an investigation was a difficult thing to do. Good. Now prepare for your next mission. Azazel wants you to be there as soon as possible, Trihexa ordered the 3 men. Walking through the main door, the 3 of them left. Sensing them leaving the building, the Mao asked his wife in concerned tone, Graphia, do you believe what he said about Issei? Worry clearly in his voice. I have my doubts, she spoke with her emotionless tone of voice, but her eyes narrowed at the question. If something that bad happened, then we should have felt it. Also, either Michael or Azazel would have contacted us, either because something really did happen in Ko, because of the malicious energy the drive emits, or because the scene of destruction it should happen. The maid analyzed that many different scenarios. The Mao wasn't entirely sure. He felt something was off with this. The maid, seeing this, changed her expression and closed on him. Reaching closer to his face, she grabbed his cheek with one hand while she grabbed his hand. Looking in his eyes, she talked with a comforting voice. Sir Zex, trust me. There's no way that Issei have activated that. What reason would he have? He's already far stronger without it. And unless something happened to him, which I doubt, since Rias and the rest are looking after him, then there's nothing to worry about. Whatever she needed in regards to Issei, she would have contacted you since your magic circle is secure just in case of anything. And she's one of the few that can contact you during this time. Graphia comforted him, just like a sweet wife would. He seemed better, but in the corner of his mind, the thought still annoyed him. Don't worry, in a little more than a month everything will be solved. At that time, if you feel unsure, we can go visit him. I bet he would like it. Graphia continued her soothing, making the Mao feel better. You're right, Graphia. There's nothing wrong happening. Everything is just good as it can be. The Mao spoke with a smile on his face, not knowing how the certain brown-haired boy was screaming in grief. Volley and his team left the Mao's office, but felt something terrible occurred. Something did happen and he knew it. Although the rest didn't believe him, he just knew. Well, there's nothing I can do. Like always, he will find a way to solve his problems. He always manages to do that and amazes at the same time. Volley dismissed the thought inside of his head. Nothing will come from worrying over it. Albion was the same. Although he felt like something really did happen, since no news came, it shouldn't be anything bad. But some other or another, that just kept making him feel very uncomfortable.
Volley, maybe we should tell Azazel. He should know if something happened.
Still anxious, Albion proposed. Volley felt the same. He just wanted everyone to know just in case something... You're right, Albion. I'll tell him. Volley made his mind as he walked down the stairs of his team. Opening once again the enormous wooden door, they stepped down and walked down the main stairs of the building. Volley, are we going to see the former governor? Arthur asked. He did have a point. Their mission was already explained to them, so right now they should go and complete it. Yeah, Arthur, I believe this mission will be the last they give us for quite some time. After that, we can go train or whatever we want, Volley answered the question of his friend. After reaching to the bottom of the stairs, he activated the transportation circle, this time to the Gregor. A flash of white light enveloped them, and they were gone from the capital. The blue light stopped shining, and they opened their eyes. They saw nothing but rocky plains and big boulders everywhere. The land was blood red in color. Damn, that's why I hate coming to the Gregor. They always choose the creepiest of locations. Byuko was almost screaming. The location they were in was the closest one to arrive to the Gregor, without the permission of the Quatre. The plains were filled with nothing but red rocks, mountains, the shapes of peaks could be seen on the horizon. A large white moon stood behind the peaks, giving them a creepy vibe. On one of those peaks, it made the main Gregor base, or rather a research institute. Ha! Reaching all the way at the top of the desk, it was always a pain in the ass, Byuko once again displeased. True, it's rather troublesome. The comment of Arthur made the monkey happy, at least someone agreed with them. They continued their journey. They slowly walked closer to the 5 tallest peaks within the mountain range. The boulders at either side of them were shaped in odd forms. Some of them were shaped of leafless trees, while the others in thick of the tree trunks. All of those tree trunks were closer together, forming a small dark tree trunk forest. While walking close to the mountains, the rocks started to increase in size, using the height of the small hills and even bigger. Yet nothing but lifeless red shining, while light could be seen. After less than an hour spent walking, they reached the base of the mountain range. 5 different paths were carved in the rock floor underneath them. Some were making twists and turns like snakes, while the others just reaped upwards in a straight line. Volley, which path was it again? Byuko was worried about the path they should take. Although they came here frequently, most of the times they came was directly any of their bases. Few times they took the normal path. The second from the right, Byuko. I thought you already knew, Arthur answered, instead of Volley, getting a nod from the silver-haired youth. Well, most times we go directly into any of their bases. Not many times do we come here the normal way. Byuko tried to find an excuse, which wasn't a lie. True. You should give him the reason, Arthur. Volley replied with a small smirk at the corner of his lips. He was trying to be more friendly at those close to him. Maybe you're right, Volley. Arthur agreed. Hearing this, the descendant of Sung Wukong was shocked, his jaw hitting the floor, but as soon as he tried to say something else, both of them interrupted. Don't let it get to your head. His former happy face froze, the only thing that was moving his left eyebrow, which was twitching. You two sometimes get along far too well. Byuko sighed in defeat. If both of them said those words, then there was not a thing he could do. Seeing the defeated look on Byoko's face made the two men smile slightly. Even Albion, inside of Divine Dividing, was smirking. After the little conversation, they walked upwards, right on the path Arthur said. Compared to the others, this one wasn't as lucky, or as tricky to walk on. Much of the road was just in a straight line. After 20 minutes, they reached the peak of the mountain. At the very top, one could see a massive black building covering the majority of the light for the moon. Now that I think about it, Volley just noticed something different in this place, but it was Albion and completed his farce. He spoke out loud, all of them to hear. The moon is anew. He noticed the change in the territory. Both Byuko and Arthur went stiff. They didn't notice the creation of the new moon. Since they were always in the human world or the underworld from the devil's side, they grew accustomed to seeing the sun and moon. Of course, there was no moon here before. Arthur made the comment with a calm voice, realizing the change. They even managed to build a fucking moon? Byuko only screamed as loud voice echoed through all the loud space. How much free time does one need to build a moon? He couldn't believe it. They actually built a gosh damn moon? This shouldn't be work of a project of Sariel. He is known for representing the moon. He was still in the heavens. Even now, he still holds dominion over the moon. Volley explained, and the reason for the moon. He lived in their Gagar for a couple of years, so he knew quite a bit of information about them. Trying to ignore the moon, they moved their sights onto the tower in front of them. It was a colossal building that covered the entire mountain cliff, firmly rooted in the place. It was pitch black, color contrasting with red land. At their current location, a heavy metal gate was firmly nailed onto the ground. However, the gate was left open. Perhaps they were expecting them. After crossing the steel gate, they got much clearer vision of the building. It was hundreds of meters in height, as high as the eye could see. It was definitely complete with several famous skyscrapers back on the earth to defeat them, windows symmetrically placed on the front of the building, covering almost all of the building's facade. At the base floor, where they knew how there was nothing to expect extravagant, blood-colored door with yellow frame on its edges, signed that read, Grigor of the utmost respect. Soon, black radiant pillars stood around them, giving the entrance and building itself as an indestructible feeling, as if the tower wouldn't fall no matter what. The three of them walked near the main door, as they expected the door was magically opened.
They were expecting us, Volley,
Albion mentally said to his partner. Volley only nodded and crossed the door. Right now, they stood in the same lobby, a really luxurious lobby. A desk was placed right in the center of the room. Only piece of furniture that was present. Behind it, a woman was standing with a graceful smile on her lips. Without stopping their walk, they reached the desk and Volley asked the woman behind it, "We came here because Azazel called us." The woman at the reception desk nodded her head and replied with a flirty voice. "Yes, he was expecting you. Please follow me," she told him while looking at leaving the desk, swaying her hips sexually as she walked in front of them. Byoko was the only one that stared. Couldn't be blamed, he was a man after all. Reaching an elevator, the woman with black hair, 3 pairs of wings dressed in a business suit, pushed the button. The door of the elevator opened up and the 4 of them went inside. Many buttons that reached the ceiling were placed on the right-hand side of the inside of the elevator. They were divided from 1 to 3 digits. It seemed the building was taller than they thought. She then pushed the button labeled 86. After that, the elevator went up. Opening the door of the elevator, one could see the hallway, yet for some weird reason, only 2 things could be seen. One was the black metallic door that was on the bottom of the hallway, the other was the words of AE, embedded inside the wooden framework at the right side of the wall. They covered the entirety of the wall. Excuse me, but what are those words for?" Byoko asked the woman leading them. She turned around and looked at Byoko. "About that." She placed her finger on her chin while tilting her head. Azazel-sama said those words needed to be accompanied by the floor number. It seemed that they were remembered him about a car. Byoko was surprised. He clearly knew why he did it. "How much of a kid do you need to be?" Byoko screamed inside his head as he remembered about a certain show he watched some time ago. He hummed a tune while walking side by side with the others. After some brief seconds, they reached the door and the woman at the side knocked on it and left as they walked back to the elevator. As she walked back to the elevator, steps were heard inside the room. After some of the time, rather familiar face appeared. An old man of the fortress opened the door. He had black hair with golden bangs and a rogue-looking face. He wore a loose black yukata and tried an expression on his face. "Oh, so it's just you guys. Has this time already arrived?" The former governor invited them in with a goofy smile on his face. They looked at each other with suspicion in their eyes, but they only shrugged their shoulders and walked inside. Inside of the room was a luxurious apartment, but many different blueprints and papers were scattered across the floor. A door left was slightly opening, revealing a modern-looking laboratory. This seemed to be Azazel's personal space and laboratory inside the Gagar. "Ha! Ha ha ha! You will all like what I'm about to tell you, but first you need to tell the others," Azazel said with a smile. His tone made Volley suspicious. He decided to ignore it. They walked to the furthest part of the messy department and opened the door. The phone was right behind him. As soon as Volley entered the door, he wanted to run away as fast as he could. Amongst the people inside the room, there was a certain woman, in which the moment she saw Volley, her eyes shined with a weird light. "You're fucked," Albion told his host. The woman practically flew right from the couch towards him. "Vakun!" she screamed. Volley could speak only words before she crapped on him, but Leviath. The woman named Leviath had long, flowing blonde hair, sapphire blue eyes. She appeared to wear a standard magician robe with a hood, but she was definitely a beauty in the whole sense of the word. The woman named Leviathan had She kept hugging Volley with every ounce of her force that she could muster, pressing her obvious assets onto his chest and making him gain a very small blush on his cheeks. The young woman was current possessor of the Longinus, Absolute Demise, also known as the Internal Ice Princess. She was also an excellent magician, part of the Grazarzer, a magical organization founded by Metamorphosis. The woman didn't speak any more words. Instead, she increased the strength behind her hug. Volley sensed that and blushed. She was the only woman capable of making him feel different, and ever since his last battle with the Diabolism Thousand Dragon, her image inside his head changed. However, he didn't want her to know that. While giving up, he let the woman hug him without fighting back. Levi was more than happy. Her Vakun was letting her hug him with free will, while leaving these two behind, the two inside the room just smiling at the scene. Amongst the three catchphrases aside from Azazel, there were two men and a woman. The first was extremely tall. He had the appearance of a middle-aged, gruff-looking man with black hair matching the beard and a muscular body. He was wearing a warrior-like uniform, from fitting on its majority black and a few dark green parts here and there. He was the current vice governor of the Gagar, Barkyul. The second one had the appearance of a handsome man in his 20s, with silver hair and purple eyes. He wore a gaudy pearl turban with silver pants and black dress shoes. He was the current governor of the Gagar, Shimazai. And the last but certainly not least was the woman. She was incredibly beautiful, even her stoic and cold attitude. She had blue eyes that looked strong and unwavering, long purple hair reaching her hips, and a pair of beautiful breasts. She wore a long, indigo-colored formal dress reached her ankles, with a slit open at the side of her right leg, making her look even more seductive and mature. She wore red lipstick that accumulated her lips and black needle-like high heels. She was sitting with one leg covering the other, showing off her sex appeal, and she was the strongest and most beautiful woman in the Regar, Pyomin. Looking onto the other side of the room was a young man that didn't pass of his early 20s. He had black hair that clearly cut in light gray eyes. He wore a black trench coat that reached his ankles, a reinforced gray vest and color whose protectors on his chest, a long gray military-like pants that he had knee protectors as finishing the touch. He wore military black boots which were covered by the pants. His name was Ikasi Tobio, also known as Slash Dog, the current possessor of the Longinus, Canis Lacomte of the Ingramine, of the Black Blade. At the left side of Tobio laid a black wolf-like dog and red eyes. It was the size of a large dog and was peacefully sitting near him. The dog was Jin and scared of in the sacred gear of Tobio, an infinite type 1. While getting whoa, that was some lightning. I don't know if you guys heard that. My bad. While getting Leviathan off him, Volley asked the Fallen, "Well, Azazel, what do you want from all of us?" The Fallen only smiled and stood in front of all of them, including the catchphrase. Well, it seems that because of the recent events, some gods had suggested the idea of the world-class rating game. The idea was proposed by the last meeting, approved by the factions involved. So in a few words, we would soon have the world-class rating game, in which gods could participate. Azazel left. The bomb drop. Every catcher went wide-eyed. They couldn't believe what they heard. The young ones were much better. Leviathan only had covering her mouth. Topi was smiling while shaking his head. It will be troublesome. And Volley had the biggest smile ever. A battle-hungry grin adorned his face. Even a weird light was in his eyes. Byoko and Arthur were practically the same, one more surprised than the other. The idea is this experimental state, and the only when all the factions agree will we accommodate to be done publicly. I'll tell you this because I believe it will certainly occur. Azazel told them with a grin on his face with a mischievous kid. Then, when will it start? And how will it be confirmed? Tobio asked with a calm voice, interested in the subject of the talk. About that, we're not entirely sure, but I would say most of it will start in about a half year. About how it will be conformed, I'm afraid only a Juka would know, but my guess would be the register the participants according to the pieces of chess, much similar to the actual rating game. Azazel thought the simpler terms for the game and the better it was. The more participants will gather and the better it would be. The rest of the information is still unknown. After all, it's still just an idea. Azazel sighed, clearly not agreeing with the lack of information on his part. Soon the surprise was gone and only excitement could be seen in the eyes of the young ones. Amid the catchphrase, only Barkville seemed interested. That's the reason why I called you all here, he finished explaining his motives. Azazel practically fell into his comfy leather couch, grabbing the whiskey he had on the table on his side, and he took a sip. Well, former governor, I need to leave. She bowed politely while lifting the ends to her robe. After all, there are things I need to do. Leviathan spoke with a joking tone. Before leaving, she hugged Volley once again and finally left in a blue magic circle. Azazel-san, I also need to leave. If what you said is true, then it seems I need to gather an old team back, Tobio, and told his boss as he took from the couch along slide, he vanished inside the shadow. Azazel, I need to get back to work, because different from you, I actually have work to do, Shimazai said, as you reached the room with the door, opening it and leaving. It seems I need to train. See you later, Azazel, Barkyul said, and his goodbyes disappeared in a flash of lightning. Ha! It seems more paperwork is going to be needed. With a tragic sigh, Pyomin stood up from the couch. A hand was over her head, maybe trying to migrate the headache she had. Without saying a goodbye, she walked out the door and left. Azazel was still sitting on the couch, drinking his whiskey. He then looked over at the three young men in front of him. What will you do? Intrigued by what they would do, Azazel asked while straining his whiskey with one hand. Search for more teammates and train, Volley answered instantly, and turned at his friends. For now, we need to get stronger, so we should start training. Byoko, you should go to Mount Hyago. Maybe we can find to convince the rest of them. Byoko nodded his head. He was mentally preparing himself for what was coming. Arthur, go back to the House of Pentadragon. We will need LeFay for this. Volley ordered. Arthur, his response was the light in the glasses of the young man. Going to see his little sister excited him. I'll stay here at the Gregard to train for a while. After that, I'll contact you. Without wasting time, both of them headed outside, already leaving to finish their missions.
Volley, let's not forget about Drag.
Albion remembered Volley. He widened his eyes and visibly nodded. Azazel, during my last mission, I felt an energy of the juggernaut drive of Issei Hyodo. I believe you should investigate a little. Azazel was so surprised that he almost spat his whiskey, but he quickly calmed down. Many logical reasons of why it didn't happen came to his mind. Volley, that's impossible. The energy would have been felt by us. Plus, Vigilance is in Co 24/7. Plus, Issei is with the girls. Even if something occurred, they would contact us immediately. Akano to Barkyul and Rias to her brother. There's security in the areas. You shouldn't worry, Azazel explained his reasons why it was impossible for something like that to happen. That was much more malicious energy and emotions. Even if we would have felt it, he thought. The girls would have contacted any out of us of the three biblical factions. Even in the worst case scenario, the news of the destruction town of Ko have arrived hours ago. Plus, what would make Issei want to activate it? He already surpassed that form some time ago. The girls and his friends are taking care of him, so it's impossible for something like that to happen. Azazel was in deep thought. He then noticed how the silver-haired boy was gone. He left in the middle of his thoughts. Huh! Why did all that work accumulated? There's so much I can't even focus on my projects. Even my own magic circle is completely blocked for me, Azazel said as he downed his whiskey, but soon he remembered something. Ha! If I did, I wonder what would think about my voicemail. Azazel laughed of nothing, noticing how his predictions about Issei would be terribly wrong. Time skip 1 month later, the day Issei did the ritual. The days went by soon after another month ended. The different work of all the factions was still piling up, but this time in less amount. Today, however, was the day of the meeting with a certain faction, and all the leaders of the Alliance will be here, of course, without the bodyguards that didn't need them. The reunion will be held in the Underworld, the capital of the Lucifid, inside the spatial room which was inside the capital castle. All Pantheons will be gathered there. Hereby, this reunion was top secret, among the top secrets. After all, an isolated faction will finally come back to the world. It seemed that rather the fight against the beast, they are no longer wished for solution, and quickly sought for a treaty with the rest of the factions, proposing the reunion onto the Alliance. The almost apocalypse caused the Celtic Pantheon to change. Inside the huge pure white building that held no blemishes, nor black spots. Inside the hall, used for only extremely important meetings, a few people were already there. Even it was still not for the time for the meeting, the location was enormous. Room found with torches and chandeliers, on the walls ceiling respectively. A squared, bulky, bony-colored granite table was firmly rooted on the ground right at the center of the room, with black chairs of same metal material surrounded by the table. On the side closer to the main door with the 4 chairs that already had people seated on them, the current 4 mouths were sitting exactly there. At the dead center was Sir Zex Lucifer. At his right hand was the main close to him in age to him. He was bewitchingly beautiful and attractive young man appearing to be in his mid-20s with light blue eyes and green hair that was slicked back. He had a mysterious aura around him detonating power and secrecy. He was Ajuka Beelzebub, current Beelzebub and the head of the Department of Technology of the Underworld, and right now he was calmly talking to Sir Zex. So after this we should finally catch a break, huh, Sir Zex? To the mention and nodded his exhaustion. Too much work for the past couple of months almost made them lose sanity. Soon he spoke up with an extremely tired voice. Maybe at the end of the week we can finally relax. Too much stuff has happened in the leaders. We needed to clean the mess up. Sir Zex was hoping for the end of the week already to come. Please, almighty Friday, just be here already. His thoughts would make anyone have a drop of sweat back to their heads. I hope so. Crossing his arms, nodding his head, Ajuka agreed with him. After all, anything needed for a world-class rating game should be done as soon as possible, and rumors have already spread about the game. Ajuka furrowed his eyebrows, mentioned the game. He was excited, but many things still needed to be done. You always have been here in the capital, right? Not once have you surrendered. Aren't you worried that something had happened? Sir Zex asked his best friend. Not at all. I have my subordinates stationed at my laboratory. He swatted his hand, dismissing his words. Even the calls directed by my person will be answered there. So any problem should be solved, and if that was that bad, then they should tell me after finishing all the work I have left. I especially told them not to bother me. It doesn't matter what happened. Ajuka explained. Ajuka explained while remaining so calm. He had many capable subordinates. Sir Zex just remembered something about the rather uncomfortable... he sighed. Those words were spoken by Hiraka, still tugging on his mind. Something wrong? Asked Ajuka. Nothing, just the words of Volley. A month ago, he claimed to have felt the aura of the Juggernaut drive. The man widened his eyes. But Issei, no way, but that, yeah, I know. It's impossible to happen, but it still annoys me. Ujuka was anxious about his friend. Maybe he was still too paranoid. After their conversation, the woman had left and spoke up. She clearly heard their talk. Sir Zex, there's no need to worry. Rias and the other shouldn't be anything or worrying about it. Her voice was bubbly and full of energy. She was a beautiful girl appearing into her late teens with black hair that flowed down her back and blue eyes. She also had a childlike body, a blade with large breasts. She wore a green business suit, but it did not hide her figure. Her personality was childlike, but it was really nice having her around. Her name was Seraphal, the current Leviathan, head of foreign affairs. Everyone in the city is safe, plus it's constantly being watched if anything, so don't worry. It will make you look far older than you are, the woman comforted the red-haired. Clearly relaxing the word of his friend, he smiled at her. True. You are right, Seraphal, finally letting his rest matter. The sound of someone snoring could be heard right at the mouths. A bald-headed man was peacefully sleeping on the ridiculous, uncomfortable chair. He had black-colored goatee and was wearing purple clothes similar to those of Sir Zex. He was Falbum, current Asimodeus, as well as the head of military affairs. The man only got a parage so that he could help sleep trouble after the entire day. He, as always, was peacefully sleeping, nothing disturbing his dreams. While the chat began the rest, the Mao kept going. A magic circle appeared on the hall. Everyone stopped what they were doing. Even the current Asimodeus woke up. The magic circle was light green in color. It had a pair of wings on the four sides. At the center of it was completely gone. As soon as they saw the circle, the Mao immediately relaxed. A brief flash of light appeared and a well-known voice came. So, yo, guys, how's life treating you? A man with black hair and golden bangs made his appearance. He wore a regular black suit and he didn't have a tie, leaving the last button of his white shirt open. Azazel. Well, I cannot complain about it, but we were all tired. Sir Zex answered the question of Azazel. Yeah, things on our side are pretty hectic, so you could say I understand you. Azazel had a tired face. It seems that things were really bad on his side as well. Azazel, just sit. Anyone could come in any moment and talk about how tired you will leave a bad impression. A man with white hair and knowingly looked at the fallen. He was handsome while wearing a complete silver suit with white dress and pitch black tie. He was Shamazi, actual governor of the Gregar. Jeez, Shamazi, at least relax sometimes. If you continue like that, I'm afraid you will get gray hair ahead of time. Shamazu felt the blood vessel pop on his face, angered by the answer of Azazel. Now, Azazel, let's sit down. You know Shimazin is right. The other man appeared from the circle, spoke to Azazel while placing on his shoulder. The man was not only wearing his usual training clothing, black tinge of green. He was Barkil, the lightning god of the current vice governor of the Gregar. Fine, I'll do it. I understand. Azazel accepted the proposal of Barkil and walked on the other side of the table. There, 3 chairs could be seen left of the current Asimodeus. We'll talk later. While waving his hand, walked another 2, sat down, and left to the Shemazine. Not much time passed after Shemazah scolded Azazel for being too carefree. Barkil had a smile on his face while seeing the scene. He remembered the past times. He is far too carefree. Don't you think, Sir Zex? The Leviathan spoke to Sir Zex while whispering into his ear. Hello, Pot. I'm Kettle. Has anyone told you about black you are? Sir Zex made a joke about the comment of his friend. only gaining an adorable pout from her, which a punch on the shoulder. Ajuka, at the side, was doing his best not to giggle. Why are you so cruel? The young woman scolded him. Angered by the comment he just did, the pout was still visible on her face, making it look adorable. Asimodeus went back to sleep. How could he do it so fast as a mystery? Sorry, Seraphol, I couldn't help it. With a tense smile, he tried to calm the mout down. Not wanting to giggle even more, Ajuka, his face turned away from a comical scene. Not long after the magic circle made its appearance, this time was on complete opposite of the side table. An uncomfortable energy for devils spread around the entirety of the hall. The circle was white in color. It was resonant of the angels, whose wings was glowing in yellow light and giving magic particles off the same color. It was a shape similar to the fallen, but it was many angelic symbols spinning the utmost layer of the circle. The meaning of the symbols kept changing from love to hope, from hope to strength. The language was Echochan, and a language written by the diary of John Dee, used for magical practice. From the light the circle gave off, the two figures made their appearance, a man and a woman, both of them wearing pure white clothes. The man was wearing pauldrons on his shoulders in a bright gold color and a red contrast. He had golden halo, and 12 golden wings sprouted from his back. Ranked as a seraph. He has the appearance of a handsome-looking man with long blonde hair and green eyes. His name was Michael, the leader of the 4 great seraphs in the throne of heaven. It's good to see you, everyone. With a kind smile, Michael spoke to the rest of them inside the room. He hid his wings and walked close to the table, where 2 chairs were specifically left for both of them. He walked closer and sat on it, then turned around and talked to the woman that was here with him. Gabriel, please stop looking around and sit. We don't know when someone might arrive. Michael spoke now. Gabriel, who blushed because of the shame of the words of her brother. Yes, Michael. She smiled and walked closer to his side. Unknowingly to all the men, even Falbum, were looking at her. Not for nothing, she was titled the most beautiful woman of heaven. She had the beauty that could topple the empires, and just for a single smile of her, war could be ignited. She had curly blonde hair and voluptuous figure above the Pumian and Seraphol. Her beauty as well was on another level completely. She even wore a long white dress that hugged her figure and reached her ankles. Some golden hints could be seen in the dress if looked closely enough. Michael, I'm glad you're here. I thought that since heaven is extremely occupied, ever since the battle against Quillapoth, you wouldn't come. After all, the most of your territory was destroyed and you had casualties, Sir Zix spoke to Michael, which in turn looked at him with a gentle smile as he replied. Unfortunately, many different things have happened. For heaven to be completely repaired, it will take more time, but for now, more important things should be done. The meeting being the last one, Michael said with a relaxed smile, happy after all that happened of the peace was finally on sight. True, after this meeting, pretty much everyone has already done all the important business they have left. Maybe some of the other things are left, but by Friday, everything will be gone. At least I hope, Azazel spoke, while the rest of his feet on the table and satisfied with everything that will soon be over. True, Azazel-san, just small things related to the system of the church are left on our side, Gabriel said, with a bright smile and continued the conversation. But after all of this, we still have the game to prepare. That will be a hit. My boys back at the Gagar are training. Azazel lifted his feet off the table and proudly smirked. True, even my sister is preparing. Just recently I told her. Of course, I did not give her much information. Sir Zix commented. A small blush adorned his face when he remembered the face she made. True. My Sotan already knows as well. The face she made was priceless. Serapha also talked about her sister. But after the meeting, we finally know that the game could be approved. Ajuka calmed both of them down. But both Azazel and Sir Zix at the same time said, we already know it will be approved. Their answers were done at the same time, and they sounded kind of childish. The brave saints of heaven still do not know. After the meeting, I'll tell them. Michael tried to memorize the new information he needed to tell them. Gabriel was always just smiling, swinging her legs like a kid in a chair. Seraphol glared holes at her. She, since who knows when, made Gabriel her rival. Of course, that's one-sided. She wanted the game to be approved so that she could watch a match with her, wanting to prove who was stronger between them. A magic circle materialized inside the hall once again. But this time it looked different. The former circles were horizontally against the ground, but this one was vertically opposed to it. Many Norse runes accompanied the circle or all over it, shining and spinning. However, at one moment the runes stopped by moving the magic circle opened like a double door. An old man came from within it. He looked like he was in between his 80s and death. He wore a gold blue moon. Whatever, this is obviously the old man. If you guys don't know who I'm talking about, this is our boy Odin. "Yo, Azazel boy, devil boy, angel boy, how have things been?" The old man with an irritated, strong presence casually greeted the rest. "Oh, old man of the north, you actually thought I would you opie pub at this time of day." Azazel calmly greeted the god. The old man just gave a perverted smile. "Believe me, Azazel boy, I wish," he said with a greedy voice. "By the way, Odin-sama, how's Rosvisa been? She's been in the north for more than 2 months. My sister is kind of worried," Trihexa asked the king of Asher. He just smiled with a laugh and said, "You mean the single woman? She's been really good. She almost finished all the improvements to seal of that beast. According to her, maybe a week is left." Odin told the good news to everyone present, making them sigh in relief. The beast, some time ago, managed to crack the seal and made a big damage to it. They made all the factions pale in fright, so they asked Rosvisa to check the seal, improve and fix it, if it was possible, but such a complicated seal took its time. Even till today, only the seal had been fixed. The improvements were still on its way. "I'm glad. I'll tell my sister when I can. I bet she'd be happy." The red mouse smiled as he relaxed on his chair. Another weight was removed from his back. "Ha! Devil boy, it seems you have a lot of work on your back. But worry not. After the meeting, everything will be easier." The Nordic god, seeing the tense face of the devil, tried to calm down. Afterwards, Odin towards his seat, being the side of the angels, he tried to sit at the Gabriel, but a perverted grin in his face betrayed him. At the speed faster than lightning, Michael switched sides with his sister and sat on the side of Odin. "Hello, Odin-sama. It's a pleasure seeing you again." The smile of Michael gave him chills. Meanwhile, the rest were laughing, Bisikri or Azazel out loud. "Ha! Old man, you just got cock-blocked." Azazel had difficulty in breathing because of the laugh he was having. The Norse god only responded with a twitch of an eyebrow and a sire smile, making the fallen laugh even more. "Ah!" But his laugh stopped as he felt the temperature inside the room rise. A crack appeared on the empty space of the side of the table, emitting immense heat similar to that of the sun. The crack increased in further expanding. It was completely red in color and shined in orange-yellow light. Heat irradiated from the center of the part, making everyone sweat. Soon 3 fingers made their appearance. 2 of them, well, not as the last, not as much. They were 3 women, beautiful in whole sense of the word. Among them, there were black-haired beauty, 2 tails of air of elegance surrounding her. She wore a black gold kimono and parred down her legs, showing the beauty of her white skin. Her hair was slowly freeing down her back and covering part of her shoulders. The kimono she wore was open and showed a glimpse of her beautiful breast, just enough so that it didn't seem vulgar. She was Kuroka, the new ambassador of the yokai. "Oh, we're here." It seemed that her playful attitude still remained, but it appeared more controlled. She quickly stepped out of the crack and walked at the table, right towards 3 chairs that were at the side of the fallen angels. She walked down to the left chair, all eyes on her. "Kuroka, please wait for a second. I know you want to be done with this as fast as possible, but still," the second figure inside the crack walked out of it. She was an extremely beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure and a very long blonde hair with matching eyes. She had very delicate facial features. Her eyebrows were cut very short and round. Her hair were tied in a loose ponytail, reaching all the way down to her legs at the end spiral with taut bandages to keep it in place. She also wore a shrine maiden outfit, but was also golden in color, revealing to the luck all of men in present, a great part of her assets. She was Yakuza, the current leader of the yokai in Kitsune no Kami, or Divine Kyubi. Yakuza, let Kuroka be like this. "Always being tense makes my shoulders sore, makes you look older." The third woman spoke with a relaxed tone of voice. She appeared to be quite carefree. She was a woman in her late 20s, bright red hair to the flame. She wore in her hair in a wavy side ponytail with side bangs that came right down to her shoulder. Because of the size of her bust, it appeared to be the rest down. Man, everybody has big breasts, we get it. She looked extremely beautiful and her golden eyes seemed to shine like flames. Her clothing was a traditional Japanese kimono that's similar to Kuroka's, was open right at her legs, letting her flawless white skin be seen. The color of the kimono was gold and designs in the shape of the small suns could be seen all over it. Her obi was mainly red with a hint of black, creating a contrast that accumulated her slim waist. A small, hand-sized mirror floated behind her. It was pitch black in color, and around its circumference it had different blue jewels. The woman was the second god to arrive, current chief of Japanese mythology, Amaterasu, goddess of the sun, an extremely powerful woman. Oh my god, it's Itachi's being among the top 20 of the world ranking. The mirror behind her was Yada no Kagami, capable of reflecting any kind of attack, a treasure of the Japanese mythology that specializes in defense. "Yes, Yakuza-san, just like Achan said, you need to relax." The comment of Kuroka and the giggles of Amaterasu made her pop a vein in anger. Before she snapped, Amaterasu stepped in. Nini, Yakuza, we have more important things to do, so please relax. While moving her hands, Amaterasu tried to con Yakuza. Amaterasu, you're too relaxed, exactly like Hiroka. Please take these matters more seriously. Yakuza tried to scold Amaterasu, but she just smiled and tilted her head, getting another tired sigh from the yokai. Giving up, Yakuza walked close to the table and sat right on the chair, leaving the center of the one for the sun goddess. The three sat down and talked amongst themselves, but soon enough, Amaterasu spoke to Sirzex. Sirzex-chan, my friend at both my sides have been talking about the Sekiguru far too much amongst themselves, and Kuroka came for just being at his side. If it's possible, I would like to meet the man that made him like this. Amaterasu made her request while finger rested on her tilled cheek, and she looked extremely cute. Of course, Amaterasu-sama, I bet he would love to speak of a beautiful woman such as yourself. After everything is done, I want to talk to him. Asking for a meeting in your name, Sirzex responded to the request of the goddess, giving a small reverence. Damn, that Issei boy. Why is he so lucky? Odin intervened, envy overflowing from his voice. Why does he have so much luck with the women? If he keeps this going, I think I will need to talk to him and leave him all in his spirits and secrets, the old man stated, with fire in his eyes and power in his voice. Issei needed to share his secrets. Such comments made all the people except Amaterasu and Gabriel have a drop of sweat in the back of their heads. How can you be so childish? They thought simultaneously. Minutes flew by. She talked amongst while the others stayed silent. There were even some sleeping, not even caring about anything. But soon, around the assembling, a thunder was heard. The atmosphere felt electric and the air was heavy. The muffling of the thunder was heard closer and more loudly, and in the middle of the room, lightning bolts struck the ground. After the brief splendor, the two men could be seen. The first man had blood-red slimmers to toga on top of it. It was a white gold embroidery. Many different Greek letters were also on it. He wore a golden crown on his head, and many of the jewels accompanied it, as well as the scandals of the halfway through his cap. He looked at the handsome man with long blonde hair with a goatee and bronze eyes. The emotions of his eyes were excitement and a little bit of happiness. He was King of the Sky and Thunder, Zeus. And that is where we're going to stop for now. Once again, I know there was a lot. We were right in the middle of chapter 5 where he says he was the king of the sky and thunder, Zeus. The introduction of Zeus. Here we go. Well, I have arrived, Zeus screamed, making the entire hall tremble just because of his voice. He looked extremely confident and happy, maybe because of the game they will announce. After all, he was one of the gods that proposed the world-class grading games in the first place. Since the war finally ended and the end of the world passed, he was no longer needed to worry about anything. So this game was his greatest wish. Brother, please calm down. You are not here alone. We should show the greatness of Olympus, the man that came with him recommended. He had a friendly smile on his face, and even perverted light could be seen in his eyes when he looked at the beautiful woman present. He had a well-built body, towering over 2 meters, even bigger than Zeus at his side. He wore a white toga, covering his left chest, and the same as sandals as his brother. On the top of his clothing, armor could be seen. It was covering both arms, his right shoulder, and a little bit of chest. It was deep blue in color, and suited him rather well, because of his short blue hair that only reached his shoulders. His eyes were lighter tone of blue similar to the sky, and metallic gray trident rested on his back, emitting a menacing vibe. He was the god of the oceans, of Greek mythology, Poseidon! Ah, you're right, brother. I only got excited because there are so many people here. Zeus pretty much screamed his answer, getting tired and sighed from Azazel and Sirzex. Both of them were the ones that knew the pair of brothers the most. Ha! Well, I can't blame you. Just look at all these beautiful women present. It would be an insult not to be excited, Poseidon commented as he commented on the women. He looked closer at each of them, only getting angry looks from the others except Gabriel. At the increase in killing intent, the god of the sea sweated heavily and turned his whole body around, his face pale. Angry women were the worst possible threat in the world. Ha ha ha! Look at you! You sound like a scared little animal, Azazel laughed. Once again, loudly. True, brother, it seems like you still have trauma with women, Zeus laughed, once again accompanying the fallen in his mockery. Huh! You sure want to talk, brother. Hera doesn't even look at you. Zeus froze, and put his excited look froze with him as well. Pfft. Azazel laughed at Zeus. And you as a boy, am I not single and no woman leaves me after a night? Poseidon hit the nail right in the head. Pfft. Ah, Zeus recovered with tears in his eyes. He laughed at the misery of the fallen. By now, Azazel had a defeated look in his face, a depressing feeling animated from him. The karma, the sweet, sweet karma. Barkiel and Shamazel laughed as well, happy that someone taught him his place. The rest of the guests were also discreetly laughing, the women giggling and the men doing their best not to end up as Zeus, Barkiel, and Shamazi. They found the way to their tort from Poseidon too funny. Well, it seems almost everyone is here. An unexpected voice was heard, making all laughs stop. No one felt the presence of this individual, not even the gods present. All of them turned to the origin of the voice, being lone chair next to Odin. That, just till some moments ago, was empty. A child sat there, but the sole aura of power he admitted was too big. It caused everyone in the hall to tense immediately. Shiva, the representatives of the three biblical factions, screamed as they looked at the boy sitting peacefully on his chair. Shiva, when did you arrive? Odin, at his side, asked with a loud voice for everyone to hear. Since you did, old man of the north. I didn't speak because I found it interesting. Shiva quickly dismissed the reason of why he didn't speak till now. He was a handsome young boy. He looked like a middle school student with normal features, having a well-structured face with green and black hair, which more looks like bluish. He had sharp eyes that possessed bottomless divinity and limitless superiority. He was a representative of the Hindu faction, the god of destruction, and one of the tripade of the Hindu mythology, Shiva the Destroyer. While everyone was just staring at him, Shiva felt far away from here. He then looked at the direction he thought the presence was coming from. What is the direction he was looking at was unknowing the direction of where Issei was doing the ritual. At the same time, the reunion started. Something's wrong? Amaterasu asked, a bit intrigued because of looks in Shiva's face. He didn't answer. Instead, he activated his powers and a third eye appeared on his forehead, the Eye of Destruction. The scene caused everyone to stop their movements and raise their guards up to the maximum. Even the gods were no exception. He looked at the same direction and saw something he found extremely interesting. The current wielder of the boosted gear was going through a change. Interesting, young Issei. It seems that you are now someone different. It will be fun meeting you in person once again, Shiva thought as he deactivated his third eye. So basically, this meeting is going on when Issei is in the middle of transforming. Forgive me, I thought I sensed something, but it was my misconception. Shiva, as he turned back to the reunion, looking at everyone present. After the words of Shiva, everyone relaxed. They thought someone was going to attack them, but thankfully nothing happened. Phew, don't scare us like that, Shiva-sama. So Zek spoke, while relaxing a bit in front of the god. You can't be too relaxed. My mistake. Shiva once again answered at the comment from the Mao. Just a few minutes by since the incident right now, everyone was talking amongst each other. Shiva instead sat on his chair, thinking who knows what. Asamotus, as normal, was sleeping. At the same second everyone tensed, they all sensed it. It seems they are coming. Zeus spoke for everyone to hear, getting nods from everyone except Shiva that only smiled slightly. Particles of light started to appear, accumulating at the seat of honor, if you want to say it like that. Light gathered, forming two silhouettes. After a brief moment, the light dissipated, and just broken pieces of glass lay in its place. Two men stood, one bigger than the other, while the other looked older than the first. They were guests of honor, the current chief of the strongest warrior of the Celts, Dega and Lu. Lu was the man that appeared to be in his early 30s. He had shortly trimmed hair and yellowish eyes. He was fit and looked rather tall. He wore an entire set of armor for the helmet, its color being pure white with some details in gold alongside Celtic runes of other designs. In his hand was a rather famous spear, a spear that was known to have killed Balor, a spear comparable to Gungnir and the true Longinus, a spear that was said to be impossible to overcome, named after itself the Spear of Light, Lu's spear, Bronarch. At his waist, another weapon could be seen, this time a sword, short in length, but with many incarnate runes on the edge of the blade. It was a sword capable of getting the truth out of any kind of being as long as the sword was at their throats, known as the Answerer, or as simply as Frack. The man at his side looked old, only less than Odin, maybe in his 70s. He wore a black cape with a hood and simply built leather armor underneath, also black in color. He had a piercing red eyes that made everyone stay silent. And the aura that aerated was heavy, but was also relaxed, as if he didn't want to attack. Well, hello everyone, it's my pleasure to meet you all. The old man sounded friendly. My name is Deda, chief of the Celtic mythology. The old man tell them his name, just for the pleasantries. And here at my side is Lu. Dega presented his companion, pointed a finger at him. A pleasure to meet you all. As the old man said, "My name is Lu, God of Light." The man pointed back at Data. When he named again, his tone was smooth and comfortable. He was quite the nice guy to be around. "Well, shall we start the negotiations? We all have other things to do, so you better make this quick," Data spoke. As he sat on the chair that was complete opposite of the mouths, Lu took his right-hand side. "Of course, Data-sama. We wish to talk to you about the possible alliance between the Celts and the rest of the supernatural world. After the incident related to the Trihexa, many lives were lost, many places that were destroyed, and many to sacrifice something in order to gain peace." Serzek spoke in a calm tone. Everyone let him speak. He was the best speaker among them. "Yes, our territory was also destroyed by that beast. Many of our people were lost as well. The treaty and the alliance was something we decided among ourselves before coming here," Dida told Serzek, since he seemed to be the voice of everyone here. "One of their places was badly destroyed. After the attack of the beast, we saw how alone we were useless. Maybe if we had help from the outside, many of our brethren would still be alive. My son and my sons were tragically lost during the battle," Data explained to them, loneliness clearly written in his eyes. "That's why we seeked you first. We simply want two things from you, and we will have the alliance." Those words caught their attention of everyone. "First, if anything of this scale happens again, and we request your aid, you will come and help us. Second, no more war among all of us. That includes you, three biblical factions." Data continued his speech. He clearly cared about his people a lot. "Dega-sama, we compromised to accomplish these two requests from you, and I give you my word we will no longer fight useless wars. We three factions lost a lot during this period. People, family, land, everything was lost. That's why we will never fight a war again. You have my word and the word of everyone present," Serzek stated while he stood up from his chair and then bowed at Data with the most sincerity he could muster. The rest of the people inside hall looked at Dega and nodded at the words of Serzek. Dega and Lu were awestruck. The former proud races that stole the believers and were full of arrogance were now bowing before them. The rest of the factions were practically doing the same. Dega and saw the sincerity in their eyes, while in others in pain and the rest in hope. At this moment, both Lu and Dega looked at each other, and the other faintly smiled. Their answer was obvious enough. "In that case, we, the Celtic mythology, agree to the alliance. Let there be peace." Both of them spoke as they stood up, happy about the results. "Good. After this, we shall sign the documents to prove that we have peace," Serzek once again spoke. "Now moving to other subjects, we need to speak about the world-class rating game. That's something important," Azazel told everyone present. "Rating games?" Data and Lu asked, interested in the name of such an event. "Is it a kind of sport?" Lu asked. It seemed he was quite curious about this. "About that, Lu-sama. It goes like this." The meeting extended for a little more than an hour. After all, they needed to explain what happened to the world after the attack of the beast and other things among the world-class rating games. After the explanation, both Lu and Daiga were impressed at the idea of caliber that could make the factions even closer, stop any more attempts to ignite a war, as well as making great benefits. "I am interested. I want to participate." Lu looked like a child that just got a new toy. Daiga only shook his head at a little response of Lu. "So I can assume you do not hold any trouble with it?" Serzek asked cautiously. "Against it? Why would I be against it? This is such a perfect opportunity to make the factions get even closer, prevent future wars, and also fight strong opponents. I'm really interested in your young generation. They seem to be fun to meet." Lu immediately gave his approval. "Dega-sama, what about you?" Serzek asked, expectantly at Dega. He only nodded and said, "I also do not hold any complaint. I actually believe it will be interesting." He accepted the proposal. A bright light shone in his eyes. It seems everyone approved the motion. Ajuka was satisfied at the outcome. "Then why don't we start making the rules so we can finally say the produce?" They all nodded at the words of Ajuka. After some discussions, they came to the rules of the game. I'm not going to bother reading the rules of the game. Here we go. After a few minutes, they decided the rules. The price was decided by Shiva, saying it will be more fun that way. Everyone agreed. The rules were quite simple and easy to understand. Now the real problem came, the official name. When they said that, everyone looked fiercely at each other as if blood will be spilled. But after the intervention of the woman, the way to decide it was done in a simple tournament, rock, paper, scissors. Right now, final round was starting up. Everyone gathered around the finalists looking intently at it. Zeus versus Zazel. Some way or another, the rest of the participants were eliminated, only these two remained. According to Zeus, he wanted to name the tournament Neo-Olympic Games, NOC for short. Azazel was even more shameless. If he won, he wanted to name it Azazel Cup. Everyone wanted Zeus to win. His name was so much better than when the one Azazel proposed. They looked intently at battle. Even Shiva was hoping for Zeus to win. Rock, paper, scissors, everything went in slow motion. Soon the winner was decided. No! Everyone screamed in anger and exasperation, clearly wanting to vomit blood and anger at the name. The only one who was happy was, fuck yeah! Azazel Cup for the win! Azazel was jumping manically, screaming because fate decided to side with him. Thank you, almighty rock. You're my savior. Azazel kissed his hand while praying in his rock in his hand. Everyone looked defeated. Even Shiva was a bit saddened, but the one who was feeling the worst was Zeus. He was on his knees. A depressing mood was entirely on him. Never in his entire existence he felt so much regret, pain, and loss. Okay, everyone. We have to end the meeting, Ajuka stated, getting nods from everyone except from Zeus, who was still on the floor laminating. But before anyone could, Amaterasu spoke. Oh, right, her carefree tone, she said. Everyone, this Friday at midnight at Kyoto's Imperial Castle, we're going to have a party for the recovery of a lost ancient treasure of our faction, she finished explaining. Everyone is free to come, she said sensually, giving a brief glimpse down her cleavage. No invitation needed. She winked at them, showing off her curves, but the answers were pretty much everyone gave her. Amaterasu-san, we are grateful, but we need to finish unsolved business in the underworld, so we cannot go. We're extremely sorry, Sir Zex told her with a slight regret in his voice. Amaterasu, they basically all just denied her. I do not believe anyone will go, but I'll ask, Shiva told the goddess, calmness in his voice and eyes. We still need to fix the majority of heaven, so it will be impossible, an apology. Michael bowed in his head in repentance. We need to prepare for the games, so we cannot accompany you, Shimazan spoke, in regards to the fallen. We still have business to attend back home, and with the approval of the Alliance, things are going to happen. I need to calm my people down, Daida told her. He felt bad. The first event outside his faction he couldn't attend. Amaterasu sighed. She knew the answer before even asking. After all, right now only her faction was the one only taking a breath. According to the ones that found the artifact, they found it after the destruction beast did not in their territory, right when they were repairing the terrain of the Nasuno. The last time the artifact was heard was indeed in that location, so she was quite happy with the information given. Yakuza was the same. The same report to read of both of them of her subordinates. Don't worry, she waved her hand. A lot of things were still needed to be done. When everything's done, we can have party for a celebration, maybe even before the games, Amaterasu proposed. She was making future plans. Sure, she got an answer she was looking for. Okay, goodbye. We'll see each other when everything is done. She activated her powers, well said in those last words, and they first came, the three women left. Not too long after, they were followed by everyone else. The only ones remaining were the three biblical factions. Before any of you leave, I have something to tell you. Sir Zex stood by his chair and walked closer to the leaders of the fallen angels. This piqued their interest. They decided to stay. What is it? Pretty much everyone asked. After all the battles, we wish to talk to Issei about a promotion in the underworld. Sir Zex dropped the bomb, making the other races widen their eyes. He has done far too much, so we decided alongside with the council that we should promote him. Sir Zex was happy for his future brother-in-law. The faces of the rest soon turned into their normal ones. Yes, I believe after all he deserves a gift like this. Shimasa had a smile on his face, and he gave his opinion on the matter. I concur. Issei has done so much for us, individually and general. A reward like this is truly something he will be happy for. Michael gently smiled. He remembered the moments he spent with the Issei, eventually happy about him. So, when will you tell him? Azazel was curious. He wanted a present at the moment to say that to him. The face he will make will be priceless. About that, we wished for it to be as soon as possible, but Ajuka was answering in place of Sir Zex. After everything that has happened, we haven't been able to even start the produce. However, after all of this, I believe that sometime by next Sunday everything should be done. I'll make sure of it. Ajuka was excited. He always felt intrigued by Issei. Just how will his pieces come out? He had a hand on his chin, hopefully whatever the results would be. I see. Azazel had a hand on his chin. Well, it won't be that long. He shrugged, a bit of unhappiness filtered in his voice. Yeah, I know it's long, but everything is done. I will make sure that he becomes a high-class devil. Sir Zex expressed this was his last job before he could rest. Then everyone, if that's all, we need to leave. Let's meet again another time. Michael stood in his chair and walked away, Gabriel at his side. The former magic circle appeared, and before long light filled the room, and both of them vanished. Well, it seems we also need to leave. Shemazu told them as he did almost the same as Michael, but the magic circle was different from theirs. Azazel was also with them. Quite rare since he always acted as if he didn't want to go back to work. Sorry guys, but this time I can't mess around. Call me when you got a plan to go for Issei. Next Friday will be my last day working, Azazel proudly stated, getting nods from only the 4 mouths and an angry mutter from Shemazu. As if you work! Light once again filled the room, and shortly after they all well vanished. Ha! Sirzex gave a sigh. He was finally approaching his goal of relaxing. We also need to go. We have things to do. Ajuka stood up and towards the door of the hall. Since they were already in the underworld and their offices were upstairs, they didn't have to use magic. He got the nods from the 2 friends at Yon from Asamotus. He left first, not waiting for the rest. Sirzex-chan, Vaibi-chan, we'll see each other soon. Bye-bye. Serafal followed him after saying her goodbyes. Let's finish this. Sirzex motivated himself to work. He stood up coolly and left the hall, leaving only the current Asamotus, which by the work of the destiny was still sleeping soundly. Snores were only sound leaving the reunion after that, clearly from a far too lazy Mao. Time skip, next Friday early in the morning, 6th heaven. Little do they know, Issei, our friend Issei, will not be present during this little high-class promotion, and they will find out something that they will regret. Anyway, back to the story. Now on the 6th layer of heaven, the Seraphs were having their last meeting of the week and hopefully the last for a long time. The 6th heaven was a beautiful place. Second, the last heaven, where the system resided, it was filled with tall, modern buildings similar to skyscrapers, all of them floating on clouds, creating a rather surreal image. The buildings had different heights, some closer to the ground, while far higher from it. They had different colors, but they followed the thematic of heaven, being that of gold, white, gray, and even a little bit of red, of course, making them a bit of what not. Right at this moment, inside a pure white building that was shining in golden light, on the utmost level of the same building, a meeting was being held. The most important people of heaven, leaving aside the ones that were busy, were inside it. Inside the highest room of the building, many different angels were seen sitting on a round of white oval table, all of them various wings on their back, and 12 in various colors. Most of the angels had multiple halos on their heads, but some had a single one. The leader amongst them spoke. Well, I pray today that this is our last meeting for a while. We all need a break, Michael stated with a tired voice. He needed some vacations. The rest present nodded their heads to his words with all similar expressions in their faces. Good. Then, who wants to start this meeting? Michael asked with a smile on his face. I shall start, brother. A masculine voice was heard. Shortly, a man stood up from his seat. Oh, Michael sounded surprised. Uriel. Excellent. Michael felt relieved at one who offered himself first to talk. Uriel was a handsome, middle-aged short with short, curly brown hair and golden eyes. A bandage covered the entire left side of his face as well as his neck. He wore the standard angel clothing, being a pair of white pants and a simple robe. However, his robe had flame designs at the borders of it and emanated a feeling of holiness and heat at his head. On the top of the interacting halos, a small crimson fire was lit. So before anyone gets a little bit bored here, don't worry, the story kicks up right basically in the middle of this dialogue, so just be very prepared of what's about to happen. I have the delight to report that 70% of the repairs to 1st and 2nd heaven are finished. Uriel smiled at his own words. 50% of the 3rd heaven, 4th and 5th, 20% of the repairs are done. He kept talking. If this speed keeps on going, in around 3 months, everything will be repaired. Uriel was happy at the work of the angels. They even received from help from the other factions, whether materials, labor, or other things. So, if things keep going like this, then we can see the games peacefully. A kind, naive voice was heard, said came from the most beautiful angel of heaven, Gabriel, and ever since the approval of the game, she had been in the best mood since a long time. Indeed, Michael nodded his head. If things keep going like this, we'll make it. Finally regaining his usual smile, feeling a huge burden was lifted from his shoulders. He relaxed on his chair. Finally, some good news. A woman spoke with a soft voice that has felt as if it was healing you. Have you decided to make the team for our game? The woman spoke again, eyeing Michael from the corner of her chair. Of course. Raphael, Michael replied. I have already ordered Dulio to start making a team. We still have much time left, so right now he is still looking for members. He answered the question of known as Raphael. Raphael was an incredibly beautiful woman, really close to the beauty of Gabriel herself. She had soft, creamy skin, and was a face that was the strict beauty of a T, while almost having a fancy of elegance. I'm sorry. She She had an extremely light-toned, lilac-colored hair that was past lips and almost reached her thighs. The same hair that was in a wavy style, while a single rock of it crossed her forehead, across her nose, and extended the right side of her face. She had tender blue eyes, similar to the blue sky, wore sleevelessness, long dress similar to Gabriel's. It was light blue in the color, but of a tinge of violet on the edges, also being far shorter than Gabriel's, sealing her legs almost in the entirety. She wore white boots that reached her calves and staff on her right side. She said the staff was made out of bronze and emitted a wondrous aura. So it's like that, she crossed her arms. Very good. I expect a lot from our team. She smiled at Michael with her arms crossed and now closed. That smile was caused everyone to relax, maybe because she was the seraph representing healing. Well, it seems that things are going perfectly. Grisdell, please tell us your report. Michael asked the woman who was standing right at the side of Gabriel. Yes, Michael. She bowed to Michael, and she separated herself from her mistress. Griselda was an older woman approaching her late 30s. Her face was perpetual, with a smile, but her eyes were serious. That was all possible, creating a contrast that caused everyone to focus their entire attention on her. She wore a classic nun outfit, and I don't care what she's wearing. Here, let's go to the next thing. The missions regarding the remnants of the Quillipoth haven't been successful. Only a couple of hidden sites have been found out by either way and have no one of importance, or already empty. Griselda calmly narrated. To the Seraphs and Mistress, she felt annoyed at the fact that the rebels were hiding rather well. Okay, not everything needs to be good. How about the missions with the devils? Michael was satisfied with her report, so he asked once again. All this time, many missions have been done in order to help with the devils with their problem, political or not. Even among the three biblical factions, they clearly got the short end of the stick, so they decided angels and fallen angels to lend them a hand with what they could. About that, things have been going extremely well, she replied in an instant. Revolts have been dealt with, and with rather peaceful ones. A non-violent approach has been applied, but the remnants of the old malfaction are still rooted inside the underworld. It would prove difficult to completely remove in such a short period of time. Griselda finished her report with those words and went back to the side of her mistress. The Seraphs became quiet. Michael amongst them looked kind of worried. It seemed the problem with the devils was bigger than they thought. How much time do you think is needed to eliminate every seed from the old malfaction? Michael asked Griselda with the indestructible look in his eyes. At most, she closed her eyes, more than 8 months, Michael-sama, answering while thinking. For a moment, the nun told the seraph with an emotionless expression her face. I see. Michael put a hand on his chin, clearly in a meditative pose. Brother, Gabriel really said to her brother. She knew when he acted like this, he always worried about something. Sorry, Gabriel, but I am not worried about their situation. Michael replied to his sister while still thinking about the problem. Brother, don't worry. If they need our help, then they will certainly ask us. Uriel tried to calm his brother down. Yes, Michael, relax. Right now, we need to focus on what can be done, Raphael replied in logical ways. Michael calmed down. The double doors of the room were slammed open and a 10-winged ultimate class angel barged in. Michael-sama, he screamed at the top of his lungs. We have a problem with the system. This made all of the seraphs inside of the room widen their eyes in shock. Michael stood up from the seat and ordered, "Take me there now." He knew the angel wasn't lying. If there was, his wings wouldn't have flickered, even the briefest of seconds. "Yes, my lord." The angel replied, turned around, opened his wings, and started to fly in the direction he came from. "Gabriel, come with me." He looked at his sister. "The rest on guard. Alert angels of all the heavens that something may happen." They nodded their heads. Dulio tried to contact Azazel, inform him about what's happening. Once you've told him, come to the last heaven. Michael gave his orders to the Joker while opening his wings and flying to the ultimate class angel. While flying, Michael asked the angel what happened since they were still a distance away from their destiny. Although no one could get near the system, guarding the entrance was possible, of course, with Michael's approval. Gabriel was silently flying by the side of her brother, worried painted all over her face. What could have happened, she was thinking to herself, until the words of the angel stopped the train of thought. It all started a week ago. Since you left for the conference, Michael-sama, he began explaining, the system was shining brightly. Significantly, the changed possessor of a sacred gear. Soon after, the system launched lightning and holy power, stating that a Longinus possessor was dead, and a change the Longinus host occurred. This caused the seraphs to widen their eyes. When we tried to contact you, the entire level ruled by the system shut down. It didn't let us escape the last heaven or make any form of contact. All for the past week, the system spewed lightning, holy power, and even flames. While catching his breath, both Michael and Gabriel were listening intently. My partner and I spent an entire week trying to escape, but everything we did was useless. The system didn't let us out. His voice was solemn. Just until a few moments ago, the system stopped and went back to normal. At that moment, I flew towards the place. I felt your aura and told you what happened. The angel finished his explanation. Meanwhile, they already reached the destination in the last heaven. A big golden gate with spikes was seen, of course. The only being the entrance of last heaven was not of the system itself. Flying past it, they went up to the road that was similar to the ones in the medieval era, with a slight difference being pure white in color. The sky was similar to the endless night, and the stars could be seen, as if the entire galaxy was just a finger away. The different planets glimpsed across the distance, meteors spinning around, going in different directions. A couple of the comets flew across the sky in third cosmic velocity, leaving only a trail of silver blue dust that disappeared into nothingness of space. The biggest star was proudly shining in center all. Even amongst all the stars remaining, this was the brightest by far, was the sun. It could be seen the furthest ends of space, the halo surrounding it moving around random directions, and some solar flares could be seen scattering brilliant particles all over the space. The angels continued their flight. Because they were accustomed to the view, it no longer surprised them as much as it once did. Soon after, they reached another gate, the one being shorter and much more bright than any of the other ones inside of heaven. In front of it, one could see another 10-winged angel, the partner of the one guiding them. Behind the gate, one could see the throne station right below the brightest star in space. One could see the winds of heaven, white in color, which turn the bright circumference of the sign and all the stars to their setting. One could see the mountains of magnificent stones at the support of the throne. There, 3 were towards the east and 3 were towards the south. For those towards the east, one of the colored stone, one pearl and one of marble, and those towards the south were red stone. But the middle one was at the center of the throne of God. It was a blaster, and the summit of the throne was sapphire. Behind the throne, a halo was shining in gold, white, and blue with white, illuminating everything in space. This place was the end of heaven and earth, the system of the sacred gears, as well as the throne of God. While taking a look at the system, Michael was surprised. It acted as it always did. No shining, nor lighting, nor flames could be seen. "Are you sure something happened?" Michael asked the guards. "Absolutely." Both of them answered instantaneously with certainty. "I see." Michael knew both of them couldn't be lying. "Then, please leave. My sister and I shall have verified exactly what happened." "By your will," both replied and flew away. "Brother, we need to check in. I know you don't like it, but it needs to be done," Gabriel told her brother. She knew he disliked the fact of sitting to the throne to check the system. After all, it was a father, but for the sake of everything they had built up till they needed to do it. "Sister, stay here. I'll go and check. Whoever appears here, wait until I return. So do not affect the system, only one could go inside." Reciting an extremely complicated weird spell, he opened the gate to the throne. As soon as he went inside, the gate slammed shut. Nothing could be heard from the inside. Michael went towards the throne and mentally asked for forgiveness to his father, who couldn't express how he felt. Sitting on the throne, he sent his holy aura and started to check what happened to the system. Immediately, he discovered that something did happen. So he focused more on that. Seconds turned into minutes. Minutes turned into hours. Michael, all of this time, closed his eyes, concentrating on what he was doing. After more time passed, he opened his eyes and sighed them with confusion. He discovered the reason of the anomaly, but he couldn't pinpoint. It was extremely weird. The first time since the creation of the system, flying toward the gate, he could see 2 silhouettes, one male and other female. Reaching the gate, he opened it and went outside. Soon after, the gate closed by itself. Now, in front of him, were his dear sister and trustworthy Joker. "Michael, son, I contacted the former governor Azazel, as you said, through your personal magic circle, but seeing that you would take your time, we decided to wait until you finished." "What happened?" "You took your time. It's already midday in the human world," Dulio spoke to the Seraph. "Don't worry, Dulio. After going to the 6th heaven, I'll explain it to everyone. At that moment, we'll contact Azazel," Michael explained as he walked to the 6th heaven. Michael was already looking at the right side of the floor. As he glued to it, an eradicate light filled his blue eyes. It appeared whatever happened to the system was something bad. They continued their walk, but both Dulio and Gabriel did not dare ask about what happened. Michael looked far too thoughtful, so they didn't dare stop his train of thought. After completely leaving the last heaven, they reached the 6th heaven. The sky changed from midnight to pure white without any clouds. At the moment when they left the last heaven, Dulio already created seraphs and told them Michael was back in the 6th heaven. Flying down, they approached the building they were once in. Opening the door from the room they were formerly in, Michael sat on his former seat and crossed both of his hands and his right hand of his face, not letting anyone see his face, but by the looks of it, something had terribly gone wrong. "Before we start," he said in authority, "Dulio, call Azazel to the circle. We need him to be with us." Michael, without moving from his position, ordered his Joker. The mentioned only nodded from his left in a circle of golden in color with many HO chain symbol spinning was seen. This was Michael's personal circle, only given him in case of emergencies. Soon after, the circle in his hand started to glow brightly, and a figure made its appearance, but not only his upper body could be seen. "Michael, what happened?" The voice of Azazel was heard. "I've been waiting for your call since I heard the news. Did something happen to the system?" Azazel was screaming at Michael, which was sitting on the chair looking straight at him. The look in his eyes could send chills down his spines of anyone present. "A problem occurred with the sacred gear system, a problem related to the Longinus," Michael calmly told the Fallen, making everyone silent. Everyone present didn't expect something to happen to the sacred gear system. "What? Don't tell me a new Longinus was born," the Fallen asked with a scream. Azazel was desperate. "The problem has kept away from sleep the entire day, now being Saturday in the early morning." "No, it's not like that," Michael told Azazel while he removed his hands from his face. His eyes were completely emotionless. They had nothing, and those eyes managed to scare quite a few. "Then what?" Azazel was furious. His friend didn't tell him what happened, and instead of being direct, he was beating around the bush. Michael sighed, managing to calm and tense the atmosphere a bit. During the moment, Azazel also calmed. "The thing is, it seems that a Longinus possessor died." That made everyone feel suspicious. The words from Michael were weird. Why he, dubious, when he, possessor, died? Died? "Why do you sound so confused by that?" Azazel read him like a book. It appeared something weird happened. The system also acted confused. It seemed the possessor died and the Longinus was moving to another host, but... Michael sounded even more baffled. But? Everyone thought the same. His Longinus acted strangely. It appeared that it moved to another host, but it was still inside his body, as if the possessor was still alive and the system didn't know what to do. Michael's word made everyone look at each other, confusion and other emotions clearly written on his face. "You mean that possessor died, and the system acted like it always did when a possessor died, moving to another host, but at the same time, the possessor was still alive during the process of the transfer of the sacred gear. The Longinus stayed with him, counting like a new host, but being the same one?" Those words made everyone surprised, but Michael only nodded. It seemed the Fallen was right. "Yes," Michael replied. "During that period of confusion, the system acted strangely, but recently itself counted this host as a new one. However, I'm afraid I do not know which Longinus it is. But whatever happened, it definitely affected the system a lot. Even the Longinus segment of the system itself was pretty damaged, almost as if this system had a bug in its program." Azazel was really interested in this. Something like this. If news were to be known, then chaos will ensue. "Michael, don't let anyone know about this. Only us and the chiefs of other factions may know about it." Azazel looked at Michael in the eyes, completely serious about this. "You said you didn't know which Longinus was the cause." Michael shook his head, words of the Fallen. Everyone inside the room was also silent and wouldn't let anyone know of the power of the system. "Then the best we can do is seek all the current possessors and see which one was the cause." Azazel was content with himself, although it would be kind of annoying going around asking. It will be faster. It seems that's the only choice. Michael agreed with the words of Azazel. That might be the only way left for them. Michael was worried, anxiety ran all over his face. Never in history has something happened like this. It appeared after the battle with the beast, things would not calm down at all. "Then keep me informed if anything happens to the system," Azazel said, breaking everyone off their thoughts. "You have Dulio at your side. Has anything happened to him recently?" Azazel asked, being this long and annoying mission. "He's always been by my side, or beside any of the other seraphs, so no, nothing bad has happened to him recently," Michael answered Dulio. "I see," muttered Azazel. "Since he hasn't left your eye, we can discard Zenith Tempest from the list of possible suspects. Well, I'll contact you when I figure this out on my end." Azazel disappeared from the magic circle and soon left the seraphs with another. "Brother, I don't like this. I believe something terrible happened," Gabriel told him. Unknowingly, the rest of present nodded their heads, even muttered a small "I think so" as well. "Sister, I don't know what I have to say, but I have to accept that nothing feels good," Michael replied in a sinister tone, troubled in his voice. "Let's hope Azazel finds the cause of this." Yoel was upset at how things ended up. All of the good things, then in a split second, everything went south. "Yes, brother, let's hope. And let's hope this feeling we have mistaken." It seemed this affected the Seraphs far more than one could think. Scene change, Department of Azazel, the Gregor. Azazel was inside his personal laboratory. Right now, he finished his talk with Michael about the problem with the system. "I wonder what was the cause of all of this mess," Azazel thought to himself as he stood up with his chair. Now he had a new mission, something that was extremely important. "Let's start with the Gregor. Right now, I need to go with each Longinus possessor. Azazel walked out of his lab and straight to the door of his apartment. Walking outside towards the hall, he closed the door behind him towards the elevator. Once he saw the panel at the right side of the door, damn, so many levels. Just how can I find them? Azazel was thinking to himself when an idea came to his head. The game is coming, so Volley should be training at the bottom part of the Gagar. Slash Dog is more difficult. He is either training discreetly or he went to look for his former team members. For now, the best choice is to go a Volley and ask him. Perhaps he may know Tobio was. Pushing the button was labeled as a 10-. The door elevator closed. After a little journey on the elevator, while humming the song he heard through the speakers of it, the doors opened. Okay, let's search for Volley. Volley! Stop for a moment. He sees him. I want to something to ask you. Azazel screamed at the figure wearing white armor. The figure, around. After a moment of hesitation, he flew down to the console and deactivated it. What do you need, Azazel? Volley asked while he removed the helmet of the Divine Dividing. About that. Has something happened to you recently, like in the past week? Something? He sounded suspicious. Not really, I only trained. Waiting for games to begin, aside from the party you asked me to go to act as a bodyguard, then nothing of importance occurred this week. Volley smirked at the first part, a battle-hungry grin throughout his face. That smile alone made Azazel remove Volley as a suspect list. So it wasn't Volley. Has something happened, Volley? Don't worry, since you weren't seen since this last couple of days, I thought something might have happened to you. He perfectly lied at the face of the wielder of the Divine Dividing. One could be seen... Not for anything, he was the leader of the race. I see, Volley muttered. By the way, have you seen Tobio? Slash Dog? If I'm not wrong, he should be upstairs floor, Volley told Azazel. He thought a new mission was available for the human. Thanks. The dragon was suspicious, but he continued his training. While walking to the elevator, Azazel was thinking, seems I need to contact Mephisto after this. He went inside elevator and went up to the floor. The door. Soon after would be jet black could be seen, many blades coming down from the ground, all of the eerie symbols seemingly cursed. Azazel screamed at Tobio. There's something I need to ask you. The figure turned around with its red eyes, the fallen chills. He watched the fallen spoke in distorted voice. Azazel-san, what's the matter? The figure said, was releasing his transformation at all. Has anything happened to you during this past week? The figure tilted his head, confused by the sudden question. No, not at all. So it was like that. The governor stood up for a few moments and scanned the figure in front of him. The figure had his eyes on him the entire time, but after the moments he gave up and shrugged. So... he isn't as well. Discarded. Azazel thought as he went towards the department again. After all of this, I should check on them. Sorry, Issei, I'll talk to you later. He activated his circle. He was surprised at the sole number of them. The vast majority were of Issei, but now he had things to do. After a couple of seconds, it stopped in its place. The figure man could be seen. Azazel, what's wrong? A man could be seen. It was a middle-aged man, gold hair, which is a mixture of red and blue. About that manifesto, it goes like this. Azazel knew it was better to explain the situation. The answer he got was unexpected. What the fucking shit? You just told me? Are you sure you aren't going to selling old fart? Mephisto's true personality was revealed. He was a man that couldn't take surprises well. He was insulted and extremely surprised and angered. Yes, I am not senile. And who are you calling an old fart? The answer of Azazel. Manifesto surprised. It seemed the world was changing again. Well, that's absolute shit. But I can tell you why called and no. Absolutely nothing has happened to Lavana. Actually, she's quite happy. Ignoring the words of Mephisto, he listened to what he was interested in. This isn't going well, Azazel murmured out loud. The culprit, if could be like that, hasn't been found where he was filling him. Now who's next? Four Longinus were down and not many to go. After some time spent thinking, he decided to contact the Gora Hospital and visit Valerie. Using his magic again, he called, worried until it stopped blinking. Azazel-sama, to what do I deserve this honor? The head of the doctor of the Gregor Hospital spoke to him. He was an old man looking approaching his 50s. He wore a light lab coat and eye bags under a pair of bright blue eyes that matched his hair. I would like to know, how's Valerie doing? Nothing out of the ordinary during this past couple of days? About that, Azazel. Nothing has been wrong. Quite the opposite. Since her friend always been coming by to see her every single day, she'd been recovering at an alarming rate. Azazel knew it was impossible for the doctor to lie to him. After all, no information about the system has gotten out. I see. I'm glad she would want to support Gasper in future game. Thanks, doctor. He soon cut his communication. Disregarded, and now the Purple Cross. The Incinerament Anthem hasn't selected a host. This is also removed from the list. Azazel crossed 2 more Longinus. Since I'm going through the holy relics, I need to contact the Hindu faction, but Indra isn't an option. Since the god of war wasn't on the best terms with the rest, he's expected the information he could get out of him would be incorrect. So while swallowing his spit, he contacted the soul god that he knew wouldn't lie to him. That's an expected fallen angel. Why do you call me? I'm interested. The other voice is powerful and filled with strength. Shiva. Something happened. Those words made the god at the other side of the field surprised. What happened? It's about the system. And he just once did with Mephisto. He told Shiva what happened. Shiva was interested. Something like that was the first in all of history. That's why I need to ask you about the true Longinus and the rest of the high tier Longinus. I know they are with him. Azazel asked Shiva, clearly knowing the rest of the Longinus possessors were with the Holy Spear. I see. Shiva, of course, knew about the Spear and the rest. After all, they were part of the subordinates of Indra, at least the Spear Boy was. I'll tell you, Shiva agreed to answer his question. The Spear Boy, the Mist Boy, and the Monster Boy have been in Indra's care. All of them except the Monster Boy interested in the game, so they are training at armies of Indra. It seemed both Mist Boy and Spear Boy are eager to participate. All of them have been with Indra, and not a single mission was given to any of them since the conference of the Celts, so I can guarantee you whatever happened isn't related to them, Shiva explained. Azazel was surprised by the fact that 3 Longivas were with Indra. He was wildly guessing. Okay, then those 3 are disregarded. If you may say that, Shiva, I have no reason to not believe you, Azazel told the god of destruction. Shiva only smirked at the cut communication. The god was thinking to himself, it seems you unconsciously did a mess. Issei, no, rather than that, Dragon Boy, when we meet, it will certainly be interesting. We have some things to talk about, the god of destruction said. Back with Azazel, damn. So that's true Longinus, Annihilation Maker, Dimension Lost out of the equation. Damn it! Each time less and less. Azazel was mentally screaming. He slumped back into his chair of his lab. That's 8 Longinus out. Azazel was tired. Not even an hour had passed since he accepted his mission, felt so tired. Next will be a Juka. Maybe the 2 missing Longinus are connected to this. Getting an epiphany, Azazel stood up from his chair, since neither of those Longinus was a high probability they were related to this mess. Ajuka was the one that was the most of them, after he was scouting for both since quite time ago. Using the circle once again, the time soundly, Azazel patiently waited until someone he didn't recognize answered the call. Ajuka, someone's personal circle. What's the problem? A secretary? Azazel thought while he spoke to the say, it's Azazel. I have something to discuss personally with Ajuka. Sorry, but right now he's busy. Please for everyone. While cutting her off, Azazel spoke. Tell him right now that if he doesn't answer, his game will no longer be playable. Azazel told the secretary in a cold tone, scaring her. Moments in silence and soon a voice was heard from the circle. Azazel, what happened? Ajuka finally answered the call. About that. It all started an hour ago. After explaining the situation, Ajuka immediately answered. It's not related to either Telos Karma or an Inviant Clear. I give you my word, Ajuka answered directly. Are you sure? Azazel asked. He didn't want to leave the stone unturned. Shit, Azazel screamed. Ajuka could understand why he was so frustrated. If they didn't see the cause of the problems will appear. Ajuka, where's Sir Zex? You're lucky he's at my side. We're in a meeting that can wait. He already knows about what you told me. Of course, the only 4 Mao know. He was reassuring Azazel, only not a gratitude. Azazel. Another voice came from the circle. Syra Organ and Longinus Regulus have been in the underworld since more than a month ago. They have been training relentlessly. Both him and his Parage yesterday talked. By the way, I looked at the same as always. Sir Zex told him as he knew. Azazel trusted the judgment of his friend, so he didn't ask more questions. Fuck. Then who's left? Azazel screamed for all to hear, his senses silenced everyone. Why not ask Issei Hyodo? Ajuka proposed with a questioning tone. Issei? That's impossible. He's with the girls. How could something like this happen because of him? Azazel refused this thought. However, the voice of the Mao once again heard. You already tried with everyone. He should be the last we know of. Maybe it's just an error in the system, but we better be sure. Those comments were logical, making the former governor rethink his decisions. Fine, I'll contact him. But I doubt he's the cause. Azazel gave up. Now's the time to everything up his sleeve. I'll tell you once I'm done. He cut the communication circle again. Time flew, but his circle still blinked bright light. Come on, Issei, pick up! Azazel didn't want Issei to be related to this mess. The circle continued its flashing, but nothing was happening. The light of the circle then died down. The communication with the other side couldn't be established. This only meant 2 things. He was either dead or a change in his natural aura magic reserves happened. Oh, come on. The death of Issei was impossible. So that left him with the change in his natural aura. He gave up his communication and started to think. What could have happened? Something big wouldn't be unnoticed. He did experience a change that would have come... Widening his eyes, Azazel remembered something. The messages. He now had an idea. Grabbing his message circle with his right hand, he sent a pulse of aura for the rest to mean that you have 23 unread messages. Of robotic voice, Azazel smirked. He programmed for the more what the fuck? He pre-programmed this to be more efficient. 16 messages from Hyodo, Issei. 4 messages from the voice continued, but Azazel heard the number of messages Issei left and it screamed at a robotic voice. Play messages from Issei Hyodo. Azazel was now standing upright, waiting for the messages to be played. Bleep, Azazel Sensei. Recently things haven't been going well. I'm not doing well. Please contact me as soon as you can, Azazel. Issei says. Beep, Sensei. These things keep hurting me. I can't take them off me. I've been doing bad. The girls, they just aren't the same. Please, Sensei, I need help. The voice of Issei made Azazel bite his tongue. Bleep. Sensei, I do not know what to do. They just kept hurting me every single time. I remember these pieces are trying to kill me. Sensei, is it okay if I live? Azazel didn't know what to do. He was just frozen, stuck with only hearing. Beep, the final message. Sensei, no, Azazel, the pieces are still trying to kill me. Just how is that possible? They were supposed to help me, to save me, but now are they trying to end me every single moment of the day? They want my life. Beep. Another message. Azazel, maybe I should listen to them. The pieces, they want my life. Maybe I should give it to them. It's not like anyone would miss me. Now, being on Issei's 9th message, Azazel just stood there. Both of his hands were curled into his fist so tight that they bled. Beep. Azazel, they're still here. They do not leave, just like my nightmares, the night terrors. They don't leave me alone. Azazel, I think I should give up. I tried everything. I tried everyone, yet every single time it just doesn't work. I contacted everyone. Sir Zach, Sajuka, Grafia, the rest of the girls, you, but no one answered. When I try to talk, they all ignore me, scorn me, they insult me. You know, Azazel, I figured that everyone told me lies. Everything was a lie. All of them left me, so I should do the same. This is goodbye, my former sensei. Because I believe after this I will no longer be in the world of the living. All messages from Issei Hyodo played. Azazel grabbed the edges of the decks and his knuckles turning white. The edges of the desk shattered. The wooden splinters flew everywhere. He subconsciously released his aura, making the entire building tremble. Issei, what happened? What made you like this? Just what happened? The scream of Azazel was heard in the entire Gagar. It made everyone stop in their tracks. Volley, who was training, muttered, Albion. He was shocked by the scream heard from Azazel. It seemed something happened. Volley limited himself only to nodding. On the stairs of the episode, Tobio also stopped training. Azazel! What happened? Differently. From Volley, Tobio was much more surprised. He would never heard of the former governor's scream with so much grief, anger, and pain. Jane, it seems something terrible happened. The black dog at his side just looked at the ceiling. Maybe he was seeing the first scene just now. On a meeting room, the Catries were having their usual weekly meeting, but soon they were stopped when they heard the scream of their friend and former boss. Azazel! Palmine screamed at the top of her lungs. That kind of scream, Barkil added. He hadn't heard that type of scream in a long time. We haven't heard that scream since the Great War, Shimison commented. It seems something went terribly wrong and caused irreparable damage. They hadn't heard something like that since more than a third of their forces went down by the combined efforts of the ultimate class that were trapped during the Great War. Every fawn in the Gregor was surprised, yet scared. The scream was filled with negative emotions to the point that it appeared like a volcano just erupted. We should check on him! Back at the meeting room, Piamin said, while getting nods from everyone, the magic circle, their destination was Azazel's room. Soon they all vanished. Every capture at the Gagor was towards the former leader. A flash of light was seen inside the laboratory of Azazel. The place was a mess. Cracks filled with every single location. His blueprints, maps, and everything he worked was scorched because of his light. A figure released at the center of a room. The figure was on his knees. His bangs covered his eyes and generally his face, but the aura he irradiated was too big for anyone to get closer. Azazel! Shimano looked at his friend and screamed at him. He never thought something that bad happened to his comrade friend to him like that. Shit! 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 Azazel screamed time and time again. Soon the entire room was filled with an aura that made everything vaporize. This degree of light surpassed every limit they knew. No one could realize the light that was being malicious. Azazel snapped back. Like that won't you solve anything. This may cause a great conflict. Hearing those words, Barkil, Azazel widened his eyes and stopped his aura. He stood up, just saying they were not moving. A hand was on his chin. He seemed he was meditating on something. I needed more information. Why was he like that? What caused his reactions? What is the thing about the pieces? It isn't about the evil pieces. I need to go to his place. Azazel concluded while he regained his formal atmosphere. That it made everyone feel better. Azazel, what happened? I'll tell you what happened when I get more information. Well, he activated his transportation circle, his destination, the Hyodo mansion. The flash of yellow light blinded everyone in the room. When they opened their eyes again, He was no longer there. The only thing that we can do is wait. When he comes back, he will explain everything, Shizuma noticed. Soon, every catcher in the room disappeared. Scene break. Azazel goes to the Hyodo mansion. Azazel appeared at the entrance of the Hyodo mansion. Well, it's been a while. Azazel approached the door and opened it. It seems someone left it open. Issei, where are you? Calmly walking in, he thought of the various possible answers. The training field? Either of the two. Next should be his room. After that, maybe the RC? He mentioned his options, soon walked over to the elevator. He went inside and pushed the button that sent him down the ground floor. After a short trip, the door opened, but to his surprise, no one was there. And by the looks of it, no one has used the field in a long time. Weird. Even if Issei wasn't here, someone else would. It's Saturday and nearly early perfect time for training. It seems something did go wrong. Azazel turned around. He had nothing to do to screen a training field. He walked towards the elevator and went inside. It appeared the door hadn't been closed since he left. Inside it, he went down a floor, hoping for something to change. Nothing again. Seeing the second training field desolated, Azazel was becoming more suspicious. He took a look around and discovered that his field was at least used in the past couple of days. The messages are rather old. The newest one is more than a week old. That leaves two options. Issei was recently, or someone else was. He looked around, but he needed to find Issei. Reaching the elevator door, he soon, around the last time seeing the desolated training field, made him sigh in tiredness. He pushed the button and the door closed. His next destination was the third floor above ground. This is the location where all the rooms were at, and lucky for him, where Issei's room was in. Walking in the third floor hallway, looked from another side to another, noticing how no one was inside the rooms. Weird, really weird. A suspicious growling as Azazel reached Issei's room. He walked inwards. But nothing was out of the ordinary. Everything was in his place. Not a single piece was in the wrong position. Okay, what the fuck happened? He could no longer tolerate it anymore. What was wrong with the house? First, I haven't seen anyone inside the mansion. Second, the first training field hasn't been used in some time, while the others just recently. While walking around the room, Azazel made note of his deductions. And third, this room is so clean that it seems as if no one has been here since forever. Even the smell inside the room was rather mossy. Azazel sat on the bed of Issei, but something was side. It piqued his interest. Right at the side of where the desk was located a wooden box was perfectly centered on top of it. He stood up and walked closer. The box was simple. It looked nothing in particular. But as soon as he grabbed it and lifted it up, he dropped it. Fuck! He yelled. Falling, the box hit the desk with a loud noise. Aside from that, something on the desk fell, and soon a small, rather familiar device was found by Azazel on the top of the desk. That's a recorder. He grabbed the recorder and quickly noticed how someone videotaped something. Maybe this has something to do with Issei. Boy, what happened to you? Why suddenly you're so full of miseries? Azazel pocketed the recorder and looked at something in the wooden box again. Whatever is inside, just touching it made me feel exhausted. I even left my life force leaving my body. What's inside the box? He never looked his eyes out of the box, so he decided to test his luck. Let's try this again. He reached towards the box on the floor with a single hand. He lifted it up. As soon as he touched it, he felt the same as before. He opened the wooden lid, but what was inside it made take various steps back. Sweat filled his face, which also looked even more pale. Impossible. How are those there? Inside the box were Issei's evil pieces. Wait, the messages. They made a reference to the pieces. He widened his eyes. And that disgusting and hungry aura. Something went wrong with them. He quickly joined the dots together. Nothing. Not anything was called for one of the smartest supernatural beings alive. I need to contact the underworld. These pieces and recorder need to be seen by everyone. Azazel. In a magic circle that he used during going in emergencies, he took the box and went with his right hand, ignoring the hideous sensation from it. Patting his left coat pocket, he filled the recorder inside. Noting his head, he disappeared inside the circle. A big room with white pillars with walls could now be stood. Azazel? The four Mao and maid screamed at the newest present guest. Azazel, leave. Right now are we— Shut up! Azazel said in calm, chilly voice that startled everyone. I have no time for your bullshit, Sirzex. Right now we have a problem. A really, really big problem. Here, he threw the two things he had in the maid, green-haired Mao. One was the recorder. The second one was the box. As soon as the maid received the recorder, Azazel told her, play it for everyone else to see. I myself still hasn't seen it. The maid. At the severe words of the fallen, nodded her head. At the moment the maid started the work, Azazel called once again. And you, he pointed at the green-haired, look inside the box and answer the questions I have, Azazel ordered, leaving all dumbstruck. Azazel summoned, the recorder is ready for the being played, the maid politely interrupted. Good. We'll see it After he opens the box and answers my questions, Azazel drilled the holes with fuse eyes at the Mao. Azuka opened the box, and so surprised, he let out a fall on the table. Content spread all over the table for them to see. Evil pieces? Was the comment of Sir Zex. He then grabbed the piece in front of him, but then he touched as he felt the light force leaving his body at an alarming rate. He put his hand back in an instant. Azazel, where did you find these? Sir Zex was astonished by the side effect of the piece, still had him at all present. He couldn't answer since a light flooded the entire room and another magic circle made its appearance. From the circle, a man and woman came, Michael and Gabriel. Sir Zex, there's a problem with this. He stopped mid-speech, and he saw the rest of the people inside. Okay, good timing. You two will need to hear this as well. Azazel ignored them, and both them to say, they already know about the system, Michael. He told the angel, then mentioned the one and nodded his head. I also found the cause of the bug of the system and the Longinus who caused all of this. This caught their interest. It was the boosted gear. The bomb was dropped and everyone widened their eyes. Now I need to tell you those things. He pointed to the pieces on the hands of Ajuka. Were Issei's pawn pieces. I found them in his room with the recorder. Now, Ajuka, I need you to answer my questions. First, what happened to him? Azazel lifted his single finger up. Second, why would this result of the inside a body of Issei? He lifted his second finger. These questions should do the trick. Later, I'll ask more. Ajuka grabbed the pieces and started to look through them. Meanwhile, the rest of the present got over their shock and screamed at Azazel. Rather, two people did. What do you mean those are Issei's pieces? The maid and her husband shouted at the same time, worry and panic in their voices. I know. Since I found them in his room, they have traces of his aura. He explained once again for them, to the rest to understand. I am going to visit Issei after the last moment we saw each other, but he didn't answer the magic circle. He began his explanation. Thinking about that he was busy, I distracted myself. Then I remembered that I installed a voicemail in my own circle and looked through the messages. The majority were Issei, and they all started like this. Azazel leaned in against a wall and soon activated his robotic voice from the mail to hear earlier. Ajuka was still doing his analysis. Many magic circles spinning like Greiber's sword were surrounding him in all directions, but no one paid attention to him. Beep! Sensei, these things keep hurting me. I can't let them off me. I have been doing terrible things. They've been doing terrible things. The girls, everything isn't the same. Please, Sensei, I need help. They all heard his voice. It was filled with so much helplessness, anxiety, dread. That wasn't the Issei they all knew. I have 15 more messages, each worse than the last. This one was the final one. I have received it more than a week ago, he told them. Beep, the message starts to play. Azazel, I think I should give up. I tried everything. I tried everyone. Yet every single time it just doesn't work. I contacted everyone. Sir Zex, Ajuka, Graphia, the rest of the girls, you. No one answered. When I try to talk, they ignore me. They scorn me. They insult me. You know, Azazel, I figured that everyone always told me lies. Everything was a lie. All of them left me, so I should do the same. This is goodbye, my former sensei, because I believe that after this, I will no longer be present in the world of the living. He saw how the faces of everyone, including Ajuka, turned white as paper. The worst response was from Sir Zex and Graphia. They looked at their souls were drained from their bodies. One could see tears forming on the eyes of Graphia and trembling on the mouths, shoulders, and arms. After that, I went to Issei's house, but I found nothing. Not a single clue aside from the box and recorder. All of the present turned their heads and looked at the pieces floating on Ajuka's hand. After that, I went to Issei's house, but I found nothing. Not a single clue aside from the box and the recorder. All of them present turned their heads around and looked at the pieces floating in Ajuka's hand. The recorder and the answers we get from those pieces are our last hope ever knowing what happened to Issei, and if he's still alive. Boom! A sickening crimson tide of energy erupted from Sir Zex, and at that moment everyone kept their distance from him. Everything his aura touched was destroyed to a molecular level. Like it wasn't there in the first place. The table, the chairs, the floor, the enchantments on the hall, even space itself was distorted. His shoulders were visibly trembling, and his face couldn't be seen. It was covered by his red hair that flared up in black flames. The sound of dripping blood could be seen. On the ground was the only thing that could be heard. Sir Zex clenched his fist so hard his nails digged into his skin while his veins in the reverse palm broke because of the strength. Tainting his entire hand in his own blood, his skin started to peel back from the same arm, dropping the ground with a nauseating splatch. Underneath it was still putrid, tangled black mess of something that took the shape of an arm. Seeing that caused almost everyone to prepare their best defensive spells. They knew that color, that form. But before long, the aura retreated and everything went back to normal. Zerzek was still standing in his former location, now being perfectly circular crater of considerable depth. He stood there, unmoving, his shoulders still trembling. Everyone released a breath of they didn't know they were holding. Thankfully, they dodged a bullet. If Zerzek unleashed his true form, then forget about the capital castle. Half Lucifid would have been gone, but it seemed they all tempted fate. Foosh! The room deceased in temperature, reaching almost absolute zero. A thick, white mist embraced all of the people inside the room, trapping them, ensnaring them, as if ensuring that they would never leave its grasp, perpetually trapped as they experienced an agonizing death. The walls were covered by a layer of clear white ice that reflected poor lightning in the room. All locations inside were frozen over. In another small pulse of aura, everything cracked. The chandeliers of the ceiling fell and turned into dust before they touched the ground. The paint on the walls and everything they peeled off became powder as if it fell to the floor. The breaths of all present became visible and hair-raising. Cold chills, slowly, almost as if enjoying it, crept everyone to everyone's spines. At this second, they all activated some kind of spell to protect themselves. That kind of ice wanted to extinguish the small ember of life that creatures possessed. Its sole purpose was to eradicate all life that it could. Grafia had hollow eyes. Nothing could be seen in them, almost as if she was a machine without purpose. A smooth white aura covered her skin, giving her the image of a frozen beauty, like a statue of ice that could be seen but not touched. The aura froze the air around her, forming mist snow inside the room. She was trembling, while tears fell from her face. But nothing after some minutes. The aura dissipated and she fell on her knees, crying her heart out. The heart-wrenching screech of broken woman that just seemingly lost one of the most important people of her life filled the room. Hearing the screams, her husband ran from the place he was and hugged her with all of his strength. Feeling her husband's warmth, she immediately clung to him like a lifeline. She cried, and once more she was in his embrace. Both were hugging each other. Zerzek's still not recovered. Blood was still falling from his hands as he clawed in his other arm, in futile effort trying to calm himself down. His eyes were bloodshot, probably because of his will not to break down due to everything he heard about Issei. He would never expect something like this to happen. Both Grafia and him, loved Issei as if they were their own little brother, so hearing those words from him literally broke them. Time passed and soon more or less recovered, just enough to have a clear mind. Zerzek's hands stopped bleeding while Grafia stood up. Her eyes were red from all the crying. Let's continue, we need to know what happened. Zerzek told the rest of them and only nodded. Ajuka, what was the result from the analysis of the pieces? Azazel asked the green-haired Mao. About that, nothing good. Dispirited, the Mao answered. Explain. While raising an eyebrow, Azazel came closer to the six of them. Until now, the angels hadn't spoke, but the look in Michael's eye, filled with an absurd amount of regret and guilt for not helping Issei in such an important moment, was visible for all to see. Gabriel was crying without a sound. With words were clear a big hit for her. Never, not even during the Great War, had she felt so many negative emotions at the same time. Just the words she heard from them were enough to make her cry. Clearly, Issei's experimented something no one should. It seemed the pieces were corrupted. Ajuka spoke loudly for all to hear. Let me explain. After that ask away, he knew the questions they had. It appeared that the pieces malfunctioned in the beginning, not letting Issei Hyodo use them at all, not even for the slightest of things, but after a specific moment a rather familiar code corrupted them, even further, to the point that even mention of something he loved or cared about would make his body react to those feelings in a horrendously bad way. And if continued, then the pieces would have... Would have what? Grafiev interrupted him with a loud voice, demanding answers. Ajuka felt a bitter taste in his mouth. The pieces would have absorbed all of the life force his body had, slowly killing him with the greatest pain imaginable. In the best case, he would have ended like a mummy. In the worst, he would have had no body left. He would have turned into dust and would have crumbled at the softest touch. At those words, Grafia fell into the arms of her husband. Azazel was shaking while both crossed arms on his chest, gripping the forearms with all he could.
You went through so much, Issei.
Gabriel were close to each other, their own hands on their mouths, not believing what they heard. Tears formed in their eyes and fell noiselessly. Such a kind boy having to go through all of that. It makes their heart break. Falbum wasn't sleeping. Instead, his eyes widened. Although he did not know Issei firsthand, he knew that he was a great guy. For something that horrible to have happened to him, he didn't know how to react. Michael was like Sir Sex, gripping his fist while a huge amount of regret filled him. He had helped all of the heaven that much, yet when they needed help, they all ignored him. He knew that pretty much everyone felt terrible. If just once they would have looked into their magic circles, if they just once would have answered a call from him, then nothing like this would have happened. Azazel, after some time, finally spoke up. You said a rather familiar code. What do you mean? The question made everyone look at their green-haired scientists, even Graphia, that was awoken by the Crimson Mao. Remember the incident that was caused by my relative? All of them nodded their heads. They didn't understand why he was asking that, but Azazel soon widened his eyes and almost tripped at the realization. It seems you figured it out. At that moment, Issei Hyodo entered a mode that turned him into a monster. At the mention of those words, the rest widened their eyes. The Juggernaut Drive. It appears the code, just like a virus, defended itself against the attack of the pieces and managed to instead breach their defenses, corrupting them, he told them. The result was 8 corrupted evil pieces, which sole goal was to kill Issei Hyodo, with everything they had at their disposal. And the best way to do that was through the emotions that filled him with power. They turned all those emotions and feelings into fuel for themselves to keep growing, and my guess is that the pieces would have killed him by the end of this month. Ajuka dropped the bomb. Soon everyone had no expressions left on their face, only visible emotions could be seen in their eyes. Graphia was filled with pain, soul-breaking pain. Michael had so much regret coming out of his person that it was a mystery how he was still sane. Azazel had anger directed at himself, so much of it that aura surrounded his body. Sir Zex was filled with dread. His face was pale, and only could see his legs all wobbly. His eyes were the same. Both Seraphal and Gabriel were crying, agony visible in their eyes. They were even hugging each other. Falbum was biting his lips, discomfort written all over his face, and Ajuka was filled with bitterness. His head was even lowered in shame. These emotions were stronger in Sir Zex, Azazel, and Graphia because they heard from Vali a long time ago that he felt the Juggernaut Drive of Issei, but they decided to ignore it. And because of that, this happened. If they decided to invest even a little bit of their resources or even a little bit of time looking on to see if Issei was fine, just in case, then things would have been different. Graphia among them was the worst. After all, it was all her that dismissed the idea completely and even told her husband not to worry about it. If she had been more cautious, then his little brother wouldn't have been gone through so much. Issei, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. How can I call myself your sister after I ignored you like that? At the most important moment, more and more tears came from her eyes. What about the recording? What does that have? Seraphal asked, while she cleaned the tears in her eyes. The rest stopped their trains of thought and looked at the little dish with 2 buttons. Soon Graphia ran towards it and grabbed it. She looked around to see everyone nodding. Then she pushed the black button and the image appeared at the front of the disc for all to see. Recording plays. Is this thing on? The voice of the image of Issei was seen. No one dared to even breathe. Yes, partner. See the light. That's proof of it. The voice of a dragon was also heard. I see. Good. Thanks, Drake. No problem. Their voices were heard clearly. Well, if someone found this, then that means 2 things. Either I died, or you were looking for me and coincidentally found this. The voice of Issei was empty. When he talked about his own life, they could see how he didn't care about it in the slightest. Whatever. It doesn't matter. I believe in this because I'm about to do something dumb. And according to Drake, the chances of success are so close to 0 that they are basically 0. So this is a will, memory, suicide letter. Name it as you like. Everyone could see how bad he was. He had messy, unclean long hair, large, black-eyed bags underneath his dim yellow orbs. His eyes were dead, exactly the same as those of a corpse. They held no light. His body was so skinny that the skin was basically glued against his bones. Right now, Me and Drake are about to do our plan named Suicide Attempt. The name made the ones watching clutch their hearts on their chest. What kind of plan was it that it deserved such a name? It's simple, really. I'm about to remove my evil pieces from my body and hopefully not die. Those words made the eyes of all turn into saucers. No wonder it was named like that. Now, the climax. The reason I do this is because, well, I have nothing left. During the past couple of months, everyone left me behind. Only a few people had the decency to at least say goodbye to me. Everyone I held dear vanished, as if they all had found something else, and unknowingly, it indeed was like that. The people inside the room froze. Sir Zex, Graphia, Azazel, and Michael were the most affected ones. They knew that Issei was talking about them, but it seemed as if they were talking about something else. At that moment, in a single day, I discovered I was dismissed and ignored by everyone, by everything. I was broken, mentally and physically, and at that moment, I activated the Juggernaut Drive out of pure negative emotions. But the last shred of sanity I had stopped me from fully activating it. Since the Juggernaut Drive stopped, then I should have become better. Wrong. Everything just became shit. At that moment, the evil pieces inside my body were further corrupted and they became 8 malicious spots which devoured my body and life force constantly. I named those 8 spots corruption. But if you think that was the worst, think again. Issei kept throwing jabs at everyone. Because of the same pieces of shit, I could no longer sleep. Every time I slept, I dreamed of spitting behind my back. I had nightmares, horrible nightmares. The recordings made all of the people watching it feel terrible. They wanted all of this to stop, but it appeared no one answered their prayers. After the nightmares, I thought everything would stop. Wrong again. The nightmares became night terrors, in which I vividly experienced how you all insulted, scorned, hit and abused me, and the girls were just watching, laughing at me, especially them. They did so many things in front of me. So many to the point that I just broke. All of those words, everyone felt so dizzy that they couldn't analyze everything perfectly, and due to that, they were unable to completely understand what he meant by that. As soon as they regained their bearings, they tried to calm themselves down, but then they looked at the eyes of Issei and all of their efforts were down the drain. They all felt goosebumps on their skin. Their faces paled and hair stood on the end. Those eyes, they will never forget them. His eyes were dim, dreadful, distressing, miserable, as if light was lost, as if reason one had to live was gone, as if every trace of sanity just evaporated. They knew he had hit rock bottom. So I gave up on sleeping. Many days went by and I still haven't experienced a good night of sleep. Yet the worst hadn't come. All of them internally begged Issei to stop. He lifted his shirt and what they saw made everyone inhale a cold of breath air. These things became more violent. On his chest, 3 disgusting, swirling, pulsing black spots could be seen. Seeing them made everyone swallow their spit loudly. Even some held back their desire to throw up. These are the locations where the pawn pieces are, and are the positions in which I feel the most pain. But after this no longer. Even if I die trying, I will get all of these horrible things out of me, Issei told them, and for the first time energy filled his tone. That's why I decided to do this. I literally have nothing left to lose. So to whoever is seeing this, I hope you could make this our little secret. Let's say that if words get out, then many things will happen. The recording finished and silence filled the room. They were surprised. Just how much did he suffer? Everyone, I know there's a lot to digest, but everything we saw today will be kept among us. Azazel was the first to speak. He was appalled by everything, but with the force, with the will to continue. Plus, Issei is still alive, Azazel stated, confidence in his tone. How do you know that? Seraphil asked him. Well, the pieces couldn't have flown back from his body. Accommodated themselves on a wooden box and coincidentally placed themselves on Issei's desk. Could they? He survived his so-called suicide attempt, came back, I don't know why, and left the pieces. Azazel acted as a leader for once and motivated everyone. The woman regained the light in their eyes, especially Graphia. The men were pretty much the same. The question is, where is he? Where the rumbling his chin? The fallen asked. This little push made everyone get their energy back. True, we need to find him. There are many things we need to tell him. Even if it's not worth anything, we should at the very least, apologize, Trihexa said to everyone. Now they had a goal they needed to accomplish. What should we tell Rias and the rest? Graphia asked. Indeed. We are all accomplices of this, but there's not much information about what they did, and Issei's recording doesn't tell us much. Just that they all made him do it. The best we could do is find information and complete this puzzle. Many things just don't make any sense, Ajuka told them. Yes, many things don't make any sense. Why exactly activated the drive? What forced him to do to these extremes? What are those nightmares he spoke of? Those things that happened that caused him to do so much grief, Michael replied, also confused about all of this. The words of Issei were too cryptic, too general. Seems like we need to do our own research about this. Trihexa closed his eyes and he said this. Anyway, we should tell them that Issei left, but we shouldn't tell them the reason, or at least what we know of it, Azazel proposed. They need to learn from their mistakes, and in a way pay for it. But I believe, what if we make them see this? He pointed at the recorder. It will break them. Graphia agreed with their plans. All of them still had questions about why Issei did this, but one thing was clear. It was, in a way, related to the girls. Although they needed more information about the true reason, now they had some clues, and they all agreed that they didn't want to watch the recording again. Too much for them. But, due to that, some details slipped their minds. However, they didn't know about that. Right. They needed to investigate more deeply into this, and now they could only wildly guess. I see. So we'll tell them Issei is gone, and that we do not know the motive of his decision. Then, by their own thoughts, they will, in a certain sense, think it's their fault, Ajuka explained, but the rest only nodded. Better that way. Once we find Issei, we will talk to him about a lot of things. Graphia regained her former appearance. She wanted to talk to Issei and clarify things. The rest only rested on whatever chairs were left and started to digest the information they gained. It was pretty, but they needed to do it. Soon silence filled the room, and no one spoke for a long time. Scene changed, the Hyodo mansion. Right now was too late in the afternoon, just about nighttime, and the group of people reached the Hyodo mansion. The group consisted of the ORC, Irina, Ravel, and their boyfriends. Seeing the huge building, Reggie asked, "What's that place?" He was surprised. All of his life he lived inside Ko, yet this is the first time he had seen this building. The rest of the men accompanying them nodded their heads simultaneously. That's Issei's house. Dismissing the subject, Zenobia answered the question. The rest of the men became petrified, not believing what they heard. Soon they once again heard the voices of the girls. "Hey, don't stay there. We need to enter," Akano screamed at them. The ORC was just at the door of the mansion. The men hurriedly ran over to them. They ran past the gate and almost closed them. A huge, thick wooden door was the only thing separating them from the inside of the building. In their eyes, the building was enormous, maybe having 5 floors or more. It looked like an apartment complex than a single house. "Issei, we're here. Please open up." Rias knocked on the door while she raised her voice, trying to catch the attention of the owner of the building. "Maybe he isn't home," Akano said to Rias. "How could that be? It's Friday afternoon, almost night. He's probably training." Rias didn't believe the words of her queen. Reaching the doorknob, she turned it towards the right. The door moved. A click was heard. The door opened afterwards. The door was left open. Maybe he's training and left it open just in case? Rias believed her own words and stepped inside of the house. Today, rather late in the morning, she left to gather the rest of the ORC and the boys. They had to explain to their parents that they will not be home very often, but with the help of a little bit of magic, the approval of the boys, they made it possible. With Reggie, they told his parents more or less the truth because of that. Much more time was spent, but in the end, they agreed, getting a sigh of relief from both Rias and Akano. Walking in, everyone noticed how no one was at home, at least by the looks of it. Then Konako released her ears, entailed, and said, "Issei-senpai isn't home." This made the rest of the girls widen their eyes. Kiba was a bit surprised as well, but he was happy. If he met the men beside him, he will raise hell. And oh, he was sure of that. He isn't home? Rias raised her voice. Maybe he had things to do. Irina tilted her head cutely. While she tried to explain, the rest were suspicious, but they left those suspicions behind. It's impossible for him to be away. Maybe he was doing groceries or something like that. They all thought the same. Their feelings were still unsettled, and the fact that Issei wasn't home made them a bit paranoid. Okay, let's start training, Rias told them. Then the mech just swallowed their spit in anxiety. But before that, you need to know a bit more about the supernatural world. Through the weekends, we'll slowly teach the basics and a bit about our world, Rias was talking. Then they went to the staircase. Since there were too many, they still didn't fit inside the elevator. Going up the few floors, they reached a place that Issei visited a lot, practically slept in. The library of the 5th floor. Opening the door, the men were impressed by the magnitude of the library. Everyone, we need some books, Rias declared. Azia, go to the magic section and search for the very basis of magic. Konako, look for the book in Sacred Gears. They should know a bit more about it. Zenobia, go for the book that explains the basics of the underworld, heaven and the Gagar. Although we'll explain everything to them, we might need another source of information. Giving orders, Rias told her Parage. The named ones replied with a yes and went back to their task. Okay, while they are gone, I'll answer the questions you may have. While crossing your arms under a big bust, Rias turns to the men present. Akeno just smiled and stood at her side, ready for anything. I have a question, Rias. Ken raised his hand. Everyone's eyes widened, making him sweat a little. After all, he wasn't a man of public speech, of rather gathering of people. Rias nodded her head. Light shined in her eyes. It seemed that she was happy about being capable of teaching someone something. We already know the basic hierarchy of the power of the supernatural world, so I would have to ask, how are the underworld's heavens and Gagars, was it roughly divided? A very basic question that possessed no threat at all. Rias was about to answer, but Akeno intervened. It should be better for me to explain the Gagars. After all, I'm half fallen angel. She unruffled her wings, being feathery and dark in color. That took them by surprise. They never thought that woman in front of them would be half fallen. They knew about Konako's, after all, Himejima told them. So they were not surprised when they saw her ears and tail, but it was different for the woman in front of them. Those wings looked scary, at least in Reggie's eyes. Not that he would voice it out loud, but first, you should know what a fallen angel is. Her voice stopped their thoughts. Fallen angels are angels that have fallen from grace of God due to having impure thoughts that divert them from the teachings of the God of Bible. The leaders of the Gagar were tempted by human women and fallen after having sex with them. And despite being cast out of heaven, fallen angels can still use the power of light, Akeno explained seriously. The men were shocked. They didn't know about that, except for Reggie, because of familiar circumstances. Gregor is an organization created by Azazel and fallen angels who fell with him. They were also called the Watchers of the Children of God. In other words, they looked after the sacred gear possessors. Her voice echoed all over the library. They're just explaining the Gagar again. She roughly gave an explanation of the Gagar. The man felt the horizons broaden. At least they weren't ignorant about it. The leaders of the Gagar are Azazel, Shemazel, Barkil, Kokavil, Amarosh, Charmanil, Piamin, and Tamil, and they are known as the Katre, having the strength above ultimate class and hereby being the leaders of the organization. Akeno finished her explanation and hit her wings. The men tried to digest the new information they gained and just stood there, soon closed their eyes. After some time passed, someone asked, how about heaven? Irina replied as fast as she could. Me. She was extremely excited and energetic. Her little eyes could be seen. She showed her wings something that, aside from her boyfriend, surprised everyone. A real angel? Hamaji asked, his mouth completely open. The scene caused a pair of giggles from Konako and Ravel. A self-proclaimed one. She's a reincarnated angel, similar to the Parage system. The angels have one as well as based on cards, called Brave Saints. Zenovia laughed at Irina and explained to them. The boyfriends thought was highly likely. After all, if the devils could transform any other race into their own, why could the rest not? Let me continue. While puffing her cheeks, and Irina scolded Zenobia, who just smirked. The angels are the most powerful beings who serve the biblical God, and have the powers to inflict pain upon devils, and by extension the fallen angels due to the light-based powers. They live in heaven, which is divided into 7 layers, or as they call them, the 7 heavens. Our leaders, seraphs, I really don't care at this point. I'm just going to skip past this. And they start explaining the underworld. The men were happy. Now they knew about the world a bit better. If you wish to know more to come, learn from the books. It would be better for you that way. Rias finally talked. A sigh escaped her mouth, making Akano at her side giggle. Any last questions before we start the training? She asked them. Only one of them raised their hand. Nodding her head, he sighed for them to talk. In the past, you mentioned the strongest battle-oriented sacred gears. What exactly are they, and what do they do? Soji asked. Curiosity filled his voice. He seemed really interested in that subject. Rias was about to speak, but when Kiba pronounced, "May I? I have a sacred gear, and I have the majority of the Longinus wielders, so I should be the best one to answer the question," Kiba proposed his master, getting only a tired nod from her. "Thank you," he bowed to his master. "The strongest battle-oriented sacred gears are called the Longinus. You already know that they are capable of killing a god, and that they are the 13 of them, so I'll skip that part." Kiba stood in front of him. His aura was similar to that of a teacher, and then, men hearing his lecture, he seemed quite knowledgeable and good at explaining. You should know that the name Longinus was derived after the first sacred gears, and the name of the true Longinus, the spear that killed the son of the god of the Bible, by the first and most powerful. And unlike other sacred gears that have more than one of the same type, the Longinus are pretty utterly and completely unique, and only have each that may exist at a time. They essentially combine powerful abilities that aren't opposed to be combined. Kiba began his explanation. He learned all of this from Azazel. The rest of the present paid attention to him. "I'll tell you by their names, abilities, current possessors, but there's no more questions. We need to start training." They just nodded. The true Longinus is also known as the Holy Spear. One of the 3 holy relics is currently wielded by Ko. He's just explaining all what they're saying, blah blah blah, but I want to say this part. The boosted gear, or the Red Dragon Emperor's Gauntlet, is the ability to double without the limit user's capabilities, transferring power to anyone or anything. You already know who is the wielder. The smirk on Kipa's face made the rest of them gulp. Never would they ever thought that Issei Hyodo would have something that dangerous. And then he goes through explaining the rest of the other Sacred Gear Longinus users, so I'm just going to cut that part out as well. They were surprised, so the Holy Grail was real. Okay, and then... Okay, we'll continue. "Well, everyone, we need to start training." Rias concluded and stepped up. She managed to drag everyone out of the library and ran into the training field, labeled number 2. In less than a second, everyone was already ready to train. Azia, Irina, and Akano used the book to teach them the basics of human magic. Zenobia, you specialize on the sword and teach Soji a little. Kiba, you're a technique type. Please guide Ken. Konako, you and I will teach Reggie the basic of close combat and demonic magic. Well, everyone, let's start. But before they could start, a magic circle made its appearance in the center of the field. A man with luxurious robe made its appearance. He had a crimson red hair and blue eyes. The moment his eyes landed on Rias and the rest, they were filled with disappointment and guilt. He had silver-haired maid accompanying him, but her eyes were filled with regret and barely hidden sadness. "Rias, everyone, there's something you need to know." The man spoke to Rias and the rest, interested a bit of the identities of the men present, but quickly dismissed the thought. "Onisama? What are you doing here? Even Gravia as well. What happened?" Rias was surprised. She hadn't seen her brother and sister-in-law in a long time, and when they do come, they have things to talk about. "Rias, who are they?" Reggie asked the question everyone had in their minds. "He's my big brother and one of the 4 mouths, Sir Zex Lucifer." She answered the question with pride. Even her eyes held a bit of light. Those words made every man here pale-faced. The man in front of them was the current Lucifer, a being of legend. "Let's leave the greetings for another time, Rias. I came here to tell you something extremely important." Sir Zex felt his heart break when he managed to get the courage of telling his sister. He took his robe in a small wooden box. "Rias, please remain calm." The maid at the side told the female, but she herself was almost failing to keep her emotions in check. Sir Zex resolutely handed the box to his sister. Rias grabbed it. She felt the horrible, and she didn't know why. Her heart was threatening to burst out of her chest. Her hands were trembling and her mind was spinning. She just manically received the wooden box and lifted the lid. Her face turned pale. Her lips blue. She let the box fall to the ground and its contents spread for all to see. Soon, everyone besides the men had the same face as Rias. "No! No!" Rias screamed at the top of her lungs. The rest were the same. Akano was froze completely, not moving an inch. Irina and Azina had their hands on their mouths. Small amounts of tears were falling from their eyes. Zenobia and Konako held the same expression. Their eyes held nothing. Even the light of them was gone. Soon they started to tremble, and a heavy aura was released from them. They don't even deserve to cry. Ravel was crying quietly, while turning her head away from the scene, not capable of watching it. Kiba was clutching his hands tightly. His bangs covered his face, but the aura he excluded was suffocating. Seeing the rest of the men tried to comfort them, but the sole aura they irradiated was enough to keep them away. The reason for all of the contents of the box now laid spread across the floor. 8 crimson pawn pieces with black spots on them. Those were Issei's pieces. They wanted to reject the thought, but the familiar aura made them incapable of it. It was his aura without a doubt. How? How? Rhea screamed at her brother as tears fell from her eyes. We don't know. The answer made all the present place to their attention on the Mao. Azazel came to Issei's house to talk with him about his training and his Longinus, but he couldn't find him. He searched everywhere and only found those pieces in a wooden box inside of his room. The words of the Mao were also filled with guilt. But soon enough, he controlled himself and went back to his normal tone of voice. We checked the heaven, and they said the Longinus is still with him. In other words, he's alive. Sir Zex gave them hope they needed. But why would he do something like that? All of you are with him, so why did he do something that could have cost him his life? It's not like you did something to him, so why? The Mao knew which buttons to push. Oh, that's what Sir Zex said. My bad. Let me redo that line. But why would he be doing something like that? All of you were with him, so why did he do something that could cost him his life? It's not like you did something to him, so why? The Mao knew which buttons to push. Just like those words made the girls freeze. The tone of the Mao was perfectly filled with curiosity and intrigue, so masked his intentions perfectly. All of the girls stopped their trains of thought. The idea of why he did it slowly spread all over their minds. They weren't sure, but Rias and Aquino thought back when they last saw him. The change in tone when they last saw him, his cold eyes, his body that became too skinny, which they decided to ignore. The guilt of the formerly felt increased by 10 times. Their heads stopped. Their hearts stopped. For a second, and their faces returned to being pale, but this time much worse in color. Their eyes were filled with too many negative emotions to describe, but 2 of them were obvious: guilt and regret. We are currently looking for him. All 3 of the factions are. If our efforts turned out to be useless, then we would need to ask for help from other factions, Sir Zex stated. For once, the truth. His eyes, and the ones of the maid being behind him, were filled with eagerness and the will to fight. Those words made the girls gain a bit of hope. Let us help, Rias practically ordered his brother. Sorry, but that won't happen. This is an extremely secret mission within the factions, so we will search for him on our own. You, on the other hand, should not let this affect you. We don't know the reason behind it, so let the best choice is for us to find him and ask for ourselves. After all, we owe him that. The last words spoken made the girls turn back to reality. They knew that Issei was still alive, just missing. So why do they need to ask him? Why? They all had their suspicions and thought that would not let them rest in peace. They were their reason, but subconsciously rejected that idea. But what other reason could it be? Bad feelings and emotions were filling them. The guilt they felt about their own thoughts was big, but they wouldn't know unless they asked. So, until then, they were left alone with their own thoughts, something that would little by little eat them from the inside out. So, from this moment on, Issei Hyodo is declared to be missing in action. The reason they declared him MIA was not just missing, was the world that still thought of him as a devil. By declaring him MIA, he wouldn't be counted as a stray and hereby hunted by others. The men were surprised by the sudden turn of events, but since they didn't know much, it didn't matter to them. Then the Mao came closer to his sister and hugged her. Rias, don't let this affect you too much. He's fine and we will find him. Keep getting stronger, just leave this to us. You can be at ease. He, with a brotherly tone, consoled his sister. She just receiving the hug and nodded her head, cleaning the tears off of her face. Also, the date of the world-class rating games have been established. It will be less than 3 months from now, during autumn, maybe early winter. So, from this moment onwards, you have 3 months to become as strong as you can get, he ordered the rest of them. Yes, Sir Zex-sama, all the devils in Uranus shouted for the Mao to hear. He only smirked. With that, I leave you to start training. He picked up the pieces that were on the floor, activated the magic circle, and left. After he left, the girls were broken. Their eyes were filled with hashed tears, and their faces were filled with regret. "Don't worry, girls. We're sure he's fine," the five mentioned to console him, unknown to them the damage those words did. The former thought the girls had came back to their heads. They knew the reason he did this. They were the reason. They cried, and seeing this, the five of them came closer and hugged them. The moment they felt that hug, they thought, Issei. Tears fell even more than before. The guilt they felt was slowly cording them from the inside. Kiba watched this with eyes filled with grief. He had the suspicions of why his friend did that, but the only thing he could do was wait and hope for the best. He turned his head from the scene and looked at simple coding white. Ceiling. Come back soon, pal. His thoughts were directed at his best friend, which unknowingly right now was traveling around the world with a big smirk on his face. And that is the end of Chapter 5, The Other Side of the Coin. Chapter 6, First Journey and Descendant. Kyoto Station / present day. A whole male made its appearance at the center of the rather empty Kyoto train station. It was pitch black and held a violet light. However, the silhouette of the figure could be distinguished inside of it. A man appeared from the inside of the hole and started to look around. The man had deep brown hair that was closer to black, and almost bangs of his hair went to his right side, leaving his left one completely free. Guess who's back, ladies and gentlemen? Issei Hyodo. In his forehead, a mark could be seen. It was black in color, with a tinge of red. Shining purple, it gave off demonic vibe that would scare anyone. He wore an Oxford gray coat that held no eyelets, nor a zipper. The only thing that made him staying in a place was white string that came out of a pair of eyelets at the base of the neck. The string was tied up in a knot and rested on his chest. The rest of his eyelets, normally used for the buttons, were stitched up and colored in rather opaque red. He also wore a form-fitting black t-shirt and pants of the same color. To top it off, brown knee-length boots could be seen. They held no laces, and only a pair of red designs could be seen etched onto them. That man was Issei. He left his home as soon as he got his clothes, still being Friday in the morning, close to midday. Wow! Why is the station so desolated? He asked, to no one in particular. Walking around, he figured out the answer to his question. A big sigh that read, "Under maintenance" could be seen near the wall, which also held old-fashioned clock. I see. Is it good luck that there is no one here? I don't know. After all, my Hellgate is capable of hiding my presence, even from supernatural beings. Ignoring the thought, he looked around the place. A simple station with gray concrete floors and 2 rails for the trains. He could be seen for workers checking the rails and changing them for new ones. The Kyoto station was the one that the main building on top of the actual stations, but the building was filled with the stores, food, clothing, and among the other things, while all the other stations' rail were down below, so it gave the impression of the subway. Issei put his hands into his pockets as he walked away. No one noticed him, and soon, after walking around, he reached the staircase. What place should I check out first? He asked to himself while going up the stairs. Since the maintenance was halfway done, the escalators were completely stopped, and just in case any one of the people present upstairs thought the rail was open, he reached the top part of the stairs and crossed the yellow tape that kept people away from the location. After walking towards the right, he soon saw another pair of escalators, but these ones were fully functional. They were far away from the location, and not many people were walking in the hallway here. Well, the rail was closed, so they had nothing to do here. While looking around, Issei continued his journey. After a couple of minutes of walking, he reached the escalators. He saw and stepped on them, reaching almost the entrance of the station. A sea of people appeared out of nowhere, right in front of him. They quickly moved in different directions while pushing each other around. They were many people, young, old, male or female, local or tourist, but as soon as he reached the end of the escalators, some of them looked at his direction. After all, it was odd to find someone climbing up those stairs. The moment the normal humans laid eyes on them, they stopped moving. They froze. The males were kind of frightened of him. His appearance gave him a bad boy feeling, and the tattoo on his forehead suited him perfectly. The cold look on those really odd eyes gave him a bad feeling. The aerated feeling that says, "Don't mess with me." So like their instincts told them, they didn't mess with him. The female population was quite different. It all started from a couple of women that casually looked at him, but soon their friends accompanying them saw the looks in their faces and looked in general direction they were staring at. After that, many of them, if not all the women, were staring at him. They all had two things in common. One was the blush on their cheeks, whether large or small that depended on the female, and the second one that they just stood still, not moving. The ones that were actually walking around the place noticed this and curiously looked at the general direction, only for the same to happen, managing to create a perfect domino effect. After a few moments, the majority of the female population stood still and just looked at him. His bad boy look and presence attracted them. His clothing gave him a rather roughish vibe, making him quite the man in their eyes. His face, although it didn't look too handsome, it had sharp features that showed experience in life. Issei was, of course, oblivious to all this. He was just looking at the station. Wow, it looks rather good for a train station. Those were his thoughts. He was interested in the looks of the station. The station was built to be open, so not much where the roof was seen. The light of the day peeked in between the steel grinders and managed to fill the entire place with a brilliant glow. A lot of glass could also be seen. It was either completely clear or tinted with a blue color. The smooth floor gave the impression of carpet, and its gray color looked quite clear, ridden from any injuries. Some lamps could be seen at the extremes of the same station, but they were turned off. He could see towards the right. Towards his right, another pathway leading inside with a couple of souvenir shops at both sides. He looked in front of him and saw a big staircase with a single escalator at its right-hand side. If he had to guess, he should be in the esplanade that connects the shopping square inside the station with the shopping district. The big staircase since in front of them should be many entrances that exist. Now that I think of it, for a normal station, this is quite aesthetically pleasing. While nodding his head, Issei walked upwards, ignoring the blushes from the ladies and angry glares from the males. Reaching halfway up, he turned his head towards the left and saw the building, which entire facade was made out of glass. Wow. Those should be the offices of the workers here. Issei turned his head up and sped up. Finally, at the entrance of the station, he stared into the distance and inhaled a fresh of cold air. Ha! He let out a small smile. I'm free! I'm finally free of those people! He looked at the bright blue sky that had a visible ray of light. He then closed his eyes momentarily and felt the wind hit his face. Thank you. He didn't even know who he thanked, but after that he felt relieved. Where should I visit? He looked around and started to walk in a random direction, and now that he was here, he didn't have to hurry. He crossed the road while still pondering to himself his next destination. Which place should I visit? Last time, but I didn't see it was because of the attack on Kyoto, right? He walked around the place a bit more, seeing the tall glass buildings and many people crossing the streets. A lot of things could be done here before he had any idea of what to do. A sound distributed his thoughts. Surprised by it, he blushed a little. Seems like I need to go eat something. He made a decision and turned towards the road. He now appeared to be quite the distance away from the station. It seems I got lost while I was walking. Surprised yet again by his luck, he looked at his surroundings. Not many things could be seen aside from a couple of buildings, houses and restaurants that were quite close to one another. Walking further inside the city without any fear, he strolled for a while. He sighed in defeat. Not a single restaurant he liked. He was disappointed. It appears that I'll have to go to the market and buy food here. He turned around. When he was walking away, he heard something that caught his attention. Come on, it just opened up. You know that place that is filled, even if it looks bad on the outside. A young man with a normal Japanese hair said to his friend. Both appeared running and just casually ran past Issei. Yeah, I know. Don't drag me. We're still on time. Today is a good day. Not many adults or office workers go at this time of day. We have around an hour or more. The one that was dragged was similarly aged teen. He had long black hair and wore a school uniform that looked exactly the same as his friend. I wonder what the speciality of the day will be. While drooling, the first young man talked to himself. Looking closely, both the normal-looking faces, the long-haired one had brown eyes, white, and the other one with black. Since they were a normal-looking uniform, not much could be seen, but by Issei's guesses, they shouldn't train anything in particular. So a specialty of the day restaurant that looks bad on the outside, but the food is delicious caught my interest. That place should have something appropriate for him to eat. Those two are normal humans, and no aura of supernatural being is stuck to them. They should be your average humans going to an ordinary restaurant. Issei turned around and slowly followed the two young men without them noticing, a small smirk on his face. Don't disappoint me. After all, my breakfast and probably the meal of the day depend on you. He appeared to be talking to both of them, but they were too far ahead to listen to him. Crossing the corner, both of the men talked to themselves. "Hey, did you see that guy back there?" the long-haired one asked his friend. "Yeah, he looked dangerous, and although I hate to admit it, he's rather handsome. He should attract women by the dozens," the friend replied to the brown-haired pal, a bit of envy in his voice. "Yes, but something about him looked special. Although we ran past him, I could still tell he isn't normal," the brown-eyed young man told his friend. They soon disregarded the man, but just saw and quickly kept running. Both of them didn't know what Issei heard everything. Looked dangerous? Me? He didn't believe them. With a slow pace, he followed the two humans. For him, tracking was extremely easy. After crossing many streets, turning corners, and almost being hit by a truck, Issei reached the place in which he felt the presence of the two humans. The shimmery shopping district. He read the sign that was on top of him. Held by two wooden pillars, blue in color. It appears that two humans brought him into the shopping district. Well, if the worst comes to worst, I'll prepare my own food. I see the market over there and a convenience store on the other side. So sure, let's try. He shrugged his shoulders and walked in, following the aura of the two students. At the corner of the block, he could see a normal and even below average restaurant. It had a winging red in color that appeared to be just cleaned off of any Jimmy and dust. He saw a sign up there and read out loud, "Yukari? A family business? Those always are the best restaurants." Deciding the place he was going to eat at, he hoped he wasn't wrong and walked towards it, soon reaching the sliding wooden door. Yukari Family Restaurant inside. Scene change. So now we're inside the restaurant. On the inside of the restaurant, one could see a short, red-haired boy sprinting in between the wooden tables. He had a goofy look in his eyes, which were golden in color, and a smile on his face. A single scar was present on his left eyebrow, falling down until a little above his eyelid. Many different foods on plates were in his arms. Too many, in fact, that there was a risk of them dropping them. The man screamed, "A beef stew!" The young red-haired turned his head and said, "Coming right up." Then he walked up towards the location of the man. He left the stew in a place after a couple of moments. All of his arms were empty. He just smiled and got back into the kitchen, which was literally the opposite side of the main door. This place was small. A limited number of tables could be seen, maybe around 8 or 9, just enough for a young man to attend perfectly. The old man in the kitchen was cooking the food a newly arrived clients asked for. A pair of boys that got lucky reached this place on time. He had long brown hair, which is swept back save for a single group of bangs that hangs over his face down to his chin. His eyes were sharper and more serious than the boy, which was standing in front of him, and also were golden in color, meaning that they were both father and son. He had a slight beard on his chin, and his body looked very well toned. "OG, everything has been delivered on time. Only those two you're cooking are left. After this, we shall have our duel," the boy pointed at his father with a clean smirk on his face. "Oh, you think you can win?" The father turned his head. While still cooking, a fierce light could be seen in his eyes. But of course, not feeling intimidating, he replied back, "Fine. Who shall be the judge? Everyone here has already been one." The father agreed but stated the problem they had. They wanted, if possible, someone new, but that person wouldn't open the door and just appear out of nowhere. "Right, OG." While thinking, he put his hand on his chin. If someone could just appear, now that would be a blessing. He was hoping for it. He turned his head towards the door, and his father did the same. A couple of seconds later, the door was opened. It appeared someone heard their prayers. "Yes!" the boy exactly yelled. They even raised both hands. The boy soon started to think what to cook. He didn't know what the man just entered the restaurant, but his father certainly did, and when he saw, scared him a bit. He knew that the one at the entrance of the restaurant wasn't a normal human being. This guy. The man looked down at the dark-haired boy standing at the entrance. Issei just closed the sliding door behind him and said, "Excuse me. I have heard this place has some delicious food. I would want to order." His voice was sharp and warm, a really odd combination of tones that everyone except the red-haired boy widened their eyes. He used this tone of voice on strangers so he didn't scare them off. After all, they hadn't done anything to him. His normal sharp and cold tone was for those he thought of as a threat. Everyone inside was staring at the man standing at the door. However, the thing that made everyone inhale a cold breath of air was the tattoo on the left side of his forehead, black with a tinge of red, and for them it looked like it shined with violet light. The shining made everyone think that he was just got it recently. His eyes were the exact same color as the tattoo, but, of course, without the violet light. Excuse me," Issei asked again, this time tilting his head. The young boy finally got back from his thoughts, and while looking at him with a smile and said, "Sure, please, sit here." He pointed at the stool near the kitchen. The dragon nodded and approached the stool. All eyes were still on him. What exactly is wrong with this guy? I feel he's different in a sense, the old man in the kitchen thought to himself. He has traveled all over the world and met merry varieties of people, from extremely rich owners of companies to royalty and even normal office workers at the side of the road, but not once has he felt presence such as the one man approaching him had. It was difficult to explain. It appeared dangerous and mysterious, yet also something was hidden. Issei looked at the young boy in front of him, who was still smiling at him. Quite the young fella. He doesn't appear to be older than 16, but capable of resisting my natural aura. Quite amazing. Issei was surprised by the young man. Although a normal human, he seemed to have a pretty strong will and didn't judge a book by its cover. In the near future, he will be someone recognized by all. He made his guess, which wasn't far off from the truth. What do you want to order? He heard the voice from the teen. Issei turned and looked directly at his eyes, maintaining eye contact for a couple of seconds, yet not a single bit of surprise could be seen in them. About that. What is the specialty for the day? He asked back. The young boy smirked and answered, chicken egg turpadon. Issei was convinced at the specialty and nodded his head, ordering that. Please wait a minute, the young man said to him. But then he turned and asked, oh, may I ask you to be the judge of our duel between my father and I? The question surprised Issei, but the boy looked straight at him with hope in his eyes, and a goofy smile made him nod. On one condition. He lifted the index finger and his left hand up. What is it? The eyes of the boy turned serious, but seeing the mysterious man smile at the corner of his mouth, he relaxed. Only if the food is delicious. That comment made the young boy turn around. While walking into the kitchen, he said to him, but of course. It appeared to be at the restaurant of the owners. It was quite interesting. Issei sat there and closed his eyes. For everyone, it appeared that he was taking a break. After a couple of moments, the rest of the people inside the restaurant started to talk again, this time about the mysterious man sitting on the stool. After a couple of moments, the rest of the people inside the restaurant started to talk again. Hey, what do you think of him? Unservedly, they asked among themselves in a voice they thought as low. I don't know. He looks odd and seems to be special in a sense, but I can't see how. Two older officers' workers who were their lunch breaks talked to themselves. On the other side of the restaurant, two young women around their early 20s were also whispering between themselves. Don't you think he looks hot? A light brown-haired woman asked her friend. Her eyes scanned the body from top to bottom of the one sitting at the stool. If only he was more fit, he would be perfect, she said once again. The man didn't look muscular and looked rather skinny. Maybe he was midway in his physical activities and training? Yes, the other woman whispered huskily. He looks like a bad boy and those eyes suit him perfectly. I would definitely do him. The long, dark-haired woman said as she locked her lips, unknowingly causing Issei to sweat and think. Not another Kiryu, please. It appeared to be that there were women that also perverts outside of Ko. The man inside the kitchen never took his eyes off the young man sitting in the stool. His son already took care of his order. He didn't do it because he felt something was weird with the guy in front of him. Grabbing all of his courage, he went closer to him with a friendly smile and tone asked, You don't look from around here. Did you get lost? The tone was as friendly as he could manage. Issei opened his eyes and looked into his, making the old man discreetly sweat. What kind of eyes are those? He screamed internally when he saw those pair of eyes clearly. They looked like they were synced in darkness, but the light they held was extremely firm and unwavering. They also transmitted a certain wisdom and a life that amazed him. What did you go through? That look for a kid not even 20 was extremely rare. Not even him. That was reaching his 40s and traveled around the world had that look in his eyes. Yeah, I'm new. I am traveling around the world and Kyoto is my first stop, the dragon answered the question with a sharp and warm voice. Although the man looked at him weirdly, it didn't hold any bad emotion, more like a surprise and caution. I see, a traveler! At the mention of the title, the old man smiled even further. I also traveled around the world when I was younger. A great experience. I'm glad there's still someone that wants to do it. Remembering his younger days, he rested his body on the kitchen bar, getting closer to Issei. You also traveled around the world? His interest piqued. He asked the old man. Yes, you see, I am a cook that studied a rather prestigious academy, but in that place I once forgot what it was the most important to me, so I decided to travel around the world and find it again. He explained his story while making sure his son didn't hear him. After all, it was a secret. And you did? Issei felt sympathy for the man. He was more or less going through the same situation. Yeah, I did. A woman was the one I found. I married her and had a child, the brat in the kitchen. He pointed his back where the teen was before cooking with a smile on his face. That moment was the best in my life. No trophy, no power, no glory I once gained or will never gain will surpass the moment when she accepted to marry me. The man had a nostalgic look in his eyes, but they were also filled with happiness. And what happened to her? She passed away due to a sickness a couple years ago, he said in a calm voice. I'm sorry for your loss. Issei expressed his apologies, getting a smirk from the man. Don't worry, you didn't know about it. Silence filled the place once again until surprisingly Issei broke it. Which country do you recommend me to visit? Since the man had experience and he seemed like he wasn't lying, Issei asked. Country? He thought he would ask inside of Japan, but he suddenly went worldwide. Do you have the money to travel around the globe? Issei just nodded. He placed his hand on his chin, which places across the globe. Have you already visited? He asked back to him. Romania? Back during a Quillipoth attack, he visited a land of vampires. Maybe I should visit again. After all, I only went to the castles of the Carmilla and Tep's faction. The man, amazed by the sudden mention of the country, started to think. Do you think the west part of the world? Do you like the west part of the world? He had a couple of places in mind, but he needed to ask the young man. Issei only nodded. You should probably do it like this. He stopped reclining himself against the kitchen bar and said, go to the Kuwait and land of travel of Arabia. Probably go to Jerusalem. Cross Iran, Iraq, and Pakistan, and then reach India. Once there, take a plane and fly to Germany and visit the countries around it. That's my recommendation, he told Issei. Sounds good. Issei was convinced. Maybe he should try to do it that way. Sorry for the wait. Here's your order. The team came back with a plate in front of Issei. Smells quite good. Issei didn't doubt for a second that he went in for the meal. In his words, it was delicious, and it came from him that eaten a high-class food quite normally. Good food, he said to the boy, only getting a smirk on his face. Happy to serve, the teen smirked while removing his white headband. After a couple of minutes, the meal was gone. So, would you be the judge? He asked with the stars in his eyes. Sure, if he could eat more delicious food without any extra cost, that would be fine by him. Great OG, prepare to lose. The red-haired teen had a proud smirk that only lasted as long as 15 minutes later. The same red-haired bat was on his knees in front of his father, crying and laughing bitterly. He was destroyed during the cooking match. That should be around your 500th loss, he laughed at his son, happy about the result. That doesn't make it any better, Issei thought, while he finished the rice bowl. The son said before that, I've actually only lost 489th time, he talked back to his father. Thanks for the food. He stood up from the stool, from a single plate and turned around. Old man, thanks for the advice. I might do it that way, he, without turning back, said to the 45-year-old man. And you, kid, don't give up, Issei said while he looked at his over his shoulder. You have much more potential than you can manage, and soon enough you'll be better than your father. Always remember that. His piercing eyes looked directly at the young man. That look in the mysterious man's face won't be something he will forget. Seeing the face of the young boy, Issei turned his head around and went for the door. What's your name? The team screamed at him. He wanted to remember the man with those piercing eyes, which told him he would be better than his father. Issei stopped opening the door midway, debating over what he should do, but he gave up. For you, actually, make me say my name pretty good. He held a smirk. Issei Hyodo. Don't forget it. One day I'll come back, and you better stand above that place you are today. Don't make my words go to waste. He slammed the door open and left, but before that he heard a voice. My name is Yukari. Better be back. Issei scoffed in amusement and left. A couple of moments flew by. The clients were inside, went silent during the exchange of the words between them. Issei Hyodo. Both the father and son carved the name into memory. The strange man that irradiated danger and mystery. This is probably the most abnormal person they'll ever meet. Remember, Soma, people like that exist all over the world. Some are more special than others. But like him, there are many people that will make you want to try your best. The father recommended to his son and continued his cooking. All over the world, huh? I bet we'll meet again, Issei, and at that moment I'll be better than what I am now. He made a promise to himself, not knowing that soon he would be on a journey that will forever change him. And that is the end. Scene change outside the shopping district. Quite the interesting guy. Issei continued his journey. He saw that according to the clock on a wall, it was around 1 in the afternoon. I want to go to the Fushimi Inari. Before, I wasn't able to tour around it, but I think I'm far away. Maybe I should use my Hellgate, he thought to himself, as he went to look for a dark alley to use it. Soon he reached and one activated his Hellgate. He went into the black portal and soon disappeared from the place he was at. A portal manifested itself in a different place. Issei calmly walked out of it. After seconds, he saw the temple he visited once before. The Fushimi Inari. He had a firm expression on his face. Thankfully, my Hellgate is extremely useful for these types of situations. He appeared in the middle of the busy street, but thanks to the trait of his ability, he wasn't noticed by anyone. Really? Quite the beautiful place, Issei thought in his head. He approached a big red Japanese gate, or torii, that was the entrance of the mountain. Behind it, a big ancient Japanese-styled building was present, also red in color. It had the appearance of an even bigger gate, which had many golden accents on its surface, giving off a refined look. It had an inclined roof that was light brown in color and also looked extremely beautiful. The man of the main gate of Fushi Onari, and above it, one could see a huge collection of staircases in orange/red torii. Issei walked across the main gate and looked around, seeing two bronze statues at the side of the entrance near the main building. There were two foxes. One held a key in its mouth, while the other a jewel. Interesting, Issei thought to himself as he went to search for the route upwards. A sea of people followed him, but it looked like they were coincidentally headed towards the same direction. A huge stone staircase should be seen a couple of steps away, massive amounts of tories adoring, making the staircase have some kind of roof because of them. A few of the torii were small enough for a man not over 1.8 centimeters to walk through, while the others went just as high as the trees nearby. The Red Dragon Emperor continued his walk, not paying attention to anyone, fully concentrated in the scenery of the place. Issei continued in, as he knew how the road divided in two. Left, he muttered, and walked that way. Some of the tourists behind him chose right, maybe because he looked rather threatening. Only a couple of women were still following him. Some even had their phones in their hands. "Ah!" a woman screamed with a blush on her cheeks. It appeared she took a picture of him. Give me a break. Issei gained a drop of sweat in the back of his neck. After a little problem, he decided to increase his pace, and using his absurd speed, he left the woman behind. Huh? Where did he go? Some asked themselves, to look around. Issei reached the top of the mountain. A big/orange-red torii was behind him, bearing a similitude to one at the entrance. What a view! The last time I came here, we didn't manage to reach this high up. The view here was magnificent, so we went towards the rock and sat on it. Many buildings tall and small could be seen, and hundreds of trees accompanying the streets were present. Because of the good time of the year, some sakura trees still had their flowers. Issei just sat there, not having a single thought inside of his head. But soon something caught his interest. He turned around and saw two male figures dressed in apparently civilian clothing. One seemed to be in his early 30s with a blue dress shirt and black pants with the same color of shoes. He, as well as his golden eyes and hair, had it seemed out of the ordinary. The second man looked younger, by a couple of years, around his mid-20s. He also had the same golden hair, but had blue eyes. He wore military pants green in color and a badge-colored t-shirt. Black boots were on both of his legs. A little out of the ordinary, tourist, but not strange, at least for the majority of normal people. Yokai, Issei quickly noticed through the nature of their aura, but he couldn't figure out their species. Since we are in Fushionari, my guess is a kintsugi. Not wanting to get into problems, he quickly vanished from the sitting position, his speed so high it reached the realm of leaving after images. He then reappeared at the top of the tenori. His eyes were never leaving the both of them. He forced his ears a little, try to hear to what they were talking about. Man, such a bummer. We can't go to the party that hosted by the Amaterasu-sama. The gold-eyed yokai talked to his partner. You know why? We are far too low-leveled for a party in which gods even may attend, the military-wearing man rebutted the comment of the 30-year-old. A party in which gods appear. Issei listened to their conversation. Intrigued by their words, wanting to know more, he used his senses and scanned both of them without noticing. Mid-tier, mid-class yokai is more than less of a level of reserve of the older one. The other, Issei took his eyes from the older one and looked at the youngest. Low-tier, high-class yokai. It seems the younger generation is taking the lead. Yes, but still, I would have loved to see the couple of goddesses in the flesh, the older man commented with a perverted grin on his face. Is that the only reason you wish to go for? Both Issei and the strict man thought the same thing. The strict man let out a sigh filled with tiredness, why his partner, although older, was more like a child. Oi, come on, don't be like that. He tried to console the younger one. We found a treasure that was lost a couple of centuries ago. You should be happier. I know, but still, letting his feelings out, he sighed. Soon, the younger man thought of another thing that had him rather confused. I don't know how exactly they got the treasure. They told us they found it when they were doing damage repair back in Nasuno. But I believe something is off. The older man was surprised. They didn't tell you? Thanks to being of higher rank, thanks to his age, he got the true information behind the mystery of the treasure. You know? Shh, lower your voice. He quickly covered his mouth and started to look around, not looking up where Issei was. Yes, I do. After all, I have a higher position than you, even if you're stronger than me. What are you waiting for? Spill it out, the strict younger man let his personality aside with stars in his eyes. He asked the man, where did your strictness from a moment ago went to? Issei made the mental note. Fine, I'll tell you, but it needs to be a private location, he seriously commented, getting a nod from his partner. The two of them started to walk around. Their destination was part of the mountain that wasn't open to the public. They went behind the gate. They were currently at the soon-crossed line that separated the mountain in half. Issei was interested. A treasure. The truth behind it. Smells like an adventure. Something he rather liked. Fuck it. He decided to follow them. A pair of sharp, pitch-black wings made their appearance behind his back. They appeared to be detached from his back, magically floating behind him. He flapped one of them, and a second later he vanished. He was extremely fast, to the point that the air wall formed in his surroundings. Do not break the sound barrier. If he did break it, then someone will notice something was amiss. Another flap of his wings, he once again saw the two yokai. From this time deep inside the small forest of a mountain, the older man released his true form. A fluffy and a pair of sharp, pointy ears became visible on the top of his head. Issei, seeing this, knew his guess was right. So he was indeed a kitsune. Still, in the air he used his darkness to cover his left shoulder and right thigh, hiding his presence to the point that the old man couldn't detect it. We're alone. No one noticed us. Issei smiled when the yokai mentioned this. Now, the reason that we found the treasure. Both Issei and the younger man paid attention to this. Issei casually landed on a thick tree branch near them to hear the battle. He did not want to miss this. It wasn't found on a ruin during the repair. It was found on someone, the older man explained, getting an amazed look from the military dude and a nod of acceptance from Issei. He suspected that. After the destruction caused by the beast, we did go to do our repair jobs, but what we didn't expect was for a strong yokai to be the provenance of Nasuno. The yokai had the treasure. Who was that yokai? The strict guy asked his partner, getting another nod from Issei. He also wanted to know that. You won't believe it. Just say it, old man. Issei was getting tired of beating around the bush. Just say it. It seems that he wasn't the only one. Fine. Yeah. Don't get your panties in a twist, he said with sarcasm. It was found on a female kitsune yokai. He answered and managed to get a deadpan look from his partner. And, he asked back, it was a nine-tailed fox. That was the information both Issei and 20-year-old wanted to hear. The first to react was the 20-year-old. What? A nine-tailed fox? If I'm not wrong, only nine-tailed fox is Yakuza-sama, he muttered under his breath. Unless, the young man widened his eyes in realization. He soon took some steps back in shock and fell to the ground. Indeed, the older one smiled at the scene. A nine-tailed fox, that red hair with a tinge of black, also known as a Kyubi no Yoko, an descendant of the three most evil yokai, a descendant of Tamio no Mei. Issei was shocked. A descendant of Tamio no Mei? Weren't they exterminated? Issei remembered reading about it. Yeah, they were eradicated a couple of 100 years ago. It seems the younger man thought the same. They were supposed to, he nodded his head, but it seems the survivor escaped and continued the legacy. When we found her, she proved to be extremely strong. I was present when we had to take her down. It took an entire squadron of ultimate class yokai just to subdue her. The man shrugged as to remember that day. What happened to her? The man was scared. An entire squadron just to subdue her and not kill her. Obviously, they wanted something else from her. She was jailed here in Kyoto. Issei was happy about the info. Maybe I can offer her to join my team if I free her. He did this with malicious intent, of course. I don't know the exact location because they refused to give it out. After all, it would be quite dangerous if it's known, his tone deadly serious. The only thing I know is that she's inside the Arashiyama. The bamboo forest? Why there? Beats me. I just casually heard as the two superiors were talking. Ashirama, huh? Issei was lost in thought. That place was quite big, and it will take some time to explore it all. And finding someone was even harder. Then what about the treasure? That also the question piqued Issei's interest. I also don't know. They didn't tell me at all. The man was quite angry at the sincerity of his superiors. A treasure so important that they won't tell it about? Issei was kind of excited about it. Now he knew his destiny for travel. Arashiyama, here I come. He was about to leave when he heard another question, so he stopped midway. Then what about Yakuza-sama and Amaterasu-sama? Do they know about how they got the treasure? The man asked. He knew that if both of them knew about the descendant that she wouldn't be jailed. Of course not, he scoffed. scoffed. Both of them are far too naive and will let her roam freely. They are even capable of offering her a high position. After all, she's quite strong and extremely rare species of yokai, so the superiors made the story of casually finding it. Good. A traitor should be executed. The young man raised his voice, getting a smirk from the old one. It appears that she's despised by the yokai, even if she's just a descendant. Issei was disgusted by the look in both the yokai's eyes. Trash, Issei muttered under his breath, debating whether to kill them or not. He soon changed his mind. During this time period, if anything were to happen, it will alert everyone, and his newly formed head will go down the drain. He turned around and jumped high into the air, not letting anyone sense him at all. When he reached a sufficient height, he used his darkness and formed his pair of wings. He flapped them and vanished from the spot. Freely flying in the sky, Issei was focused on his thoughts. Where should I go? Arashama was so huge, so he didn't know where to land. Fuck it. Let luck be my guide. He increased his speeds, breaking the sound barrier. Time skip, 4 hours later. How big is this fucking place? Issei screamed. He spent more than 4 hours in the shitty bamboo forest, but aside from a few boars and squirrels, nothing else was seen, not even a human being. You gotta be kidding with me. How am I supposed to find someone in this huge fucking place? Cursed the highest capacity of his lungs. He sat on the nearby rock. He then laid down and watched the sky change from a clear blue deeper one and clouds covering the majority of it. A few nearby the bamboo trees covered extremes of his vision. A couple of cherry blossom Japanese maples could be seen here and there, some of their leaves falling to the ground because of the winds, making the gray and brown forest look lively with their pinks and reds. Huh. When will I find something? Issei was still on the rock, lamenting that he couldn't find anything. He heard a noise behind him and stood up. He prepared his left arm to summon rebellion, just in case of anything. He stood out of the origin of the sound and saw a couple of bamboo trees moving from one side to another. Come! Prepared for anything, he said, thing behind the trees. But he only got disappointment. Ooh, ah! A small monkey, not taller than his knee, came from the top of the bamboo tree. Issei only blinked in confusion and sensed the monkey, finding nothing wrong when he released his guard. Oh. He sounded exhausted. A monkey of all things to lose my cool. His hand that was prepared to summon rebellion at any time relaxed. The monkey was looking directly at him, not breaking visual contact. Weird monkey. He looked back at the monkey. A moment after that, the monkey made noises and pointed its little hand towards Issei and back to himself continuously. What are you doing? Issei confused, and asked the monkey, whose only response was to move his hand in odd fashion even more. You want me to follow you? The monkey nodded and screamed even more. He jumped in his place to signify that he was excited. Follow a normal-looking monkey into the depths of a forest? What could go wrong? Issei thought to himself. Well, nothing better to do. He just shrugged his shoulders and walked towards the monkey, who even looked more excited. He continued to follow the monkey that was walking in a funny way. After a couple of minutes, maybe around half an hour, the monkey stopped and turned around, jumping and squealing like crazy. So we're here. He some way or another figured out what the monkey wanted to say. The monkey jumped into the nearby tree and climbed it. The vision without the monkey was that of a huge plain, massive rocks in different sizes, from a small pebble and an actual hill. Many other monkeys were climbing the surrounding bamboo trees or playing with the stones and the other monkeys. This is your home? Issei asked the monkey, was climbing of the tree. The monkey only started to squeal in return. Quite a beautiful place you got here, he complimented. I wonder if Mount Hyago will be anything like this. He looked around as he saw the many monkeys playing, sleeping, or just staring at him. It seems they don't think of me as a threat. Quite weird. He didn't understand why the monkeys looked at him with no fear in their eyes. He also couldn't understand why they were so smart. At least the one that brought him here was incredibly smart for a normal monkey. The one that brought him here climbed down the tree and stood in front of him. They held a staring contest in which, after a few moments, the monkey broke it and squealed. It appeared that he was accepted here. So, does that mean you accept me as a visitor? He asked the monkey, who only tilted his head. I guess I asked for too much. The monkey did another ooh-ah, and then he nodded his head. He understood me? He was stunned at the nod of the monkey. I can't believe I'm doing this. Remembering why he was here in the first place, he muttered to himself, well, I literally have nothing to lose. He steadied himself and looked directly into the monkey's eyes. I'm looking for someone. She's a fox with red and black tails. Have you seen her? It appeared that he finally lost the sanity he had left. Here goes nothing. Using his darkness, he manifested what he'd hoped was a fox tail and a pair of ears to make the monkey understand. Then he pointed at the red parts of his darkness and said, Seen someone like this? You, monkey, The monkey finally understood and nodded with a dumb grin on his face. You have? He was shocked. The monkey nodded his head. Would you take her to me? He asked the most important question. The monkey, for the fourth time, nodded his little head. Then the monkey began to squeal, and other two monkeys came by his side. They just looked like him, black in color, but their one looked a lot older. He squealed at Issei and did the sign which he pointed to himself and then at Issei. I'll follow you. Issei activated his darkness, turning it into stains covering his shoulder and left thigh. Lead the way, Issei smirked. The monkey squealed and the other two jumped up down the trees. It seems his only guide was a clever monkey. The monkey came closer to him and pointed at Issei's shoulder. Knowing what a monkey meant, he let him stand on his shoulder. Where to? The black monkey pointed in direction. Issei followed the finger. A couple of minutes went by. Issei could only hear the trees moving, maybe because of the other two that accompanied them. The monkey, every now and then, pointed at another direction, which Issei just followed in silence. After another hour, the sky was starting to darken. Perhaps he had another hour or two before the light. The monkey on his shoulder squealed and then jumped off his shoulder, landing on the ground. He turned to look at him and just pointed at the direction. In the distance, Issei could see a small mountain. That's the place, he asked the monkey, which in turn only nodded. Then he walked closer towards it. Seeing that the monkey was not only coming with him, he tilted his head. Not coming, the black monkey only nodded its little head and waved his hand, maybe as a sign of goodbye. Issei saw this and smiled. He then waved back at the monkey, which turned back to him and left while climbing a tree. Thank you, you were a great help. Turning around, Issei looked at a new destination, a mountain in the distance. Walking a couple of meters, he sensed something. Yokai! He could sense the presence of them. Walking over, or closer, he reached at the end of the forest, only seeing a humongous mountain which covered a great part of the sky. 2, 6, 10, all at least low-tier high class. He spotted only 10 yokai outside making guard. I shouldn't kill them, only knock them out. Less things to cover up. Walking closer to the left, where the less guards were patrolling, he prepared his move. An Amojaku. It was a small yokai that made people wicked. In other words, it cursed them. It was small in shape and had the appearance of a small oni, a meter tall. At incredible speed, he approached the nearest guard. He used his darkness and covered only a small part of his left hand, then hit the back of his neck, knocking him out. One down. He grabbed his unconscious body and silently let him fall onto the floor. Maybe I should make the restraints just in case of anything. He used his darkness again, made a couple of simple-looking ropes, and tied them to the ground. Even one covered his mouth. Good. Even if he wakes up, he won't be capable of doing anything. He then went towards the second yokai, the one being Baku, a spirit which devoured dreams and nightmares. It held no physical body and looked like a normal ghost. Mid-tier high class, huh? Covering even more of his hands in darkness, he went for it. Bam! Punching his face as hard as he could, he once again succeeded. So, my darkness can even punch spirits and beings that have no physical body. Pretty good. He discovered something new about his darkness. Issei repeated the process on all 8 remaining yokai. These ones were either normal, red, or blue Onzertengus. He cuffed them like the first one and discreetly went inside the gate. Damn, this place has so many different roads. He noticed the cave divided itself into 7 different roads, all looking exactly the same. They were all gray, with few stalactites hanging off the cliff, rocks and puddles of water on the floor. I'll have to use my senses. He closed his eyes and let his dragon senses kick in. He felt the auras of many yokais, but not one of them appeared to be a separate location, and it dwarfed everyone else in this cave. Bingo, he muttered, as he felt the enormous reserves of magic the last yokai implemented. That's at least a top-tier ultimate class. Maybe even more. He couldn't hide the smile on his face. Before, maybe I could only fight in my true queen form, and that's just to match it, he gulped. If he could do that and get trapped the yokai to agreeing to become part of his team, then he would be an extremely powerful ally. Time to move! The dragon moved inwards, finding a couple of yokai here and there, and of course knocking them out and binding them. When will I reach the end? He muttered, annoyed at the length of the deep of the cave. After those words, Issei saw at the end of the cave. It was huge gray rock with a single metal door at the bottom of it. The door was seemingly made out of the lead and other metals. Some he could identify as being magical in a way. The black door looked thick and heavy, glimmering with a dull light. A couple of Onimino talismans were attached to the door and even a wall at the sides. That's quite the few defenses for a single intern. Although he couldn't understand what those spells did, he could see they were extremely strong. Okay, that's the first problem. He took note of the door at the furthest ends, then he looked at the ones guarding it. All are top-tier high-class boarding ultimate class. The one at the entrance of the door is a mid-tier ultimate class. Issei was amazed by this setup. The mini guard's just for you. It seems they really do not want you to get out. He looked at the surroundings, finding the 5 yokai. Well, being sneaker is no longer an option. A fight will definitely break out. I will need to take them out as fast as possible. He made his plans and looked at the yokai present, trying to figure out their species and weaknesses. We have an Enko, similar to the turtle, but twice as hard. He furrowed his eyebrows, annoyed at that. 2 Furibi creatures composed entirely of flames, while the other 2 Kitsuris, including ultimate class. He was glad he learned about them during the last week he read, thanks to that, he could more or less guess their abilities. Man, why are we standing guard here? We could just kill her and end all of this. The amphibian creature made the comment. His voice sounded raspy and old, like a rusty piece of old steel. You know why. The voice sounded irritated. We have been tasked with the honor of guarding her, and after the party hosted by Amaterasu-sama is finished, they will execute her. One flame spirit rebutted the comment. He looked at a cluster of flames in the human form, without a face. Even his voice sounded like a normal human. I know, but still, we could have gone to the party. The turtle didn't give up and talked back. No one among us would be able to go, the weakest Kitsune said calmly with the arms crossed. Although they say it's open, many strings are pulled behind the curtain and let only important people in. He was a white single-tailed kitsune, in appearance of a human male in his 30s, wearing black training gear and black boots, contrasting with color of his ears and tail. True, Everyone looked at the direction in which they sensed something. A man was walking out of the darkness of the cave. Just a look from him made everyone stay on guard. This is bad. The ultimate class got rid of his lax stance and focused on the man in question. The man in front of them seemed to be absurdly dangerous, but by the level of magic reserves, he was above the low-tier ultimate class. However, that didn't scare them. Rather, it was an aura he irradiated. It was dark, endless, and suffocating. Move. The cold voice of the man was heard, making everyone's hair stand on air. Who are you? The ultimate class gave me had a drop of sweat in his brow. Move, was Issei's answer. You look extremely young, but you have much magic reserves. What are you? The older kitsune asked, trying to hide his nervousness. I see, you're scared of my reserves. Issei glimpsed his eyes with a cold light. Well, for us dragons, our magic reserves are our aura, and we certainly have a lot of advantages compared to all the other races. He thought of that as a matter of fact. The density and purity of it, making us hit harder and use more frequently. And once our aura awakens and take physical forms, the effect is hundreds of times as big. So I don't blame you for being scared. Answer me! The yokai was getting desperate. In his hand was a couple of talisman could be seen, and his body was covered in toki. Physical fighter, Issei deduced. He won't talk, so let's beat the information out of him, the turtle told his team members with a smirk, a blue aura surrounding him. Senjutsu, Issei asked, intrigued by the subtle aura. Indeed, the turtle proudly smirked. Senjutsu is the manipulation of natural energy in our surroundings, and some are even capable of manipulating life force of living beings. So what? Issei tried to anger the turtle and get more information out of him. After all, no books on Senjutsu were recorded on the library. A vein popped out of the turtle's face. Shut up! Although it's not comparable to Senjutsu of the new ambassador, mine is pretty good. I can manipulate all the natural water, spilling the beans. His teammates facepalmed at the comment of the turtle. New ambassador? Issei asked back. The turtle rang a bell. Yes, Kuroka-sama, the new ambassador. His voice would fill with adulation. Her senjutsu is so powerful that she's capable of manipulating all natural elements, while some of us at much can manipulate one or two. She's also a future wife of the war hero, Issei Hyodo. Ha! Issei laughed loudly, his voice warmed. You're something else completely, Kuroka. I really don't know what to say. Happy at the memory of the black kitten, he laughed in delight. The rest were shocked by the tone in his voice, but he didn't let their guards down. Thanks for the laugh, but I still need to accomplish my mission. Issei stopped his laugh and changed into a serious mode. I'll say it one more time. Move. He summoned his darkness and coated both hands, muttering, Rebellion. A small portal made its appearance in front of his hand, and a short curved blade that looked more like a short sword came out of it. Seeing the yokai still on guard, Issei thought, You're looking for it. With a speed not perceivable by the naked eyes, Issei sped forward. Like a blur of black light, he just went for the turtle. But in an instant, the strongest kitsune appeared in front of the turtle, his entire forearm covered by a thick blare of Tokyo. Bang! He blocked the swing from the blade, but it didn't stop the ground from denting it, nor his arm getting cut by the blade. How strong is this guy? The force of the impact made the almost kneel. The guy possessed ridiculous strength. I need to use my talisman. Twisting his hands to parry the attack and the slip off his arm, he created a small gap to use his Omodobo arts. Created a flood of water order. From the talisman in his hand, a huge wave of water came forth. Now this is interesting, but I need to end it fast. Sorry. Issei held back an arrogant smirk. Issei coated his blade in his Hellblaze, compressing them to fit his entire length of the blade. Kami Shikigori. His voice was like an executioner. Issei made his downward slash, and while slashing his blade, a huge mass of black-purple flames came from it in the shape of curved slash. The moment they touched the torrent of water coming for them, the flames completely evaporated it. The fire continued its path, and not hindered by anything. The attack landed on every single yokai behind the ultimate class, knocking them out, to put it pretty. That was a move he practiced since he discovered his Hellblaze, and more he compressed his flames around the edge of the blade, the stronger the power he will get. Although I held back, it still caused a lot of damage, he said nonchalantly, while resting the blade on his shoulder. Among the yokai, only the ultimate class was still standing, covered in burns and barely breathing, but still standing. It seemed that he took most of the attack on purpose, and the reduced damage for his partners. However, the rest were still wounded and unconscious on the floor. Impressive, you actually survived, he complimented the yokai. Monster, the kitsune muttered while falling to his knees. Monster, he sounded amused. Sorry, but that at most would be capable of wounding a mid-tier ultimate class, at least that level. The thing is, you're too weak for an ultimate class, he answered without a shred of mercy. The yokai just fainted after hearing the words. Well, time to go for the door. The dragon walked past unconscious yokais and reached the thick door covered in talisman. Quite the spells, he praised, with a bored look on his eyes. Now, how am I going to destroy these? He mumbled as he touched the slightly burnt talisman. Ooh, perhaps that could work. Issei placed himself into an Itidori stance. With his blade on his lip, he coated it short, sword in darkness, but without making his flames appear. My darkness is capable of vaporizing anything it touches. If I compressed it and use it on the blade, then... swoosh. He swung his sword across the talisman, while holding his darkness on the edge of it. It was at this very moment that the talisman separated into two diagonally in a way. Success! He raised his hand up in glee. Now I only have to do it a couple more times. After repeating the process, the door was left alone. Not a single talisman on it, but a problem was still there. They locked and reinforced the metal of it. He clicked his tongue, annoyed. I don't think they would have left the key with any of them. If they had, a lot more yokais would be stationed here. Issei then looked at the lock of the door, glistening with a dull gray light. Looks thick and tough, but I don't care. He summoned his Hellblaze and surrounded his left hand with it until it uncovered his entire wrist. Clang! The echo of metal getting struck spread through the grave. Issei had punched the lock with all of his might, successfully denting a big part of it. Following this, the flames surrounding his arm heated the metal to point it and glowed red, efficiently melting it little by little. The Drake pushed his hands inwards, liquefying the entire lock, and soon the door opened. Easier than I thought, Issei said to himself. He extinguished the flames on his arms and looked around the room. Not a single jail cell was seen. Instead, a woman was shackled against the wall, lifted around 6 or 7 meters into the air. Her limbs were perfectly bounded by chains, while the shackle's surface was entirely covered in talisman that were colored in a yellow light. Talisman reinforced with overlapping senjutsu spells. Issei knitted his brows, amazed by the security inside. He went closer and saw that in the wall behind her, even more talismans were present, adding another layer of security. All of them were arranged in shape of a pentagram, each point of it perfectly aligned with their limbs and with her chest oriented towards the center of it. Are they really that desperate to keep her here? She was the only one inside the entire jail? This seems ridiculous. Unfortunately, because there was no light, apart from the Onomoto spells inside this place, he couldn't really distinguish her appearance, only the silhouette. Who are you? Her voice was raspy, desperately in need of water. I'm the one that came to save you, he answered her question. Why? She asked again. Her red eyes could be seen in between the banks of her hair that covered the entirety of her face. Because of two things. He lifted his fingers. First, he put it on his fingers, because I want you to be part of my team. And second, because I hate how they talked about you. Issei's eyes glowed dangerously. Issei was extremely angry. He never thought that just because of being the descendant of someone would they be treated so badly. Chased throughout Japan as if a criminal. The woman, on the other hand, was surprised by the tone of his voice. It was extremely odd, but more than that, she could sense the feeling of anger he had at the mention of her treatment. That piqued her interest. Why are you angry? It's not like you're being affected. She looked into those black and red eyes of his, slightly alarmed by them. Issei, in exchange, saw those empty eyes of hers and was momentarily stumped. He knew those eyes. How many times that he stared at those eyes in the mirror? How many times had he seen that empty look? That glare that showed that he gave up on everything. Too many for his taste. He stayed silent, trying to ignore the bad memories that he had, but he refused to. He needed to be better, to face his past head on, and let it rest at last. He promised to himself that for that to happen, he needed his help for this woman. Forget everything else. If he couldn't help someone that had that look in their eyes, that expression on their face, then what was the point of getting out of the cave? Issei took a deep breath and steadied himself, his eyes filled with determination. He wanted to help this woman, one way or another. It's simple, he explained. The children do not carry the sins of the parents, he stated while looking at her eyes. You're innocent, and just because of being a descendant of the Tamyo no Mei, they treated you like a criminal, like you're evil? What kind of bullshit is that? The woman heard her extreme surprise by closing her eyes. Not once has someone called her innocent. Not once has someone been angry because of her. All of this was new. They treat you like a plague, like someone of bad omen. They leave you, chase after you, scorn and assault you, just because you're related to someone. His voice filled with barely concealed fury. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Is being related to someone bad? Is it your fault that she did what she had to do? And even if she did was wrong, have you ever thought about why she did it? His words echoed inside her mind. All books, stories, and information state that she did it because she was pure evil, because she was malicious spirit that she wished for everything to end, but is it true? The man's word made her widen her eyes. She expected for someone to think like that. His words definitely struck really deep inside her heart, of that she was sure of. If so, then what about the people that do evil things? He quoted his words. What about the mother that leaves her husband and takes her children with her? Is that wrong? Isn't leaving a kid without a father bad? Then why is it considered when she does it terrible when a man actually takes the kids? Why do people look into the eyes of the mother's case? Why do they assume it's automatically good if she did it? I'll tell you why. Plain hypocrisy, he scoffed while crossing his arms. What about the killing of the dictator? A terrorist, a rapist, a serial killer. Killing is indeed wrong, but sometimes things need to be done. A little talk won't cut it. More drastic measures are needed, and even if it's wrong, even if it's evil, it has to be done. Issei walked one side of the jail cell to another, constantly talking and moving around. There is no good person nor bad person in the world, because it's impossible to be entirely good to one entirely bad to someone. So why do they assume that you're evil when they don't know you? Why do they speak like the bat behind your back when they don't even have the courage to get to know you? Issei was definitely angered by all of this. His entire speech was making the woman tremble with all of his words. Was it right? Was it wrong? In this messed up world, deciding what is right and wrong is not easy, and for some, the definition is very different and even blurred. He crossed his arms underneath his chest. Is it right to assume that because you're related to someone, you're automatically evil? You're inherently bad? He stared at her with unyielding eyes. If so, then by that logic, if you're a devil, you're naturally bad. I mean, there are worldly renowned in the Arsnir incarnations of evil, he asked, mainly to himself. I can say by experience that there are indeed devils that embody the very concept of evil. He quoted his last words again. But there are also many good devils who help others and wish for their happiness over their own, who wish for peace and not many more senseless slaughters. So in the end, even beings that were supposed to be evil by nature, that were depicted to be the worst of the worst this world has to offer, and were written as wicked in the infamous book across history, turned out to be good. Then, with that kind of right, do we have to write judgment judge others because of their race, their relatives, ancestors, or even their way of thinking, he smirked. If we were wrong about that, and who exactly is evil, then what else were we wrong about? He paused for some brief seconds to let his words sink in. How about the other side of the coin? What about the good? He moved his hand and landed in his place on his chin. Is it being related to someone kind, courageous, gentle, just overall good makes you a good guy? Sarcasm flooded his voice. Does it make you the hero of saving the world, the knight slaying the evil dragon? The answer is no. His voice was serious. I have met descendants of heroes, angels, humans, and dragons that were supposed to be just, supposed to be, but in the end, they all turned evil. His words made her keep in silence. They kidnapped a mother and took her away from her daughter, using her for cruel, ruthless experiments. They fell from their grace because of the wishing star, a war, and wanting to prove that they were the best of all the races. They killed because of greed and envy, all for personal gain. They fell to their wrath and their pride, causing destruction and chaos, even slaughtering anything that stood in their path, he narrated. The ones that were supposed to be good, that had legends speaking volumes of their greatness, of their kindness, or of their benevolence, did even more evil things than the so-called villains. He shrugged his shoulders. By that, you should learn that you just can't go judging by someone else's rules, but their so-called appearances and outside their looks. He was totally honest. The woman was awestruck by his words. She knew he was right. Everything that he said made sense. Too much, in fact, even her. That Oliver had been hunted down like a dog. That even being called evil, abomination, aberration, knew that his words were right. So in her mind, a little bit of hope started to blossom. Maybe there are people that were different from the rest. This man in front of her eye was proving right now. If you let yourself be controlled like that, you'll just become a puppet that can't make decisions of its own. You have to live with your own rules. Issei then stopped walking and walked as close as he could towards her. Don't let those words hurt you, he pointed at her. They are just side characters, people of no importance. Their words are just useless blabbering. Dumb words from people that don't know what they're talking about. What matters is what you think about yourself. What you truly think you are. Are you a mindless beast that rampages everywhere it goes? Are you a saint that helps the poor and afflicted? It doesn't matter, because in the end, you are the one that gives value, that gives meaning to your own life. Maybe all this talk touched a soft spot of his. The woman was startled by all this. She couldn't understand. Why was he saying all of this? Why was he saying it to her? What did he gain from it? Her mind was made from the mess and everything she just experienced in such a small amount of time. So, in the end, using all of her strength, she yelled at him, asking for answers. Why? Why are you saying all these things? How would you know I'm not evil like they say? Why do you say that I'm not bad like they say? She screamed at him, tears falling from her face. You are someone that's different from what they say. I know it, since those eyes of yours are not the most of a mindless beast wishing for chaos, or those that went mad and wish for blood. His voice was calm. You have been alone far too long, on a world that rejects you. That's why I want you to have a sense of worth. I want you to see that not all of the world is bad. He further explained his words. In the beginning, he only came for her to join his team, but the moment he saw those eyes, he changed his mind. Those eyes of yours had no evil, but also don't hold anything to live for. They are the exact same eyes I used to have, and they disgust me. I'm disgusted at my former self for giving up, for trying to end his life more than once, just because things were extremely bad. I will not let you end the same way as I did. I will not let you give up on your life just once as I did. She simply widened her eyes. Tears could be seen falling from her, hitting the dull gray floor of the cave. His words, his attitude, they definitely reached her. You are just a normal woman that has been through too much. Those words seemed to affect her more than anything. Worth is not what others tell you. Worth is what you think about yourself. If you think that, like they say, you're nothing, then you're nothing, he shrugged. Think about yourself as peerless, as matched to no one, because if you think like that sooner or later, you'll be like that. Do not compare yourself with others. That's just an insult to yourself. Issei spoke about his wisdom in his life he had experienced. In past, he always compared himself to others, to Vali like a warrior as an rival, to Saji as a human, to Kiba as a man, to Sarah Org as a devil. Because of that, he couldn't reach his full potential. Because of that, he never focused on himself. always thinking of what others would say about himself, of that he never made a path of his own. That changed. That changed the moment inside that cave. The moment the pieces were slowly peeled off his body. The moment when he felt that he was gaining his freedom back. He gained his senses back and then stopped caring about what others thought of him. Because of their thoughts, of the ones they said they loved him, he suffered too much for far too long. Right now, he was walking the path he thinks is better. By knowing more, learning more, and experiencing more, he will be better. And by being better, he would help people just like him that have been through too much. Like the woman in front of him. That's what he thinks, and he knows it's right. If someone tells him otherwise, then fuck them. The female stayed silent. Apparently, his words made her open her eyes. You want me to help? She cautiously asked. Of course, he answered back without hesitation. And what about that team of yours? She asked back. Oh, right, about that. He suddenly scratched the back of his head. I'm in the beginning. I thought I'd only ask you to join me, but after seeing you, it changed. Let's say I would like to see those eyes with light of life again, he explained. So I'll help you even if you don't decide to join my team, he answered as his back and black and red eyes shone brightly. Those eyes, although frightening, were enough proof for her. Maybe I could trust you. If you help me to achieve it, then not only would you gain my trust, but she kept the last part of her words to herself. Then I promise you that if you help me, I'll join your team. And more, she secretly said in her head. That statement made Issei smile and say, What do you want from me, m'lady? He joked to relax the ambient. The woman smiled at him. First, I want you to take me away from here, free from my prison. Sure, consider it done, he said with a confident smirk on his face. Second, I want you to help me get back a treasure that belonged for generations to my family. That piqued Issei's interest, but still nodded. Okay, but what is the treasure? A treasure that was given to Tamio no Mae by that bastard son of Emperor Toba, she told him. And that is? She smirked at the question. One of the greatest treasures of Japan, representing movement, the Yakusani no Magatama. What? A long-lost treasure was always on the hands of Tamio no Mae. How did she get that? Wasn't it a long time ago? She smirked at the look in those eyes. It seems that he's not only cold, wise, and kind, but also goofy in a sense. Cute. I'll tell you. But before she could explain the story, Issei interrupted her. Wait, before that, I should bring you down from that place. He noticed that she was still hanging from the wall. You think you're capable? She taunted him. These chains are entirely composed of the Omi spells. Quite strong ones at it. They are also reinforced by Senjutsu. Plus, the spell behind me is designed to suppress my body and power. She explained that the things holding her were quite a few big deals. If I can't do at least that much, then I wouldn't have accepted your conditions, he replied back at her. Rebellion. He intoned the name of the swords. 4 of the 7 made their appearance, floating around him in a circle. The sight surprised the female, but before she could ask, he whispered under his breath, Hellblaze. The 4 swords got covered by purple and black flames. He pointed his right and forward, and 4 swords were launched as if he shot from a gun. They turned into black missiles that held a huge amount of power. Kin, kin, kin. The blades hit the 4 chains and cut through them as if made of butter. Soon they impaled the pentagram behind her and started to slowly burn it. She was so surprised by that she didn't even notice the moment that she started to fall. Issei sped towards her and caught her before she hit the ground. Are you okay? He asked. My hero, she teased him a little bit, placing a hand on her head, trying to be dramatic. Already teasing me, woman? He was unaffected by her teasing. Since he had experience in the field, he grew accustomed to it. I have a name, you know, she told him while turning her head that covered by her bangs. Her voice was still as raspy as before. And what may that be? He smiled slightly when he saw her talk like that. It seemed she was getting faster than he thought. Oh, she was amused, flirting with me already. Quite the player, she tried to tease him again. Since we're going to be together for some time, I guess we should know our names. Better than calling you woman, right? He ignored her tease, managing to get a glare from her. I do not think I can make you blush. She came up with the new goal inside of her head. I'll tell you my first name, he said, maybe a chivalrous sign. My name is Issei Hyodo. Those words made the woman widen her eyes. The Sekirei? What are you doing here? She was surprised by what the famous war hero was here in the middle of nowhere. She was also stunned. Why did he seem so different than the way they described him as? What exactly are you doing here? Freeing a prisoner from an allied faction, she was thinking when she heard Issei's response. That's for me to know and you to figure out, he teased back with a smirk on his face. Huh, that won't be enough, she thought as she left his embrace and touched the floor with her leg. She was only wearing a badly damaged black dress that reached above her knees, but she wasn't able to stand up for long and her legs gave in. However, she was caught before she hit the ground. It seems you've lost the feeling on your legs being chained for too long. You seem entirely different than from what I heard, she voiced her thoughts. This shocked Issei momentarily, but smirked. Ha! And how did they describe me as? Still holding her in Princess Carrie. He then noticed how she had quite in the big bust and white skin. A pity that her face was still covered by her hair and only red eyes could be seen in between her bangs. As a kind but dumb perverted boy that didn't know much of the world. Taking a look at Issei, she giggled as she saw his eyebrow twitch. And how do you see me as? He was interested in how he looked right now. As a cold and serious man that has been through much, but also kind and good, she explained how she saw him. Quite the difference, right? You have no idea, she quickly answered, her legs gaining the strength she lost. Seeing this, he let her go. She was finally able to stand up. I also do not sense a sacred gear within you. How could I be sure that you're the one that you say you are? She raised her guard up, her voice sharpening and also turning colder. In a short time that we've met, you've already know what my character is like, he told her, back with his piercing eyes and a cold voice. For a moment she looked at him, scanning him from the top to bottom, trying to find a vestige of a lie, but she couldn't find a thing. She then sighed. She sounded exhausted. Yeah, you're right. You do not seem like someone that lies. Too prideful for that. She shrugged her shoulders and started to move around, trying to regain feelings in her legs. She quickly turned around and looked into his eyes, seemingly thinking about something. What happened, by the way? I don't think the words of them were wrong. It's impossible for them not to notice how your character truly is. Let's say life hasn't been kind to neither of us, he told her, while looking directly at her eyes. What's with those eyes? They seem so dark when he mentioned it. She thought, with intrigue, and reached a conclusion. I see, so you also suffered, huh? Issei just nodded in his head. Staying still, she reached her hand towards her head. Then she grabbed her hair and moved it from her face while starting to comb it. After some time, she turned towards Issei, which seemed to be thinking about who knows what. Well, I'll tell you my name as well. Lifting the tattered hems of her dress, she replied, My name is Beni Kochimifuki, Akiobo no Yoko. As she said that, she spreads her tails like a fan. 9 tails with red and black fur were shining all over the darkness of the cave. The red color was very striking, and it looked more opaque and less bright, but not less impacting. Her ears were the same. But what took his breath away was her beauty. Even to him, that had lived with extreme beauties, he was awestruck. Ho ho, she noticed the looks he was giving her. Perhaps amazed by my beauty, she asked him, while gifting him a serious smirk. But she never expected his response. Of course, he replied instantly, without a hint of lust or pervertness. Hearing his words, she sheeted away, turning her whole body around while hiding the blush on her cheeks. She thought he would be more timid or reserved, but it appeared that he was very direct and honest. Don't say it like that, screaming inside her head. She tried to calm down. Meanwhile, Issei was still amazed by her. She seems to be the kind that has a good personality, with a few faults here and there, but no one is perfect, he shrugged. She's also an extremely beautiful woman, better looking than all the women I have met. Quite the finding. Fuki looked like a young woman not older than 19. She had pitch black hair approaching the inky black dead of the night. Her hair was extremely long to the point that it was past her waist. It also tied by a large red ribbon at the end of it. A couple of bangs fell down to her face, but they didn't mask her beauty at all. Her eyes were an opaque red in color and looked like a pair of shining rubies. She had a delicate face, white pearl-like teeth, and her skin was milky white without a single blemish. It looked soft to the touch and just perfect in all aspects. Her lips were the kind of dry, maybe because she was trapped in here, but she still had a healthy pink to them. Her body was exuberant. Every place that needed to be full was filled to the brim, whether her bust or her rear, they were perfect. Her waist was tight and delicate, gave her a sexy look just like the seductress in the ancient table. God, this makes me feel weird. Her black dress in red accents and was held by 2 straps by the shoulders. They looked like an exposed large part of the shoulders and bust. It was frilled at the end and it made it look like an elegant, classy, even though it was broken at some places. Hello? She spoke to him again. Sorry, lost in thought. Issei quickly came back to himself when he heard her voice. Let's hear the story of the treasure. I'm interested, he told her with the stars in his eyes. He can also be the kind of childish with things he takes interest in. Huh, noted. Fine by me, she positioned herself in a relaxed and carefree stance and began to tell her story. You know, about the story of Tamino no Me, right? He only nodded. I'm just gonna skip the whole entire story because nobody really cares. And then we'll pick up like kind of in the middle. Don't worry, we'll get the treasures back, and I promise that you will be happier now, or at least you won't be bored with me. Issei broke the uncomfortable silence as he made her promise to her, shocking the Fuki even further. Nodding, she simply said, "Thank you." She started to believe in him a little bit more. So, where's the treasure at? He asked, hoping his guesses about the location were wrong. Thanks to the dumb guys guarding me, I figured out what will be exposed this day on a ridiculously important party. Fuck me, just my luck. He was angered, and he had his suspicions about the location, but it was really turned out to be the party. Fine. He made a promise, so as a man he should keep it. Are you sure it's not a normal party? Interrupted by Issei. Yeah, I know about it. A party in which even gods may appear. Of course, the Japanese Shioto is a must. His words made her eyes widen. You knew? Had my suspicions, he answered in a flash, getting a small smile from her. A man of his word, at least. She started to like him just a tiny bit more. Where's it at? He asked back. According to the loud voice of the yokai outside, on Kyoto's imperial palace. Of fucking course. A place guarded by many. A really safe location, more so if gods were going. Do you know anything more? He asked, trying to get as much information as he could. Yes. It will start today at midnight, and no invitation is needed. Aside from that, she knew nothing more. Good. We have time to prepare. We should leave. He soon concluded. Where he came, but it was already late, so he didn't know what time exactly. How so? The place is filled with yokai, and when I leave, the cave has an alarm that will alert everyone, she asked, kind of worried. Every yokai has been knocked out by me. About the alarm, is that something you can do? I can take us out of here, but the alarm will still activate. He could still use his darkness and take both of them out of here, but the problem was the alarm. Maybe I can, but I will need some time, she told him with a hand on her chin. How much? Not sure. Her voice held a hint of doubt. She wasn't exactly her best right now. However, since he had nothing to lose, he promised her he decided to try it out. Fine, let's get out of here. You can check the alarm outside. Walking side by side, approached the big semi-broken lead door. He pushed it open and said while doing a bow, he said, "Ladies first." About. She smirked and replied with a flirty tone, "My, what a gentleman," and proudly walked out the door, Issei behind her. Reaching the main entrance of the cave, she stopped. This is as far as I can go without activating the alarm, she told Issei, who nodded while putting his hands in his coat pockets. Time to work. I hope I didn't get too rusty, a frown again adorned her face. Soon after, her aura increased and started to surround her body. It was an opaque red in color with a tint of gold and silver. Good aura, Issei complimented as a response. As he only winked from her. Let's start. Her aura increased even more, shaking the cavern. Many magic circles with the shapes of hexagons appeared on their wrist. All of them were different of colors but shared a similarity. They had the Taiju symbol at the center. They varied in color, from red to green to white to black and a myriad of others. What are they? He seemed interested in those hexagons. These circles are what we yokai use to manipulate senjutsu more effectively. The color represents the element. Since I'm pretty good at it, I have all the affinities including the rare light and dark affinities. The hexagon started to spin clockwise around her wrist. Different yokai have different attributes. While Yojutsu is based more on changing the flow of energy on the battlefield, that's why the illusions are realistic. And the Toki is just excessive light force you have. It's useful for physical attacks, defense, and any kind of enhancement, but aside from that, it's not that good. Issei finally understood about those three mentioned powers. I see, thank you. It was nothing. After she started to concentrate even more, the hexagon started to spin faster and a pale, white-ish aura surrounded her. Toki. Having fought against Sire Auric, he knew Toki pretty well. Does that mean she's capable of using Yojutsu as well? He started to think, if she could use the former too, then the third shouldn't be a problem. Crack. While in his thoughts he heard a sound. It was that of the glass cracking and falling apart. Looking at his surroundings, he witnessed as space itself started to crack and many pieces began falling down to earth. The effect lasted seconds, and before anyone noticed, the place returned to what it once was. There, done. A little bit tired, Fuki said to Issei, which only nodded his head with a slight smile on the edge of his mouth. Good, now we can leave. How will you do that? Interested, she walked closer to him. Watch, he responded as his darkness started to cover as a part of his left arm. She was surprised. She didn't know what that stain was, but she sensed how Issei's power increased exponentially. What is that? She was shocked. Never would she have thought that that little black spot would have increased his overall strength by that much. Issei ignored her surprised face and concentrated in using his darkness. Hellgate, he mumbled. In the front of the dark portal, in the shape of a circle that made its appearance, some purple lightning could be seen on its edges, and frankly, it looked creepy. Let's go, he said to her, which didn't answer. What is that? You can say it's like a magic circle, but much stronger. He synthesized, the purpose of the Hellgate title. Come, let's go before someone notices something wrong. He walked toward the portal and soon vanished. It appears that I won't have to get bored while being around you. She gathered her courage and went inside. After she went through, the portal disappeared as if it never existed in the first place. The portal appeared on the top of the Fushionari. Since it was already nighttime, the location was closed to the public. A man appeared on the top of the mountain and just stood there looking at his surroundings. Next, a beautiful woman appeared next to him. That was weird, she commented as they went out the portal. Well, it does its job, Issei talked and shrugged. Fuki was just staring at every location the scenery had to offer. Her eyes looked practically filled with sparkles. It seems that after being in that place for far too long, she missed the outside world. He stared at her for a while until she recovered. He smirked. Looked enough? While teasing her a little bit, Issei smirked. She blushed slightly and turned her head to the left. Quite the cute response, he discreetly smiled. While placing a hand on her hip and looking at him, she asked, Where are we? At the top of the Fushimi, he replied instantly. She showed a surprised expression. Interesting in the location they ended up in, I see. Quite the useful ability you have. She stood at the side and replied. It can also hide the presence of the ones that walk through it, he added, only getting the twitch of her eyebrow as an answer. Oh, how he liked messing with her. Where is the Imperial Palace? He asked, since the last time he came here he didn't go there. Well, around north or east from here, I think. She made a more or less sigh with her hand. Issei deadpanned at her antics. We still have a lot of time left, so don't sweat the small things. We should have around 4 hours by the position of the moon. While looking at the moon, she made her guess. He decided to push the problem for later. He walked towards the stone case and turned around to tell her, Well, want to get out of here? Sure, I'd love to. Fuki tagged along and stood by his side. Together, they walked all the way down the main gate, seeing the beautiful scenery and the lights and torches illuminating the path and the torii. They walked side by side, enjoying the atmosphere. Then Fuki spoke to Issei. How are we going to get inside? The question was soon answered by Issei. Through the main door, he replied back soon and explained his plan. I guess you can use Jujutsu, he asked her. That and Omi arts, she smiled with pride. That comment made Issei think, You're capable of everything, aren't you? Well, get formally dressed. After all, we have to arrive at the entrance. Someone will ask us who we are. Use your illusions to make them think that we're someone else and confuse them. The moment we get inside, we will search for the information we need and find the treasure to get us out as fast as possible. Plain and simple. And if we can't get out, she questioned, worried about the possible outcome. We go for the treasure and fight our way out. His eyes sparkled ever so slightly as he said that. I can work with that. She lived this simple and plain, easy to understand and put into practice. After getting out of here, we should change our clothes, unless you can cast an illusion on us that make us wear our formal clothing. He probed her with an amused smile. She rolled her eyes and nodded. As she used her powers, a layer of mist covered them both from head to toe. After a solid minute, the mist disappeared and left a perfectly suited Issei with his hair combed back. He wore a formal onyx-colored suit and a black suit vest, all accompanied with crimson dress shirt. He also removed his tie and left the last button of his shirt open. The suit looked form-fitting and made him stand out from many. Combined with his roguish looks and vibe, he will catch many glances. Fuki, on the other hand, had her hair cascading like a waterfall down her back. She wore a cocktail dress in the opie red color and a few black accents. It was open at the side, letting her beautiful leg up and a thigh could be seen. She wore a pair of black high heels that raised her height to almost match Issei, which stood just above 1.85, about 6 foot 1 inches. You are amazing, he complimented her while moving around, checking the suit out. She only smiled proudly, but a little blush adorned her cheeks, making her look even more astonishing than before. With this, we're ready, but we still have a little bit of time before the extra time. We still have a little bit of extra time, he told her as he walked next to her. True. Maybe we should do something. Her forefinger rested on her cheek. Issei approached her and asked, Want to have dinner? She was amazed by his courage. Nevertheless, she leaned forwards and towards his ear. "Already asking me for a date, Issei?" she whispered huskily as she licked her lips. He remained the same, not a hint of shock in his face. "Maybe we can get to know each other, each a little better," he shrugged. "Plus, I doubt we'll eat anything during the party." He offered his arm to the beauty to give her a sign. She took it and said, "True, it sounds like a good idea." Then both of them walked off into the mountain and left. While grabbing his arm, she asked, "What would you like to eat?" He turned to look at her and responded, "How about we celebrate that we got you out of jail? That sounds like fun. As if you bailed me out. Technically, I did." She hit him. "Don't be a smartass." Her face looked cute in Issei's eyes. "Then let's eat, milady." He bowed again to her, this time making her giggle. "Lead the way, Issei." He happily led her to a fancy-looking restaurant in which they ate kaiokasasi, elegant and expensive food here in Kyoto. It consisted of local Kyoto cuisine presented in its extremely elegant design and had 12 courses. The plates were kind of small, but because of the quantity, it was rather filling. They talked about random stuff, their likes, dislikes, food, music, and world traveling plan of Issei, which grabbed the attention of the fox. However, they did not delve deeper into each other's lives. Issei knew that she was trying to give him a chance to gain her trust. After all, they just met today, but he believed that after taking some time, they will become a little bit closer, maybe friends. Both of them enjoyed the food, and as soon as the clock 30 minutes to midnight, they parted from the restaurant and walked towards the Imperial Palace. That thanks to the waiter who told them the direction. The palace wasn't that far away from the restaurant they were at, so that wasn't long. Shortly, the building they were looking for made its appearance, but it closed, empty and desolate. They knew something wasn't right. "What do you think?" Issei asked the QB as she looked at the direction. "A barrier and an illusion." Those were her words. "I see. A barrier for security and illusion for fooling the normal humans. Quite smart. That should be correct." She smiled at him, making Issei lift in the corner of his mouth. "Let's go!" The woman was excited. She grabbed his arm and dragged him into the random direction. After a couple of meters, they passed the barrier. The entire palace was lit with bright lights and torches at its sides. The entire palace was filled with the voices as classical music. And that is where we're going to stop for now. Like to follow along, we're starting right at the end or a little bit in the middle, right below the middle of chapter 6. Here we go. "It seems people already arrived," Issei told her as he looked at the huge line at the gate. "It appears we need to line up." She crossed her arms and muttered, clearly annoyed. Issei only laughed. "Ha! What are you saying? We're already on the list. There's no need for that." He winked at her. She caught his indirect and also smirked. Walking towards the big gate, they approached the yokai in charge. It was a Karsogu Tengu, a crow demon. It had the appearance of an old male figure and wore a classic cheap-looking tuxedo. "Who are you?" he asked the moment he saw them. The beauty at the moment did her magic. The man was holding straight at them, hidden anger, and then, like magic, he changed his expression very amicably, remembered them. "A great pleasure to see you again, Miss Benokomichi. Please, follow me. The party is about to begin." They looked at each other and smiled and said, "Thank you." Following after him, the yokai began speaking. "Since you just arrived, I'll give you a brief rundown." They nodded their heads. Right now, the plan was going perfectly. The Seirogen, Koshio Ogamo, and Otsutenzin were the party will mainly be held. Right now, we entered through the Urakomane's gate. Soon we'll reach the Seiroden. Inside, you're free to go to any of the locations I mentioned. He bowed and explained. The both of them just nodded their heads. After those words, they followed after him and while the palace. The roads were made out of gravel and pieces of stone, but the building in the distance looked impressive. It looked like an ancient Japanese house, but everything looked brand new. The walls were painted in pearly white, while inclined the ceiling was black. A lot of wooden pillars could be seen supporting the ceiling, all painted red. A lot of the palace was also red, of course, aside from the main buildings. They stopped walking at the Katsuron Tengu, opened the door in front of them. "Have an excellent night." After saying that, he laughed. That was strange. They crossed the door and closed it sooner. They were inside of a classic hall, like those in the white and black movies. The entire room was humongous, and many people wearing suits, tuxedos, and dresses were here as well. Some were chatting amicably, others were trying to seduce women, and the rest were present for business rather than pleasure. The hall was illuminated by many fancy oil lamps that hung from the walls, giving it a traditional and refined look to the venue. We need to figure out where the treasure is located. Issei finally talked. He turned his head around and made eye contact with the beauty that was grabbing his arm. Yes, let's separate and find the information we're looking for. The woman agreed to propose to him. Issei just nodded his head and also in agreement. They decided, so not as to make anyone suspicious, to give each other their farewells as if they were a couple looking for their friends. Of course, all of that was for teasing the other, but neither of them would agree to that. As they separated from each other, Issei went towards the crowd of people and began walking around. Man, this is a big place filled with the brim. He looked around his surroundings, in which either a yokai or other beings were present. Some human mages were also here, and even high-class devils. Angels and fallen were present. Seeing them, Issei was a bit surprised, maybe because they finally finished their work. They came to the party to find something relaxing to do. He couldn't think of any other reason other than that. He continued to walk with his hands in his pockets, occasionally relying a greeting with a nod of his head or a small smile. A few sneaky glances from the female population were thrown at him. After all, he looked pretty good. His suit was all worn on him, although he looked like a little skinny. He was working on it. His face was sharp and even cold, appearing indifferent. His black and red eyes scared a couple of people, while the others just made them uncomfortable. His mark was proudly shining in low violet light at the left side of his forehead. How am I supposed to find the information I need while not making anyone suspicious nor revealing my identity? He was trying to find the answer to his question until he saw a place where he instinctively knew that he could find the information that he was looking for. The bar, he smirked. The bar was simple-looking. Pitch-black shelves rested against the wall, reaching all the way up to the ceiling. Many different bottles rested on the shelves behind the bar top. They had things he recognized, like whiskey, vodka, gin, and rum, to things he didn't know, like Zambuca, mezcal, and among others. The bar top was a light wooden color that was recently polished and had many different glasses rested on top of it. A couple of men were drinking near the top of the bar and were either talking to their friends or waiting for their drinks. Issei walked closer and stopped, looking around when he saw the bartender. The bartender asked, "What would you like to drink?" Issei was sweating on the inside. He didn't know drinks too well. He then remembered a movie he watched some time ago and said, "A Nerdroni." He replied calmly. He didn't know how it tasted, but he needed to appear like he knew. Then he approached the bartender, who was calmly preparing his drink, and started a conversation. "A rough night?" The bartender smirked and said, "Yeah, many people came here, and a couple of gods came to me for a drink, scared the crap out of me." "So gods really did come, huh?" He didn't like the sound of that. "Wow, that sounds tough. Were they any good, or were they rather bad?" Issei was a little interested in the topic of the talk. The bartender thought of his answer for a second. He was a young man who appeared to be less than 30, and by his magical reserves, it seemed that he was a human mage. They acted quite humbly, not at all like one would think. The bartender was stirring his drink and soon gave it to him. Issei received it with his hand and asked, "Which gods were they?" It seemed to be weird for them to act like that. He then put the drink into his lips and drank from it. "Please don't be bad." He prayed inside his head as the liquid entered his mouth. He widened his eyes and looked at the glass and simply stared at it with an terrible look in his eyes. "Where were you in my whole life?" It tasted quite good. The bittersweet flavor left on the mouth made you want more. About that, he sounded unsure. "I believe they were Amaterasu-sama and Susanoo-sama. Other gods also came, but I couldn't figure out who they were," he told Issei, cleaning the glass. "I see. So more gods aside from the Shinto pantheon." He drank another mouthful of his drink. "And what about the so-called treasure? Did they say something it's important? Do you know it?" He asked the question he needed to answer most. The bartender was thoughtful. "About that, I don't really know. They were quite zealous about the name, but I do know that it's inside the Shishiri Den," he told Issei, lifting up a finger. His face had a satisfied smile. "Oh," Issei was intrigued by the answer. "So inside the ceremonial building, quite suiting," he smiled as he finished his drink in a single movement. He looked at his glass and said, "Another one, please." The bartender only nodded his head. A moment after he received the drink, bid his farewell, and left the bar, now searching for the beauty that was accompanying him. "Well, I already know in which place it is located at, but I do not know how much security it has." He walked the same way. he did when he first came back here. His drink still on his hands. I need to find Fuki and continue the plan. He kept walking, but he didn't expect to find a couple of people he knew rather well. Well, that's just my luck, he thought, as he saw a woman he knew talk among her friends. She was a female with long black hair that was let down and a pair of violet eyes. She was wearing a short blue dress and was talking with some people he knew extremely powerful. They appeared to be her friends. That's Seraphol for you. He smirked. He watched the blue dress beauty. At her side, a woman with beautiful red hair, similar to a flame, was giggling while her mouth a glass of champagne on her left hand. She looked like someone easy to talk with and was wearing a beautiful, form-fitting red dress with gold contrast on it. Her sleeve was separated from her dress and they seemed to be a long silk-like gloves that reached her elbows. She gave the impression of a refined, high-class lady, while not being arrogant at all. Her dress reached below her knees, showing a bit of her skin, where gold needle-like high heels covered her calves and her feet. The other person talking with them was also a woman. She had silver white hair, while a crescent moon hair ornament was drying her glossy hair into a high ponytail that flowed gently down her back and just above her hips. She had a beauty that was similar to a fairy, and she would break the slightest of touches like a crystal statue that could only look at the sky. Her face was a creamy white, with a healthy blush on her cheeks. Her eyes appeared too You know what? No one cares. Goddess, Issei noted. The amount of power, it's no mistake. He was a bit worried. He decided to take his distance, as his eyes never left the three women. He was trying to figure out what they were talking about, but a figure behind him then surprised him so much he almost popped his eyes from his skull. "What are you doing here, Volley?" A silver-haired youth was behind him. He wore a pure white suit with light blue dress shirt, and like him, he didn't have a tie. His suit seemed to be quite a single piece in his feet. He had dark brown Oxford dress shoes. His hair was the same as always. He didn't change that at all. Nevertheless, Issei noticed he took the attention of quite the amount of female population. Complete opposite of me, he smirked when he realized his own style and follies. The youth appeared to be bored and had his eyes closed, but something awoke him from his sleep. "Volley, someone is watching us." "Of course, Albion," he replied, "and many people are present, and we're behind the three beauties over there, so we could obviously catch the attention of vast majority of people here." He mentally talked to the dragon. He then gave an exhausted sigh. "I can't believe I came here as a bodyguard. Nothing will happen." He was also insulting the only one that gave him this mission, mainly Azazel and the rest of the leaders. "I don't think it's that simple, Volley," Albion said to his partner. "What do you mean?" he asked, intrigued by the comment of the dragon. "I sense another dragon here, and a strong one at it. I suppose he isn't here for a drink. After all, his presence is emanating caution, as if he's excited or nervous about something. Maybe this party will end in a different way." "If it's like that, then why are they so comfortable among themselves?" Volley said, while pointing at the woman with his head. They were laughing and talking like nothing was out of the ordinary. "Because dragons can sense other dragons. It would prove difficult for them to find him if he doesn't want to be found by others. But something about his aura seems different, as if he's hiding his true natural aura and just showing a fake. What could he be doing?" Albion was interested in the dragon. Hearing the tone of his partner's voice, Volley was curious. "Where is he?" asked, prepared for anything. "Some place around your 10. He's cautious, so I cannot sense more," Albion told him. After all, he also wanted to know this dragon. Issei, on the other hand, kept staring at Volley. "Just how did you get dragged into this?" He was shocked that the Hiyariko actually agreed to attend the party. "Well, what happens, happens." Prepared for anything, he muttered to himself while he shrugged his shoulders, also taking a sip of his drink. Soon after, Volley opened his eyes and stared at the general direction, startling Issei. He swiftly moved to the side and covered himself with the silhouette of a huge gray guy. In front of him, he focused on hiding his aura to the most he could. "That was close," he sweated. "It seems Albion sensed me. That's not good. They should know something is up. But I doubt he will tell anyone. We need to end this plan quickly." While hiding himself even more, Issei thought, Clang, clang, clang. The sound of a bell was heard, indicating midnight. The three women stopped their talk and looked at the clock. Ah, no fun. Seraphal pouted while looking on the clock on the wall. Hoo, it seems it's time, the red-haired woman spoke, only for them to hear. Amaterasu, Seraphal, be more serious. We will announce something important, the silver-haired woman spoke, clearly reprimanding them. Artemis-chan, please be a little less serious. It will make you look less old than you already are, Amaterasu teased the goddess named Artemis. Don't call me like that, she blushed all the way back to her neck. Amaterasu only giggled in return. Time to go, Seraphal was excited as always. The doors at the sides were closed, and Seraphal was standing right at the center alongside of the other goddesses. A spotlight highlighted the location they were at. Thank you for coming, everyone. Amaterasu spoke in a clear, defined voice, leaving her carefree manner for once. We gathered all of you today at this place to make an announcement, Artemis yelled in her serious and professional voice. It's about the world-class rating game, Seraphal still spoke, like she always does. Those news got the interest of Issei. Soon, as they were all talking about how grateful they were, their presence and their thanks for supporting during the attack from the beast, he saw Fuki walking towards him, doing her best to hide from any yokai nearby. As she walked in between the people, she reached Issei's side. Found anything? By her tone, it appeared that she didn't find anything worth noting. Yes, those words caused her to breathe in relief. It's located at the Shinsenin Den, but I don't know how much security is there. Also, other gods aside from the Shinto pantheon appear to be here. He told her almost all of this information. The drink in his hand was now gone after those last words. Yes. I see. What were you drinking? With the accustoming glare she asked him. Issei didn't even sweat her tone. Nijaroni. Quite good. He smiled at the remnants of the drink. She instead face-palmed. He seemed too calm. Be a little more serious, she pinched his arm as revenge. Ouch. Okay, easy. I also found out another annoying person is here. He regained the seriousness glint in his eyes that she knew for him. Okay, my bad. Who? She was also serious. For someone to be considered annoying to him, it seemed to be quite a strong person. The White Dragon Emperor. She widened her eyes. Also a war hero equal to him. Having fought many strong enemies and defeated all of them, his power is said to rival the actual heavenly dragon, if not more. Isn't he as strong as you? Before, yes, but after my, let's say, accident, I think he should be stronger. After all, the boosted gear is still rebooting, and I am in my base form. I don't think I can defeat him if he decides to fight everything with he has. He critically analyzed his own strength, and reached the conclusion that if he fought volley with his Imperio Juggernaut Overdrive, he wouldn't win. Of course, his normal balance breaker was another story completely. Like that, she was worried. The reputation of the White Dragon Emperor was nothing to scoff at. Don't worry, even if he gets serious with both of us, I think that we could defeat him. But if he uses his Dragon Lucifer drive, then he thought about the last part. Soon the words he wanted to hear were finally here. About the world-class rating game. For one to participate, he needs to go to the Underworld to one of many centers available at the register. Seraphal was the first one to talk. Issei put all of his attention on her words. Even Fuki was the same. Once registered, one will receive two things. She lifted two fingers up. One will be the case with chess pieces. Those pieces have the same effect as normal evil pieces, but they will not transform people into devils. They will only gift the abilities of the pieces seen in the rating game. A knight will be faster, rook stronger. Seraphal was explaining while looking around. Issei and Fuki were still hidden behind the huge guy. And to make it more interesting, we also have the mutation pieces. Her words made Issei speechless. So depending on the ones set, there will be very powerful more members on their team. A mutated piece is extremely rare, so not many will be seen. Also, a mutation piece will be able to make a god-class being into a part of the team just with that piece alone. In other words, if you have a mutated rook, just that piece will be sufficient to make a god class participant. Those words surprised everyone. Neither Issei or Fuki were expectations. The way the game will be much more interesting to play and to watch. Second, she raised her second finger, making everyone pay attention to her. You will be given a phone with a sole app installed. That app is impossible to be downloaded and is only installed onto phones given by the administrators of the centers. Everything will be done through that app. When opened, the app will load a small tutorial for you to understand how everything will work. Seraphil finished her explanation, and not a single voice was heard after that. Everyone was thinking about the news, but before anyone could ask something, she spoke again. The tournament will officially start in less than 3 months. At the moment, the exact date, location, and match will be posted on the app. Since this is Monday, registration will be available until the day before the first match is posted. Anyone can register. The king and the name of the team must be decided at that moment. This time she visibly relaxed and let out a breath of air. It seems this will be more interesting, but also more troublesome, Issei was thinking to himself. The bonus of the mutation pieces was pretty unexpected, but what he did not like was the underworld. He was worried about going to that place. After all, he didn't have a good feelings about it. I'll worry about it later. Now we need to get the treasure. He turned and looked at the QB, which was also thinking about something. We need to go to the place in which the treasure is located at. Worst comes to worst, we use force and steal it, he told the beauty, which only nodded her head. They needed to get out of here. The longer they stayed, the more dangerous it was for them. I know the location, she told Issei. He only smirked and followed her. Let's end this, he muttered to himself as he followed the beauty out of the crowd. At the same time, a voice loud coming off from the spotlight was heard, so they both turned their heads. Guest, about the treasure. It will be presented in less than an hour, so until then, please enjoy the night. The red-haired woman talked to the guests about the treasure. They all just nodded. Fuki and Issei approached the exit door and opened it. After some twists and turns, they reached the hallway, and they believed the treasure was located at, and it sure was. They knew since many guards were stationed here, all of them ultimate class, from low tier to high tier, of course, where some were even weaker than top tier high class, but that was expected. The reason for them being so weak despite being of that level was because of the quantity of their magic reserves just reached the level of ultimate class, and not the quality of one. All of the guards stood there, not moving a millimeter. Both of them watched them from the corner of the hallway, their eyes scanning them. You think you could cast a powerful illusion over us for them not to notice us? He asked the beauty. An illusion strong enough to cheat ultimate class? Yes, I can, but I don't know if they will notice the traces left during the active state of the spell. She was also thinking the same as him. Do it. Worst comes to worst, we fight against them, Issei ordered while peeking at the guards. Fuki just nodded her head and started to concentrate. Mist appeared and covered their bodies from bottom to top, and soon they disappeared. Follow me and don't make noise. The beauty grabbed his hand and started to walk in the direction of the guards. All were just looking at an empty hall. After some seconds, they reached an extremely close distance to the guards. The QB concentrated even more, and Issei was on his guard in case of anything. After releasing a breath, they didn't know they were holding. They turned their sights to in front of them. They saw nothing except a big wooden door that reached the ceiling. Fuki didn't let her guard down. She kept the illusion active in case of anything. Quite impressive, Issei expressed his sincere praise, and she managed to bring them here. The beauty just smiled, but due to the compliment, she had a discreet blush on her cheeks. The treasure should be behind the door. She pointed over her shoulder, and he looked at him. Do you think there's someone guarding the treasure behind the door? He was cautious. Maybe a trap was placed behind the door. As a response, she released her 9 tails alongside her ears and gently closed her eyes. A gentle aura surrounded her body. Even Issei, that was at her side, wasn't able to feel the ripples of power at all. After a couple of minutes, she replied, I don't feel any living thing inside, but a lot of energy signatures were found. Someone placed really powerful spells inside as a safety measure. They appear to be quite complex as well. She narrowed her eyes, her tails following freely behind her. Issei just stared at them, waving from the other side to another. They seemed quite comfortable. His thoughts, as always, were on a different line, but he still replied to her comment. Remove the illusion from both of us. Right now, we don't need it. She did as asked, and the mist covered them. Next, we should open the door, and since you deactivated immediately, I'll be on guard. In case something happens, I'll be the bait. You just concentrate on getting the Yakuza and Nokomakatama. I will buy as much time as need be. He was serious about this plan. She just nodded her head, and a little emotion was seen in her eyes. Be careful, she expressed her worry, and Issei smiled back at her. They reached the door, and she carefully opened it. You'll be the only one inside. Stay there until you get it. His voice was sharp and gentle. I'll stay here, and whatever happens, happens. Don't come out. He ordered as a true leader should. She stared at his unwavering eyes and soon turned around and crossed the door. She entered the room, and Issei closed the door behind her, being the only one left outside. Let's hope for the best. He stood in front of the door and crossed his arms. He closed his eyes and extended his senses to the point that the guards didn't notice. 30 minutes later. Time skip. Until this point, everything was going perfect. According to Issei, just another 10 minutes and they will be able to get out of here. Come on, he was anxious. The spells seemed to be too complicated even for Fuki, but he believed in her. He only needed to wait. Soon all of his hopes were thrown down the drain. He sensed how the guards were moving in a military fashion and 2 auras were coming closer. One of them he knew quite closely. In the end, a fight is going to happen, huh? Issei muttered while preparing himself. He activated his darkness and covered his left arm and right thigh almost in their entirety. After thinking for a little bit, Issei covered the left side of his face with his darkness as well. It gave the appearance of his mark extending, just in case. The entire left side of his face was covered while his right was covered by his hair. He hoped that with this, he might be able to fool them. Soon, the 2 figures crossed the corner of the hallway with the guards behind them. The first thing they saw was a figure standing in front of the door with his arms crossed. His eyes were similarly closed. The ones coming from the corner were a beauty with red hair that emitted a lot of hot and burning aura, and the other one was a silver-haired youth with a large aura. Now I believe this is kind of ironic. You fighting against crime while I am doing the crime. How life twists and turns, right? Volley. Issei was mocking his fate. The male and female at the moment they saw the figure prepare themselves for a fight. Who are you? The beauty asked while looking at the man in front of her. The silver-haired youth was concentrating on him as well. The figure slowly opened his eyes. The moment those eyes landed on both of them, felt a chill run down their spines. His eyes were cold to a point that the Arctic seemed warm. They were also extremely sharp and heavy, and they felt as if a knife was against their throats. Just a glare made me feel like this? Volley was shocked. No one has ever made him feel like this with only his eyes. Only the beast of Apocalypse was capable. I asked, who are you? The beauty was also startled by the look in his eyes. Trying to prove her point, she increased her aura, flames covering her body. If I was you, I wouldn't do that, Issei coldly stated. His voice was the same as his eyes, cold and sharp but emotionless. Need to gain time. I'll have to bluff. He had an idea, an extremely crazy idea. Let us say that I planted a bomb in the middle of where your little party is going. It's directly connected to the aura of a god, and if said god increases her aura, then boom! A crater where the Imperial Palace once stood. His voice was arrogant and confident. Please work, but his thoughts were different. The beauty paled and retracted her aura, not taking any chances. The man seemed absolutely serious about his threat. Then who exactly are you? The silver-haired boy asked. That's for me to know and you to figure out. White Dragon Emperor. Issei needed to gain as much time as he could. After all, he didn't know when this bluff would fail. If the goddess decided to fight, then it will end badly for both Fuki and him. What do you want? The goddess asked him, discreetly trying to call for someone, but before that, if you move from your position or decide to call for someone, I'll gladly detonate the bomb. The goddess was surprised he figured her intentions out. She bit her lip and stopped moving. About your question, he looked in her eyes. I am searching for what's inside the door behind me, Issei explained, while pointing his thumb at the door. You wish for the treasure, terrorist? She was angered. Being called like that actually hurts a bit, he thought, but continued his play. Half correct. He didn't explain more. Have? The youth asked him, preparing to catch any openings in his guard, but neither him nor Albion could see them. Volley.
This aura. It's the dragon we sensed back at the hall. But his aura is still hidden. I think he's afraid of something.
Albion mentally spoke to his partner. Afraid of what? The goddess? He asked back, trying to find an answer.
No, I don't think so. Look at him. He's completely disregarded the goddess and even threatened her. This means something else.
Albion was trying to figure him out.
Try to gain some time. More we stand in front of him, the more I'll be able to know.
Sure, Volley replied, and soon answered the former question he asked. Indeed, the thing is, his tone heavy, the means they used to acquire the treasure were not as they told you. Issei didn't know who the goddess was. The amount of deities in the Japanese pantheon was no joke, but since she was here to retrieve the treasure and also flames, he had a guess. And he hoped the guess was right. Amaterasu, you should try and ask for your subordinates how they actually got the Yakuza no Magatama. He mentally prayed. His guess about the goddess was right. Seeing her face change from anger to surprise, then shock, he knew he was right. Bingo, he was happy. My subordinates? She trusted her subordinates, so the idea of them lying to her was absurd in her eyes. They wouldn't lie to me, she tried to refute. Are you sure? Sorry to pop your bubble. But they did. His voice was heartless. The method in which they gained the treasure is different from what they told you, and the true reason behind it, who actually got it and why, is also wrong. What do you mean? Volley interrupted the man. Let's just say that the professor of the treasure was believed to be a criminal, and along with her family they were chased throughout Japan for decades by your subordinates, the yokai. He was slightly angry when he mentioned that. An innocent who wasn't believed to be one. His voice had concealed fury. Amaterasu, you should worry more about the details after all. That's where the devil is hidden. He was explaining, but then Amaterasu screamed. Details? What do you mean? She was getting desperate. Her guards behind her were also looking weird, as if something was making them uncomfortable. Do they know about what he's talking about? Meaning, he asked back, for that you should ask your yokai. And for the truth behind this, then you should ask the one that was most affected by it. Issei raised his voice, ending the conversation. He didn't want to talk about that more. It wasn't his place to talk about it. It seems that I'll need to fight, he was thinking. Then he heard, Vanishing Dragon, Balance Breaker. The silver-haired youth changed into his suit of armor. I don't know who you are, but I was tasked to protect this place, and while I'm doing it, nothing will happen, Vala yelled at him. Quite the heroic spirit you got, huh? Issei smirked and mocked him. Rip! The sound of air ripping was heard, then Volley appeared in front of Issei with his fist cocked back. He then released his punch and hit him with all the strength in his body he had. Issei coated his entire left arm in darkness, decreasing the degree of coverage the rest of his body. Then he extended his palm, planning to receive the punch. Crack! The sound of metal cracking was heard. Issei just caught Volley's punch. Is that all you got? He had a smug grin on his face. Meanwhile, Volley was surprised that his punch just got caught. This was definitely bad. Once he caught his strike, a huge amount of dust was released from the ground, making a huge cloud of smoke that covered all of the entrance behind him. Issei slowly clenched his right hand, forming a fist. His legs were separated at the same time as his shoulders, and his fist was at his hip. My turn. His eyes shone with mysterious light and released his punch. Bam! He hit Volley right at the center of his armor. The jewel and the chest part of his armor completely destroyed, while Volley was sent flying backwards straight towards Amaterasu. Ugh! Volley vomited in blood mid-fight. Amaterasu was trying to do something, but Issei yelled, Move, goddess, and people die. His voice was as cold as he could make it. He was seen walking from a huge cloud of dust. He walked slowly, and his left arm slowly turned back to a normal human flesh. He walked closer and closer, right towards where Volley landed. Soon Volley lifted himself up from the crater his landing made, the top part of his armor gone. Split! He turned his head and spat blood. Damn, he's strong. Volley was still slightly dizzy from that blow.
Get a hold of yourself. You let your guard down and paid for it. Now focus, Albion screamed inside his mind.
Yeah. A battle-hungry grin appeared on his face as his armor regenerated.
He seems to be a close-type fighter. Take your distance and fight him where you have the advantage.
Then, Volley just nodded his head and flew from his position, both of his hands, big amount of demonic power, pure white in color. "Take this!" he screamed, and Issei smirked. Boom! When the attack landed, they heard a scoff. An explosion of light and power covered their sight, making the entire building tremble. Volley was silent. He didn't know if he actually did damage. After the smoke dispersed, a huge crater was before the door, but no one was in it. "Where?" he screamed, but as soon as he got his answer from the back of a kick that sent him flying through the wall. Crash! He smashed onto the ground. The gravel and stones outside were sent flying everywhere. "Stay here, goddess." While walking past her, Issei said so that she doesn't think of anything. Putting a single foot in the hole of the wall, Issei jumped and soon reached the big crater outside. He didn't talk. He knew something like that would hardly affect Volley. A white light was soon seen. It reached the sky and a white figure was inside of it. Volley was angry at the fact that he got some damage from that kick. "Try getting closer to use Divine Dividing. I doubt you'll let me." From their little exchange, he noticed how the man was extremely cautious of actually being hit by him. Thinking of Volley, extended his hand, a blue magic circle appeared on it. "Lightning!" He muttered. A huge blue lightning came from the circle, approaching Issei at ridiculous speed. Boom! A huge explosion occurred. This time it hit. He was sure of it. His eyes never left his opponent. "Not bad," a voice was heard from the crater. A man jumped. His clothing were slightly burned and tattered, but nothing more. "That's actually stung a bit." He cracked his neck and looked at the armor of Volley. "Albion," he asked his partner. "Remember, us dragons have a huge resistance against any type of magic," he told him. "Then how about something more powerful?" Volley smirked. Afterwards, 6 demonic bolts of thick lightning were shot from them. Issei knitted his brows. Time to get serious. 6 spheres of darkness were formed of his surroundings, and like Volley did, he shot at him. The spheres were past the lightning bolts, obviously, and aimed directly at Volley. Seeing those spheres, Albion screamed, "Dodge!" He did as he told and twisted his body to the point where the spheres only nicked his armor. But what happened after they touched him surprised him. The pieces of his shoulders and legs were completely vaporized, as if they were not there to begin with. Power of destruction? No. "It seems those spheres are flames compressed to the limit. They superheated your armor to the point it reached a melting point, and they simply vaporized what was left of it." Albion was shocked by those flames. "I don't know how hot they are, but if it melted the armor in less than a second, then don't touch them. If they hit you, you will receive burns. You will be turned into dust." He warned Volley. They looked back at an even bigger crater that was made by him. The man was both arms crossed in a shape of an X. He had light burns all over his arms, but nothing serious. Looking back to the one that caused the crater, Issei narrowed his eyes even more. "I can't let my darkness heal me, at least not yet." He stopped the healing process and began thinking. "Hellblaze," he muttered. On the left hand of his purple-black flame materialized. "Volley. I know." Seeing those flames, both of them knew they were bad news. "Catch!" Issei threw the flames. His hands, when they separated into 6 clusters, approached Volley in different directions. Volley was on guard and avoided them with some trouble. His body made movements which seemed impossible, but he was successful with his dodging. He mocked him as he see the flames pass him, but suddenly a cluster of flames he dodged turned back, aiming at his left side. His left arm was struck with those various flames. Volley could feel the heat of the flames through his armor. "Albion, release the part of the armor that was hit." Albion did as told and left the part of armor alongside his left pauldron. Fell to the ground with a heavy sound. "What exactly are those flames?" he asked in a loud voice, looking at the flames from the corner of his eye. "Damn it, I need more attacks in my repertoire. Only that and a few more is what I got." Issei was angry, but he thought of something, a crazy idea. There was no teacher like experience. Time to use a bit more power. While saying that, Issei coated his entire body in the maximum amount of darkness he could use. Volley and Albion, who were watching this, were stunned, but Albion even more so. "No, something like that is impossible. He's far too young for that to actually happen to him." Albion was thinking about a certain possibility one only dragons had. Issei then used his darkness and formed a pair of wings. He flapped them and disappeared from his position. His speed was so fast to the point that Volley couldn't see him for a second. "Fast!" Volley raised his guard and instinctively blocked his left, and a hand coated in purple and black flames both hit his arms. Bang! Volley was shot down from the sky. Like a missile, he crashed on the ground. The heat felt was terrible, and strength behind the blow was even more so. Even while graduating against the attack, he felt the reverberations of blow on his armor. What monstrous strength! I can't feel my arms, he stood up, while both of his arms were numb. Albion released the armor. Since he was hit by both the flames, he had to release the armor so not to burn to death. His gauntlets fell near him. Taking a discreet look at the first place of the armor that was hit a little while ago, he could see how the flames were still raging. It seems those flames won't extinguish easily, he reached the conclusion. The comet was heard by Issei, who was still in the air, his wings behind his back. I knew this bastard was tough, but receiving a full-powered attack plus my flames and leaving only with that, it seems I have much to learn. Issei was trying to figure out a plan. I need something that punishes his defense, magical and physical. Thinking about a possible attack, he focused on his left hand. His darkness squirmed all over his arm and soon took the shape of a spear. It looked like an old classic Spartan spear. Not enough. I needed to literally make a hole in him, like a drill. He had an idea. He made a spiral energy come out of the top of the spear. Stay there. I'd rather not have this thing go near me, Issei threw the spear. In the air, the spiral of energy surrounded the spear point and gave it a beautiful purple and black tail. Its speed beyond ridiculous. Slash! Volley was shocked. He didn't see the spear at all. When he noticed, it already penetrated his side. It seems harder to control than I thought, Issei muttered and created another spear. I sacrificed the damage of the flames to make this spear, but instead of that, its speed is ridiculous. Plus the magical and physical penetration. What should I name it? How about Drill? I think I won't forget that name. Thinking of useless stuff as always, Issei prepared to throw the second spear but was stopped. The guards finally decided to intervene, seeing that guard of Issei was low. The high-tier ultimate class yokai threw a couple of Amidamu spells at him and screamed, "Punishment of the deceased!" The high-tier ultimate class yokai formed a pentagram of the fire in the sky. Issei was floating below and got in the pillar of the flames, not knowing that because of this he got an idea. Boom! He was sent flying towards the ground, denting the earth. White Dragon Emperor, are you okay? A yokai asked him. Idiots! Don't let your eyes off of him, he yelled at them. Rip! Volley pulled out a spear out from his side and blood dripping onto the ground. Ha! A maniacal laugh echoed all over the place. That actually did hurt, a voice was heard from the pillar flames. Everyone looked around to the source of it. Someone came from the still burning pillar. The majority of his clothes were now gone. The skin on his right side of his face, his abdomen, and his left legs was badly burnt. It looked like third-degree burns. Seeing like that, Volley relaxed a bit, but the fatigue got him. That should stop him for a while. Looking at the wounds of his foe, Volley smiled, but he was breathing heavily. Those punches and kicks alongside the first-degree burns he received from his armor heating up actually did quite the damage. His punches and kicks may have cracked a bone, and burns are annoying, he thought to himself. The biggest wound was the one at his side. Although the diameter of the hole was small, around the size of a big coin, he still felt the pain from it. Since the spear literally went through him, he had 2 holes at the side of his body. Damn it actually hurts, he complained inside of his head and heard Albion's words. Volley, this guy, I believe he's hiding something. I think I know what it is, but it should be impossible. What are you talking about, Albion? Before he could get an answer from him, he saw something unbelievable. Time to heal. I can't fight like this. Issei let his darkness heal him. It started to coil around his left leg, going up and covering his right, and then started his whole face. Not even a couple of seconds went by, his wounds were completely gone, as if nothing received any at all. Everyone was amazed. No words came from their mouths. Even Albion was the same. The idea inside his head was getting clearer and clearer, but he just wanted to deny it. I'll show you real flames. Raging flames that have been compressed with intense heat. Let's try it. He thought. At the tip of the spear, a small ember of flame appeared. Flare up! He lifted his spear and pointed it at them. A tip of it, the small ember moved uncontrollably, emitting huge flames. Then it happened. Everything in front of Issei was swallowed by a huge tide of purple-black flames. The flames split in seconds, turned into a pillar that reached heavens, and everyone, aside of Volley, who moved on instinct, was swallowed by it. The yokais, every single one of them, had burns covering most parts of their body, some more parts than others. The 3 high-tier ultimate-class yokai that attacked them received the full force of the impact, and as a result, they were barely breathing. They might even need treatment for a couple of months if they did not want those wounds to be permanent. Volley was far away from those inferno of flames while using his wings floating in the air. Damn it. I might need to use the Imperial Juggernaut Overdrive if things keep going like this. He was frustrated. He thought that the match would be more or less equal, but he never expected for a guy to actually have so many powerful attacks. You're strong, I'll give you that, Volley acknowledges. But I'm stronger, he yelled. Prepared for one of his trump cards, a silver white-haired aura covered his whole armor in the sky. Earth started to quake.
I who shall awaken.
Issei, who was below him, felt his hair stand on the end when he heard that chant. Now, this was serious. But Volley was forced to stop the chant when he heard in a natural rumbling of thunder that was sensed a sudden increase in energy at the distance. Clouds formed under the sky, covering the night sky, and a single lightning bolt split the sky and went straight towards Issei. Shit! He dodged the bolt since he knew the healing of the damage from the attack would be annoying. Yun Harakako, stop playing around and fight seriously. He is no enemy to underestimate. A voice similar to the rumbling of thunder was heard, and a tall man who looked in his late 20s with distinctive bull-like horns coming out of the sides of his head appeared at the side of Volley. He had an electric blue eyes, the same color as his hair, with a small beard on his chin. He was wearing a white robe with a black shirt underneath and a bloody red sandals on his feet. Susanoo no Mikako. Volley narrowed his eyes a bit. Issei was only looking at the man present. The amount of power he admitted was absurd even for him. The god of storms, he mentally noted as he lifted his guard to the limit. Sister, are you all right? I came the moment I sensed a huge clash of aura. My guess would be from the young man in the front of us and the Harakako. He talked about the woman in red hair, who until now was just a spectator. Brother, her full tone of relief. He's a terrorist. He planted a bomb, and in case my aura will blow, she screamed at him. Huh? What are you talking about? There's no bomb in the party. There's no bomb that works like that. You're too easy to trick, he screamed back at her. He figured it out now, huh? Issei thought. Truly worthy of God, of not only storms but also mischief, figuring out my little plot that easily. But well, it was thought on the spot. He agreed with him, since there was no point in keeping it up. However, he was nervous. Right now his opponents were not just Volley, but also 2 gods. He didn't know how much more time he could buy. Come on, Fuki, hurry. His mind went to the fox. Oh, it seems that someone knows about my deeds, Susanoo sounded satisfied. Right, young dragon, he asked back without taking his eyes off from the dragon. Thanks for the praise, he calmly talked. So all this was a trick, Amaterasu questioned. Yeah, the dead look in both Susanoo and Issei was priceless. Then why did you say that? She asked Issei. Because I needed you out of the play. His answer made her speechless. Right now, since I'm weak, I can't take both of you. He simply pointed at Volley and then at her. Then look at his sister's face made Susanoo's giggle a little. She always had the best expressions. He then turned to look at Issei and seriously asked, What do you want, dragon? Me? From you? He sounded confused. Nothing, he replied. After all, he wasn't interested in the treasure. He's only helping Fuki. Then why are you here? The god asked again. Confusion written all over his face. I just came here to help someone. He concentrated his aura, forming a huge pillar the same color as an abyss. The atmosphere turned heavy, and the ground underneath him, as well as the clouds in the sky, started to disappear. Focusing again, he summoned Rebellion. Seeing the odd blade in his left arm, everyone stood on guard, while he prepared himself to use the overdrive again. The gods were also the same, preparing for the worst. I am just bait. His grin increased in size and focused his entire aura, every piece of it, into his blade. A pitch black flame stronger than ever before materialized on the edge of it. And like a scabbard, it surrounded the entire length of the blade. The heat it emanated was ridiculously high. Rocks in the surroundings started to melt. Heat waves could be seen in the surroundings. The structures behind them started to catch in a blaze. What a ridiculous heat. The same as my sisters. The god was stunned by the power of those flames. Amaterasu on the other side could see the fire in a more detailed version. Flames that won't extinguish once you're hit by them. Similar to my own in that regard, but this is extremely dark. For him to use them, he needs to remember about a horrible experience he went through. What a terrible price to pay. She looked at the flames and quickly analyzed them, and although he was an enemy, she felt sorry for him. Those flames were beautiful, but to use them, it seemed he needed to pay a price. If he wasn't an enemy, I would have trained him to use those flames without a cost. She was lamenting about how her fate played her.
Volley, don't let that hit you. Albion broke off his thoughts. Even with Imperio Juggernaut Overdrive, you would probably suffer from unhealable wounds. His voice was deadly serious. Those flames hold that much power? He was speechless at the power of the flames. Maybe those flames can seriously wound a god, Albion muttered his thoughts. Volley looked at Susanoo and saw the serious expression on his face further proving Albion's point. So they can hurt a god. He regained his bearing and asked. Yes, but they can't kill them. Still, they are capable of hurting them, an amazing feat. Albion was proud that one his race was capable of that much. It seems my guesses were right. You did awaken your hatchling. To gain that much strength, what kind of suffering did you have to go through? Albion thought to himself. The sound of metal made everyone pay attention to the man once again. Let's see how much damage this can give you, Issei said with a wicked grin. He shook his blade, making a little ember of flame hit the ground and instantly combusting all around it. He flexed his muscle on all of his body like a flash of lightning. He reached the god of storms. Forcing his left arm to the limit, he used every ounce of strength he had and screamed, Kami Shikigari. He swung the blade in the diagonal fashion right onto the god. A curved energy was released on top of the god. It was huge and outrageously powerful. The god was not expecting the amount of power, crossed his arms at the height of his chest, and covered himself in blue aura that had white lightning on its surroundings. Bang! Brother! The woman screamed, surprised by the amount of power the attack held. The energy wave continued its track, burning everything on the ground. Then it reached the Imperial Palace. Slice! Like a hot knife through the butter, the black and purple energy wave cut the entire Imperial Palace in half. Meanwhile, Issei fell on a knee and was breathing heavily. His demonic state was removed and only its mark remained, clearly from overusing his aura. Damn. Thought I was tougher than that. Not even properly thinking, he tried to calm his heavy breathing. After that, he heard a voice coming out of the light blue wings of his rival. It seems you did it, hatchling. Albion's voice sounded satisfied. His partner and the goddess were surprised by the words of the dragon. With his head lowered, Issei replied, Took you a while to figure out, Albion. Issei managed to regain his breath, but he could feel his left arm was broken because of the attack. Well, that happens when you control huge amounts of power without experience. I should be happy my arm didn't blow up, he thought, trying to heal his arm. Amazing. You actually did it. While the lights of Divine Dividing Wings blinked repetitively, Albion said to him, With you, hatchling, there are 11 dragons that awoke their aura throughout history. An incredible feat. Albion was extremely excited, maybe because his race was once again gaining strength. Meanwhile, the goddess and Volley went wide-eyed. They didn't understand what dragon was talking about. Hatchling, I am so sorry. Issei could see that Albion was sincere with his apology. For you to have awoken your aura so early, you must have been through an experience that words cannot describe. Albion knew the reasons for their aura to activate. One was good, but took a long period of time, and the second one was terrible to the point you wouldn't want it, even for your worst enemy. Issei laughed in silence at the words of Albion. He was grateful that he felt that way. Quite the good dragon, however. Their break didn't last long before a blue aura with light lightnings was seen in the distance. Susanoo appeared at the side of Amaterasu, this time with a wound on his body. It was a long cut that was going his left arm and into his shoulder. The one his arm looked skin deep. Not painful at all, but the one in his shoulder looked like it. Reached his left collarbone. Blood was overflowing from the wound and its edges were charred black.
Incredible. No one managed to hurt me this badly in more than 600 years. He touched his wound with his right hand. Young dragon, you are the first to have done this feat, Susanoo spoke, with a calm voice and even respect seen in his eyes. Shit, Issei cursed. He hoped that he would have stayed down for a little longer. Sister, the evacuation started the moment the flames covered his blade, so no one got hurt. Also, they have already evacuated the entire palace, so only 3 of us and him are left. The god talked to his sister as he felt the sudden burst of pain in his left shoulder. I can't fight the 3 of them. I still need to gain more time. But the only path left is to reveal myself. He was doubting whether revealing himself or not. Young dragon, have you nowhere to go? Why not give yourself in? The storm god tried to convince Issei. No one got hurt aside from the guards, but you let all live. I don't feel angry for my wound, but rather intrigued. I want to know about the man that wounded me since the last 600 years. His speech was quite convincing. The young Hirakako will be eager to fight against you again, and the White Dragon Emperor himself feels proud of you. My sister was indeed tricked by you, but she's kind and has a great heart. If she was able to forgive me, then she will forgive you if she hasn't already done so. The god tried to convince Issei, truly worthy of his title of God of the Storms and Mischief. His words were sweet as sugar. The only way to gain time is to reveal myself. No words spoken and elegant this. He finally reached the conclusion, his head still slow. He grabbed his knee, and in other words, and soon started to lift. I don't have enough energy to fight. That last attack took everything from me. He was mentally thinking about any possible solution. It seems my freedom only lasted for a day, but what a day. He stood up from his position, slowly revealing his face, but a figure blocked his vision. Of course, the other way was the same. A beautiful woman stood in front of him. She had tears in her eyes. Everything he went through was seen by her inside. The room where the Yakuza no Magatama was located. The seals and spells took her longer period of time than she thought, but seeing him fight against the Hirakako and defeating him, against the yokai and defeating them as well, plotting and tricking the sun goddess and intriguing the god of storms, her heart felt warm, indescribably warmth that made her happy and safe. You were willing to sacrifice your everything, and so you got wounded because of me, a person you just met. If that's not worthy of my trust and even more, then I don't know what is. She was mentally thanking Issei for his sacrifice. Ever since they got out of prison, she started to like the young man more and more. From being serious guy during important situations, to the jokey man that made her smile, to the teasing man that made her blush, to the man that told her about his dream of being free and travel around the world. Her trust was true. Her trust already has ever since he spoke those words in the cave, ever since he freed her and gave her a reason to keep fighting. What she was looking for all this time was if he was worthy of her feelings. Being always alone ever since young, she longed for the company of her other half, one that was worthy of her emotions and heart, and didn't lust after her beauty. She wished to someone to stay by her side even in the worst of moments, and after seeing all that has happened and still deciding to give up his everything, she tossed aside her doubts and came to help. Now she was certain of her decision. Issei Hyodo, you just won my heart. She was crying because she was happy that the feelings she were for such a splendid man. Now it's my turn to make you fall for me. She was a decisive woman, and she had a goal. You got it? Issei asked, the beauty that was giving her back. Of course, sweetie. Who do you think I am? Her tone was flirty. That alone made Issei smile. I'm glad you have it back. He was truly happy of that. She was sure of it. We need to leave. Fuki didn't lose a moment of her silhouettes of the gods in front of her. She didn't feel scared, rather excited. I can't use my gate. The last attack took everything from me. Just keeping myself like this is costing me a lot. He explained his situation in a low voice. Who are you? The storm god asked the woman. He was disappointed that she appeared. After all, the young dragon was almost going to give himself in. Damn, he was annoyed. He held a lot of interest towards the dragon, even though the wound still hurt. Me? Sorry. I'm a nobody, she teased, but her voice was cold and cautious. I only came for our leader. See, recently, he had an incident so that he isn't his best condition, yet he still decided to come. Quite the man, she explained to the god as she licked her lips, managing to get a surprised look from the 3. Not in his best, yet capable of wounding a god? Everyone thought the same. At the moment, Fuki closed her distance with Issei and her senjutsu to help him recover some of his lost energy. That should help you stand up properly. She was worried he noticed that.
that. Thanks, Fuki. Those words whispered into his ear, making her slightly blush. You're welcome, she replied with a seductive voice that made even the god of storms hide his blush. Think you can take us out here? Issei was still in the same piece of ice as always. He used his former transformation and covered the side of his face, and thanks to his hair, the other side was also covered. He finally could relax. They hadn't found out his identity. You can't escape. I already sealed the space itself, so no one will come without my permission, Amaterasu told them, the words of her brother still in her head. Sorry, young man, but I won't let you escape. She sensibly licked her lips as she hid the interest in her eyes. Her head was filled with thoughts about his capture and questioning. Then her offer of protection and training him to be a possible future successor of her position. After all, the new generation was monstrous, and now the time had changed rulers. And the young man was smart, cunning, courageous, but also devoted to his belief. She liked that. You're already plotting, sister. The god of storm recognized the look that gave it to him. It was look that she gave what she wanted somewhat at all costs. Till this day, it still scared him a little. Not at all, she replied while making a cute face. Young dragon, you just got the attention of someone you shouldn't have. I am so sorry. He felt pity for the dragon. So who are you? I did not sense your presence until now, Volley at the side of them asked the woman. I'm a yokai. That tone reminded him about Lavinia, but he could feel the chill in her voice. A yokai? Then why have I not heard about you? Amaterasu tilted her head. Maybe because my entire family was chased by your subordinates ever since a couple of centuries ago. She tilted her head cutely, but her sharp and chilling voice caused her to stop. Issei noticed this and placed a hand on her shoulder as a sign of support. Are you sure about this? He asked in a low voice. He knew what she wanted to do. Yes, I will no longer hide. I have face my past and concentrate on my future. She had a glow in her eyes, something he loved to see. You finally have that light in your eyes. While thinking that, he didn't notice the last part. Oh, Issei, seeing his smile made her butterflies in her stomach. Chased, her thoughts were interrupted by Amaterasu. She heard the same words from the young man a little while ago. Yes, because no one cared about the side of my story. My grandmother was chased all over the country and then killed, Fuki bit her lips, drawing blood. Just because the people thought she was an evil being. Issei squished her shoulder tightly. Because of greed of an emperor, she was chased and forced to live in the shadows, giving birth to a single little fox that depended entirely on herself in a cruel world. Issei, seeing this, moved his hand from her shoulder and instead went for her own hand. Feeling the warmth of his hand, she smiled and gained courage. That fox was used by a man just because of her beauty, and gave birth to another little fox. The mother died while giving birth, and the little fox was left alone and picked by humans. They raised her like her own, but in this country, because of her nature, she was chased by her own kind and captured about to be executed. The god of storms was quiet, Volley as well, but the one that was the most shocked was Amaterasu. She was heard all about what she went through thanks to her own kind and felt awful. Without any hope in sight, she gave up on life, but she was saved by a young dragon that was looking for her. I want you as part of my team. I want you to regain the light in your eyes that you should have. He told her those words, and soon she believed them. She started to trust him, and slowly she believed she will be happy again. Issei was slightly embarrassed when she mentioned his words. He told her that was in the heat of the moment. That little fox was me, and that story is the story of my life, and the one of my family. She was ready. I formally introduced myself, she made a reverence. My name is Benikamichi Fuki, pure-blood yokai and expert in all Japanese arts, senjutsu, yojutsu, toki, omidomi arts, proudly descendant of the Kyuubi no Yoko, Tamiya no Mei. At those words, her 9 tails and ears became visible, red in color with a tinge of black. Everyone widened their eyes in shock. The descendants of the Kyuubi no Yoko were supposedly exterminated a long time ago. She's a yokai much stronger than Kuroka, Volley was thinking to himself, the last descendant of the original Kyuubi. Susanoo thought to himself, clearly stunned by the words. She is? Amaterasu had no words. Someone like her was extremely powerful and rare. She could be and incredible force on her faction, second to none, not even to Yakuza. Fuki felt a weight being lifted from her shoulders. You did great, Issei comforted his voice and made her want to hear him more. Please, talk more. She was already blinded by her feelings. Incredible, Susanoo screamed, the last known descendant of her, and possibly the strongest yokai. He was clearly excited.
First the Dragon Boy, then the descendant of Tamio no Mei. Treasures were appearing on their faction. They wouldn't let them get away. This incident will be solved privately. He didn't want the rest to know about the treasures in front of them. Fuki, we should leave. Issei was feeling better. You can't escape. Both my sister and I have already reinforced the space around us. Nothing you do now will take you out. Susanoo was confident. Amaterasu side was the same. We won't do anything this will do for us. Fuki lifted her left wrist. On it was a bracelet scene. It was extremely thin, black in color, with a couple of green bananas on it. Seeing that thing, both of the gods lost their proud faces. Instead was replaced with anxiety and shock. Break the boundary between worlds, Yakuza no Magatama. Hearing the chant, both the gods flew at them. Transfer! The bracelet shined and space started to twist, and soon it broke. Seeing this, both gods increased their speeds, Issei and Fuki. The moment space was ripped apart and was already getting in, Fuki even had the gall to say, bye-bye. Mockery was clear in her voice. Before they could reach them, the crack space was closed, and they got away right under their noses. Damn it, Susanoo was angered. They actually had the Yakuza no Magatama with them. If he knew earlier, then he wouldn't have played with them. They got played by 2 kids. Damn, quite the youngsters. He calmed himself. His sister was pretty much the same. What will we do? He asked his sister. Reported to the factions, everything. That's our best move. We need to find them again and better help for the factions. She spoke to her brother, getting only a nod as a response. A Dragon Emperor. We asked you not to say about our interest in them, only what's necessary. The goddess bowed her head. Volley meanwhile said, okay, you'll owe me one. I also don't want more work that's boring, and notifying about them will send me to field to look for them. Better for me. Volley agreed, as he also had motives. Albion. What exactly were you talking with him? He remembered the conversation he heard between them. About that. It will take time to explain. Albion knew that Volley wanted information about him. We have time after this. Volley was interested in the words from Albion, not once he heard them like that, so proud, excited, and happy, and not about himself, but rather about his race. I'll leave. Good luck. Since the 2 gods lifted the ceiling in space, he could finally get out of here. Wounds were killing him. Damn it. It'll be annoying to explain. Volley left his destination to the underworld. And that is in another location, also inside of Japan. Both Issei and Fuki appeared out of the crack in space. Where did you send us? He asked, while looking around the forest they were currently at. Seeing a comfortable-looking rock, he went close to it and sat down. Nasuno, my home, she replied, while walking towards Issei sitting next to him. Thank you for everything. It means a lot, she told him, while hugging his left arm. Issei did not mind his response. I made a promise, didn't I? The smile on her face made her happy. After this, where are we going? She wanted to go to the travel around the world with Issei. Issei smirked. He knew that she obviously accepted coming with him and being part of his teams. No words were necessary. Romania may be a good option. I didn't see much of it last time I went, so I would like to actually see the place. Issei had his plans. I haven't been there before. She was acting like a child, excited over everything. It's cold, but the place has beautiful sceneries. You'll like it, she nodded. We might get to go outside. Go inside a house or something. We haven't slept, and just now we faced a couple of gods. Rest is necessary. You know a place? Issei stood up and helped Fuki up as well. Yes, I do know. Her smile hinted at something. Then lead the way, my lady. He joked with her once again, but his response made him get amazed. Come on, darling, we need to go home. The beauty grabbed his entire arm and hugged him. Issei could feel certain attributes. Those words and actions made his heart skip a beat. Maybe at one moment I can love a woman again. Being dragged around, he thought as he looked up at the sky filled with stars. Maybe I wasn't the one that helped you, but rather you helped me, Fuki. He continued his thoughts and willingly moved in the direction she was dragging him in. Fuki was also thinking about her future, but mainly about her future with him. Thank you, Issei. She was happy to have met a dragon. And that is the end of Chapter 6. Chapter 7. The Vampire of the King. Volley was having an extremely bad night. Right as the goddess of sun went to look for the treasure, they found a suspicious-looking man standing at the door. According to Albion, he was a dragon, and after a fight and almost forced to use Imperio Juggernaut Overdrive, the god of storms decided to step in ahead, got himself wounded. Then a female yokai appeared. She resulted to be the last descendant of Tamio no Mei, and was part of that man's team. For him, and all this was close to unbelievable. Maybe the words he would use would be unrealistic. And just at this moment, Volley arrived at the underworld thanks to a magic circle he did after battle. He was wounded in the hole on his side of his abdomen. It went from one side of it to another, and was actually really painful. Some of his bones and fixtures in both of his arms hurt a lot. Last but definitely not least, were the first degree burns in his arms on his face, similar to sunburns, but it was a bit worse. They didn't hurt, but they annoyed him a great deal. Fuck, how could that happen? He was frustrated. The man basically toyed with him. If he got serious since the start, he wouldn't have ended in such a pathetic way.
Calm down, Volley. That loss was not a disgraceful one. After all, you fought against the 11th dragon that awoke his aura.
Albion was trying to calm his partner. He could feel his anger. You need to explain to me about that aura. Even at the moment you were extremely excited, Volley eyed his sacred gear.
Yes. After all, you will fight against him once more, and you will need to know as much as possible.
Albion agreed to his words, and the trace of happiness in his voice couldn't be hidden. Then talk. They had a time before they arrived at the capital where he would talk with his superiors. Although it was Azazel who gave him the mission, he knew that the Fallen was in the underworld. After all, before he left, he told him where he would be at.
Fine. Listen well.
The wings of his back blinked furiously.
What makes us dragons different from other species is the source of our power. In other words, our aura. Although all species have auras, the ones of the dragons are much more special.
That caught Volley's attention.
Different species call their auras as magic power, chakra, demonic power, etc. All are basically the same, the source of the power for the species. Even if they have different names, they are the same root.
Volley kept walking, seeing the pure white building in the distance. He slowed his pace. Even if his wounds hurt, he has been through worse.
Since it's too complicated to name it as they are generally named as magic reserves. That was easier to understand for many. Was also easy to measure when a comparison with another species was needed.
Volley nodded.
Of course, except for dragons. He was damn proud of those words. Depending on the species when compared to others, the increase in the magic reserves will vary. Humans are the lowest, while dragons are the highest. What I mean is that if you put a human, a demon, a dragon, and an angel of the same exact class and tier, their magical reserves will be different from one another.
Those words made Volley interested. He more or less knew about that.
The humans are the lowest and their bodies can handle much of the aura, while the rest of the species around the world are different.
He paid attention to those words.
Dragons are beings born of pure energy. Their bodies take physical form because of the essence of the energy, and thanks to that, they have the highest amount of purity of aura in comparison to other species.
Volley was silent with that. He kept thinking about his fight with that man. For him, Albion was saying something he had never heard about before. Just your average rumors, but he had some questions. However, he decided to wait for his partner to end his explanation.
There are rare exceptions among races, and vast majority of them are humans, the so-called heroes. They, by some way or another, manage to hold inside their bodies more aura, therefore become stronger.
Volley widened his eyes at this. I see. So that's why they were so different as compared to other humans. He muttered under his breath. No wonder Keo, Gegorg, and the rest have caused me so much trouble. Volley solved another mystery that was chasing after him some time ago. This time he felt he understood why those heroes were so annoying to deal with.
Correct.
Albion also agreed with his comment. Such humans were rare, but they existed. Even this generation had a few.
However, dragons are different.
He made himself clear.
Since our bodies are essentially energy, our compatibility with aura is the highest.
Pride flooded his words, and making Volley roll his eyes.
And thanks to that, we can gain something out of it.
Something? He was intrigued.
The way of the dragon to gain their aura is to either wait for an extremely long amount of time to pass, or to suffer through an experience that is capable of changing their physique. In other words, their personality and even their soul.
Volley stopped his musings and asked, what kind of experience?
The worst kind.
Albion's tone was deadly serious.
Until now. Only Taimat and Yulong have experienced this change. The rest of us waited for a long time.
Albion felt nostalgia. He more or less remembered those days. How about evil dragons? They are strong, and it should be impossible for them to be that strong without that aura. Volley asked back.
But we don't count evil dragons in our numbers.
Albion made this point clear as Volley nodded his head and once again urging another explanation.
They became corrupted and fell into horrible and bad emotions. Those same emotions changed them horribly. The difference between the evil dragons and those that awoke their aura in the worst way is that awoke it have their emotions and feelings controlled, and exactly of it because it caused the change in their aura.
I see. Volley widened his eyes at the realization of something. He noticed how important this was for the dragon as a species.
Until now, only the Dragon Kings, including Tannin, Dragoneye, and both Orphis and Great Red have awoken their aura. That hatchling is the 11th.
So he is basically a miracle? Volley asked, finding his words ironic.
You can say it like that.
Albion's words made Volley silent. But then, what does the aura give? He asked the most important question, but the answer he got left him baffled.
Who knows?
Albion said to him. He could answer the dragon and shrugged his shoulders. What do you mean? Volley had an eyebrow twitching. He did not expect that.
Each dragon's aura is unique. Some are extremely weird, while others are plain simple. But that hatchling's aura is definitely one of the weirdest.
Albion remembered the darkness.
His aura has many things. Those flames are those spheres of darkness that basically vaporize anything. It also healed him, but most importantly, it changed to fit his needs during the battle. That is something that makes no sense, Albion was thinking in a loud voice. Then compared to others, how good is it? Compared to others?
The dragon sounded confused.
Seeing all those changes and the fact that he recently just awoke it, but was already strong enough to force you to almost use the Imperio Juggernaut overdrive, my guess, although I don't like to say it, is...
Volley was discreetly sweating if the guess was right then.
If he masters it completely then, it could match Drake's and my own.
The tone he used was filled with certainty. Volley inhaled a cold breath of air. In other words, he could be...
Yes, he could be another heavenly dragon.
He had interrupted them. Another heavenly dragon? He was shocked. Not a single word escaped his mouth and focused on his thoughts. After some time, they reached the entrance of the capital castle, but neither Volley nor Albion spoke after their conversation ended. Both of them were deeply immersed in their own thoughts. Unknowingly, Volley walked up past the huge oak door and manically walked up the stairs. At the entrance of the office, where the leaders told him they would be, Volley regained his cool. Those words really stunned him for some time. Leaving those thoughts aside, he took a deep breath in and out. After feeling like before, he walked inside. A big round wooden table was at the center of the room, and aside from the four mouths, others were present, Azazel and the two seraphs, Michael and Gabriel. They were speaking about something he couldn't quite hear. After he walked in, all looked directly at him, noticing his wounds. Volley, what happened? Azazel asked, while standing up from his chair. He ran close to him and started to use his magic to heal him. Let's say the party was interrupted. Feeling grateful for the help, he told the rest of them. Nevertheless, before anyone could ask, he said, after the current Leviathan left, everything went normally. After half an hour, I was asked by the Sun Goddess to accompany her to retrieve the treasure. Unknowingly, a man stood in front of the door to the treasury, he explained. As his wounds were healed, they weren't that bad. Later, the goddess will give you the details, but basically... He explained that he was there to retrieve the treasure and give it back to the one that was rightfully belonged to. After some talk, we fought, but he was strong. When I was almost forced to use my Imperio Juggernaut overdrive, the God of Storms intervened and decided to stop the fight. Everyone was surprised. Someone forced him into almost using his trump cards? They were aware of his current strength, and aside from Ajuka and Serzex, the rest of them knew they would probably lose if they fought against him. Seeing this, the man used all of his strength for an attack. A single swing from his blade, Volley gulped at the memory. He covered it in black flames that appeared to be impossible to be extinguished in attack. fact that Slash managed to injure the God of Storms to the point that his shoulder was hurt pretty badly and would reach his collarbone. Oh right, he also split in half the entire Imperial Palace, he said nonchalantly. Those words managed to scare quite a few. The man managed to harm a God of Storms, in battle at that. He was a real threat. After that, a woman appeared. And they told us the treasure belonged to her family. Volley moved his sore body as he finished his words, feeling a bit sore. Who was that woman? The current Leviathan asked. Her? He smirked. She's really special woman, even in my terms. Volley looked. Still had trouble believing that someone like her was alive and allied with a future dragon emperor. Just the thought made him want to fight against him again. She is a pure yokai, a Kyubi no Yoko. In other words, the descendant of Tamio no Mei. He crossed his arms. The God of Storms called her the strongest yokai in the world. The light in his eyes betrayed the calm in his voice. All the present were amazed and speechless. The strongest yokai. Just what those words entailed. That was not a simple compliment. What happened after that? How was the man like? Azazel asked, this time with light in his eyes. He looked just like a child. They escaped. He waved his hand. The woman had Yakuza no Magatama and used it to break the space itself and run. He told them, managing to get another round of shocked everyone. About the man. Although I couldn't see his face properly, I did notice a few things about him. Everyone looked at him, their eyes begged to continue his words. He is a dragon, a really strong one at it. He narrowed his eyes at his words. He has dark brown hair, closer to black, and his black eyes with red tinge that were sharper than a knife. I couldn't notice his face since it was covered by a weird black stain, and the other side was covered by his hair. But by his physical characteristics, he looked to be not older than me. Also, he's extremely cold and ruthless. His voice concealed a shiver. He told them everything of what he saw in that man, not older than him, but the rest didn't expect those words. A young man no older than 20, capable of wounding him and wounding a god. It sounded like a joke. It shouldn't be possible, but I need to leave. His words cut their thoughts. I have to train and I have to see my team. The games will soon begin and I have to register of all those things. Volley turned his back and walked away, quickly opening the door. Seeing him close the door and rest started to talk. That man seems dangerous, Ajuka told the rest, but Azazel intervened. Yes, but I believe the Shinto faction will want to solve this on their own. So until something happens directly to us, it's not our problem. They nodded at his words. He's right. We need to focus on the game, and more importantly, on Issei. We still don't know where he is, the words of Sir Zex made the really ugly faces. The message they heard from Issei, it was really difficult to digest. They all felt so awful. True, we need to focus on that. Right now, Issei and the game are our utmost priorities, Azazel said to them, breaking the moody air. After those words, they decided to talk about the game and Issei for a while more, until they all started to leave. They had work to do. Scene change, Hyodo Mansion, Training Field 2. At the same moment, morning reached Japan, or more specifically, the Hyodo Mansion. A couple of male figures could be seen sprawled onto the ground, sweating and breathing heavily. These men were the current boyfriends of the Grim Reaperage. How could you be that strong? Reggie asked, the devil standing in front of them. He was blonde hair, gentle-looking man. We already know it's Kiba. Stop describing the characteristics 50 times. How? He asked back. After a lot of training and almost being killed, you gain strength, he explained to them with narrowed eyes. Thanks of the news of the disappearance of Issei, the girls took it terribly. Although they tried to be strong, they just couldn't focus on their tasks. Some even kept crying after they heard the news. Azia, Irina, and surprisingly Akano were the ones that kept crying, and even after his constant reminder that he was alive, they didn't look any better. Rias was the same. She would stare blankly at space, and then tears will start to fall down from their eyes. Zenobi and Konako became overly explosive. They trained in separate area of the field, but to increase in aura could be felt by everyone inside. Once they finished their training, they would come back filled with dirt and blood. Ravel was the same as Rias, but she would cry when alone. She was also feeling horrible. The boys tried their best to help since last night, but they got ignored. And since their training started, Kiba proposed to tell them that while the girls get better, he would be the one training them. He fulfilled his promise, and early in the morning he went to get them. After coming to the training field 1, he proposed a little spar, all against him. The result was obvious. It wasn't even a warm-up. Guys, Kiba held back a sigh. You need to improve in a lot of things. You just forced me to use a decent sword for my sword birth, much less my balance breaker. The guys heard this and sighed heavily. Those words were the hard truth. He was just toying with them, they clearly noticed. How strong are you actually? Soji asked. With hidden anxiety, Kiba's swordsmanship was peerless. Not a single scratch could be seen on him. Even when they worked together, they couldn't make him sweat. I can confidently say that I can fight a top-tier ultimate class and win. After all, I have 2 sacred gears plus some other things. He roughly calculated his strength. With both of his gears, plus all those demonic swords, he could fight a top-tier ultimate class and wins hand downs. Those words made them widen their eyes in shock. An ultimate class? Just what kind of existence was that? That's not something they could fight against, not even dream to oppose it. According to them, they were at much mid-tier, mid-class, and that was their best. No wonder you could defeat us so easily. Soji was satisfied with his answer, but Hamya answered back. And when compared to Hyodo-senpai? Kiba opened his eyes at the unexpected question, but he quickly smiled at the memory of his friend. Not even with all of my strength could I defeat him. He knew that his friend was stronger than him, so he wasn't angry in saying those words. Is he that much of a monster? The 5 thought, as he pictured the image of a certain brown-haired youth with his black... with his back turned to them. My bad. Ha! Any advices you can give us, Yuto-kun? Ryuto asked him, while trying to stand up. He nodded his head. Of course. Why would I have fought you if I didn't have any advices? Kiba turned the enormous silver-hooking sword into a hand and disappeared. First, you all need to improve with your sacred gears. They all had battle-oriented sacred gears, and according to the book about sacred gears they read last night, they were quite decent. Hajime. He looked at the little boy. Your sacred gear specializes in the increase of your magic reserves. Train and practice with it. The more you use it, the more increase in your reserves will be, he said to the little boy. You all do the names of your sacred gears, right? Kiba wanted to know at least that. It was the most basic thing after all. Yes, yesterday in the library of the house, they spent all of their time searching for sacred gears. Fortunately, they found them. Then, as a test, explain your sacred gear to me and its abilities. I'll start. Hajime decided to go first. Mine is the name Tome of Magic. It summons a book that's capable of increasing the reserves of the user that rival of a high-class devil. The balance breaker of the book is record a certain number of spells to activate them immediately without using my magical reserves, he explained. Good, at least you know the basics. Kiba was satisfied. I'll be next. Ken for the first time talked. No one objected on him going next. My sacred gear is a demonic spear, green dragon crescent blade, based on the one General Guan Yu had in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, a replica, of course, when he said that a black bow with a Seden's blade at the top would appear on his hand. The blade was bright and green and had a dragon engraved on it. While nodding his head, Kiba ordered, continue. It has the ability to constantly heal me as well as increasing the speed of my attacks by a big margin. The balance breaker is said to summon the original horse of the general to give the replica of his armor, hereby increasing every ability I have. His sacred gear was different from the rest, and that proved to be more useful. He liked that about his sacred gear. Okay, sounds interesting. Kiba was a little interested in the spear. He then pointed at Soji, satisfying his turn. He stood up and said, mine is more of a support-oriented sacred gear. Its name, False Gift, an ability which lets me create a complete clone of myself that has the same abilities. The balance breaker lets me continue an uncountable amount of clones, all having their own mind. The balance breaker can be quite annoying. Kiba was curious about the balance breaker. Then his eyes rested on the next figure. Knowing what that meant, Ryo stood up. Mine is called Mantle of Chaos. It creates the mantle of red energy that surrounds my body. It can disturb my magic thrown at me, dissipating it. The balance breaker can absorb the magic thrown at me. With the energy, increase my physical abilities temporarily. He was proud of the ability of his sacred gear. Good enough. Kiba then turned his eyes to the last one present. Mine is called Perfect Warrior, a rare sacred gear that's capable of creating any piece of armor. I wish increasing my magical and physical resistance as well as my physical capabilities on the part of my body that's covered by my armor. It seemed his sacred gear was a bit stronger than the rest. The balance breaker is capable of creating a full body armor alongside a weapon that has the former abilities but on much a higher scale. His sacred gear was the strongest of all of them, but compared to Kiba's, it was a low tier below. Good, you all know know about your sacred gears. The next part is to train with them and awaken their balance breaker. With that done, you can become much stronger, Kiba explained to them while surrounding Sirius, a small smile on his face. The rest nodded. They had a lot of things to do. After that, they decided to start training again. However, a magic circle appeared at the center of the field. Seeing the serpentine crest and the blue crest color, Kiba paled. That's not good. After the light filled the room, a dozen of people could be seen. Yo, Kiba, how's everything going? An average-looking man walked near him and greeted. The 5 men took a step back, afraid of the presence he had. Saji-kun, Kiba smiled sincerely. It's been a while. Things have been not that good, Kiba said to him with a tired face. Seeing this, Saji wanted to ask more about it, but another figure appeared, a woman with piercing, cold, and calculated vying eyes, having short black hair and glasses on her face. She had an emotionless look written on her face due to her short height. It reduced the desire effect. Kiba-san, greeting, she bowed her head so slightly. What do you mean by that? The woman asked with piercing eyes. Sona-sama. He held back again. It should be better for my master to explain things to you. Please, only bring the necessary people. She isn't well. Kiba bowed deeply to her and asked. The woman was surprised, but seeing the face of the young man, she had knew that something bad happened. Very well, she agreed. She turned around and looked at her 2 of her subordinates, the blonde-haired from before, and the beautiful woman with long black hair and a big butt. She also had glasses, but hers were deep blue in color, different from the pink ones that Sona had. Tsubaki, Saji, come with me. We'll visit Rias. She ordered. The 2 mentioned only nodded their heads. Yes, Sona-sama, they answered with the almost military tone. The rest, please stay here. Help Kiba come with whatever he needs. The rest of her Parage nodded their heads and stayed practically doing nothing. Yuta-kun, please ask me for them to do anything in your training, she called back to him, and started to walk to the exit, followed her queen and pawn. Reaching the elevator door, Saji asked her, Sona-sama, what do you think happened? Saji was intrigued. He saw how Kiba was down, but he seemed to hold it back. I do not know, but the look in his eyes, I can say that's nothing good. She started to think quickly, trying to find an answer to her question. Not a single idea came to her mind. Opening the door of the elevator, she pushed the button labeled as 3. The journey ended up really fast. Soon the door opened in a huge hall. It was seen with a couple of doors at either side. Tsubaki, Saji, go and find the rest of Rias' team. I'll go look for her. She walked up the elevator. Both of the mentioned ones nodded their heads at the doors at the orders and left in opposite directions. Rias, are you there? She asked, hoping to answer her friend. Not hearing an answer, she decided to enter. I'm coming in. She turned the doorknob and walked inside. Her friend was standing near the window, looking outside. She could see how her eyes were red, and look in her eyes that appeared to be lost in thought. Rias didn't notice her presence in the room. Instead, she kept looking out the window. Rias, what happened? Why are you like this? It seemed those words woke her up from daydreaming. Sona, why are you here? Rias asked back. Her voice sounded raspy, as if she was sobbing not too long ago. I had some free time to talk with you, but it seems that something happened. Sona fixed the position of her glasses and approached Rias. Sit. We need to talk. Those words sounded more like an order than a proposal. Rias nodded her head and sat down at her side, her head hanging low. Ready to talk? She was worried over her friend. She nodded her head. Rias looked into her eyes. It's about Issei. Those words made Sona widen her eyes. What exactly happened? She thought she saw those eyes once before, when Issei was presumed dead. That moment was definitely the worst of the Gremory's group, but she dismissed the thought. Instead, the idea that they had some problems in their relationship, and due to that Rias was extremely affected, filled in her head. Please explain, Rias, I can help. Her words soft and calm. Okay, Rias' voice was low. She began her explanation, her head low, refusing to make eye contact. I was scared. Sona decided not to interrupt her. She knew this was important. My relationship with Issei, when the beast was sealed after, was extremely slow. I was afraid I wasn't doing a good job as his girlfriend. Those words, Sona knew something happened, and cause was not Issei. Rather, it was her. I didn't know what to do. Every conversation we had was empty and direct, just straight to the point. For a couple, that's not something good. Tears fell from her eyes. There were times in which I didn't know how to answer. I didn't know what to do. Didn't know what to talk about. She was grieving. I wanted to go on a date with him, but things were so complicated. Even if we couldn't talk, then what about a date? It wouldn't have gone horrible. It would have gone horrible, possibly starting a big problem rather than fixing it, Rias ended up screaming. I have never been with a man. The only ones I have ever talked to were my father, my brother, and his Paraj and Syro org. I didn't know how to become closer to him. I just didn't know what to do. Rias was always been solely with women. Getting closer to a man was extremely difficult, and starting a normal conversation or something along those lines was basically impossible for her. She was always with her friends, and not once was she interested in the other sex, not until Issei appeared. He changed her world. This time she wanted to know more, to experience more to make him happy. Yet, because of her inability of talking naturally with the opposite sex, she wasn't making any advances in the relationship. Sure, she could seduce him like she always did, but the relationship isn't just that. So, the only thing she could do was try and experience more. I thought that if things kept going like this, we would have to break up. Tears came from her eyes, and even worse, before, Sona just placed her hand on her shoulder trying to comfort her. I was so scared, I just stopped talking to him. The fear, the impotence of being unable to solve this ate for me the inside out. So I just left him. I ignored him, and She couldn't finish her words as she shook her head. After some time, I calmed my thoughts and down and began searching for an answer to this problem. I wanted an answer. Anything could work, she explained. Then I got an idea. What if I get closer to other men? That way I could solve the problems once and for all. Sona widened her eyes. Please tell me you did not. She wholeheartedly wanted her guess to be wrong. She truly did. I focused more on school and tried to get closer to the men in my faculty. Soon, I started to understand what men liked to talk about, what they wanted to do, what they liked on a woman. My plan was working. That horrible emotion I felt started to fade more, and I noticed how I was improving. Rias was gripping her hand so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Then I thought, what if I get into a relationship with someone to gain experience that I desperately needed? That way I would know what to do in those kind of situations. That way I could succeed in trying to be closer with Issei. Her words sounded bad. Suna knew that was a great mistake. So I did. I got closer to senpai of mine. She confessed. Soon enough, Akano noticed and asked why. I answered and explained to her how I felt, and told her the same words I just said to you. She also thought it was a good idea. She also felt that would work, as the many similarly afraid of what I told her. Akano believed that the same would happen to her, since almost all of the time she spent with Issei, she felt something familiar. So we aimed for the same guy, and closer we got to him, the more we liked him. He reminded us about our childhood days in which we could talk about the perfect man for us. He fit that description perfectly, Rias tried to explain. On the other hand, Sona was paralyzed. Her guess was actually right. She hated that she was right on that. After spending more time together, we went on a date. It was perfect, everything I wanted with Issei, but her eyes were teary again. The rest noticed this and asked us why, she confessed. Similar to Akano, they thought it wasn't a bad idea, so they tried it out with men they thought as interesting, and like us, they started to like it. Talking about nothing particularly important, feeling like normal girls not related to the supernatural, being treated in a nice but not lustful way. Sona was surprised because she didn't think the rest did it as well. Every day was perfect, but we started to forget about Issei. Her tone was filled with guilt. Day after day, we didn't talk to him nor see him. Every time he tried to talk to us, we would cut him out. We would scream at him. We would completely ignore him. All of us were rude and aggressive towards him, she continued, trying her best to hold her tears back. He tried and tried, but we ignored him and forgot about the things he did for us. We were too blinded by the feelings we had for the new guys. It was nice to be treated as a lady and not being looked at it like a piece of meat. It was nice to have something to talk about that was not related to our lives in the supernatural. She couldn't hide the guilt, the pleasure she felt. The safety we felt during a normal conversation was so good. There was a thing that we thought as bad. Rias turned her head and stared at the ceiling. Her eyes puffed and red. But all those moments we spent with them made us compare them with him. We insulted him behind his back. We scorned him about his faults and treated him like trash behind his back. We made ourselves think that he was not good. Man, we thought he was. She screamed with her hoarse throat as she covered her face with her hand, ashamed of what she said. After some problems occurred in our relationships, we remembered all of the things that he did for us. Everyone felt so confused. The feelings we have still firmly rooted in our hearts, but we confused our goal, and after we remembered it, Issei was gone. Those were her last words. She explained everything from the beginning till end. Sona was astonished. The reason she told her was absolutely stupid. Even for her, that that has never been in a relationship, she knew her reasons were the epitome of selfishness and stupidity. It's not normal. It's normal to be afraid. But in these types of situations, you go and talk with the ones involved and try to figure out things. If that doesn't work, then go talk with your parents, brothers, sisters, friends, and try to solve it. But she just ignored all of that and decided to try an incredibly stupid idea, and that idea got its repercussions. She literally cheated on Issei in the worst possible way. The rest did the same. They abandoned him and left Issei on his own. They, without a question, changed him for someone that they thought was better. But exactly how many men would lay all their lives down, but multiple times for theirs, without a second thought? Sona knew that those men were basically non-existent. Issei, Hyodo, and Sanji were rare expectations. You could say they are miracles in the world, as ironic as that sounds. The girls were suffering because of their choices, and when they noticed that not everything was good as they thought, they started to remember him. Sona stopped her thoughts. A question appeared in her head. What do you mean he's gone? She thought. She heard wrongly. Yes, because of us, Issei is gone. No one can find him. Ria's tears became even more present. He's gone? Sona was shocked. Never would she have thought that Issei Hyodo would just bail. Just how much he suffered for him to choose that amongst all possible options. Sona, like a friend, approached her, and although she knew that she was in the wrong, she told her, Rias, you feel guilty, but breaking down like this won't help. Her voice was soothing. If you want to do something that helps, then start to prepare an apology for when you see him again. That was the very basic thing. I know he will appear again, and at the time, rather than seeing how broken you are, show him how regretful you are. Explain your situation and solve the problem with both the guy you chose and him. At that moment, you need to choose whether him or the other guy. You need to be clear about it, and maybe he'll forgive you. You know how good of a person he is, Sona gifted her smile. Hearing those words made Rias have hope again. Her tears stopped, and soon light came to her eyes. Yes! I need to explain. If I'm able to explain to him what happened, he would understand. Her thoughts kept spinning. At that moment, I can fix my relationship with him. And although I like Reggie, he won't be my husband. That's only Issei. I'll explain to that to both of them and fix things up while Issei will still being on good terms with Reggie. Her thoughts kept flying. Her best case scenario was for Issei to understand and wait for things between Reggie and her to fall. Then, with that experience, she will be an even better woman for him. Yes, that's perfect. If anyone heard her thoughts, they would think, is that woman fucking crazy? But since no one could, she believed that it was the correct thing to do. Excellent. Let's tell the rest. The way things will be better. Sona saw the light in her eyes and replied, maybe this time I actually helped. She was glad for the first time she helped their best friend in a serious situation. They walked out of the room and saw Saji and Tsubaki standing near the door. It seemed they did not find anyone. Sona-sama, we couldn't find anyone. He felt ashamed, but Saji still reported. Do not worry, things will be fixed. Later on, I'll explain everything. After her words, they reached to search for everyone, and after half an hour, they found all the females and gathered them back at Issei's room. The women were pretty in bad shape. Another half an hour passed, and finally the woman looked better. At least now they had a goal on their minds, to apologize to him. They went back to their normal selves, and just like Rias, they hoped that Issei would understand and wait for the relationship to end before coming back to him. Bro, I am so pissed off, bro. I hope he fucking kills them. Oh my god, I'm sorry for the intrusion. Oh god. The way all of them will feel better in their relationships with him will go a step ahead. Oh my god. But they didn't know that something like that was no longer possible. Not knowing the next time they met Issei, he would be entirely a different person. Rias, what about the rest? Akano asked, implying the rest of the women that loved Issei. Ross Visa will be back soon. After all, we need her to train for the games. Sona is extremely busy with school, so she won't participate. At the mention of the Valkyrie, they nodded. Kuroka is in Kyoto, and they will surely participate in the team of volley. I don't know about LaFay, but she could also participate as volley's team, she explained, while placing it on her chin. Do you think we'll only meet them at the beginning of the tournament? Akano asked back. I don't know, but I think it'll be sooner, she replied. They will never meet sooner rather than later. Gasper is still at the hospital, but he's informed about everything, not damaging it. Seems it appears soon enough Valerie will be able to leave that place and he will come back. The rest of her team was either doing an important mission or helping someone they cared about. She knew they would come back soon. Almost all the things they had to do were already done. What about Orpha-sama and Lilith-sama? Ravel asked, not knowing about the pair of them were doing. According to the brother, they told him that the rest they had things to do in the gap since the battle was so destructive and that it affected the place. Ravel understood and nodded at those words of Rias. So, for now, we need to focus on training. We have to show a great result in the tournament. Yes, all of the ones present said, except for Ravel when replying in a loud voice. Ravel didn't know if she was going to participate in the game. She wasn't interested in them. Getting out of Issei's room, they reached the elevator and went inside it. They pushed the button and labeled with a -2. After a couple of seconds, they reached the training field. Kiba saw how the girls had their spirit back, but something in their eyes made him uncomfortable, as if they planned something that was extremely bad idea. We're back, sorry about the last day, it just affected us too much that Issei is missing. The men nodded at Rias' words. The sea tree Paraj turned to look at their king. Seeing in her eyes, I'll explain everything later, they let the matter slide. From this moment on, we will train to improve to extreme. Guys, you will be trained by some of us depending on your style, but not for too long. The rest of your time, you can go to the library or train on your own and discover new things about your sacred gears. Hearing those words, they understood, and Paraj also needed to prepare themselves for the games. Rias, Reggie stood up and said, since Hyoto is missing, we thought that maybe we could help you during the games. They knew Issei's worth of 8 pieces, and they were only 5. So maybe that way they could help a little for all the things they had helped them at. Rias and the rest were surprised, but his words were correct. Without Issei, a big hole was left on the team, and although they couldn't fill it, they could help them in that aspect. I'll think about it. If you show great progress during the training and become stronger, then I'll let you participate. Those words were like music to their ears. They all had smiles on their faces and nodded their heads joyfully. Thank you, they said in unison. Rias, I need to leave. The school won't administer it for itself after all. Well, everyone, let's start training. Her voice was like in the past, filled with dignity and strength, something we were all quite fond of. Issei, I swear over my name as a Gremory that I'll apologize for all the wrongs I did and in some way compensate everything to you. She was resolute in her own vow. She wanted to quickly find Issei and fix everything that she and the rest had done wrong. Unfortunately, the stupid bitch doesn't know that she already messed up too much. Our boy. Scene change. Nasuno outside the shrine. A few days later. On an open grass field, the two could be seen. A man and woman were fighting, training their abilities, further improving behind them. A Japanese shrine could be seen. It was all the way up the mountain, reaching the almost blue skies. That place was former home of Fuki, the shrine where her family had lived at. To her, this was an extremely important place. And now she was with the man she held affection for in the same place. She couldn't be happier. During the past couple of days, Issei perfectly healed and soon started to train. He needed to increase his stamina and resistance since he experienced how bad he actually was after his revival, so he decided to practice with many different training methods. From the simple physical exercise with a lot of weight, that thanks to resistance magic, he asked Fuki to cast to increase the gravity of his surroundings, reducing his mobility and movements like he was moving through water, among the others borrowed from animes he had watched a couple months ago. And thanks to these methods, he improved by leaps and bounds, getting his back, former everything, even his body gained more muscle, something he was grateful for. He believed that he now had a pretty decent, muscular, not bad at all. And after seeing him train daily, Fuki asked if she could be his sparring partner. Issei agreed to her request almost instantly. She wanted to improve her fighting skills, and since both of them were going to participate in the world-class rating game, she thought it was a good idea. And ever since a couple of days ago, both started to fight against each other seriously, and each day, Issei was more surprised than before. She was a monster. During close range, she would use Toki and reinforce it with Senjutsu. Since her close combat wasn't that good, she would compensate it with both of them. For distractions and feints, her Yojutsu made him even doubt about the real one from the clone she created, and a big surprise for him was how she used Omidomi arts. It appeared to be that inside of the shining talisman were piled inside the boxes, so she took quite a number of them. Frozen heaven. While throwing a talisman, she screamed. Issei, seeing this, dodged it without breaking a sweat, but oddly enough, he jumped a big distance upwards. When the talisman hit the ground, a pillar of ice shrugged from it, and everything in a 15-meter diameter was frozen solid, turned into a gigantic ice block, and that was the only one talisman capable of quite frightening. Hellblaze. While using his flames, Issei covered his entire right arm. It turned to an oversized claw of some kind of beast. Then he swung his arm alongside it and covered a huge black flames that seemed to cover the skies. Fuki covered herself with a huge amount of toki. At the same time, in both of her hands, Senjutsu hexagons spun at highest speeds, and even the toki surrounds her became bigger and brighter. Boom! An explosion was heard and the cloud of smoke was formed, covering the sky. Issei did not let his guard down. Using his darkness, he covered his left arm and right thigh on instinct, and soon it proved to be right call. The cloud dissipated and slightly injured Fuki could be seen. A talisman was on her hand, but this one was glowing brightly and had many senjutsus, hexagons behind it. That's not good. He knew that if he took a hit from that talisman, he would get unscathed. Burning heavens. The talisman was thrown and a huge fire erupted from it, covering Issei's view. It seemed she reinforced the enhanced the talisman to limit it with senjutsu, creating an attack that anything lower than a high-tier ultimate class would be burned into a crisp just by touching it. Widening his eyes, he thought he lifted his left hand to his side and then murmured, "Purgatory Flame Bird." A sphere of darkness with a red nucleus appeared below his hand. It deformed and took a shape of a really odd-looking bird. While his tilting its little head upwards, it just flapped its wings. Swoosh! The bird died into the sea of pure red flames, reaching Mach 2 in the process. The moment the bird touched the sea of fire, the sea dissolved instantly, posting no difficulty to it at all. Flapping its wings again, it broke the sound barrier for the third time. Fuki saw the bird and immediately prepared her strongest defensive spell. She grasped her left wrist and her right hand as 5 different colored flames appeared on the tip of her fingers. Behind her, a huge magic circle was in the shape of a hexagon was present, glowing blue, and 5 different talismans surrounded the hand, eventually being consumed by a flame. In each of her fingers, a pentagram was slowly formed at the front of her left palm. It began expanding, covering everything in her sight. Camp Turtle Shell Field. Evil suppression, she yelled as she fueled her spell to the max. She knew that how strong Issei's attack was, and she was very scared of it. The bird struck the pentagram in front of her. Boom! And soon it formed a small miniature-looking sign at the zone of impact. Issei, seeing everything from above, his purgatory flame bird was very powerful as always. He floated back to the ground, smirking. That was a direct hit. She wouldn't come of that unscathed from that one. Good, he talked to himself while seeing the small sun disappear from his sight, after which a weak-looking pentagram was the first thing he saw. It gave the impression of breaking with the slightest of touches. Cracks adorned its entire surface, and 3 of its corners were burnt off completely. Fuki was behind it, wounded, but not heavily so. Nevertheless, even after all of her efforts, plus coating herself with toki, the hit from that annoying bird still managed to hurt her badly. Her dress was burnt, and there, her left arm, and even more so, her palm, was scorched quite seriously at some spots, were charred black. Her right hand, which covered much of her wrist, had small black embers burning furiously on top of it. The rest of her body had first-degree burns. Her senjutsu was healing, albeit slowly, and thanks to her toki and senjutsu, she did not suffer much more from the attacks. Seeing her figure, Issei was amazed. Incredible. Shock was the understatement of what he felt right now. She managed to survive his most destructive attack with only those wounds? Really? What an incredible woman, he mumbled under his breath. Not noticing how she blushed, a satisfied smile appeared on her face. But of course, she even felt prideful at the comment. But the match hasn't finished. She healed her wounds, and after much effort, eliminated the black flames coming her right wrist. Then she made her move. A talisman different from the others appeared. She threw it on the top of her head and chanted, "Thunder of the blue skies, descend!" Her words sounded like a rumbling of thunder, black lightning. The talisman exploded in the blinding on its place. A huge lightning bolt appeared. She moved her hand and pointed it at Issei. The lightning bolt was as something was a mind of its own. Flew towards Issei. I should have had a trump card like that. Issei was watching the lightning bolt reach in a fraction of a second, not capable of dodging it. Boom! The ground gave in as a bolt struck him. Then a huge explosion followed up. The sizzling of lightning could be heard, and a few electric currents were accompanying it. Fuki was calm. She wanted to see how he ended up after that attack. The crater was ridiculously big and steep. She knew that he would have taken some serious damage with that hit, that being her best single target lightning spell. Walking without dropping her guard, she reached the edge of the crater. Pillars of smoke were seen here and there, but the tallest was the one at the center. A big column of smoke flew all the way to the sky, reaching the white clouds. She waited at the edge of the crater, and soon smoke dissipated. Issei was standing there. His darkness surrounded him as if hugging him. His wounds were bad. Droplets of blood fell onto the ground from both his arms, which were used as a last resort shield. Both of them charred black, and some parts were white, exposing the bone. He received the full end of the hit with his arms. He stood there, unmoving, his eyes closed. Luckily for him, the blow didn't reach his face, so he only burnt on some spots and wasn't serious at all. When Fuki saw him like that, her face lost its color. She used all of her strength in that spell, being her best one in the destructive field. It did a great damage, but she never expected for it to be able to hurt Issei that badly. Issei, she screamed, guilt filtering in her voice. At the same time, the darkness surrounding him started to move. Like a cocoon enveloped him. At the moment, her heart was on her throat. After less than a minute, the cocoon disappeared as if it was never there. Instead, a perfectly healed Issei was on its place. His eyes were wide open. Disbelief filled him. What exactly happened? He was surprised. The moment that blow struck, he felt his consciousness leave him. He felt his darkness as a lack of effort to withstand it. But he still got wounded by it, ended up pretty badly. Is that another ability from my aura? The cocoon that appeared on him completely healed his wounds at a pace even faster than his darkness. If he used his normal darkness to heal those wounds, he would have spent a couple of hours on them since they were pretty bad. Yet that cocoon healed him in less than a minute. With that, I could survive even if I'm half dead. A life-saving trump card that could possibly restore him to perfect health. After moving for a little bit, he felt how his body was heavy and exhausted. It works the same as my normal darkness, he concluded. A pitch-black blur flew towards him, hitting him and then falling to the ground. It turned out to be Fuki, who was holding on him with all of her strength. Some tears fell from her eyes. Issei, I'm sorry. I never thought it would be so powerful, she continued, hugging him. Seeing her like this, Issei smiled. It seemed she really cared for him. After these couple of days together, they got closer to each other, and Issei was liking her more and more. He felt extremely grateful to her. She proved to be a caring, outstanding woman. He really liked those qualities of her. Don't worry, I'm fine. He stood up while still hugging Fuki, who held a blush on her cheeks. So warm, she was thinking, while feeling his body heat. Seeing her like that, Issei grabbed her and yanked off him some experience in his movements, proving it wasn't the first time. Thank you. You helped me improve once again. Seeing the light in eyes, Fuki felt relief and nodded her head, but her thoughts were completely different. Why didn't you let me hug you more? She felt betrayed at the movements of Issei. Every time she tried to get closer, he would brush it off. But now it appeared that he let her rest on him for a while longer, even if it was seconds longer. Slowly, I'll win your heart. She smiled at him, yet that smile made him sweat. It gave him an impression of an animal playing with its prey. He quickly dropped the thought of his head and said, We have been here for some time now, so now it's time to leave and explore, he told her, getting a brilliant gleam on her eyes as a response. The light was enough for him. Where are we going? She asked, excited about their destination. Romania, the land of vampires. Quite the place. Cold, but really beautiful. He made his decision some time ago. Since he didn't tour around it properly, he wanted to properly visit the territory of the vampires. He felt intrigued about their story. He felt he needed to go as if something important was hidden there. A really weird feeling, but he wanted to listen to it. I see. She clapped both of her hands in front of her chest, highlighting her breast. Issei turned
his whole body around so that he could hide his small blush. He didn't want to give her the pleasure. It's early in the morning. After a couple of hours, the rest we will depart. He soon told her. Fuki just nodded and was thinking how the place actually looked. While walking, Issei remembered that black cocoon and decided to name it, going with simplicity, Dark Cocoon. That should be its name. A life-saving card. He then moved away from the crater and reached the stairs to the shrine, Fuki right by his side. The shrine they currently lived at was unbelievably beautiful for a human construct, laying at the top of a mountain, having a couple of trees in its vicinity going quite the view. The building itself was firmly rooted at the center of the mountain. Small cobblestone steps were located in the ground, creating a small path up. The surroundings were just green grass and a couple of flowers on it. The building was big and had an inclined roof. The walls were painted in white and the entire area was slightly elevated off the ground. All in all, it looked like the perfect classic Japanese house. This place was the home of the Kyuubi no Yoko, for generations those being Fuki's mother and grandmother. Now she was the owner of the place. I like how relaxing the atmosphere of this place is, Fuki told Issei as they stepped onto the cobblestone path. His response was just a nod in his head. Yeah, quite relaxing, he agreed. Issei loved the view he got from the height, and also loved how the place actually was. Not extravagant, but not simple. The perfect mixture in his eyes and a suitable home. We will need to prepare for the trip. I won't use my Hellgate, since I don't want to appear in the main castles. Let's use Yaganaki no Magatama. Issei wanted to tour the country and to see it as it really was, not going to a special location. Fine by me, the words of Fuki sounded flirty. This made Issei roll his eyes. The woman liked to play with him a lot. Then let's take a break, and we will leave. While nodding at his words, Fuki opened the door to the building. She went first and Issei followed. They planned to eat something or talk for a necessary amount of time. Like that, they ate, talked about different things, mainly about their destination, Romania. After recuperating from the exhaustion, Issei asked her to use the treasure. Fuki, let's leave. He went outside, the fox following after him. Sure, her flirty voice was heard yet again. Wow, that tone makes me sweat, Issei felt, threatened every time he heard that tone. Break the boundary between the worlds, Yakuza no Magatama. Transfer. Like a melody, her words echoed at the bottom of the mountain. The bracelet on her wrist expanded, soon covering the height of a person, and it soon started to spin. Inside the circumference in the bracelet was a pitch-black world, many lights glowing inside of it. Hide your tails. Let's hope that we appear in an unpopulated location. Taking heed to his words, she hid them as she walked towards the portal, shaking her hips in a suggestive way on purpose. Issei was momentarily lost in the entrancing of the movement of her hips, but he quickly returned to himself. The moment she went through it, she disappeared from his view. That woman is being way too flirty with me. He walked through the portal like her. Scene change. Town of Kadath. Romania. Mist was all over the ground, not letting anyone distinguish what color it was. A small town was seen in the distance. It looked old and unpopulated, and surroundings were filled with tall trees that covered the sides of the road. The sky had clouds covering the vast majority of it, blocking all types of light. One could say it was daytime, since the sky looked light in color, that being dull gray similar to cement. A vortex appeared at the center of the desolated road. It then increased in size to the point that a person could go through it. A beautiful woman came through the portal. She had black dress with red accents and a whole dress reached just above her knees. Oh my god. We know who this is. Stop with this shit. She looked around at her current location, a rather gloomy place to be at. The beauty concluded, but even with the comment, she still liked the view. It was filled with the trees, bushes, plants, and flowers. This certainly will be a great opportunity. Light shone through those red eyes of hers. She was scheming about how to get closer to Issei. Since the last couple of days they got closer to the point that they could be called great friends, but she wasn't satisfied with only that. No, she needed more than just that. I'll make you mine. The comment she made and the tone she used, it could scare the bravest warrior, but beating with a beauty like her didn't sound bad at all. She turned around at the precise moment in which another person came through the vortex, which closed soon after. It was a man, probably standing over 6'2" in height. He wore a gray coat, and we know who Issei is. We need to stop describing him. "Where did you bring us, Fuki?" The tone of his voice sounded sharp yet warm. Oddly enough, the woman loved it. "Don't know." Trying to sound cute, she tilted her head as she responded. The man widened his eyes and sighed. He probably was tired. "Fuki," he named the woman, who was only smirked deviously. "I truly don't know. I set the destination to be in Romania, but the exact position was random. Thought it would be more fun that way." This woman is my doom. Issei was certain of it, although he could say that it was also much more interesting this way. "Let's go. We need to find out where exactly we are." He followed the path and walked the direction of the town, the fox closely at his side. After the short walk, they reached the main gate of the town, semi-destroyed walls at either side of it. It appeared to be that they were made out of bricks. The gate was fully open from side to side. Inside it, however, was covered with the most mist than before and gave a rather ghostly vibe. "Don't let your guard down. We don't know what we could find." Issei crossed the wide-open steel gate and reached what he believed to be the main road. "This place seems weird," the fox spoke to him. As a response, he walked closer to her side, to great satisfaction of the woman. The town seemed deserted. The buildings seemed to be over a century old and were already falling over. The vegetation of the forest covered the buildings that were closer to the edge of the town, while some tree roots went underneath the main road and lifted the stone slabs up. At the bottommost part of the road, a mansion could be seen. This one was in the worst condition than all the buildings up until now. "It seems it's a ghost town." Meanwhile, Fuki paled and reached closer to him, hugging his arm. Ghost town? Oh, what do we have here? The woman that even disrespected gods is scared of an empty town. Issei teased her. She responded with a pinch to his arm and a pout on her face. Even if it hurts, it was worth it. He was satisfied with his deed. "Don't tease me, Issei," she screamed in his ear. Sorry. You look too cute for me not to do it. Let's check this place out. Maybe we'll find something interesting." Blushing at his words, Fuki only nodded as he started to walk in the direction of the biggest mansion right at the end of the road. "Why do you think this place ended up like this?" Trying to calm her down, he asked. At the question, she regained her bearing and fell into thought. "If you want my guess, then the cause could be either vampires or lanthropods. After all, they always fought for a territory or just because of personal vendetta. Maybe this town has stood in the middle of the confrontation between them." Her guess sounded logical. Issei actually agreed to it, but he had a different thought. "Maybe this town was used by the vampires as a base. I think the church found out about the treatment to the humans here and their abuse to them. In response, they sent a group of exorcists so they could clean the whole town." His guess also sounded logical, but both of them lacked information. Like to follow along? We're like right in the middle of chapter 7. Let's go ahead and start. "Sounds good. Maybe inside that place we can find clues." Having literally nothing better to do, they decided to search for a reason of the destruction of the town. Both of them looked at their surroundings, finding many clues. "I see. Places that have been burnt. Some have odd scratches on the buildings and facade," Fuki said to him. "Oh, this side. Apart from that, I see the bullet holes as well as the long narrow cuts going through the walls and doors. In other words, we can conclude that the town was indeed destroyed because of supernatural causes," he told the woman, who only nodded her head in agreement. "Indeed so." The mystery of the town was making them feel excited. After looking at the buildings and houses from the outside, they reached their main objective, the biggest mansion in the town. "Wow, the place suffered a lot." Noticing how damaged the mansion was, Fuki said in a loud voice. "Quite destroyed," Issei agreed to her words as he looked at the badly damaged building. The house looked like an old-style Victorian mansion, big enough to be 2, maybe 3 floors in height. The facade was filled with vines and cracked walls. Even an entire window was completely destroyed on its place. A huge hole was there instead. The rest of the windows were cracked and shattered, and the walls, aside from the cracks and holes, small and big, with some large cuts going from one side to another. At the main entrance, the door appeared to be clearly burnt off, burning only a stain on the entire porch. The roof had a huge hole in it. Said hole covered a 4th part of the entire ceiling. Also, holes could be seen from the entrance floor deeper than others. Seeing the destroyed location, Fuki whistled. It soon echoed all over the town, making both of them feel slightly creeped out. "Let's check the inside," and Issei told Fuki as she continuously nodded her head, a bit frightened. Reaching the burnt porch, they just walked in. The inside of the mansion was even worse than on the outside. The once expensive and high-class room was completely demolished. The wooden floor was splintered and had holes in it, and holes even bigger than the ones seen before. Paintings were all over the floor, some turned into rags while others intact. The furniture was flipped over, and all had long cuts, as if made by a sword. What an ugly place. Without a single bit of remorse, Fuki mumbled. Her words were a little too honest. Issei, on the other hand, felt pity at the owners. He walked to what he believed to be the great room, and walked over to painting that was almost untouched. Belmont family portrait. The framework was still intact. At the bottom part of it, it was labeled as such. Fuki heard him and walked over. So what's the Belmont family and we're the owners? So we're the Belmont family, the owners? She asked, while looking over his shoulder at the painting that Issei left on the floor. That should be correct. Seeing this painting, he figured the mansion was of humans, but something about the last name sounded odd. He couldn't figure out why. Let's search upstairs. Maybe we can find a study room. Thinking at the best place that could have their information, he walked towards the creak. The stairs were creaking. As Fuki stepped on a broken wooden step, it creaked. The sound soon scared her, and it glued herself onto the back of Issei, which was a few steps ahead of her. Calm down. This place is empty. Nothing should happen. Feeling her on his back, he tried to calm her down. It seemed she wasn't good with these types of situations. She just nodded her head, and a bit happy at his worry over her. Continuing his path, he reached the second level of the mansion. A red hallway was in front of them, long cuts along the length of the walls. The doors were either open from side to side or simply broken. The paintings on the sides of the walls were scattered all over the floor, none of them intact. Yes, it seems someone was incredibly pissed off. Fuki recovered her calm and left his back. Whoever did this was definitely angry, Issei added. Walking on the hallway, they saw all the open rooms. The majority of them were normal bedrooms. Some were resting rooms that had bookcases all over their walls. But the moment they entered one, they furrowed their brows. Blood. Issei saw the dry stain on the wall. It had a tinge of red even after many years. Fuki just smelled the room, her enhanced senses doing their magic. Many smells are still inside the room, but the most prominent, even if just by a little, it's still blood. A slaughter happened inside the mansion. The reason? Unknown. Issei reached the disturbing conclusion. What happened here? The entire town seems to be exterminated because of it. Fuki asked to Issei, and Issei responded with nothing. He didn't know the reason behind this. Let's continue. We'll head up. This floor was only filled with bedrooms, each of them covered in blood, so they couldn't find anything in this place. Nodding her head, they left the room and headed upstairs. The stairs creaked on even worse than before. Luckily, she was already prepared for that. The same red hallway appeared on the second floor, but this one seemed to be destroyed. Okay, the place suffered from the most in the mansion. The fox noticed how everything seemed devastated. The wooden floor was covered by what they thought to be a purple carpet, had fissures that they reached on the floor below them. The ceiling had many different cavities, some small as a coin, others big as a person. Even in some part of it, a huge opening was present, the sky clearly seen at the other end of it. The walls were basically gone, as if breached by someone. The rooms could evidently be seen in their entirety. What exactly happened? For the first time, even Issei was amazed by the state of the second floor. It was basically in ruins. See that? She pointed at the door. At the end of the corridor, it was broken, as well as the hinges of the door that were still firmly stuck against the wall. That should be the study room. A small desk could be seen in between the gap of the room. Let us go. Like a kid, Fuki told Issei, who sighed at her antics. Evading the tears on the floor, they walked towards the room. Moving the door slightly, creak, it finally broke down. Ignoring the result of their actions, they walked around the room. It looked like a normal study room, of course, if you ignored the state of it. Everything except the desk was completely destroyed. The bookcases behind it were either burnt into a pile of black mush or in little pieces. Some of the books were the same as the bookcases. The desk was broken at its corners, and a long gash ran along the length of it. The window at their side was gone, leaving a huge hole in the wall. It appeared the hole on the facade in the building they saw formerly. Wow, you can see the whole town from here. Fuki peeked through the hole and looked at the entire town. But everything is destroyed. Thanks to her vision, she could see the state of the town. Wow, some houses were gone while others were in such bad condition that it remained a mystery how they were still standing. The roads had craters of different sizes on them, and some had drag marks that seemed to be covered in dust. Issei, on the other hand, was focused on the desk. Why are you still intact? It seemed odd that the desk was the only thing standing, more or less. Looking closer, he walked around it and took a closer look, even opening the drawers on it. But it was empty. That's not right. It shouldn't be empty. Feeling the desk was hiding something, he inspected his shape. Thanks to the many books he had read throughout his life, he could more or less know what he was doing. Find oddly placed holes or marks that seemed different. Running his fingers through the desk, he soon went to the bottom of it. Fuki was looking at him, interest present in her eyes. "What is that?" he muttered, as he saw an oddly snap-shaped mark at the corner of the bottom part of the desk. It seemed like a small triangle that stood out. He pushed the mark in the desk, and the desk made a sound. Crack! One of the open left drawers in the drawer box bottom was lifted upwards. Issei, hearing this, went towards the drawer. Fuki did as well. A false background, she noticed the part of the drawer. Issei lifted the wooden plank inside and saw a book. It was old and filled with dust. Interesting. Light filled his eyes. Acting like a child, he grabbed the book and stood near Fuki. Written in Romanian. I thanked the library back home for having spells that lets one read any language. As he was celebrating, a small black circle appeared on the top of his hand. Then he placed it against the book. The words were magically changed from Romanian to Japanese. Success! Seeing this change, Issei was satisfied. The mystery should be solved with this. Issei, go to the last part of it. This seems to be a diary of some sorts. Issei did as she told him and noticed how the book was indeed a diary. Entry 63. Those annoying vampires. They have come to town. I don't know how much longer we'll be to hold. Issei read in a loud voice. I just wanted my daughter back. Those filthy creatures took her from me. And when finally breached the castle, she was already gone. They started to understand what happened here. As revenge, I burnt the entire treasury from the bottom of that disgusting castle. Not one book nor rich escaped from the fire. Ha! They kept silence. As I thought, petty revenge. Fuki looked at him. No, there's still pages remaining, he corrected her guess. Yet a single book caught my interest, but it was already too late. The moment I grabbed it, another one of those creatures reached my location. As we fought, the book was separated in two. That was only the thing that survived the fires. Issei and Fuki were surprised about those words. Everything for a book? Let's continue reading, he answered back. That book, it was unbelievable. It seemed to hold the secrets of the vampires. Although I couldn't read it, my son managed to translate part of it. Neither of them spoke. It talked about a great cicade, the first of its kind, the place in where they all lived, the place in which they were all born. The information made both of them widen their eyes. It seemed to be that the town was destroyed because of the really well-kept secret. A fantastical location which held the strongest of their race. Pure warriors birthed for the sole purpose of being the best of their race. They were the royal family. All of us were surprised by those words. We needed to make it public as soon as possible, but it was too late. They kept the silence as Issei continued reading. The rest of the book was still with the unholy creature that was proudly named themselves as toupees. Stupid creatures, if you ask me. The man seemed satisfied at his words. If we could have the other half, that there would be things would be different. Yet I know the same vampire that still has it in possession. The last page of the book vastly flipped. Entry 64. We managed to capture one of them. After a lot of torture, he answered our questions. It seems the imbecile vampire rebuilt the bottom floor and hid the book inside of it. The book was there at the same spot as we once stood, but this time we knew it would prove impossible to go back. The two of them were extremely concentrated on the book. I know that they are coming after us. The writing is proof of it. I don't know how much time will last, but I hope that they don't find this first part of the book. It's hidden, lost inside the town. It doesn't matter how much they torture me, they'll never find it. Issei finished reading the diary and stored it inside Hellgate. Signed, Simon Belmont. Those were the final words. What should we do? I doubt they found the first part of the book. If they did, the entire town wouldn't be in this state. At least not this badly. He saw his place that was destroyed because of anger and fury. So, she asked, about their decision. I want to go find the ancient citadel. I bet you're the same. Fuki agreed with him. But without the book, it would prove useless. After all, it holds the information of the citadel, even if we find the second part. I doubt the information about it will be complete, Issei made his guess. I see. So what about its useless? She also was thinking of the same. Even if they found it without the complete information, it would be them to God knows where. A pity, she murmured in between her sigh. Issei heard this and nodded his head. Indeed. Then he walked over to the door and went out. The diary was stored in his personal space. It would be better if they had it. Fuki walked behind him, feeling extreme disappointment at their search. All for nothing. She reached the outside of the room and kicked the wall under the lot with a lot of strength. Crack! A huge fissure appeared at the spot she kicked. It continued all the way up and soon circled the entire room. At the moment they saw the fissure, both of them went away from it. They reached the stairs and soon after, crack! Boom! The entire sturdy room literally fell on the floor. A dust cloud was soon formed, covering the new hole in the mansion. Fuki! Issei screamed at her. She, on the other hand, just stood there, blinking repeatedly. I swear I didn't do that on purpose. She turned around and screamed at him. He managed the bridge over his nose. Let's just see what happened. Deciding to believe her, he went to check the former place of the study room. You really did the number on that one, Fuki. Feeling slightly surprised at the end of the room, he made the offhand comment. She blushed at the shame of his work. But she did not have any words to contradict him. Wait, among the debris, Issei saw something. A brilliant navy blue piece of something was sticking out from the pieces of brick. What is that? He jumped from the third floor and reached the bottom. Fuki tilted her head and followed after him. The small pile of debris was not that big at the top of it. An oddly colored thing was rooted in. Issei easily climbed the pile and grabbed the piece of something. What are you? He felt intrigued at the little piece of trash. I didn't see a book like this up there. Did you, Fuki? He asked the fox at the bottom of the pile. She only shook her head. Blowing the dust from the top, he saw a really agate language as its cover. Don't tell me. Trying out the spell he used up there, he placed the magic circle on the book. His words soon changed something he could read. It seemed that the ones that made this book didn't protect it against even the most basic reading spell. He was sure that whoever wrote the book was either too confident in something not finding it, or was a dumbass. The Citadel of Shadows, Umbra. The title of the book read as such. The both of them looked at each other and soon a devious smirk appeared on both their faces. Fuki, you're my lucky charm. He smiled at her. Those words made her face red. Her heart was beating loudly and her thoughts were spinning. She felt her entire world pause momentarily. A sincere praise from Issei was rare. Looking at the book, Issei noticed it was perfectly broken in half, just like how the diary that he left inside his pocket dimension said. He opened it and went to the last page. Inside the forests of the Forgotten Land, in which new ones crown as the top of the actual race loom, the Forgotten Lost Citadel, where castle stands proudly. Those were the last words from the book, the last paragraph of the page. Yes, it sounds really fun and interesting. Since they came here mainly in search for adventure, they wouldn't let something like this slide. Excellent, Issei responded, and soon he started to remember what the words from the diary were. Tempest Castle, bottom of it. I don't know if there's the same place where we rescued Valerie, but it's worth a shot. Hopefully he was right. Fuki, I've been here before, so we can go right now. Hearing those words, Fuki smiled, prepared for anything. Hellgate. Without wasting a moment, he used his aura and created a gate. They both went as fast as they could. Scene change. Tempest Castle, bottomless part of it, the dungeon. A poorly lit room was seen. Only a couple of torches hung from the wall, and not a single creature was inside. The room was ridiculously big and had many things spread throughout. Armors, tables, books, and even some shackles and torture devices were gathering dust. The bookcases were against the walls, and not a single window could be seen. More than a dungeon, it looked like a cellular with all kinds of junk spread across all over the place. After the war, the place was used as a storeroom. Everything that no longer had importance was thrown inside, never seeing the light of day again. They vampires had big space. Instead of having it empty, they decided to use it. That and the constant reminder of their superiors to change the way it looked, since it was once used by terrorists to fulfill their plans. A small pitch-black vortex that purple lightning appeared as an empty location. Both Issei and Fuki came out of it. Alright, no time to waste. Time to find the second part of that book. They quickly started to search around. Both of them spent what they felt like hours inside the room. Since the work was tedious, the sense of the time was extremely slow. Do you think someone else casually found it? Fuki asked Issei with slight fear. It could be possible for someone else to find it. After all, the diary was here for more than a century, or so they believed. Issei was silent. He did think of that possibility. Many years went by. Who knows how many vampires were inside the room? Even the same Rizavim was inside the place, so he could have taken it. Issei? Seeing him not answer, Fuki asked again. That's certainly possible, but I think we're missing something. Fuki was surprised at his words, so she started to yell. Missing? The whole place is filled with useless junk. We have to spend hours looking through it. It's useless. There's nothing hidden inside those pieces of trash. I doubt we'll find something. She had a point. Everything up till now turned out to be useless. Issei was still thinking. Hidden? Inside? Issei was lost in thought. Thanks to her words, she made him think of a certain possibility. What if there's something hidden inside the cellar? We looked through it, but what about something hidden in the plain sight? Widening his eyes, he looked at Fuki. Ever since more than 200 years, hidden rooms have been popular. It could be possible for someone to think about making one. What if there's not only one room? What if there's more? Those words made the fox tilt her head in doubt. After a couple of seconds, she understood what he was talking. She was surprised. But how? That's not a single door. It's impossible for a room to be here. Fuki searched for the whole floor more than once. She was even confident enough to find certain items inside the place. Remember what the diary told us. It seems he rebuilt the bottom part of it. In other words, the same vampire could have changed the layout of the floor, leaving a single room apart from not letting anyone else find out about it. Those words made Fuki freeze. Her eyes had an indescribable light flashing through them. That certainly could be possible. But how could we find it? Since this place has been used a lot of times, then the hidden room should be the magic proof of an extremely well-hidden place. Issei nodded at her words. Instead, if Rizavim was here, then he would have checked the entire place in search of anything. So if the room is still hidden, how could we find it? As Issei was thinking, an idea popped into his head. The other piece of the book, that's our only clue. He took the book out of his personal space and grabbed it with his left hand. The book is the only thing we have, he told the beauty as he started to flip the pages around, even looking straight at the cover, but nothing could be seen. Is this all? He looked at the cover. Fuki approached Issei and looked through the book as well. She opened it on the first page and looked at something. The sound made Issei look at her. Something wrong, he asked. No, not at all. It's just a symbol. I saw it on the back of the wall behind us. Issei was shocked at her words. He grabbed her by the shoulders, getting a blush from her, and then said, "Take me there." She nodded her head with a blush still on her face and said, okay. They went through a lot of junk, armors, normal swords, books, chairs, and tables, but after some time they reached the brick wall. Something was engraved on it. That's it, while pointing at Fuki told Issei. That engraving was barely visible against the wall. It was a single rose with thorns surrounding it. Some words were at the circumference of it. They read as Salvate Shalago, Salvate in Spinis. Those words were engraved at the sides of the rose, Urbum Amanio Marchum, and those words were below it, the city of fog, the city of evil. Issei translated the words on the inscription. You know Latin? Fuki was amazed at his translation. Just some words. I didn't learn much of it. Thanks to the mini text he read and learned some words. Some of the books back in his home were written in the original language, and even if he had Japanese translation, he decided to at least read some parts of them, and during the process memorizing some of the words. It seems the engraving is incomplete. He turned to look at the book in which the inspection was added. It located at the beginning of the book. The words were at the center, missing. Fuki noticed as well. The most important words were always at the center. How do we write it? Magic? Fuki asked Issei, who shook his head. No, something that simple should be wrong. Issei was thinking to himself, remembering everything he said about the vampires. Blood, he widened his eyes. Without losing a second, he bit his finger at the center of the rose. He wrote, Umbra, the word signifying the shadow. The moment the word was completely written, a huge red light flooded the room. Luckily for them, it only lasted for a second. Then the wall started to move at the center, where the rose was located at, well separated in two. The sound of metal sliding was heard, and the wall opened just enough for the person to fit in. Inside the wall, a small staircase could be seen reaching the bottommost part of the castle. Finally, Issei was satisfied and walked down the stairs. Fuki was close to him. When both entered, the wall started to close, not letting anyone in its side. They walked for a few minutes, then they finally reached the bottom of the castle. A small room would awaited them, being all black in color without the slightest hint of light inside. Fuki, illuminate the room, she nodded at his words, and using basic Amino spell, she created a floating ball of light. Now being capable of seeing more, they approached the center of the room. A tall lectern was the only thing inside the room. The book it had displayed was navy blue book, with its first half missing. Bingo! Issei took the piece of the book and grabbed the other. Like magic, when he placed both of them near, they started to join back together. He let them join, and the book was good as new. Looking back at the fox, he said, "It's only the beginning of the adventure." He then opened the book and started to read the last part he was at. Inside the forest of the Forgotten Land, in which the new one's crown is the top of the actual race loom. The forgotten, lost citadel, where the castle still stands proudly. The cave, which sealed by them lays. The sole part of it has no nature nearby. The remnant of one's glorious race is inside there, and only with the complete text and sufficient strength can see the glory of the vampires of old. Fuki, according to the book, we need to go outside, right towards the forest of the vampires, and search for a place that has no vegetation. There we should find something. The book seems to be important, so it may show us where it's located at. Issei analyzed the words of the book. Although old with a lot of useless information, the clue was there. Yes, the flirty woman was excited at the discovery. I don't know where the forest is at, but luckily Yakasakani no Magatama is with us. The bracelet could transport in any place we wish, no coordinates needed. Too bad it can only take us to the place that has no barrier of any kind of protection. If it didn't have that, then we would have already reached the citadel. The treasure was extremely strong, but held no contradiction. It was capable of transporting them outside sealed spaces, but impossible of transporting them in. The perfect escape method, once one thought about it. Sure, let's go, Fuki was excited, maybe a little bit too much. Reciting the chant, she saw the bracelet increase in size. Issei and Fuki went inside and it disappeared, like they were never inside the castle. Scene change, forest of vampires. The place they were in held no vegetation, only rocks and dirt. A couple of trees could be seen in the distance, but aside from that, it was only a simple patch of dirt. What an odd place, Issei told Fuki, who only narrowed her eyes. She then let both of her ears and tails out and started to check the land. It seems the land turned out this because of an extremely strong evil power. Being an expert at senjutsu, she figured out the reason behind the empty land. Okay, seems we're going in the right direction. The book inside Issei's hands, it's up in a blue light. He opened it and a former blank page and a small scripture was seen. I see, he smirked. Hixan, Entorius in Umbrum, his quitus in Ardians Certamen, and that's a completely different language. He read the inscription with a little effort, but soon the light on the book became even brighter. It covered part of an empty land, and soon after, that same part of the ground rose up. What did you say, Issei? Fuki was curious. I don't know. I only know vague words of Latin, but I did understand what this is the entrance of the Castle of Shadows. We found it, Fuki. Issei was happy to see he was the fox. They were both excited. Seeing the newly formed cave, they entered it in. In the wall back of the castle, the entrance closed behind them. After walking for 30 minutes, they reached the incredibly large double doors. Its height was at least as big as an 8-floor building, similar in height to Issei's mansion. Back at Ko, however, the door was blocked. Many pieces of wood were stuck against it. The most obvious of all was one at the center. Tall and thick, almost all black in color, with golden engravings on its surface, it perfectly blocked the door horizontally. Both ends of it were nailed against the wall by normal-looking black nails that had dry blood on them, yet the holy power emanating from them was ridiculous. Skeletons could be seen adorning the cave floor. There were dozens of them, and some of them were broken into little pieces, so the exact number was unknown. But both of them ignored the skeletons, staring at the long plank of wood. It was something that irradiated a ridiculous amount of holy power. The engravings were on its surface angelic symbols and were shining brightly even inside the cave. Issei was amazed at the sheer defense of this place had, but his eyes only resisted the nails. He recognized them, and so did Fuki. They were extremely famous. 2 of the 4 holy nails. He didn't expect to find those pieces of history in a forgotten land that was lost in the river of like this one. Their holy power turned in the whole wooden plank into a seal that could be even to a trap to a demon king for eternity. Fuki told Issei with awe in her voice. Whatever was inside, they used the 2 holy nails to keep it inside. Issei didn't have words to express how shocked he felt. What do you think, Issei? The fox asked him. By the looks of it, it seems that this place was sealed a long time ago, so whatever was inside should be already dead. He looked at her eyes. Plus, we all came all the way here, so let's open this up. Issei didn't care about what could happen. He believed that this place, after all those years, wouldn't have any vegetation of life. Sure, Fuki was fine, if Issei was fine. Walking closer to the biggest wooden plank, they went to the opposite sides. Issei covered himself with his darkness, while Fuki covered herself in a deep layer of Toki reinforced with senjutsu. Both of them grabbed the holy nail at the end of the side and said, 1, 2, 3. The nails rested. But after a little bit, while both of them started to separate amongst themselves, the wooden plank, sometime after the nails were successfully pulled. Crash! The plank fell onto the ground. Both of them had a nail inside their hands. I'll keep them. Issei extended his hand and placed his nail inside his personal space. Fuki threw hers inside his space as well. Come on, let's open the door. Fuki rubbed both of her hands against each other, slowing a devious smirk. Nodding his head, Issei went close to the door. He covered both of his arms with his darkness and soon after started to push the double door. After more effort was put into it, but the doors were slammed open. Bang! Finally here, Issei returned his darkness to what it was before it practically screamed. Yes, we made it! Fuki was almost jumping in place. Excitement filled her eyes. Right in front of them lay the citadel of vampires. All of the buildings in sight were pitch black. Some were simple houses, while others tall buildings, but there were hundreds of them. Light, one way or another, filled the entire city, giving a spectral look. A fog was also present, covering the entire floor, but it didn't reach past the ankles. Pillars similar to light poles were seen at the sides of the streets. They gave off an eerie pale blue light that used to illuminate the entire street. And there was no sky, only rocks that had formed subtiles. They were brown in color, but also had a tinge of black. The entire place seemed deserted. Not a single living being could be seen. Walking closer, they inspected the place. Wow, amazing. Meanwhile, Issei was looking around. He quickly noticed how the buildings were in ruins, some completely destroyed while others partially. Some streets had bones scattered all over the floor, and others appeared to be completely clean. Something happened here. Seeing all the possible corpses on the floor, he told Fuki. When she heard this, she stopped midway whatever she was doing and started to look around the city. What happened here? I don't know, but whatever happened here was sufficient enough for them to seal the entire city. As they looked around, they noticed how the windows were broken, buildings were turned into debris, and just generally, the place looked as if it went through war. Maybe we can go there. While pointing at the tallest building that was above everything here, Fuki said to Issei as she looked at his face. Where she pointed at the castle, standing at what they thought would be the center of the city. Some houses blocked the majority of their view, but they could still see some of the amazing architecture. It was extremely tall, almost reaching the roof of this place. Probably only a few castles all over the world could be compared in height, as well as in design into one in front of them. It looked old and gave the impression of being cursed. The towers had ended in a spike. The entire castle was black in color. A few red contrasts were seen in frames of windows and roof slabs. However, every part of it was badly destroyed. Some cracks adorned its surface, and fissures were seen on the roof as well. After a long walk, both of the fox and dragon reached the main square where the castle was located at. A big semi-destroyed fountain was at the center of the square. It was also accompanied by chinks on the stone floor and bones spread throughout the ground. While red marks trained the surface of both the fountain and the floor, they didn't have to guess for long before they discovered it was dry blood. So in conclusion, the entire square was in ruins. The house nearby and even the mansions were also near, all of them destroyed. We should go inside that castle, Issei said to Fuki, whose only response was a nod in her head and a smile on her face. They went around the fountain, and soon they stood in front of the double doors of the castle. cold. Touching them, Fuki quickly retrieved her hand. Reinforced steel doors enhanced with old magic. Issei reached a conclusion that he saw two doors shining ominously. He tried to open them up, but it appeared they were jammed. Fuki, get behind me. Covering his left arm, his darkness formed bigger and similar to a claw. Then he punched the door. Clang, a sound echoed all through the square, yet a metal door barely flinched. Tougher than it looks. Issei used even more of his strength. Boom! A louder boom, this time all over the city. The door only appeared to be dented and slightly pushed in. Okay, now this is personal. Issei covered his hand, and only the same amount of his darkness hit, and yelled, clanging continuously. The door was slowly giving in, dent after dent. I need something that can increase my physical strength even more. Issei was thinking as he hit the door, but before he could continue his thoughts, the door was finally destroyed. Under the force of his last hit, both doors were sent flying inwards. Not caring where the doors flew, then they went inside the castle. The dust was accumulated from hitting the door slowly dissipated. Once it was gone, they could see the main floor of the castle. An abruptly enormous room was now where they stood. A blood-red carpet extended all the way from the entrance to back of the hall. Polished black marble blocks was on the floor, was made out of, and flags were hanging on both sides of the hall. All of them were the same blood red as the carpet, and they had the same engravings they found at the Tempest Castle, a rose covered in thorns. However, the words in Latin were gone. Pitch black armors with silver lining were at the end of the hall, all of them arranged in military fashion. Chandeliers were hanging from the ceiling by thick black chains. Some window panes could be seen at the top of the walls, all of them purple in color, and at the bottommost part of the hall laid a staircase that went up to the sides, going further inside the castle. Dust and dry blood was seen everywhere, but the one thing that took their attention, there was a glacier exactly at the center of the room, and a huge pile of ice was covering their view at the rest of the hall. What is that doing here? Fuki tilted her head, hilariously about the iceberg. Issei was looking around, not letting his guard down for a second. However, he also took interest in the iceberg and made his way towards it. Stopping their walk, they looked at each other. They nodded their heads to one another and went even closer. As they reached the iceberg, figure inside could more or less be distinguished. Only its head and part of its fingers were out of ice. Long pale covered its face. It looked dull and dead, similar to that of a corpse. Its skin clung to its bones, giving it the appearance of a mummy. "Who are you?" Fuki mumbled at what she believed to be a corpse of someone. Issei ran across the surface of the glacier. Whoever it was, they completely sealed it inside. Issei quickly noticed how the ice was magically stronger than anything that he had ever felt before. Nothing could be freed from it. And whoever it was, a lot of people were needed to seal it. He added, noticing the frozen bones in its surroundings. Counting the skulls, more than 6 were present, and those were the ones intact. Just who forced them to use such ominous magic? Fuki sensed how the ice literally absorbed the life of what's inside of it, yet only enough not to kill it. Ominous? Yes, the ice seals whatever it has inside and absorbs its life force to point the left state of an apparent death, the fox explained. So you think that, he pointed at the corpse, it is still alive? I don't know, was her answer. Many years have elapsed since the spell was first launched, so maybe it's really dead. Many things could have happened. Want to figure it out? The fox asked morbidly, a smile on her beautiful face. Since the possibility of it being dead was bigger, he had nothing to lose. Sure, why not? Let's break the ice. Nodding at words, Fuki summoned many different senjutsu hexagons, wanting it to use rather special ominous spell. She pulled something out of her pocket. A familiar piece of paper, the talisman. Issei, at the moment he saw it, took a step back. He already received a full power attack from one of those spells before. Solar Flare! The ice fought against Solar Flare, but since it was no longer as strong as before, it started to disappear. Fuki calculated the trick behind it perfectly so that she doesn't destroy the figure inside with her spell. Seconds turned into minutes, and sweat started from on her forehead. A spell that strong as it took its toll on her reserves. The light died down, and her figure, the ice was sprawled all over the wet carpet. Some of its clothing were burnt alongside the carpet. It was definitely better than before. After waiting for some minutes, the corpse still did not move. Is it dead? Fuki asked Issei as she lifted her brow, but he only walked closer to the body. He noticed how its fangs were larger than the rest of its teeth. If that's the case, he stretched his left arm while manipulating his darkness and cut his wrist. He came closer to the corpse and knelt a drop of blood and went into its mouth, but majority of it instead splashed all over the floor. After some seconds, Issei healed his little wound and stood up from his position. He walked near Fuki and just stood at her side, waiting for something. Minutes flew by, but the corpse was like before, unmoving. Maybe it's really dead, Issei reached the conclusion he saw the body. Yes, it's possible. Rather, it would be weird for it to be alive. Fuki shrugged her shoulders, agreeing with his words. Time to go. Issei, on the other hand, was still looking at the corpse. He sighed in defeat and turned around. Boom! Yet at the same time, an incredibly malicious aura filled the entire hall. Both of them turned back and looked at the corpse. A bloody aura was rising from the dead body. Similar to smoke, it went up and covered the ceiling of the hall. The odor it gave off was that of rushed metal, but before thinking anything else, the aura increased in ferocity and enveloped the dead body. They witnessed a now obvious shadow came out of the corpse and covered the whole ground of the hall. Fuki saw this and jumped into the air, standing into a magic circle she created. Issei stood on the floor, his eyes narrowed, his darkness covering his legs, and not for a second did the sight left the corpse. The bloody aura increased in size and density. Shock waves were shot at random directions, similar to the gust of winds they made of the mess of the hall. After some time, minutes even, the blood-red aura disappeared, and instead, the only thing left was the body. The body inhaled sharply, placing a gauntlet on the carpet of lifting itself up. It trembled as it finally managed to properly stand, coughing and breathing heavily. It placed a hand on its heart, rooted in a place trying to regain its breath. It continued like some minutes until the body finally stopped its heavy breathing. What happened to me? A sweet voice reached their ears. The voice sounded thorny, similar to something you would be cautious of touching, but hearing the voice made them realize it was that of a female. The war! How it ended! The body kept talking to herself, not noticing the curious looks on both Dragon and Fox's face. Those traitors! Her voice filled with venom as it echoed all over the hall, walks to creak. At the same moment, Issei started thinking about something. That pulse of aura was really strong. Maybe if I play my cards right, I can... He then looked with both arms crossed at the female and said, It seems you're alive. His voice cold and sharp with barely hidden mockery. Hearing the voice of the female, turned her head and looked at the origin of it. Who are you? No. She narrowed her eyes. What are you? Scanning the figure in front of her, she quickly asked. I'm a dragon. He dismissed the question, shrugging his shoulders. The female, on the other hand, widened her eyes. A dragon? What's a dragon doing here? Dragons were incredibly rare. One that took human form like that in front of her eyes even more. What are you doing here? She ran through her hair, letting her face be seen. Issei widened his eyes slightly, but quickly went back to normal. Ooh, another beautiful woman it seems, he thought inside as he looked at her. She had marble skin. It was smooth and shiny, carrying a healthy white. Her lips were like carmine and extremely vivid red, similar to her eyes that were the same tone, yet eyes held a trace of bloodlust and sharpness. Her face was cold, but gracious. Her body was extremely well built. It looked flexible and light. However, her chest was filled to the point that they could possibly be the biggest pair he has ever seen. Her waist was narrow and tight, creating a beautiful contrast with the rest of her body. Her armor was a dull black and it didn't reflect any light. Her gauntlets were thin, form-fitting, region covering part of her elbows. Her chest armor was covered in the necessary, that being her abdomen. The sides of her chest and her shoulders, the pieces of armor looked light and thin, were struck close to her body. Answer! What are you doing here? The woman was getting impatient. I came here to look around, woman. Issei sharpened his voice, slightly annoyed at her tone. The woman was secretly impressed. Not many were capable of resisting a threat from her, and even less were capable of responding. A man like him that dismissed her threat so easily and replied back with a sharp voice was no less he managed to catch her attention. A dragon here? Not searching for anything? Her tone filled with her spines and aura with the same. She didn't believe him. Woman, it's the truth. Many years have elapsed since you were still in the ice and many things have happened, he answered back, while waving a hand, not caring on the slightest. Years? This caught her off guard. Then what year is it? Issei smirked and looked at her eyes. Welcome to the 21st century. Hearing those words, she widened her eyes. Shock was short. What? You're lying! It's impossible! She increased her aura even more. A mantle red in color covered her body, but shadow that appeared before once again present, this time releasing a threatening hiss. Woman, What reason do I have to lie to you? There's no hatred nor a grudge between us, so there's no need for lies. That's the truth. Take it or leave it, idiot. He looked into her eyes, ignoring her killing intent at the pressure he felt. The woman looked into those black and red eyes of his and scanned them. She quickly discovered that he was saying the truth, not a lie present in his body language. Issei was also secretly impressed. It was the first time someone looked into his eyes and didn't feel scared. Surprised or something alongside those lines, his previous thoughts about her sounding better and better. What year is it exactly? She asked cautiously. It's the year of 2019. Not too bad of a year, he said mainly to himself. His answer shocked the woman. Never would have ever thought this so actually long past. More than 200 years have passed, she voiced out loud. The comment surprised both Issei and Fuki. So, she's been sealed here for more than 200 years. Why? What's the reason? Fuki thought. I give you my word, woman. That's the truth, he spoke again, this time giving her his word. Noticing that she was forced to accept the truth, dragons had enormous pride bigger than their self. Telling a lie wasn't an option, not even the worst possible situation. She released as a tired sigh and looked back at the dragon. So what happened in these 200 years? The dragon smirked as a response. I propose you something, he said. I'll answer your questions and you will answer mine. A question for a question. Simple, right? The woman raised an eyebrow, but still nodded her head, finding his terms acceptable. Great. Then how about we introduce ourselves, Issei proposed, while walking towards the side, continuously eyeing the shadow underneath him. My name is Issei Hyodo, full-blooded dragon, former human and current Sekiru. He formally introduced himself and bowed. The woman widened her eyes. The Sekiru? But I cannot feel any trace of a human in him. How could it be possible? Seeing her confusion sighed. It's the truth, woman. After a little indecent, the boosted gear rebooted itself, so that's why you can't feel it. About me not being human, well, he smirked deviously. Let's just say I got into an accident and got turned into a full dragon, he explained to her, beginning to calm her down. She looked at him, trying to find any hint of him lying, but she couldn't find a thing. I'll believe you, she told him. Good. Then he signaled for her to introduce herself. Erica Dracula. At the mention of her name, now his turn was being in surprise. Seeing like that, the woman smirked a little. Indeed, I am a descendant of the true king of vampires, not those Teppis fakes. She spat the name. I'm also royal vampire, since I'm a direct descendant of Dracula himself. In other words, the strongest vampire. She held immense pride in those words. She even stuck out her chest. A descendant of Dracula? The strongest type of vampire? Just what have we gotten ourselves into? Fuki looked at her. Amazement clearly written in her eyes. What an incredibly rare find. Then, Erica Dracula, what is your question? He promptly asked. Erica is fine. Hate formalities. Always a pain to deal with them, and useless in my eyes, she commented while waving her hand. Issei just shrugged her shoulders, not caring about it as well. She placed a hand on her hip and eyed him threateningly. Then, Issei, do you know what happened to my race in these 200 years? She asked, light and sharp in her eyes. Not much, he inhaled as he closed his eyes. I know that they became isolated from the world and faced many troubles between each and other outside. He placed his hands in his coats and continued. After many conflicts and years later, your race separated into two factions, the Teppis faction and the Carmilla faction. They waged war against each other and more fiercely than before for years and years, dragging humans down with them. But thanks to recent events, they became a whole faction once again. He summarized the vampire history he knew, but he noticed how the mention of those names she became angry. Those filthy traitors! Her voice was filled with fury. Venom dripped down her mouth. Boom! A pillar of aura came from her, breaking a part of the ceiling that made some debris fall near them. Issei stayed silent, letting her calm herself down. He knew that whatever happened must have been terrible if she was that pissed. Her breath heavy, she finally calmed down. Both hands turned into fists. Seeing the pillar fade into nothing, Issei asked, Now, I want to know what happened 200 years ago. His words made her stop thinking and earned a glare from her sharp eyes. But after a brief stare down, she calmed herself and sighed. It's long. We have time. He was obviously curious. She looked at him, scoffed at a cheeky response, and decided to answer. More than 200 years ago, a civil war erupted. Her words made Issei narrow his eyes. The different families, the Teppis, the Carmilla, the Bloodfallen, and the Sylvestern, and the Katria fought against us, the royal family. Her tone emotionless and serious. Some quickly noticed their mistake and pledged loyalty to us again, those being the blood fallen. She scoffed at those words, yet the remaining 4 of those filthy traitors fought against us after everything we did for them. She was gritting her teeth, but inhaled quickly after, calming herself down. But since the citadel was too small, some of them escaped from it and found it on top of the city, being at their base. Pathetic, cowardly traitors. Years passed, she waved her hand, but even if the royal family was stronger than all, their sheer numbers were abysmal. We were losing, she confessed while sighing. Our king noticed this and started to fight himself at the front lines, but in the end he got plotted by his so-called allies, and alongside his guards he was ambushed and killed by the family heads of that time. My father took the throne as the king not long after, but it didn't work well. Erica placed her hands on her hips and began talking around the hall. The blood-fallen started to flee since they knew we will lose. Only the royal family was left. Only my siblings and I. She stopped her walk and glared at an empty space. We were trained since small to be best of the best, yet after that fateful day, everything went down the drain. All of the remaining families prepared themselves for a final attack, all for nothing. Her words made Issei widen his eyes. They sieged the citadel and tried to exterminate the royal family. We fought for days and days, but slowly my family was going down. My siblings died from youngest to eldest, yet they managed to bring down the Silverstein and the Kachle families with them. All of those fucking traitors died at their hands. She clenched as her fist as her eyes were glued to the floor. And all of my siblings, only I remained. My mother and father fought the remaining families, but because of the loss of their sons and daughters, they couldn't focus on the battle. And like my siblings, they perished as well. She looked straight into the eyes of the man named Issei Hyodo. Nothing could be found in them, neither pity, nor anger, nor nothing, just pure, cold stoicism. The brief stare down lasted seconds, and only after she continued her story, after that, the war was lost. She shrugged. The families took too much damage and didn't want to lose more. Whatever remained from the royal family fought them off. Yet they only lasted long. At the final moments, they came after the royal vampire, me. They wanted everyone from the royal family gone, but because of their leaders were horribly wounded from the battle against my parents, they didn't dare come for me. Instead, they sent their best remaining warriors to kill me. But they weren't capable of it, she ridiculed them. And as their last resort, those warriors sacrificed their lives to use a forbidden spell that trapped me in ice for all of eternity. Their leaders should have thought that they sacrificed their lives to end me, so that they left me here, what you say to be 200 years, still in that ice. She looked into Issei's eyes once again, finishing her story. I see, Issei exhaled, as seeing the narrating, placing a finger on his chin, thinking. He opened his eyes and said, "Thanks for the explanation. Your turn to ask." She calmed her thoughts and started to think about her next question. Musing to herself, what should she ask? What happened to the world? And don't lie to me, a dragon alongside a fox yokai working together? Something big must have happened, she asked Issei as she lifted the corner from her mouth. Quite sharp, he will give her that. This is also a long story. A smirk spread through her face. We have time, she replied with her words same as he said to her, making Issei's brow twitch as a response. Fine by me, his voice sounded a bit annoyed. Last year, a supernatural world war started. Hearing those words, she felt petrified. Her mocking smirk vanished from her face. Issei didn't care about her response and continued. Ever since the last year, an organization called the Chaos Brigade was formed, gathering all species in the globe, humans, devils, yokais, fallen angels, dragons, everything. Under the banner of the Ouroboros dragon Orphis, they declared war upon the world. He wanted to sound dramatic, and the looks on the vampire's eyes, he succeeded. They committed many terrorist acts. He clicked his tongue at the memories, attacking whole factions, destroying territories, kidnapping and killing hundreds, and many more. But thanks to their threat, an alliance between the 3 biblical factions was created. However, their peace conference, they were attacked and made themselves known to the world. The rest of the factions acknowledged their threat and soon decided to join forces with the 3 biblical factions. His tone was serious as they looked at her. Shortly after, they formed an alliance with the rest of them. Meanwhile, the Chaos Brigade was wreaking havoc all over the supernatural world. They held immense military power, having the old Mao faction, which was all direct descendants of the original Mao, except the descendant of Lucifer, which was a separate case. The hero faction was held the descendants of the human heroes and sacred gear users. They even had 3 or 4 strongest Longinuses. The woman tried to calm her expression as she proceeded all the information with a frown on her face. After some time, the Chaos Brigade was destroyed, and the dragon representing infinity came to our side. He explained. Well, she came to me, more specifically. Remembering Orpheus's words, he sweated a little. After that, the true master behind the Chaos Brigade was revealed. Rizavim Livian Lucifer. The one that pulled the strings behind everything. At the mention of the man, Erica widened her eyes. She clearly knew about him. Managing a group named Quillapoth, he explained his goal to us. Issei's eyes grew at the cold mention of that plan. He said he wanted to control the world, creating his little utopia. He planned to release the imperial beast of the apocalypse, Trihexa, and destroy the world. By his side, the strongest evil dragons, a massive army, and various Longinuses. He felt a chill down his spine when remembered those days. One of the Longinus was the Sephiroth Garal, which in possession of your reach, that piece of information she made widen her eyes at almost tremble. A holy relic of such level with my species? How could that even be possible? It doesn't make any sense, she was thinking. Meanwhile, Issei continued his explanation. Long story short, he released the beast, causing the apocalypse, and faction chiefs decided to fight against it. After much effort, the beast was sealed, not allowed to see the light of day again. He finished his explanation and soon took a cold breath of air. She had no words. Never would she have ever thought so much changed during the years. So all of that happened, he nodded his head, acknowledging her statement. Still, he gave her some time to digest the information. My turn, he told the woman after a solid minute. Getting her thoughts, it seemed that all of those shocking tales almost surreal. She regained her cool. What was the reason the Civil War started, he asked. The same question was annoying him since she told about the war. Huh. For what else? She mocked in her eyes and became sharp. Obviously, power. The traitors got too greedy and decided what they wanted was more power. Absolute power. The Tepe's family being the head and ringleader of all. She moved her arms under her chest, lifting her breast and causing Issei to shift his sight a little, almost pulling a nerve on his eyes. She didn't notice at all, thankfully. They proclaimed that she was the actual head of vampires, shamelessly ignoring all the things and my favors my family gave and gifted them. She spat the memory. They explained how they were better than us, better rulers and fighters, asserting that royal family was useless and they were destined to be the new rulers. Pure stupidity. They promised riches and lands and the rest of the families. The Carmilla wanted half of our territory. The Bloodfauden wanted freemen since they were the lowest ranked family. The Silverstein wanted all of our riches, and the Catlio, those repugnant trash, clutching her fists, her gauntlets creaked threateningly, wanted us to be nothing more than slaves. Ridiculous. They wanted my family as nothing more than servants? Are they retarded? They said the women were going to be used as whores and the men as laborers. Issei felt the hatred in her voice. The shadows underneath her began twisting and bending. Cracks spread across the floor as the castle itself screeched at her whole presence. Issei decided to discreetly increase the level of his darkness, covering even more of his body just in case. He quickly made eye contact with Fuki. Without many words, she reinforced her magic circle and covered herself with a thin, invisible layer of Toki. Therefore, war started, and like I told you, things ended up like that. 4 families, including the royal one, extinct. Her tone was bitter. Well, after all, she was the last of her family. My turn, she said. Her voice broke from his thoughts, and she was quick on the talk. Tell me, what happened to you? He was surprised by her question as he widened his eyes. Much to her surprise, an unknown emotion spread across his eyes, something that didn't go unnoticed by either of the females. What do you mean by that? He asked back. His voice rose by an octave, and his body trembled for a second. Yeah, like I said, how could you end up as a dragon? If you didn't lie, you were once human. She complimented her question in a bit more. And if you want to follow along, we are in the middle of chapter 7. He was startled. He thought she asked about something else, but how could she? She didn't know a thing about him, but the little misstep was also noticed by both of the females present. Why did you react like that, Issei? Did something happen? Fuki was trying to join the dots together, narrowing her eyes. Issei Hyodo, why did you look so surprised? Are my words wrong or something? The white-haired woman thought to herself. Issei understood her question and rapidly replied. After fighting the leader of an old malfaction, I was hit by an arrow covered in the blood of Samuel. My body was slowly destroyed, and soon my soul would accompany it. His tone was free of worry, as if what happened was to someone else. However, I was saved by the dragon of dreams and illusions, and the dragon of infinity and nothingness. He smirked at those words. They removed my soul from my body and made a new body using theirs. The flesh and blood of Great Red and the power of Orphis. His words sounded surreal to both females. Even Fuki knew about that. Well, it was zealously kept secret, after all. Their eyes widened to the limit. The looks they gave him was as if he was the rarest mineral on Earth, or the strangest animal to ever exist. He laughed when he saw those looks. He knew how special he actually was. Then you are... He cut their words off, replied in an extremely proud and arrogant voice. Indeed, I am the sole existence that has the power of the two strongest dragons in the Longinus boosted gear. I actually believe that the word miracle was exactly for me. Ha, just kidding. He gave a cheeky smirk. I might have stolen your phrase, Volley. He made that a mental note. His words managed to be dumbfounded in the Fuki's face while leaving Erica priceless. Since you heard that, then I have a proposal, he said to the vampire. Since the moment he felt her aura, he had an idea. After talking with her, solidified his idea even more. He wanted her as part of his team. Tilting her head, she hummed as she looked at him. Recently, a tournament has been proposed. You know about the Devil's Rating Games? He asked her. Not at all, she told him while crossing her arms. Her formerly big bust became even more noticeable once again. A rating game is a duel, which devils fight against each other in search of fame and prestige. What they call prestiges. Or parages, my apologies, he said, while being as concise as he could. They have evil pieces based on human chess pieces. With those they manage to give life in other creatures and turn them into their own species. They manage to reincarnate different beings in the supernatural world and turn them into devils. He explained to her, and she quickly understood. Then, different pieces have different values, and with that, stronger beings could be reincarnated, she theorized. Precisely, he smiled at her guess, and since those games became rather famous, and after the end of the war, an idea was proposed. He extended both of his arms. A world-class rating game in which everyone could participate. Devils, angels, fallen angels, Norse, dragons, and even gods. Everyone is allowed. I took great interest in this and decided to form my own team, fighting against gods, dragons, and other legendary creatures. Whether modern or old, my goal is to stand at the top of the game. His blood was pumping. He wanted the games to already begin. His dragon blood wanted to make a mess. The vampire was also like him. Her blood was pumping. She knew how good of an opportunity this was. Fuki was also excited. She wanted to wreak havoc. Nothing like this opportunity to take advantage of. So I ask you, Erica Dracula, I want you to be a part of my team. He pointed at her, both of his eyes shining. His voice changed from being cold to warm. The impact the woman felt was big. I see. She grinned crazily like a beast. But I have a problem. Her words sounded serious. I don't serve anyone weaker than me, she grinned again, this time making an unsaid proposition. Issei understood what she meant. That won't be a problem. His smile seemed free from any kind of doubt. Even the light in his eyes was the same. Subconsciously, his darkness started to surround him, as if hugging him. The woman saw this, and even more surprised, a satisfied smirk crossed her face. Then prove it, she was taunting him. Fuki, stay out of this. This is between me and her. The man told the fox, and she only nodded, lifting herself even higher than before. She knew how important this was. Then, milady, when do we start? He screamed at her. The woman nodded and prepared for a fight. You have courage and pride. I like that. Her thoughts were complimenting the man in front of her. Right now, she exclaimed, and Issei did the same. As he raised her guard. He covered himself in his darkness to half his current maximum. He knew that he would need at least that to equal her. They looked into each other's eyes, not doubting for a second. Then in a blink of an eye, they disappeared. Bang! A huge noise shook the entire hall. The windows cracked because of the aftershock. Two figures could be seen standing at the center of the hall, both their fists against each other. A small crater was just below them as proofs of the clash of their fists. Stronger than I thought. I can barely keep up with her, Issei made his estimations. Strong fists full of experience and will. She also did the same. Then, at the same moment, both of them attacked with a kick. Bang! A sound similar to an explosion was heard.
Her kicks are stronger than her fist. In pure physical prowess, she beats me. Maybe even Cyroorg would lose. He felt his bone fracture at the point of the impact. He knew that close-range battle wasn't a good idea. After that, he covered his left leg in his darkness to heal the wound discreetly. The woman seeing this stepped back. She was cautious of that substance. Whatever that is, she glared at the weird substance. It's capable of increasing his physical abilities by a huge margin. I felt his bone crack right now, but before I could do more damage, that thing reinforced his leg. She narrowed her eyes and hid the smirk across her face. He's full of mysteries. The leg was soon entirely covered by its darkness. The fracture healed in less than a second. Time to fight seriously. Issei lifted his guard, then he summoned 8 spheres of darkness as big as bowling balls. Let's see what you can do, he muttered as he shot the spheres. They flew through the air without a problem. As soon as they got to her, she dodged them beautifully, with flexibility that was unheard of. The spheres went past her and struck the ground behind. 8 10-meter domes in diameter were seen, vaporizing everything inside them. 8 holes were now part of decoration of the hall. Erika turned her head slightly and eyed the 8 holes. Her eyes narrowed. What exactly were those things? She shook her head. Let's change tactics. Then her shadow extended in a circular manner, covering a big part of the hall. Deceased dragon portrait. Many pitch black stakes from her shadow. They were thin and sharp, clearly dangerous. Go! When she ordered them, the stakes went towards a single direction in front. Seeing this, Issei formed his darkness into a pair of wings and jumped high in the air. Those stakes covering everything below him, it was a sea of sharp, pointy shadows. That was dangerous. He took his sight off the vampire and looked at the area below him. Everything was covered by those spikes. When he turned to look at the vampire, she was gone. Widening his eyes, his instincts kicked in. He flew at random direction with a speed barely perceivable at the naked eye, and dodged something that clearly came for his head. He turned back around, right on time for him to see a soft arm holding a weapon cut his last position. Slash! The sound of wind being cut wasn't the only thing heard. The floor a couple of meters below had a huge cut that went from one side to the hall all the way to the other. Noticing this, he took an even greater distance. Just with her raw strength alone, she managed to cut the floor without even touching it. He was getting surprise after surprise today. The woman, on the other hand, was peacefully floating, where he was not a second earlier. She was holding a pitch-black halberd that seemed to be made out of charcoal and smoke. The woman, on the other hand, was peacefully floating, where he was not a second earlier. Of course, she was surprised as he was. Those reflexes, those are borderline precognitive. Not to mention that speed. It seemed he honed both of them through battles alone. Such suicidal action, truly worthy of a dragon. What is that? Issei asked. He looked at the halberd, breaking her thoughts. This? She moved her halberd around. He nodded in response, his eyes glued to her, not wanting to make the same mistake twice. The strongest vampires are capable of manipulating shadows. Some can turn them into servants similar to living beings, while others turn them into weapons. However, it can only be used by the strongest vampires, she explained to him. I see, he narrowed his eyes. That's gonna be annoying. His guess was that she was capable of doing pretty much anything with those shadows. In that case, he smirked. My turn. He lifted his arm up and pointed at her instantly. In front of the woman, several spheres of darkness appeared out of thin air, no signs of it ever being there before. What? However, before she could retreat, they detonated. Boom! Less than a dozen black domes could be seen in air. Right where she was, explosion after explosion was heard, blood and indestructible sounds accompanying them. As the domes disappeared, a badly mutilated body was seen. It was missing various limbs, and everything else was scorched black. But despite seeing that, he didn't let his guard down. Soon after, the body started to heal. Lost limbs regrown. Meat turned back into pristine white. Hair back to its former appearance. The beauty was just floating there, like nothing ever happened, a bored look across her face. The woman extended her left hand to the side and said Herbert was shot from the shadow underneath her. Catching it while in the air, she twirled it around expertly and fixed her stance. She then lowered her to the center of gravity and said, those spheres of yours are extremely dangerous. Highly concentrated flames that vaporize everything inside them. She refused to take another blow of the flames.
It was time to fight a bit more seriously. That regeneration is ridiculous, even for me to say. He hid his worry from her, but it seems her defense is rather low, if so much damage was done from that. He stopped his analysis when he saw the woman disappear from his sight. Rebellion! He summoned the blade as a reflex. Clang! The sound of metal clashing against metal was heard. Ugh! The strength behind her blow was huge. He was sent flying towards the ground. After the huge cloud of dust was gone, their figures could be seen. Erika was standing in the air while holding her halberd close to the middle of the shaft. Issei was inside the crater. He was still standing despite the blow. His trusty blade had pretty obvious chip and a huge crack on the surface. Ridiculous. He eyed his blade and still couldn't believe it. Not daring to block another blow with the same blade, he summoned the rest of Rebellion and surrounded himself with them. Mentally ordering them to attack, the blades went sent flying at her with astounding speed. In the blink of an eye, they were already in front of her. Mentally ordering them to attack, the blades were sent flying towards her with astounding speed. In the blink of an eye, they were already in front of her. Erika eyed the blades coldly as she expertly twirled her halberd. As fast as lightning, 6 cling sounds were heard. The 6 blades were countered, and with such force that they were actually sent flying. Issei saw a momentary gap in her defense, and had to her maneuver and used his darkness to cover his legs. Lowering his body, he made a crater as he jumped. As he basically teleported in front of her, he swung his blade with all of his strength. Clang! The sound was similar to the roar of some beast. Erika managed to block his blow, but this time she was forced down to the ground. Sparks could be seen from grinding between metal of both weapons. Not letting her rest, Issei mentally ordered the blade in his hand to move. It twirled around his wrist and broke contact with her halberd. While taking a step forward, he reinforced his arms with darkness to increase his power. A diagonal slash was the one that started it all. However, she parried it with ease, creating sparks from the slash. Issei changed his swing to horizontal slash. She blocked it with the shaft of her halberd, but she took a step back rather forcefully, breaking her balance. Twirling the blade in his hand, he made a vertical cut, but she dodged it while pressing her hands against the ground, doing a backflip. This woman is really good. His momentum was stopped when she dodged the last blow. She fixed her stance, stabilized her balance, and pointed her halberd towards him in her eyes emotionless. Soon she sprinted towards him and sent a thrust aimed at the middle of his chest. Bang! Issei used the length of his blade to block the blow, but it was still enough to send him flying across the hall. Erika took advantage of this, and in a sudden burst of speed, she disappeared from her former location, leaving an afterimage. Issei saw her movement. Barely, and while flying across the hall, he did several backflips with the momentum he gained, and he twisted his body and sent a front kick, aiming where she would appear. Erika widened her eyes in shock when she saw that counter. What monstrous instincts he has. Ultra instinct. I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself. She tried to stop herself, but it was not enough. The kick landed perfectly on her chest. Boom! The armor in her chest was shattered and was sent flying into the air. Issei landed on the ground and reduced the rest of his momentum. Erika, on the other hand, crashed against the chandeliers in the ceiling. Debris alongside of the mantle from the ceiling, crashing against the ground and creating clouds of smoke. Issei narrowed his eyes when the smoke covered him. He knew this wasn't good. Soon his instinct screamed at him to move his head. He barely did it on time. He felt how his cheek was cut by the projectile flying past Mach speed. Bang! A halberd was embedded on the marble floor, spreading cracks across the floor. He widened his eyes in a brief shock and turned his head back at the ceiling. And Erika was standing upside down, her legs and knees embedded on the ceiling. Issei could see her bones and thighs waste grumorously, forcing themselves back in place, as well as the depression in her chest heel, accompanied by the crunches of bones and flesh. Blood from the corner of her mouth, but the smile she had took his breath away. Taking advantage of this, Erika dashed towards him, breaking the ceiling apart. She spun in the air and made a perfect drop kick while aiming the tip of her foot at Issei's throat. Issei dodged to the left and threw himself towards the floor, wishing to stay away from that drop. Bang! Erika landed on the whole castle, felt it, but the sound of her legs breaking at the point of impact again was definitely not pretty. Issei rolled across the ground, wanting to get out of the crater she made after he pressed his arms on the ground and did a backbend, but what he saw left him speechless. Erica was already on her way towards him. Holbert, on hand, was ready to kill him. She set me up. He realized that her goal was that to kick was the weapon, not him, but before he could do anything, she was already in front of him. As she appeared next to him, her legs were already healed. She then twirled her halberd across her body and used herself as a pivot and gained momentum, twisting her body even more. She extended the halberd, increasing her reach, and grabbed it near the end of it. All of this in a fragment of a second. Then she moved her whole body and struck. Shit! He could only lift his arms and prepare himself to impact. Bang! Issei was sent flying, crashing against the castle wall and breaking whatever was inside the hall. The entire wall crumbled, and he was sent outside. He used his darkness and covered his mangled left arm, changing it into the shape of a claw. He grasped the ground with it, diminishing his momentum and landing safely. He used his darkness and covered his mangled left arm again. Tish, what a blow! Even his head was dizzy. He looked at his butchered arms and gulped. It demolished my arms even when I blocked it? Just how strong is he? Seeing his darkness do its magic, he focused. Change of strategies. He had a plan soon, and like an old Spartan-like spear appeared in his hand, the same one he used to fight and wound Volley. He rested it against his shoulder, tapping it while looking relaxed, which he wasn't. He knew that she surpassed him in physical ambient, and her regeneration made her next to bugged. However, her defense was so weak, so if he needed something that forced her to stay on the ground, I need pure power, he concluded. I need something that increases my strength exponentially. He was starting to think. His best ideas always came from the battlefield. He then saw the woman come out of the hole in the wall. She was calmly walking and steadily moving her hips, a smile plastered across her face. Is that all? She taunted him. Oh, you wish. He moved his spear off his shoulder and took a throwing stance. Then 2 spirals of energy came from the tip of it. Drill, he muttered. The spear was thrown at her. Shink! Without noticing anything, the spear went right through her. I didn't even see it coming. That speed is monstrous. She eyed the weapon in the middle of her chest. Blech! Vomiting blood, she grabbed the spear, trying to take it out. Ugh! She took the spear out of her body, a hole present on her chest, piercing straight through her and almost hitting her heart. That attack is mortal to anyone that can't see the spear, she said, as the hole in her chest quickly healed. She was restored like nothing ever happened. I need to stop playing. He's far stronger than I thought. A mistake? And I'm done for. My regeneration can only do so much before tiring me out. Throwing the spear at the side, she extended her arm, pointing at Issei after she turned her palm facing, and she moved it towards her. Ugh! This time, Issei vomited blood. What? He felt his lungs getting pierced and his heart scratched. He turned his head with difficulty and looked at his shadow. So, you can create weapons from other shadows as well. A huge mistake came out of his shadow. It was long and thick, and maybe the size of an arm. Then, like smoke, it vanished into thin air. My win. She seriously told Issei, who was standing coughing blood. Win? Sorry, but that's not true, he smiled. Stop acting tough. The hole in your chest says otherwise, she said. Hole? What hole? He cynically asked. Don't anger her. Her words stopped at her throat as she looked at Issei's chest. It was perfectly healed without any kind of wound. Like she did nothing. Impossible! What did you do? She screamed at him. He smirked and answered. My darkness is capable of healing any type of wound. Doesn't matter how heavy. He then started to walk towards his right. The woman turned her whole body around to face him, unknowingly doing what he wanted. Us dragons, once we reach a certain threshold, are no longer the same. There are 11 dragons in the history that have surpassed the threshold, and now you're facing one of them, he said with a hidden arrogance. He stopped his walk, once again preparing to fight, but before that he extended his arm, pointing it at her. Afterwards he muttered, Return. The spear that was now behind her, as if having its mentality of its own, went towards him. The tip of the spear went right through her left chest, leaving a much bigger hole than the one before. The woman didn't even flinch when the spear went through her. It seemed she could heal that kind of damage. Issei caught the spear, but the shaft, and pointed it at her. A little trick I thought of a few days ago after my fight against the Hirakako. It was annoying to always create a new one, so I decided to simply have it come back to me, he explained. Since his fights in Kyoto, Issei discovered that he needed to know how to spend his aura. After all, he wasn't a fully mature dragon, therefore his recovery of it was still slow, and during a fight he didn't want to be out of gas. Round 2, he mocked the beauty. Huh, she replied with annoyance, clearly mad at him for the little plot, but Issei took advantage of that. As quick as lightning, Issei sped towards her, and at the tip of his spear a purple-black ember was seen. "Flare up!" he screamed and swung his spear. From the tip of it, a tidal wave of flames came forth, covering everything in sight. The woman was surprised, but she still decided to take the hit. Not like she could dodge with that huge AoE, but she didn't stay there with her arms crossed. Using her shadow, she created more stakes that impaled his legs and all the way through his thighs. Whoosh. The flames touched her hastily laid defense and went through her like butter. Issei withstood the pain in his legs as he saw a wall of purple-black flames that reached and covered the hole in the castle. Sizzle. As the flames continued burning the chunks of the castle, Issei saw something that startled him. From the flames, Erika calmly walked out, most of her skin gone, and sight of her chest and arms that exposed pure muscle and white bones seemed to come straight out of a horror movie. Some parts of her were still caught ablaze, and her left arm was gone, all the way to her shoulder, just cauterized, stumped. Her chest and parts of her neck were charred black, and one could swear her blood was literally boiling. Her legs were pretty laid bare to the bones, but even with all that, she still walked without fear. As she walked, muscles grew on her legs, and covered by flawless white skin. Her left arm regrew back to normal, and her chest and neck were covered by new, fresh skin. Her shadows covered her naked body, giving her a bodysuit and armor. Issei stood there, forgetting about the stakes tapping him and watching him morbid fascination. She sprinted towards him, covering the distance, then like a joke. As if reached in front of him, she clutched her fist, making her gauntlets creak. Issei clicked his tongue, and both arms lifted up, covering himself in darkness. Crack! Her punch reached him, and bones were broken with that hit, even if he guarded against it. Both of his arms were basically in pieces now. He gritted his teeth and healed his arms. Clever woman. He saw the stakes were still rooted on the ground, but not because of that, he will become a punching bag. Coating on his arms, his flames, he released a jab aimed at her face with the strength all he had, not reserving a thing. His fist did the same she did to him. He broke her arms as well. She was sent flying against the facade of the castle, completely destroying it. Now only bits and pieces were left on the castle. Finally, he managed to catch her breath. Taking the opportunity of this, he forcefully removed the stakes from his legs and took his distance from the castle. After many bad hits and healing them, he was feeling tired, but he could still fight without a doubt. Ha! That's a punch. Laughter was heard from a curtain of smoke and dirt. A figure could be seen from the smoke. You're something else, Issei. She seemed happy. Issei knew that smile too well. That's the same smile Volley, Saro, or KO, and now the one that I have, a battle-hungry smile. Happy at the challenger in front of us, he thought, is a bit of nostalgia. From now on, I'll fight with all my power, she told him, her aura slowly increasing. I suspected that. Across the fight, he was questioning whether she was fighting him seriously. It seems that he wasn't. Cling! From her shadow, a huge set of halberds was formed, each of them in different sizes and shapes. Different from my siblings. I'm only good at transforming my shadows and halberds and stakes. They were more special, capable of changing them into different weapons and even servants, she narrated as she grabbed a halberd from the shadow. But according to my mother, my absolute advantage was my physical strength and my regeneration. So her regeneration was abnormal even among her family. He was glad that that was the truth. I was the strongest of all my siblings according to my father. My regeneration was pretty much the same as his, even stronger. My father was the first and only son of Dracula, so you could say that I am really strong. She pointed her halberd at him. You're the first that has forced me to use this much strength. Not even the ones that sealed the managed to get this far. For that, I thank you, Issei. This was far the best fight of my life. He thanked him sincerely. You're something she had ever done. Although she didn't like the fact the fight was going to end, she did like that he never gave up. He seemed really interesting to be around. I'll think about that after you become stronger than me. She pushed her thoughts to the side and raised her halberd. All of the ones of shadows floated above her and filled the sky. Now that's quite the view. Seeing the brown sky into black, he was surprised. Lance of the Black Knight. Then all of the halberds rained on top of him, blocking his view. Many cutting noises were heard, making the earth quake. At the magnitude of this attack, the entire city was shook from this very blow. After some time, the former square in front of the castle was reduced to a big smoking crater that covered all the space and even parts of the castle. Fuki saw the entire battle, and although it was a lie to say that she wasn't worried sick about him, she knew him better than most. She knew that he will still win. So she swallowed down the scream that was on her throat and waited for the true outcome to occur. The smoke settled down and a figure was seen deep inside the crater. Issei was still standing. The light in his eyes had yet to vanish. His body was skewered by the halberds, some still sticking to his body. Big cuts were all over his body, some really deep while others were small. His left arm was almost gone, being skewered so many times that the arm was almost severed. His thighs were pierced and long cuts crisscrossed his chest. A really bad state that could kill him just by looking, yet his darkness was still healing him, and yet at extremely slow speed. Opening his eyes even more, he muttered, "Dark cocoon." Then his darkness enveloped, forming an oval shape, not letting anyone see what happened inside. After a minute or two, his darkness returned to covering his right and arm thigh. A completely healed Issei was now standing at the center of the crater, his wounds gone, but the fatigue in his face was clear for all to see. Using that always exhausts me, he thought as he looked at the shocked face of the vampire. Purgatory Flame Bird. He extended his arm at the side, and black spear appeared, quickly morphing it into a bird. "Go," he told the bird, which turned and looked at the beauty. Flapping its wings, it flew towards her. Erica made a move. Using all of her strength, she summoned all of the stakes she could as a shield. They proved to be useless as the bird burnt through them like nothing. "That thing is extremely dangerous. That could kill me." For once she felt the blade of death against her neck. Her regeneration was similar to Issei's. It tired her out, and it could not only heal as long as she wasn't completely destroyed. In other words, as long as one important organ remained, then she could regenerate. But if the brain and the heart were destroyed without a single piece remaining, then it was dead end. Gathering the majority of her remaining strength, she used the absolute trump card that could save her from death. Her body started to change, and began transforming into a mist. Soon it became transparent. The bird struck directly at her. Bang! A small sun was formed at her location. Absurd heat was created from the impact. This was the strongest Purgatory Flame Bird he ever created. Maybe because he was really desperate. Even the usual red flames turned slightly black. That, Issei was thinking as he saw the reddish-black sun. That could probably mortally wound a Mao. He thought as he remembered the strength during the war. Of course, Sir Zex and Ajuka are a different story. He knew those two were above anything else. The sun started to diminish in heat and disappeared. On its place, nothing could be seen. "Don't tell me that I killed her. No, that shouldn't be possible," he refused, thought immediately. Then in front of him, mist started to amalgamate, changing into a form of a beautiful woman that looked exhausted. Even her face looked sickly pale. "You actually forced me to use my mist transformation," she told him, not believing what just happened. Mist transformation? He couldn't help but ask. "Some of us vampires are born with special abilities." She decided to explain and regain her breath. "My eldest brother controlled blood, any type of it, even others' blood. My eldest sister was capable of changing the weather in a small scale. She could manipulate its elements. My third brother could shapeshift into anything I could think of, whether human or beast, and I could change my whole body into mist, temporarily making me invulnerable," she explained to Issei. Those words made him widen his eyes. Not for nothing they were called the strongest vampires. He now understood why they were so feared. All the remaining families had to join forces to fight them, and even like that, they almost exterminated themselves. "I won't give up," he told her, forcing his tired body to work overtime. He used everything he had left. The woman saw him and smirked. "I like that will of yours. It's truly praiseworthy," she smirked. Right now, she had a little over 50% of her energy remaining. Maybe a bit more. Issei, on the other hand, was just running on fumes. "Ha!" he screamed and sprinted towards her, and using his fist as sole method to attack. She responded in the same way. Bam! Like in the beginning of their fight, both clashed fists. Issei could feel how his knuckles were cracking. "Not yet," he mentally screamed and punched her with the other hand. The earth dented, both fists sprayed blood, reaching the others' faces. Bang, bang, bang. Multiple sounds echoed all throughout the city. Fist after fist, kick after kick, they were fighting with everything they had. However, Issei knew he was losing. His bones were cracked in multiple places, even his knuckles were all bloody. More strength, a blow after another blow, each stronger than the last, he mentally screamed. He wanted to be stronger, he wanted to win. This was no longer a matter of who was better than the other. This was literally their lives on the line, their pride, their future. Boom! Their kicks resounded all over the ancient citadel, causing glass to break and walls to creak. Issei felt his bones were fracturing, cracking, and breaking into separate pieces. No, I refuse to lose like this. He returned his leg and used to kick back from the earth, and this time he punched. Bang! His darkness covered his body even more. It was trying to do everything it could to fulfill his wishes. Then it happened. His darkness pulsed. His next strike became stronger than the last. Bam! Surprised at the increase in streak, Erika took a step back. Issei didn't waste this. He struck again and again and again. What's happening? Each attack is stronger than the last. How could that be possible? She was shocked at the result of the clash of fists. Little by little, she was forced to use her everything equal to him. Issei kept striking. He knew he could win if things kept going like this. His attacks kept getting stronger. Just like a combo, she thought as he continued striking. Now being in 20th strike. The bones in her fractured hand, widening her eyes, decided to use all she had, not sparing a thing. Issei was getting tired, but his fist was taking too much energy from him. Thanks to his darkness increasing the power of the consecutive blow, he was capable of standing toe-to-toe in the physical strength department against Erika, but not for long. He needed to end it. Soon after, he saw how Erika started to change. His former pristine skin turned into color of ash. Her former pristine skin. White mixed with black, her nails elongated, and her eyes became even redder than before, shining with eerie red light. However, he still decided to hit her. Boom! Lord of Vampires. Her voice echoed all through the same. This is my absolute best. Merging with my shadows and increasing my physical abilities to the utmost limit, she explained as she threw a punch. Issei couldn't see it and was directly stuck in the ribcage. His sternum was broken into pieces, but he was angry because his combo was broken. He figured as long as he kept striking within a period of time, his blows would increase in force. He still didn't know how much stronger they could get, but he was getting somewhere. However, that punch sent him flying, breaking his combo. He destroyed the remaining houses behind him and was sent flying through. Many more of them. Vomiting mouthfuls of blood. Issei landed onto the pile of broken wooden planks, broken in pieces of stone. His ribs were basically in different pieces. His chest was caved in. His organs had suffered a lot from that punch. Even some of them were punctured due to his broken bones. Shit, just as I was starting to get the lead, how many trump cards does Erika have? His darkness was healing him extremely slow. A wound that bad would take its sweet time. At this pace, I won't be able to fight for long. He stayed there for a couple of seconds, deciding what to do, but he heard, "Will you give up?" Hearing that familiar voice, he smiled and felt nostalgia. He knew who he was, and damn, was he late. Give up? Not at all. He stood up from the debris and walked slowly, and yet slowly. He went through many holes he caused, and soon reached the crater that once was the main square. Erika was still there, her skin being the color of ash. She looked exhausted and was breathing heavily. She was different from him. You won't give up? She was amazed. He already weak and exhausted, but he still stood up. He didn't care about anything. He just wanted to prove he was worthy of being her leader. He wanted to win and wanted to become part of his team. You're something else entirely, Issei. The first man that has made me feel such a huge amount of respect. Not even my father was capable of this. You're the first, with a will of steel like that. I don't know what to do. She was feeling confused. Each blow she received made her feel his conviction, his emotions, his will. Even if you lose the fight, I'll follow you, she decided as she wanted to watch him closer. You gained my respect and trust, Issei. Maybe with you at my side, this world will be more interesting, she thought, as she looked back at him. Erika, you're an incredible woman. Strong, beautiful, smart, courageous, brave, and so much more. But exactly because of that, I won't let you get away from me. I'll defeat you and make you accept me as your leader, so that we can be this big world together. His words transmitted a wail feelings that she experienced before. She blushed at it honestly. Really, what an interesting man you are. The same words that were heard by Fuki, who was burning in jealousy. Why did you have to say those words? Why? She screamed internally, Fuki annoyed at it. And because I want you, I'll use everything I have at my disposal. He extended his left arm and placed it in front of him. Drake, there's much to catch up on. But for now, lend me your strength, I don't want to lose, he asked a certain someone that was always with him. Then in the reverse of his left palm, a green glow appeared, illuminating everything in sight. Ha ha ha! The laugh echoed all over the crater and the city itself. Partner, this was indeed much to catch up on, but I must have said, you have grown, I feel proud. It feels good to be back, a voice was heard from within the green glow. Hearing it, the woman was petrified. They knew that gauntlet, and more than that, the voice and power. Let's go, Drake, like old times. Dragon Booster, second liberation! The boosted gear materialized itself in a red light that blocked everyone's vision. A red gauntlet appeared on his left arm. It covered till his elbow, giving off a really heavy feeling. Red is its main color, alongside is a green gem in its center at the elbow, golden spikes at the end of it. That was the boosted gear, one of the 13 Longinus. Seeing the gauntlet, Issei noticed how it was in its second form. It seems that all the training he did managed to get him good results. Boost! The usual voice was heard. Issei didn't have much time. He only had the energy for a single blow. Covering his boosted gear with his darkness, he increased his power to the limit. Boost! He smirked when he felt the increase in power, but he knew his body couldn't handle more. Transfer! All the energy he had, he transferred it into his left fist for a single strike. This reminded him of a certain past event. He sped up and reached Erica, who was still shocked. A different light was seen in her eyes the moment she saw him closing in. Using all he had, he punched her. Not capable of doing something else, she used everything in defense, but she planted her feet firmly against the ground and crossed her arms. Then the punch landed in her. Boom! She was sent flying across the crater. The last part of the still remaining castle was gone as she crashed against it. For a brief second, she only felt pain as she lost consciousness. She lost against him, but before that she thought, excellent, Issei. Whether those words, thoughts signified something else, no one would know. Issei was still standing at the center of the crater, barely hanging on to his consciousness. He fell down to his knees. When he was about to fall, he was caught by Fuki, tears falling down her eyes. Perfectly done, Issei. You did great, she muttered. As he lost consciousness in her arms, he needed to rest. They will stay there until he regains his senses. Both of the ones fighting needed to take a break. Time skip a couple of hours later. Issei was slowly waking up. Looking up, the brown ceiling was the only thing he could see. That took much more than I thought. After forcing himself, he stood up. He looked around and saw that he was resting in some random destroyed house. Its roof was completely gone. He saw a moldy bed right behind him with a single hole on it. Fuki? He knew who took care after him after he lost consciousness. He smiled at the thought. This place was just at the bottom of a house and nothing else. But aside from his bed, another one was present on the opposite side of the room. A certain someone he just fought was resting there, her eyes still closed. It seems they were both pretty exhausted. He talked a small voice, as not to wake up the other resident. Feeling slightly worn out, he sat up beside the bed and relaxed, thinking about what to do next. His thoughts were stopped by a familiar voice inside. It seems you're awake, partner. Drake! He mumbled his name. Good to have you back, he talked to the dragon. Of course. What do you mean? What would you do without me? The red dragon joked. Ha! True, Issei laughed, the first time in a long time. Then, partner, what happened recently? The dragon was intrigued. He saw his friend fighting against that vampire, also saw the fox yokai took care of him when he fainted, with a rather happy smile on her face. About that. Whew, a lot happened, he said. We have time until the fox comes back. Give me a rundown, Issei nodded his head.
There's going to be a world-class raiding game. Even the gods are going to participate in it. I thought I was extremely interested in that. So I decided that while I tour around the world, I would also search for members for my team. The dragon kept his silence. The first destination I went to was Kyoto. While I looked around, I heard about extremely powerful yokai that was imprisoned. He smirked when he remembered that hearing this dragon also smiled. It seemed Issei has his fair share of adventures while he was resting. I investigated and found out that she was being kept in prison in Arashiyama. I looked inside the place. After much effort, I found the prison. He moved his arms a little to ease the numbness he felt. After many things, I found her inside a special jail cell. We then talked about it for a while. During those moments, I figured out because she was a descendant of a certain someone, she was abused by everyone and unjustly jailed. Therefore, I promised to free her. From what that place help her regain something that belonged to her family. In exchange, she would join my team. The dragon was hearing his explanation while he thought.
She wouldn't have joined just because of that. Well, at least the look on her face and eyes say way more. It seems, partner, you accidentally made another woman fall for you.
While thinking that, he suppressed his laugh. So, we went to a special party where the treasure was going to be presented and prepared to steal it. And that place, Vali was there, and a couple of gods were also present. Long story short, I fought Vali and the storm god of Shinto to stall for time, while she stole the treasure and came for me. We managed to escape thanks to the treasure, and we left the place. He finished his name.
What was the treasure?
The dragon was interested. Not many things were capable of helping you escape a god. The Yakusanani no Magatama. He smirked at that comment. The dragon was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that.
Who is she?
Since she said the treasure belonged to her family, then she must be someone rather powerful. The last descendant of the Tamio no Mei. Kyubi no Yoko. The dragon widened his eyes even a bit inside his sacred gear, surprised by the information. He knew who the legendary Kyubi was. Rather infamous reputation she had, but if his partner trusted her, what he went through, then she was good in his book. After that, we went to Nasuno to rest in a train. Then we wanted to explore Romania. He started his adventure. Fuki thought it would be funny to set a random location and transport to Romania, and thanks to that, we appeared in a ghost town, he sighed. Having nothing better to do, we went inside and found out that place was destroyed due to supernatural causes. While looking for information, we discovered that town was destroyed by vampires. The reason was because of a book. The dragon was confused. All that for a book? What kind of book? The book was the ancient citadel of vampires, Umbra. It explained where it was and how to enter it. That made the dragon muse. It sounded interesting. We had one half, but we were missing the other, so we went looking for it. Finding it inside a random Tempest castle at the very bottom of it, he smiled in a proud way when he told him that. We joined the two halves and went to look for the citadel. He had a small smirk on his face. We found it, and the place was in ruins. It seemed that a civil war occurred, and many vampires died because of it. His words amused the dragon. It sounded like one of the many stories that he had listened to throughout his life. Civil wars were rather common in the supernatural world. Looking deeper into the city, we found a castle, and after opening the main gate, we found a strange iceberg. Inside it, he pointed at the woman, was sealed. We freed her, and after a little conversation, I proposed her to become part of my team. She would do it as long as I proved I was stronger than her, so we fought, and the rest of the story you already know. He finished narrating his second adventure and decided to ask something to Drake before he could. The dragon asked first.
So, who is she? If you accepted her proposal, she must be someone strong, Drake asked.
She is the last survivor of the royal family of vampires, born as the strongest vampire and direct descendant of Dracula himself. Erica Dracula. His words managed to make Drake smirk in interest. This sounds pretty good.
You really found extremely powerful and rare people for your team, partner.
Issei could swear he saw a smirk on the dragon's face. Maybe I did, or maybe it was all luck. He dismissed his comment and soon asked what he needed to know. How did you wake up? I thought it would take more time. The sudden appearance of the dragon managed to make him win this fight.
About that. The boosted gear received a stimulant and woke up earlier than I thought. It seems your pure wish for strength and win against the vampire managed to activate the boosted gear before planned.
Issei remembered the words of Azazel. The sacred gears respond to the will and feelings of their possessors, so pretty much everything can be possible. He quoted the words to the fallen.
Exactly.
Their conversation was interrupted by a resident here. She slowly opened her eyes and mumbled, her voice still exhausted.
What happened? She rose up from her dream, and like Issei, sat on her own bedside. Damn, my head hurts, she complained, and shook her head to get rid of the dizziness. It seems you're alive. The word sounded like deja vu to her. Then she looked at the other one present in badly destroyed house. You actually did. Seeing him, she shouted her comment. Of course! After all, I wanted you to come with me, he smiled at her. As he said those words, his voice sounded naturally warm, but also sharp. A voice like that made Erica relax. I like that voice, she thought as she kept looking at him. Since you beat me, I'll follow you. I'll become part of your team. Her tone was full of strength and pride, and she seemed to completely agree to come with him on the tour around the world. Perfect! Where are we going? She asked, curiosity in her eye. The game will start in less than 3 months, so until then, go travel around the world. I have never left this place, but it sounds interesting. The light in her eyes increased, but Issei asked something that had him worried. Will you be okay in the sunlight? Since he planned to travel by day, some inconvenience may arise if she only could move at night. Yeah, no problem at all, thanks to my regeneration, and just like my father, I won't be affected by any type of light, natural or divine, at least compared to other vampires. It's not a weakness that can kill me instantly. Hearing this comment, he sighed in relief. Good to know. He never would have thought that thanks to her regeneration, she could ignore the adverse effect light had on vampires. Then, everything will be according to plan. Now he had light in his eyes. Seeing him like this, the vampire smirked as if it found it interesting. Then the door, being a wooden plank that covered the hole at the entrance, was moved. The fox beauty came from it, and at the second she saw Issei, her face changed. A beaming smile appeared on it. Issei! She sprinted towards him and hugged him. Seeing her like this, also hearing the comment of Drake, saying she took care of him, he hugged her back. Thanks for everything, Fuki, he whispered in her ear, which was resolved to make her blush in red as face as possible. The vampire looked at her and giggled in mockery at the sound of Issei hugging Fuki. As soon as she felt him leave, she pouted. Must not see that cute face. He turned his head and looked at the vampire again. Ready to leave, he stood up and walked towards her. When he reached the closed enough, he extended his hand. Surprised by this, she chuckled and took his hand. Ready to leave, he stood up. Ha! Of course. Her voice sounded prideful and sharp, her usual tone of voice. Then let's leave. He looked at Fuki, who only nodded her head and summoned the Yakuza no Magatama. A portal was quickly made. Let's go, he ordered both of them. Fuki was the first to go inside. Erica looked at the vortex curiously and turned to look at Issei. He nodded his head and the beauty smirked. Walking with her head held high and visibly moving her hips, she went inside the portal. Issei soon left alone. Things just keep getting more interesting. He smirked at the place his hands in his pockets like them. He walked towards the vortex. As soon as he walked through it, the portal disappeared. Issei had officially left the Castle of Shadows, Umbra. And that is the end of Chapter 7. Chapter 8. First move. My turn. Nasuno is a beautiful place, location at the northern part of the center of Japan. Not a well-known province, but a beautiful place to pass by. Yet in this discreet province of Japan, in the land where no civilization was found, deep inside the forest at the top of a mountain, a beautiful new-looking shrine can be seen. The shrine is actually where Issei and his team were staying at since they returned from Romania. Yet all the people inside the shrine were already awake, and some were even training this early time of the day. Bam! A small echo was heard from behind the shrine, more specifically at the bottom of the shrine. At the base of the mountain, dense vegetation was everywhere, so not much could be seen, but on an empty plain, 2 figures were fighting, moving so fast that they created after images. They kept trading blows, not letting either of them get an advantage over the one another. The 2 figures were male and female. They looked focused on their training and were more or less fighting seriously. Bam! Another echo was heard. Bigger than the last, the 2 figures just clashed fists, creating shockwaves from the collision and denting the earth beneath them. The male looked rather tall. He had cold in his eyes and a small smirk on his face. He had deep brown hair, almost black, and had a rather special gauntlet in his left arm. The female, on the other hand, was pure white hair and red eyes that were filled with eagerness and excitement, maybe because of the fight. Damn, even with the boosted gear and the power I gained from fighting you, it's hard to defeat you, the male spoke with a frustrated voice, not letting his guard down at all. Ha! You think that only because you got that you could defeat me? The teasing voice of the woman was heard. The man shrugged his shoulders and spoke. Well, Erica, I thought I could have a better chance. Seeing this, the woman rolled her eyes. Although you gained the boosted gear, and that annoying ability of yours, I must say that since at the time I was just released from the seal, all of my strength hadn't come back, she explained, as well as her hands on her, and she placed her hands on her hips, but to Issei it sounded like an excuse. Yeah, I know that, but in the end you still lost, he smirked at the comment. She just turned her head around and ignored him.
Ha! You truly know how to choose them, partner.
The dragon inside the boosting gear talked inside his head. Don't start with that again, Drake. Ever since they came back, the dragon kept teasing him about Fuki and Erica. He couldn't deny they were beautiful, but after what he went through because of some women, he felt relationships and anything in between inside. He just didn't want them. They are my friends, and nothing what you say will change that.
Friends? Keep telling yourself that,
he replied in a low voice. The woman, seeing the opening his guard, sprinted right at him, not letting the chance to go. Issei was too late to react and received a full end of the blow. Bang! Issei was sent flying through the trees, destroying a solid dozen of them. He then crashed against the ground and made a big crater inside the forest. Shit! Let my guard down! Now the combo is broken, he screamed and cursed at the name.
You shouldn't have let your guard down.
If you wouldn't have distracted me, none of this would have happened. Ever since Drake came back, things have been like this. They talked much more among them, but sometimes things like this would happen. When the dragon first came back, they kept talking for hours, putting all of their plans into a more solid state. Issei also explained his abilities in detail, and fought a few rounds against both Fuki and Erica to prove how strong he was. The dragon was shocked. Not that he would tell him. His aura was really absurd. And after all his abilities he listed, Drake reached a conclusion about his aura. It seemed that as long as he could concrete idea on how an ability worked and how it could be made, and as long as it wasn't a conceptual level, then he could more or less create it. That was his rough guess. However, if the ability was too strong, then it would be a waste of time. He couldn't create an endless supply of energy, nor an attack that could destroy everything into a molecular level, neither a blow that could alter cause and effect. That was impossible. After all, attacks like that were on the level of the gods, and the dragon himself only got those type of abilities really late in his life. Not a single shortcut existed for creating that kind of abilities, only time, experience, and a lot of patience. And then it'll come. And for now, nothing has reached the level of an ability like his boost, transfer, or penetrate. The closest ones were his recent ability, a rather decent power, at least in the dragon's eyes, and if used properly, it was really strong. Not that the rest of his abilities are weak, but rather that they hadn't reached the level they could pose a serious threat to him on a strong being. But he was growing, and really fast. That made the dragon happy and proud. Huh, seems like the training has ended. He stood up from the crater, dusted his clothes, then he walked towards the base of the mountain. Erica was standing there, muck and grin plastered across her face. This is enough, Erica. Let's get inside. We still didn't finish explaining everything that happened after the 200 years we were sealed. He talked her out of the fight. She felt discouraged by that, but she understood and visibly relaxed. A pity, but that ability of yours is serious trouble to anyone. Her narrowed eyes at the comment. And if you reach a high enough combo, then it would pose a threat to pretty much everyone. She talked to him as she walked by his side, planning to walk all the way to the top of the mountain. Yeah, but the problem is the time I have to land another blow. His newly ability was really strong, but like everything, it had its weaknesses. After it fight in Romania, he trained with a beauty to increase pretty much all of his physical aspects, and after some days, he managed to improve. Now he had better martial arts according to both Drake and Erica, and even his stamina shot up by a decent margin. How long is that? Erica asked. Around 3 to 4 seconds, quite the strong gap. During a fight, not many openings can be found, so it's rather complicated to use, he replied as he looked her in the eye. His new ability consisted of a series of combination attacks. Every time he landed a hit, while the ability was active, the next blow would increase in 200,000 pounds of force. Give or take a few. A lot of power was packed into that punch, but to a really strong enemy in the physical ambit like Erica, to plant a threat he needed to reach at least a 20-hit combo, something that was not easy. On the other hand, for someone with a ridiculous defense, he needed to increase the combo to 30 hits. Until now, he has only reached 32 hits against Erica. After that, she would put everything into dodging in the next blow, and once his combo was broken, he needed to start from the beginning. A strong ability, but was really time consuming and actually needed the right timing to use properly, but he wasn't complaining. But, well, we slowly are even getting stronger. I can also say that I have improved. She smiled at him, clearly showing off. Ever since leaving Romania, Issei got closer to the beauty to the point where he could understand her without much verbal communication, much to the dismay of Fuki. He didn't understand how something like this could be possible without years of spending time together. Until this day, he still couldn't find the answer. So instead of smacking his brains in search for an answer, he left it as it is. Yeah, we need to increase our strength before the game. Gods will participate, and I doubt even us three would plant a serious threat to a single one. He was also excited about that part, but he knew that he would need to worry about when the tournament starts. Let's get inside. There's something we need to do. He had thought things through and decided what his next course of action should be. Erica nodded her head. She knew when they needed things to be done and would become serious too, not joking nor complaining at all. She liked that about him. There was a moment for everything, and changing according to the situation was what true leaders and strong beings needed to do. After a couple of minutes, the two of them and Fuki were sitting inside a room, a classic-style Japanese room with sliding doors, tatami mats with thin walls. A table was at the center of the decent-sized room. A couple of cushions on the floor and couches were also inside. A lamp hung from the ceiling, big in size and just bright enough to perfectly illuminate the room. Issei was sitting on the couch, both hands clasped together, while the other two were sitting at the complete opposite side of him. Well, since a few days ago, I have been thinking I can no longer extend this moment, he explained to them while leaning forward. He looked into their eyes and said, we need to get the tournament pieces, and for that we need to go to the underworld, he explained with a bitter look on his face. Both knew why his face was like that, more or less. After spending these days, he would sometimes tell them about his adventures with the Parage and how he got famous, managing to get a couple of laughs from both women. But every time they asked how he changed and why, how he ended up like this, he would only answer by saying he got into an accident. Seeing his face at that time, they decided to no longer ask about it. His face was devoid of any emotion, and his aura he held at that time was solemn. He obviously refused to say anything else, and they both agreed to keep it a secret since they saw that his reaction was so bad. But Fuki and Erica felt intrigued by this reaction of him. He was normally blunt and honest with his words, and he always answered any questions, even if they involved his perverted past. But for him to completely ignore anything related to that accident proved them it was not something so simple. Something else that intrigued them was how, because of his stories, the way that according to Fuki others talked about him, his character was incredibly different from how others described him as. He was serious, sharp, and cold with strangers, but with them, he was teasing and warm. They didn't know the reason behind the change of personality, but whatever it was, he wasn't comfortable to talk about it with them. At least not yet, but for such a drastic change to occur, it was really a mystery what brought it. They heard his voice again, breaking them off their thoughts. The problem is that both Fuki and I, since the little incident back in Kyoto, became rather wanted. He sighed at his words. Erika smirked as she remembered the story he told her about how he met the fox. Yes, that was a funny story. Issei glared at her with reproachful eyes. Erica just smirked at him while crossing her arms underneath her chest. Fuki took a brief peek at the enormous mountains, comparing them to her own. Regretfully, she lost in that ambit. They were ridiculously big. Yeesh, those are ridiculous. How big? H-cup? More? How can I compete with those knockers she has? It's not even funny to think about. I know that Volley reported this situation to the higher-ups. Suddenly she heard the voice on Issei, breaking her mental math. On her cup side, she then blushed a bit after her own thoughts. How much about it if he told them? I don't know. Worst comes to worst, we are now wanted by everyone of the three biblical factions. He ran across his hair, and the Shinto pantheon wants us even more. And again, it was becoming a habit. He then crossed his arms behind his head and rested his entire body on the couch, his head tilted upwards and staring at the ceiling. That's why we need to be cautious. Fuki talked to him while trying to calm him down, mentally patting her back at how nobody caught her blush. She's right. Whatever happens, happens. Erika nodded her and shrugged her shoulders. Issei ignored the easygoing fox and the hedonistic vampire. He was too summed up on his own thoughts at their antics.
Breathing in, he turned his head back then. Anyway, we need to go to the underworld. That's a must. But while doing it, we need to keep our heads low. I really, really don't want anyone reasons for people to look for us. He was serious about this. Found out would prove troublesome. Sure, Issei, don't worry, Fuki nodded her head, energetically ignoring his comment. It's because I'm with you that I worry, he thought, as Drake agreed with him. Fuki mistook his silence as approval, so she stood up from the couch and lifted a hand in the air and then said, "Let's go!" The cheerful and carefree air she created made Issei sigh in defeat, while Erika just tilted her head to the side, greatly amused by this outcome. Issei managed to the bridge of his nose as he began thinking, we need to leave, and as long as we don't gather much attention, we should be fine. Soon he accepted his fate. Then let's go. Maybe if we have time, we could see the underworld a little. Although he wasn't fond of the place, he had to admit it was extremely beautiful in its own right. Both beauties were excited. Neither of them has ever stepped foot in the underworld, so this experience was something they were expecting a lot from. Any objections with the plan? Both shook their heads, but before he could say something, an excited Fuki and Yakuza no Magatama created the portal to the underworld. Issei, let's go! This'll be fun! Issei's sweat dropped on his head. Her voice was too flirty for his own good, but soon he gave up and started to walk towards the portal. The beauties waited for him to get in front of them, maybe as a sign of him being the leader. After he reached their side, he changed his expression to his usual cold and sharp look. He turned to look at both of them, nodded his head, and walked into the portal. As soon as he crossed the portal, the other two did the same. Excitement was present in the eyes of Fuki, while curiosity and expectation were on Erika's. Scene change. The underworld. Location unknown. Where did you bring us this time, Fuki? With an accustomed glare and voice, he turned his head towards the beauty. The mentioned only blinked her eyes and smirked. That smile, that's not good. Issei narrowed his eyes. Yeah, about that. She placed a finger on her chin, trying her best to act cute. Fuki? His voice was deeper. Hearing that tone, she knew Issei was angered, so she quickly answered the question. I brought us to the capital of the underworld, she confessed. Issei looked at his surroundings. Then he looked back at her with a dead look in his eyes. Well, at least close to it, she said, as her head went back to the head. But since I didn't want to appear in the middle of a populated street, I set the location near a capital. Issei looked into her eyes. He soon sighed and accepted her explanation. Fuki felt she dodged a bullet. An angry Issei is someone you do not want to mess with. Fine, I'll believe you. I really don't think you would have done it on purpose anyway. He turned around and started to look on the other comrade. Fuki paled as he said that, but due to him tuning around, he couldn't see her face. Erika, on the other hand, was standing in the middle of the road, pretty much in the middle of nowhere. She was looking around curiously, and Issei looked at her back and he said, Erika, we need to start moving. As we walk, we can see the scenery of the underworld. Let's start the journey, he ordered the vampire, who turned her head at him and nodded with a smirk. The three of them started their journey once again. Their location was desolate, to say the least. The entire place looked similar to the human world, except for the purple sky above their heads. They were in the middle of a wide road, maybe used a commercial route by merchants. Aside from that, weird-looking flora and fauna were all over the place. The ground looked dry as if it hadn't been rained in years. The yellow color was opaque and dead. The rocks were the same tone of yellow, but the small hills at the distance showed at least some life. At the top of the hills, enormous trees were present. They reached pretty high up, and aside from their red leaves that seemed as a lit on flames, they looked not so different from a normal tall tree. Alongside the road, some of the same trees were present. Even small, similar colored bushes were seen. The animals they saw were small, not large, larger than a fist. They varied from lizard-looking things to bugs that were really creepy, to birds ugly in appearance, but they ignored them all. The three of them just walked side by side. While watching the scenery, their goal was a large city on the horizon. The city, they believed it to be the capital, was surrounded by tall black walls and looked similar to steel fortresses. Even some buildings overtook the height of the walls. Those buildings gave the impression of a modern-looking city in the human world.
and one that was industrialized at that. The noises from the city were heard all the way here. It was as if they were having a festival or something like that. The three of them walked while messing around, teasing each other, mainly Issei, but it didn't exactly work. So instead, they were talking about some nonsense, Issei narrating a few of his adventures, causing Erika to bend over in laughter and Fuki to look at him with rather dangerous eyes. Only after an hour did they finally reach the city. A massive gate used in the military was in front of them, however, not many soldiers were guarding it. Maybe after the war, everyone was getting more relaxed and not so much security was present. As they reached the gate of the city, a pair of guards approached them. Before even looking at them properly, they screamed, "Welcome to the BL territory. What is your purpose here?" They sounded like professionals, and their uniforms complemented their seniors' aura quite well, but their tones didn't sound sharp nor cold, rather welcoming if Issei had a say in it. Issei took a step forward and replied, "We came here to look for information about the world-class raiding game. Perhaps you might know something?" Issei then took a look at their uniforms, lifting an eyebrow at the inconsistency of the design. Both guards were dressed in a purple military suit that looked expensive and flamboyant. Rather a uniform, it looked like clothes used by nobles in the underworld. They had thick black leathers and belts on their waist, black boots with gold laces and tilted purple cap, quite eye-catching in his opinion. The first guard calmed himself down, and the older of the two, he had white hair that had some point, was dark green. "Then you can pass. Many beings all over the world have gathered across the underworld, and like you, they also came because of the game." His voice was rappy, maybe due to his age. "About the exact location, well," he shook his head, "I'm afraid I don't know. After all, we spent all day guarding the northern gate." As Issei narrowed his eyes at the confrontation, the younger soldier was instead looking at his companions. He stood slack-jawed at the sight of a woman. He was frozen and dazed by their beauty. "These are the two most beautiful women I have ever seen. Just how could they be so hot? Are they nobles from the pantheons or something like that?" The pair of women in turn looked at him, and seeing the lustful light in his eyes and even the dumb grin on his face, they glared at him with extreme sharpness and killing intent. Erika abruptly clicked their tongue, making the younger guard tremble. "Who do you think you are to look at me like that, huh? Trash, be grateful I'm in a good mood. I have killed for far less," Erika thought, as Issei gave a brief look, obviously asking her not to kill him. Ever since being with Issei, she never expected such a perverted look on someone's eyes. Not that Issei didn't look at her, but rather when he looked at her, it was similar to appreciating a piece of art, like a beautiful sculpture or something she did like. Fugi was of course different. Her cheerful and flirty demeanor was gone, replaced by cold and disgusted expression. "You disgusting, pathetic shit-stain of a devil. The only man that can look at me at the lustful way is Issei, and Issei alone. He's only one that's allowed to even think of me in a lascivious way. You better turn your eyes away before I gladly remove them for you." That change in her personality was how she acts to anyone that wasn't she close with, or was Issei. She treated them in a cold and cautious way. Sometimes Issei wondered if he had some kind of if she had some kind of bipolar syndrome or something. But soon enough, he stopped caring about it. After everything he went through with her, he trusted her with his life, and how she treats others aside from the team didn't matter to him in the slightest. Issei and the old guard witnessed the change in both women's expressions. Issei, as always, didn't care, but the guard was the opposite. Thanks to his many years of service, he didn't end up in the same way as the young guard. But he was scared by the looks of both women's faces. Issei interrupted his thoughts. "Thanks for letting us pass, old guard. I'll find the information inside the capital." Turning around and looking at them, Issei said, "Erika, Fuki, let's go. We have things to do. Don't waste your time with someone like that." His cold voice managed to get the woman out of their thoughts before they did something to the young guard. Issei crossed the gate. Erika and Fuki followed after. Once they passed to the gate out of their sight, the old guard looked at the remaining young one. "Ozalian, don't ever look like that at him again." He was furious. "If it wasn't because the young man noticed the looks in their eyes, you may be a corpse." Ozalian, ashamed, lowered his head. "Sorry about that, Arguth. However, they were the most beautiful woman I've ever seen, so it isn't my fault. I looked at them like that. Even the rest of the squad back there still stupefied looks on their faces." He tried to excuse himself while pointing at the squad near the gate. "I know," he agreed with his words, "but you need to be professional with these types of situations if your head will roll." Although the old guard was dazed by their looks, he knew how to hide it. That was thanks to the experience more than anything. "The devil noblemen are also beautiful, but you need to be respectful," Argarth reminded him. Argued no noble woman could be that beautiful. I've seen the Gremory harassed, but she wasn't able to daze me as half as much as they did. The old guard was silent at those words. Even for him, they were the most beautiful woman he had ever laid eyes upon. The luck of that man is ridiculous. Zillion screamed, envy in his voice. That's true. The luck he has is certainly not normal. With those words, Argirth returned to his former position, thinking about the 3 new guests in the city. On the other side of the gate, both Fuki and Erika were furious. How could that piece of trash look at us that way? Damn, I just wish I could kill him, Erika spoke as she gritted her teeth. Fuki only nodded her head, a cold look still written on her face. Erika, Fuki, you can't blame him after all. You're by far the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. So in a sense, I can understand why he was so dazed. His voice sounded warm and sharp, yet his comment managed to get unexpected response, at least in his eyes. Fuki was bright red. She was covering her face with her hands, but the smile she had couldn't be hidden. Erika turned her head, a slight blush in her cheeks, and even her eyes was held a bit of surprise. The both of them didn't respond to this comment, only walking for a few more minutes inside the city in awkward silence did they speak again. Issei, where are we going to find information about the pieces? Erika was the first one to speak, breaking the uncomfortable silence. About that, he sounded unsure. Let's first search for a decent location that's not filled with people. While walking, they noticed how everything in the city was filled to the brim. All types of creatures walked on the main road, fallen angels, yokai, humans, Norse, and Greek warriors. They even saw a couple of elves and orcs, giants that could be compared in height with a couple of the buildings were also inside the city. Yet when they walked by, no one walked near them, like diving a sea in half. The different creatures opened up to give away to them, maybe because the most beautiful woman they'd ever seen, or rather because of the aura they irradiated. The female population got attracted by the man in the middle of both of them. Maybe his cold aura, or how he actually looked, managed to catch their attention. Some of them were like the men, blushing slightly. For them, a powerful man was the best, and by the aura he emanated, he was definitely not someone you should mess with. Soon, like Issei thought, a courageous man with what he believed would be his team came close to them, or specifically close to the pair of women. Hello, beauties. The devil's voice was sultry, filled with unconcealed lust. We are going to the gates of hell, the most renowned bar here in Beale territory. Please, come with us. A blonde-haired devil with 2 single horns coming out of his temple spoke to them with a frivolous attitude. Behind him were 5 other beings, 3 other devils, a single fallen, and an orc. They looked extremely arrogant, and the looks they were giving were disgusting. What'd you say? What do you say? The fallen angel asked him in an unpolished way, his tone rusty, like a dented instrument. The 3 of them ignored them and continued their walk, something those hooligans didn't take so well. Hey, we're talking to you! The orc screamed at them, with the 3 devils blocked their paths. Seeing this, Issei spoke in a cold tone. Move. His eyes started to admit killing intent, but the ones in front didn't notice. You, little one, move before you get hurt, mocking him, the orc yelled. Ha! The other 3 devils laughed at him, but Issei's face never changed for a second. The fallen angel leader approached their backside, blocking the other way out. Then the leader spoke to them. Listen now, boy, his face hiding a condescending smirk. Leave now and we won't hurt you. Those beautiful women are too much for a kid like you to handle, so leave this to us, the professionals. We will make them experience a great time. A lustful smile appeared in his face. Yeah, you heard him, brat. Be a good little shit and scram! The fallen angel spread his wings, being in total 6. Now I understand why the rest didn't do a thing to all of you, Issei said. It seemed that because they were decently strong, the rest of the creatures here didn't mess with them. Listen, I don't want any problems, so move, Issei replied, his tone sharpening, but they were too obvious to notice it. Little one, what can you do? Don't make me laugh, the orc approached him, standing easily above 4 meters, yet Issei didn't even flinch. After we have our fun, we will return, the leader spoke. Of course, if they are not broken, he had a perverted grin in his face. The girls were getting pretty angry by the second, but they looked discreet look in the eyes of Issei. Soon they felt chills run down their spine. These people pissed Issei off. Now they're going to only live in corpses. Ha! Move, little one! The orc tried to push him, but he couldn't even touch him with his hand. He tried to find out why he missed. Soon he figured it out. Ugh! Screams filled the entire road. Everyone looking at them inhaled a cold breath of air, but the woman behind Issei just smirked at his deed.
The orc kneeled down on the ground, his entire hand alongside a part of his arm severed. Issei had his right hand covered in darkness, holding a squished severed orc limb. The members of the Devil's teams widened their eyes. "Don't say I didn't give you a chance," Issei proclaimed in a cold voice that gave everyone chills except for the woman behind him. Erika had a bloodthirsty grin on her face, while Fuki was smiling at the way it seemed disturbing. The orc kept screaming, so Issei decided to end his misery. Covering his whole hand in darkness, he transformed it into a claw, and soon he swung it. The kneeling orc seized his movements, the upper part of his body gone. Splat! His lifeless body fell to the ground. It echoed across the road. "I warned you, but you decided to ignore my warning, and not only that, you dared to look at the both of them with those disgusting eyes, and even think about doing something to them." Few were the times Issei was angered, and now was one of those times. He turned around and looked at the three weak devils that were with the ORC. With a single move from his wrist, 3 spheres of his darkness engulfed them. No screams, no pain, no nothing. The leader of the fallen went pale. Not wasting another second, they ran in the opposite direction. "No, you won't." His voice was like a whisper, and soon he disappeared from everyone's sight. He reappeared in the sky, where the fallen flew. Seeing him, the fallen summoned a thick spear of light, thrusting it towards him. Issei just extended his hand, aiming towards the fallen's throat. The fallen moved the spear, intending to pierce his hand, but Issei caught the spear and broke it, his hand continuing its path. Ugh! Issei grabbed him by the throat, squished, and threw him towards the ground, but shunk, shunk. Several black stakes came from the ground and impaled the fallen, quickly ending his life. The stakes then vanished like smoke, but then the smirk in Erika's face was there for all to see. Everyone was shocked by that, but another sound was heard, and soon after a yellow flash landed onto the crater where the body of the fallen was in. Everyone recognized the blonde-haired man from before. His whole body bleeding, his nose was broken and sunk in, a lot of his teeth were no longer in place. Issei came down from the sky and positioned himself next to Erika. Behind him, the culprit of the state of the man was in, calmly walked over. Fuki had a decent-sized mantle of toki, covering herself entire self, blood all over her knuckles, but it wasn't her own. "Now then, disgusting trash. Time to end this." Her voice was emotionless, but it didn't affect Issei or Erika. The man talked back, and while it's clinging to his consciousness, How could you, in your next life, be careful who you mess with?" While speaking those cold words, 3 magic circles in the shape of a hexagon appeared in front of her hand. They were white in color and had light stone to them. "Sunbeam," she muttered, and 3 circles lit up. A pillar of light was shot from them, completely eliminating the devil. A single crater the size of a human was the only thing that remained of him. Issei then smirked and walked closer to the man that was watching everything, a normal-looking devil. "You, old man, where do I register for the world-class rating game?" The man blinked honestly before inhaling a cold breath of air and recomposing himself more or less. Well, it's near the BL Castle. The actual place is situated inside the castle grounds. At one side of it, it's hard to miss," the man replied while giving Issei a forced smile. Issei nodded at his words and turned around. He rose an eyebrow at the sight of the crowd leaving and acting all normal again, like nothing ever happened. They didn't care about it. Quite odd, he thought to himself, as anyone continued their paths. "Partner, this should be rather normal." Issei tilted his head to the side, mentally asking Dre to continue. "After all, with all the preparations for the games, fights like this should be extremely common, even if it end is dead." The merciless words of Drake made him widen his eyes slightly. It sounded logical, not because the piece of sight does it when everyone will stop being who they really are, fights because of a difference in opinion, and sometimes, since the supernatural beings are really prideful about their power, even fiercer fights break out, further ending in death. True, Drake, sometimes I forget, although it looks like the human world, it definitely isn't. Issei cut his constant connection with his partner and looked back at his companions. "Well then, let's go. We need to get to the BL Castle. Maybe we can get all of this done rather quickly." "Issei," Erika spoke to him. "What's the matter?" he asked continually. "Both of us want to go and tour around the place to know more about it. So we'll leave. Once you've done it, give us a call." Seeing the point in her words, and knowing he couldn't do anything about it, he nodded his head. After all, he'd already been in the underworld for who knows how many times, and for them, it was the first time, so it was understandable. "Okay, fine by me," he shrugged his shoulders before looking into their eyes. "But don't make a mess, don't gather attention, and don't fight unless necessary. The last thing we need is for a Mao or another powerful Deva to find out about us."
Don't worry, after we're done, we'll be back at your side. The flirty tone of the fox caused him to feel slightly worried about what would happen. Just don't make a mess, please. He gave up and looked at the castle, then he waved at them and continued his walk. The woman looked at him, and they soon started to look around. Where do you want to go? I don't exactly know anything about the underworld, the fox asked in a cheerful tone. Let's just look around, maybe visit some tourist attractions or something like that. Issei didn't exactly give us a list of famous places to visit, so we'll just gun it, Erika replied, while Fuki nodded. They had nothing to do, so they decided to follow the biggest crowd. Maybe they knew where interesting places in the underworld were located at. Let's start! Fuki then dragged Erika by the arm, causing the vampire to sigh. Meanwhile, Issei continued his journey. Across the populated road, he saw the many different stories at the sides of the roads, and soon they changed into buildings, yet the number of supernatural entities didn't diminish much, and apparently they were all going to the same place. I wonder how this tournament will be. He caused a curious gleam in his eyes. One he could tell that was excited.
Indeed, partner. I also feel interested in this. The first time in history they actually do something like this, and on such a big scale.
Drake was similar to his partner. Maybe now both of them were true dragons, they could understand each other better. But with these many participants, they should be some kind of filter. It would be proven possible for all of them to enter, and this is just one location.
Maybe some kind of test to see if you're worthy of entering.
The dragon made his assumptions. I'll bet on money on that, Drake. I'll even say that the test won't be so simple, for the majority of people want to be participants, Drake hummed in agreement.
We won't find out until we arrive, partner, so let's just wait. Better to face things head on.
Issei felt the same, putting his hands in his coat pockets as he walked, not losing the castle out of his sight. After spending some time and minutes walking, he reached his destination. The purple castle was right in front of him. What that caught his attention even more was the building right on the site. It was a small but wide, modern-looking building at the side of a castle. Its height, around 5 floors, perhaps a bit more. And like the castle, it was a purple color and the window frames were painted in gold. All the participants gathered here to walk the castle's entrance, quickly reaching the black steel gate of the construction complex. A dozen or devils or so stand by on the gate, organizing everything so that they could walk inside the BL castle without a problem. Everyone, listen up. I want a single line, so get moving. A single devil screamed at the whole lot of them, and right at the entrance of the gate, a single line was forming. Everyone obeyed. They didn't want to mess with the BL clan, since provoking them was like courting death. Issei did as the same as the rest. Curiosity in his eyes. In front of him was a male elf. He had the compressible height to his own words, and legends say he was quite handsome. Behind him, a Norse warrior with uncovered chest and crossed arms. He was patiently waiting for his turn. No one talked to one another. Maybe they thought that everyone was beneath them or something like that. Issei just kept his guard up, not letting anything distract him. After a couple of minutes, he crossed the gate and soon reached his goal, the building at the side of the castle. Okay, listen up. So to get rid of the riffraff, we're going to make the test inside the building. Another BL Club member screamed at them. Form 3 lines. Us 3 will give you a plaque with a number on it. This will be your identification number. Don't lose it. Understood? Everyone nodded their heads, and went 3 soldiers that headed plaques, each to their own hands. Among them were beautiful female soldiers with long purple hair that reached above her waist. Her curves were well defined, and her uniform highlighted her body even more. She had serious golden eyes, a stoic face, and each time someone tried to strike a conversation with her, she simply ignored them and humped. Everyone that got ignored didn't push the matter, and instead, with their plaque in hand, were inside the building. It seems the line is longer than the rest. Issei absent-mindedly went to the random line, but his bad luck acted again, and it turned out to be the longest. After patiently waiting, it was his turn. Name? The female soldier was in charge of the line. Rue. He told her a fake name, just in case. His name made her raise an eyebrow, but since many different beings came from this past couple of days, names repeated quite often, and he was one of the many she heard really early in the morning. The female never looked at him, and engraving his name in devil letters behind a plaque, she extended her hand to him with now a finished plaque on top of it. Here, you are number 325. Inside the building, others will explain more about the test and a lot more in detail. Receiving the round plaque that looked like a button, Issei stared at it. Meanwhile, the moment the female gave him his plaque, she touched his hand and accidentally felt all of her body tense up. Goosebumps started to erupt across her body. She widened her eyes at the sensation and turned her head to look up at him. What is this feeling? She widened her eyes as she continued to stare at the man in front of her. This guy, just who is he? He has so much power and it's not even funny. She committed into his memory of the image of the man. He was tall, taller than her, black pants and shirt and gray coat covering his shoulders. The eyes he had were frightening, his aura even more so. It was dark and heavy, as well as imposing. This was the first time since working at the BL Castle she had met a man that emitted so much power. She kept staring at him, and soon Issei took note of this and looked back at her. Thanks for the plaque. He thanked her for a job well done and walked inside, ignoring the look she gave him. At the moment she heard his voice, she blushed. Never had she heard a voice like that. It sounded sharp, but also warm, quite odd. Such a mysterious and dangerous guy. She kept staring at his back, and at the moment she could have sworn that a silhouette of a black dragon with eyes shining and purple stared back at her. That alone managed to scare her out of her wits. Who? No. What exactly are you? She had so many questions, but she couldn't leave her position. Planning to ask her coworkers later about the results of the man, she continued her work, her mind still on the mysterious man. Issei walked past the main door of the building. An empty lobby was the first thing he saw. Nothing here was except for a single figure that was sitting on the stairs, resting his back against the wall. With his eyes closed, he had a cigarette in his mouth and was constantly puffing smoke. He was a young-looking man with light red hair that was tied in a long ponytail that reached midway behind his back. He had keen, amethyst-colored eyes that scared many of present. He was tall, any devil, maybe 6'5" and around 1.95 centimeters. But his aura was the most surprising thing about him. Oh, interesting. An ultimate class devil will be the one that explains this to us. Issei felt even more intrigued than before.
It seems someone of his caliber is needed to guard the examination.
Seems so, but dispatching someone of his class is not that simple. They seem to be taking the tournament quite seriously. Issei kept staring at the guy in the stairs.
Around 5,000 or more supernatural beings are gathered here. I would have never thought to experience this in the times of peace.
Finishing the smoke and throwing it away, the man finally stood up and talked to everyone there. Issei and Drake were just talking to each other, and stopped as soon as the man started to talk. Okay, listen everyone, the tower has exactly 5 floors, and at the top there is the location where you will get your pieces as well as some other things. His tone uncaring and lazy. On each floor, an ultimate class will be guarding it. His words shocked everyone. And to get to the next floor, you need to pass their test. He smiled condescending manner. In exactly 1 hour, you need to reach the top. If you fail, you could no longer participate in the tournament. He explained to them. While looking down at the first step, the staircase elevating his aura, a mantle of sickening red covered his entire body. He slowly raised his hand and concentrated his aura. A huge wall blocked the entire staircase from top to bottom, leaving no gap at all. My test is simple, he said while grabbing another cigarette. Cross the barrier. He lit his cigarette and sat down where he was before. Everyone, the moment he sat down, ran towards the barrier. Ugh! But at the moment someone touched the wall, they were set on fire. The crimson flames were burning furiously and extinguished themselves just before killing their prey. All were without words thanks to their eyes going to smoking bodies of the ones that were brave enough to touch the wall. They soon heard a voice. Oh right, I forgot to mention this, but the success rate of getting to the top is around 1%. Best of luck. Those words were enough to break the spirit of the participants, but some still tried their best crossing the wall. Issei witnessed all of this and thought, an hour? Seems I don't have time to mess around. He calmly started to walk towards the staircase with his hands still in his pockets. Pretty much everyone was breathing heavily and had burns on their bodies. Others were cursing quite the words, and the rest fainted due to the pain. Getting near the staircase, Issei just continued his walk and reached the wall. Taking a hand out of his pockets, he extended a single finger and touched the barrier. Flames never appeared, dragging his finger along the wall. Slash! He made a cut on it, long enough for him to pass. Everyone was looking at him as he was a monster. They couldn't believe their eyes. The devil up the stairs looked at him with equally astounded eyes. A bead of sweat fall down his cheeks, and his eyes never left the man that casually broke his barrier with a single finger. This young man is different from the rest. To break a barrier of an ultimate class with such ease. What kind of monster is he? Issei walked up the stairs while placing his hand back into his pocket. Everyone stared at him with ridiculous expressions. He just ignored them and disappeared from their eyes. The barrier quickly fixed itself with a loud noise and was soon as good as new. The rest of the competitors got excited due to this and tried to break the barrier with even more enthusiasm than before. Of course, failing even more than before. On the second floor, a beautiful blue-haired woman was standing at the beginning of the staircase. Her hands were behind her back, and 4 pairs of pure white strings twitched ever so slightly on her back. Issei saw a woman and thought, an angel? To think one is in the underworld so nonchalantly. Oh, the first competitor to reach the batch. Quite fast. Come, she smiled while waving both of her hands at him. She was all smiles and nothing else, like any other normal angel. Her light blue hair was cut short, and her pure white garments held not a single stain. She then had a relaxed face and tall but plain figure. The competitor-san. My test is, she clapped both of her hands together, you just need to pass through me and reach the stairs behind me without stopping or touching you. Simple and easy. I see, Issei nodded, unsure of what to say. Good. She smirked and placed both of her hands behind her back. Then the competitor-san, let's start. Issei just stood there, thinking before acting. What do you think, Drake? Need to put some effort on it? Issei, ever since coming back to the underworld, has been extremely cautious of not letting anyone discover his true identity. Thanks to his new looks plus his new aura, he was completely different from before. He even asked Drake to block any type of energy from the boosted gear, just in case.
Drake hummed in the thought. Try a little hard. She doesn't seem strong, although she's an ultimate class. Besides, she looks overconfident. Let's make her go down a peg or two, partner.
Issei smirked and removed his hands from his pockets. He moved his body and changed his position from that of a sprint. Then, like a flash of black lightning, he disappeared. The angel was shocked. She just froze in place. His speed is ridiculous. What is he? The time she raised her guard and looked at the floor, how is this possible for a monster like that to be here? This is bad. Whoosh, a small gale went past her. Issei reappearing right behind her, his entire back turned to her face. She quickly turned around and prepared herself for actual combat. Issei started to walk up the stairs, not paying attention to the woman at all. The angel just looked at him. Sweat started to fall from her face as she went pale as paper. The back of the young man was the only thing that she saw and walked up the staircase. A back that seemed to be able to lift the entirety of heaven and carry any type of burden without giving in. She watched him walk all the way up. After he was gone, she released a breath that she didn't know she was holding. Who is he? No. What is he? For someone like that to be unknown, his power, just by his speed alone, is above ultimate class. Her words echoed all throughout that empty floor, however. They will forever be unanswered. That was easy.
Don't get arrogant. She let her guard down. Plus, she needed to contain herself in order to test this to be passable.
The words of the dragon made him nod his unwillingly. I know. Issei had to give it to Drake. He quickly reached the 3rd floor. Another beautiful woman was guarding the palace. She had long black hair tied into a ponytail. Some bangs were covered her face and her entire forehead, light-colored blue eyes, and a challenging smirk on her face. She wore a red dress that was form-fitting. Her neckline was free for everyone to see. Some parts of her dress were purple in color, and she had white knee-length leather boots. In her hand was a normal katana, with a golden spada and a red candle. She was standing in the middle of the floor while both of her hands rested on the pommel of her sword. She then turned to look at the smile. Welcome, first competitor. Her loud voice filled with energy. This is the floor I guard. As you can see, I'm a human, but I also want to be part of the house of Shishiyun. She twirled the sword around the place in her hips. My swordsmanship is astounding as any magic, and though I'm a pure human, I wouldn't lose to all the guards below. She seemed extremely proud of those words. Okay, Issei felt brief shock at the enthusiasm of the human.
Interesting woman.
Drake, on the other hand, was curious about her, maybe because a human was here as a guard. My test is to see if you can land a blow on a decent strength on me. Her words echoed all around the floor while a smile was on her face, even her eyes twinkled like stars. This woman smiles too much, Issei thought as the woman postured changed to EDAO stance. Then, let the test begin. Leaving his other thoughts aside, Issei assumed the woman had similar strength to the one below. He coated his hands in darkness, forming a cloud. Then he sped up towards her, denting the underneath. The woman was astounded by the weird substance that covered his arm, but before anything else, she instinctively used all of her strength to unleash her sword at a speed that was perceived by the naked eye, that covered her left flank with it. Clang! The blade made contact with some sort of oversized claw, and was soon replaced by the force behind the blow. The guard was sent flying. The swing from her blade wasn't enough to stop the blow. She was sent flying almost all the way at the end of the room, but in mid-flight, she started to spin, reducing her momentum. Once she fell to the ground, she stabbed her sword on the ground, further reducing her speed. Slash! A long gash appeared on the reinforced stone floor. The woman had a knee on the ground. Her right hand held at the handle of her sword, while the other covered her left flank. Her dress was broken at the flank, and a bruise could be seen at her abdomen. That was dangerous. It almost cost me a lot. Cleaning the blood off the corner of her mouth with a sleeve, she stood up. If I didn't counter and instead blocked, then she felt how even trying to counterattack, the strength behind that punch did something bad damage to her ribs. She began thinking, trying to come up with a strategy to fight against him, but Issei dissipated his darkness, going back to normal, confusing the swordsmanship of the woman a bit. Was that enough? Issei asked as he crossed his arms. Hearing the voice, she was surprised. She completely forgot about the test. Yeah, that was enough, she smiled while covering her flank from him, an effectual reaction from her. Not wasting a second, Issei slowly walked past her and reached the staircase behind. The woman never took her eyes off him, especially when walked by her side. She completely focused on him and was prepared for another Ida slash. Just who are you? She thought while smiling, seeing him walk up the stairs. You look so young, but you have that much strength. Her flank hurt. Even if she managed to block the blow, the bruise was still slowly expanding in size. I believe that during the game, you will reach a really high level. Issei kept walking and reached the 4th floor. A man was standing right at the middle of the room. He had light brown color hair and a buzz cut and silver eyes, giving off the impression of a powerful warrior that has survived throughout many hellish battles. He wore an ancient-looking leather and brown sandals. He did not seem to possess a weapon. The man turned to Issei and yelled at the emotionally but loud voice. I'm Leyland, a warrior under Aris-sama. I'll be the one to test you, to see if you're worthy enough to participate in the tournament. Ooh, a Greek warrior, and one serving the god of war. Now, this has become even more interesting. It seems that all of the faction wish for the tournament to be perfect as it can be. Whether the participants or with the administrators, to think that so many they would work together to create something like this, Drake told Issei, who only nodded his discreetly head. My test is simple. You'll have to receive one blow from me, the warrior said as he smacked his chest. If I see you resisted it well enough to not die, nor faint, nor break anything broken, then you may pass. Prepare yourself. The warrior quickly stood in a boxer stance. Once you're ready, then speak. I'm ready. Issei told him as soon as he ended his words, crossing his arms underneath his chest. Keep in mind that you will only be able to take my test once. If you fail, then you will be kicked out. Issei didn't care about this threat and only nodded his head. I'm ready. Then don't blame me for your arrogance. The ground beneath the warrior was dented as he dashed into a straight line, creating a huge gash at the warrior due to his speed. As he appeared in front of Issei, he cocked his fist back while turning his hips and stepping heavily on the ground. He released his straight jab. The dragon stood in place, his eyes clearly seeing every movement of the warrior. However, he decided to just follow him with his eyes and did nothing to counter the blow. Bam! The punch made contact with Issei's left cheek, but only making Issei turn his head slightly. The warrior watched as all of this happened for the first time in a long time. He was shocked. He felt how this blow didn't do much. It could barely be considered damage. Not even a bruise would appear. Issei turned his head back with just that. He punched the warrior's fist away, almost making him lose balance. Is that all? He asked the warrior. Not provoked in the slightest, Lei fixed her stance and said, Congratulations. You've passed my test. Go up and get the pieces. Then, like nothing ever happened, he returned to the middle of the hall. Issei shrugged his shoulders and walked up the stairs. He still had 25 minutes left. Don't make fun of them. Not everyone is a dragon with aura awakened, plus having a Longinus, the words of Drake almost made him trip down the stairs. I know that, Issei replied. I'm too strong for them. But the rest that I know off, I'm just barely there. I still need to become stronger. The last floor was also simple. Aside from the many people here, weird machine in the center, it looked pretty much the same as the rest below. Of course, some couches, tables, desks, and at the sides were present as well. Oh, the first one today, a scientist with rather thick glasses stood up from his chair and walked over to him. Congratulations on being the first one to succeed today. It seems that not many managed to reach this place. That 1% thing might have not been a bluff, partner, Drake commented as Issei hummed in agreement. Since it was early in the morning around 10 a.m., it was no surprise that he was the first. But the soul numbers that reach this place must be abysmally small. Even if the underworld had these installations, not many would be in the official game. My guess is that being renowned by being famous, it would get you all to skip all the tests, reach the last floor, so normal candidates that reach here are quite small in number.
Indeed, beings like that you have fought would apparently already skipped all of this. A pity that's not possible for us.
Issei dismissed the comment as the scientist started to explain. The machine over there was given to us by the devils. It's the new technology that used the reincarnation system, the system in heaven, the tree of life, of the Norse of many things, he said as Issei nodded his head. Right now, we need you to form a spear of magic as dense as you can make it, around the size of a bowling ball. The denser the energy, the higher of the possibilities of a mutation peach to appear. But many have tried until now, no one has gotten more than 2 pieces. However, even sets with a single mutation piece are extremely rare. The machine will create them according to what race you are. The way the creation of the peaches would be fairer. While raising a finger, he continued his explanation. So let's say you're a devil. The machine will quantify the power of your magic reserve to distribute the 15 pieces, the king excluded. And if you're extremely special inside your own race, the mutation piece might appear. The old man finished his explanation and brought Issei in front of the nearly $5 machine. This is the input port. At this one, the output port. The man explained while he pointed at the circular square gate in order. Let us begin. First, what race are you? The scientist started to ask questions as he grabbed a notepad resting on top of the table side. Dragon. This made everyone in the room widen their eyes. It was the first time a dragon reached this place. Okay, first, hand me your plaque. We need to register this for our superiors. Issei nodded his head and he headed his plaque. The old man placed the data on his notepad and continued his work. We need to fill some basic questions, basic information for the inscription. It's going to be lengthy, so please bear with me. After a series of normal questions like how old are you, where did you come from, and some others, they reached the final question. What would your team name be? His questions managed to spook Issei a little. Any ideas, Drake?
How about something that explains what you wish to do? What you wish to accomplish within the tournament?
Shocked by this, Issei responded inside his head. Wish to do? He remembered the reasons he wanted to enter the tournament, to fight against strong opponents.
Then one related to that.
Really? Just like that? It can be that simple, Drake?
Of course it could. I already have one.
Fine, then let's hear it.
Against the gods,
the dragon told him. The name surprised Issei, but he likes it. Against the gods. He smirked at those words of the name. The doctor. My team name is Against the Gods. The scientist was dumbfounded by the name he chose, but before long he wrote it down. And let's start the process with the machine. He gave the notepad to someone nearby and pointed the input port inside the machine. Issei understood what he meant and started as part of the work. He lifted his arm and concentrated a huge amount of his darkness. A pitch-black speaker appeared on the top of his hand, scaring everyone present. Reaching the diameter of a bowling ball, his aura flooded the entire room, making some of his present paled face. Issei concentrated as much as he could, and then placed the sphere inside the circular gate, like a vacuum. It sucked inside the machine. After that, the machine lifted up and started to make different sounds, cutting, folding, cracking, breaking, hitting. Pretty much any sound was heard. After a minute had passed, the light died down and both the scientist and Issei went to the backside of the machine. The gate opened to all the smoke. A small black briefcase was present. It was small, not longer than an arm. It had a long, soft black interior that was similar to silk. Inside the case, 15 black chess pieces were perfectly accommodated in the grooves it fanned. So these are my pieces, Issei muttered to himself as he ran his finger across the pieces, counting them. The scientist was shocked when he saw a certain phenomenon of 3 pieces. Something like this? It should be impossible. Impossible. The scientist was in shock. Issei then looked at the 3 of his pieces. Different from the rest, they had a red tinge on them, were glowing with even higher, brighter light than others. These 3 pieces were definitely set apart from the rest. Oh, Issei was amused by this. Are those, he said while grabbing a piece, ridiculous? How is this even possible? After screaming himself a horse, after almost pulling his hair out, the scientist managed to calm his unsteady mind. You're the first participant that has gotten 3 mutation pieces in his set. His face red due to excitement. Not even the strongest figures in some pantheons managed to do this. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. What are you? Issei ignored him. It seems my team will be quite strong. Then after the scientist stopped screaming his nonsense, he gave Issei a simple looking smartphone. Issei turned it on, however he only saw a single app. Azazel Cup. Don't tell me the name of... Smart. That's correct. That's the name of the tournament. How exactly did Azazel manage to convince the rents? The dragons thought at the same time, but the voice of the scientist was heard again. Through the app, everything will be done. The first match will be posted 2 days before it officially starts. Any notification about the tournament will be done through the app. For your own team, inside the app, there's a scan button. Push the button and it will scan the person you wish to become part of your team. Once it's done, your their worth in terms of pieces. Nodding at his words, Issei waited for the old man to catch his breath. To use a piece, just place it in front of the candidate and say, "Would you, name of the person, become my piece for this battle until victory is achieved? When they agree, the piece will sink into their chest and they will officially become part of your team." I see. Issei understands the basics behind this, and now he felt even more excited than before. He kept thinking as he looked at the two mutated rooks and his unexpected mutated queen. No wonder the scientist was so shocked. 3 extremely strong pieces are mutated. His thoughts continued. I wonder who will take these 3 mutation pieces. He felt extremely proud of his advantage. The way the stronger beings could be part of his team and easier. With this, you're officially part of the tournament. Congratulations. Then? But before Issei could finish his words, he sensed something. It seems your vampire is fighting someone. He ignored the comment of the dragon. He felt the aura of Erika all the way here. Yet he felt that she must have been the one that had done something. He knew it since her aura had relaxed feeling to it, and not the sharp sensation he usually felt when fighting her. Fuck! He was pissed. I told him not to gather attention. What's so complicated about that? He knew that she must be showing off her strength to someone. Deciding to intervene before it was too late, he summoned Hellgate and the location to where she sensed the increased aura. It seems that we will need to leave the underworld. The amount of aura can be pretty scare the living daylights out of an ultimate class. Such perfect timing. Right when I have my piece on hand. Did you do it on purpose, Erika? Issei stored his pieces in the phone in his coat pocket and crossed the black gate in front of everyone. Well, Erika, let's see what you're up to. Those were his last words before he vanished, leaving the group of scientists perplexed at what just happened. An hour earlier, the BL territory, location unknown. It seems we're officially lost, a carefree voice echoed across the dense forest. How exactly did we get lost? Erika screamed at the fox, a tick visible on her face. Well, about that. The fox scratched the back of her head. She somehow felt ashamed of this. After deciding to follow huge crowds of tourists, they didn't notice the path they chose. And after walking while looking at the stores, parkings, and other things, they ended up away from civilization, inside a forest. The location was beautiful, at least it had big apple trees, but the rest, different. The leaves were colored in purple. Where do we go now? I hope Issei doesn't find out about this. He will laugh at me for this. Fuki bit her nails at her last comment. But before someone answered her question, they turned to look at something far away. It was extremely quick, but they definitely felt it. It seems there's someone here as well, Erika narrowed her eyes. The fox decided to use her senjutsu. Many hexagons appeared around her, covering her surroundings. All of them were shining, releasing a mysterious light. After some seconds, they vanished. Over there, she pointed at the direction they felt something at. Someone is behind that mountain, and that someone is strong. Quite the life force it has. Her carefree expression gone from her face. I see. If you say that, then whoever it is should be no pushover. Erika turned her head and looked at the mountain. And in that case, let's go and see who it is. It would be impolite if we are someone's property and we don't get to say hello. Erika was happy, but the smile on her face made Fuki nervous. That didn't sound good. While turning their backs around, they started to walk in the direction Fuki pointed at. They were quiet, silently following the obvious presence. That aura, such purity and density. What could it? Fuki widened her eyes as she sensed something familiar. It's Toki! What's a user of Toki doing here? Wait, could it be a devil? A devil with Toki? Why does that sound familiar? After a couple of seconds, they reached an empty plain with 2 creatures training, one being a normal male with a buffed appearance and short hair, as well as the other. It was more unique. Oh, this is definitely interesting, Erika thought as she looked at the male in question. Fuki instead looked at the companion of the male. A golden lion? She did remember how Issei explained her about someone with that kind of companion, but she was too distracted by his handsome face, cool look in his eyes, and his calming, powerful aura. She didn't pay attention to the name of the person at all. She turned her head and looked at the vampire, discovering a hungry, battle-thirsty across her face. She knew how this'll end up. Oh no, Issei will be pissed about this. I know it. Damn! The lion rose from his sitting position and looked at his master. Master Sire Org, we're not alone! He ran at the sight of the youth who was in response of his words had stopped his training. Where, Regulus? He lifted his guard up and started to look at his surroundings. The male was extremely tall, around 1.97 centimeters in height, or around 6'5". He was shortly trimmed, spiky black hair, and piercing violet eyes. His face was sharp but not intimidating, and the light in his eyes showed extremely tough will. His body was similar to a bodybuilder, and he was wearing a short-sleeved black shirt that was adjusted to his body. He had tight pants that, although were not form-fitting, they weren't wobbly. He also wore sports sneakers, also in black. Seeing the light in his eyes, the pair of women that were still hiding thought about someone. Issei, that familiar light that says he will never give up, managed to remind the pair of women about their leader. Come on! Stop hiding! The women looked at each other and smiled. One of them did. Then they started to walk out of their hiding spot. The sound of footsteps was heard, and from behind the couple of trees two incredibly beautiful women appeared, but the aura they admitted was dense and heavy. Definitely not friendly. Who are you, and what are you doing here? Oh, well, about that. We accidentally got lost and reached this place. Hearing in the distance, we came here to take a look. Fuki spoke for both of them, her voice cold and direct. Erika, on the other hand, ignored her words. She was looking at him with eyes shining ominously. Lost? All the way here? To the Biel Mountains? Sarah was cautious. Their story didn't sound convincing. How could they be lost? That's impossible. This place is guarded by the clan guards, and the strength of their auras. They should have come here with a purpose in mind, he started to think. Not bad, you're right, Fuki facepalmed. We're not here because we got lost, rather because of something else. Erika sounded proud and arrogant. Erika spread a discreet glance at Fuki, and just with eye contact alone, Fuki understood. Oh, she wants to fight, and worse, I can't stop her. Well, that's bad. Fuki guessed due to seeing his training, Erika got interest piqued, so she wanted to fight him. Maybe doing that will calm her boredom. The fox kept quiet. She knew that when the vampire was like this, Issei could only stop her. But he was going to do something important, therefore nothing she can do. I see, trespassing the territory is a great offense. Even more if you want to do something here. Yep, Issei's going to strangle me. More problems for us and with the Biel family. He's going to be so pissed. In that case, what's your purpose? Assassination? Terrorism? Saruoya covered himself in Toki. Erika smiled. Sorry, that's none of your business. If you want to know, then defeat us. Erika inadvertently released her aura. Boom! A bloody red pillar reached the clouds and pierced purple heavens. But before long it disappeared as if it were never there. Oops, I don't want anyone to notice this. If Issei discovers this, then he will probably be pissed. Retrieving her aura, she looked at the male in question. Master Saruoya, that woman is abnormal, the lion told his master. I know, Regulus, but we need to know why they are here. Now that peace has been achieved, we can't let anyone threaten it. Saruoya fixed this boxing stance and surrounded himself in Toki. Be prepared. If it's necessary, I'll call you, Regulus. He then looked back at the black-haired woman and at her side, who clearly held no intentions of fighting. Finally, that's more like it, Erika screamed and stepped forward. Like a flash of lightning, she appeared in front of Saruoya and punched. He crossed his arms and received the impact. Bam! He was sent flying across the ground, his legs leaving marks across the ground. What power! Her physical strength is definitely equal to my own. He shook his arm slightly, trying to get rid of his numbness he felt. What incredible force, he complimented the woman. You're not too shabby yourself, she replied. Till today, you're the second person that has received a normal blow from me without any broken limb. Erika was excited. Until now, only Issei was only capable of receiving her blow from her. Second? Now Saruoya was curious. Someone else actually managed to receive a hit from her without much trouble? Who is he? If such person exists, I would definitely like to fight against him. Sorry, can't say, boss. Boss wouldn't be happy if I did. He's easily angered when we give him information. Saruoya hid his disappointment and increased his Toki. He then disappeared from plain sight, only leaving a crater on the ground. Erika saw his movement, so she calmly lifted her arm to block. His first came to the left, aiming to her face without a shred of mercy. Bam! A crater was formed when she blocked his blow. Saruoya was amazed. Although this blow wasn't with his entire strength with it, it would still drop in ultimate class to his knees. Fight seriously, devil. If not, then you may die. Thorns were all over her words, and her eyes were serious. Seeing those eyes, Saruoya instinctively looked to his distance. Stepping back, he went to his former position. If I don't fight seriously, then I could really die. Her voice proved that to him. So, he took her threat to heart. Ha! He screamed and increased his Toki to the maximum. A yellow aura covered his body from head to toe and made a crater in the ground. Gales formed to increase the pressure, and his knees around began creaking. On the yellow outline of his Toki, a purple highlight could be seen. The roots of life. Seeing the purple-tinged Toki, Fuki was shocked. Only the greatest beings that reached the limit of life force could be a purple Toki, and this is really close to that. Stop playing and fight seriously, Fuki yelled at Erika, who lifted a brow elegantly in response. If not, then you'll have a really bad time. Erika took her warning to heart. She also felt that this Toki was different from the rest. No more playing, it seems. Saruoya took advantage of their talk and disappeared from her sight. His speed easily doubled what it was before. Astounded, Erika could only grit her teeth and receive the blow. Bam! Such an attack, the entire mountain was dented the earth. Erica took a step back from the impact. "Not bad," she mouthed. Sarah Org only narrowed his eyes and took a small step back. The woman had a small bruise over her cheeks. Even some blood fell from the corner of her mouth, but aside from that, not a single speck of dust was on her body. Both Sarah Org and Regulus were frightened. That punch was around 50% of his full strength, yet it did nothing. However, it was not that it did nothing. Erica at the moment of impact used all of her power to boost her regeneration, only leaving her with small wounds, a trick she learned since training with Issei. Cleaning the blood from her lips, as she ran a hand through her mouth, she opted to use one of her own abilities. Deceased Dragon Portrait. Her shadow extended, and from it a single black halberd was slowly formed at her side. Grabbing it, she expertly twisted it around her body and with a single hand. She pointed at the devil with it. "Don't die so easily," she smirked and took a step forward. Crack! The moment she did this, the earth fractured. Then she vanished from her spot with pure physical speed. Cyrorg had no words. She was a monster. His instincts screamed to dodge, so he listened to them. The next thing he heard was the sound of the wind being cut by through something. Erica just finished her diagonal slash, but Cyrorg moved his entire back towards the ground, while his legs were still planted against it. He looked like a gymnast. What kind of flexibility? The devil moved his body back and then placed a hand onto the ground and used support, like a handstand. Then, with the same hand, he impulsed himself and jumped. Erica saw this and decided to be an honest to God. Downward slash. Slash! The same sound he heard before happened again, but 3 times as loud. This time, while being in the sky, he saw 2 starlight lines run across the floor, one looking deeper and narrower than the other. Without touching it directly, she managed to cut the floor? Now, that was really frightening. Falling down to the ground, he landed perfectly. The woman just tapped her halberd against her shoulder. A condescending smile spread throughout her face. Cyrorg then felt something wet and sticky on his chest. "Ha! Got you in one," she said, while tapping her chest, her weapon. Cyrorg looked downwards and inhaled a cold air of breath. Only did she, a long gash was on his chest. It wasn't that deep, but it was bleeding continuously. It would definitely leave a mark. The moment after my first swing, I did another twice as fast, in the opposite direction. The first was a smoke green for the next. The third was to distract even further, she mentioned, as she played with the halberd. "But that Toki of yours is really tough." She moved her weapons to her side and pointed at him. "Even when I put my effort in my blow, it dispersed the majority of the force. Quite lucky. If it was anyone else, they would have been cleaved in half." Those words made him feel chills. "I can't fight her if she has her halberd. Far too dangerous. As long as I get rid of it, at the moment of opportunity, I can land a blow." He had a plan. His calm expression never left his face, but a small smile was forming at the corner of his lips. Using his full physical strength, he sprinted forward. Seeing him come in a straight line, the beauty prepared herself weapon to slash at him. Once he reached her range, she spun the halberd to gain momentum. With the halberd high up, she did a fierce downward slash. Predicting his movement, Cyrorg abruptly stopped his charge. He calculated it perfectly. Swish! The halberd passed millimeters away from his nose, and thanks to his Toki, he withstood the aftershock from it. Erica opened her eyes, a bit surprised, but then she smirked. Cyrorg gathered a lot of purple-tinged Toki in his right hand and aimed to unleash a punch, but before anything else, something happened. Shuck! 5 stabbing sounds were heard. Not a bad plan, but not good enough, she smirked arrogantly. Cyrorg just been abruptly stopped by 5 backslashes that came from the ground. Erica knew that his Toki was in good defense, so she increased his density of her shadows and formed 5 stakes to impale him with it. Simple plan, yes, but effective nonetheless. Blah! The devil vomited. Those stakes did some real damage, even with his Toki. "Master Cyrorg!" Regulus screamed, but Cyrorg still moved his battered body. Even with 2 stakes impaling him, another that a hole made through his left thigh and the other 2 in his abdomen, he moved. Crack! The movement broke the stakes off the ground, as if something like this would stop me! His right fist was released with all of his strength he could muster. A purple shockwave from his fist, vaporizing anything it touched. Reaching the beauty as he screamed, Erica just placed her left arm in front of her to somewhat another reduce the damage. Boom! She was sent flying across the plane, crashing against rocks formations and turning them into powder. Seeing her fly away, he relaxed a few seconds. He kneeled, breathing heavily. His wounds weren't light. Regulars came to his side and used himself as support for it. "Master Cyrorg, we need to heal those wounds," he screamed at his master, who was taking the stakes out of his body. "Later, Regulus, we still have someone else to fight." He looked at the black-haired beauty that watched all of this with her arms crossed. "You don't worry about your companion?" he asked as he straightened his back. "Worry?" she asked back. He only nodded his head. "Why should I be worried? A hit like that won't do much to her." At those words, the lion and the master turned to look at the pile of rocks. Boom! An explosion occurred and the pillar of bloody red light appeared, blowing all the rocks away. A single figure climbed up from the pile of rocks. Now this is getting better. It seems you can do better if you try. Erica had her entire left arm blown away. It was gone all the way to her shoulder. Blood fell mangled mess. It was. Her right arm instead seemed to be broken since it was bruised and swollen. "You can't fight like that. You should stay down." With these scratches? She smirked as she activated her regeneration. Her left arm was visibly reconstructed itself with a gory sight. Her right arm did so as well. It was forcefully popped back into place. Seeing this, he was dumbfounded and a bit disgusted. Never he had seen such regeneration so powerful. So until now, she was just toying with me. He soon reached the conclusion. The woman jumped at the pile of rocks and landed on the ground. "I need Regulus." He prepared to use his armor. "Oh, my lion, king of Nenma, you are the king of all lions. Answer my howl and turn into my armor." Regulus released bright golden light and disappeared, turning itself into a golden flash of light that went at Sauerorg. Flash, an imposing golden armor was donned on Sauerorg. Bright gold fur come from his helmet, and who had his mask open. At the center of his chest there was a figure of a lion roaring, showing its place as the king of beasts. So this is his balance breaker. I wonder how Issei's is, the vampire thought to herself as she looked at the armor, narrowing her eyes. It seems that there's no more playing. I'll need to fight seriously too. Roar! A huge roar was heard all over the mountain, and with that, Sauerorg sprinted towards the beauty. Erica replied with a battle-hungry smile and dashed towards him. Her fist cocked back and ready to punch. Bam! They clashed fists. Seeing the beauty was fighting against him equally, he thought, so he was really toying with me. She was really toying with me, he said in his head. The beauty was satisfied as well. His strength is above Issei's, but he can't break anything if he keeps himself like this. In a match of strength, the one who had the biggest fist will win. In her case, since her strength was slightly superior to his, the damage she received from the clash of fists was minimal, even with her low defense. Even if he did land a good hit, she could focus her entire energy in regenerating herself nearby, healing all of the damage immediately. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous fist fight shook the entire mountain. Each blow would make a new crater on the ground, and if they dodged, the shockwaves would uproot trees. The martial arts on both of them were quite solid, but Erica, with her experience, had the upper hand. Creating a feint by frightening a left hook, she saw his left arm to receive the impact. Stepping inside his guard in a brief show of speed, she hit him with her right elbow on his chest. The sound of the metal roaring was heard. Sauerorg retreated a couple of steps. The chest part of his armor was dented inwards, and the force of the impact made him spit blood. Spit! Getting rid of the mouthful of blood, he attacked with both fists, moving them at speed that created after images. Erica read his movements, and before he punched her, she countered with a perfect turning kick aimed at his flank. Crack! The metal of his armor alongside some of his ribs were broken. Sauerorg was sent skidding across the ground. A grunt came from his mouth. Stopping his momentum, he harshly stepped on the ground with his left leg. Using the same leg as support, he swallowed the blood in his mouth and dashed towards Erica. As he reached her, he turned his hips using all of his muscles, and he unleashed a fierce turning kick that caused a sonic boom. The counter was quick, so Erica could only move her left arm and sacrifice it. Rip! Her entire arm was blown away. Not a thing remained of it. Annoying. Clicking her tongue, she was sent backwards due to the strength of the blow. Focusing, she placed her foot behind her and used it as support as she turned her body around. Soon, she turned her body back and with great display of balance, unleashed a roundhouse kick with the talon of her armored leg. The sonic boom echoed all over the mountain, dissipating the clouds above them. Sauerorg was amazed and startled by her audacity to just ignore a wound and counterattack, so he could only cross both of his arms to prepare himself for the impact. Crack! His gauntlets cracked at such an impact. Erica still took advantage of this. Seeing the damage she did was heavy, and seeing a light coming off his armor, trying to fix broken pieces, she regenerated her arm and sprinted at him. Sauerorg was still skidding across the ground. His head was a bit messy. Regulus was already trying to fix the armor, but the damage was big. It was taking time. But the moment his vision came back, he saw the mysterious woman heal the damage of his kick and sprint towards him with a savage grin across her face. He went pale. Cyborg crossed his arms in an X shape and received the blow, his gauntlets still broken and battered. Bang! He felt both of his arms crack at the force of her leg. How strong is he? Breaking my arm so easily even with my armor on? He started to feel dizzy. How strong is she? He started to feel dizzy, maybe because of his blood loss. That kick managed to lift him in the air for a couple of meters. Erica smirked at this and jumped higher with him. Once she reached the sufficient height, she spun a vertical way after 2 front flips. She hit him with the heel of her greaves, right in the middle of his back. Bang! The sound echoed all over the mountain range. Fortunately for him, he compressed his purple-tinged toki all over his back. Thanks to that, the Longinus armor and his natural resilient body, nothing in his spine was broken, but he was sent flying towards the ground. Boom! A huge cloud of smoke filled the sky. That blow actually broke Erica's foot, but she healed the damage before she landed. What a strong defense. That armor and the toki are no joke. For the first time, she mildly surprised. That blow could have turned a couple of top-tier ultimate classes into bloody paste, yet he actually survived without anything broken. His training in the natural defense of his body is absolutely no joke. She watched as the cloud of his smoke disappeared. The devil was trying to stand up, but the back part of his armor was destroyed. Pieces fell to the earth, and a huge black bruise was seen on his back. The rest of his body was also pretty bad. His chest armor had a hole the size of a fist thanks to her, and both of his gauntlets had cracks running across their surfaces. The only parts still intact were the greaves, but this one had a big hole on its thigh. Regulus tried to fix the armor, but it took time, something he didn't have in the middle of combat against her. His breath was heavy, and his conscience was alongside leaving him. His vision was blurry, and the blood came from his nose, mouth, and ears. How powerful! He tried to steady his broken body. That kick would have broken his spine if fragments used. Regulus was anxious. That power will be enough to defeat the woman in front of them, but we have no other choice. Let's use that. Then, from his armor, a purple light started to appear from within. As if the rays of light were the little fireflies, the particles of light scattered themselves around the pane with humming sounds started to surround the armor. Something stronger? Erica was interested. Seeing the serious face of the devil, she noticed this was his last trump card. She started manically laughing. You'll use everything. Then I shall do so as well. A pillar of red light reached the heavens, tainting the sky with a sickening red. The ground beneath her started to crack, and her eyes started to shine. Impossible! He wanted to deny the sight in front of him. She still has something hidden? What is she? Cyborg was amazed. He has never met anyone that completely defeated him in his own game, physical strength. The only one that has pushed me like that is Issei. He remembered his fight during the raiding games. He wanted to fight against him once again, but he needed to wait. The red pillar of light increased the diameter, and soon the earth started to tremble. Erica remembered when she explained the ability to Issei. Flashback. Basically, this flashback is just them explaining the ability. Flashback end. After deciding to use her trump card, various seconds flew by, and she remembered the moment with him. Lord of... Her chant was stopped when she felt a rather familiar aura appear near her. Oh shit, this is not good for me. She turned her head back and saw the only person she didn't want to see right now. With the eyes that said, "You're fucked," Issei demanded. Explanation, and it better be a good one. Issei appeared next to Fuki, who right now had a red bump on her head. She was on her knees, was rubbing the swelling while sobbing. It seemed his punch really did hurt. Issei then started to walk closer to her. Cyborg saw the hole. She turned around, as if scared of something, and gave her him back. What happened? Why is she acting like that? He then felt a big aura nearby. It was dark and heavy, giving off a cold and sharp sensation, like a knife on his throat. That aura alone managed to make him feel goosebumps all over his body. Even his hair stood on the end. What ominous aura! What could possess such a heavy presence? He then saw a figure walking close to the woman, but because of his wounds and his blurry vision, he couldn't distinguish exactly who it was. The figure talked with a sharp voice. Amuse me, please. What is your explanation? I'm trembling with the expectation. He reached the woman and stood right in front of her, and his look was dead serious. Yeah, well, about that, it's quite the story, while scratching her cheek as she turned her head away. I knew she didn't have a good excuse. Told you. His brow was twitching, and faster than lightning, the hit her right on top of her head, creating a similar bump to Fuki's. I told you not to gather attention, and here you are, messing with the strongest devil youth in her hair of the House of Biel. Meanwhile, she was on her knees, rubbing the bump on her head. Damn, he hits really hard when angry. The bump hurt much more than the strike of the devil, at least for her. I told you both, again and again. Not having enough time to scold her, Issei turned around and looked into the distance. We need to leave. Someone strong is coming. The vampires soon felt the heavy aura flying at them at max speed. Issei pulled the vampire by her waist and moved close to Fuki, who was still rubbing the bump on her head. Hellgate, he muttered to himself, as the familiar vortex appeared from behind them. She let the vampire prepare to leave. What's your name, woman? Cyborg screamed as he tried to come closer, but his wounds lost sense of balance and made him stop on his tracks. The woman turned and smirked at it condescendingly. A loser won't know my name. Then she turned around, and like the other two, she stepped inside the portal. At the distance, she could see a bright red light coming towards the location. Let's fight again, devil! Like that, she vanished. Sire Org was left alone. His wounds made him feel lightheaded. His body was wobbly, and soon he dropped on a single knee. He couldn't feel anything. She really did a number on me. He soon after felt a hand on his shoulder, and a familiar red-haired man was standing in front of him. He was accompanied by a silver-haired maid and a Japanese man with a scaven katana at his side. Sire Orkan, what happened? Seeing the state of the young man it was in, Sir Zex couldn't help but worry. The maid quickly walked near him and kneeled. A magic circle appeared on her hand, starting to heal him. The Japanese man went to his other side to support his body. Sir Zex-sama, Sire Org's voice sounded tired. Let's heal you up first. After some minutes, he was sitting on top of a rock. The majority of his wounds already healed somewhat. Now, Sire Org, what happened exactly? When Sir Zex felt a huge aura all the way to his office in the capital castle, sensing that it was not friendly and filled with bloodlust, he summoned his queen and knight to accompany him in the search of the origin of this aura. Well, it started like this, Sire Org sighed in defeat and started his explanation. 20 minutes later, the three adults had frowns on their faces. This is bad, Sir Zex muttered. The rest present nodded at his words. Someone that was capable of defeating Sire Org with such ease and still have enough strength to make us feel it all the way from the capital. Whoever she is, she's not one to be messed with. Truth be told, in the beginning, he didn't believe his words, but seeing the light in his eyes, he knew that Sire Org was telling the truth. And that's what happened. He stood up from the rock, Regulus at his side. That woman, whoever she was, is not to be trifled with. I must admit that if we fought with everything I had to offer, including the breakdown of the beast, I'm only 70% sure of defeating her. His words sounded heavy, and Sir Zex could only accept it. She's that strong, and hasn't even reached 20 years old? I don't know how to call her, a genius or a monster. Sir Zex now had another trouble to deal with. Thanks for the information, Sire Org. If anything related to her happens, we will make sure to inform you. The maid professionally answered, Thanks. His hearty smile managed to remind her about Issei. Issei, huh? Her thoughts once again drifted off. Seeing this, Sir Zex decided to leave. Sire Org, we need to leave. Anything else you want to say to us? Yeah. Aside from the woman accompanying her, another person appeared. He seems to be the boss. Sire Org remembered the last moments right before the figure appeared. A man? Sir Zex was intrigued. Yes, I couldn't see him well enough, but the woman obeyed his orders without questions asked, so he should be stronger than the woman if she's willingly following him. He nodded at the words of the Mao. Something else, Crimson Satan. The lion talked to the Mao. I also couldn't distinguish his physical appearance, but I do know that he's a dragon. Those words surprised the three adults even more. Thanks, Regulus. He gave his thanks to the lion, who in response nodded his huge head. A dragon? Sir Zex remembered a certain dragon of their own. We need to go back. The first report about Issei should already be done. Take care of Sire Org. He activated his magic circle. In a flash of red light, he disappeared. Sire Org just stood there. Well, Regulus. We now have to aim and a goal. He wanted to defeat that woman. Yes, Master Sire Org. The lion responded, followed his master's orders. Who was leaving the mountain? In the capital castle, a magic circle appeared in the middle of the conference room. The current Lucifer came out of it. You arrived. Azazel was sitting on the leather chair, his legs aside the table. Aside from him, the four Maus and the Seraphs, Michael and Gabriel, were also present. Sorry, something happened. He excused himself and sat on the empty chair at the side of the Maus. Grafia stood by his side while his knight, Odakisoji, bowed and left in another magic circle. Since all of us are here, let's start, Azazel told them. Then Ujuka started the meeting. The start of the games has been excellent. Right now, less than 100 teams are already inside. Beep! He then checked his electronic tablet and found something. Oh, his tone amused. It also seems that another set with mutation pieces has been formed. This got the entrance of the ones present. Another? This should be the fifth, right? Seraphiel asked in a professional way, something very rare. Yes, right now, only sets with mutation pieces are those of Shiva's proxy, Typhon, Indra, Vali Lucifer, and this one. He kept reading, and soon a piece of information made his eyes wide in astonishment. It seems this person is more special than we thought. Ajuka's eyes held a surprised gleam. Why is that? Azazel asked, while taking his legs off the table. Well, about that, Ajuka, Sir Zex asked his friend. Rare the times he saw him like this. The first set with 3 mutation pieces was formed today, he managed to say. Silence. No one could say a thing. But as soon as it came, it was gone. You've got to be kidding me. 3? Even Indra only managed to get a mutated piece queen in a push-up. Typhon only got a pair of mutated push-ups, Azazel shouted. The rest present were amazed. Someone more than the others. But with the only time they were sure, this being is certainly special. What else you got? Sir Zex changed his speech to a more casual tone that seems this left him dazed. The maid standing behind him said, Excuse me. Seeing the violent look in his wife's eyes, he quickly apologized. Which pieces does he have? Gabriel asked, sweating while placing a finger on her chin. It seems he got strong pieces, Ajuka read the report, but even he had difficulties in believing this. Strong? Azazel asked, interested in the individual. Seraphiel took the tablet in excitement and replied to everyone. Yes! It seems he got a pair of mutated rooks. Oh, and a mutated queen as well. Ajuka was still lost. This shouldn't be possible. The only ones that got more than a single mutated purse were extremely strong or unique gods, but not one managed to get 3 pieces. Okay, even with Shiva's proxy only managed to get mutated knight and a rook. Nowhere near the level of this guy. Whoever he is, he should be quite something. Sir Zex made the comment, getting the frustrated look of some people inside the meeting room. What else does the report say? Azazel inquired. Vigilante, about their new possible headache. Ajuka snatched the tablet away, checked the report, and started to read. Name, Ryu. Age, 20. Race, dragon. Sex, male. Occupation, traveler. Hobbies, fighting. Reading, speciality. Close quarter combat, personality. Personality, direct. Cold, serious. Height, 6'1". Looks, deep brown hair, almost black. Piercing black eyes with a red tinge. Fit, but not overly so. Fake name, Azazel realized that. Everyone nodded in his disappointment. But for him to get 3 mutated pieces, Azazel soon gave up. Nothing much aside from his looks and approximate of age was known. Guess we'll see him in the tournament, Michael spoke for once. I wonder how his team will be. The playful voice of Gabriel was heard this time. She placed both of her hands against her chest, highlighting her assets. Let's forget about that for now. We have other things to do. Sir Zex changed the subject of the conversation. Indeed, we all came for this. Azazel took a couple of pieces of paper and slapped them together. This is the first report on Issei. Even I haven't read it. Coughing briefly, Azazel started to read. Everything Issei Hyodo did since after the sealing of the beast. Issei Hyodo. Current Sekite. Age 18 years old, never left Ko Town, always inside the territory, attending school like usual or walking around the town. After some time, exact date unknown, his body started to experience some bad changes. He became skinnier and more tired. He had eye bags and the color of his skin became pale as if sick. Some of them intervened, believed he was ill, and gravely so. Exact cause of this, unknown. Each word impaled the hearts of the ones present. His symptoms started to get worse as time passed. According to investigations, his personality also seemed depressed, self-destructive, and gloomy. Possible sickness related to the dragon kind. Everyone bit their lips in anger. Even Sir Zex and Gravia were doing their best to hang on and don't explode in regret. Recently, he was seen attending the school for a single day, then not coming back. Our investigation states that he decided to temporarily leave school. The exact time of absence, unknown. Method to convince the principal of the school, also unknown. Suspicions of some spell kind. Azazel gained his breath back and continued to read. Transference of bank salary was done during the same time period in his absence from school, exact quantifying 1/10 of his savings. The receiver of the transfer is Fujiwara Takumi. More research proves that this is a fake name, probably under the same Issei Hyodo. A purchase was done during last week, said Fujiwara Takumi. bought some clothes at his special store. The clothes were specially made, hereby aside from what they look like. Not a thing is known. More information about him unknown. Last day seen, Tuesday last week. End first report. Azazel finished reading, but he was trying not to laugh. The name of the one he recognized after all. All that point to the person was an excellent driver. Anything else? Sir Zex asked, hope in his voice. Grafia behind him was also the same. The report about Issei ends there. Azazel recomposed himself and told the Mao. He saw the red hair's expression morph into one of rage. Damn it all! He screamed as he stood in his position. He was furious. Nothing. Absolutely fucking nothing. Smash. The bang hand against the table, cracking the breaking apart of it. Gravy was behind him, biting her lips, and her blood fell from the corner of her mouth. If one saw closely, one could see how her body was trembling. It seems that not the end of it. Here's another page, but this one is different. Azazel flipped the page and started to read. Due to suspicions about the response of Gremory Parage, we did another investigation, this time related to what they have done during the same period of time. Those words made everyone widen their eyes. They didn't understand. Why did they decide to do this? An investigation to Rias's Parage? According to research, each of the members, female, Gremory Parage aside from Ras Visa and Gasper Valid, were in Ko-Town during this time period. Hiding the smirk in his face, all of the mention of Gasper Azazel continued. Inquiry proves that every one of the Gremory Parage was seen on the multiple occasions with unknown males. After a period of time passed, they were seen more frequently and sometimes they stayed all night together. Evidence states that during this time period, no sexual activity was done between them. The words of the report shocked everyone. What are they saying? Sexual activities? Things just didn't make sense. What are they implying with this? Azazel decided to continue. By asking more, we find out that the males in question were their boyfriends of the Gremory Parage, more specifically, Rias Gremory, Akano Hajima, Azia Argentu, Zenobia Korta, Irina Shidu, and Kodako Tojo. They couldn't believe what they were reading. Did this mean that Ravel Phoenix was seen with a male close to Tojo Konako, and according to witnesses, they both fell for the same guy, so they are fighting over him. About the male, Kibayoto, it seems he was ordered to do the devil jobs for Issei Hyodo. As a result, he wasn't seen in the Hyodo mansion for weeks, we believe. The great amount of work he had to do. School, and since twice the maximum amount of devil jobs, he was hereby exhausted. The report still continued, but it seemed that it was only for Azazel's ears now. Later on, he discovered about the current relationships of the Gremory Parage, but according to our first spies sent to inspect, since he wasn't directly involved in the problem in question, plus being only a servant, he had no voice nor vote in this business. He literally couldn't do anything. The phrase was taken from Kibayuto's diary, page 56, line 14. Azazel left the report on the table and managed his forehead with his eyes closed. He could only sigh. Shit, this is such a fucking mess. Reading the report managed to fill his gaps in knowledge. Damn, I'm too old for this shit. So you left because of that, Issei. I really can't blame you. I'd probably have done the same. He turned his eyes to the ones he was worried about. Sir Zex and Gravy were frozen solid, trying to assimilate the words just now. Bam! The Sir Zex struck the table again, this time turning it into smithereens. Fuck! They saw the man in question, being surrounded with dull red light. As everything in his surroundings started to disappear, all began breaking apart that started to float in the air. The particles of stone, the table covered in air and slowly turned into nothingness. The floor beneath him was slowly dissolved by the same red light around him. My sister, my own sister cheated on her future husband, and she actually had the gall to presume that in front of him. His thoughts were made a mess. He wasn't feeling well. He felt sick. Grafia turned her back to them. Her shoulders were trembling. Even her hands were curled up into fist. How stupid do they need to be to actually cheat on a man that threw his everything away for them? Disgusting. The floor beneath them, he turned into ice. She turned it into ice and spread all over the room. It started to crack, creating huge fixtures of Confidence Hall. Heat diminished, and everything inside the room was slowly beginning to frozen. The walls, windows, chandeliers, chairs, and even particles of light, everything was in stasis. The rest present covered themselves with aura. It was the only thing they could do. Sarah Fall helped with the temperature control, trying to reduce the effects of ice had on everything. Ajuka used his katana to formulate the control of brief, fast bursts of energy from Sir Zex. Fuck.
Wait! Sir Zex then remembered a certain recent event when he saw the Hyodo mansion. He stopped around his aura around with widened his eyes. From the perfect crater he was in, he turned to look at the mall. Grafia sensed the eyes of her husband on her, and in front of between unshed tears she looked at him. His eyes transmitted a message only known to them, but she understood his unsaid words instantly. Don't tell me. Those boys, Azazel, are those males? Are they in the report? Let me check. Azazel started to flip the remaining pages and soon found what he was looking for. The males are known as Reggie Minato, human, age 22, son of random high-class human mages, his sacred gear, perfect warrior. He mentioned the first one. Rare sacred gear. The thoughts of Azazel were those. Not as special, but also not normal. Mishumi Ken, human, age 18, son of the normal humans, sacred gear, green dragon, crescent blade. Azazel then remembered that sacred gear. Right, a replica of the warlord's green blade, more common than before. The next are three brothers, Soja Ryoto and Hajime Takashi, ages 18, 18, and 16 respectively. All have sacred gears. They are False Gift, Manacle of Chaos, and Tome of Magic. He stopped, then reading this, and turned the other page. Seems images in them are, let me see that! When he heard that, Sir Zex stole the paper from his hands. He turned the pages furiously like a man that was on the border of insanity. That was, until he found out what he was looking for. You gotta be fucking kidding me. The images of the males in questions were the same as the ones he remembered seeing in the Hyodo mansion. Rias, you actually brought them to Issei's house? He crumbled the papers. What would have happened if he was actually there? Do you not think? Sir Zex felt sick to his stomach, started to ache and hurt terribly. His head was the same. The maid grabbed the papers from his hands and saw what they said. Fucking ripped them in half. She turned them into separate chunks of paper. Then her aura did the rest. It soon became a piece of ice that broke the moment he touched the ground. There goes the info, Azazel thought with a cool head. However, he was no less angry and shocked than them. Thankfully, since he was older than those two, he knew how to hold it back. Yet a small voice was still heard inside the room. Akano. His voice sounded clogged, like he had something stuck in his throat. He couldn't ignore this. This really affected him. Everyone else was just silent. They didn't dare say a word. How am I going to fix this? Sir Zex was so desperate. His stomach was stinging with phantom pain. She basically cheated on him. If he wants to, at any moment he could come and cancel the engagement. God, he has the entire right to do so. His worry once again increased. If mother and father knew about this, they'll probably have a heart attack. The Bible in his stomach was just increasing, making his stomach hurt even more than before. He could feel his insides burning. But not only did she... No, the rest followed her examples as well. You all left him like that was something disposable? Like a fucking toy? Damn it! Just how could this happen? He felt something warm on his throat, his head even dizzy. After some moments, Sir Zex spouted a mouthful of blood and fell into one knee. His body was wobbly and slightly blurry. Seeing this, everyone was frightened, his wife even more so. Sir Zex! She reached near him, her eyes trimmed with tears. The color of her face was pale, even her lips were almost blue. He knew that she was also in a really bad state. Sorry, he apologized, unsure why. Wait, what would happen if Rias finds this out? That she really was the cause of this. His face once again changed color. She already thinks it was her fault. But that was only because we thought Issei did all of this for a completely different reason. He stood up and began walking to the other side. A reason that was indeed related to them, yes, but I never would have thought that it was something like this. If she finds out about the truth, that she will be devastated, he concluded. She would be broken into little pieces. Worse, when Issei was presumed dead, he stopped walking and grabbed his skull with both hands, almost ripping his hair out of his skull. We can't let her find out about this. If she does, before anything of this is solved, then I don't know what the result would be. He looked at his wife and grabbed her hand. We can't let anyone figure this out. If the wrong people know about this, then I worry about the worst. His words made everyone open their eyes. They didn't think about that. Issei unknowingly had a lot of political weight, especially with the Norse and Shioto factions. If something like this is known, then every effort they put until now will be for nothing. Everything will be for naught. And that was a political scale. On a more personal scale, they didn't know how their own factions would react to this, and more importantly, how the girls would react. The situation could never be more worse than the release of the beast. This now scaled into even higher league than before. If that was possible, yes. Nothing about this is going to be said to anyone outside of us, Azazel exclaimed, so everyone could understand. They all nodded their heads. Anything else to talk about, Azazel asked. They just shook their heads. Good, then if you excuse me, I need to go to the house of Issei. These guys, I need to see them for myself. Anything that happens, I will tell you. Azazel stood up from his place and left in the magic circle. Everyone just sat there. Some were extremely affected, others heartbroken, and some even angry, but the ones that were the most affected were definitely Trihexa and Graphia. To them, Issei was exactly like a fun little brother they loved to be around, so something like this made their entire worlds flip upside down. They needed to think about the solution and to calm themselves. Like this, they will do more harm than good. Scene change, Hyoto Mansion, training ground number 2. Ever since the Grimoire Barrage regained the strength, everyone has been training manically. It was all training early in the morning, midday, and then until night. Thanks to that, the guys managed to improve somewhat. Not at the pace of the Grimoire Barrage, but decently enough. Now they could force Kiba to use his balance breaker, Sword of the Betrayer. But when he uses it, they lose really fast. Once again, everyone was sprawled all over the training floor, breathing heavily and bleeding. You've improved, but it's still not enough. Kiba reprimanded them, but what could they do? They normal humans and not hybrids like them. Even their talent was subpar. Their only decent quality was that they will have to become stronger. That was more or less praiseworthy. Kiba-san, we have been thinking about how strong you actually are. Would you show us? Hajime asked while standing. It may be good, he agreed. That way it would temper your mind and spirit so that you don't get scared in the middle of battle. He went a distance away from and prepared himself. It was some that he let loose. The rest of the males present lifted their tired selves up and watched. Breathing in, Kiba closed his eyes. He stood there for some brief seconds and then opened his eyes. Gone was the kind look he once had. Instead, he replaced by the sharpness equal to that of blades. Everyone felt a chill up their spine. No aura could be seen, but a heavy atmosphere was real. What's happening? Reggie thought as he looked at Kiba. His whole body was paralyzed and couldn't move. Turning his head with difficulty, he saw the rest were the same, and the Hajime was pale. He was always the one that was more sensitive at magical sources, at least when compared to the rest. Soju and Ryoto at his sides were almost the same. The difference was the one was trembling while the other was biting his lower lip. Ken had the eyes like plates. Pure shock was written all over his face. He even swallowed the saliva in his mouth. Then Kiba started to move. He opted to perform a simple sword dance and increase the power as he went through. That way they could resist it without fainting in the beginning. He moved. Placing all foot forward, he decided to use his normal balance breaker. As it started, he began performing a fight with himself, twisting, spinning, and moving at a speed barely perceivable with the naked eyes. He turned his sword in swiftly and elegantly, even better than a professional. Those movements made Soji, who also trained swordsmanship, feel shock and admiration. Kiba looked at the males who were gradually getting used to this level. Good. Time to increase the scales a bit. Balance breaker! At the thought, a dozen dragon-looking knights surrounded him, even moving at fast speed, rivaling his. He quickly ordered them to fight against him, no mercy. Seconds turned into minutes as he continued his fight. 12 versus 1. After sweating for a while, in the corner of his eye, he saw the males were dumbfounded, their mouths left hanging wide open. So he was holding back this much? Damn, why? Why is he so strong? What pushes this so far? Reggie thought as he watched the pearless sword dance. In his eyes, Kiba was already far from human, if the sacred gear or gears proved him otherwise. Hajime was watching the 12 knights, his eyes shining. He couldn't think about anything else but the dance. Kiba really was worthy of the title genius. Soji and Ryoto felt weak, extremely weak. Never would they ever thought that Kiba was so powerful they still knew that he was holding something back. It seems you've accustomed yourself to this level, Kiba screamed at them, breaking them off their thoughts. Everyone just thought, this he could still go up? That's good. In case, I'll show you a bit more since you were capable of holding it until now. Consider this where you should aim. Then Kiba created a magic circle. It was pitch black in color with an ominous miasma surrounding and coming it off. Multiple amounts of curses and demonic signals were spread evenly on its surface. In the circle, a beautiful woman's sword was seen. A beautiful sword was seen. I don't know why I said woman. It was two-handed, bastard sword. Its colors were black and red, with little gold accents on its handle. The tip of the sword curved slightly inwards and back out, forming the edge of a blade. The sword gave off the impression of being able to killing anything under the heavens, whether it's a man or God. A pitch black aura surrounded the entire sword, giving another creepy feeling to it. It was as if the sword itself was cursed, something you're not supposed to hold. Everyone felt goosebumps when they saw that the sword, and instinctive fear filled their entire bodies, and soon they started to tremble. Just looking at that blade makes me feel sick, Reggie thought as he looked at the blade. Just what is that sword? Something like that can't be the product of a sacred gear. This amount of power in the hands of a human is so unreal. Ken kept watching the aura on the sword. What exactly is that? That's not a sword nor a blade. It's a sin given form. Soji never stopped watching the blade. Not bad. You withstood the aura of Graham. Feel proud of that. Kiba knew that if he swings the sword, they will probably not be capable of handling the impact of its offensive aura. Therefore, he decided to stop his sword dance and walk towards them, suppressing the aura of Graham as much as he could. Graham? That has a name? Soji asked as he pointed on the blade. Indeed, that's her name, and please don't say it's an it. Kiba lifted the sword in his left arm and corrected him. She's the demonic sword of the Emperor. Graham, a sword held by the Norse hero Sigfrid, used to slay Fafnir. It's the strongest demonic sword that exists, rivaling Calibrand or Caliburn in the strength. Caliburn? Does it exist? I thought it was just another legend, Soji asked. Yes, it's currently held by Arthur Pentadragon, a man descendant of the original King of Knights, Kiba replied, while putting Graham away. Then the rest of those legendary swords, they exist, Kiba confirmed their thoughts. And the most famous are the 4 strongest holy swords created by the god of the Bible. They are Caliburn, Excalibur, Durandal, and Ascalon. Hajime then decided to ask, who has them? But before Kiba could answer, a transportation circle appeared at one side of them. It was simple, golden hair in color. It was a simple golden hair in color, a pair of black swung on its surface, and from it an old man appeared. He had black hair with golden bangs and wore a purple coat with nothing underneath the black covered. Yo, he casually saluted. The 5 males raised their guards to their limit. Just the sole aura of this man made their legs wobbly. Azazel-sensei, Kiba responded. The males in question were astounded. They recognized that name. The former governor of the Gregor, Azazel, the strongest fallen angel and was the first to fall. Kiba, it's been a while. He nodded in this direction and then looked at the 5 males. Oh, even when Issei first met me, he actually looked into my eyes with a will to fight, despite knowing he couldn't win. Can you at least not tremble in front of me? Puh. Hey, Kiba, who are they? Azazel just asked as he pointed at them, trying to keep up the act. Kiba was shocked, but he did his best to hide it. He really didn't want something else to deal with right now. They're the sacred gear possessors the girls found. We were training them so they could protect themselves. They also know about the current game and offer themselves to fight by our side. Thanks for training them. Kiba thought of a lie on the spot. He felt terrible by lying about it. He even felt worse when he had the thought about his friend. Issei, please forgive me. Please, please forgive me. I'm a terrible friend. I wasn't even there for you when you needed me, and now, because I'm a coward, I can't even say the truth when it's most needed. Kiba knew about their boyfriends after he was given the little extra devil jobs, but he didn't say anything. He was scared of what could happen, both to his best friend and his master. He was no one to talk, a mere servant, and that's all. Ever since discovering they were their boyfriends, he wanted to tell Issei, but he didn't know how that would go. Sometimes he was too exhausted and tired. The body had its limits, and everything he had, he reached his. Studying and preparing for tests and projects on school, getting good grades so he could enter a good college, finishing his own devil jobs, and even doing the ones of Issei, since he was ordered to. They were the days in which he literally didn't sleep. Ever since discovering the truth about the girls, he felt even worse. He was getting sick due to all the stress and guilt he was experiencing. He felt he betrayed his friend in the worst possible way, yet he couldn't do anything. And now that he was finally done with everything he had to do, Issei vanished from the face of Earth. Thanks to this, he felt even worse. Even worse. Now he needed to train these guys. Every time he saw them, he felt even guiltier, yet he decided to do it with a smile on his face and no emotions whatsoever, like a professional. He thought of this a small amount of atonement, of course, only to make himself feel better, but at least he thought of something to atone for, since he knew what a horrible person he did. Azazel just listened. Azazel just watched his hidden, guilt-filled face. It seems you're feeling pretty bad about it yourself, Kiba. He felt sympathetic. He mentally sighed. He knew the truth thanks to the report, and although it wasn't his fault, he stayed silent. That was as guilty as the rest of the team. More reason for us to hide the truth, he concluded. Kiba, all of the superiors know about Issei's disappearance. The sad out of the blonde was the only answer. So, what are you teaching them? Changing the subject of the conversation. The basics. How to move their own body.
Ha, so it's like that, I see. He smiled in a friendly manner, making the males relax. Right now, they asked about the holy swords. They caught the interest of the fallen angel. Oh, then how about I explain it to him? I have nothing better to do. That way you can also rest. You look tired, Kiba nodded at the words of Azazel. Well, let's start. I assume you know what the swords are, they nodded to his words. Good, then I'll tell you a bit more about them. He continued smiling, but unknown for everyone, he was analyzing them quite maliciously. There are 4 holy swords that were created by my father. Among them, Calibrum and Artha Pentadragon, a sword so powerful it's capable of breaking space. And due to that same trait, it's the sharpest and strongest, he started to explain. Durandal is a sword, the embodiment of power and destruction. It's said that the sword at its maximum is capable of cutting any defense, no matter what. The current wielder of it is Zenobia Corta. At the mention of that name, everyone was surprised. You didn't know? They shook their heads. Well, Zenobia was chosen by the sword. Oh, right. Once a weapon reaches a certain level, it's capable of gaining wisdom, therefore capable of choosing its owner. The other sword is Excalibur, broken during the Great War but fixed. Right now it's also wielded by Zenobia, but she's not very good with it. It has 7 abilities. Rapidly, Destruction, Mimic, Nightmare, Blessing, Transparency, and Ruler. In a few words, it increases your speed and destructive power, it changes shape, it creates illusions, it makes holy elements more powerful, it makes you invisible, and it's capable of ruling over everything. The comment made them open their mouths that such bullshit weapon exists. Next is Ascalon, used by St. George to slay the absurdly strong dragon for its ranked into the town, the weakest of all the swords, but its dragon-slaying nature capable of gravely wounding any dragon which at the stretch, and it's currently wielded by Issei Hyodo, the Sekiuri. Yet another piece of information that made them even more shocked than before. Damn, he's such a monster, they all thought. Wielder of the Longinus, with a dragon sealed inside of it, killed a creature of true myth and legend, friends with many gods and legendary creatures, and now, wielder of the 4 strongest holy swords, each day Issei Hyodo became even more unfathomable existence for them. Azazel just looked at them, seeing the envy and greed in their eyes as he mentioned Issei. He understood, so they feel great envy towards Issei. How did such a common and perverted guy could be so special? He read them like a book. He was a millennia-old fallen angel, reading the pair of snotty-nosed brats like it was nothing. I don't know what those girls saw in them, Azazel thought to himself. Maybe a Grafia or Seraphal can explain it better to me. He just stayed there and looked at them soon after. He vanished when the 5 weren't watching, and he no longer had anything to do there. A couple of hours later. The training stopped and the guys left the mansion and went to their own houses. Aside from Azazel, who they thought to be somewhere inside the house, all the rest were inside a room. The entire barrage was inside the mansion, doing nothing in particular. Right now, they were sitting at the main living room. While one was doing a different thing, Kiba was reading a book trying to calm himself down. Rias and Akano were watching TV, but their eyes weren't on the television. They were actually thinking about something else. Probably Issei. The church trio were playing amongst themselves. It seems the cards this time. Ravel and Konoko, really though, were close to one another, not disturbing the other in the slightest. Ravel, like Kiba, was reading a book, and Konoko was eating some sweets from a pile in front of her. No one talked. They were too focused with their own business. The sound of TV was the only thing that made a slight noise inside the living room. Like that, they just stayed there until the movie ended. Seeing the credits, they waited for another one to start. Abruptly, everyone felt an increase in magic inside the living room, and the sudden magic circle appeared at the entrance of the room, directly above the red carpet just by the door. From it, 2 expectant figures were seen. Hello, everyone, we're back, a polite voice was heard. Ria senpai, Akano senpai, Kiba senpai, we're back. A childish voice was heard as well. The second figure jumped from the circle and practically ran at them. Gasper! Ria smiled as he saw the vampire running towards her. Reaching her, she hugged him. I'm glad you're finally back, she spoke. While looking at both present, Gasper looked exactly the same since last time they saw him. Not even a hair was in the wrong position. He still wore Co-Academy girl's uniform, but it would be weird if he didn't. We actually met the RC club, but since no one was there, they decided to come here together. It seems our guess wasn't wrong. A figure moved away from the circle. This one being female, a rather special Valkyrie. Rosvisa, I'm so glad you're finally back, Rhea smiled at her. Rosvisa was a beautiful woman who gave the impression of a pure and relaxed woman. This one was white short dressed. It was similar to Snow and had a few purple engravings and frills. The dress was sleeveless and showed a big part of her cleavage. It was short but not extremely so, only reaching high mid-thigh. The eyes of the ones present managed to make her blush. I hope he likes it, she thought, while turning over her head. Amazing, Rosvisa. You look great in that dress, Reese complimented her. Thanks.
If you're here, then everything in the north should be done, right? Rias asked, a little anxious. Yes, everything was accomplished perfectly. The beast will no longer trouble us. Those words relaxed more than one. Thankfully, everything ended well enough. Gasper, who was sitting quietly, noticed something almost immediately. He turned his head looking for someone. Where's Issei-senpai? His comment froze everyone present. No one dared say a word. Rosvisa noticed this and asked, slightly worried, Guys, where's Issei? She started to look in everyone's eyes. All guilt held inside them. Kiba just turned his entire face and looked at the side, ignoring the scene. Rosvisa, Gasper, Rias gathered enough courage to decide to answer her question. Akino at her side was biting her lip. She didn't have the courage. She could only stand on the side of Rias as some kind of moral support. Issei has been missing since a week ago. We're starting off right back in the middle of Chapter 8, where Rosvisa has just been told Issei has gone missing. Let's see her reaction. Issei has been missing since a week ago. Her words howled like a hammer inside the Valkyrie's head. The little Dampfer was almost the same, but he couldn't exactly believe it. He always idolized his senpai, and ever since Valerie went to the hospital, because of overusing her sacred gear, he followed his heart and decided to never leave her side. He knew that his senpai would be proud of his decision. Never would he have expected something like this. All of his emotions were in turmoil. Tears started to fall from his eyes. Issei removed his pieces and left. He left. Rias basically screamed that sentence. Gasper felt dizzy. His head started to spin, and from his body, black smoke started to come out. Senpai. He felt terrible. Even his sacred gear was starting to get out of control. Rosvisa was almost the same, but she understood a bit more. He ripped his pieces out of his body and left? She knew what that meant, more or less. During this time period in which she was gone, Issei made a decision. And whatever forced him to do it was definitely horrible enough for him to be left with no other exit except that. What exactly happened during this time? What happened? Her bangs covered her eyes, but the surge of aura from her body made everyone feel tense. Even the little Dampfer felt threatened at the aura that Rosvisa emitted. A pale blue light surrounded her. It was not much in quantity, but the density and heaviness it made everyone feel goosebumps. Tell me everything. That was her only comment. Rias only shook her head in reply. Rias felt really scared by the look in her eyes. She soon started to explain. We don't know exactly why he left, but we believe it has to do with us. She decided to tell what she thought to be the truth. Her voice sounded really soft and insecure. Guilt flooded from her in behind her words. Good. Rosvisa noticed this. This isn't good. Seeing that expression, she understood that whatever happened was actually related to the woman in front of her. She also understood that it was something that will make her angry. Really, really angry. It all started like this. Rias decided to be the one explaining all of this mess. Gasper stood near the Valkyrie and, like her, decided to listen to her words. 1 hour or more later, both the Valkyrie and Daphne went wide-eyed, not believing a word she told them. You can't be serious, the Valkyrie asked. She thought that everything she told them now was a joke, and really bad one at it. Rias just tried to avoid eye contact with both of them. The response managed to confirm the words spoken by Rias to both. Rosvisa felt terrible. She started to feel dizzy. Her stomach ached, and her entire face was starting to change in color, from pink to white, and from white to almost blue. She placed a hand on her mouth and tried not to vomit. That's how bad she felt. Ugh. Her legs lost strength, and she fell down. Luckily, she landed on the coach. Stabilizing herself from the fall, she tried to recover some of her strength. At the same moment, she covered her face with both hands and looked straight at the floor. You did! You actually did? She couldn't believe it. It seemed like a lie. It had to be a lie. She was sitting there, perplexed. Gasper was feeling different. He widened his eyes, and soon his whole body started to tremble. He couldn't believe her words. The girls who were seeing this felt the same way as Rias. Guilt, anxiety, hopelessness, fear, among other emotions, were clearly seen in their eyes. In general, their entire selves were confused and exhausted. They were made a wet mess. Good, dicks. Rosvisa looked back at them and the thought of something, a horrible outcome, a horrible idea born from the pessimism and fury. But her morbid curiosity got the best of her. Therefore, she asked, You don't tell me you all did the same. You did the same? She really hoped she was doing something wrong. She secretly prayed to whatever deity she knew to be terribly wrong. She didn't want this to be the truth. But life for once proved her right. The girls just did the same as Rias. Not having enough courage, they just turned their heads away. Sprint. Gasper could no longer handle it and started to run away from here. He needed time to think, to focus on all of his thoughts. No words were needed. Kiba, the moment he saw him like that, also started to run after him. Following closely, they soon left the room. The ones present didn't pay attention to this. Everyone was just too focused on their own bad thoughts. Then a cold voice was heard. It was as if it came from the deepest depths of hell. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. They felt as if they awoke a sleeping beast, a monster, and said monster wasn't happy in the slightest. Let me get this straight. You lot actually went out with other boys just to gain experience, she spat the word, and then compensate any damage done to Issei at another time? But you were blinded by your own called feelings and forgot about Issei? Each word sounded sharper than the last, and each one of those words pierced them in an extremely weak spot. Not even having the strength left to nod their heads, the silence was the only answer, but for Rosvisa, the silence was more than enough proof. She had no words nor thoughts. She just stared at them with an empty look in her eyes, as if she was looking at the stupidest people she'll ever meet. You just cheated on him and started to get intimate with other guys? Men you haven't even known for more than 3 months? You threw Issei away like that, like he was a disposable toy, and now you think anything will change? She was furious. Her entire self was surrounded in an aura that emitted anger and fury. Issei. Tears fell from her eyes. Soon after, she opened her eyes in shock and just sat there. Thoughts started to fill her head. What exactly happened to you? She now felt extremely worried. She felt extremely anxious for the man she loved. Something must have happened. Not for anything. She was the one tasked to fix the seal on the beast. She found a loophole on the story. I can understand why he left, but taking his pieces out, he wouldn't have taken a risk just big for that. The risk is too much. What forced his hand? She started to think. Her analysis was quickly made. Okay. So in other words, there are two options. Either he was in such a horrible state that his own mental capacity was completely lost, hereby making him do a really stupid thing, or something happened with the pieces and was forced to take them out. Her thoughts were in a sense right, but she never thought that both outcomes could happen at the same time. After that, even one of them was already terrible enough. The both of them would be another story completely, a really bad story. But the pieces have never malfunctioned, nor could they kill someone. I also don't think he would do something as dumb as trying to remove the pieces from his body just because he could. She placed a hand on her chin, deep in thought. The girls just stood there, not moving in the slightest. Taking them out is practically suicide. No one has survived an extraction of pieces, but they say that he did. Her thoughts started to fasten even more, but after a couple of minutes of thinking, she reached nowhere. I have little to no information. She decided to ask more about this, even if it meant threatening everyone in her path. She stood up from her position and left the room, not looking at the remaining girls in the slightest. After she left, the heavy atmosphere on the room was still here. They knew that saying this wasn't going to be easy, but it still made them feel horrible. Meanwhile, Rosvisa started to look for a certain someone that knew she was in the mansion. After all, she could feel his aura. Following the aura throughout the entire mansion, she decided to reach the very top floor. On the terrace of the building, a man was drinking what she believed to be whiskey. He was leaning against the rail and was looking up the clouds in the sky. The perfect orange-colored sky was the only thing illuminating the terrace. After all, it was already quite late in the afternoon, and thanks to the talk with the girls, time passed rather quickly. The man turned around in the moment he felt someone at the entrance of the terrace. And right at the glass entrance that's similar to a window, a beautiful dressed woman could be seen. Her eyes held an indescribable light, but the thing that made him feel threatened was the expressions on her face. A mix of worry, anxiety, sickness, anger could be seen. It didn't take long for him to understand the reason behind it. He decided to play the fool in something he was really good at. "Oh, Rosvisa, you're finally back," he gave a calm greeting. For anyone, that would have proved useful. Unfortunately for him, Rosvisa was not in a mood to play games. She crossed the entrance and almost sprinted through the wooden A-wing. Every step was heavier than the last. "What's wrong with..." He was forcefully grabbed by the neck of his coat and slammed against the pillar. The entire pillar shook in an unstable way, and the fallen could feel the strength behind the grip. Luckily for him, his whiskey was on the edge of the rail, so thankfully it didn't spill over the stone floor. "Now you'll answer my questions," her voice sounded sharp. It even made him feel threatened. "What are you talking about?" He was terrified. Never has he been in this kind of position before. Then the coldest and sharpest voice ever in his life he heard. He felt as if death herself was in front of him and whispering sweet nothings into his ear. The eyes of the woman now could be fully seen, but they scared him even more. They held not a trace of light, as if they belonged to a person that just witnessed hell and survived. Azazel, if you don't answer my questions, then I'll start breaking every bone in your hand. There are 27 bones just a single in hand. Imagine the possibilities, the pain you'll experience. She hummed. She fucking hummed. This was no threat. It was a promise. Then I'll move your lower arm. There are 2 long bones there. I bet they will hurt if they break. Azazel was downright terrified. What the fuck? What the hell is she thinking? She's got a screw loose. Oh yes, they will definitely hurt. I'll make sure of it. Multiple screws loose. A metric fuck ton of them. Further up your arm, there are 3 bones, and a broken clavicle is not something you wish to have. Therefore, in a total 32 bones broke. Just in a single arm. Ha! Father, please smite me or something. Snatch me away from the jaws of this lioness. Her promise made his pee his pants. If you still refuse, well then I'll move the other arm. Then to your leg. If you still don't want to cooperate with me, to help me, then the little thing dangling in between your legs. He went pale-faced. He wanted to cry. I'll rip it off, Azazel. I swear there will be no corner, no crook, no canny, no fucking place you would be able to hide from me. And when I catch you, because, oh, I will, you'll pray beg me to finish you off. Now this was the most terrifying moment in his life. Not even when he was in front of a beast, not even during the Great War did he experience something like this. What was worse, the eyes of the woman held no hesitation. She will actually do it? Now, you'll decide. What exactly happened to Issei? I'm sorry, but we only know he went missing a week ago. We have our theories, but not a single one has been proved. He spilled the beans, just like that. Seeing nothing amiss, she asked again. When was he last seen? Around a week ago, in Ko Academy. He went there to ask for an absence of school. Okay then, why did he remove his pieces? And don't give me the same story you told those kids. I'm not stupid. She grabbed his left hand and started to twist his index finger. She'll really do it. She'll keep her promise. She'll keep her promise? I can't say that. I can't. She started to twist his finger even more. The little pops of his finger were clearly heard. Ugh, wrong answer. Wait. She momentarily stopped. Spit it out, Azazel. Okay. But you need to keep it a secret from everyone. From everyone, she nodded her head. It started like this. Another hour went by. The sky darkened and soon night covered the entire Ko. Roswitha didn't move until Azazel finished speaking. That's all I know. I swear on the body of my dead father. He was almost crying. He told her everything. The messages, the known reason, the report, everything. Thankfully, he didn't show her the video. Those messages he received, she heard them all. She quickly let Azazel go. As fast as he was capable of, he took a 5 good meter distance from her. Never have I felt that scared before. He felt goosebumps all over his skin. He even shuddered violently. After making that feeling go away, he just stared at the woman in question. Roswitha was thinking, so you did it because of that, Issei. Although much information was missing, at least she discovered the truth. She was angered, really angered, but even more so towards herself. If she was just there with him, nothing like this would have happened. Issei, I'm so sorry for not being there with you when you needed me the most. She fell on her knees in front of the pillar and started to cry in a low voice. Her entire body was trembling. That day that was supposed to be the best in her life after finally confessing to Issei, and instead turned out to be the worst ever. The man she loved was MIA, presumed dead. The woman he loved, all of them, left to his luck. Even if she wasn't directly involved, she still felt awful. After crying for some time, she just sat there. Moving her head up, she looked at the pitch-black sky, and had some stars in between the clouds, the moon shining with dull light. She just kept staring at the sky until she more or less recovered. Will you blame them? Will you tell them that it was really their fault? Azazel still kept a distance and asked. Personally, yes. I want them to experience what he felt, but what can I do? They felt scared, that's normal, but they decided to make the worst possible decision, and with possibly the worst outcome. She started to talk in a much calmer voice. Their punishment is not for me to decide. Issei will have the pleasure. The word just rolled off his tongue. They are just a bunch of immature brats that made a terrible mistake, a stupid, unforgivable mistake, and the result of the decision they made will come for them. That will be their punishment. Her words were true. Azazel had to agree with that, but he was scared of the end result. If they confirm their suspicions, then it will end really badly. Please keep it a secret, just until we figure out a way to diminish the damage, he asked her sincerely. She turned to look at him and replied, I'll say this just in case, but whatever the end result is, I'll be on Issei's side, even if he decides to kill. She didn't want him to leave again. Not after all of this. Issei, when we meet, please tell me the entire story. Her thoughts went to her loved one. What will you do now? Azazel asked once again, this time feeling a bit more calm. I'll stay. I need to be an adult for once and actually think without my feelings numbing me. The tournament you mentioned will start soon, and call it a gut feeling, but I think we'll meet Issei during this time. She stood up and took a cold of breath air. Therefore, the best chance of seeing him is by staying here. I'll be the same as I have always been towards them. After all, it's not my position to treat them in a hard way. She started to pat her dress, getting all the dust and dirt off of it. Then she started to walk past the fallen angel and went inside the mansion, leaving the former governor behind and Terrence alone. He grabbed his whiskey and downed it a single go. This is such a big mess, he said, his mind out loud, and stared at the night sky. In a certain way, the sky calmed down. Maybe there was something good about this day. Scene change, training field, number 2. Kiba was running. Right now, he came from the elevator. He was chasing Gasper, who came here, maybe to think without anyone disturbing him. At the distance, right at the center of the entire field, he saw the damp of fear sitting on the ground. He had his head covered by his arms and his knees were against his chest. He couldn't hear a single thing, but he knew he must be crying. Walking closer, he approached Gasper. Seeing something a little fear turned his head up and saw the blonde knight of Gremory. Kiba-senpai. He looked at Kiba with teary eyes. Gasper, I really don't know what to say, Kiba confessed. His smile was like someone that had entirely given up. I'm going to be honest with you. I also feel terrible. He sat down behind the Daphne, resting his back against his. I feel extremely sick. I feel like I just betrayed my best friend in the worst possible way. His voice started to crack. He was finally saying his mind, and something took him far too long. But what could I do? The Daphne was listening to the knight, seeing the tears falling from the man's eyes, and he knew the burden placed onto himself was just too big. Guilt. It was something everyone, at least once in their lives, has experienced, and sometimes it hurts too much. Depending on what exactly you did, the guilt and remorse you feel increases or decreases. Some laminated over a decision they didn't make, others about a terrible act they once did, and some at the moment of not saying goodbye to their loved ones. Everyone has regrets, and the remorse of betraying someone you deeply cared for was by no means small. Right now, he felt like that. Ever since the last day he saw Issei, everything started to get worse. Since it was the last year of high school, everyone got too serious. The professors and the same students placing too much work on their shoulders as a sign of the beginning of a new life of responsibility to prove that college was different. Others didn't particularly care about anything, while the rest were so strict that the military school was a better choice. During that time period, everyone just dumped with a huge amount of things to do. Whether his master, school, or even himself, he stopped caring about other things and started to focus more on his own parents' pending matters. The devil jobs were either early in the morning or really late at night. During the afternoons, he had projects, videos, presentations, models to prepare, so every single day he was just too beat up. When he discovered exactly who these guys were, he was so exhausted he barely felt a tug. He wasn't in his best due to that he regretted. He knew about it. Yet because of the other pending businesses, he postponed it for later. Like that, days kept passing by and slowly his amount of work started to decrease, leaving him to think about them even more. He didn't ask the reason why. He thought it was just temporary, maybe trying to make Issei jealous, so he puts more attention to them, but when he discovered they were serious, it was too late. He couldn't say a thing. Just like when someone leaves something for the last possible moment and at the end they just don't do it. He went through the same. After the days passed, he felt even worse. His sleepless nights were no longer due to work, rather because of the thought of them not leaving him alone. He indeed tried to talk to the girls, at least once, but he was just ignored. No one cared about it during the time. He went to his master, but she just shrugged it off. He thought that since he's a servant, he couldn't say anything about this. Plus, this was really personal matter between them. He wasn't related at all. He believed that since he was just a servant and wasn't directly involved in this, no one could hear him. It didn't matter what he had to say. Thanks to those thoughts he had experienced of being completely ignored, a seed was planted inside of his head, idea of not worthy of saying anything, or a servant should just obey, started to bud. Even if he was his friend, his loyalty towards his master was bigger, and at that time he made his decision. He tried to ignore what happened. He put his loyalty in front of his friendship. slipped, another mistake. The emotions he felt during those days were pretty bad. Not for a moment did he think, did I make the right choice? Left his mind. He thought and thought about it, but he didn't reach a conclusion. After even more time passed, he made another choice, telling Issei the truth and help him. But he made it too late. He was already gone and no one had seen him. Even the faction chiefs were looking for him. But even after a week, not a thing has been found. I feel so bad. I could have saved my friend. He grabbed his head and tried to calm himself, a fruitless effort. I could have stopped him from removing his pieces. He also wasn't dumb. After thinking for some time, he reached the conclusion that Issei removing his pieces because he didn't want to be found was too ridiculous. My friend, my brother, He decided to remove them if it meant his death, and for what? No one knows. I, who swore to be by his side supporting him, left like a coward. I left him alone experiencing who knows what. All this because I was scared of something so dumb. He stood from his place and started to walk around, screaming with all his lung capacity. If I maybe had just put a courage he has, then I would have insisted even more with the girls. Maybe I would have helped him and talked out of doing something like that. What kind of friend stays with his arms crossed as he watches his brother in everything but blood try to commit suicide? Kiba was the one that almost is affected by this. He knew he betrayed his friend. He knew at that moment he decided something dumb. All of this because he felt he wasn't listened to, nor noticed, nor anything. He gave up without even trying because this was something new for him. Who would have expected the girls to so suddenly fall for random guys they met less than 3 months ago? No one. Yet because of it, not only him, but the girls, Gasper, and even Ross Weiser were falling apart. He didn't dare to think what would happen if the factions discovered it. The yokais, the Norse, damn it, even Shiva that took interest in Issei. Probably everything they worked for the past year will go down the drain. Kiba stopped walking in circles and just stood there, looking at the ceiling. Gasper knew that he was probably the one that suffered the most. After all, he thinks that a sole person he dares to call a brother was betrayed by him. Kiba-senpai, I think that Issei-senpai won't blame you. Gasper stood up and started to comfort the knight. How ironic did that sound? The one that came to console was the consoled. Why do you say that? Because Issei-senpai is kind. I bet he understood since the moment you were burned with so many things that you needed to do them. He does know that, therefore, I think he won't blame you. Gasper sounded sure of his words, something rare in him. Kiba kept in silence, thinking about his words. When we see him again, if you feel that bad, then apologize. Better do that than nothing, even if it means little. Gasper was also saying those words to himself. After all, he was also away during this important moment, but he believed that his senpai will forgive him, probably even reprimand him because of making the choice he thought was right, but until now, he just hoped for the best. Kiba was silent, meditating those words. Maybe you're right. When I see him again, I'll apologize to him. Even if I'm a terrible friend, it's the least I owe him. He started to calm down. His previous relaxed appearance started to come back. But those guys, they are a different thing. They are too greedy and envious over what they think they could have. They are exactly frogs at the bottom of a well. Sooner or later, they will realize how big the world actually is. And at that time, I hope they notice several things. Since the first moment he met them, he knew those guys were an unusual greedy bunch. After some beatings during their training, they learned to hide it better. But they were still best amateurs. He noticed how they would try to compare themselves with Issei, but they don't know a thing. Even at the start, they tried to make him less, saying it was dumb luck. Then he did nothing and it helped. If they had what he then, they could do it as well, even faster and better. Even after discovering what he did, they dismissed it. After learning more and more, and now at the meeting with Azazel, he noticed how they were frustrated. They had even had pure envy in their eyes. Well, it's useless to think about that. There will be a moment which they notice it themselves, how wrong they actually are. Kiba now had a plan and a short-term goal. I need to meet Issei. At the moment, I'll say everything I have too. He resolved himself and looked at the dapper at his side. Thanks, Gasper. I really needed that. He smiled once again. Don't worry, Kiba-senpai. In a sense, I also needed
to hear those words. After thanking each other, they started to leave the training field, both with a new goal in mind. They needed to see Issei, but for now, they had nothing about his whereabouts. They were also forbidden by the factions to do anything related to searching for Issei, so until anything about him was found, they couldn't do a thing. The only thing they could do was wait. Both of them knew that Issei was fine, just missing, therefore, he wasn't in any danger. They also needed to train for some game. After all, they were going to participate in it. They didn't know what kind of enemies they meet will there, but one thing is for sure, they will be extremely strong. They might even fight against gods, and for now they couldn't face one. Much training needed to be done. Little do these people know that I'm just going to add in something here. When these people are so jealous and envy of Issei, and they thought that if they had hit powers they could do it better, I hate these people. I cannot wait until Issei hopefully kills them. Scene change. Nasun Shrine after leaving the underworld. Ever since they came back from the underworld, Issei has been scolding the pair of women. One for starting a fight when it was not needed, and the other she scolded her by saying, "Why didn't she do anything to stop Erika?" After calming down, he asked the vampire if she won. She proudly answered, "Of course." He liked that. A member of his team actually defeated the strongest youth in the underworld. Fine, I'll let it slide, but just for this time. The pair of women who were kneeling down in the middle of the yard behind the shrine actually looked at him in shock. "You will?" For once, their voice matches. The same surprise clearly heard in them. "Yes, you did defeat him. For me, that's more than enough," he told them while they stood up, cleaning all the debris off their clothes. "You're soft, partner." The words of Drake also held the pride in his voice. "Only to them, Drake. Only them." The dragon just smiled at those words. He liked how his partner didn't turn out to be cold to everyone around him. Issei just started to walk in the same direction of the shrine, and after reaching the wooden steps, he sat down. The woman looked at him and decided to walk close. Erika had something she wanted to ask. "Issei, how was the registration for the game?" She crossed her arms while waiting for his answer. The fox was also curious. She walked even closer to Issei and sat next to him, less than an arm away from him. Issei smirked, and from his darkness he took out a small black briefcase. As he did, the vampire looked at the fox, clearly uncomfortable about her distance with Issei. "Fox, you're too close, much too close for my light." She shook her head and removed those thoughts, just in time to hear the voice of Issei. "It was excellent. Even more than that." He opened the briefcase, and from it, 15 black pieces could be seen. But 3 of them had red linings and were shining in even brighter light. "Those are the pieces?" Fuki leaned forward looking at the pieces and, of course, showing great part of her cleavage to him. Issei saw her and moved his eyes away. This woman, she was way too flirty with him. "Yes, Fuki, the ones in the red linings are the mutation pieces." Now Erika leaned forward at those words. Her interest peaked. Unknowingly, she did the same as Fuki, but since her breasts were bigger, they stood out even more. "Oh, give me a break." He turned his eyes away again. He quickly decided to ask them something. "Well, aren't you too interested in how much you are worth according to this?" He took the phone they gave him during the registration and shook it. The pair of women looked in the phone, light in their eyes. "Yes," Fuki smiled at him. "I like her smile." Stopping this train of thought, he looked at the vampire, just nodded her head. "Fine, let's start." He opened the app. It was really simply designed. The main screen held various different buttons. There were news, teams, competitors, scan, and own matches. "I see, quite self-explanatory." He tapped the scan button and a device not different from a camera filled the screen. "Fuki, stand over here." He pointed in front of him. The fox obeyed and stood barely a couple meters away. He tapped the scan, and from the device itself came out a red light that started to scan the yokai. It started from the button and reached the top. The entire process took a solid minute or two. After that, information started to appear on the screen alongside a small image of female at the top of the left of the screen. The information read as, "Name, unknown, race, yokai, specific race, Cubido no Yoko, level, high tier, low god. Possible species, 7 pawn pieces, 2 bush-up pieces, queen piece, former pieces mutated, 4 mutated pawns." Issei stopped reading and looked at the beauty, shock hidden under his calm expression and rising eyebrow. "God class!" Those were his thoughts, but Drake soon explained.
"Partner, even among gods there are classes, and low god is a simple god that has no battle attributes and is rather weak. The captures of the Gregar should be around mid-tier low god max. Depends on who," Drake explained. But the excitement of Issei was still there. "Indeed, but she's not even over 20 and already has reached that level. Drake, imagine in the long run." "That's true. Speaking of the powerhouses, how about the mouths of our seraphs?" Issei asked the dragon inside the gear. As I said, the so-called level is just based on magic reserves alone, so there are beings that are said to be low class but can defeat a high class with ease. Don't trust those level much. If you do, it will cost you.
The dragon warned Issei, so it's like that. He then turned around and looked at the beauty. I believe I already know which pieces will suit you. He grabbed from the inside of the black briefcase, and the 2 push-up pieces showed. Then he walked near her and grabbed her hand, placing the pieces on her palm, and recited, "Would you, Benekomichi Fuki, become my sole push-up for this battle until victory is achieved?" The beauty blushed. Inside her head, other words were said. "Until the end of time," she answered with a beautiful smile that made the current Issei blush for once in a long time. The pieces lit up in red, warm, light, and went inside of her chest, and which the light died down. "Feel different?" Erica asked, while looking at the fox. Fuki just stared at her hands and answered, "Nope, not at all." Her voice was so carefree as she could make it. But I believe their attributes only work during the game," she reached the conclusion. "As I thought." Issei had his suspicions, but weren't entirely sure. "They don't work unless it's an official fighting game." Well, let's see what the app changed inside the app. He used the phone again and went to team. Format, a lineup could be seen. Push-up position was occupied. It was really simple looking. It was exactly like a vertical list. King, queen, bishop, knight, rook, and pawn pieces. Only the information he wanted to show. Probably this was the only information others received during the official match. It held the same data as a scan. He decided to erase the picture. He did not want anyone to notice something too suspicious. The king position was already filled, but aside from his name, which was Ryu, his race and level, which was marked with question mark, the rest was empty. Seeing the question marks, he thought, could it be a bug in the app? He shrugged his shoulders. He didn't actually care much about it, so he let it slide. Good. Satisfied about the team part, he turned around and looked at the vampire. She understood what he implied, and like Fuki, she stood some meters away and waited for the scan to begin. Issei smiled at how they could easily communicate without speaking. He really liked that. "Let's begin." He pushed the scan button, and the same red light was seen. Soon after, information about Erica was known. Name unknown. Race vampire. Specific race unknown. Level low tier, low god. Possible pieces 8 pawn pieces, 2 rook pieces, 1 queen piece, 2 knight pieces, any other of former mutated. Issei now understood what Drake was talking about. So it's like this. He knew that Erica was far above the level mentioned, possibly even top tier, but since her magical reserves were low, it only mentioned that much. He then stopped closer, and like with Fuki, he chanted, "Would you, Erica Dracula, become my mutated rook for this battle until victory is achieved?" He grabbed the mutated rook piece and placed it on her hand. His words and actions managed to get a blush from the beauty, but to hide it, she turned her head away. Of course, the piece flew and went inside her chest, the same as Fuki. After the process ended, Issei grabbed the phone once again and checked the team part. On one of the rook's positions, the information of Erica could be seen, and like with Fuki, he erased the picture and just left what he believed was enough. Right now, Issei was officially inside the world-class rating game. A smile appeared on his face. And so it begins. His voice was happy, and 2 beauties smiled like him. Erica was battle-thirsty, grand, while Fuki smiled in a mischievous manner. The birth of one of the strongest teams inside the game has just happened today, and right now, they were just starting. Who knew what the rest of their journey had for them? And that is the end of Chapter 8. First move, my turn. Chapter 9. The Runes of the World. Ever since finally forming his team, Issei became far more relaxed than before, maybe because the biggest problem in his list was now solved, but even with that solved, he still had a few dilemmas. Thanks to the little stunt pulled by Erica, the underworld now had suspicions about them. Add the fact that the Shinto faction was also looking for them, and well, you have a headache. In fact, ever since they came back, a couple of days have passed and all of them were either training or looking around the place. Everything was fine except the movements of the Shinto faction were starting to reach all the way here, to Nasuno. They actually got here a little later than expected. Therefore, after making sure they avoided the scouts sent to find them, Issei finally decided to follow the next part of his plan. Now, the 3 team members were outside at the main garden. I believe that it's finally time for us to leave, at least until everything here in Japan calms down. His words sounded harsh, but the pair of women knew that he was right. The vampire crossed her arms under the chest and started to talk. Issei just ignored the pair of attributes that were just too obvious. "Yes, I think that we need to leave. The sooner the better." She turned around and looked at the fox Fox, who was surprisingly quite calm. I know we need to leave. She sounded kind of sad, but I made my mind a long time ago. She had a serious but childish look on her face, starts to seem present in her eyes. Ever since discovering the group of scouts too close to her own personal comfort, she decided to leave the place. Issei, she looked at him. Where are we going? Issei, on the other hand, was thinking. Make it interesting, Issei. The vampire quickly added. She wanted to go somewhere interesting and cool, a place where not many dared to adventure. Issei moved from his thinking position and looked into the beauty's eyes. Seeing the glow in his eyes, she knew he had something planned. I have been thinking, and I believe that Kuwait should be a good option. The place was rather famous. It was a beautiful location in the Middle East, an excellent place to tour around, filled with a lot of different things. It was a technological superpower, and if one investigated deep enough, a city that was almost everything. Tall buildings, beautiful sceneries, excellent food, and among other things. Kuwait? Erica never heard of a city like that, but it indeed sounded interesting. I've never been there. Fuki tilted her head. She was the same as the vampire. A city where the epitome of the human technology and one of the most modern cities across the globe. He liked that. It sounded like a place that will show you more about the human culture. He mainly decided this destination thanks to this. If he could show how human culture grew to the pair of women, then he could keep his promise of not boring them. Erica needed to see the world and how far it has reached, how the difference in human beings was compared to now, and he needed to show Fuki how big the world was. That way she never felt better about herself and see that not everyone persecutes her because of her existence. Oh, the fox was interested in the city. Erica just smirked at the thought. You never cease to impress me, Issei. I like that. Seeing the light in the eyes of the pair of women, he knew that he was right in the choice. Good. We'll depart in an hour. Make sure you don't leave anything behind, and also, erase your presence from any shrine. Issei ordered the females and just nodded their heads and went inside the shrine. I'm quite excited myself, he said, once everyone was gone, but the dragon in his head answered.
Interesting choice, partner. I have also never been there, but by the research you did, I'm quite curious myself.
The dragon in his many years of sacred gear has never been in that territory, so for him, it was also a new experience. Yeah, Drake, everyone is quite interested, he mentally talked to the dragon. After an hour has passed, everyone finished doing what they needed to do, and at the same garden they were just at, they met again. The females didn't hold a single bag with them, but Issei knew that they shouldn't have to use the pocket dimension to keep everything stored. Ready? He asked the females, who only nodded their heads. Looking back at the shrine, Issei did a quick checkup with his senses. Not finding anything odd, he nodded in approval. Do it! He looked at Fuki and ordered. She nodded her head and the bracelet of her left wrist expanded and started to spin in front of them. She then chanted, break the boundaries between the worlds, Yagatani no Magatama, transfer. The space in front of them distorted and a new portal was quickly made. Let's go. They nodded their heads a sign of going after him. Issei just went towards the space. Foop! An odd sound was heard. It was too quick, like a car just sped by. The vampire was the second to go inside. By the recommendation of Issei, she took off her greaves and gauntlets, leaving only a deep black bodysuit. Instead, she decided to wear a pair of high heels and black stockings that covered much of the skin of her legs, but it made her a walking bombshell. As an extra, she tied a long-sleeve black jacket on her hips, making her look even better than before. Fuki was like always in short black dress and with red accents. The strips of her sandals were tied all the way to her calves, yet the image she gave was no less astounding than the vampire. Those red eyes of hers were for Issei, too flirty, making her look exactly like a seductress. The pair of women crossed the portal, but Fuki just turned around and smiled as she looked at the place. Soon after, like the both of them, she left. The shrine was officially empty, and no one will know that the three of them were actually here all this time. Scene change, Kuwait, light afternoon, the beach. Thanks to the time difference, it was almost night at Kuwait, and thanks to that, the beach was empty. The cold winds and the absence of light made the humans leave the place, yet right now, the portal was made in the furthest ends of the beach near the ocean. Form it. 3 figures appeared, a man and 2 beautiful women. You actually didn't send us to a weird location. That's new. Issei decided to tease the fox a little. She just crossed her arms and turned her head away, but her blush, even with the little light they had, was still visible. Let's go. Kuwait at night is even more beautiful than in the day. He walked past the woman while giving the small smile. The two of them turned around and witnessed a beautiful sight. The tall buildings were lit up, shining and multicolored. Artificial light, the tallest of the buildings had even more bright lights that suited them perfectly, making them stand out from the dark sky. The sky was an odd mixture of orange and black, giving to the entire city and calming atmosphere. The only thing they could hear was the sounds of the cars passing by the roads and the noise of the rustling leaves on the trees. The entire place was worthy of remembering it. While the two women were looking around, the light in their eyes, Issei was just smirking at the sight. He then placed his hands in his coat pockets and started to walk in the building's direction. The woman watched him walk past them and soon started to follow. After walking away from the beach, they reached a highway. Thankfully, a bridge used by the natives was here. It was at one side of the road, so they could safely walk across the highway without much problem. Once in the bridge, the lights of the city became even prettier, and the view managed to capture was 3 times better than before, but didn't stop them from continuing their walk. All were slightly looking at the different parts of the city. At some times they made comments about the general location in general, talking amongst themselves about nothing in particular or just messing around. Clearly, they were far closer than before. 30 minutes later, the three of them reached what they believed to be the center of the city. Stories were either at the side of the polished stone roads, and some nightclubs were finally open, with their music to the maximum. "Where do you want to go?" the fox asked, while ignoring the eyes of the males present. Issei was thinking, how about the Liberation Tower? He pointed at the tallest tower they could see and proposed to them. The vampire just nodded her head while giving a death glare to the males near them, frightening half of the males watching them. Fuki just smiled, causing the rest of the males to have to blush. Good. Issei turned around and decided to head to the tower. It wasn't far away. He walked with confidence and pride, guiding his two teammates to the next location. Unknowingly for him, most females were looking at him in an odd fashion, forcing Fuki to change her smile to a threatening glare. Erika was also annoyed at the looks of the females, but the glare of Fuki was just enough for them to stop. After walking around the streets, buying some food from the street vendors, going inside some interesting sounding shops, and basically touring around, they reached their original destination. "We're here!" Fuki threw a stick of her popsicle away. Finally, the vampire just crossed her arms and looked at the tower in front of them. Issei soon noticed that there were a large queue in front of them. "We can't stay in line. It will close before we even move." Thinking about something, Issei noticed a sign right at the steel gate. Although it was written in different language, he learned a useful spell for this kind of situation. Discreetly using his trusty spell, a black magic circle appeared on his hand that was still inside of his coat pocket. "Open since 8 a.m., closes at 7 p.m. That was the sign he said. That was the sign what he read. "We don't have much time left," he noticed that it was rather late. Soon he planned something. He then smirked and turned around. The dragon inside the boosted gear was smiling. He liked this plan. Fuki, she turned around and looked at him. Seeing his scheming face and crafty glint in his eyes, she discovered that he had something planned. "I want you to use your Jojutsu and hide us." "We don't have time to line up," he pointed with his thumb at the queue. The female then noticed a huge line and sign, therefore she smiled beautifully and nodded. Erika just laughed silently, quite scheming he was. Soon after, the yokai used her powers and a mysterious-looking mist covered the three of them. After that, they literally vanished from their spot. Calmly walking to the entrance, the three of them dodged the guards and skipped the line. After some time, they reached the inside of the tower. Issei just made a sign to Fuki for her to dismiss the spell. Like that, the mist that surrounded her body soon left, as if carried by the wind. "Excellent," Issei patted Fuki's head. She liked that after all. "We're here." Thankfully, nothing happened. They all started to climb up the stairs of the building. After climbing all the way up, they reached a single circular in the room of the tourists that were lying down below we're currently at. Looking around the place, they noticed that a circular room held no concrete walls and just windows. Walking near an empty spot, they looked out the windows and saw the entire city. All of them were silent, not saying a word. Erika just saw incredibly tall buildings, and standing as proof of the change in their society, her eyes held amazement and even curiosity. She was dazed by a modern human culture. Fuki was just silent, her eyes widened in surprise and excitement. She loved the scenery of the city, and she definitely liked how beautiful the world was outside of Japan. Ever since being with Issei, the pair of women felt satisfied and happy about their current situations. Their choice of coming with him was definitely the right one. Issei was different from the two. He leaned over the rail and relaxed. His tense eyes finally calmed down. Only at this kind of movements would he really feel that he was free. It would be a lie to say that he didn't think all of this was a dream. After spending all that time in such a terrible state, still left some squeals on him. But looking on the scenery of Kuwait, at the beautiful night sky and artificially illuminated buildings, he felt free, and everything his entire self was more composed.
Partner, I know that you're still wounded by what happened, but let it pass. That is already part of your past. It's time for you to finally move on. The first step you did a long time ago. Now is the time for you to continue your journey.
Drake acted as a mentor and soon gave his advice. Let me just cut in for a minute. Drake, our friend here, Drake, is right. I actually had an experience just like this. And well, guys, you just have to move on because success is the best revenge. Remember that. Issei was different from the past. Now he had good companies, and with Drake at his side, he knew that whatever happens to him, he won't be alone. Not anymore. Looking at the city, his eyes were filled with nostalgia and other complex emotions. He just leaned there, taking the scenery to heart and trying to move on with his life. Although the first step is always the most difficult one, continuing what you started is no less complicated. But he thought that he was doing a good job, and sooner or later he will finally leave all of that, all of what he experienced behind. Soon he was lost in thought. The people inside the tower started to leave after some time, and it was empty. The pair of women just got out of their thoughts and started to look around, quickly finding Issei. However, Issei was still as before, looking out the window. Since the three of them were separated inside the room, the fox and vampire silently decided to go where Issei was located at. Meeting halfway, they saw Issei leaning over a rail looking directly at the heart of the city. Stopping some meters behind him, they talked amongst themselves. "What's wrong with Issei?" the vampire asked as she saw the many emotions inside the eyes of a dragon. She saw many emotions, some of which she knew quite well: nostalgia, pain, anger, and hopelessness. Seeing him with those eyes made her blood freeze. Issei? The fox noticed the same thing as the vampire, but she understood a bit more. His eyes held some kind of burden, something that was annoying him a great deal. She knew that those emotions had something to do with his past. "Fuki, has Issei ever told you why he was so different and what put him as this?" she asked woman at her side, curious and slightly worried over him. The vampire, when alone with the fox, would sometimes ask more about Issei's past, but aside from the anecdotes of his many adventures, nothing more was known. When they asked about him more private stuff, he would sometimes talk about it, about some of the things that he went through, but when any of them asked what happened after the war, he would completely ignore their questions. His eyes filled will almost turn like this, dull and devoid of any emotions. Neither of them knew what to do. "He's hiding something." Fuki narrowed his eyes and reached the conclusion. Erika was also the same. They both knew that something extremely horrible must have happened to him. Since some time ago they had their suspicions, but seeing him like this, they knew it was something terrible. Fuki also talked with Erika about the word she heard from Albion the day they escaped from Kyoto's Imperial Palace, so they knew that something happened, but they didn't exactly know what. Right now, they just knew each other for a couple of weeks, so they decided that after more time has passed, and after Issei finally trusts them even more than now, at the moment, they will ask about what happened, even if they needed to tie him to a chair and force him to talk. However, for now, they could only wait until that moment. Issei returned back to himself after some time passed. He turned around and saw the eyes of Fuki and Erika. Fuki had worry written all over her face, while Erika was looking at him with an uneasy look on her face. "Sorry," he apologized to both of them. He knew that he needed to explain, but right now he wasn't ready. Not yet. They both nodded their heads, understanding his words, not pushing the issue at hand. After that, he walked past them and decided to leave the tower, while Drake on the stairs talked to him.
"Partner, you need to say it. I know they are important to you and you don't wish to talk about it because you hate it. But sooner or later you will need to do it."
The wisdom of the dragon made him think. "I know, Drake, but I'm confused. I feel scared. I think it'll happen again, and this time I will certainly die. Nothing will save me." His voice sounded raspy and sad.
"Partner, I know that you feel uneasy about something like this happening again, but in a couple of days we spent with both of them, I noticed they are vastly different from the rest. Just look. Right now, they know you are hiding something, but they don't force it and give you your own space and time to willingly talk about it."
Drake was trying to help his friend. Issei was just quiet, listening to his words.
"If it was the Gremory girl, then she would have asked until she either succeeded in her attempt, or she would have cried saying that you don't trust her, making you feel even worse. Yet, they are different."
Issei knew he was right but he was doubting.
The rest are the same. Just remember, the Fallen toyed with you because she thought it was fun. The White Cat insulted you because you were too honest with them. The Church Warrior wanted your genes because of the boosted gear. Do you want me to continue? The Dragon was quiet and strict with his words. Was quite strict with his words. They are different. The vampire's a troublemaker, but she's an excellent woman. She listens when it's needed, and because what she's experienced, she gives her own space to think and calm down. Because she knows what it feels to have someone all the time ask about something you don't want to talk about. And because she knows how cruel life can be, she gives you time. Drake wasn't holding any punches. The reason the two of them communicate and understand each other so easily is because both of you live something extremely familiar. She left alone by everyone, not because of choice, but because of chance, and due to that she was sealed inside the ruins of a lost empire. And you were left alone by choice rather than chance, slowly dying a painful, horrible death. I wouldn't wish for anyone, even for my worst enemy.
He was silently hearing those words. Thinking about them, Issei kept his head low and continued walking down the stairs, not taking his eyes off the ground, completely focused on his own thoughts. The woman, when they saw him like that, went uneasy, but they soon noticed a small green glow on the reserves of his left palm. They knew he must be talking with the dragon. By the looks of his face, it was something rather big and important, maybe even related to the reason behind his change. Because of that, and the severity of the aura surrounding him, they were just quiet, only looking at him. Issei was silent, digesting Drake's words.
The fox obviously has feelings for you, yet she doesn't force it. She knows that if she forces it, it will all be for nothing. An unstable relationship like that you had will once again be created, and if that happens, in the long term you will separate yourselves from each other. She's waiting for the right moment, a moment in which you are mentally ready to accept the woman.
To support his claim, Drake made him remember something.
Or have you forgotten the moment in which the Gremory and the rest of her Parage yelled at you? At the club before the match against the Biel?
Issei widened his eyes and stopped walking, turning his left hand into a fist.
At that moment, they selfishly attacked you, because you couldn't understand her feelings, and because of that, they couldn't start their own plans. Issei bit his tongue. They completely disregarded your own feelings, having a trauma because of the Fallen, your first girlfriend, the sole woman aside your mother, who once loved you.
Issei had a somber look in his eyes as he remembered that woman, Rainier.
They ignored you, treating you like the bad guy of the movie. And when you asked why were they like that, they scorned you and said you were horrible for not understanding, when the ones that didn't understand them were them.
Each word was sharper than a knife, but it was necessary.
You were very confused and kept thinking, why? They left the room, and only you were remaining. They left you to think about what you did wrong, when the ones that did something bad and horrible were actually them.
Issei started to walk again. Soon he reached the main door.
Issei, you need to learn how to differentiate people. Once you learn how, you will never pass through something like this again. Not every woman is evil, just like not every man is good. Life is just like that. And not because of someone bad you met, you should think that everyone else is like that.
Drake finished his speech. Issei, after opening the door at the bottom of the stairs, kept walking with his hands in his pockets, thinking about his words. You're right. He decided to listen to the dragon, to his partner and friend that helped him through so much. I can't keep myself like this, but I can't just forget what I went through. Remember, guys, forgive, but never forget. Issei reached a conclusion. I will tell them, but I need time. Once I'm ready, once I don't let my past affect me, I'll say it. Drake was satisfied. His partner was certainly different from before. He needed time, just like everything did. His partner was certainly different. Just like everything did, Rome wasn't built in a day, and for his partner to rebuild what was destroyed will take time. Yet the resolve was there. He was now more relaxed. His partner just improved even more. This journey was, after all, something good. The goal of it was to understand the world, but mostly himself. Call it a journey in search of enlightenment, an adventure that will help him grow mentally and spiritually. He then turned around and looked at the woman in question. He smiled and told them, "Please wait until I'm ready. I know that there is something you wish to know, but I still feel bad about it. Once I'm done with it, I'll tell you, I swear. The women looked at each other in shock, but quickly smiled, but then they looked at Issei and nodded their heads. Seeing them like this, Issei felt a sense of relief. He knew that when he asked was selfish, but he really needed some time. He smiled as a response to their agreement and turned around. There were still many things they needed to do before they left for another place. He walked away from the tower, this time calm and sure about what he needed to do. The two women walked a step behind him, but they were still worried about what exactly happened to him. They knew Issei rather closely, but for him not to tell about what happened, it must have been something traumatic. Scene change, port of Kuwait, 3 days later. Okay, how did you get that? Erika asked Issei while looking at the thing behind him. Fuki stared at it with her eyes still like a child. About that, he scratched his cheek. I already had it with me, a gift from someone a couple months ago. He replied, proud of what he thought of some days ago. After touring Kuwait, he decided after finishing looking around the place they should go somewhere else. However, the how they should leave was never on his head, until yesterday. Erika went wide-eyed at his response, and her mouth opened a bit due to her surprise. She kept holding at the vehicle he chose. He chose to leave Kuwait. A big red sailboat was behind Issei. It was big enough to be called a luxury yacht. Its red color was similar to his own eyes, and some black parts could be seen in the hull. The man saw was lighter tone of red, and the whole boat caught off the eyes of everyone in the sport. It was big, around 2 floors in height, and thanks to some magic, he made it look like a normal boat. The boat was no other than Ridimaru, his own familiar. After spending the entire day of yesterday on the beach and all over the coast of Kuwait, he thought of something. Seeing many humans on their ship sailing the coast, he remembered about his own boat familiar. Then he decided after leaving the woman behind, he went to check the size of the Ridimaru. At first, it was a big surprise to see the huge size of this familiar, but at the same time, he was also happy about it. With this, he decided his means of transport to leave Kuwait. Where are we going? The vampire asked him with a deadpan look on her face. Issei smirked. We shall sail through the Persian Gulf. Clearly excited. And that is where we're going to stop for now. This time we're right on chapter 9, where he's talking about the Persian Gulf. After that, we will arrive in Iran, and although having a bad reputation, it is quite beautiful and has pretty much every biome known by mankind, whether deserts, jungles, cold mountains, tropical forest, and others. He sounded like a vacation advertisement on TV. Fuki was excited. She agreed, completely nodding her head in the continuation. Erika was without words, but she decided to leave her shock behind. So she slumped her shoulders and gave up. With you, I will certainly not get bored. She then recovered and walked towards the boat, Fuki right behind her. Issei was standing there, looking at his own boat. A sense of pride and accomplishment filled him. Time to go. He then walked up towards his boat and climbed upwards. Once up, he saw that the women were either at the side of the hall. Looking at the Persian Gulf, they will now sail in. Issei went towards the steering wheel and turned on the boat. However, he forgot about something. How the hell do you drive this thing? Issei thought as he looked on the controls above. Let me help. The voice of the dragon was heard inside of his head. You know how to sail a boat? He was surprised at his words. Yes, the past possessor was an extremely good pirate, so I learned a thing or two. Issei then asked, who was he? He was intrigued by the words of the dragon. You should have heard of him. His name was Francis Drake. Issei widened his eyes. El Drake? The one that fought against the Spanish fleet and was the sole reason why the Spanish didn't rule over the seas? He was read about him before. Where do you think he got his nickname? He was the past possessor of the boosted gear. That's why they named him like that. He was shocked at the new information the dragon told him. Now follow my instructions. Drake ordered his partner, making him stop his thoughts. Issei then placed his hands on the steering wheel. Thanks to Ridimaru being a magical ship, the controls of the ship could be changed into whatever he wished. However, because he has never driven anything in his life, he was taken off guard. Start the engine and turn the steering wheel. We are going ahead. Drake officially became the captain of the ship. A couple of hours later, the Persian Gulf. After almost crashing the ship twice, Issei started to get the hang of it. However, now the sun was high in the sky and was already past the middle of it, so in few words, it was past midday. Issei was with a fishing rod he bought just before coming to the port. Erica had a book on her hands and was reading it while laying down on the couch at the side. Her smooth, skinny skin and beauty head while looking at the root was ridiculous, even for him to say. Fuki was sleeping on the other couch at his right, her pillow and her body curled like a cat. Whenever they didn't do something important, she would fall asleep, a lazy fox indeed. Since the journey will take a day, and according to Drake, he didn't need to always be at the steering wheel, he decided to try fishing. Azazel was fond of it, so it must be good. Issei had to agree that fishing was relaxing. For now, he has only caught 3 middle-sized fish. They were going to be their dinner tonight. Erica sighed. She was bored. Closing her book, she stood up from the couch and walked closer to Issei, moving her hips sensibly. Tell me something. I'm bored and I want to hear a story. Issei was taken with his guard down and almost dropped his fishing rod in the sea due to his surprise. Something? He asked back. Yeah, whatever is fine, she agreed, sat right at his side, waiting for him to start telling the story. She was close to him, less than an arm away. One of her legs were crossed on the top of the other, so her sexual appeal was obvious. She had her normal black bodysuit, but the armor on it was completely gone, leaving her pure white skin exposed, making Issei move his eyesight away from her long legs. I don't have something to talk about. You already know about pretty much everything, he told her, trying to calm down. Erica then asked, You said you were once a pervert. How did that work out for you? She was curious. Issei was surprised at her question, but he just smirked and thought, maybe this is a good way to start. He then answered, awful. How so, she asked. Well, looking at the sea, he started to explain. Everyone treated me like trash. Now I know that my attitude was bad, but it still hurts being treated like that. Everyone treats you like filth. However, that was how I was. I wouldn't change how I was just to make some people I didn't even like approve of me. He shrugged his shoulders. Those were his words. In a sense, they were right. The woman was quiet, not interrupting him. I know that my attitude at that point in time wasn't good, but I never crossed the line, he added while turning to look at her. Sure, I peeped at them, but that was it. When my friends tried to make me steal clothing, or even worse, I stopped peeping and distanced myself from them. Unfortunately, that was just recently. At the beginning of the year, I don't know why they wanted to steal clothing, nor what they actually wanted to do with it, but if things kept escalating like that, sooner or later they would be doing something unforgivable, he explained with a normal voice. She was shocked at the words. You mean those friends of yours wanted to do something else? She asked a rather important question. He nodded his head and replied, yes. Why did you get close to those types of people? She asked with a disgust at the mention of those guys. You see, ever since I was small, aside from my parents and a close friend I had, there was no one else. Because of that, I grew up to be desperate in search to be close to others. And with ones that I'm close with, I treat them even better than myself. Maybe because I didn't want them to be away from me, explained to her. With those two, I valued that friendship we had even more than my life. That's why whenever they wanted to do something, and because I was afraid of no longer being friends with them, I followed after them just to fit into that group of ours. His words were shocking to say the least. Foolish. Now that I think about it, but I realize that it's too late. His tone sounded heavy. His life ever since the war was certainly bad. What about the supernatural world? You told us you were once normal. How did that change? So she asked Issei, curious about his former life. That was something neither Fuki nor her knew about him. Issei looked onto her eyes and sighed. He then talked about the past of his past. The moment I first discovered about the supernatural world was by accident. See, a girl told me that she loved me and wanted to go out with me. Being the guy I was, I got far too excited. I thought about our future, Christmas, birthdays, college life forever, even marriage, just like a fool. Due to that, the fact that I was too open to everyone, I suffered, he explained with an emotionless voice, as if what happened was to someone else. The first date resulted to be a trap. She was sent with this purpose of killing me because of the sacred gear I possess. She purposely waited till the end of our date. After it, everything I cared for was ruthlessly destroyed. My feelings became squashed, a piece of meat on the ground. My mind was broken, and at that moment, when I actually opened to the first woman aside from my mother, he looked at Erica with cold eyes, obviously not directed at her. She looked into my eyes and stabbed me through my chest, saying horrible words to a heartbroken dying man at the side of a fountain. He turned his head away. After that, I was resurrected by a girl at my school. She resulted to be a devil, and I became her newest servant. The vampire was silently looking right at him. See, my life as a servant wasn't bad. I learned many things, among them how to control my sacred gear. Later on, I became closer to Drake, and due to being someone that didn't think of him as a weapon, we became quite close. He smiled at the thought. Drake was also smiling inside the boosted gear. He was happy at those words. After months passed inside the barrage, we became close, almost like a family. For me, this was the best outcome I could ever have and dreamt of. Beautiful woman at my side that didn't treat me like filth. A close friend that I could call my brother. A junior that idolized me as a role model. He smiled at those words, a nostalgia air around him. Erica was silent, not daring saying another word. She just kept thinking about his words. Slowly, those women started to develop feelings for me. And as for me, well, you can answer that on your own. He faced her, and a beauty at his side. After that, he saw how Fuki stand up from the couch and walk by his side, sitting on the opposite side of the dragon and hugging his arm. She was awake ever since Erica asked him to tell her story. However, after hearing the first question, she continued laying down, frightening her sleep. But right now, she stood up and went to his side, maybe as a sign of support for him to continue telling the story. Issei saw and understood what she was doing. He felt grateful towards her. He then looked at the finisher and continued talking. They fell deeply in love with me. The pair of women already had their suspicions when he mentioned it before. But how I actually confessed to the woman I loved the most was kind of forced. At some point, due to me having trauma with women, I was afraid of getting closer to them, fearful over the fact that they would do the same thing as the first woman I once loved did to me, he explained as he looked at the horizon. I created a mental barrier for me to not cross a line with a woman, but they didn't notice. When they started to seduce me, to make me cross a line and finally say those words, I couldn't. I was afraid and mentally refused the fact of them falling in love with me. Thanks to that, they exploded, reprimanding me for not understanding their feelings. The woman I loved the most was especially aggressive. She yelled at me, screamed at me, saying, "Why couldn't I understand her?" Issei was calmly explaining everything. The rest did notice how I couldn't understand her feelings, and because of that, they reprimanded me, saying, "You're the worst! How awful could you be? Why don't you understand?" Among others, both of the women were silent. Hearing this was certainly quite bad. They, as women, could understand them a little, but they explode to him like that? Sorry, but that was just wrong. Fuki was especially affected. She had extremely strong feelings for Issei, but she could see how he was carrying something with him, and when spending time with him, she also noticed how sometimes he was uncomfortable. Call it a woman's sixth sense. So because of that, she didn't push the matter. Instead, she waited and started to get closer to Issei, and it was working. Now she understood him a bit more. Not the entire story, but some part of it. Erica was looking at him the entire time. She felt something on her chest when she saw him like that. That something made her feel awful. Never would she have expected that he went through all of that due to some woman that they thought understood him when they didn't even notice something was wrong with him. Even her, that spent all of her life fighting in a war, noticed how Issei was sometimes acting weird. Now she understood why. After that, they left me alone to think, he quoted those words, about my mistakes. I spent some time thinking about talking to myself and just doing random things. At some point, I said something that made me remember that first woman I loved. However, they heard it from the other side of the door, since they were spying on me, and at that moment they more or less understood what I was thinking. After some comforting and whatnot, we fixed our relationship, but they still told me I should apologize to Rias for how I felt. Unconsciously, Issei slipped and said the name of the woman. Both of them memorized it. Something about her made their blood boil. After many things, during a raiding game, I got too excited and screamed my feelings in front of everyone. Thanks to that, our relationship became better, saying that she also loved me, and after some ups and downs, she finally became my girlfriend, that so-called woman I loved the most. End of the story. Issei told them half of what he experienced. The other half will come when he feels it's right. The women were silent, thinking over his words. They were unsatisfied because they knew he was still keeping something, but just like until now, they will give it time. Issei pulled his fishing rod, and with another fish, then he stood up, grabbed the bucket on the side, filled it with 3 fish, and then towards the control of the room of the boat. He never looked back, but he felt how a weight was lifted from his shoulders. He knew that after some time, he would need to tell them what exactly he went through, but for now, he was happy as its progress.
You did it, partner. I am happy for you. Soon you will let all of that in the past. At the moment, everything will change. I guarantee you, Drake told him with pride in his voice.
Thanks, Drake. I'm slowly improving. Later on, I will finally leave all this in the past. He thanked the dragon and reached the steering wheel. Now, where to? He smiled and asked the captain of the ship. Ha! Turn right and keep holding the steering wheel a couple of minutes. We might arrive sooner than later. The wind is on our side. He was happy at those words, and did as mentioned. After that, the day went peacefully. Some hours later, seeing the coast of their possible destination, Issei yelled at Fuki, "Cast an illusion on us so that nobody can see us." The fox nodded her head and used her abilities. A mist covered the boat, and the boat vanished from the waters. Navigating towards the coast, Issei was calmly driving the boat. The pair of women were at his sides, prepared for anything. Thankfully, everything went through without a hitch. They reached the coast of the country. Seeing a rocky at the distance, Issei screamed at them, "We need to fly over! It shouldn't take much to reach the solid land." They nodded at his words, Fuki with a flirty smile, as usual, and Erika with a smirk on her face. After telling them his story, the three of them felt closer to one another. Erika was smiling even more in his presence, and Fuki was trying to stick even closer to Issei was actually letting her do it. Seeing their changes, Issei was satisfied. It seems that everything went better than he thought. On three, they nodded at his words. 1, 2, 3. When he finished counting, they jumped high into the air. Issei dismissed his familiar, vanishing it from the sea. They flew over the dark sea and reached a small risk of what they thought to be the coast of Iran. All three of them landed perfectly without a single error. Then they finally paid attention to the scenery of the new country they were at. After spending less than a day in the sea, night finally covered this part of the world. The sky was a perfect deep blue, shining with many stars that seemed to be closer than they actually were. The moon was right above them. It appeared closer than ever before, just a finger away. Its perfect craters could be seen without a telescope. The view left the three of them without a breath. Not a single cloud covered the sky, so everything would be seen without much trouble. Issei was the first to look away, seeing what was below them. A huge risk was below them. A small beach was seen at the bottom of the risk. Pointy rocks covered the vast majority of it, not a single trace of sand, just rocks. The sound of the waves crashing against the rocks was the only thing he could hear, and the sea breeze was the only thing he could smell. The horizon was covered with stars, making the sea shine with a mysterious light. Reaching his hand out, he pointed at the horizon. They had come all this way from there. A sense of accomplishment filled him. His pride was everywhere inside his body. How many have done what they just did? How many have the experience to tell? I crossed the entire Persian Gulf. He was sure that not many people were capable of this feat, and he was the only one of few that actually did it. This is only the beginning. Smiling, he turned around, looked at the woman at his side, both of them still looking at the night sky. We need to reach a town or a city. We have to sleep somewhere. His voice made the two women turn around and look at him. Understanding the indirect, Fuki decided to use the Yagasani no Magatama. They used the treasure only for this type of situations, not for everything. Traveling all over the world with this was far too boring. It took away the emotion of traveling, so they only used it on special occasions or when it was needed, like now. The familiar porter appeared in front of them. I made it so that it gets us to the capital. The normal voice of the fox was heard. Issei was suspicious of her words, but sighed and nodded his head. Walking through the portal, he was the first to leave the risk, quickly followed by the vampire and then the fox. Scene change, capital of Iran, Tehran. Appearing on the top of the oddly built tower, the three travelers came through the portal. Where are we? The fox was the first to ask. Issei ignored those words that were just to tease him and looked around. Fuki, where did you send us? The vampire asked the fox, who only shook her head, not knowing where they were at. Issei went close to the edge of the building and looked around. Below them, he saw a huge green plane with some people walking on it, seemingly looking around the place. He then found where they were. You have a talent in sending us in the most random locations, Fuki. He was impressed where they ended up. Issei, do you know where we are? Erika turned around and asked him. He only nodded with a smirk on his face. Yeah, I know where we are. He then turned around and looked at them. Welcome to Hasdad Tower in Tehran. Those were his words. After the information settled in, they quickly widened their eyes in shock. They were a rather famous place. During the boat trip, Issei informed them about special places here in Iran, and this was one of them. This tower was one of the few. It was an observation deck and also a museum which held underground part. The whole building was located at the Azadazi Square. This location was an incredibly important piece of the architecture for the Iranians.
Let's go. We need to look for a place to stay. Nodding at his words, the three of them started to look at the door, quickly finding it just behind them. After forcing it a little, it was opened. They walked quietly down the stair to avoid any suspicion and reached the bottom of the building. They soon opened the main door and went out of the square. The artificial light of the building and the square illuminated everything without a problem. Some humans were walking around the place, but because it was late at night, not many were seen. Crossing the entire square, they reached a small bridge that took them inside the city. All of this time was spent looking around and talking about random things amongst themselves, mainly about the country and its history. The city was really active during the night. Many restaurants were open and even some stores were here as well. Reaching at the end of the city, they found the hotel area. Seeing a rather beautiful building at the corner of the street, all of them got their interest piqued and walked closer to it. They couldn't read the words at the facade of the building, but they did understand a specific word, hotel. They looked at each other, nodded their heads, and went inside the place. Due to being late at night, the hotel obviously didn't accept any guests, but after some magic cast by Fuki, everything went smoothly. They had a huge single room for more than 3 people, but since it was the only one available, they had no other choice. They were guided by the bellman to their room, a small kid not even in his teens. Thanking him, they entered the big room. A huge hall with a big living room was filled with their view. That place was big and open at the bottom of the hall. There was a huge window that covered the entire wall. 2 doors were the only thing aside from the living room, each one at the side of the hall. The whole place looked quite expensive, and thanks to the furniture, it actually was quite expensive. Our rooms are separated. Mine is on the left and yours is on the right. Have a good night. We'll talk tomorrow. For now, let's rest. Issei walked towards the left door and opened it. Walking inside, he then turned around and said, "Good night." He even smiled at them. Erika just nodded her head at his words while Fuki smiled at him and said, "Good night as well." Afterwards, they were both looking around the place they currently were at, but Fuki, in Erika's eyes, was acting suspiciously. She seemed eager about something. She even had a weird smile on her face. Erika then turned the lights off and went towards her room. However, the fox did the opposite. She walked towards the room of Issei, grabbed the doorknob, and started to gently turn it. But before she could open it, a hand gripped her right shoulder. "What are you doing?" Erika asked, while looking at the fox with a not too friendly look in her eyes. "I'm going to sleep with Issei." That was her response. The vampire had a twitching eyebrow due to her answer. "And why is that?" she asked back. "Because I want to be closer to him, and nothing like sleeping together helps." Her words sounded logical? "No, you won't." Erika didn't like the idea of her sleeping with Issei. Maybe even something else could happen. The thought of alone made her feel sick, really sick. Therefore, she decided to not let the fox sleep with them. "You're coming with me," with a cold and serious voice, she said. Erika grabbed the resisting Fuki by the neck and dragged her to the room. "No!" she screamed as she tried to free herself, but it proved useless. "Why are you not permitting me to sleep with Issei?" Fuki yelled at Erika with a shocked voice. "Because I don't like the idea of you sleeping with him. You might do something else." That was her response. Hearing this, Fuki was astounded. Never would have she thought that the vampire would say that. "Don't tell me you also love Issei." The question Don't here, let me repeat it. "Don't tell me you also love Issei." That question hit her like a hammer. However, she didn't answer. Instead, she grabbed the fox with greater strength and threw her inside the room, closing the door and ignoring the pleas of help. She stayed outside. "That can't be true." She shook her head, refusing to believe Fuki's words. Her face had a decent blush and her thoughts started to spin, quite the opposite from the normal Erika. She stopped her thoughts and started to remember everything she went through with Issei. Her eyes held confusion and her face was bright red. Silence was her only answer. After being like that for some time, she gave up thinking about it. She then opened the door of her room and closed it, completely ignoring the thoughts she just had. Fuki saw her blushing and smiled. It seems her guess was right, even if the vampire denied it. Although she disliked the idea of another woman being with Issei, she needed help in making him open up. And since the vampire was starting to experience these feelings, there was not a better companion to help her plan succeed. It seems that Issei will fall earlier than I thought." She licked her lips sensually. "If the vampire allied herself with her, then everything will go twice as fast and half the effort." And although she didn't like the idea of sharing another woman, it was far better than that. I don't know why she said that twice. With those thoughts on her head, she laid down on her bed and covered herself and went to sleep. For now, she needed to get closer to him and help Erika out a little. With a mischievous smirk, the fox went to sleep. Some days later, the city center. The 3 of them were walking in the city center, the part of the indie country that was the most interesting to be at. Seeing the stores at the sides and little business on the streets covering the part of the road, they looked around, curiosity in their eyes. Ever since coming to Iran, they went really common tourist attractions and some rather special places. They never thought that they could ski here. Seemingly this place has pretty much everything. So after spending their time looking and messing around for a few days, they decided to go to the city center. A lot of people were seen everywhere, most of them humans of course. Others were supernatural beings, but they just ignored them. As they continued walking, Issei was spotted something that took his attention. Walking close to a shop window, he saw something trapped at the other side of his, and his interest piqued. He read it. Looking for personnel for an excursion to the east of Iran. Suspicious possible ruins in the middle of an unexplored and dangerous jungle. Looking for volunteers. They need to have their own gear and enough courage. No pay will be given, but if anything is found, it will be distributed accordingly. After casting this translation spell, Issei read the piece of paper. Such horrible conditions. No wonder they don't have enough people. He then turned back and looked at the shop in question. An old antique shop was his guess. No sign was on the shop's facade, but many things were inside of it. Seems interesting. He was thinking of going inside the store. Thinking for a few moments, he saw a pair of women come close to him. They were just on the other side of the road. "What's up, Issei?" Erika asked as she saw the store in front of him. "Issei?" Fuki asked as she looked at him. "Sorry about that. I was thinking about this." Turning around, he pointed at the piece of paper on the window with his thumb. The woman got closer and read it as well. A curious look was present on Erika's face, and Fuki's. There was a mysterious light in her eyes. The woman looked at each other and smirked. They grabbed Issei by both of his arms and dragged him inside the shop. He couldn't even say something before they crossed the entrance of the shop. Ding! The sound of the bell ringing echoed inside the store. After some seconds, steps were heard by in the room they were currently in. Middle-aged man, maybe around his early 30s, came to greet them. The man was not a normal human. They felt his presence of the sacred gear in him. He had long, black, messy hair that reached below his shoulders and a perfect chin beard. He had brown eyes that were filled with maturity and a healthy tan skin. He was a head taller than Issei, maybe around 6'6". He wore worn military pants with brown combat boots and military tank top, showing off his muscular arms. Issei finally freed himself from the grasp of the pair of the woman. Ignoring the man, he looked around and saw the dusty shop they were currently in. The entire place was quite messy, having multiple things scattered across the floor, such as books, symmetrics, bases, and dust. A lot of dust. The walls were painted in a brown tone, and some bookcases could be seen against them. Weird tilted books not even Issei knew about were on the shelves, gathering dust. The most interesting things in the store were maps, pieces of armors, and some swords that emitted a magical aura. Clearly not your normal piece of equipment. "Who are you?" The man spoke with pretty good English. Much to Issei's surprise, Issei stepped in front of him and looked into his eyes. With his cold and sharp voice, he talked. "We got interested in the paper trapped on your window, so we came to ask about it." His voice was shocked. His voice shocked the old man, but he just nodded in his head and said, "Follow me." Then he crossed the curtains at the bottom of the room, the three of them right behind him. After walking across the curtains, they reached another room. This one was far cleaner and more good-looking. The place was small, and aside from a round table, a couple of chairs and bookcases against the wall, there was nothing more. The man sat on the chair near the table and looked at them. "Sit wherever you want." His voice was casual. Issei walked to the opposite side of the man and sat on the chair that was near him. The two women were behind him, looking at the things that were on the table with curious eyes. "So you wish to become part of the expedition?" the man asked as he lit a cigarette. "Sounds interesting." That was Issei's reply. "Interesting? You could lose your life." He tried to scare them off, but it didn't work in the slightest. "And? What's your point?" Hearing the response of Issei, the man looked at him with a fierce glare. "Huh?" He was stupefied. "Possibly you won't come back from this journey. You will probably die even before reaching the location. I don't want to go with useless people that will..." His words stopped as he felt something against his neck. Issei was still sitting on the chair, his feet on the table. However, Erika and Fuki were behind the man. The first were the nails against his throat, and the second were a dense senjutsu hexagon pointed at his head, ready to blow him into pieces at any moment. "Okay, I understand that you don't want someone weak at your side for this. But don't think that it's too much for a simple test," Issei explained as the man was sweating bullets. "How about you tell us more about this expedition, and then you'll decide if we are worthy of going or not." He then looked at the pair of women behind the man, silently communicating with only his eyes, telling them to come back. Erika scoffed and retrieved her hands, slowly walking towards Issei. Fuki got her senjutsu and did the same. The man was pale. Never has he felt so close to death before. "You saw that we are no normal beings. We do know about the supernatural, so cut the crap and start explaining."
I don't know you're no normal human, sacred gear possessor. He smirked just like the devil, and in a sense threatened the man in front of him. The 30-year-old man was biting his lip. Never would he have thought these brats were actually monsters. Fine. He put out his cigarettes and grabbed a long parchment on the table. Extending it, it soon covered the whole table. This is a map that was found by my father many years ago, disguised as some undiscovered ruins in the east part of the country. He pointed as he well-elaborated map and said to them, looking at the map, Issei was certainly surprised. It was really well made and extremely detailed. I wonder what this thing hides, he thought as he discreetly looked at the woman behind him. They were also surprised, more than another. My father didn't specify where he got it, but he did say the map guides you to the ruins of an ancient civilization. Ruins no one has ever heard about. Ruins that have many riches. The man was definitely excited. I'm looking for people that don't fear death. I have gone place to place, but before the path is too dangerous. With many animals and plants that could kill human beings in the blink of an eye. He tried to scare them, but it proved inefficient. I have gone before, but even I almost didn't tell the tale. I have invested everything on this last expedition in hopes of finally finding them. That's why I need capable people, he finished explaining. Issei was still stoic as ever. That was his only answer. He turned around and looked at his team. What do you think? He asked his team. Sounds interesting. Besides, we already went to pretty much every place of our interest here, so why not? Erika was the one that answered. Fuki? He asked the other woman. No problem, her flirty voice made him smirk. Dreg? Is his partner. No problem at all. That was his answer. Smiling, Issei turned around and looked at the man in question. It seems you just got 3 new companions. When do we part? He smiled at him in a threatening way. It was clear for all that no wasn't an answer. Fearful towards the young man, the owner of the store nodded his head. You're lucky. We are leaving tomorrow. Aside from us 4, 6 more people amongst them, my son will come with us, he told the 3 of them. Where do we meet? He asked the man, satisfied with his response. Tomorrow at 5 a.m. sharp. Here is the shop. We'll part from here, and after a long car journey, we should reach the jungle in a day or so. Issei nodded and lifted his feet on the table. Then he stood up and looked at the man. Understood, by the way, my name is Issei Hyodo. The woman behind me are Erika and Fuki. A pleasure being with you in this expedition, he smirked. That smile scared the man a little, but since they were going to be together during this, he needed to accustom himself to it. My name is Bellingham Mizra. A pleasure. He extended his hand to perform a handshake. Issei nodded and completed his handshake. See you tomorrow, Beham. Issei turned around and walked out the room. The women were following him. After leaving the room and hearing the bell at the entrance ring, the man finally relaxed and fell into his chair. What are they? They don't feel like human beings at all. He has met a couple of devils before, but aside from that, his contract with the supernatural was extremely small. He even knew that he had a sacred gear. That was no normal feat. Oh, Allah, please protect me and my son during this trip, he muttered as he lit another cigarette. Meanwhile, the team was walking in another city, talking about their new adventure. Whose ruins do you think they are, Issei? The vampire asked the cultured man. That I do not know. Many things have happened here in many eras, so it could be almost everything. Sumerians, Persians, Buddhism, I think even Christians, but of that I'm not sure. Those were Issei's guesses, but he wouldn't know unless they were there. Sounds intriguing, the fox told them. They had to agree with her words. It was certainly quite the mystery. Indeed it is. Erika smirked at the satisfaction while Issei looked at him, a small smile adorning his face. I wonder what exactly is going to happen now, he thought. To the 3 of them got inside in the crowd of people. Tomorrow, early in the morning, / the meeting point. Father, who exactly is coming with us? A young man, maybe in his early 20s, asked the one known as Beham. I'm sorry, I just wanted to say that. He was fit but not tall, and was a head smaller than his father. He had short, trimmed black hair and hazel eyes, making him stand out. He wore a short-sleeved black t-shirt, and his form-fitting dark blue cargo pants. Alongside them, he had a pair of construction boots, brown in color and a yellow sole. Be patient, Jesper. They will come soon. It's not even late yet. The man crossed his arms and scolded his son. Exactly after his words, they saw a group of 3 coming towards them. All of the men, aside from Beham,
that had a serious glint in their eyes were surprised. The group of three was guided by a really dangerous-looking male. He had black eyes similar to an abyss that held a red tinge to them. His hair was dark brown in color, but it was far closer to black. His height was tall, maybe the second tallest man aside from Baham. His clothes were a gray coat and black shirt with black pants, completing his get-up with brown boots and reaching his knees. The 6 men sitting in the pair of jeeps were shocked, not by him, but rather his companions. The 2 most beautiful women they have ever seen were both at his sides. One had white hair and red eyes, giving off threatening vibe. The other had pitch black hair and also red eyes. Her entire being emitted a cautious feeling. They were both beautiful, and they were sure that just a smile from either of them could cause any man to fall in love. "Sorry we're late. I thought we still had some time," Issei told Baham with a direct tone of voice. He just answered, "Don't worry, it's not even 5 a.m., so it's not late at all," he explained while walking close to them. "I see, then it's perfect." Issei was glad that he made it on time before anything else. The young man at the side of Baham spoke. "My name is Jesper Misra. A pleasure to be with you ladies." He did a small reverence to the woman that only ignored him. "Let's get going." Baham noticed the look in his son's eyes, so he decided to intervene before something went out of control. Everyone heard his words and started to get inside the jeeps. Preparing for the journey, Issei went to a jeep that was almost empty. Getting inside, he went towards the back part of the vehicle and sat on it. It seemed the jeep was a convertible, so it was quite comfortable. The girls ignored Jesper and sat at both sides of Issei. Before departing, Baham grabbed Jesper and took him to the side. "Don't try anything with any of them. They are not normal at all, even for us to say. So do not piss any one of them off, especially the young man. He's dangerous," he advised his son, who only rolled his eyes as a response. "Pfft, don't worry. Nothing will happen. Now let's get going." He turned around and went to the jeep that had the woman in it. "Oh, Allah, please help us in this journey." He went to his jeep that was only missing a driver and sat the driver's position. He was with his son and, unfortunately, with that young man. Vroom! He started the car and soon left, slowly being followed by another jeep. After leaving the city, the roads were completely empty, not even a car, aside from the pair of jeeps, was near. The scenery was beautiful, a concrete road that had some trees on both sides, mountains that could be seen in the distance, and clear blue skies was empty from any cloud. The road was quiet and peaceful, though it only was before a certain young man started to talk. Issei had both of his eyes closed, leaning all the way over to his center seat, enjoying the breeze of the air that hit his head. Erika was calm, only looking at the side, thinking who knows what. Fuki was trying her best not to move. She was leaning on Issei's shoulder, faking being asleep, but her small heaven was destroyed by a voice of someone. "So what are you doing here, beautiful one like you? Yourselves coming with us seems intriguing. Don't take my words wrongly, I'm only curious." Jesper turned around and started a conversation. His words aroused Issei from his nap and made him move himself. Much to Fuki's displeasure, Erika just glanced at him and then looked back at the scenery again. No one answered. Everyone was just ignoring him. Issei looking at the blue sky, Erika looking at the passing trees, and Fuki trying her best to lean her head on Issei's shoulder again. "So what made you decide coming with us?" Jasper didn't give up, so he decided to ask again. Sighing in defeat, Erika was the only one that answered with a voice full of thorns. "None of your business." Her voice was sharp and made the smiling young man gain a drop of sweat on his cheek. "I won't give up that easily." "Is that so? But we are going to be together for some time, so why not get to know each other better?" he proposed, but the three of them ignored him again. "I'll start. You already know my name, so I'll tell you something. I have a sacred gear, and a really good one." His words were filled with pride, but the pair of women ignored him. His father was so shocked he almost lost control of the vehicle. "That's not something you tell others." His thoughts were right. Telling someone about that was essentially paint a target on your back. "Oh." Seeing that the guy was too pitiful, Issei answered, but his response almost made the young man cough blood. It seemed he was just angering him. "You dumb piece of..." Swearing inside his head, Jesper was angered. Then on his left arm, a red, fingerless gauntlet appeared. Seeing the gauntlet, Issei was surprised and was also internally laughing. It seems that this thing is really common. Jesper, seeing the small light of surprise in Issei's eyes, smiled as if being superior. Ha! It seems you're surprised. Well, let me tell you, this is a rare sacred gear named Twice Critical. It's capable of doubling my entire strength for a specific amount of time. He was too proud for having something like that. Seeing the gauntlet, Fuki for the first time talked. Oh, the lower version of the boosted gear and a common sacred gear. Quite ironic seeing it here. The last words were directed towards a certain man at her side. Issei just ignored her words while trying to hold his laugh. Erika was also the same. Huh? Common? Certainly compared to the boosted gear, it's not much, but it's still powerful sacred gear. No, it's not, both of the dragons thought. Seeing the mocking glare in Issei's eyes, Jasper was angered. What are you laughing at? You don't even have a sacred gear. You're just a normal human. His words this time made Issei angry. His left eyebrow was twitching. Sorry. What did you say? His tongue seemed to be filled with venom. Since he was a dragon, he hated being confused with someone else. Even if at first a human, he still didn't like being called like that. Let's say it brings back bad memories. This was slightly scared at his tone, but his ignorance is bliss. He wanted to impress the woman at his side, so he was too courageous. Venom thought, you dumb piece of shit. The first thing I tell you to do, and there you go and do it. He was cursing at him, but because he was driving, he couldn't grab his son and give him a beating. You heard me. A normal human shouldn't be making fun of something like this. You have no right, Issei thought differently. I have a boosted gear that alone is sufficient to make you shut up. But you wish to impress both Fuki and Erika by insulting me. Do you think I'll let you do it? Drake agreed with his partner. Scare him a little, partner. He should be taught respect. Issei smiled at the dragon's words. Fine by me. He then prepared to mess with the human a little. You dare call me a human? Open your eyes wide, brat. I'm no human. He then released a bit of his aura and changed his eyes into that of a reptile. Both of the humans were shocked. Jesper at seeing those eyes and Beham at sensing the horrific aura. What the fuck is he? Those were Jasper's thoughts as he stared at the man with shock. Oh shit. Allah, please tell me you're fucking with me. Beham, more knowledgeable, he read about a certain species a long time ago, thought to be the strongest and also the proudest. You don't even recognize what I am? I'll give you a hint. To what species is related that sacred gear of yours? Beham was frightened at those words. He was right. The thing that was sitting right behind him was nothing less than a dragon. Son of a bitch, that was his response. Meanwhile, Jasper was thinking, related to my sacred gear, the only thing related to my sacred gear is a Widening his eyes at the realization, he felt a truck just hit him. You are a dragon? He stammered in his response. It seems you do have a brain. Yes, I'm indeed a dragon. Looking into the eyes of the human, smiled. Issei had a big grin on his face. Jasper was left without words. Then he looked at the woman and asked, then you are... He was interrupted by the words of Erika. No, we aren't dragons, he sighed in relief. But we aren't human, he swallowed his spit in shock. Then he started and asked, I'm a vampire. Scaling her with her red eyes, Erika answered his question. Jasper just turned to look at the other beauty. I'm a yokai. Her voice carefree as if it was something common and normal. Jasper was astounded. He would have never thought that different creatures would be sitting right behind him. Beham was just driving. He decided to just ignore everything and look at the beautiful scenery. Wow, look, what a beautiful place filled with vegetation, animals, trees, and flowers. Nothing aside from big gray rocks were in front of him, so he was definitely in shock. Jasper turned around and sat in silence, not messing with anyone again. He was lost in his own thoughts and ain't paying attention to anyone else. The three of them smirked and laughed discreetly. Smack! Erika and Issei did a high five while smiling at each other. Fuki just covered her laugh by leaning her head on Issei's shoulder. He smirked at her actions and creased her head a little, maybe to prove that she did an excellent job. Their plan, though it was spot, actually worked, and better than he thought. Scene change, jungle in Iran a day later. After the little experience in the car, no one dared talk. Due to that, the journey was really peaceful in the eyes of Issei, and now finally reached their destination. Getting down from the jeep, they saw a really deep and thick jungle, tall trees, putting some buildings back at the capital in shame. Could be seen anywhere, vines were all over the place, and for the first time, different animal noises were heard. This is our destination. We need to go by foot from here on, Beham told all of the team. The rest just nodded. All of the men took different tools. Some of them matches to cut the vegetation down, others took rifles and guns to protect themselves, but Beham just took a simple-looking sword. However, Issei and the girls felt a rather particular aura that was emitting from the sword. A sacred gear that has a holy sword, probably a replica of a famous one. Those were Issei's guesses. Let's go. We need to reach the ruins before nightfall. Beham was went at the front and started to guide. Jesper was right behind him with the map open, trying to guide them through the best route. The 6 men were just behind them, cautiously looking at the sides. Issei and the girls were far back, relaxing and enjoying the view. Sometimes they even talked about random stuff, laughing, enjoying among themselves, and not bothered by the jungle at all. They soon went deep inside the jungle, clearing the vegetation with whatever they had. They went further in. After less than 3 hours, they could only see thick plants and vines everywhere. Trees covered the majority of the sky, and humidity of the place was terrible. After walking through the jungle and seeing the rocks covered in moss, the spider webs carefully placed so that they caught something to eat, and many carnivorous animals, the humans began to get desperate. Walking through a dangerous jungle in such a bad climate with the terrible heat and humidity took a toll on their stamina. Actually, some of the men that came with them already gave up. Well, they were just normal humans. They couldn't be blamed. Thankfully, those guys got lucky and didn't die in the journey up until now, but the journey back was a different story. They wished them the best. Behem continued guiding them through the messy, humid jungle. Due to the heat Issei took from his coat, he took it off and kept it inside his personal dimension. Erika was his left at the side looking around the place. A bored look on her face. Fuki was walking in front of them, acting as a guide. Issei, where do you think will we end up in? Erika talked to him as she was walking at his side. I don't know, but whatever it is sure away from the civilization. Issei didn't know where they were at currently. I hope anything will happen soon. Those are Erika's words. Seeing her like that, Issei rested a hand on her shoulder, making her look at him. Don't worry about it. My guess is that we will soon reach the place. Call it an instinct. Erika was grateful at his words. However, her mind played a slight trick on her and made her recall the night at the hotel and the words from Fuki. No, I don't think of him like that. Trying to hide her blush on her cheeks, Erika turned around and tried to keep it to herself. But she wouldn't stop thinking about every special moment she spent with him. From the moment they first met, to their training routines, to the words they talked during the night at Nusanu, to the explanation back at the Persian Gulf, to even the meaningless conversations they had ever since their first meeting. All of those made her experience a clash of feelings. A part of her liked the fact being with him, like until now, and another just wished to become even closer. After walking with those thoughts in her mind, they were forced to stop. But before Behem, Jesper, and Fuki were looking at a map, staring at it as if something was wrong. What's the problem? Issei asked them while being cautious of his surroundings. About that. Behem was the first to talk. Sensing that something was wrong, Issei stepped closer and looked at the map. It looked really ancient, still made of animals' leather. Drawn on it, there was a jungle, alongside a couple of clues for them to notice as they were following the right path. At the bottom of the map, there was what he believed to be an entrance to the jungle. Following the red dotted line, they reached the first proof of them following the right path. It was a huge rock, but on its surface a perfectly engraved 8-pointed star could be seen. They had seen the rock before. It was 5 meters in height, and engraving covered its entire surface, so it was kind of hard to miss. That was the first clue. They passed it hours ago. Following the path, there was the second clue, a tree trunk that crossed an entire waterfall, many vines that were drawn on. It looked extremely detailed and well made. It was a bridge. They passed around an hour ago. Issei was guessing not wrong. The third clue was more special. It was actually a sculpture, or rather a natural rock transformation in the shape of something. It was a bull, or at least that was the general image it had. Apparently some rock formation had the shape of a bull's face and teeth alongside its eyes, and the stubbery of the mountain with a couple of flowers to form its fur. The dotted line then went down the bull and finally reached the final destination. It looked at the Temple of Ruins of One. That's when the problem presented itself. They hadn't seen the bull, but that was the least of their problems. In front of them, there was nothing. No more than a path to walk on. Just plain nothing. Shit, not again. Why does it always end like this? Always that stupid bull is the problem, Behem was screaming with a lot of anger and rage. They could understand him. After all, he should have spent a lot of time, resources, and effort coming here. The path was rough for any human, so coming here was not easy, and spending your own money alongside your time was just once, but many times, and never finding anything could be quite frustrating. Issei went closer to him and grabbed the map. He thought of something rather obvious. He then went to the edge of the cliff and peeked, but he didn't find anything at all. The trees below him were the only thing that filled his view. This shouldn't be right. There's something we're missing, he thought, and looked around thinking of a possible solution. The map was his only clue. He searched all over for it, but he didn't find anything. Then Jesper angrily grabbed the map in his hands and yelled, "Nothing? Absolutely nothing? This map is a farce. All of it is a farce." His emotions were made a mess, and his twice critical appeared on his left arm. "All for nothing," he yelled, and a red aura surrounded him. It seemed his sacred gear was activated. Bam! In his fury, Jesper kicked a big rock, around the height of a tall human. The rock was sent flying and went down the risk. Issei casually dodged it, since he was at the edge of the same cliff. "Don't make a tantrum," he thought as he looked around and looked at the view of his cliff. Issei then stood there for some minutes, but then he noticed something that should have happened. How tall is this risk? The rock should have already reached the ground by now. He peeked over the edge again and looked, but he didn't see a thing. Wait, his thoughts started to grin. "Drake, what do you think about this?" He needed a second opinion, so he asked his partner.
Odd. If you ask me, that rock is big enough to actually make a mess when it lands, but there's nothing quite odd.
Due to the mass of the rock, the initial force it was given was sent flying, plus the gravity, it should have broken a few trees, and with that, a huge noise should have been heard, but neither of them happened. Issei started to think.
What are you thinking, partner?
Drake was quite curious. What if the ruins are non-man-made? What if someone else made them and hid them from the eyes of humans? His words managed to make Drake think deeply.
It's possible. Ruins of supernatural beings, they aren't unheard of, but they're rather rare, even more so than the human world, he told his partner.
There's only one way to figure it out. His words were loud enough to be heard by everyone, but before they could ask what he meant, Issei jumped off the cliff. "Issei!" The woman screamed when they saw that. They knew nothing would happen to him from this height, but seeing him jump off like that made their hearts race their throats. They ran at the edge, but they didn't see a thing. Nothing was present. Not seeing him made both of them feel something clogged in their throats. Now even their hearts seemed to stop for a moment. "Issei!" they screamed again, this time louder. Worry was a distant emotion in their voice. Jesper and Bam thought, why did he jump? Is he suicidal? They were frozen at their spots and only thinking about the dragon. The four of them peeked over the risk. They only saw more jungle below them, but aside from that, nothing could be seen. This weirded them out. After some seconds that felt like hours, all of them saw a black blur flying at impossible speed. It came from the bottom of the risk and reached their location almost instantly. "I found it!" Issei was floating right above their heads, and with a red and normal tone of voice, he told the four of them. "So that's a dragon," Beham thought, as he saw those weird black wings that appeared on the floating above Issei's back. Jesper was silent, not really believing what was in front of him, and because of that, he was just silently staring at him with his eyes wide. "Issei, what were you thinking?" Erika screamed at him in frustration and anger. "What were you thinking? You scared the life out of us." Weirdly enough, Fuki was scolding him. Seeing them like that, Issei smirked, angering the woman even more, but his thoughts were different. It seemed they were really worried about me after I pulled that stunt. He was happy that they really cared for him, but before they could stop and scold him more, he spoke. "If you wish to know why I did it, then come down." He crossed his arms against his chest and just looked at them. Then he flew down. The four of them remaining people looked over the risk, but yet again saw nothing. Erika and Fuki looked at each other and nodded their heads. Fuki then created a senjutsu circle at the side of the risk, big enough for all to stand on. Afterwards, she looked at the two humans. "Get over here." Her words were short, but the men soon walked closer and stood over the circle. Then, with all the people on board, the magic circle started to float and slowly descended down the risk. The journey was slow, maybe because Fuki was being cautious about the location. While descending, the four of them looked around and found nothing in particular. Just a huge risk behind them and a lot of jungle in front. But some seconds later, those dots were gone. Bang! The senjutsu circle Fuki made hit something right below them, impeding their movement. Erika was surprised, so while moving towards the edge of the circle, she peeked down below, trying to figure out what just happened. Looking around, she finally saw something. She tilted her head and watched what looked like some kind of ripple below her. It looked as if a drop of water fell towards a pond. After some thinking, she reached the conclusion, a barrier. Her words made Fuki widen her eyes slightly while the two passengers seemed really confused. Fuki now understood they couldn't see anything below them. She was surprised that Issei figured this one out. Her dragon was quite smart. She then decided to increase the amount of her power on her spell. After pumping more energy into it, the many different engravings on it became much more visible. Even the taijutsu symbol at the center seemed more vivid and lifelike. After some resistance, thanks to the barrier below them, the circle started to breach the transparent dome down below. After some thought, she discovered that his barrier was not built not only for hiding, but for something also to destroy whatever came into contact with it. She then frowned and started to prepare something. Both of her hands started to glow with different lights, black for her left and white for her right. Many much smaller senjutsu circles started to engrave her wrists, spinning constantly. She then slowly moved as if she was dancing, making the different stances in less than 10 minutes. After that, she stopped moving her extended left hand and up to the right hand down. The light of both of her hands became dimmer. In some seconds, it was gone. Soon, they passed through the barrier and saw a different scenery than the one from before. They saw something they never expected to see. Finally landing on the ground and dissipating the black and white sphere, all of present saw the one would call an ancient golden city. The entire location was golden in color, as if it made out of pure gold, with only a few parts being black or white. Everything looked brand new, as if the city was recently built. The orange sun was behind the whole city and gave it a vivid reddish glowish that made everything in front of them shine with an elegant light. And we're currently right in the middle of chapter 9. The buildings at both of their sides looked like houses, of course much older and not advanced at all. Engravings with either drawings or what they thought of as writing could be seen all over the walls and in all of the houses. The place didn't look old, but the style of architecture as well as the location itself looked like it felt ancient, more so than many ruins in the world. Admiring the golden scenery, Erica slowly turned around and looked right behind her. She saw something that they were looking for. The bull! Her words were loud enough for the rest of them to hear. They quickly turned around and saw a big bull against the stone wall. Right behind them, as if it was man-made, the bull almost looked chiseled against the wall. But some parts of it proved that it was natural. Its fur was filled with golden flowers on its eyes. There were big red gems. Its teeth were made out of all stone, but they actually looked sharp enough to pierce through flesh. Even the horns looked the same. "Where are we?" Fuki asked, to no one in particular, but contrary to everyone's expectations, a voice was heard answering her question. "That I do not know." They turned and looked at the origin of the voice, ready for anything. However, they only saw Issei, who was leaning against a nearby golden pillar and was smirking at them. Issei saw their faces and actually held back a small laugh. He saw them descend and thought about something to make a good entrance. Nothing like the good old cool pose of leaning against something while looking uninterested. He mentally thanked all of those moments with either Azazel or Volley, but the expressions that were written on their faces were rather interesting. Erica and Fuki looked at him with similar but different expressions. Erica looked amazed, and a slight blush could be seen on her cheeks, and she turned her head away from not wanting to keep eye contact for long. Meanwhile, Fuki looked at him with almost hearts on her eyes. That look scared Issei slightly. However, he played it smooth and just ignored it. Beham and Jesper looked shocked and startled respectively, and their mouths were open, and both of them looked ridiculous, but he already guessed why. After all, they saw him jump off a risk twice, just to only appear before them as if nothing happened. "I think we should look around the place and find out exactly where we are," Issei's words brought everyone out of their daydreaming. "I agree," Beham nodded in his head and started to look around. Then he proposed, "How about my son and I check the surrounding buildings and you check at the center?" Beham knew that this place was far from normal thanks to that fact that there were some magic cast all over the ancient city. The barrier was proof of it. He knew that if anyone touched, they would become dust in the wind. So he thought about searching the not so dangerous or obvious places that Golden City had. He then pointed at the tallest building, a golden pyramid-like structure that dwarfed everything near. He then said, "You should go there. Something must be at the top. Meanwhile, both of my son will look around this place. If we find anything, we'll tell you." Jasper was about to say something, but seeing the glare in his father's eyes directed at him, and he stopped himself from doing it. He just stayed silent. The look in his father's eyes really scared him. Never has he ever seen his father like that. Then so be it. Issei agreed with him, but he didn't let Beham's plot go unnoticed. He then decided to ignore it, since it wouldn't harm them at all. He knew that even if they had found anything at the best, should be at the center, but being cautious like that was something he could respect. He stopped leaning against the pillar and started to walk away towards the center of the Golden City. His hands were in his pockets. Both of his eyes never left the majestic building ahead.
Fuki and Erika also discovered the little human's plot, but ignored it as well. Fuki scoffed at them and walked towards Issei, not sparing a glance at all. Erika just walked after her, repulsion written on her face. After seeing them reach the center of the city, Beham signed and talked to his son. Well, we need to get as much as we can from the outside buildings. It's better if we hurry. Although the place looked safe, Beham was feeling unsure. His gut told him to hurry, so he just told his son and started moving towards a nearby building. Jesper just stood there, unmoving, but soon after he thought the same as his father and went to the other side of the house his father was in. Right now, he just wanted to get as much as possible before anything happened. Erika and Fuki caught up with Issei and the three of them walked closer, edification at the center. It was a pyramid-like building that is top and had a square building that looked empty. Maybe it was a religious center. The whole surface of the building was golden. However, some red and blue gemstones were encased in some of the engravings. Black tiles similar to obsidian also scabbed all over the place. Maybe to change the looks of the building a little. Issei was silent. He just kept thinking about exactly what this place was. Those drawings, portrait mini stories, different stories, and those symbols. I've seen them before, but where? He started to walk up to the golden slabs that were like a staircase. Fuki and Erika were really cautious. Both of them were at his sides, just keeping looking around for anything. After some time, they reached the top. They saw the other square-like edification in front of them. The sun was shining ahead of them, so the whole building seemed to be gleaming and sparkling with extravagant light. The structure was just an open space, with many pillars supporting a flat ceiling. No walls could be seen, just a ceiling engraving all over it. "Stay near me, and don't drop your guard," Issei ordered them. He didn't want them to be separated, at least not until he figures out if the place was actually safe or not. The woman silently nodded and went closer to him. Fuki took advantage of the situation and hugged his left arm in between her breasts. Erika just stood really close to him, touching Issei's arm with her own. Seeing this, Issei sighed in defeat and walked towards the center of the little building. After crossing what he thought to be an entrance, he took notice of the small pedestal at the center of the room. It was small, not more than a meter in height, and golden in color. However, its engravings were far more skilled and detailed than the ones he saw before. They looked lifelike, as if it was a moving picture. The image at the front of the man dressed in expensive antique robes. He was holding a really odd sword that didn't have an edge. It looked almost like a club. The image seemed to be constantly moving after. His dominant arm made a swing with endless blade. After that, a huge gale could be seen coming from the sword, erasing everything in its path. Shocked by this, the three of them kept their eyes on the pedestal, then walked around analyzing everything of it. Issei looked at the backside of the pedestal and once again was amazed. He saw a woman standing at the top of the mountain. She looked angered. She seemed to have horrendous amounts of powers concentrated on her fist. As the image moved, she crushed the mountain with her own fist. The engraving seemed to be moving again, and the mountain, when struck, turned into particles of dust. Then the woman was arrogantly on top of the remains of the same mountain, probably displaying her deed. "What is this?" Erika mouthed as she looked at the images in front of the back of the pedestal. "A story," Issei answered the question, not completely sure. Both of the women looked at themselves and at him. Their eyes demanded an explanation, at least part of one. A fragment, you could say, he explained, and looked at the pedestal itself. Really intrigued by this, after looking around the pedestal, he saw the top of it. Nothing was there. The top was completely smooth and clean. But his instinct as a dragon that found a treasure screamed at him. There was something there, and really valuable. Carving his hand in darkness, he reached on top of the pedestal as if grabbing something. Soon after, his suspicions were proven right. He grabbed something and a brilliant golden light filled their vision, blinding them momentarily. Scene change. Location unknown. After the light died down, the three of them finally opened their eyes. However, the scenery was not what they expected. They were now inside a huge golden room with many colossal pillars at its sides. There were no windows, but rather holes in the sides of the walls, showing an ever-changing colorful sky. One Issei unfortunately recognized. The same engravings from the buildings could be seen on the surface of the pillars, but no images were seen. Instead, many symbols, which they could guess to be some kind of writing, covered the surface. "Well, seems we're no longer in the same place." Stating the obvious, Erika said to herself. Indeed. Fuki seemed to be liking this and just agreed with her words, still not letting go of Issei's arm. Issei looked around the place, only saw a staircase in front of them, clearly going to be much higher level than the one they were at. This writing, if I'm not wrong, his thoughts were interrupted by Erika. "Issei, "What's that on your hand?" she asked while seeing a golden piece in his right hand. Issei looked surprised and took a turn to look at his right hand. He was grabbing something, but he wasn't exactly sure what it was. It was rather big and golden in color, though a tint of black could be seen on its surface. However, it looked really out of place. "What is this?" he asked Drake while looking at the golden contraption in his right hand.
"Not even I know what that is, partner,"
Drake told Issei while feeling curious about the object. In his hand was a thick golden tube that extended a foot into the air. It looked like mini puzzle pieces stacked on top of each other and was moving at random intervals like some kind of mechanism. The object kept shining a golden light and kept moving, never stopping. Seeing the complex artifact, Issei took a closer look. "What are you exactly?" His interest piqued. He looked at the artifact and just started to inspect this thing. He saw some red light inside the whole tube, and the complexity of its making could put anything into modern to shame. Issei felt this object was rather important, and energy he felt from it was dense and ancient. "Issei, we should get going," Erica told him while shaking his shoulder, trying to dispel his thoughts. Issei widened his eyes and nodded. He was too distracted by this little thing. He decided to keep the object in his hands in case anything inside the place could react to it. After all, they needed to know more about this thing, and their only clue was this place. Walking onwards, they reached the golden staircase. While looking around, they noticed nothing, aside from the precious gemstones and golds, was conformed to this entire place. Looking up, they saw the pillars extended towards the sky for hundreds of meters. Soon losing them of their sight, there was no ceiling and only a weird fog was present on top of them, covering the roof of the palace. They walked up the stairs for what felt like hours, but no one ever said anything. Each of them was prepared for a fight, and distraction would prove fatal. Seeing the end of the stairs, Issei looked at Erica and just communicated with his eyes. She immediately understood what he meant. "Be ready." She nodded her head and looked at Fuki, who also understood what was happening. Reaching the top, they saw some kind of throne. It was elevated off the ground and some obsidian slabs could be seen below it. The throne, as always, was made out of gold, but its surface was completely smooth and shiny. Stopping as they just reached the end of the stairs, the three of them were actually shocked, not because of the throne, but rather who was sitting on it. It was a woman that had her eyes closed while leaning her head against the right of her hand. Her legs were crossed on top of another, and she gave the impression of being extremely bored, but her presence, now that was something else. They all felt a really thick aura coming off the woman in question. It was a dense and thick intense, dangerous. Drake and Issei knew exactly this aura perfectly well. After all, they have been in this type of existence before, in more than one occasion.
"Partner, she's..."
Drake mentally talked to his partner, but was abruptly stopped by Issei. "I know." He felt his body tense before he quickly activated his darkness in case of anything, hiding the artifact in his hand just in case. Erica and Fuki, similar to Issei, knew what was in front of them, so they both prepared themselves. Erica used her deceased dragon portrait and a huge shallow sword in the ground below her, painting it in pitch black. Fuki covered herself with dense, thick, white layer of toki and used her senjutsu to form a series of hexagons that spun on her left wrist. Then Issei talked while being cautious. "Goddess." At those words, the woman opened her eyes and stared directly at him. "Dragon?" Her voice was sweet and seemed to be melody echoed all over the place. Even Issei felt goosebumps when he heard that voice filled with interest in something else, something bad. "No."
"No simple goddess, partner. Be careful. She's not someone you can mess with."
Hearing his partner's advice, Issei agreed. "Goddess, would you please tell us how did you get out of here?" "Or how to get out of here," he then said again. He cut to the chase and asked while looking into the eyes of the goddess. She looked at him and smirked. Slowly, with an almost hypertonic movement, she stood up from her throne. She descended down to the obsidian slabs beneath her with grace and elegance. In one solid ground, she walked closer to him, disregarding the woman at his sides. When she was 3 meters away, she stopped and talked to him. "And why would I do that?" She cynically placed a finger against her cheek. Issei was silent. Instead of talking, he just looked at the goddess, analyzing her completely. He had to admit, she was beautiful enough to compete for the title of Goddess of Beauty. Her black hair reached her waist and seemed to be as dark as the abyss itself. It cascaded down her back and seemed glossy, soft to touch. Her skin was as white as an alabaster and smooth as jade. Not an imperfection could be seen. Her eyes were bright dark yellow as if the molten gold.
and they glowed with a powerful light that was filled with authority. She was quite small, almost a head smaller than Issei, but her proportions with that height were just perfect. She wasn't filled to the brim, but rather she was filled with just a perfect amount to make any male that laid eyes on her body completely infatuated with her for a lifetime. She wrote 7 places of clothing that were mixed with armor, 2 of them covered with her most precious parts, but the left no room for imagination. Her right leg was covered with black stocking with golden-like armor and royal blue metal pieces that contrasted with the person. Her left arm had a long black sleeve that reached her bicep, and just above it, also same elegant pattern and armor as her leg. As her 5th piece, she had a dark golden crown that seemingly tied her hair into a pair of twin tails both sides of her face, excluding grace and authority. Her sixth piece was a necklace with a red jewel at the center, landing right on her cleavage, instincting to look closer. Her 7th piece, if it could be considered that, was a cape that extended from her waist to her ankles. It was black and with gold pieces of gold armor around it, and seemed to be worthy of the entire country. Issei kept staring at her, analyzing all of her emotions and movements, but was soon stopped when he heard a voice again. "Do you like what you see?" She moved her body in a seductive way. The melodic voice was heard yet again, but this time far worse. "Beautiful indeed, but you haven't answered my question." He seemed unfazed by her beauty, and cold voice even made her feel a slight chill. She tilted her head and played dumb, making Issei slightly angry. "Goddess, answer." He made his voice colder and walked closer to her. She turned around and walked at a random direction while hiding the smirk on her face. "Interesting, young dragon. Not being affected by my beauty at all. I feel kind of insulted." She then stopped walking and answered the question. "This is my realm." She waved her hand around. "Darling, be welcomed." She clearly was teasing him. Her movements irradiated a sex appeal that would make everyone her slave. Erika and Fuki were kind of worried, but seeing the stoic face of Issei managed to calm them down. "Realm?" he asked back, but her response was teasing flick or her finger and a smile on her face. "Of course, I made all of this to spend in the eternity." Her smile was astounding, and a teasing voice that begged for someone to do more was difficult to ignore. "From the simple pebble to a huge throne behind me, even the city which you came from was made by me." Her pride in those words was obvious. "Why did you do all of this?" he asked himself. He was almost sure of the identity of the goddess, but he needed more information. "I see. Then why did you do it? Do you really have free time when your pantheon might need you?" He made a dangerous question, but he soon got his answer. The goddess frowned momentarily, but soon changed her expression to a flirty one again. However, that change was caught by Issei. Soon he reached a conclusion, and if he was right, then everything will change. If her identity was really her, then everyone across the supernatural globe will go mad. "Darling doesn't need to worry about that. They have everything under control." She smiled at him. Her answer was perfect. However, Issei was no normal being. Seeing her answer like that made him smile with coldness. He then decided to make another bold move. It was all or nothing. "I see. Then they wouldn't care if I take this with me." He showed her the golden artifact he had with him. When he first reached the throne, he decided to hide it by covering it with his aura. So, his hand and her eyes should only look like a huge black claw. Seeing the artifact, the face of the goddess finally changed for good. "You're also after the riches and treasures in this land?" She grashed her teeth, her voice sharp and venomous. The look in her eyes was frightening. "How about we talk, goddess?" He felt confident. "You give me the information I want, and I'll give you something in exchange." He smirked wickedly and played the golden artifact in his hand. "What do you want, dragon?" Her true persona was shown. A malicious, devil-like voice, an expression that seemed as if she wanted to gut him. She even lifted her guard and expelled a part of her aura, trying to intimidate them. Unfortunately, these 3 were not normal supernatural beings. "How do we get out of here?" More than a question, it was an order. He knew where they were since they first appeared here. He could recognize that colorful sky at any thanks to his many experiments when he first tried his Hell Gate. He knew the dimensional gap quite well since those days, but because of that, he was quite nervous. This was quite a bad situation.
He knew that the Yakuza no Magatama wouldn't work here. That thing wouldn't work in the Gap. The reason, still unknown. Maybe it was related to Great Red, who knows. His Hellgate didn't work in sealed spaces, and definitely not a sealed realm created by a goddess. So reaching a conclusion, they were fucked. The goddess kept looking at him, her eyes constantly moving between his person and the golden artifact. Then she answered, "Unless I want you to, no one leaves this place." Her smile made them feel a chill down their backs. Even her voice sounded unnatural and bloodthirsty. "Open the gate, goddess." He frowned and expelled his aura, equaling the one she had. The entire place started to decrease in temperature, and some places even began to crack. "Why would I do that?" she teased him. No, she provoked him. Even her smile signified that. On the other hand, Issei was calm and collected. He then looked into her eyes and calmly said, "Because I rather not kill the last goddess of the extinct pantheon." His words made everyone widen their eyes. The three females looked at him in shock. However, this goddess looked frightened. Seeing her like that, Issei thought on counting his proving. Maybe he was really right. "I know your real name, goddess," he told her and started to explain. His voice sounded sharp as a knife. "I am the Starry Lady of Heaven. My power enlightens dusk and dawn, mountain and sky, furrow and seed, animal and human, woman and man, love and division, and war, always war." His words confused the woman at his sides, but the goddess looked shocked. "So I was right? Fuck, this isn't good," he thought, while the goddess was in silence. "Those are the words of the beginning of a certain story, a story about a goddess and her journey to the underworld." As if his words had physical strength, the goddess retreated a step. "But not to the darkness, not to the clay and dust, not to death, not to great land below, where my sister reigns. That land I did not know. So I abandoned known lands and traveled to the threshold and found the entrance and beat on that cold door. I banged on it until I was let in. Into that great place I descended, down through the gates, one by one," he quoted, while looking at the goddess, who seemed in shock. "I never expected to see someone from the pantheon which thought to be extinct." And the goddess was famous as she was strong. Issei wanted to unmask this goddess, who seemed to be fond of hiding her real identity. Erika and Fuki were in complete silence. They were amazed that Issei actually knew who they were facing. So they stood both of his sides and kept their eyes on the goddess, not losing her figure for a second. She, on the other hand, was furious. That was the last of her race, the last of the first gods. She, that lost her everything due to her foolishness and dumb pride. Every word the man in front of her made a wound on her heart, a wound that she knew she deserved. She always disliked her story because it showed what she once was, a spoiled goddess that lost her most important to her and didn't realize until it was too late. The greatest goddess of old, known as the mother goddess and the strongest female of her pantheon. Unknowingly, the palace started to creak, not because of his words, but rather because of his goddess in front of him. Clutching her hand into a fist, blood started to fall from her palm. She even gritted her teeth to stop from trembling. She knew she deserved it, but it hurt far too much. It hurt being reminded about the tragic past. "Stop!" Her voice was a murmur, but her words echoed all over the place. "Down I went, through the 7 gates, down to the realm of my sister. At the first gate, my queenship was stolen. At the second gate, my knowledge was taken. At the third gate, I lost my voice." His reciting was stopped by the goddess. "Stop!" she demanded, and looked at the man in question with a horrifying glare. Bang! Her golden aura started to circulate around her body, and the floor gave in. The quakes on the realm became even more noticeable than before. "Let us go, goddess. I know that if I give you this artifact, then you will kill us at the same moment." Issei wasn't dumb. Thanks to all he lived through, he knew when someone wanted to kill him or not, and this goddess since the beginning was practically oozing killing intent. Even behind that smile, he knew everything was fake. After actually talking with her in those few exchanges of words, he discovered that if the goddess got what she wanted, she would have attacked with all of her might. She wanted to attack right after his talk about her pantheon, but he showed her the artifact. Actually, that was also a gamble. He didn't know if it actually worked, but for now, his only way was to talk about her past. Weirdly enough, it hurt her. So she either condenses or he will spill the beans. The goddess was angered. No, she was furious.
The dragon came here, just like many did in the past, and wished to get her riches, her treasures, her memories of her people and her family, and now was blackmailing her to get out of her because he knew that only she could open the gate back to the human world? How did he figure all of this out? My story and my people were lost in the river of time. No one should know about that much about us. Not even the faction chiefs of the modern world would know that much about me, she started to think. More so far a dragon. They don't care for anything other than themselves. Who exactly is he? The goddess knew about the dragon quite well, but never has she seen or heard about someone like him, taking human form, having other species accompanying him. Who was he?
Partner, careful. This goddess wasn't exactly worshipped for her temper. I know that you want to provoke her to let you all go, but you need to be treading on thin ice. Be careful, Drake told his partner.
I know, but unless I make her angry and force her to actually let us go, then she will just kill us.
We're trapped in here and she's the only one with the key to the outside world. I count on her temper to actually either let us go or create an opening wide enough for me to mortally wound her if we actually fight her at her past. I see. So you want her emotions to take control of her and actually attack you, and at that moment you will hit her with everything you got, creating an opening for the woman to strike her down.
The dragon understood what was actually surprised by the plan of his partner. Correct. Either she lets us go, or she will make a mistake, and I will take that opportunity, Issei smirked, making the goddess even angrier than before.
Okay, partner. I'll be ready for the moment when it happens. However, be careful. You don't know how strong she is, and Legends explains about her strength. She's not someone even your team can take on at the moment,
Drake told his partner, and started to prepare himself for the opportunity to come. I know, Drake, but we need to risk it in order to gain. He cut communication with his partner and decided to continue his plan. At the 4th gate, I succeed my beauty. At the 5th gate, I gave my divinity. At the 6th gate, I offered myself. At the last gate, I left my life. And it falls away, and death comes. He continued provoking the goddess, who seemed extremely angry. Just a bit more, he thought. This is your last chance, goddess, or I will say everything, he screamed at her. No! I won't let you get away. I won't let you get away with what I treasure the most, even if that once was the thing I hated the most. It's what's left my time as a true goddess, she screamed at him. Then so be it, goddess. It was your choice. He decided to continue his speech. Time passes and does not, and 2 strangers come to the queen, bearing water, but they ask her one thing, and that one thing is granted. So then loosed spirit is breathed back and bound into the which remains, and I am born to life once more. What did they give the queen, that she turned her ear to them? His words for her were ruthless. Tears formed on her eyes. No! Please don't! Please stop! Don't make me remember those days! She pleaded with tears starting down her face, but he only answered with the only thing she couldn't accept. Let us go, goddess, and everything will stop, he told her, feeling kind of bad to do this. They needed to escape this place, and the goddess truly didn't want to let them go. I can't. I won't. Not while you know about this place. Not while you know about me. Not while you have the artifact with you. Not while you have the key to the treasury, she screamed and wiped tears off of her face. Issei felt a twinge of remorse, but continued his words. This darkness knows the law which says that for one release there is one ransom. Those words made her look at him with horrible eyes, but the glare was never directed at him. It was weird. It was as if actually wanted him to continue, as if she wished for this, if she wished for him to tell her story all to present, especially to herself, as if she wished to be punished for something she did. But she never said a word of approval. She didn't hate the man. He was just doing what was necessary to get out alive, but she couldn't let them go. If he knows about this place and actually lets him go, more will come and destroy this place for their own greed. Her treasures collected over millennia will be stolen again, and she will be left without anything to remember them. The key in his hand was the last memory, the reminder of her past, the last memory of her time. She hated herself because of what she did in the past, and even at this moment she hadn't forgiven herself, so in a way, she was grateful that this man was doing this. Maybe after this, she would have finally paid for her crimes against her loved ones. Issei breathed and continued his story. There was no question, really. Who should it be?
And down I send my husband and my steed. His words echoed in her head. He actually felt how her heart twisted and cracked at the memory. She closed her eyes and remembered that scene, that memory that hurt her till this day. Start the flashback. In her search of more power, in search of arrogance blinded by her pride, she went down below, to the place filled with death that her sister reigned. Arrogantly, she reached the main door, the first door, and threatened to bring it down if she was not let in. After all the threats she could think, she was let in by the gatekeeper, a young woman who wore nothing but rags. Yet the plot of the Queen of Hell already started. As a trick, she was told that due to custom said the god of heaven himself every single traveler must lay a piece of jewelry or clothing at the gate. This was the plot, not knowing alongside the piece of clothing or jewelry, a part of her own self will also be left behind. So she accepted and her journey began. The first gate was crossed and alongside her crown she was stolen her queenship. Letting that behind, her mind was set free, no longer blinded by her arrogance, yet pride still remained. Soon she decided to continue her journey. At the second gate in front of her, cover was lost, and with that, her knowledge. Not knowing exactly why she came here in the first place, she thought only path was ahead, and she walked. After seeing things no mortal should see, and taking all death in this realm, her mind started to change, but she didn't notice. At the third gate, she left behind her stockings, with many treasures sealed into it, and with that, her voice was lost. Not capable of speech, she continued her journey, now laminating her choice of continuing. Yet, she could no longer stop. Seeing the great evils that plagued below, and earth all the torture and pain, she was mourning for the ones that were trapped here. She then reached the fourth gate, and she succeeded her beauty, and with that, her cape was lost. She closed in on the underworld, to the throne of the mighty queen, but now, being weaker than before, she felt different. While wailing on the long road filled with nothing but darkness, she thought about her life, about her deeds, all good and wrong, about her plays and tricks, about her so-called loves, about the many things she did. Reaching the fifth gate, she was stripped of her necklace, and with that, her strength left her. All of the power she held was proud of was now lost, not capable of fighting against anything nor anyone, not different from the low gods that governed, useless stuff in her eyes. Yes, just like her husband that she left on top of the earth. Shocked by this, her thoughts started to get even worse, feeling emotions she never experienced before, feeling guilt and regret. All that she used as toys, to all that she scoffed at and as she hurt. Reaching the sixth gate, she gave her soul sleeve, adorned with jewelry, and shined with the brilliance of thousands stars. And with that, her divinity was stolen. Not different from a mortal, she continued her journey, swearing to everything above the heavens that if she escaped, she would change for the good, but that proved to be an empty promise. The last steel gate was in front of her. Resigning herself, her fate crossed it, and her stole piece of clothing was also left behind. With the last piece lost, her sense of self was taken, not being different from a corpse that held life, not different from a body held no mind. She was taken prisoner by her sister and ridiculed. As punishment, she was cursed to die a slow death, hit by 60 plagues that would make her suffer before taking her life. The gods, discovering the earth was changing with her loss, sent a young being, not divine in nature, and a young man close to the goddess to take her back. The being was given the water of life as a gift to the queen of hell, but it was meant to be given to the fallen goddess. The other man acted as his companion and guide this long and tough journey. Reaching the end of their journey, that being sprinkled the water onto the living corpse of the goddess. It was a success. The goddess returned to life, but without anything on her, just like before, her sense of self alone returned, and only that, no power, no beauty, no voice. Furious, the queen of hell demanded an explanation. Soon, she was told about the orders of heavens above. She understood, but she wanted something. She demanded a life for a life. That being proposed its own, but she was unsatisfied with it, saying that it was not the same, that a life of a god, of that of something not divine in any aspect, it wasn't equal at all. Not having anything left to offer, being wanted to give up. But another person appeared. The companion revealed himself. The goddess, at the moment she saw him, started crying in bliss. Happiness filled her. Being at the words that came from his mouth made her sorrowful. The man announced himself as the husband of the goddess and proposed the life
of a god for another. The queen was satisfied with this deal and accepted the proposal, yet the goddess was mourning, and sadness, despair filled her completely. She repeatedly asked, why he did it? Why, after all she told him, after he cheated on him, and after all the horrible things she did to him, why he decided to give his own life for her own? The man smirked and explained, because I'm not the one that's supposed to be by your side. I, as your husband, shall love you, but you do not feel the same way as I. The reason for that is because although being a goddess of love, you haven't experienced love. That one will love you shall come in the moment. Don't give up. My time in this world of the living, as well as my journey, ends here, but yours has just started. The man went towards the woman of the underworld, not removing the smile on his face. The queen just touched his forehead and retrieved something from him, a little ball of light. The cold body dropped onto the ground of the goddess that came here was soon free to go. Tears fell from her face, regret and sorrow embedded onto them. That being after many moons talked about her grief and convinced her to start journey back up, and so she did. But not for a moment did she forget about the sacrifice at the words of her husband. Even after she retrieved all that was rightfully hers, the experience she gained from this changed her entirely, and she became like another goddess. Trying to pay all the wrong she did on earth, she did her job as a goddess and did it splendidly. But even time passed, yet for a day did she forget the words of her husband. End the flashback. The goddess was still standing and not moving, only crying at the remembrance of that memory, of the sin she committed. That's the story of this goddess, that due to her greed and her pride lost everything in her life. What happens afterward is not written in any record. This is what for a goddess to know, Issei told his companions. He then looked at the goddess that seemed to be awakened from her thoughts. She lasted long enough, but I still have something else. He looked at her without any mercy. He told her, I haven't said your name, goddess, he told her, while hoping for the best, but only silence answered him. Erika and Fuki were seeing all of this with some guilt written on their faces, but they also knew why he was doing this. He was doing this to save them, to live to see another day. Although it was bad, it was needed, evil. Fine, the executioner answered, continued his words. She's a goddess of beauty, good harvest, and war for Mesopotamian mythology, said to be the most pampered, or rather most beloved goddess by other deities. The goddess looked at him with a face that spelled dismay but also hope. Her Sumerian divine name is Inanna, and this name is actually an older one, a goddess of Venus, a goddess that rules over good harvest, which brings prosperity to the people, and also a goddess that rules over war and destruction, having even dispatched a fearsome divine beast called the Bull of Heavens to the city of Uruk. He was hoping for her to be angry, but either she hid it really well or she wasn't angry at him at all. Famous for having numerous loves, it has been said that she would make advances with all of her energy on those she took a liking to, regardless of those being human or other deities. On the other hand, she also displayed a demon-like cruelty towards those who did not bow to her will. He thought as his next words, but he decided to continue. Her Akkadian divine name is... He took a deep breath in and said the words that made the goddess accept her fate with a smile on her face. Ishtar, queen of the heavens, goddess of beauty, harvest, sex, love, and war, the strongest goddess of the Sumerian history, and called the strongest in all of heaven. The woman at his sides widened their eyes. That was the name they recognized. Erika heard from her before the Civil War started, but was only the story of how she unleashed the Bull of Heaven. Never would she have thought that she would be here, alive, and actually in front of her. You know, just to say this in the middle of the story, I actually read about her in the Epic of Gilgamesh, which I cannot believe I'm actually learning something from school right now. Sorry, continuing. Fuki was shocked. She did hear of her, but never of her story. Never would she have ever thought it was actually that bad. No wonder she didn't want to hear it. After all, it was pretty bad, but for the goddess of her caliber to actually have a past like that was rather unsettling. The goddess, now named Ishtar, looked at the man in front of her and actually felt different from before. Even if it hurts like crazy, she felt how she could actually forgive herself for what she did in the past. She felt free.
How did you know? That was her question. Only thing she wished to know. I had my suspicions since before entering the city, but I never would have thought that you were here. After all, on the outside world, everyone thinks everything related to you and your pantheon ceased to exist. So I ask you this. How are you even here, alive, and actually quite strong? He asked. His own question, his curiosity got the best of him again. I'll tell you if you answer my question. She needed to know how. Many have come through many eras, but no one knew about her. Not the level of this man knew. It was written in ancient text that I read some time ago. Your story, Ishtar, everything was written on it. He didn't really want to say he actually read it in his house. After reading about Tiamat and the Sumerians, he started to investigate more about this culture in particular and found some legends that didn't appear on his personal library. His interest piqued and he kept reading and searching until he was satisfied. Google really is a blessing in disguise, but they don't need to know about that, he mentally thanked his savior and hoped this would be a really well-kept secret between him and Drake. When I first entered the jungle, I thought about the location in general. After some thinking and the clues on the map that led us here, I found that the city was related to the Mesopotamian period. He started to further explain. The 8-pointed star was a symbol related to you, but that just wasn't enough. The vegetation that seemed far too dense for even a jungle kept my head spinning for some time. But then we saw the bull, a symbol that was used to represent you. He pointed his finger at her. Ishtar was quite amazed by this man's intellect and deductive reasoning, so she kept listening to him. Then I thought the city was built as a sanctuary, as well as an offering to you, so I let it rest. Then I saw more about the city. The cuneiform writing on the surface, all of the buildings only supported theory even more. But then we went to the pyramid and found the pedestals. He stared at her and kept walking around trying to find the spot in case she attacks. Seeing the moving pictures made me think. The first was probably related to the city itself, or rather, to one who was created. However, the other picture didn't make sense. He then stopped moving and looked at the woman. A woman destroying a mountain with her fist. It just didn't make sense. He shook his head and smiled. Then I remembered a legend about a goddess that destroyed a mountain just because it was on her way. The legend of you destroying the sacred mountain, Ebith. He looked at Ishtar. And after accidentally grabbing this artifact, we ended inside here. After walking up the staircase, I saw you and joined the pieces together, but I felt I still doubt. So I asked you about the Pantheon. Your answer gave me the information I needed, then the rest was simple deduction. He dismissed the rest of the explanation, but was actually quite proud of it. That's how I figured out who you were. Now answer my question. How are you alive? He asked her. Ishtar was amazed once again by this man. Truly a unique being in the whole world. Fuki and Erica were the same as Ishtar, but Fuki was actually looking at him as if she wanted to eat him. Her heart-shaped eyes didn't help her image at all. Erica looked even more shocked. Her heart was beating wildly inside her chest, and her face was blushing furiously. Maybe Fuki was right. Maybe I actually fell for him. Thinking that, she felt a sense of relief and satisfaction fill her body as if she was already better than before in her life. But her thoughts were stopped by the voice of the goddess. I'll be direct, she told Issei while mentally preparing herself. Belief is where gods come from. Gods are born due to human nature. Humans wish to explain everything in the world, and when something doesn't make sense, they attribute it to the power of gods. She started to explain that belief is what gives the gods their power. The stronger the belief, the stronger the power they will possess. However, their existence a repercussion, she said with a sad voice. If humans stop believing in God, that they thought made the natural phenomenon or that unexplained event occur, then the god will stop gaining power, and if something isn't done, then they will start to decline in strength and slowly dissipate. Her words made Issei widen his eyes in surprise. He never heard about this. Humanity started to evolve, and with that, their thinking changed. My pantheon started to decline in power, and when we figured out what was the reason why, when we tried to make the humans believe us again, it proved to be worthless effort. She was quite sad at the remembrance of that scene. At the time, I already came back from the underworld, and I became a hermit since I no longer saw anyone. I was the first to figure out, and after some years, I cut off my existence from the power of belief that humans gave me. But due to that, my strength stopped growing, and because I wasted far too much time, my power diminished. Her words made Issei think about the current pantheons.
I tried to warn them, but it didn't work. It was too late and there was nothing left for me to do. Slowly, I was the only one of my pantheon left and was left alone in the world, so I made this place hide, waiting for my end to come. Her words seemed to be the truth, but Issei still had to question. Then the current pantheons? He was interrupted by Ishtar. They learned from our mistakes and actually survived with almost all of their strength. Once the time that the humanity evolved came, few pantheons experienced the same destiny as mine. She finished her explanation and looked at a dragon who seemed to be thinking. Issei was just silent, processing her words. Now, that did explain some things. So that's why the three biblical factions are feared, and why the Hindu gods have that much power. People nowadays still believe in them. He then saw the woman stop her walk and start expelling her aura. He then remembered how main problems of the situation. They were stuck in the place with her. Now, dragon. Sorry to tell you this, but I will kill you. Her voice changed to a flirty one and soon vanished from the spot. Using all of his senses to maximize this, Issei used his darkness and covered his body like usual. Boom! A blow from the hit from the side, and he managed to guard against it. However, it didn't stop him from flying away and crashing against the wall. The wall cracked in some spots, and Issei was still guarding against the hit from the goddess. Damn, she packs a punch. His thoughts started to spin as he decided to remove himself from the wall. Falling down to the ground, Issei noticed how the goddess seemed different than before. She looked more calm and peaceful. Damn, my plan backfired. He never thought that something like this could happen. Dragon, I deeply thank you for what you did. I have never felt better, and to prove my thanks, I'll kill you as quickly and painfully as I can. So to that I swear. The goddess genuinely smiled at him, but the only made him mentally scream. That's not what I wanted. Ha! Drake found this situation quite funny, but didn't dare laugh out loud. Then, in a burst of speed, she disappeared from his eyes and appeared next to him. His instincts kicked in. As soon as he covered his arms, darkness started to trade blows with her. Bam! 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 Every time they clashed fists, the aftershocks literally shook the entire realm. After minutes passed, both of them were still trading blows, never stopping. Fatigue was visible on Issei, but he knew that if he stopped even for a second, it would spell his death. His team was watching him, hoping that he would create an opportunity for them to attack. The reason they didn't do anything until now was that the goddess was very wary of them. She never left their guard down, and for them to take advantage of, even when Issei landed a couple of blows, she never stopped keeping an eye on them. Sweat formed on Issei's brow. His body was burning. Never-ending combat with the goddess of war exhausts one's body very fast. Every time he tried something, she canceled it by increasing her speed and landing a heavy hit on him, making him cough blood. Or did she just make him lose his concentration by using feints? He was starting to get anxious, desperate, and seeing what he was at a disadvantage, he activated his combo star. And Issei started to increase his offensive speed, using all of his remaining energy. Bang, bang, bang! He wanted to reach a high hit combo as fast as possible. Then to increase his odds a bit more, with a quick glance he looked at Erika in the eyes and discreetly asked for her help. Understood. She stopped searching for an opening and sped towards the goddess. In conjunction with Issei, they both fought against her in close quarters. Issei directed a punch at her chest, but she just punched his arm with hers and made him miss the target, breaking his former combo. Erika, who was behind her, watched, and this is as fast as she could, twisted her body and went for a high kick aimed at Ishtar's neck. The momentum force and she generated managed to create a strong air current that was sensed by the goddess. Ishtar felt her and managed to dodge the kick with minimal effort and just sidestepped to the left. Seeing the kick fly past her head, she went for a counterattack. However, Issei stopped in before she could punch Erika and went for an elbow blow aimed at her chest. She widened her eyes and dodged the blow that managed to create an aftershock. When it passed her, she then created some distance between them. Crack! Erika's kick made contact with the ground, but it dented inwards, creating a big crater. The crater that just formed made the goddess lose her balance momentarily. It shaking the opportunity, Issei closed the distance with her. Issei punched her and only managed to block with her forearms, forming an X shape, increasing his speed, his whole upper body to strike at her. Punches and some elbows blows directly connected with her ribs and chest, but nothing was broken. Not even a bruise was seen. Whoosh! Erika jumped from the crater and joined Issei in his attacks. Fighting side by side, both of them had perfect teamwork. Issei would create openings by using feints or just receiving the blows of Ishtar, and then Erika will use her own martial arts and land powerful hits that destroyed the land beneath them, hoping it would damage the goddess. Ishtar, frustrated, grabbed Issei's wrist and then threw a punch right at him. "You're mine!" She pulled Issei towards her and released his wrist. But the momentum made her fly at her. Ishtar collected a lot of golden aura at the same time, and she used to pull him and threw a fierce punch at his face. Erika prepared to do something but was too late. The blow landed on him. Bang! It echoed all through the place, making a loud quake of force. Partner! Drake knew that blow did serious damage. Issei was sent flying in a pillar. Whew! And managed to destroy it. His speed barely decreasing, he was sent right towards the wall behind him. Issei was embedded against the wall, and Fuki, that was thinking about the plan to hurt the goddess, was shocked by seeing this. Issei! The scream of worry of Fuki managed to make Erika lose concentration for a second. Chance! Ishtar took the opportunity and closed the distance between her and Erika herself. Erika, on the other hand, was startled as a reflex threw a kick aimed at her face. Ishtar smiled and caught the kick, both arms, not planning to let her go. I won't release you, she told her with emotionless and cold voice. She was planning on doing the same thing as she did to the dragon. Erika was shocked by this, but soon thought of something. Please don't. She gave her a disturbing smile, managing to astonish Tar for a brief moment. This blow is for you, Issei. What happened next was numbing. Using that leg that was caught by the goddess, Erika twisted her body with all of her strength and purposely twisted her leg, making it break into pieces. That movement made her positioning less awkward and corrected her stance for her land to a blow. With the momentum she generated, she passed Ishtar's guard, and her right knee, she aimed and landed a serious blow on the goddess' right temple. Bang! Ishtar was sent flying to the side, crashing against a pillar that possibly with a broken skull. Landing on the ground, Erika was gruesomely twisted her leg to stand properly. Then, with her worry in her eyes, she took a peek where Issei was currently at. Seeing he was standing up and his darkness was healing him, she released a breath of fresh air and filled with worry. A minute later, Issei, the moment that blow hit him, lost consciousness, but as soon as he struck the wall, he gained it back due to his shock. Damn, my head, he thought as he let his darkness heal him. That blow clearly broke his skull and almost caved his face inwards. If I didn't use my darkness, then I would have died. The blow was aimed for his swift kill. Nothing more, nothing less. That thought sent a chill down his spine. I haven't been so close to death in some time, maybe less than a month. He mentally told a joke and tried to calm himself down. Partner, I think you should use your other ability. She's far too strong to fight in her close quarters. Both you and the vampire are barely keeping up, and that's because you don't let her take the offensive. You're right. Let's change strategies, he gave his confirmation and waited for the healing to be done. After some seconds, he healed and stood up from his place. Seeing Fuki at the far left, he thought of something. Fuki, prepare for something that does a lot of damage. Erika and I will buy you some time. After we create a big enough opening, aim for it even if we are at the middle of it, blow it anyway. The face of Fuki changed with a difficult. She nodded her head. Don't worry, you know how special both of us are. So we have a way to survive. Don't forget who we are. Seeing him like that, Fuki nodded her head. With determination in her eyes, she replied, I'll take some time, but I'll have something that will destroy the entire palace if needed. Issei smirked at her and nodded his head. Well, let's buy some time. Then used his darkness and summoned his blades. Rebellion. The 7 blades appeared around him as if they were guarding him. Then he grabbed his favorite curved blades. Speeding up, he arrived next to Erika, who landed a serious blow on Ishtar. Erika, we need to buy Fuki some time. She has something that she could probably damage her badly with. He told her in a low voice, only the two could hear. Erika curved the edge of her mouth and said, in acceptance. Boom! The pillar of the distance was broken into pieces, and from it the goddess emerged, blood falling from the side of her head. That girl actually hurt me. With a cool head, she looked at the white-haired beauty and smirked. Seeing this will be better than I thought. Time to grow. Time to gear up too. The goddess made a stance and prepared herself. Issei went first. He covered his blades with his hell blades, and he sent 6 of his blades to hopefully create an opening. However, something happened. Ishtar moved his arms in front of her and gathered her aura. It circulated around her, and then his own Hellgate, a golden portal, was opened. Said portal swallowed by the flying blades and closed after. So, I can use it like that. Seeing his distraction literally fly out of the window, he covered his body in maximum amount of darkness and increased his speed to the top. Then his sole remaining blade still covered his flames and slashed at her. Swish! The sound of wind
being cut was heard. Ishtar, seeing that he didn't stop his assault, decided to dodge a blow by moving backwards. The blade pressed by her a few centimeters and only cut strands of her hair. It went right by her eyes and down to the floor. However, Issei knew that she would dodge, so the swing of his blade was faint. He smirked and coldly muttered, "Kami Shikigari!" Then the flames of the blade erupted and were launched on the sword with a curved shape. The flames were fired at such a close distance that she couldn't escape the impact. Boom! The goddess was sent flying once again, right towards the wall behind her. Issei, seeing his blow landed, felt the fatigue of his former combat against her and the heavy wound she gifted him. He started to breathe heavily and kneel on the ground. The attack took a toll on his reserves and stamina.
Good thinking, partner. Use your swing as a feint just to hit her, with a strong attack, but I doubt that would be enough.
Drake congratulated his partner, but also warned he knew that attack was far from enough. I think I will need to use the boosted gear. Issei was getting desperate, and soon he will need something else. Damn it! If only I had more things in my repertoire, I wouldn't be like this. His thinking made the dragon ask,
Indeed, partner. But what can you think of? According to you, almost every move you have came from a fight. So why not try it now? It might be useful even if it's dangerous.
His ideas was crazy, experimenting while fighting a goddess. Only a dragon had the gall to think that and not believe it was insane. Issei was meditating his partner's words. Maybe you're right. It's crazy, but it could work, and it will help me grow further. He wanted to try it.
Now that's my partner. I'll help you out. 2 heads are better than 1.
Without wasting time, Dragon asked his partner,
So any ideas?
I need a long range. Until now, I have only my spheres of darkness, my drill, Hellblaze, Purgatory Flamebird, and that's pretty much it. Flare Up is used to medium and close range, and the rest is close range. He numbered his attacks, and he told Dreg.
Have you thought of an attack coming out of your Hellgate?
Dreg asked. That made Issei freeze. He hadn't thought about that. While looking at the flames were burning fiercely, he started to think even faster than before. Barely seconds have passed, and since he launched his attack, so thinking his speed was put into use until now. Maybe. He thought of something that was rather cool, but before anything else, the goddess acted. Whew. A pillar of golden light came from the flames, making them retreat. The goddess was at the center of the light, burns that were not even sunburns on her skin. Incredible. Dragon, certainly you are something. No one in a couple of millennia has managed this. You remind me about a certain king I fought long ago. Your schemes and power alongside your wisdom and pride are certainly like this. The goddess started to walk in his direction, golden light covering her from the flames in her surroundings. A pity we met like this. If it was in any other situation, then we could have been quite close. Truly a pity. Then the goddess stopped walking and looked into his eyes. Her eyes briefly lit up with a pink light, making Issei feel lightheaded and tired. His body became numb and he slowly fell to the ground. What did she... He placed his hand on the floor to stop his body from falling. Ishtar was thinking, wow, it only paralyzed your whole body? My eyes hold the authority to charm any living being. I can make them mine. Dragons are no exception. But you resisted. You were making me feel excited, dragon. I like when my eyes don't work. It's proof that the other being is worthy of everything I have. Fuck, she got me, Issei thought. As she saw the almost sexual smirk of the goddess, it seems he made her very interested in him.
Partner, she tried to charm you, but proved to be useless. Be grateful that you resisted, otherwise you would have been her slave for all eternity.
Those words made Issei sweat bullets. The goddess has something like that? He was highly frightened.
You yourself said it. She's a goddess of beauty, love, and sex, so her eyes and charm are quite strong even among gods. But now that her strength diminished and she's not fighting seriously, you managed to resist it. You're lucky.
The dragon then saw the goddess disappeared from his sight in a golden light. Light appeared in front of him, and the goddess held a golden sword on her hand. It was short, maybe 2 feet in length, but the power it had was no less than some famous swords that he had seen from across his life.
Move, partner! As long as it doesn't hit anything vital, you can live!
Drake told his partner. Erica, that was right behind him, decided to act. His fight with the goddess was seen by her, and she decided not to intervene. The fact that she was exhausted of fighting her body couldn't take the punches of the goddess without breaking, so she's been using her shadows as means to reinforce the inferiority of her body. That way she could fight and not suffer that much.
but that cost a lot of energy, and the fatigue the moment she relaxed hit rather badly. So seeing that Issei was buying time for both Fuki and her made her take a breather. But the moment she saw those eyes shining, she went on maximum alert. For the seconds, her consciousness was robbed from her, and when she gained it back, the goddess was already in front of Issei. Shit! Issei, resist just for a minute, she mentally screamed. I need to use Lord of Vampire. She decided. She breathed in a pillar of red light surrounded her. Her skin slowly started to change into color of ash, and her shadows merged with her. She just needed more time, and she would be there to help him. Fuki was surrounded by tons of senjutsu hexagons, many in different colors, but mainly all dark in tone. 6 red and black talismans were floating in front of her. They had an eerie purple miasma coming off of them. This attack was prepping for her best, but she needed a lot of energy, almost all she had to successfully activate it. Please handle her for a bit more. I still haven't finished. I still need some time, she screamed for him to know. She knew things were going rather poorly, and both Issei and Erika were exhausted, but she needed them to be strong, just for a minute or two. Back with Issei, he saw the goddess appear in front of him, smiling in respectful light in her eyes. A pity, she mouthed, but it was heard by Issei. The short sword on her hand moved. Stab! The sound of flesh being pierced was heard. The short sword went through Issei, but thankfully she missed his heart by centimeters. He violently coughed up blood. The blood spread all over his face and the arm of a goddess. I regret how things ended up this way, Dragon. Maybe we could have been quite close, but that will not be known, she told him while looking into his eyes, regret visible inside of them. You're right, Ishtar. Maybe we could have been great companions and friends, but we don't know that. He then extended his left arm and grabbed hers, stopping her movements. We certainly won't know, he smiled at her, the light in his eyes still there. Seeing him grab her arm, she increased her aura and started to pull it back. Slowly she was succeeding. Seeing that, she smirked. Dragon, you're noble, trying to tie me in a place so that your companions attack me, but you're too weak. Your body has barely any strength in it. You won't be capable of making me stay in place. Her eyes lit up with a pink light, and she tried pulling her right arm from his grasp. She was feeling herself from his binding. Half of the blade was already out of his body. In seconds past, it was pulled further and further back. Damn! He screamed inside of his head. He used whatever aura he had left and covered his left arm, increasing his physical strength. That bought him some time, but it was just useless. Ishtar increased her aura, and the blade started to glow in a golden light, burning his insides with the heat it generated. If you won't let go, then you'll suffer, Dragon. I don't want your end to be like this, so give up, she taunted him. Never! I refuse to give up. I have given up in this life. I will no longer run away. I will no longer suffer like I once did. I will no longer be used. Those memories I have will no longer hold me down. I will prove to everyone how different I am. And if I need to die to show the truly worthy I am, then so be it. His eyes held a different light than before. Seeing him like this, the goddess was reminded of her past. When she was strong, she still had her loved ones by her side. She remembered all those good things, and seeing the dragons was still awestruck. I really think that maybe, just maybe, you could be. Her thoughts stopped as she watched something amazing. The darkness surrounding Issei pulsed and started to glow in a purple light. Then she felt how the magic reserves he was so proud of were slowly drained dry. However, his strength increased by ridiculous margin. With that newfound strength, he managed to stop Ishtar from taking her blade out. He then heard his partner's voice. Partner, your magic reserves are depleted, falling to rock bottom, but instead your physical strength shot through the roof. Quite the amazing aura you have, capable of changing to suit your needs. Issei understood and then asked, a new ability? Indeed, he got his answer. By sacrificing your magic, your physical power, a double-edged sword, but really powerful nonetheless. But now we need to focus. We can talk about that later. Your reserves are really low, so this won't last long. Make use of it, Drake told his partner. Then I'll use everything to keep her in place. Drake, be prepared. I'm using the gear. Drake was happy at his words. It was all or nothing. Then his left arm, red glow appeared. Then light momentarily dazed the goddess, but after it died down, she was stunned. The boosted gear? She screamed momentarily. She stopped putting her strength into her arm and making Issei gain more valuable seconds. He knew that Erika will soon come to help him. It seems that due to her fatigue, she took longer than he thought to use her trump card. Boost! He felt his strength increase. That caused a smirk. How? Only humans could have sacred gear. How could you have it? What kind of ridiculous existence are you? She yelled her question, but before he could answer, another voice was heard. "That's not for you to know." Erika appeared in a flash of red light and stood in front of him. Her skin was the color of ash and her eyes were shining with red light. Then, with all of her power, she decided she clenched her fist. Seeing this, Issei grabbed the goddess with his other arm and prepared for the incoming impact. Boost! Thanks to the increase in power, Erika released her blow. It struck the goddess. Boom! Erika's punch landed right on her cheek, making her turn her head away. Blood was dropping from the edge of her mouth. Issei managed to resist the force of the blow and didn't let go of the goddess. "Ha! You think something like that can seriously wound me? Keep on dreaming," Ishtar taunted, but Issei only smirked and said, "Do you think she's alone?" That made the goddess look at him in shock. She remembered the other ability of the Welch Dragon. Boost! The third boost was heard, and soon Issei grabbed the side of Erika, right at her abdomen. That made her blush, but since she was on his knees, there was not much that could be done. Transfer! The boosted gear announced. The red light on Erika's body increased in density, and you managed to crack the ground beneath her. She viciously smiled and said, "You're fucked." She clenched her fist and focused the power on her knuckles. Her entire fist turned bright red due to the power that it contained. Then she released the punch and twisted it fist at the last second, making use of the entire physical strength in her body. Bang! The sound echoed all over the place, and the ground behind the goddess was decimated. Ishtar, feeling her other cheek being hit, momentarily lost her senses. That blow managed to twist her head in the other direction. As a bonus, she spat a mouthful of blood that painted the ground at the other side red. Issei felt the repelling force of the blow land on him, but he refused to let go. "Partner, you have seconds left. Use them," Drake told his partner as he felt his strength emissions. "Boost! Whatever you're doing, finish it now. I won't last for long," he screamed at both of his companions. Erika nodded her head and prepared herself to start a barrage of punches. She healed her cracked knuckles and prepared for another punch. Fuki hurried her preparations. She was just about to finish. Cocking her fist, Erika went for another blow. Bang! Like the last one, it made the goddess turn her head to the side and spat another mouthful of blood. Seeing her disoriented, she mercilessly continued her attacks. She just kept throwing punches, easily just kept killing the goddess in place, refusing to let her go, flying due to the force of each blow. Ishtar felt her head go numb due to the pain of each hit. Need to get out. Those were her thoughts. She used whatever she had left and created another short sword on her hand. Then she made the use of her strength and swung it towards Erika that was delivering another punch. Swish! The air was cut apart. Trip! The blood hit the ground. The blade clearly cut her arm off, sending it flying. The goddess smirked when she saw the arm fall to the ground. Then she looked at the dragon and prepared her move. Turning her blade, she did a backwards grip and swung it, aiming to stab his skull. Issei saw her sword and aimed at his head and released his grip. The goddess lost her balance due to the momentary of her swing and tripped. Falling to the ground due to that unexpected move, she felt the blows of the vampire finally take a toll on her body. Her head ached, and she felt lightheaded. Those precious seconds in which she was down were properly used. Fuki then finished the preparations and started to chant, "The thought that burns my chest prostrate. This world is a living hell." She then concentrated her entire reserves on the 6 talismans in front of her, making them glow. The Senjutsu hexagon started to fuse in a single big, black, concentric circle right behind her. "The incarnation with an obsession that brings forth tragedy." Sensing the energy from this, both Erika and Issei retreated at full speed. The amount of energy, that's ridiculous. The energy being emanated from that spell made his body shiver. "Incredible. For her to control such amount of power and so perfectly. She's a true genius in the field of Japanese arts. Maybe not even in another 1,000 years will someone like her appear again." Drake rarely praised someone, and Issei knew it. Hearing his partner, the heavenly dragon, why Drake Goach, praised someone aside from his host and even complimented her, that was extremely rare. Maybe in the entire dragon's existence, he was the only done so more than 5 times. So hearing the praise made Issei, for the first time in a long time, feel genuine shock. Fuki surrounded herself with Toki and spirited towards the goddess while chanting, but Ishtar soon felt the huge amount of energy charging at her and went slightly pale. "I can't let that hit me, not even touch me." The goddess tried to escape by increasing her speed, but was soon stopped by Issei. As if he concentrated and remembered his past idea. "Partner, you don't have any aura left," Drake said. "Oh, but I'm not fueling this with aura," he smirked at that. Drake soon understood those words.
You're trying to use your life force? Partner, don't do it. Who knows how many years of your lifespan you will lose, he screamed at him. We'll find out later, he smirked and focused even more. A black portal appeared on top of Ishtar. It was pitch black with purple light inside of it. Static was heard from the portal, and it echoed across the destroyed palace. From the portal, small black lightning bolts started to surround it. They were sizzling continuously due to their huge energy. It seemed to threaten the goddess. Issei extended his right hand, black lightning on it, then he mouthed, "Begone with the thunderclap!" At those words, the portal started to increase in size, soon reaching 10 meters in diameter. Roar! A roar came from within the portal, petrifying all of the present. Then Issei dropped his right hand towards the ground. Day of Wrath! A huge lightning bolt as thick as the pillars that supported the palace came crashing towards the goddess. It had shape of black dragon that jumped towards the neck of its prey. It seemed that it went to swallow the goddess whole, not leaving a piece of her behind. Ishtar was astounded. Never would have she had thought that that dragon used his lifespan for an attack. Her vision was covered by the attack, and soon it struck her with ease. Boom! The power of hell was tremendous, completely vaporizing gold pillars in her surroundings. Various, terrible first-degree burns soon covered by her skin, blood flowing from them, but she knew that his attack was to stop her movements. Another distraction. She then forcefully turned her head and looked at the dragon, who was smiling while panting heavily. A silhouette of her formed behind him and took a humanoid shape. That person was someone Ishtar knew very well. After all, it was the man she loved the most, her husband. "How are you?" The silhouette seemed to smirk, then vanish into thin air. "How are you?" The silhouette seemed to vanish, then smirk into thin air, saying it twice. Her thoughts stopped as she heard another voice and a huge amount of energy being aimed at her. "Let the long-cherished wish pain this entire world." Fuki finally completed her spell. "Hell thought flame." The words rang across the desolate land. Purple, that's the only thing that they could see. A brilliant, noble purple light that covered the entire palace. No sound could be heard, nothing could be seen, just bright purple light, then intense heat. The heat was ridiculous, and even made Issei sweat rivers. He never felt this degree of heat, not even in his prided hellblaze that was capable of this. After what it felt like hours, the light diminished in brightness, and they all could see again. What they saw made their faces turn pale. The palace was in ruins. The location where the spell landed, gone. Nothing remained. Only a colorful sky of the dimensional gap could be seen. With the attack, more than half the palace was gone, with a snap of the fingers just like that. The throne and whatever was behind it turned into dust. Even the stairs that were somewhere around the place vanished as well. What was now left, the other half of the palace that was demolished. More than half of the pillars were turned into rubble and craters filled the ground. This is the result of a battle against a god. Issei couldn't believe what just happened. The entire realm created by a god was destroyed. If this happens on the human world, even worse, in a populated area, then he stopped his thoughts as he remembered something. The goddess! He turned around and searched for her, but found nothing. Does that mean that He then heard Fuki's exhausted voice. She was panting heavily, sweating all over her, and her felt reserves were lower than a low-class devil. No! Those words were like a bucket of cold water for both Erica and him. The spill didn't even touch her. I felt how it hit nothing. She just vanished, she told the rest of them. Their complexions worsened. Now they were truly scared. Indeed, a voice echoed all over the rooms. You're right, Fox, it didn't touch me. But for you to know, and use a spell of that magnitude, that's certainly scary. If it landed, then I would have certainly been mortally wounded and I'd probably die. They looked around the palace, but nothing was seen. Oh, forgot about that. She seemed to be able to see their confusion. Break the void, Manma. A crack appeared from the void itself, and Ishtar appeared from it. She was still wounded. Blood fell from both sides of her mouth. The burns and bruises on her body were still there, and even the damage from Issei's Day of Wrath could be seen. However, there was something different from her. An object that was on her side, floating as if ignoring gravity. It was a huge bow? Its height surpassed by its own by at least a head, and the bow itself really looked weird. It looked like two royal pieces, that metal of golden engravings that seemed to pop out of the main parts of the bow. It was separated into two main pieces, two curved metal pulls, one in front of the other. A huge hole was seen in the middle of both pieces, seemingly for arrows. A chain tied both pieces, mental ends of it, and it looked like it was made to resist anything. The bow was floating right at the side of Ishtar and was glowing in royal blue. What's that? Erica asked the goddess, but her only response was,
He should know. After all, he knows everything about me. Her voice sounded sweet, but it seemed different from the past. Maybe she sounded expectant. Issei squinted his eyes, then stood up. That's Manana, the boat of heaven. I never thought it was a bow as well, he sighed. Minima is the boat of the gods that soars across the Mesopotamian world. It was gifted to her by the highest god, and it seems it's her weapon. This certainly isn't good, he told them. That made Erika and Fuki nod their heads. Not really understanding, Ishtar, on the other hand, was overjoyed. Correct again, darling. She tried teasing him. It seemed she was happy. You really know me well. To be expected about you. Now that I think about it, I have never heard your name, she asked, while tilting her head. Issei seemed to be taken by surprise by the lack of killing intent on her part, so he mindlessly answered, Issei Hyodo. Her eyes gleamed with pleasure. A weird goddess, he thought. Drake agreed with him. One moment she was fighting and aiming to kill them, next she seemed all smiles and happiness. It was weird. I see. You're the first that managed to make me take out Manma. Amazing. But now that it's out, I won't hold back. This time I won't let my guard down. I'll fight you with everything I have. Her words were serious but lacked the killing intent from before. So do your best to survive, she told him and waved her hands towards Memba. Voop! The bow at her side seemed to extend it as if ready to shoot. Then a pure white and blue energy arrow as thick as a tree trunk appeared in the middle of it, right inside the hole it had. That energy that arrow had managed to make them widen their eyes. That's... Issei screamed, but Drake finished his thoughts. No wonder she's called the strongest goddess. Just a casual arrow from her weapon has enough power to level a town. That should have at least the fourth of power of the attack from the fox, maybe more. Her words chilled him to the bone. She was holding back this much? He thought as he groped together. With this team, I can't take that arrow, Erika told him. That makes two of us, Fuki agreed. 3. My reserves are low and I can't regenerate anymore. Erika should be the same and Fuki is running on fumes, he thought. Seems this is the end. She said she seemed to notice that they were exhausted. Ishtar, I'll never give up, and even if I die, I'll die fighting, trying to defeat you. Issei's words and confidence made the god widen her eyes. You're so similar to him, never giving up and always protecting those you care about. Her eyes seemed to be turned misty. Crack! The barrier around the palace seemed to crack, but the entire realm started to quake. Damn! The attacks we did made the barrier crack. Soon it will dissipate and we will fall into the dimensional gap, Ishtar thought, as she saw the place crack in like a mirror. Seems this place is breaking apart and it will soon vanish from existence, she told them, making the arrow from Emma disappear. Even I can't survive inside the dimensional gap for long, so I need to leave. The goddess activated her bow, and soon a crack appeared behind her. Take the treasure back with you, Issei. I'll come for it. And at that time, you better be ready. Her words sounded like a threat, but her thoughts were a bit different. You're so similar to him. Courageous, brave, and never willing to give up. But I need to confirm it. You certainly are different from anyone I have met, Issei. You're really special. The goddess seemed to be interested in him. Well, it seems that a goddess of love of war, her way accepting someone was through a fight. It seems his words were right. I should... With a new goal on her mind, the goddess gave a quick glance, a wink, and then left, disappearing from a palace. Seeing her leave, the three released a breath they didn't know they were holding. We were really lucky, they nodded at his words. Crack! The entire realm was falling apart, and shaking of the earth became more intense. We need to leave, Fuki yelled. How? The treasure doesn't work and we're exhausted, Erika replied, worry on her voice. Fox, use whatever senjutsu you have left on my partner. Try to make him regain enough energy to use Hellgate. That's the only choice. The gauntlet on his left arm told the three of them. Yes! Fuki nodded her head and reached Issei. Quake! The earth was trembled, started to fragment in pieces. Everything started to fall into the dimensional gap due to the hole of the barrier and kept them here. The three were anxious and they knew that using this was their only hope. And since the barrier that kept the place sealed was destroyed after their combat, they hoped that Issei was capable of taking them out of this place. Hurry, hurry, Fuki kept telling herself while Erika was on the other side of Issei with an anxious look in her eyes. Seeing her like that, Issei grabbed her hand and told her, Don't worry, we'll leave this place together, I swear. His voice sounded so soft and comforting, something really odd in him. Erika was amazed at his words, but soon she thought, if you keep saying and doing things like that, I'll turn out like Fuki, madly in love with you. She finally accepted her feelings for him. Those words made any doubt she had in her voice vanish. Then she smiled and nodded her head. I trust you. Her smile made him blush. Never had he ever seen her like that. Thanks. He blushed and stuttered while he answered. making Erika smile. You look cute like that. Her thoughts made her blush as well. Fuki saw all of this with dead eyes. Well, seems my plan will start even more before than I thought. As she thought, she smiled beautifully. Soon we'll become a couple, and then we'll do a lot of stuff. Her perverted thoughts made her drool. Soon the place was desolated, and even managed to wake up 3 of them for daydreaming. We need to leave now! Issei then started to gather his aura, and great difficulty formed a messy hell gate. The gate seemed to be tattered. Obviously, his current aura level wasn't suitable. Damn, not enough. He knew that the amount of energy wasn't sufficient. Seems I need to use something else. He decided to do what he did before, connecting his Hellgate with his heart. He used his life force once again to fuel the gate properly. The gate stabilized itself and soon looked normal. However, he didn't know how long he could maintain it. Quick, before something happens, he urged them to go first, but they shook their heads. They didn't want to go first, not without him by their side. Then they grabbed him by his arms and surrounded their necks with them, helping him move appropriately. Thankful, Issei focused on the gate, and soon after, before place was destroyed, they crossed the gate. Scene change. The Golden City. The 3 appeared from a portal right at the bottom of the pyramid. The 3 kneeled on the ground, and for once they felt relaxed and happy they made it out alive. The goddess was certainly something else. They couldn't fight her when she was serious. They only fought her adequately thanks to her teamwork and planning. Their teamwork and planning. The goddess was certainly something else, of course. Oh, there you are. Beham was nearly near the location, seeing something weird happen. He came to check it out. He thought it was the other 3 that came with them. Oh, there you are. Beham was actually near the location, seeing something weird happen. He came to check it out again. Seeing it was indeed them, he walked closer, but never would he have expected seeing them in such bad shape. It seemed as if they went through war. The black-haired woman looked sickly pale, and her body was trembling. The white-haired woman was covered in dry blood and was panting heavily. The man looked barely conscious. He was heavily wounded and was being held by the 2 women. The 3 looked really bad. Seeing them like that, Beham couldn't stop his scream, scared of what they just went through. What happened to you? Beham, while frozen in place, his face looked pale thanks to seeing the terrible states they were in. What's happening here? Jesper came from a building behind his father, but soon stopped as he saw the 3 of them. His eyes went wide-eyed at the sight in front of him. His brain barely registered the scene. The 3 of them looked as if they just survived a battle to the death. You don't want to know. Those were Issei's words. He didn't look at them. The woman at his sides nodded their heads and tried to catch their breaths. Issei then told them, "We need to leave. Being here is dangerous with her on the look." The place was a territory, so they needed to get out, and fast, yes. I know, give me a minute until I can use the Magamatama, Fuki told, while finally calming her breath. Where are we going? Erika asked as she stood properly, finally feeling better than before. Anywhere better if it's this place that has a faction, but that way she won't be capable of getting near us easily. Aim for a deserted spot not far away from civilization. We need to get a place to rest and heal, Issei explained while feeling dizzy, his sight blurred. Damn, using my life force made my body go weak. Issei knew that he was barely hanging on to his consciousness. I agree, we should leave now, Erika agreed with Issei. She was anxious. She could tell he was about to lose consciousness, and that made her worry. Their conversation fell into the ears of 2 humans, but they didn't seem to care. Their only wish was to get out of here and fast. Break the boundaries between worlds, Yagasa Tani no Magatama. Transfer! Having just enough energy to use the treasure, Fuki started the chant. Soon the portal appeared right behind them and increased in size, just enough for the 3 to pass. Without making a noise, the 3 of them vanished from the ancient golden city, holding a pier in a different location so they could rest. What just happened? Beham, that watched this, was confused. He really did understand what just happened. I don't know. Jesper also was the same. Both looked at each other with confused look in their eyes. They just witnessed 3 supernatural creatures come out of a void and talk about something that didn't make any sense, and then after they just left. They stood there not moving for quite some time, staring at the position they were currently at, but nothing happened. They never talked and really understood what happened at that moment, nor were they talking about it even in the future did they understood this. But one thing that was certain, whatever it was something that they'll never talk about. And that is the end of Chapter 9, The Ruins of the World. Chapter 10, Bonds, Unions, and the Unknown. Right now, deep inside the Hyodo mansion, 2 people were fighting against each other. Boom, boom. The sound of metal colliding could be heard everywhere. At this moment, Kiba Yuta was having a dilemma. He couldn't understand how the woman in front of him could be so strong so fast. As he began A magic circle the size of a person appeared above his body. It was bright blue in color and held many different runes on its outer layer. From it, a chilling energy could be felt, and soon enough, the circle emitted a small blue light. Damn it! Feeling frustrated, his sword under his lip. Clutching the sword in his hand, he tried to cut the circle in half, but before it was done charging, however, he never expected what came next. The woman in front of him disintegrated everything in her eyes and flew towards him breakneck speed. Frustrated yet again, he slammed his left leg on the ground while moving both of his arms /circle above his sword. From his leg, a series of sharp, disproportionate swords literally came out of the ground, rushing in a straight line with speed no inferior to the woman. The swords varied in design, from normal bastard swords to ones that centered edge, and others that were just the edge of the sword itself. They all just moved in a straight line, trying to buy some time for their master. The moment they hit the target, they shattered into pieces, quickly turning into brilliant particles of golden light. However, something good happened. The moment the sword was in his hand, landed on the magical circle above his head, it was completely cut in half. I'm lucky. There won't be a next time, not in front of her, he thought while turning his head around. He moved his sword horizontally in front of him, covering his chest with the flat end of it. The palm of his other hand rested on the sword point. He heard the voice of a woman who was breaking his swords. Do not believe that was all. Her chilling voice made him wince. That woman was an amazing beauty, with a head full of silver hair and a pair of sapphire eyes. Those eyes held no pity nor fear. They were filled with calm anger that fueled her body to work at twice her max. She wore a pair of gauntlets engraved silver in color. She had armored skirt that covered everything below her waist up to her knees, and below that she had a pair of black stockings that hugged her beautiful legs. On top she wore a breastplate covering her curves but in no way reducing the beauty she had. In between the gaps of her armor, some black clothing, the same material as her stockings, covered her body. She had a weird helmet only covering the sides of her head and forehead, a feather that shone with a mystic light at the right hand side of her head. She was Rosweisa, who was sparring Kiba. As Kiba saw the woman, he felt a chill creep up his spine. Then he acted on instinct as he saw a multitude of similar magic circles block his surroundings. They were in different colors and runes, but the energy was heart-wrenching. Sword birth! Black blade blacksmith! Using both of his sacred gears at the same time, he surrounded himself in a wall of holy demonic swords, clearly using them as shields. The magic circles then shot their magic. The energy could be felt till the wall of towards. It was clear. Lethal blow aimed to cripple. Boom! It soon landed on the wall of swords, breaking them as if they were paper. Rosweisa could be seen standing at the distance. Her eyes never left her opponent for a second. Was that enough? She murmured as she saw the cloud of smoke forming at the distance. However, a silhouette came flying towards her from the cloud of dust. Not enough power, she muttered as she created 2 white magic circles in both of her hands. She ran her hands through them, and those circles covered her gauntlets. As they reached the last part of her gauntlet, shattered like broken glass, and the shards fell onto its metal self, changing the dull silver color in pure white. Meddling to Tord, she said, while raising her guard. Kiba reached her extremely fast speed, clearly using his trait as knight. Then he swung his sword in a diagonal way, aiming to end the duel as fast as he could. His balance breaker was already active, and a holy demonic sword was full on his hands. Rosweisa, on the other hand, lifted her arm towards her side, covering the left side of her face. Clang! The metal ring echoed all across the battlefield. The sword was stopped from moving closer thanks to her gauntlet. I did, however, chip off a fair chunk of her gauntlet. The ground beneath them was dented, and thanks to the strength of that blow, Rosweisa stood tall. You've improved your close quarters. Just how much have you improved? Kiba told her as he put more strength into his sword, wanting to force her to her knees. Rosweisa used her right arm to support her left and spread both of her legs, stabilizing her trembling body. As much as I need to be at his side and not letting anything that happened to him again, she answered with a brilliant glow in her eyes. Kiba widened his eyes. You really have a special something to find women that are willing to go this far for you, Issei. That Rosweisa smirked. Right in front of Kiba, a weird Norse circle appeared. That was like 3 concentric circles that were no bigger than a head. The color was pale blue, and freezing aura made his sword gain a layer of frost. She created a magic circle without any signs of doing it. She used her only instinct, no physical movement whatsoever. He was shocked, speechless. Such a perfect control over her magic reserves, and the magic circle was ridiculous. Trying to get away, Kiba decided to back and avoid such a hit, but he was a bit late. Arctic wind. From a magic circle feeling gale from it, it aimed extremely close distance right towards his stomach. Such a powerful spell was no joke. Damn it! He tried to twist his body around, but he was struck by the Nordic spell. Boom! He was sent flying away. He was shot across the entire battlefield. At the same moment, a huge pillar of ice was formed in the distance, reaching tens of meters in height. Rosvisa felt a sense of relief, seeing that she knew the spell landed perfectly. However, she felt dizzy. Her breath was rough, maybe because they had been fighting for quite some time. Damn it, my stamina again. How could I be so weak? Issei wouldn't be sweating now, and I am yet so exhausted. How pathetic, she thought to herself. She knew that Kiba had a lot more stamina. He wasn't even breathing, roughly only sweating. Yet, she was almost about to faint from exhaustion. I need to train my stamina even more. My control and power have improved even more before thanks to those trainings, she thought, upping her training regimen. Crash. The pillar in the distance was destroyed as quickly as it came. The cause, of course, Kiba. You almost had me, Rosvisa-sensei, but it was still not enough to bring me down. He cleaned the blood that fell from the corner of his mouth and fixed the grip on his new sword. Rosvisa recognized that sword. After all, it was from her pantheon. Danslif, she muttered as she saw the sword in his hands. Indeed, the moment the spell landed, I used Danslif's ability to control ice in order to make up migrate the damage done to me. Thankfully, I was fast enough. Kiba smiled as he began walking towards his opponent once again. Rosvisa stared at the sword, probably thinking about something. Danslif was a beautiful light sword, and had an icy blue edge and a pair of intertwined branches on its guard. It was a long and thin sword, probably not thicker than the cover of a book, but the icy aura it was held was extremely powerful and quite frightening. As Kiba was walking, suddenly vanished in a burst of speed, making the Valkyrie widen her eyes and react just on instinct. Kiba appeared on her left side and stabbed her with the sword point. Rosvisa created as many magic circles as possible from her left hand, trying to block Might in the swing. Crack! They broke, and one after another, but they fulfilled their purpose. In her right hand, another 3-layered concentric circles appeared, this one green in color, and expelling an aura that was twice as strong as her last spell. Throwing her arm forward, she chanted, Mistral! The 2 visible gales appeared from the circles, soon twisting themselves into one another and creating a drill of wind that was big as a person in diameter. The power in it held made the ground underneath just disappear. Kiba this time was prepared. He created a magic circle that pulled something from it. Another sword appeared in its left hand. The one, however, different from the other one, is right. It was a sword completely silver in color, and with a handle it was too big to wield even with both hands. The sides of the swords curved outwards as they reached the guard itself, soon covering the 2 long crosses that were acting as guard. Balmug, he mentioned the name of the sword, and had a huge tornado surrounded him. As soon as the spell landed, it completely turned into a soft calm winds under the power of his demonic sword. Rosvisa was not unsettled by this. She was even smirking at the sight. As winds dispersed, as a tired Kiba could be seen. Damn, using all of these swords still costs a lot of demonic power and stamina. Rosvisa then changed her position, placing her left foot and other behind. She gathered her magic and chanted again. Draconic power! Bending her whole body as if it was covered by red aura, Rosvisa released a kick with her right leg aimed at Kiba's chest. He widened his eyes and tried to block with both swords in his hand. Forming an X shape, he put them in front of his body and used them as a shield. Rosvisa's smirk increased in size. She just murmured another spell, expending almost all of her magical reserves. Ride lightning. Increasing her body speed, reflexes, and flexibility, she bent her right leg at the impossible angle that passed his guard. Her perfect leg struck the middle of his chest. Bang! The red aura just sent the body of youth flying even faster than before. Ugh! Coughing blood mid-fight, Kiba felt his ribs crack at some point. She set me up, was his thoughts, as he was sent flying, crashing against the wall. As she saw this, Rosvisa held a triumphant smirk on her face, although her leg was wobbly than the last attack and her face was pale. Knew that this battle was hers. Crash! Crashing against the wall of the end of the field, cracks similar to a spider webs cover the entire surface of the wall. Kiba, at that moment, was seeing stars. She got me, were his thoughts as she tried to stand up. as he tried to stand up, but something cold against his neck made him stop. A sword made of pure magic was held against his neck. It was the shape of a crescent moon and the color of the same as silver. At the end of the sword, a woman with a pale face could be seen. Her face held no emotion, but her eyes betrayed that expression. "Yield," she demanded, making the blonde knight sigh in hopelessness. "I yield," he said as he felt the sword leave his neck. "You've improved far too much, Rossweisse-sensei. This month has been quite something for you." Standing up while holding his chest, he complimented the woman. "Thanks, but it's not enough. It's not enough to be by his side. I need to be stronger," she said as she bit her lips. He would just sighed at the sight. He knew why she was doing this, and he didn't know how to reply. "Just keep the pace and you will become even stronger than no time." He smiled at her, trying to comfort her. She nodded and her head left. Walking away from the training field, she began thinking. "Issei, oh Issei, when will I see you again? When can we finally be together? I can't wait to be by your side, and this time, I will stay with you until the very end." A smile naturally found its way into her face, making her already breathtaking appearance becomes 10 times better. That was the smile of a young woman deeply in love. That was the smile of the woman that wanted to see her as a man as soon as possible. "I just need to wait a bit more, just a bit more. I know I will see you soon," Issei. She looked at the ceiling of the training field, staring as if it was in trance. Scene break, main living room, Hyoto Mansion. Back upstairs, the entire Grammary group and their boyfriends were preparing themselves for something that needed to be done before anything else. Sitting on a long, cream-colored couch, a woman with red hair began talking. "Well, everyone, it's finally time to go to the underworld." Her voice held some kind of authority, making the men present put their attention on her. At her side, a beautiful woman, young in age, with deep black hair, smiled at them. "The tournament will start in a little bit. More than a month and a half, and we need to get the pieces," Rias told them while crossing one leg over the top. "Then why going to the underworld?" A man, short blonde hair and blue eyes, asked the woman with some confusion on his face. "Reggie, because the pieces can only be found there," Akane replied. "So we're going to the underworld?" a small young man asked with clear emotion in his voice. He even stood up from the couch he was sitting on, surprising his brothers at his size. He then walked closer to Rias and Akane, practically running at them. "Yes, Hamaji-chan, we need to go there as soon as possible. We can..." Akane answered while giggling. The boy turned around and looked at all of the ones inside the room. He briefly paused and looked at clearly expensive high-class room. A huge place that could fit more than a dozen people, with brown carpet, with some weird engravings he couldn't understand, as well as many ancestors that were either on top of tables or on the walls of themselves. Many couches could be seen, almost all of them full of beautiful women. The other spots were occupied by his friends and brothers. A fancy chandelier with extremely extravagant design hung from the ceiling, and huge windows could be seen on the wall at its left side. "Little brother, please calm down," with a gentle smile, one of the boys said. He had black hair, tied into a tail that reached his upper back. His eyes held some gentleness and teasing smile that made the young boy blush in shame. He was Ryato Takashi, elder brother of the little Hajime and wielder of a sacred gear. "Huh, don't be like that, Ryato. Seeing him like that always makes me smile," the other boy at the side told Ryoto. He also with the black hair with a similar face to his. Obviously they were brothers. His name was Soji Takashi, the eldest brother just by luck. Ryato turned his head and gave a small glare to his brother. Soji, on the other hand, smiled in a challenging way, he obviously picking a fight with his brother. "Oh, what's with the look? Do you wish to fight?" "If the shoe fits," the response managed to get a twitching eye from Soji. "Ha, then let's fight, bastard!" He stood up in his place and yelled at him. "What a coincidence, my hands have been itching for a good fight." Ryoto stood up. They stood in front of each other, no more than a few fingers in distance. However, they could finally fight. A pair of voices stopped their quarrel. "Ryoto, Soji, do not fight here." Two women stood up in their positions and yelled at the same time. There were two young females with brown and blue hair, respectively. They both had anger written all over their faces. "But he started it. We don't care," they answered back. Soji stopped fighting right now, or next time you and I will spar and I won't hold back at all. Zenobia made him an angry glare that managed to scare the man. "Ryoto, you're supposed to be the mature one here. How could you continue a fight after you didn't even start, Irina told the man, who lowered his head in shame. Wait, so Soji started the fight? Zenobia turned her head around and asked Irina with a small glare. Irina wasn't even bothered by the glare. Of course, do you think Ryota would start it? Her answer held some sharpness. Oh, it's going to be like that, huh? Zenobia turned her whole body and leaned forward, highlighting some of her assets. Huh? Then how did you think it was going to be, muscle brain? Irina told. Who would you call muscle brain, self-proclaimed angel? Sparks could be seen coming off their eyes. Zenobia, please calm down. Please don't destroy anything, Soji said to his girlfriend. Irina, please, we don't need another fight between you two, Ryota told his girlfriend as well. Shut up, both of you. They turned her heads around and said at the same time managed to take the two brothers' retreat in fear. Sorry, they replied, and hung their heads in defeat. The other side of the room, basically near the door, a man and woman watched this with pity in their eyes. You know what, guys? I just want to add in here, fuck these people, honestly, okay? I don't like them having a good time. The man had a mixture of brown and blonde hair, giving the atmosphere of a foreigner. His blue eyes held only a trace of pity as he held the two men on the other side. However, his face no expression whatsoever. The woman was completely different. She had a head full of golden hair and gentle blue eyes that showed naivety and worry. She kept looking at her two best friends with unshed tears in her eyes, as if unsure what to do. She kept mumbling uncoordinately with both hands both on top of her mouth. She then turned around and looked at her boyfriend. Ken-san, please do something. If things keep going like this, then they will start a fight again, she managed to ask her boyfriend. He, on the other hand, only looked at the fight and sweated. The aura, they both admitted, was huge. If he goes there, he won't come back. Ozia, I can't, he replied, certainty of his words. The woman puffed her cheeks and looked at him, but the man didn't respond to that. He only lifted an eyebrow up. Near Ozia, a young woman could be seen. Do not worry, Ozia-senpai, I'll tell them, her voice emotionless. She was short in height, with a head full of white hair, and we know it's fucking Konako, stop describing her. She stood up for her comfy seat, stopping her sweat, and talked to the two women just keep fighting. Zenobia and Irina-senpai, don't fight, we have things to do. That was her only comment. Those two women turned and looked at her and said, but she started it, clear anger in their voices. Doesn't matter, she replied back. A sigh was heard inside the room. Rias had a small headache thanks to their little fight. Thanks, Konako, she said to her rook. Zenobia, Irina, we need to go, so stop fighting over something stupid. Rias told them as she held a hand against her forehead, extremely tired due to this. The woman decided to stop fighting and only said that this wasn't the end of it. Then they sat down on the couch with their arms and crossed their heads turned. Seeing them like that, Rias sighed once again. Akano, that was standing next to, giggled discreetly. Anyway, we need to go to the underworld right now. We need a tournament of pieces so that team could be finally formed. Authority filled her voice once again. These words managed to exterior everyone present. Wishing to begin this trip as soon as possible, even Irina and Zenobia stopped thinking about their recent fight. Their expressions changed to smiles, stars present in their eyes. They all started to think about the tournament itself. Wishing for it to begin. That was killing them. Of course, the reason to participate on it were different. For the males and boyfriends, they just wished to see how amazing this new world they just were recently introduced to could be. I hope they get their asses kicked. They read some stories, some incredibly stories that seemed fake. That thanks to the library in his house, myths and legends about the world, if 10% of what they read turned out to be true, then everything in the world couldn't be explained by just words alone. Even sometimes when they were alone with their girlfriends, they would ask about how things they had done, making them feel awe and respect to all of them, their boyfriends, such amazing women. However, something caused them to feel envy and a bit of hatred. Issei Hyodo, that name always managed to make them scowl and glare at an empty space. He was someone that did all of that with them, and he was even the protagonist of almost all of the events they told him. They couldn't believe it. They refused to believe it. How could a guy like him, a perverted dumb brat, turn out to be someone so ridiculous? Fighting against the strongest youths in the underworld, achieving victory, fighting against terrorists on separate occasions, fighting against the evil god Loki and defeating him as well, completely destroying an entire faction of the Chaos Brigade, crippling the other faction of the Chaos Brigade by defeating the user of the strongest line Janus and descendant of a hero, and so much more. They still could remember. When they asked Kiba about the Hirakaku actually was, the shock they received when he told the truth. The shock they felt was second only to the first time they discovered who Issei Hyodo was. How could he be so impressing? Having a rival nemesis that's just like a bad joke of the heavens? Reggie began to think while looking at his own hands. He bit his lip in frustration. Why couldn't he be that guy? Soji quickly thought of his worst enemy, Issei Hyodo, when the mention of his games was made. That bastard, it's impossible for him to be like that. It's a joke! His hands turned into a fist due to his anger. I won't believe it. I never will. He was in denial. Hyodo looked at his brother. Thanks to seeing his glare, he had his eyes. He understood what he was thinking about. Issei Hyodo, the current Sekiru. War hero, savior of the 3 biblical factions, the most abdominal Sekiru in history, Dragon Slayer. He just kept repeating the many titles he was received, at least the ones he knew. Ken started at the ceiling, so he's abnormal. That even his rival is as well. He felt frustrated. Folly Lucifer, a direct descendant of the current Lucifer himself, the original father of lies and the first to fall. His thoughts keep going into between the current Sekiru and the Harakaku, envy clearly present in them. Hajime was just feeling a sour taste in his mouth, seeing his friends and brothers' faces. He understood them well. Every time they talk about the incredible things the supernatural world had to offer, their minds just went towards that figure, that silhouette that seemed to be look at them as if mocking them, as if saying they will never be at his level, which they never will. Is he such a being, someone that everyone, even the creatures of other factions, care for and respect? Hajime was thinking. The girls, on the other hand, just kept thinking about finding Issei, that was their goal, and the fuel kept them running during these days. Rias and Akano looked at each other, unspoken determination inside their eyes. Zenobia clutched her fist. The light in her eyes was less bright than before. Azia, Ravel, and Irina shared some thoughts. Issei-san, I pray to the Lord that you're fine. Azia joined her hands. Issei-sama, I wonder where and what you're doing right now. Ravel stared at the ceiling. Senpai. Konako just kept looking up at the sky, worried about Issei. However, everyone quickly dispelled their thoughts, feeling like that won't solve anything. We should get going. Rias was the first to speak. Melancholy in her voice. She removed tense environment that was in this room and now stood up. A serious and determined expression was on her face. But she could continue the next phase of the plan. Everyone felt the familiar presence near the door. A woman could be seen walking across the hallway, coming closer to the room. Her form of walking was elegant. Her beauty was second to none. Rosvisa, after her spar, removed her armor. Instead, a black and gray bodysuit with additional purple pieces was donned on her. Her hair was loose, falling down her back in a molten silver her held, and her blue eyes held a bit of tiredness. As she came inside the room, everyone stared at her in a sense entranced by her beauty. The men had blushes on their cheeks and a misty look in their eyes. They averted their eyes from her diabolical figure, afraid of what their girlfriends would do if they saw him like that. But all of them had different thoughts on their heads. Wow, she's definitely beautiful, Lijun was the purist. She's a bombshell, a complete bombshell. How would you not notice this? Soji screamed inside his head. I can't believe how stunning she is. I envy Hyodo for capturing her heart. He sure is a lucky man, Reggie thought. He turned his hand into a fist, angry at the difference between them. Such a beautiful woman was here, waiting for him. She had a brilliant gleam in her eyes every time she talked about the one she loved. He was envious as a man and secretly felt more inferior to him. You are? Ha! I just don't know what to say. How could a woman be so beautiful? A pity she was already someone in her heart. If not, then Ryoto thought as he kept his line of sight away from Irina. Ken, and no thoughts, he just blatantly stared at her, a light shining in his eyes. Rosvisa, did you finish your spar with Kiba? Rias asked. Her rook. Rosvisa just turned her head and looked at her with an emotionally eyes and replied back as she crossed the main door of them. Yes, Rias. I managed to improve a bit more in one. Her words surprised everyone, but especially the men inside the room. I see. Amazing, Rosvisa. You improved a lot. Rias was happy and wasn't scared of expressing it. Rosvisa nodded her head and continued walking across the room towards the stairs at the end of it. We're going to get the pieces for the tournament. Will you come? She stopped walking and turned her head. Sorry, Ria-san, but I have things to do. An apology, but I need to improve some of my spells. She lifted the corner of her mouth, giving a small smile to keep appearances. I see, she sighed. Then how about Kiba? She asked once again. He is healing his wounds, so I don't think he will be coming up for more than an hour or two. These words, in a sense, shocked them. Kiba was their teacher, and they more or less knew what he was capable of. Suffering a defeat was something they couldn't imagine. But, seeing her face, they knew she wasn't boasting. Rias thought about it, but then gave up. I need to get these pieces as soon as I can. Can't waste more time. She looked at the Valkyrie and remembered something that they talked about their boyfriends. I can't believe her obvious feelings for Issei would reach the point in which we needed to tell them that Rosvisa is in love with them. The worst part, how proud she was when we told her what we said to them, Rias lamented as we began recalling that memory. It's not time for that. We need to focus. She hid her cheeks and kept her thoughts straight. Gasper is in the hospital visiting Valerie and will be back until later in the afternoon, she thought. Then we will go like this, she told everyone present, making the men nod their heads as the woman to smile. I see. Then I'm going. Rosvisa bid farewell, walked across the room, soon leaving and walking upstairs. Unknown to her and the girls, the men kept watching her until she left, not missing the sweet movement of her hips and her elegant bearing that managed to make them sigh once again. Issei Hyodo, you're a lucky man. They couldn't help but think like that, envy overflowing their thoughts. Okay, everyone. Okay, everyone, we shall leave, she yelled, and began moving. Afterwards, she created a blood-red magic circle at the center of the room, so it could be seen at the outer layers of it, and inside the circle, a purple light was present. It was big enough to hold all the people inside the room, maybe a bit more. The Gremlin signal could clearly be seen at the center of it. However, it was different from her usual magic circle. It was more profound and definitely more complicated than a usual circle that her Parage used. Rias walked towards the magic circle at the center of it. The rest soon followed without wasting a single second. In a brief flash of light, they all disappeared from the human world. From a bright, blood-colored magic circle, a group of youths was seen. As the light dispersed, the group clearly seethed purple, amethyst-colored sky. Amazed by the view, the men couldn't think of anything. They stared at it, ignoring their surroundings a rookie mistake. Well, everyone will go to the BL Castle. It'll be quick, Rias talked to everyone, purposely avoiding the question of why not going to their own territory. I can't go home to father and mother, not without Issei. They will ask too many questions, and I don't want to make them worry, Rias thought to herself. Thanks, brother, for making a deal to let us come to the BL territory without any trouble. Rias thanked her elder brother. Unknown to her reason she did this, was spared his parents from the ugly truth that he knew they would discover if they saw the men next to her daughter and her Parage. So he decided to make a deal with Zircon Biel and ask for his sister to come to his territory without passing through all the stops and barriers. Zircon was curious, but decided to agree with the deal. He had better things to do, and the Gremory Harris wouldn't do anything serious inside his territory. Seeing the armored city they were currently at, her Parage soon discovered they were inside, the main capital of the BL territory, Gotita. The huge amount of people on the streets were shocked when they saw the magic circle as well as people coming from it. The Gremory Harris, an orc with a height of 10 feet or 3 meters, said pointed at the woman with blood-colored hair. Why are they here? Another devil asked, with a hand on his chin, curious about the occurrence. Did the Gremory team come to get their pieces? A human warrior with leather armor and sandals said in shock. Whispers were heard, but Rias and her team clearly ignored them. Their boyfriends were too amazed with the city itself to notice these whispers. The city was the one Issei in the past had come to get his own pieces. Tall buildings painted in distant purple were at its sides, and huge golden light poles were on the sidewalk, lighting the streets. The purple sky could be seen completely, and even what it seemed to be a sun was present in the sky. The many buildings were perfectly built. Just by looks alone, one could guess that they were improved after the war. They were just like the ones in a normal human city, but with a touch of something special, something no one could understand. The men then stopped daydreaming and looked at Rias. Before they could speak, she said, "We need to go to the BL Castle. My brother told me that the location where we can obtain the pieces for the tournament is there." The men nodded their heads. However, because they were both with the Gremory group, they caught the entrance of the creatures around the street. "Hey, who are they?" a man with the build of a professional wrestler asked the woman at his side. She replied while shrugging her shoulders. "No idea, but if they are with them, they should be important or powerful figures." She ran her hand across the orange-colored hair, her green eyes looking at them. "Interesting," another man said with a voice loud enough for all to hear. He had long ears and a green vest over a white shirt and green pants. He was oddly beautiful, not handsome. The Gremory Parage began walking. Their destination was obviously the castle they could see in the distance. While walking, the girls kept smiles on their faces. The men, however, had shock look on their faces and eyes. Gathering the courage, Reggie managed to ask Rias, what are they?" He pointed at the very much of all the population. She widened her eyes and slightly but giggled. "Right, forgot this was the first time you've seen other species." Her words made all the men freeze. She then continued, explaining
walking on the grayish street, not minding their expressions in the slightest. Since the tournament is on a world scale, many different species came to the underworld for their pieces, she began explaining. The men nodded their heads. Thanks to that, and the official treaty between factions, all the supernatural world is gathered here, Rhea spoke while moving her hips, catching the glances of many creatures on the street. They are probably touring around the city before going for pieces for the tournament. However, my brother told me that it's not that simple to get the pieces, Rhea told them while slowing down. The people in front of her opened a way so she could pass. It seems that there's a trial of sorts before you're allowed to get the pieces. This surprised everyone, including her Parage, who didn't know about the information. But since we're all, well, known, and almost everyone knows about my power of my team in Parage, we can skip the trial and directly get the pieces. She was proud of those words. Everyone hummed in agreement when she said those words. Then Rhea-san, what races came to the underworld? Little Hajime asked while walking in front of his brothers. About that, she started to look around, then she decided to explain. Well, see, those creatures have green skin but closely resemble humans, she asked back. He just nodded his head. Those are orcs. The ones that stand above 5 meters, those are giants. Probably from the Norse due to their blue skin, she kept talking. Then the ones that have pointy ears are elves, extremely beautiful in appearance. They are from the Celtic pantheon. The ones of the 3 biblical factions have white or black feathered wings, or like us devils that have horns, tails, or other special appendices. The men nodded in awe. They looked around and saw the many races she described. Every time they saw someone else, they held a bit of fear in their hearts. Of course, many more species are here, but I can't count them all, Rhea finished her explanation. As she finished explaining, she saw a castle just ahead. She turned her head around and talked to her Parage. Everyone be ready, we just arrived, she told them. The men just froze in awe at the sight of the castle. As if made out of gold, it stood with undescribed arrogance right in the center of the whole capital of Jogita. Purple flags with the symbol of Beal clan were on all of its sides. A huge line could be seen in the main entrance, right towards the gate. They, however, skipped all of that and walked past everyone. The ones in line saw them but held their tongues back. They could recognize the Gremory Harris anywhere. Rhea proudly walked in front of everyone. She moved her hips hypotonically, managing to steal many glances of the male population due to her provocation. Her queen was just behind her, a gentle smile on her face. Both of her hands were in front of her body, pressing her breasts and showing them to all, managing to get a few nosebleeds from the perverts. The rest of the women were similarly the same. In a sense, they decided to show everyone their beauty. It seems that this habit was thanks to Rhea. As they reached the gate, the guards didn't move. They were seemingly frozen due to shock. Then Rhea spoke. I am Rhea Gremory, heiress of the House of Gremory. I came to get the pieces for the world tournament. Arrogance was on her words and pride excluded off her body. The men just stood at the center of their little group, completely silent and hoping for the best. The soldiers of the gate widened their eyes, but soon acted for what they trained for them. Gremory-sama, please come with us, the 3 soldiers, 2 males and a female, told the Harris. She hummed in agreement as she crossed her arms under her chest. A proud pose, of course. Then the female soldier separated herself from the rest and began to guide them. As they crossed the gate, they saw a castle and building that was mainly conformed on the window panes on its left. Gremory Princess. That's building where the tests are being held. However, due to your achievements in the past, you are exempted from doing them. She was walking rather fast. I'll guide you to the top, she told. As she opened the door of her building, everyone followed after her. After a little more than 10 minutes, the Parage reached the last floor of the entire glass building. The soldier quickly dismissed himself and left them to walk the last staircase on their own. Once at the top, they saw the silhouette of a very big man. He wore a form-fitting short-sleeved black t-shirt and black pants with red lines at the sides. He also had a pair of sports sneakers that were brown in the same red lines. Both of his arms were crossed, and he was focusing on his sight in a big machine twice his own size. Rhea, the moment she saw him, widened her eyes in shock, thinking of her misfortune in meeting him here. He had a couple of bandages in his arms and legs and some gouges on his face, mainly on his left cheek. His chest was covered with another bandage going over his shoulder, almost blocking his entire chest. The man felt the gazes of the people behind him and turned his head around, looking over his shoulder. The moment he saw Rhea, his eyes gained a happy glint and a smile adorned his face. After that, he fully turned around and started to walk towards their direction. Rhea, look!
How confidential finding each other here? The man with a huge build and purple eyes said to her beautiful, cheerful voice. Sire Org, yes, what a coincidence, she said, while some sweat fell down her cheek. Ha! It seems you also came for your pieces, Rias. The tournament will definitely be something else, Sire Org smiled at her. Then he looked behind her. When the men saw the huge warrior in front of them, they retreated in fright. He excluded the presence of the unclimbable wall, an obstacle they couldn't hope to overcome. What a powerful presence! He's completely on a different level, Reggie thought, while looking at the man in question. The three brothers couldn't even look at him straight. They were completely petrified due to his own presence. His natural presence was more than enough to stop them in their tracks. The last of the males lifted his head and looked into the eyes of the man, scared when he saw fire burning inside of them. He could see that he swore in his eyes in an inimitable spirit. And who are they? He asked, while looking at the males. The unnerved entire female barrage, but Rias acted extremely quick. They are sacred gear possessors that were staying in my territory. Due to some reasons, we decided to train them so that they could fight against any possible threat, she told them with seriousness. Even though peace is in sight, no one ever knows, and we'd rather not have another possible hero faction. Rias' voice was calm and logical. Sire Org felt something was off, but since he didn't exactly find something wrong with her explanation, he let it slide. Oh, well, I see. Well, it's definitely better to have more people on our side. He smiled at his comment. He was extremely friendly. Oh, he remembered something. Where are my manners? My name is Sire Org Biel. He smiled, placing both of his hands on his hips. The men finally understood who he was in front of them. They were shocked and couldn't reply to his introduction. The only one that said something was Reggie, who mumbled in a low voice. The strongest youth in the underworld, he muttered, but Sire Org managed to hear him. Ha! I was once, but not anymore, his voice sounded monotonic. That title belongs to someone else. However, one day I'll get it back, he explained, with a determination clearly present in his voice. Hajime said the name that was inside all the males' heads. Issei Hyodo. His voice seemed hollow, as if believing his own words. Huh? Seems that you know, Gladdy replied. Yes, Issei Hyodo has that title. I truly wish to fight against him again. He was cheerful. Rias was intervened by faking a cough. She didn't want him to say or ask anything else. She couldn't risk anything now. By the way, Sire Org, what happened to you? Rias looked at his wounds, and she figured out they were quite something, even for him. He stopped laughing at her at his look. His eyes changed in demeanor. Even his smile was a bit dimmer. After looking at her in her barrage, he touched the wounds in his chest. It's a long story. These words caught everyone's attention. Everyone looked at him, hoping for him to explain. See, a little bit more than a month ago, I fought someone monstrous. That atmosphere inside the room changed, solemnly replaced the cheerful feeling from before. The girls just looked into his eyes and saw many different emotions they couldn't understand, but they were shocked when they saw a bit of anxiety in those eyes. When I was training in the Biel Mountains, here in the capital, I met an odd couple of women. He was a serious tone. He motioned them to walk closer to him. He then pointed at the machine at the center of the room. They understood what he meant. See, it seems they were after either something or someone inside my territory, and I, of course, decided to intervene. Never would I ever thought that they were so ridiculously powerful. Well, at least one of them. His voice was full of cautiousness. They didn't say why they were there, but one of the women said that they were definitely here for something. When I heard that, I decided to stop them. He was walking closer and closer to the center of the floor where the machine was. The surprise I felt when I fought her was ridiculous. A small smile adorned his face. Everyone was just silent, only listening to his words. They knew that something must have happened to get this kind of expression from Sire Org. When I fought her, I was completely destroyed. He was unexpectedly smiling. She was just toying with me all of the time. Her physical strength was even above mine. Her regeneration was absurd. She could also manipulate shadows and turn them into weapons. His voice was serious and emotional. Even respect could be seen in his eyes. This caught everyone off guard, Rias and her project especially. They knew how strong he was, and they were sure that unless they ganged up on him, victory will never be theirs. Seeing their expressions, Sire Org smiled. He knew that they were also as shocked as he was at the time. She was an incredibly beautiful woman, he smirked. Sorry to say, Rias, but she was even more beautiful than you, he mouthed a sincere apology. Her age should also be the same as yours, but her power was on a completely different level. Excitement came back to his eyes. Even when I used Regulus, I was still beaten until I couldn't figure out which way was north. He laughed at the end. His comment scared a few, but Rias just bit her lip at the mention of her beauty. She knew that Sire Org cared for little for physical appearance, but to make him say those words, she knew that her beauty was just a little above hers. Lol. The rest of the Parage was scared. Fighting Cyborg when he was using his Longinus was extremely difficult to do. Only Issei could defeat him. Not even Kiba was a match. Since then, I understood that there is always a sky above a sky, and a person above a person. Those words held a certain wisdom they couldn't understand. So I decided to increase my training regimen as well. And you can see what happened. He gave a smile as he pointed at his wounds. I see, Rias said with anxiety written all over her face. Akano had her brows furrowed. Fear and a bit of awe could be seen in her eyes. Zenobia and Irina were shocked, to say the least, especially Zenobia, who has fought against him before. At that moment, she was defeated, and that was him not going at it seriously. Konako and Ravel looked at each other. They understood each other's emotions. The fear in their eyes was pretty obvious to notice. Azia was trembling. The men couldn't understand why they were acting like that, but the fear in their faces was obvious for all to notice. They hated seeing them like that, so they tried to do something to calm them down. But the voice of Cyborg stopped them in their tracks. By the way, where's Issei Hyodo? That caused everyone to freeze. Ria swiftly replied, Issei is in his house. He decided to use all the time he could improve. Kiba is sparring with him, she explained with a tired face. Ah, they just keep going at it. A hand was against her head and a small smile on her lips. A nice touch in the end to keep appearances. Ha! He was amused by this, I understand, so I better keep going at it. Cyborg kept laughing loudly, causing the girls to release a breath they didn't know they were holding. The men didn't understand this, but they kept their silence. In a way, they did understand why the girls didn't want anybody else to know why Issei was missing. It could cause problems on a major scale. After all, according to the girls, he was quite important for many factions. If the rumors begin to spread about his disappearance, then a mess, huge proportions, will be made. Cyborg-sama, the pieces are ready. Their thoughts were stopped by a sudden voice. Congratulations, you obtained a mutated rook, a scientist said while giving a black briefcase. Cyborg was slightly shocked but quickly started to laugh. Excellent news! He obviously was quite satisfied with this. He could switch Regulus and use a rook on him. The scientist then looked at the rest present. He was frozen solid when he saw the blood-colored hair. Ria-sama, I didn't feel you there. My apologies. He bowed with his whole body. Do not worry, she dismissed his apology. Could we begin the process, she asked. Of course, he nodded. Please, this way. Cyborg stood there with a briefcase in his right hand. He wanted to ask something to the scientist, but he decided to wait until Rias was done with his. The scientist walked closer to the machine. The apparatus was a huge metallic box of more than 3 meters in height and many different components all around it. It was black in color with silver-colored pieces of metal. He then pointed at a small gate at the side of them. It was circular in shape and looked quite plain. Please, Ria-sama, create a ball of demonic power and insert it here, he said and pointed it at the circular gate. She nodded her head, and the reddish-blackish ball filled her signature trait appeared on the top of her hand. She then walked closer to the machine and inserted it, and the gate the scientist pointed at. Soon, just like a vacuum, it was sucked into the machine. Cyborg just walked at her side and stood next to her. His briefcase was against his left leg and his arms were crossed in front of his chest. He decided to patiently wait with his cousin. He was also curious about the result of her pieces. After no more than 5 minutes, the machine stopped making noises and just expelled a bit of gray smoke from its top. Rias was happy when she saw this. She finally could get her pieces to enter the tournament. She was also happy about being free from the questions of the scientist. They were a bit annoying and tedious, but she understood what they were for. However, the name for her team baffled her for some time. She was unsure about how to name it, but then, as always, she decided to name it after her clan and, of course, after herself. She decided to go with Team Rias Gremory. Cyborg laughed at her naming sense. He never quite understood why they name everything after oneself, but he kept silent about said, and he said to name his team Imperial Purpure. While pouting due to his comment, Rias received the same black briefcase as Cyborg. Congratulations, Ria-sama, you received a mutated bush-up, the scientist smiled. This is amazing, so many mutation pieces in so little time, the old man with white hair and a lab coat said with clear excitement. Cyborg then decided to ask a question. By the way, what's with the emotion for the mutated pieces? Are they rare? His question shocked the old man. Of course, he said seriously. Until now, just very few teams have received them, and the leaders of them are ridiculous. Gods of the highest order, the current Harakako in a rather special case. So, are there teams that have more than one? His words shocked everyone present, of course, only the young ones. Yes. There have been those occurrences, the scientist replied. Who were they? Rias asked, while the rest of her Parage listened silently.
Until now, the ones with 2 pieces are Shiva-sama, Indra-sama, Typhoon-sama, really ridiculous. Those words were shocked the devils, but humans were a completely different story. Indra, Shiva, Typhoon, the king of the gods, the god of destruction, and the king of monsters? Reggie had a cold sweat all over his back. The strongest gods of the Hindu faction and the monster who brought Olympus to its knees. Little Hajime was astonished. He couldn't even think properly when those names were mentioned. The same with Ken. Ha! So 3 of the top 10, huh? No wonder. Yes, but they were still not the best. The devils and humans just received another surprise. They stared at him, urging for him to spill the beans. The scientist understood the unasked question. He then decided to tell them about the irregular. 3 strong pieces were on the same set. The queen and 2 rooks, the man said. The owner of the set is a young dragon around 20 years old. The shock of us all received was huge, and he actually came to the same installation to get his pieces, the scientist told them. The rest inhaled a cold breath of air. Cold sweat flowed down their backs. Even Cyra was without words. Rias had a pale face and just swallowed the spit in her mouth. Yes, all of us had the same expressions. The scientist felt empathy for the young ones. Who was he? He managed to ask. He named himself Ryu. The scientist closed his eyes and crossed his arm. A young man that had extremely dark brown hair and was way closer to black and a pair of blood-red eyes. Quite frightening guy in all aspects. The scientist felt a chill crawl down his spine when he remembered the man. What's his team called? He decided to keep an eye out for this young dragon, Sarah asked. His team name is Against the Gods. Arrogant, but in my eyes, he had the power to back it up, the scientist replied. Everyone furrowed their brows at the same name. He was clearly angering the divinities with that name. Ha! Sarah sighed and looked at everyone. Well, everyone, it's been a pleasure seeing you again, but I need to train. His voice had some unknown strength. It seems that this tournament is going to be quite difficult. Riaston decided to be the same as Zyra Org. That guy just talked about, gave her a bad feeling, as if it was someone that will change everything. Well, everyone, we need to leave, she said. As she cleared her mind from all those thoughts, she then created the magic circle to leave this place. The same as the one they used to come. All were silently trying to digest the information, so they mechanically walked towards the circle. Rias could understand them. A powerful enemy was inside the tournament, and he gave all of them an impeding sense of doom. She couldn't understand why she felt uneasy at the mention of the dragon. Was it because of what her own was missing? Issei, she thought as she looked at the left ceiling. After some seconds, the magic circle flashed with intense light, and they all left the top floor of the building, decided to go back to Issei's home. Scene change, location unknown. Right now, said enemies were opening his eyes after quite some time. Issei stared at the unknown ceiling, a very dark blue with some drawings of stars and just the night sky in general. Many different constellations were clearly drawn, and the moon was also present. As his vision came back, he could finally properly focus on the ceiling. Well, what happened? He muttered as he tried to move his body. However, it was fruitless effort as he couldn't move a muscle. He turned his head around, since it was the only thing he could properly move, and looked at the woman he was in. I looked at the room he was in, my bad. Oh, where am I now? He sighed as if giving up. He didn't know where he was, and his memory was a little fuzzy. The room he was in was something he has never seen before. It was at least twice the size of his own room back home. It had gold paint all over the walls of the room, with many extremely detailed drawings on them. All of those drawings seemed to be describing a story, and the details as well as the elegance they had couldn't be possibly drawn by any human. On his left side, a small desk. Against the wall, many different books were on top of it, neatly ordered not to cause a mess. Above stood a painting, a beautiful painting. One on the side of his desk, a window with a curved shape that could be seen. It was covered by a curtain made out of silk and not a single dark spot on its white color. Further right was a wall, covered by a huge modern-looking wooden bookcase that held many different books and accessories, all different in shape and sizes. The entire wall was covered by this bookcase from top to bottom. Looking at his own bed, he was surprised it was bigger than his own king-sized bed by quite something. He was covered with a blood-red blanket with some sewed engravings and a gold string. Above it was another blanket. This one was mainly gold in color with a hint of black. It was covered below his waist down to his toes. As cushion for his head, he had a huge, expensive-looking pillow whose length reached one side to the bed to another. It was red, its main color, and edges were black.
Issei looked at the blue ceiling and began recalling memories. Okay, first, we fought Ishtar, and she almost killed us. Good, sarcasm in his voice. Next, we escaped the Golden City and they reached safety. Excellent. Until now, he didn't feel something was off. After that, I don't remember. There, he found the problem. As he was thinking, he heard the yawn of his partner inside his head. It was loud and managed to make him wake up in his entirety. He then saw a salt green glow on his reserve of the left of his palm. He smiled at this, glad his partner was awake. Drake, what happened, partner? Where are we? Where are Fuki and Erika? He was anxious.
Huh? Oh, partner, you're finally awake. Took your time. He dismissed his questions and just said that.
Drake, where are we? The girls? He was worried about them.
Don't worry, partner. They are safe, and you are as well.
The calm in his voice made Issei sigh in relief. Oh, that's good to know. He believed in his partner. If he said it was safe, sound, then he could clearly relax.
For now, forget about that. I need to tell you something.
Seriousness came back to the voice of the dragon. What is it, Drake? He asked about the curious what he was going to say.
First, I need to tell you to understand that I didn't tell you this because you already had too many things in your head. The game, the girls, your past, he said with a hint of apology in his voice.
Drake, what is it? His voice was serious as well.
Remember when you fought the goddess Ishtar, he asked.
Of course, terrible opponent. His eyes had a bit of cautiousness in them.
In the end, you decided to use your own lifespan as a bargaining chip because of what your life decreased.
Drake sounded tired. Issei just kept in silence. He did remember doing that, but he didn't regret it. After all, it was to save both Fuki and Erika as well as himself.
The consumption of your lifespan was nothing much, maybe 30 years at most. The problem comes from before, Drake told his partner.
Issei unknowingly swallowed the saliva in his mouth. That didn't sound good.
During the Sudicide attempt, do you remember what we did to get rid of those pieces, he asked.
Yes, you said it would disconnect the part of my own life force off the pieces and connect it to my own aura. Issei widened his eyes. Now he understood where he was going.
Yes, it seems you figured it out,
Drake said with a hint of pity in his voice.
During the process, inevitably, some of your lifespan was reduced. I did my best, but something as complicated as that was too much for even me. It was a miracle that you're even alive, Drake told him.
So the reason you slept all that time, and why I felt something was off, was because he stopped in the middle of his talking.
Half correct, partner. Drake agreed with him. It indeed had to do with this, but the other part is that, 1, the change in your soul due to the complexity awakening your aura was a bit too much for the boosted gear, and 2, is the fact that you're still new with using your aura, he explained. So your body was getting accustomed to your own power, and that was why you felt like something was off, but since it wasn't serious, you didn't feel much.
Drake continued his explanation. Then how much of it is left, he managed to think.
Us dragons live even more than devils, but during the process of my extraction, many things happened.
What things? Issei decided to face his head on. He won't let something like this stop him from his path.
The pieces were far too malicious. Even when I successfully removed the link between them and your life force, those bastards still took quite the amount with them.
Drake sounded furious. Issei, hear his fangs grinding against the chair. How long do I have left, he felt, as he was asking a doctor about a terrible illness.
Worry not, partner. You still have quite the amount left, but it's much less than before.
Drake tried to calm his partner down. Drake, stop beating around the bush. How much did they take? He was annoyed.
7,000 years, he said, while giving up.
Issei just widened his eyes at the amount. He was speechless.
Around 50% of your lifespan was reduced because of those pieces. Drake was sad at that.
Those words seemed to be a weight that pushed his body even further into his head. Issei took his time trying to analyze the words he just said. He didn't want to believe it. 50%? A whole 50% is gone just like that? Even they are gone? They still wish to drag me to my death? His thoughts were filled with rage and venom. Drake, why didn't you say it before? He wanted an explanation. The green glow in his palm was shining even brighter than before. He knew that Drake must have had his reasons, but still.
Partner, as I said, you already have too much burden on your back. Add to that trauma you have is barely healing. How could I add something more to your plate? You already have too many things to do. So I decided to wait until most of the problems were solved, Drake explained himself.
Issei was silent, thinking about his words. He knew that he was right. The aftermath left in his mind after the messy experience was no way small. Even until today, the trauma was still clearly inside of his head. Although Fuki and Erika were helping him, and he was opening more up to them, it will take its time.
I understand, Drake. I don't blame you at all. Rather, I'm grateful that you think about my well-being. He smiled as he said that. Partner, it's not like there's no way out, Drake said, with a clear emotion in his voice. Although as dragons stand at the summit of all races, there are things still that can help us grow and improve, he told them.
Like what, Drake?
He was curious. Senjutsu can help us, but it needs to be really special and talented user. Even with one, no normal means of treatment can help us, Drake explained. One that could help would be the Senjutsu art that both the black and white Netsuko talked about,
Drake interrupted after that. Issei's eyes gained a sharp light. Even his voice inside his head turned a bit chilly. I won't have sex with Fuki just because of some benefit or profit I could gain. Even if it means my own lifespan, I refuse to use her like that. Conviction and pride was in his voice.
I know, I just wanted to tell you.
Drake smiled inside the boosted gear. He was proud of those words, partner said.
Another could be heaven-defying treasures that even gods would fight for.
This took Issei by surprise. Treasures, he asked back.
Yes, partner. They are already rare, but they do exist. In the world, there exist miracle medicines. They are capable of helping and improving the body, mind, spirit, and even increase the lifespan of living beings, Drake said with emotion. Must, if not all of them, are for normal humans, but some rare ones are for species even rarer than ones are for the gods, he continued talking. Alchemy is really popular field of magic. They specialize in transforming the treasures the world has to offer and turn them into miracle medicines. This could help everybody, Drake was walking encyclopedia. However, the effects are too weak, but for normal humans they are excellent, due to the fact that you were a devil that kept increasing your strength at quite monstrous pace. I didn't tell you about it. But across the countless years I have been alive, even in this state I gained respect for the profession of an alchemist and learned a bit more about it.
Issei was silently looking at his hand. Any new knowledge for him is always welcomed.
There are ridiculous medicines that all pantheons have to offer, but only the strongest and rarest are capable of affecting dragons, much less that one's capable of recovering the lifespan of one.
Issei silently laminated at this.
But they do exist, few in number, but they are capable of helping a dragon by a lot, if you're capable of finding one. Then it won't help you regain your lifespan, it would benefit you even more.
Drake told his partner. So, I only need to hunt one. In the half of my lifespan I have remaining, he said.
Indeed, partner. The opportunity will definitely come. After all, no such treasures have been born in quite some time, so sooner or later they will appear, Drake told his partner, a bit of happiness in his voice.
Then I don't have to worry, he mouthed.
As always, you managed to impress me, partner.
What can I say, Drake? I like to impress. He smiled in a proud way, managed to make the Drake laugh.
Huh? It seems someone is coming back to check on you, partner. I'll leave you alone, he said.
Wait, you never told me where we are. His voice didn't reach Drake. Damn, Drake cut me off, he said with a bit of anger. Soon after, the door in front of them was wide open. The huge door that seemed to be made out of stones was effortlessly pushed by the woman. Oh, you're finally awake. Such great news, she smiled while moving her arms in front of her body. The gentle, she admitted, was the same as a mother. Issei stared at her with curiosity. She was a woman short in height with beautiful lactic-colored hair. It reached the middle of her back and seemed to shine with a brilliant light. The same as stars. Her face was delicate. No signs of old age were seen. She had some accessories, 2 bracelets on her wrist, as well as the long golden necklace around her neck. She's really beautiful. He looked into her eyes and smirked at the soft fashion, something rare in him. Those eyes were the same as his own mother had when he was young and he fell ill. The worry and heartfelt relief the moment he was healthy again. Those were things he couldn't forget. I'm so happy that you're finally awake. Your comrades have been worried sick about you. She moved her head a little and smiled at once a minute. Thanks for the concern, but where am I and who are you? He managed to ask, trying not to sound rude. Oh, where are my manners? My name is Parvati, and you're in Mount Kalashi. Her smile was blinding. The shock in Issei had no bounds. I'm in India? Fuck! He cursed his own damn luck. You see, my husband found you at the edge of this mountain, and seeing you were wounded, he brought you here. Her smile never left the face for even a second. I see, Issei managed to say. Don't worry, Sekiyuki. You're safe here, she said to him with a gentle look in her eyes. Those words caught Issei by surprise, but he didn't let it show. I think you mistook me with someone else. I'm just a normal dragon that got wounded after a fight and was lucky enough to find this place. His caution was second nature. Who could blame him after all? Seeing him like that, Parvati smiled with a bit of sadness. She didn't understand why he would lie like that. Please don't lie, Sekiyuki. My husband told me about your identity, saying that the moment you wake up, you should go talk to him. Her smile gained her brightness again. Shiva? He wants to talk to me? He was surprised, but Parvati was even more. You are different from what I heard, she was curious. A finger was on her cheek, and her eyes were on him. But even with all that, I can tell you're kind and good. She tilted her head, and she smiled before. And how are you so sure? He asked as he was trying to stand up from the bed, his eyes always on her. Although those eyes of yours are different, although they are sharp and cold, I, as the goddess of love, marriage, beauty, and children, can see that your true self is the same. You just hide it better. She smiled at her own words. You're not the goddess of only that, he thought, but kept the thought to himself. Finally, he managed to stand up properly. He felt dizzy, but he soon stood up properly. Then he looked at the goddess. A bit of worry was in her eyes, but he could notice that her worry was genuine, not pity, something like that. Seems like she's different, he thought, and began walking close to her. Then let's go. I better not let Shiva wait. He knew that the strength of a god of destruction was absurd, so he'd rather not piss him off. Parvati saw that he was forcing himself and said, No, I won't let you go outside this room with your body like that. That husband of mine won't come. If he does, then see if I don't beat him up. Huh. Issei was shocked by her words and was about to say something. You, young man, will stay here and rest. That's an order from me. She put both of her hands on her hips and walked closer to him, a glare similar to her mother in eyes. But he was going to say something. No buts. Now sit back down on your butt and rest. Her words was left no room for discussion. Issei saw a blue aura surrounded her and just swallowed a spit. Yes, he felt like a child that was just grounded. His response caused her to smile. Excellent. I'll let your companions know that you have awakened. She turned around and started to walk towards the door. At the closed door, Issei just stared at it for some time. I feel pity for her children and husband. She is such a tough personality. It's impossible to say no to her. He sat back down in the bed and began relaxing. After some minutes, the sound of hurried footsteps was heard from the other side of the room. Slam! The door was open. He heard the two voices that he clearly missed. Issei! He looked at the door, only to find two beautiful women that looking at him with relief, worry, and anger. Hello. Seems like his speech was stopped as the two women themselves on top of them. Do you know how scared we were? They were obviously furious. Both of the hands were grabbing his shirt and were shaking him from side to side. Issei, do you know what I felt the moment you fainted out of nowhere? Fuki, looking into his eyes, was clearly worried, seen in hers. Issei, do you know how angry I am at you? Erika's voice was sharp and actually managed to scare the dragon. Her eyes had some bags, probably because she hasn't slept well. What did I do? He thought as he was still being shaken from one side to another. You know what you did. His thoughts were read quickly. Erika looked at him with sharp eyes, but it was obvious that the relief she felt was huge. The moment he saw him laying on the bed, her heart was full of peace and joy. Fuki was the same. She actually felt as if her heart was released from the grip of something. The smile she made was quickly hidden due to her anger at him. Issei could see the worry inside their eyes. The anger they felt towards him was completely understandable, so he smiled and decided to hug them, his heart full of warmth and feeling. The moment they felt his arms surround them, both had a big blush on their cheeks, half of them from happiness and another due to embarrassment. Sorry, I won't do something like that again. He apologized with sincerity. His voice was completely gentle and soothing. This voice caused the females to widen their eyes. Never had they ever heard him like that. It was the first. He just kept hugging them, happy about having them in his life. I'm sure lucky, he thought. The woman never broke his contact off. Although they felt happy and embarrassed, they just decided to keep their bodies inside his hug. The warmth he admitted caused them to relax. Soon he heard some sobs, and Fuki and Erika felt tremble and embrace. Please, don't do that again, Fuki begged. She was worried sick for him. Issei, don't ever do that again. Erika's voice was sharp, and her words were definitely in order. But the hidden worry and trembling she had was quite obvious to notice. I'll never do it again, he calmed them down. He soon felt how both of their arms circled his back and squeezed. Feeling this, he widened his eyes in shock. So they were this worried. I feel so bad. This is my fault, he thought. Erika and Fuki were his closest friends, and after talking to them about his past, he felt that they were even closer than before. But he was unsure. In a little corner of his mind, he thought that it was wrong, that something was off. Due to his traumas with women, he couldn't help but think like that. But seeing them like that, so afraid that something happened to him, that something went terribly wrong, he felt terrible but also happy. Terrible because he did this, and happy because he felt so much for him. Seeing the tears in Fuki's eyes, the trembling in Erika's body removed all the doubts he had. It seems that you're more than friends to me, he muttered in a very low voice and accepted his way. Now what should I do? His thoughts were like that, but the smile on his face signified something else. He was happy. He was glad that he had such amazing women at his side. He hugged them with even greater strength, just enough for them to not be hurt. Then he inhaled a big breath of air, discreetly smiling at the two women on his arms. Fuki smells like camellias and Erika like roses. Never thought they would be like that. He thought as of the sense of exhaustion covering his body. Then he fell down to his bed and began drifting off to a land of Morpheus, both women on his arms. He was dead, tired. The two women were red due to him smelling them. They were as red as a tomato, but their hearts were beating erratically inside their chests, and the moment they heard those almost unnoticeable words from him, the smile on their faces were obvious, and the misty eyes they had were enough to charm any man. Their smiles were indescribable. Just one of them could make men go crazy and cause a war, but thankfully, they weren't seen due to their faces being pressed on Issei's chest. As they sensed him falling asleep with his arms around them, they were happy at least. They knew what they were in his heart, and, by the looks of his tranquil sleeping face, they were quite deep inside of it. Issei, thank you for everything, Fuki thought, as she accommodated herself on his chest, soon falling asleep with a huge smile on her face. Issei, I don't know what to say. You're the only one capable of making me feel like this. Erika looked at Issei's face. Her cold facade was gone. Instead, a beautiful smirk, gentle eyes were on her face. Maybe I should sleep like this too, she thought, as she felt warm of Issei's body. Discreetly, she looked at Fuki and then at Issei. She then inhaled a breath of air. The smell he had was similar to ashes of a fireplace, quite odd, since he didn't use much cologne. Her face was red, once again due to her daringness. What did I do? She was shocked. She tried to move away, but the arms of Issei never left. Damn, she was frustrated. She, after fighting a bit more, received nothing in exchange. She gave up. Oh well, better than nothing. She decided to stay, and soon after, she fell asleep. Scene change, a day later, Mount Kalaash, Issei's room. After calmly sleeping like that for an entire day, Issei began opening his eyes. Where? Oh, right, India. He was about to ask the same question again, but stopped his thoughts. With his eyes still closed, he heard something. Ha ha ha, a giggle echoed all over the room. Wow, so daring, quite the dragon. The time he opened his eyes, and what saw left him speechless. Parvati was peeking from a gap of the door, a smile in her eyes, and a hand covering her mouth. She was clearly enjoying the scene. He then looked at himself and was shocked. Two women were sleeping on top of him. Fuki was on his left, hugging his arm in between the valley of her breast. Her black dress was slowly falling off her body, making him see the impressive ass that she had. The soft and familiar sense of the skin against him arm caused him to blush slightly. Fuki had a content smirk on her face. Drool fell from the corner of her mouth onto his arm. She just then hugged his entire arm with all of her body, his hand quite close enough to dangerous region of her body. She seemed to be mumbling something he couldn't quite understand, but the smile and constant purring made him understand that she was happy about this. On the other hand, quite literally, was Erika. Her face was tranquil and calm as if she was having a great dream. However, Issei saw how she was clinging to him, her right leg on top of across both of his legs, squeezing his entire body against his side. His arm was also in between her breasts, but her right arm was above his chest as if hugging him and was almost reaching his left shoulder. Her body was covered by black bodysuit and left very little to the imagination, and every time he moved, she seemed to stick even closer. Her left cheek was on his bicep and close to his chest, so she could perfectly feel her breathing, causing his blush to increase. How did this happen? He was very confused. He didn't understand how they ended like this. Then he heard a yawn inside his head, quite a familiar yawn.
Morning, partner. So what happened after... Drake stopped himself as he could see through the eyes of his partner's current situation. You work rather fast. Ha, partner.
The smirk on his face was obvious. I didn't do a thing. He battled for his innocence.
You don't need to be shy. Understand that what happened yesterday is only for you to know. I'm actually glad this part you didn't leave, partner. Glad you keep it for the woman and in private. Drake kept spitting bullshit. I didn't do a thing. He was so embarrassed that he said it out loud, causing the woman at the door to giggle even more. His voice awoke the woman at his side. Fuki squinted her eyes and pressed her body against closer to his, ignoring everything. 5 more minutes, Issei. She managed to mumble in her dream. Seeing her like this caused him to smile. She was a little too cute. Turning his head around, he made eye contact with the very shocked Erika. Red made contact with Pitch Black, and soon their faces turned red. Issei faked a cough, calmed his blush, and looked into her eyes. He adjusted his state and mother mind rather fast. Then he shamelessly said with a sweat and soft voice, "Good morning, sleeping beauty." He smirked as a teasing fashion. He closed his eyes and increased his own appeal. She, on the other hand, just blushed even more. She couldn't say anything. She broke free from her own grasp and left the bed, almost falling to the ground during the process. Oh, an embarrassed Erika. That's extremely rare sight. He was happy about his deed. Erika just turned her head around and saw a smirk. She glared at him with a slight fury, causing him to sweat. Then her sharp voice was heard. "Are you just going to stay like that forever?" Her voice caused him to turn his head around, refusing to make eye contact. Damn, she's back to normal, he mentally cursed. Then looked at the one on his left arm and said, "No, but she won't let go." He pointed at Fuki, who was still asleep. Erika saw her and narrowed her eyes. The smile of the fox's face caused her to feel anger. Walking around the bed, she reached her side. Then she grabbed Fuki and yanked her from him. Her eyes, for a moment, held a bit of jealousy. Feeling that her pillow was gone, Fuki opened her eyes, then soon looked at the bed at the carpenter. Understanding what had happened, she said, "Put me back." She was pouting and moving her arms like crazy. No, but Erika's will was firm. "You just say that because you want to do the same. But you don't have the courage to do it." Her words caused a tick on Erika's eyebrow. Then she grabbed her entire head and began squizzing. Afterwards, with a chilling smile, she asked, "Sorry, I didn't hear you right now. How do you want to die?" Her smile was frightening. Fuki was scared. In response, she looked at Issei and screamed, "Issei, help! This woman is trying to—" She was interrupted. "Trying to what?" She squeezed her head even harder than before. "Ouch!" She kept yelling, asking for Issei's help. He just said, "Fuki, sorry, but I can't do a thing." These words caused her to go pale. She quickly screamed at him, "Traitor! Meanie! Judas! Erectile dysfunction!" "Not the last one," he retorted with anger. "Ha!" Parvati finally laughed. She was containing it for quite some time, but she couldn't handle it anymore. Hearing her laugh, everyone froze. Soon Erika let Fuki go, and Issei stood up from the bed. "Parvati, what do I owe the pleasure?" Issei asked, while positioning himself in between the two beauties. Seeing him like that, she understood that whatever happened to them wasn't good. So cautious, so wary, so distrustful. For kids this age, that wasn't good. "I only came to check if you were awake," she smiled as usual. Issei just sighed. He was convinced by her words. "I see. Then I must thank you for everything until now," he bowed and said with a gentle voice. Seeing him like that, the woman at his sides decided to act more calm. Parvati giggled. Seems like her eyes weren't deceiving her. He was quite the gentleman, but it seems like only ones he was close with. Now, since you're ready, how about some breakfast? My husband still wants to talk to you, but he will need to go through me first. He won't dare to." Her smile at the end caused him to feel a chill. Yeah, he replied. "Great, then please come down when you're ready." Then she closed the door. After she left, the woman looked at Issei, caution in their eyes. "Issei, what should we do?" Erika asked with normal voice. Her face changed back to her cold one. "For now, let's play a game. They don't seem to be planning something, and if they did, then we would already be done for," he replied as he looked in their eyes. "I think so as well. They seem to be normal," Fuki said with narrowed eyes, her bipolarity present. Well then, let's go," he said as he started to walk towards the door. Scene change, Mount Kailash, a couple of hours later. After breakfast, with a bit too cheerful Parvati, everyone on Issei's team finally calmed down. She seemed to be quite normal, and by their estimation, she wasn't planning anything. Right now, Issei was walking with Fuki and Erika by his sides, their destination in the main garden, where Parvati told them Shiva was at. As they continued to walk, they reached a huge double door that covered the entire wall in front of them. Screech! As if it was automatic, the moment they approached close to the door, it opened by itself. The scenery changed, and the wooden floors and walls
that were adorned with paintings, bookcases, and other random stuff were gone. Instead, the garden of Mount Calabash was present. It was beautiful to say the least. Huge trees, lakes, and animals were everywhere. Not a piece of furniture could be seen, just plain nature. Many flowers of different colors and shapes and forms were all over the place. In the middle of the garden, a huge lake was seen, with crystalline water that was a soft light blue and transparent as glass. At the one side of the lake, a bohea tree could be seen. It was quite big and it made a beautiful shadow over the lake, giving the entire garden a sense of peace and calm. Below it was a young boy with green and black hair, his height the middle schooler, and he was rather handsome. But for Issei and the rest, it was completely different. They could clearly feel his monstrous power. It was like an abyss that was able to destroy everything in sight, but at times it was peaceful. Current of the air, caressing your skin. Nevertheless, they couldn't feel the end of it. He was in a league of his own. How ridiculous. This amount of power, even if he's just relaxing like that, is 4, maybe 5 times that of Ishtar when she fought against us. Seriously, he swallowed some spit. Fuki was even more sensible, so she decreased the distance she had with Issei and hugged him. Erika was cautious. Both of their gauntlets and greaves were on his arms and legs. Her posture was ready for a battle at any second. But the sweat on her forehead was obvious. She knew that this enemy was by far the strongest they have ever faced.
Partner, I don't need to tell you, but be careful. He's far stronger than the goddess you faced. Even when I was in my prime, I don't think I could have defeated him, Drake gave his advice.
I know, Drake, don't worry. I don't think he wants to fight, he replied. As soon as he started to walk towards him, his emotionless face never changed. His mark was proudly displaying itself on his forehead, and his darkness was beside him, ready for anything. Shiva sensed this and was amused, interesting, but never moved from his relaxing position. As they reached under the Budo tree, Issei and his team were just a few steps away from him. Shiva, what do you want to talk about? His voice was sharp and cold, ready for anything. Opening his left eye, he saw the current Sekirei and 2 others interesting creatures. Issei was shocked. He felt as if Shiva's eyes saw through him and discovered all of his best-kept secrets and could even through his soul. On the outside, he still looked the same, but inside, he was sweating rivers. Interesting, young Sekiro. No, young dragon. Issei wasn't surprised by this. He knew that Shiva could sense his whole existence and that he was different from the past. So, you know, he said with an uncathing attitude. Shiva saw this and was more amused. It seemed that Drake was different compared to the past. Of course, I'm older than many other gods, and that aura you have is something different from the rest, he said with a small smirk on his face. He knows about the dragon's true aura. Issei was surprised nothing was hidden from Shiva's eyes. Seeing the minute change in expression, Shiva smirked and even more. The 11th dragon in history to have awakened his aura. Red Dragon Emperor, you must be extremely happy, he said. Then, a green glow was seen from the reverse of his palm, and a voice was heard from within it.
Indeed, God of Destruction. Before he was my best possessor, now he's the best in all of history.
He was happy at this. Yes, even I can agree with that. This aura he has is definitely something. Shiva was curiously looking at his darkness, trying to figure it out. Even I am not sure.
Even I am not sure about what his aura does, God, so don't try meaningless things, Drake said to the god.
Shiva only stared at it a bit longer, then he shrugged his shoulders. It's confusing, ever-changing, ever-helpful. It's as if changes to suit his needs, he mouthed. But that's not why you're here, Shiva said, and looked into his eyes. Young dragon, what do you want to do? His eyes held mysterious power. Issei knew that he wouldn't be able to lie. About what? He asked back. I saw that you did to gain the power you have, dragon. I stall that mysterious ritual. This finally shocked Issei. His face changed in expression drastically. His eyes sharpened like a knife. His uncaring facade gone. The woman at his side looked at him curiously, but seeing the vicious glare, he had made them feel fear. They never seen him like that kind of expression before.
Don't say another word, God.
His voice was full of venom. It was even surprised Shiva a bit. So, it's a touchy subject. Then forgive my rudeness. I didn't think it was like that, Shiva said. Issei calmed himself down. He still wasn't ready to talk about that. Not yet. Looking at the god, sighed and said, I also apologize, sorry, but that is something I'm still not ready to talk about, he mentioned with his eyes in a pair of women. Shiva understood the indirect. I see, but you still haven't answered my first question. Issei knew that he wouldn't give up, so he decided to completely be honest with him, not a single lie. I want to see the world. This caught the interest of the god once again. But he also hummed in confusion. My goal, after what I experienced, is to know. This made Shiva tilt his head, breaking his relaxation posture and paying attention to him. I wish to travel around the world and know it better.
I also want to form a team for the games and fight. I want to clear the name I had and also clear Drake's, he said with conviction and pride. I want to show them, he pointed at Erika and Fuki, how big the world is. I want them to experience many things and feel what it is to live. I want to help people so they not to experience what I did. His words made the woman blush. They never thought they were so important to him. This made them feel happy, coming from Issei, and very delighted. Issei never removed his eyes from the gods. Shiva saw that his will never wavered. This caused him to discreetly feel satisfaction. I want for the people I care for to live and experience credible things. I also want to be at their side and help them. I want them and myself to live a long, beautiful life with lovers and friends, he said to the god with emotion in his voice. His voice was confident, and his tone filled with desire to accomplish his goals. Then he discreetly turned his head and looked at Fuki and Erika. Inevitably, he released a sigh. I want a family of my own. He mumbled the last one in an extremely low voice, but Shiva read his lips. He smirked even before. His expectations about him just kept increasing. Issei stopped those thoughts and calmed himself. He remembered his past life, those days, those great moments he once experienced, the laughs, the joy, and everything else. Everything turned out to be a dream of golden millet, a pipe dream, a beautiful illusion that turned into a nightmare. He thought about the results of that, the repercussions he experienced, so he made his resolve, the resolve to be different and be better. I won't let my life be ruled by others just because of convenience. I won't let the hate and pain I experienced, control me. I will be better. I will change, and I will become the strongest heavenly dragon this world has to offer. His darkness moved in accordance to his emotions. Shiva mentally smiled. He knew that his eyes weren't wrong. Even his wife agreed to his decision after meeting him. The women were happy. They knew that their hearts were with the correct man. Never have they doubted. Now they knew what he wanted. But that comment from the god kept them thinking. What ritual, Erika thought. As she looked at Issei, she felt as this was the mystery they have been anxious to figure out. Ritual. For him to act like that, it definitely isn't something good, Fuki thought with a hand on her chin. After saying all of what we wanted to do, silence resigned for some time. During this time, his eyes never left Shiva's. He sensed that the god was reading him, but he didn't understand why. I see. Those were his only words, but his tone seemed happy. So you wish to protect. How interesting. A dragon that wants to protect. Shiva smiled at this. Everyone else was confused about what he was talking about, but Issei inside his head agreed with his opinion. Standing up, Shiva pointed at Issei and said, if that's what you want, then I'll have you meet someone. Putting his hands behind his back, Shiva walked towards the main door of the garden. All of them understood that he wanted them to follow him, so they looked at each other, nodded their heads, and started to follow him. No one talked for the duration of the trip. Shiva took the inside Mount Kailash and just kept walking inside the entire mansion, at the top of the mountain. After what it felt like hours, they reached somewhere. A big stone door was in front of them. It covered the whole wall, and nothing aside of it was nearby. Shiva stopped walking, and then turned around to look at him. This is the training room of my territory. Although it's not much, we do frequently use it. He smiled at them and pushed the door. The inside was absurd. No end could be seen inside the room. It just extended until the eyes lost focus. It was a huge plain of rocks and dirt. Some weird objects could be seen in random locations of that place, but they didn't know what they were for. Shiva walked inside. As he closed the door, he began talking to them, more specifically to Issei. I'll have you meet someone special, he smirked at his own words. Clang, clang. The sound of metal colliding against metal was heard inside the training space. Issei found this intriguing. That and the aura he could feel all the way here. He thought that this was interesting. As they walked closer, they finally saw the figure responsible for all those noises, as well as the aura they sensed some time ago. A woman? He thought, as he couldn't really distinguish her silhouette because it moved too fast. The silhouette seemed to be the incarnation of lightning itself. The speed it possessed was second to none. It was fighting against multiple opponents, all dressed in armor. The armor itself was similar to gold, but it gave the appearance of being made out of cloth. However, every time the lightning landed, a blow on the echo of metal was heard, so it definitely made out of an alloy. Issei was interested in the armor. He felt like an armor that should be extremely useful. Shiva just stood there, looking up at the lightning and back at Issei. An indistinguishable smile was on his face.
After some seconds, all of the golden figures fell to their knees. Grunts of pain came out of their mouths. At the same time, the lightning finally stopped moving. She had her back pointed at them, and some sparks still covered her entire body. Shiva looked at her, and his eyes softened. "Yay, I want you to meet someone." His hands were on his back and a smile on his face. The woman turned her head over her shoulder. Her eyes were focused on the battle. Softened and a smile spread across her face. Turning her whole body around, she began walking towards them, a smile plastered on her face. Issei was amazed by the beauty of the woman. Wow, who exactly is she? She was an attractive young woman that seemed to be in her late teens, with long blue similar to night hair similar to night sky, and a pair of beautiful sparkling eyes with a gaze as soft as water, not containing even the slightest hint of arrogance. Her face was exquisite and delicate, with skin smooth as silk and white as milk. All of her body admitted an air of sensuality, but an air of purity. Her chest was constricted by her clothing, giving off a ridiculous amount of sex appeal. Her rear was the same, covered by a short skirt that left little to imagine. She was more or less tall in height. She was 5 feet 5 inches, around 171 centimeters. Pretty tall for a woman, but nowhere near Erika and Fuki that were almost as tall as Issei. She wore black collar, with white frills and a tinge of blue on it, a black double-breasted armor thigh-length vest that covered her whole upper body, protecting her chest, her sides, and part of her hips and thighs. She had a red miniskirt that barely reached her thighs, along with plaits at the sides. She wore black stockings that supported by garters, red boots with metal heels, and black metallic bracelets on her wrist. Wait, did I see wrong? Issei thought his eyesight went bad. He could have sworn that he saw a pair of bunny ears above her head. Looking again, he indeed saw a pair of bunny ears above her head, moving slightly as she walked away. Huh? This took him by surprise. As she walked closer, Issei just stared at her. The women at his side were annoyed by the look of awe he gave her. Erika hit him with the elbow, and Fuki punched his arm. Issei was abruptly awakened from his daydreaming. Looking at his sides, the two women refused to make eye contact. Huh, was their only answer. What'd I do? He was confused. Drake, on the other hand, was doing his very best not to laugh at the sight. He knew that the two women were jealous of the one in front of them. After all, his partner just stared at her without blinking. "Father!" Her sweet, melodious voice was heard. It was beautiful as a song and as soft as it could get. "Yay, please, at least spar some of our guards. They are barely standing," Shiva said, while giving her a soft look, completely different from the god of destruction. "Sorry, father, but I needed to train, and both of my brothers are out, so I could only ask them." The woman blushed lightly. "I want you to meet someone," Shiva said as he pointed at Issei. The beauty turned her head around and looked at Issei. Issei saw curiosity in those eyes, but he also saw a sense of caution. The woman named Ye was definitely contrasting with her appearance on guard. By the looks of her magical reserves alone, she should be quite the enemy, but that speed, that should be a problem. However, something feels off about this. He kept staring at her. Soon he saw her eyes once again, this time focusing more on them. Her eyes, they have a lot of pain hidden inside them. Don't tell me she's... Issei thought as he kept eye contact. He was shocked by this, but he could be wrong. Meanwhile, the two women looked at her and felt a sense of competition. She was by no means inferior to them in beauty, and their instincts as women flared up the moment Issei saw her with those eyes. But something caught their attention. Their eyes never left the pair of bunny ears on top of her head, moving softly. Are they real? Erika thought while looking at them. Fuki thought the same. At the same moment, the woman noticed the eyes of the two women. She felt a bit confused as they were looking at her ears. Excuse me, but what's wrong?" Her voice was soft, her tone a bit worried. Issei then looked at Shiva, who was motioning with his hand to come closer. He did as told, and two of them walked a bit far off from them, leaving the woman to do whatever they wanted. "As you heard, she's my daughter. Her name is Ye Ruta. Her race is rather special, as you can see," he told him, while sitting on top of a rock nearby, matching Issei's height. "Yes, I guessed at the moment I saw her ears, but what is she? She's not a yokai, and I've never heard of a Hindu rabbit," Issei replied back to him. Shiva just sighed at that. "The story is rather long. If you want to know, then come to the garden at night. I'll tell you everything." Issei was curious why Shiva was doing this, but he still nodded his head. Back with the two women, the two of them were having a silent stare down with Ye. Their eyes never left the figure for even a second. Ye, on the other hand, was feeling restless. These looks the two women gave her were especially weird, as if something they loved and cherished and were now pissed. I don't know why you're looking at me like that, but I'm sure all of this could be solved easily. She smiled a bit on her own. Erika and Fuki didn't hear her words. They were just silent. Excuse? She was frozen solid by the actions of the white-haired woman. Erika extended her hand and grabbed her bunny ear. Fuga, Ye was baffled by the sudden action. She screamed as she felt her own ear being pulled. Why did you have to pull Ye's lovely ears? What do you expect to wish to accomplish by pulling Ye's beautiful rabbit ears? Ye screamed, while looking kind of cute. Oh, so they are real, was the only response from Erika. She ignored the pitiful rabbit's question. Of course they are. Why did you think Ye's ears were fake? And don't ignore my question. She was confused and a bit angry. Oh, these rabbit ears are actually real? Fuki said, as she went for another ear of Ye. Wait a moment. Ye tried to stop her, but it didn't work. While the two women grabbed her ears, Ye made an Israeli scream that made Shiva giggle at the sight of the two women teasing his daughter. Issei saw that and facepalmed. He decided to intervene before things escalated even more. While walking close to them, Issei grabbed the hands of both Fuki and Erika. Erika, Fuki, stop this. Why were you doing that in the first place? Please don't mess with her like that. Issei ordered the two women, being serious about it. Sating my curiosity, was Erika's response. Curious, the answer from Fuki was even worse. Issei sighed and looked at the woman who was on the ground, had small tears in her eyes. He inclined down and stretched his hand at her, wishing to help her stand up. Are you okay? They didn't mean wrong. They just act like that with anything that interests them. His voice was warm and sharp, making the rabbit widen her eyes. In her eyes, the man in front of her that helped and stopped the two women's teasing was quite handsome. He had black hair and red eyes that were kind of sharp but held an extremely comfortable feeling to her. All of that made her blush a lot. Thank you, she stuttered, while grabbing his hand. Not making eye contact, definitely love at first sight. Issei just smiled at this. The woman seemed to be quite good company to be around. However, the two women at his sides were feeling something. Defending her like that, Erika thought. This rabbit is trying to steal my Issei in your dreams. Fuki was feeling threatened. While patting the dust off her clothes, Ye looked at the man in front of her. While giving a gentle smile and spinning her body around in joy, she said, although father said who I am, let me introduce myself. She moved a hand on top of her chest and bowed. My name is Ye Ruda, daughter of Shiva. Her voice held pride and her smile was stunning. The artificial light that was shown on her body made Issei widen his eyes just a bit. The change's expression didn't go unnoticed by Erika and Fuki. Both of them could see and every change in Issei's expression. Thanks to that, they could guess what he was thinking. Oh, he muttered, slightly impressed by the sight. His words caused Ye's face to turn a bit red. Then I should also introduce myself. And my team, he decided. While standing straight, pride filled his body. His eyes held light that was incomprehensible. My name is Issei. Issei Hyodo. These words caused Ye to freeze. Even her ears were standing up straight. He smirked at the response. I'm a full dragon and the wielder of the Longinus boosted gear. His words were ridiculous for her. Flash. A brilliant flash of green light blinded people momentarily. After the light was gone, Ye saw the Longinus that was supposed to be with the war hero right on his left arm. You're really him? She muttered while looking amazed. Indeed, due to certain accident, I became a full dragon. Issei told her half of the whole truth, trying to start right with her. But she mumbled while pointing at him. It was quite funny. Even her ears was standing straight. It's the truth, Ye. Shiva said as he appeared out of nowhere. It's a very, very well-kept secret, but the current Red Dragon Emperor is a full dragon, he said to clear her doubts. How? She saw the current Sekiru was human, a pure human that was reincarnated as a devil, but in front of her was a dragon, and the whole sense of the word. She knew her senses couldn't be wrong, but he was so different. His attitude, his complexion, his eyes and face. It was different person, but both the Longinus in his arm and her father proved to her that the current Sekiru, it was him. If he wants to talk, then let him talk. It's his own secret after all. Shiva shrugged his shoulders. I don't mind. Nothing wrong with it. Issei shrugged his shoulders. Ye kept her eyes on him. Both of her hands were close to her chest, and her eyes held a curious gleam that made Issei smirk for a second. She leaned forward and closed the distance between them. Her eyes never left his, but that action caused him to stare at her chest for the briefest of seconds. Further angering the woman at the side, she leaned forward and closed the distance between them. Issei quickly composed himself and acted as if he did nothing wrong. It happened. After my battle against the blood descendant of the original Beelzebub, inside a pocket dimension made of the dimension lost, he began his explanation. Right when he used his last trump card, an arrow covered with blood of Samil, I was struck by it, and due to me holding the boosted gear, the damage it did was ridiculous. His words caught the attention of the women at his sides. They have never heard the full story, just the end result. After that, I was dying. My body became useless and I, sooner or later, would have died inside the dimensional gap. He crossed his arms and closed his eyes. At my dying breath, Great Red broke through the dimension I was trapped in, and Orphis, that was with me, decided to hop on his back alongside with me. He moved his single hand to the side. My body became useless, but Drake managed to cage my soul inside the boosted gear. Meanwhile, Orphis and Great Red made a body out of their own. The blood and flesh from Great Red and the power and aura of Orphis. He smirked at that. The rest were quiet. Even Shiva put a slight attention on this. Even he didn't know the complete story. After a couple of days, I woke up from my coma, he quoted his last words, and thanks to Drake, Orphis, and Great Red, I was successfully fused my soul into my body, he said. So I gained the body of a full dragon, and my soul that has the boosted gear was able to stabilize inside the new body. Thus, I became a full dragon while possessing a Longinus. He dismissed his own comment. Yae had her eyes widened like dinner plates. Even her mouth was so open that it could fit a whole egg inside of it. Never in her life she expected to meet someone that is so ridiculous. She was stopped mid-speech by Erica. He's basically a joke. A slip of fate. It was someone slept during their work and this happened. Her words were right in this sense. Issei gave a small glare to her, who in return gave him a prideful smirk. That's what you get. She was happy about it. Ooh, so it's like that. Indeed, it's much easier to understand it like that. He just cutely nodded in her head. Her voice was soft and made Issei cringe. He faked a cough and decided to keep explaining. And these two, he pointed out the women, are my friends and teammates. Erica Dracula, last descendant of Dracula himself and a royal vampire. He pointed at the white-haired woman, who smirked as she placed a hand on her hip, showing off her astounding body, heart-stopping sexual appeal. And Benny Kamuchi Fuki, strongest yokai and the last descendant of Tamio no Mei. Fuki smiled at his words and blushed a bit. Her beauty was second to no one at the moment. Last descendants. Yae looked at both women, her mind in a mess. A miracle. She looked at Issei and the two women once again. A feeling of understanding and happiness grew in her chest. That's basically it, he finished explaining. Shiva was quiet, and so was Yae. Issei was exhausted after all of this. Even the talk right now was quite long. Shiva, is there a library here? He asked while looking at the god. Indeed. Are you interested in something? Shiva asked back. He nodded his head. There's something I need to search for. The sooner the better. Yae, can you take you there? She knows the way. Shiva told him as Yae smiled at this. Oh, then I'll trouble you. He looked at Yae and smirked a bit. That's not a problem at all. I often go there after training. She waved her back and forth, hiding her embarrassment. Oh, then what do you read? He asked, interested in this. Erica didn't like reading as much as him, and Fuki, well, she's a lost cause and an ampit. Pretty much everything. You name it, we have it. Her smile made Issei release a brief laugh and nod his head in agreement. Then, do you have any books about alchemy? About treasures of heavens and earth? He asked cautiously. There are indeed. Yae clapped her hands in front of her chest and closed her eyes. Would you like me to help you find them? She asked, while placing her hands behind her back, squirming in place. Oh, then I'll ask you from you. Issei closed his eyes, nodded his head, and began walking. Before walking past Yae, he discreetly looked at Erica. She responded with a nod of her head. Their thoughts, I have something important to do. I'll leave first. And, understood, be cautious. Issei smirked and placed his hands in the coat pockets. He walked away, Yae at his side. His mind kept running. His thoughts were as well. Maybe I can. He always was scheming something. Shiva looked a bit intrigued by the sudden communication between the dragon and the vampire, but decided to ignore it. Just by his question alone, it made him understand what the dragon wanted to do. That gleam inside his eyes when seeing his daughter proved to him something else. He smiled at the thought. Erica and Fuki looked at each other a bit confused. Issei wasn't exactly like this. What is he thinking? Why the sudden interest in those books? Why is he so relaxed? When? He is so cautious. They had so many questions, but decided to ignore them. As long as it wasn't something bad, they didn't care. Soon after, they decided to leave. Erica went to another location inside the training field, and Fuki decided to go back to sleep. Scene changed, Library of Mount Kalaash. The library inside the mountain was ridiculous. Issei was genuinely amazed at the moment. Yae opened the door to it. It was huge to say the least. The ceiling
had many decorations and drawings, all depicting a battle or an event. Chandeliers hung from the ceiling, all having many candles and bringing light to the library. The color all over the place was golden with a bit of red. The floor was made of dark wood that was shining with light and candles on top, and the bookcases were as tall as the ceiling. They were many bookcases, all lined up in vertical way until nothing could be seen in the distance. At the sides of them, there were some torches and old antique ladders rested against the sides of the bookcases, maybe to reach the higher parts of them. Ye walked in front of Issei and turned around. She didn't seem affected by the beauty of this place. "Welcome to the library," she opened her arms and said in an exaggerated manner. Then she turned her whole body around, giving him her back. And here, all the knowledge of my pantheon has to offer is stored. Every book since the beginning of the Hindu pantheon was personally collected, placed here by my father, Shiva. The many books this place had stored are hundreds of thousands. The exact quantity is unknown, and all of them are utterly unique, so there's no copies here. She seemed to like to explain things. She was also very good at it, like a natural talent she had, to be a picture or something around those lines. Fun, fun, she smiled triumphantly, while both of her hands were on her hips. Did I amaze him? I hope I did, she thought, while fidgeting in her spot, but she didn't hear a single voice, nor noise, nor something at all. "Aura?" she said as she turned around. Nothing was behind her. She blinked. Her eyes tilted beside her head. "Huh?" she said. "Oh, so there's this type of book here." She heard a voice to her left. Issei was looking at a book that he never expected to see. A romance novel, and a smutty one at that. Quite interesting," he said, and he expertly flipped the pages of the book. "Why are you there? You missed Ye's amazing explanation about this place," she yelled at him, while practically appearing at his side. He was curious. "Well, you were taking your sweet time, so I just walked towards a bookcase and grabbed a book while you were done," he deadpanned. Ye blinked, her eyes in confusion. "Huh?" She sighed in defeat. She crossed her arms and closed her eyes, then said, "Please listen to what I'm saying. It's important for you to understand the history behind this place, as you are our guest, and we need to show you the courtesy of Mount Kailash, and that includes the history behind this place. With this, she thought that he would understand. Was I too serious? Did I say too much? Oh, I hope he's not mad. I would hate if he's angry at me," but her thoughts were fast as lightning. Opening her eyes, she was about to mutter an apology, only to meet with absolutely nothing again. "Huh?" Question marks appeared above her head. She looked cute with her confused expression. "Oh, yay. Come here. I really don't know where to find books I'm looking for." Issei was further away. He had another book in his hand, and this one also seemed to be another novel. "Please listen to what Ye's talking," Ye yelled, causing Issei to giggle slightly. "So, where are the alchemy books?" he said, just again to tease her. Ye sighed in complete defeat and slumped her shoulders. "I'm going." She seemed to be defeated by the antics of Issei. Her reactions were priceless. He knew his plan worked. "Oh, thanks again, Ye." He decided to smile a bit, maybe as an apology. Ye was walking with her shrunken shoulders when she heard his voice again. At least he's nice with her. Thoughts stopped as she looked at him. Issei's smile caused her to blush a bit, but his slightly gentle eyes on the book in his hand accumulated in her eyes his handsome face a lot more. "There's no need to thank me." She covered her face and her hair and her ears. She even fidgeted in spot. Issei was a bit confused by this and just ignored it. Ye finally walked closer to him, her eyes still a bit misty. "Focus, Ye." She hit her cheeks with her hands. "You know that he's handsome, but focus. He asked your help for something, and Father is counting on you. Do not let this handsome face, and even handsomer smirk, and those extremely confident eyes, and that sweet voice," and she was lost in thought again. Issei saw how she hit her cheeks, and then a hint of determination filled her eyes. Only after that did her eyes turn dreamy and misty. She was completely lost in thought. "Is she okay?" he asked inside his head.
"Ha! You truly have a gift, partner."
"Ha!" He heard Drake's voice, and a laugh. "Do you know what happened to her, Drake?" he asked back.
"Oh, maybe I do, but I won't say."
Drake was having a blast. "Huh? What's wrong with you?" His only answer was his laugh, but he decided to cut the link between them and focus on Ye. "Ye?" he asked while looking at her, but it didn't seem to work. "Ye, are you okay?" He placed his hand on her shoulder. That seemed to wake her up. She shook her head in a bit and then looked at the one who woke her up. "Oh, Issei-san," as she said. She widened her eyes in shock. "He saw me like that? Oh no. What if he thinks I'm..." Her thoughts were stopped. "Ye, are you seriously fine? If you don't feel well, I could stay here on my own." He crossed his arms while asked. His warm but sharp voice that seemed to have a bit of worry caused Ye to cough. so as to get rid of her thoughts and blush. "Do not worry, Issei-san. I'm okay, just a bit tired from training," she smiled, while waving her hands side to side. "Oh, I understand," he agreed to her words and turned around, walking towards a random direction. Whew, safe, she thought, while breathing a bit of air in to calm her heart down. After that, she walked towards Issei and helped him find the books he was looking for. After finding the books Issei was looking for, Yae decided to stay with him. She thought that he might help, and well, she would love to help. Soon her thoughts were proven right. "Yae, can you explain this to me? I don't quite get it." Issei had an extremely thick boot with green cover in his hand, the title as Differences in Stimulants Between Herbs. He walked closer to Yae while looking at the page he was in. She was sitting at one side of him, another book on her desk, while the light of a candle helped her read better. "Sure, Issei-san." Her eyes basically shined when he asked this. Fun. I can show you how much I know," she hid her smile. "Since I was a child, I spent a lot of time here, so any question you have is easy to me." She was happy about proving her knowledge to Issei. Issei walked closer and leaned over his shoulder, putting his book on top of hers. Here, the difference between fish-scaled grass and dragon-scaled grass, he was curious about this. He couldn't quite understand it. Yae blushed as she felt Issei's arm on her shoulder. His face is extremely close to her. "Close, far too close. Please, stay a bit away. My heart can't take it." Her thumping heart was clearly heard by her ears. Nevertheless, she still replied while hiding the thump in her chest. "Fish-scaled grass is a small herb the size of a hand. It leaves the size of a fingernail and have small white dots of them," she explained while doing her very best. "It mainly used by alchemists due to its warm nature and healing properties. However, dragon-scaled grass is different." She seemed like a teacher. "Dragon-scaled grass is also very similar to fish-scaled grass, but it leaves the size of a soybean and it only has one white spot on each of the leaves," she said. "It's also cold in nature, so if you break the stem off, a yellow liquid should come out. That liquid is used as a stabilizer during the refinement of medicine," she finished explaining. "I see," were the words of Issei. He was quite tired and spent a lot of time in here with Yae, so something basic like this just slipped his mind. "Must be getting tired," he concluded. "Thanks, Yae, for everything." He turned his head around and thanked her with sincerity. "No problem," she smiled. Her ears were even more excitingly. "Then I'll take my leave. I'm a bit tired and want to rest if possible," he said as he walked towards where he thought was the exit was. It was a bit shocked by his words. To be honest with herself, she really liked being with him. Although he teased her quite a bit, he was extremely nice. His eyes also were extremely comforting to her, as if he experienced something that she could completely understand. "Issei-san," she thought, as she looked at his back. Then she decided, gathering the courage, and said, she yelled at him, "Issei-san!" He turned around. Was his response. If it's fine with you, would you like to meet me again here tomorrow?" she said, the last part extremely quick. Issei was confused by this. Seeing her fidgeting in her spot caused him to agree. "Sure, Yae, same hour." He turned around and once again, finally leaving the place. Yae was happy at this. Seeing his walk, she lifted a hand on top of her body and said, "Yes." Her smile was obvious. After that, she placed both of her hands on her body, grabbing her fingers and playing with them. Her face was tad red, and her ears were as well. I did it," she smiled. "He will come tomorrow. This definitely will be good," she thought. He wouldn't think I'm too daring, right? I mean, I know it's too fast, but I wanted to keep talking with him and all. Her thoughts kept spinning. I mean, I haven't been with any other male, aside from my father and brothers. He's going to be the first. Then a sudden possibility came into her head. Isn't this a date? A man and a woman alone together? It's definitely a date. Oh no. He won't think I'm bold, right? I swear it's not like that, Issei-san. I'm not thinking this date or anything. I mean, it's not like I don't think you're attractive, rather completely opposite. You're extremely handsome," and her thoughts just kept going all the way in that direction. Soon, inside the library, there was a bunny, but extremely red face. Both of her hands covered her face, and she kept hoping one side to another. Scene change, Mount Kalash, Issei's room, later that night. Issei was laying down on his bed, watching the sun set in the horizon through the window inside his room. Such an amount of information, it's not going to be easy. At least Yae helped me by finding the most important books, he thought, while turning his head around. The rabbit was extremely nice, and they shared much knowledge about each other, mainly Yae talking and asking him some random things, and Issei answering. She even asked about his adventures. He smirked at her questions, making some red appear on her cheeks, and talked about some of them. Those purity in those eyes, and the lack of hidden interest in her questions made him a tad bit more talkative than before. After some long hours, Spent inside the library, Issei finally decided to leave. He saw a sad light in the side of the A's that quickly vanished, but that was enough for him. Maybe his plan was not that far-fetched after all. Inside his room, Erika and Fuki were with him. One bed sleeping like a log right next to him, and the other in the desk other side of the wall, reading something. While looking at the ceiling, Issei was in thought. A treasure so rare that it can help a dragon. His mind kept spinning. He didn't know what was going to happen. Well, for now, let's not worry about this. He decided to move on. Tilting his head to the left, he noticed that nighttime already arrived. Well, time to go. He remembered Shiva's words. He stood up from the bed, stretched his numb body, and began walking towards the door, waking Fuki up during the process and making Erika glance at him curiously. While turning the knob, he said to the residents while turning his head, "Shiva said he wanted to meet me during the night at the garden. I'll be back soon. If I'm not, then leave as soon as you can." He was cautious as always. The women widened their eyes in surprise and still nodded their heads. Internally, they still refused his order. If things did go wrong, they will fight with him and die with him. Issei knew about this, so he wanted to do the best he could do so that nothing goes wrong. Opening the door of the room, he left. After walking around the mansion, Issei managed to arrive at the garden. The entire place was pitch black. Only the light and of a few torches placed all over the garden and a few fireflies were the only things that brought light to this garden. As he began walking, he decided to go towards the Bodhi tree. Then the lake that was once a clear, tranquil blue turned black. It looked like an abyss ready to swallow you up. Underneath the Bodhi tree was a young boy. He was looking at a firefly that was resting on top of his index finger. The light in his eyes held absolute power and wisdom even Issei wanted to have. Soon, the little firefly flew away from the finger of the god and he turned around. "So you came," Shiva said, looking at the young dragon. "Yes, now why are we here?" He went direct and for the point. "You should know, right?" Shiva replied in a mysterious tone. "I have my suspicions," Issei said, while crossing his arms and walking even closer to the Bodhi tree. He was a meter away from Shiva. "Oh, then surprise me, dragon," Shiva basically ordered the dragon. "It's about Ye's past, right? About your daughter's experiences in her life," Issei replied without any kind of fear. "Ooh," he muttered, impressed. "Indeed, Sekiro, it's about my daughter," Shiva gave him the reason. Shiva pitted out the ground at his side. Issei raised a brow to this, but then shrugged his shoulders. He sat down next to Shiva and looked directly at the river. "You see, Issei, my daughter has a special existence," he explained. "A genius among her own kind, but also the very last of them." Shiva never looked at Issei. He stared at the lake. "She is not my blood daughter, rather my adopted daughter. However, I love her even more than my own flesh and blood," he smiled. "Her story, she doesn't mind me telling you," Shiva said, while turning his head around. Issei stayed silent. His eyes were closed. Seeing this, Shiva took his silence as approval. "Ye is the last of the moon rabbits." Shiva looked at the star-filled sky and began narrating. Issei was confused. He felt that he heard about that before, but he couldn't quite remember. The moon rabbits were famously known, thanks to the certain legend based on selflessness. Thanks to that sole act of sacrifice, they were given the greatest by honors by Indra. This surprised Issei a bit. He made the entire tribe his phenomenal guards. Although they were not famous, they were respected among our pantheon. And, thanks to their great merits, Indra adopted them and gifted them with many treasures. His voice sounded metallic. He gave the strongest warrior of the tribe the greatest power comparable to one of his own, Heavenly's general, if not more. He gave them a replica of his own weapon, forged by Brahma himself, he said while lying down in the grass. His Vardra, his lightning, was why they were most famous for. They even called themselves the Lightning of Indra, and no one dared to refute it. However, everything good has its ending. This comment made Issei stare at him. Shiva had a really old look in his eyes, as if recalling memories he'd rather not remember. The Great War was not only fought amongst the three biblical factions, everyone in the supernatural world was involved. These words shook Issei to the core. He had never heard about that. He thought that the war was only between Christianity and not a free-for-all. It began only for the sake of pride and power, thinking by eradicating all of the rest of the pantheons they would stand supreme, alone in the world, yours to rule over with an iron fist, he exclaimed. But things were terrible. Not only did the war become even more gruesome, it changed the gods, some for good, as they learned the value of life in others, many others for evil, as they were infuriated with it.
He had sadness in his voice. Indra was one of those cases, he confessed. He became twisted and became obsessing with the war, thriving for victory, always victory, even if it meant death of his subordinates and friends. He had a bitter tone of voice. Of course, the moon rabbits followed him due to their loyalty and courage, but after many years of senseless war, they became less and less in number. He sounded exhausted. The chief at the time saw this and tried to talk to his master to retreat from the war, to stop this endless slaughter, but Indra never listened. He was disappointed. Desperate, the chief planned to rebel, but the rest of his tribe was so lost in the war that they kept thinking about getting revenge for their parents, brothers, or lovers, so no one listened to him. None except for one. He smiled a bit at this. Issei was completely silent. He didn't want to interrupt them. The sole person was a woman. She was courageous and strong. She was the strongest user of lightning in the whole tribe. Blessed by her natural talent, she was also known as the incarnation of lightning. Shiva lifted the corner of his mouth. But even with all of the fame and power, she didn't care. Her only wish was for the war to stop. And save as many others as her tribe as she could. So she followed the man. He smirked. She didn't think twice about following him, since their goals were the same. She didn't even care about what would happen if Indra discovered that they were planning on rebelling. She just wished for freedom and peace, so she fought for that. Issei was silent, only paying attention. Her bravery and character managed to steal the heart of the leader. The same could be said to what happened to her. Slowly, they began to fall in love, spending more and more time with each other. After some time, they forged out their plan, hoping to live together forever in peace. But things became even tenser. He was saddened by this. The fall of the Persian pantheon at our hands made all of the other participants in war exceeded. Indra was one of the most pleased. Seeing this, the couple decided to wait a bit more. It wasn't the time, but unknown to them, the rest of their tribe always kept an eye on them, thinking about what their words that their leader, he quoted the last word once said to them, and sooner or later, their plan was found out. Issei widened his eyes a bit. At the moment, Indra was furious. He clutched his fist in anger. Blinded by his anger, he went for the lives of both of them, but the man decided to sacrifice his own life for the sake of his lover, and the honor their own legend. He had a sad smile. When Indra arrived, he flipped the entire town over until he was found. The man was accused of many crimes, some of which he didn't even commit, but no one cared about that, he sighed. The man's only wish, his last wish, was for his lover to be safe. Issei was surprised. He knew that the man must really have loved the woman if he was willing to go that far for her. And so he was sentenced to death, but his lover was spared, exiled from the tribe, but alive. This thanks to his many merits during his life as a warrior. Shiva looked at the Sikaru and found him paying attention all he could. His lover pleaded and cried just for one night to talk to him. Their last night together, she begged and bade until Indra agreed. That night, the man and the woman became one, and unknown to them, they made the full family that they wished. He smiled at this. Then the man told his lover to run away as far as possible, and gifted her the most precious armor in the entire pantheon, a relic used by every chief on tribe since the immemorial. An armor that Indra got due to trickery, and due to a vow that one that had it decided to fulfill. It was a gift from Indra himself to his own father, the former chief, since Indra couldn't use it due to his curse towards him. Issei was silent. This story was quite sad, a romance that couldn't be fulfilled due to a ridiculous war, and the man betrayed by his own kind because of wishing the best for them. The day of the execution, the woman saw his loved one walk his head high, going towards his death. He was satisfied since he was successful in protecting his love, but tragedy occurred. His voice was bitter. During his execution, news about Indra and his general being, they were spread, and the last of the extinct Persian pantheon came claim of all the lives of all. The evil dragon, Azidaka, came and used his entire power to kill anything in his eyes. This surprised Issei. The battle made the heavens quake and the earth to crack. All lost by the power of that dragon. Indra had to slaughter his way out, eliminating the dead army the dragon conjured. Many of Indra's generals died there, and the entire tribe of moon rabbits were annihilated. Not one remained. Azidaka also perished there in the Calcimistic battle, but satisfied by eliminating the entire lightning of Indra and taking the lives of his heavenly generals, he alone managed to decrease our pantheon's overall strength by a huge margin. His voice was tragic. His face even changed a little. However, only one moon rabbit survived. He was relieved at these words. The woman left the moment she saw her lover die by the sharp fangs of the beast, failing to rescue him in the midst of the chaos. Crying tears of grief, she left and wandered around the world, hiding from one place to another. Shiva was satisfied with this if it was a good decision. Soon she noticed her pregnancy, and using all of her strength and power, she activated a forbidden spell that cost a part of her life that she had left. She stopped the development of the baby, hoping she would give birth when everything was calm and war was finally over. Years, decades even passed, and I found the woman. He confessed. I helped her and gave her a home. Since I was also quite confused after the war, seeing my friends fall one after another, and seeing the battlefields being painted with my comrades' blood, I didn't know how to react. And so I left and roamed the world until I coincidentally found her. However, because of the spells she cast on the baby, and the years that passed like that, her body became increasingly weaker, and the life of the baby was in danger. His tone worried. I took a liking to the woman. She was the only being that wasn't afraid of me due to my power, and for that I was grateful. He had a smile on his face. Her only wish was to give birth after the war finished, but things weren't what she thought. The pantheons were in a mess, and internal fights broke out. Even I needed to go back unless I wanted my pantheon to experience its demise, and so I left her on her own, hoping to end everything as fast as I could. He sadly said, "The human world unexpectedly experienced a change after the Great War," he sighed, "and humanity started to fight against each other. Each battle worse than the last," Shiva explained while looking at the moon. "The Roman Empire constant greed for territory and riches, the fall of the mother civilizations all over the world, further weakening the other factions. The fall and rise of kingdoms and cities, the crusades of the Christians, the Huns' unstable thirst for blood," and Shiva kept recounting. "Hundreds upon hundreds of wars, all because of religion, race, territory, belief, and so much more." He was angry. The god of destruction was angered. The entire world, thanks to us, was left in a mess. We couldn't help since we were the same as them. Shiva was feeling ashamed of himself. He took a breath and calmed his emotions while looking at the past. Then he inhaled and continued telling the story. After some time passed, the body of the woman became pale and weak, and I couldn't notice it on the time since I left her alone. He obviously felt regret. Her life was close to an end, he said, with a hurt look in his eyes. As a last resort, she begged me to save the baby, even if it meant her own death. His voice was serious. And so I did. Issei widened his eyes. He's surprised that he actually agreed with that. The predictor was heart-wrenching for me. The wails of the woman still echo inside of my head from time to time, he laminated. But it was successful. The baby lived, he smiled. An aura filled with satisfaction was present on him. And with her last strength, she named her baby and gifted her with the armor from her father and lightning of her mother, and soon after left this world, finally rejoining with her loved one. He had a sad smile on his face. I raised her as my own flesh and blood, and thanks to that, I love her even more than my own flesh and blood. He was smiling at this, but her life was not easy, being the last of her race, being my daughter, even if only a name, meant her life was never going to be simple. His mood changed once again. Even a tinge of regret was seen in his eyes. His hands was against his face, and his eyes were looking straight at the lake. Not having her true father and mother affected her more than I can think. He had a grim look on his face. After discovering the truth, she was in despair. Her entire life was a lie. Her own parents turned out to be fake, and she was the last of the race that was bred for war. He was sad at his own words. It was too much for her, and it took a long time for my wife and me to make her understand what happened, and make her understand that we loved her, even if she's not our flesh and blood. He finished explaining while sighing rather heavily. It took a lot of us to make her understand that she was not alone, that we love and cherish her,
that she is our daughter, and in the end we succeeded. He had a smile on his face and exhaled. After those words, silence regained, and in the garden, no one talked. They just stared at the black lake with an incredible look in both of their faces. The silence seemed eternal, but they both knew what they needed. Shiva finally was calm and decided to break the silence. So, Issei, what do you think? Yae is one that has been through a lot, even before her birth. I believe you should understand her better than most. Shiva knew that he experienced something bad. After all, he saw the ritual. Issei kept his silence for some time. Seconds turned into minutes. Then he decided to talk. Shiva, I'll be honest, Yae is a great woman, and it's not because of being your daughter. In the brief hours we spent together, I can guarantee you that she's nice, smart, quite beautiful, and also goofy. She's easy to tease, and her reactions are splendid. Issei looked at the lake as well, a small smirk on his face. She's someone that's always fun to be around. She's not arrogant, rather quite humble, but she's someone that has suffered a lot, he told him. Her eyes give her out, especially if it's me who's looking at them. Issei had a melancholy in his voice. Those eyes are the ones of someone that discovered something horrible. And by what you told me, it is the truth, he sighed. However, she managed to stand up and continue walking. That is, not something anyone can do. Even I almost died because of the horrible truth I was living in, he shrugged his shoulders. The reason I talked and decided to be normal around her is because of that. The moment I saw those eyes, that were the very same as mine, she gained my respect, Issei confessed. Shiva was quiet, his face expressionless, but inside his mind, the character of the current Sekiro was quite to his liking. Behind that cold and sharp facade, there is warmth and kindness he had. One just needed to gain his approval, and they will see his true self willingly. The more I talked to her, the more I liked her. Damn, I mean, she's just similar to me. It's like I'm looking at a mirror. He was amazed by this. Maybe I would have turned out that way after the ritual if not for my aura. Maybe I could have been someone different instead of who I am right now. But who knows? Issei smirked at this and shrugged his shoulders. So, that's why, Drake. That is right now like a cold sharp blade. Talk to her due to the similarity you two had. And what similarity do you two share according to you? Shiva said, while looking at him, his voice sharpening a bit, deepening. Depending on his answer, everything will change. This was a test. It's not that I think she might have it. She does have it, Shiva. Issei told the god without fear. Shiva was staring right at him, waiting for an answer. Then, while looking at the night starry skies, he said, her will to live, even if her past haunted her, that is what we have in common. That took Shiva by surprise, but he didn't say a word. She has experienced in her life being left alone by her blood family. He stared at the moon. She discovered that her whole life was a lie. She was completely alone without anyone to help her. She suffered. Maybe not in the way I did, but this is not a competition. He turned his head and said while looking into Shiva's eyes. The will, resolve, and determination was obvious for Shiva to notice. Even the god of destruction agreed with his words. But at that moment, she had you and your wife. Even if you two were not her parents, he smiled. So you two tried and tried for quite some time to make her accept that she is a part of your family. Even if not by blood, you made her keep on moving, he said, while resting both of his hands on the grass and leaning back. In my case, I only had Drake, and even with him at my side, I made a lot of stupid shit. She might have experienced something pretty bad, but at least she had a father and a mother to back her up during those tough times. He smiled a bit. I didn't have the luxury. He was melodic. I was only with my best friend that couldn't physically stop me from doing something dumb, he said while looking at him. What happened to me was that I had my expectations, my dreams, and my soul heartfelt wish be crushed into pieces right in front of the ones I loved. His voice was heavy. And what's worse is that it wasn't only once, he confessed. The thing you most cherish and value in life can also become the worst poison that eats you from inside. His voice was hollow. Shiva kept looking at him. His eyes held a myriad of emotions, but he didn't say a thing. The trust I had was destroyed. Not a piece of it remains till this day. Believe me, Shiva. Trust takes a long time to form and seconds to break, and when it breaks, it leads to betrayal. His eyes were emotionless, and the worst part of betrayal is that it never comes from your enemies. Issei accepted this once and for all. He knew that what he had will never come back. He was going around in circles. It was better if he let go of this. At the moment, Issei felt a weird feeling on his chest, as if weight was slowly being pushed off. What? He thought. He kept sensing this feeling. After some time, he realized what it was. He mentally sighed. Seemed that this talk is more for me than anyone else, he deduced. That this talk was helping him move on. Maybe this was Shiva's plan. Shiva looked at the dragon after he finished the explanation. They made eye contact and lasted for some brief seconds. Soon after, they broke it off and Shiva lifted the corner of his lips. You're certainly different from the past, so perceptive and wise beyond our years, Sekiru. Shiva looked at his hands and kept talking. I believe that's something normal, he dismissed his compliment. Shiva laughed at the response. So, Sekiru, in the end, what is your wish? He wanted to know all of his answer after all of this. Issei looked at him and then sighed. I want to be free. I want to protect the ones I love, and also I want to help anyone that has experienced the same as me, he answered. Shiva sounded happy. Then I'll leave Ye to you. Treat her well. He was serious. Issei widened his eyes at those words. Did he mean it? She should go out of her home and see the world. Nothing should come by just staying here. If it's with you, I'm sure that you will help and protect her, Shiva said again, cheering Issei's doubts. Issei was in shock. Did Shiva just give his daughter to him? Did he just agree to what he had been thinking since he saw her? Did he read him since the beginning? How did he discover that? I wondered as part of my team? Not even Erika nor Fuki noticed. He was a bit frightened at this thought. You're too young to think that you can hide it from me, Sekiru. That gleam in your eyes was quite obvious for me not to notice, Shiva said. I don't blame you, nor am I angry at you. After all of this was to prove if you're worthy of her. Issei understood what he meant, but he felt that his words seemed to hint at something else. I don't blame you. His words kept going. Shiva, since you agreed to what I was thinking, then that's great. I indeed thought she was an excellent candidate for my own team, but I never thought you read me so well. He had a mocking smile on his face, probably aimed at himself. Shiva didn't answer. He only had a strained light inside his eyes. Issei knew that he wouldn't answer. He just smirked, placed both of his hands inside of his pockets, and turned around. While leaving, he said, I'll ask Ye for this personally. After all, I want her to agree to this herself. For now, I'll enjoy the talks we have, he smirked. Don't blame me when I take your daughter away, Shiva. This caused a bit of surprise in the eyes God. After that, Issei began walking off. He was calm and Shiva could notice that he was different from what he was in the past. Seeing him like that, Shiva decided to help on something. Just a few words. Shiva smirked a bit, then stood up. Seeing the Sekiru walking away, he said with a calm but powerful voice that made Issei stop in his tracks. Before you leave, young Sekiru, his voice filled with a serious feeling. Your lifespan. This caused Issei to tremble slightly, but he didn't turn around. He didn't want Shiva to look at his face, filled with shock and a bit of fear. This is ridiculous. Can he see through me like it's nothing? This is just terrifying, he thought. Then Shiva's voice broke from his thoughts. If you wish to find something to help you, then I recommend you go to the Human Alchemy Guild. They should have answers to the questions you have. He smiled mysteriously. Issei just glanced at him over his shoulder. How? He didn't understand how he figured it out. Your natural aura is weak, young dragon, he replied. So, of course, I would notice that you halved your lifespan. It's quite simple for someone like me. He smiled in a mysterious way. Issei decided to give up on trying to hide anything from him. It was just useless. Swallowing his pride, he decided to ask something where again. Where? This was the most important question until now. Shiva smiled and placed both of his hands behind him. He said a single word and said, Germany. This caught Issei by surprise. Why there? Are the headquarters there, or was it because of something else? Nevertheless, he decided to nod his head and thank him. I see. Thanks. He walked off from the garden, a bit too quick in his opinion. Seeing him like that caused Shiva to lightly laugh. After watching him cross the huge wooden door at the entrance of the garden, Shiva talked. What do you think? He looked at a nearby tree and smiled. His words landed on empty ears. Nothing was there, but after a few seconds he just crossed his arms and stared at the tree in question. Like he thought, something did happen. A magic dome with extremely complex symbols appeared from behind the tree. It's a shape that was different of many different magic circles stuck to one another. It had colors of a rainbow and seemed to be difficult to cast, even harder than constantly maintain. The dome of magic
shattered into pieces and turned into particles of light that disappeared even before they touched the ground. A woman came from within it. She had a serious glint in her eyes, but a happy smile over her face. "Are you sure you didn't notice me, husband?" Parvati asked, while being cautious. "Not even I did, wife. If I hadn't known beforehand that you were going to be here, I would have definitely not noticed you," he confessed. "Great." Parvati smiled and said with happiness. It seemed that she wasn't Tilted, the goddess of power and divine strength, for nothing. In her pantheon, she was extremely feared and respected. "So, your answer?" he asked again. "Oh," she placed a hand on her mouth because of the surprise. The scene caused Shiva to sigh. She always was like that. "Oh," "I like him very much," she said. "I knew we weren't wrong. He's just good at hiding his true nature." She walked closer to her husband. "True," Shiva agreed. And then she said sweetly, "He's the one, definitely. Just need to play it a bit slowly." And then, her smile was that of a matchmaker. "And yay?" he asked. "Oh, I spied on them when they were inside the library, and my, she smirked. "We're definitely going somewhere." "I see," he sighed. His wife came close to him and hugged his back. She knew what he was thinking. "I know you're sad because she might leave, but it's needed. She needs to go outside and experience a lot of things. She needs to make friends and find someone to call her other half. And here, she won't be able to do it," she talked. "She has suffered for a long time. This will help her, and if it's him at her side, then even better." She said those words last into his ear. Shiva was silent. They remained like that for some time until he sighed and grabbed his wife's hand. "I know. I'll put my trust in both of them. Maybe something good will come of it," he agreed. "Whew, you have no idea, husband. No idea," she thought, while hiding her smile. Right at the end of chapter 10, basically, and here we go. Scene change a couple of days later, Mount Kailash. After the little talk with Shiva, Issei became more open to the ones inside this mountain. He also kept spending a lot of time with Ye. That explained him about alchemy and some other topics he didn't quite understand. What was weird was that she would sometimes have extremely red face when talking to him. She even stuttered sometimes, but he felt that it wasn't anything bad, so he let it slide. Erika and Fuki were in the same sense. When he wasn't inside the library, he was with one of these two. Erika walked closer to him, and when they were eating, training, or just talking, she would grasp his hand in subconsciously, and after making eye contact, she would quickly release him, act as if nothing happened. Quite cute in his eyes. He was happy that Erika was trying to be closer to him. Ye also talked to Erika a lot, maybe because she was the last of her race as well. Even Erika had to admit that she was fond of Ye, either because of her extremely positive personality or the reactions at her teasing. Fuki, however, was a bit more direct towards him. When alone, she would hug his entire arm and sometimes even smile foolishly, as if lost in thought. Her smile made Issei happy. She seemed to be really glad to be able to do this with him. Also, something weird was how every time Fuki saw Ye, both of them would stare at each other's eyes as if having a fight. At times, sparks could be seen coming out of their eyes. Even Ye would have a tick on her brow, even every time Fuki pressed his arms on her breast. But he believed that aside from that, they were extremely on good terms with one another. He hoped. Also, due to his constant teasing and talks in particular, Ye and him grew extremely close. At the times when he would do something bad, at least that was what Ye said, she would try to reapproach him. When that failed, she would scold him, and as a last resort, she even made a paper fan to correct him. If that didn't work, she would just give up and sigh. Clearly, they were extremely close to one another after spending most of their time inside Mount Kailash. Ye was happy about making her first real friends in her life, and Issei was happy that she was acting more comfortable around them. Right now, they were at the training field. Issei called everyone here. Apparently, he had something important to say to them. Shiva and Parvati were side to side. Shiva had an emotionless look in his eyes, and Parvati had a brilliant smile that she tried to cover with her hand. Erika and Fuki were on the complete opposite side of them. Erika had her arms crossed and a boring, adorned look on her eyes. Fuki was confused about why Issei was calling them there. But since it was one who asked him, she didn't have any problem. She actually had a brilliant smile on her face. Creak! The humongous door of this palace was opened. From it, two figures could be seen, walking side by side. Issei had an expressionless look written all over his face, but his eyes held a light full of expectation. Ye was walking at his side, her normal clothes dotted on her. She was smiling like she normally did, but something on that smile was different. Parvati instantaneously noticed that change and tried to hide her giggle even more. Whew, seems she did change during these days, she thought. Shiva looked at his wife and tilted his head. He was a bit confused by her smile, but since he knew
her like the back of his palm, he knew that she was just messing around with something, or was just happy at something. As they reached closer, Yae and Issei separated themselves. Issei went with his team and Yae to her parents. The moment Issei stood near Fuki, she basically launched herself towards his arm, hugging it in between the valley of her breast. Issei was accustomed to this, so he just dealt with it. Erica, on the other hand, had a bit of jealous look in her red eyes. So as a response, she walked closer to Issei, standing next to his other arm and crossing her own arms against her chest, causing Issei to glance for a brief second. Fuki closed her eyes and rubbed her cheek on Issei's arm. So warm were her thoughts. The moment Yae saw her like that, a twitching eyebrow and dangerous glare was on her face and eyes. This fox. Why is she so close to Issei-san? Rubbing her cheek on him like that. She should stay away from him. 5 meters. No, 50 meters should be enough. Her thoughts were a bit dangerous. Even a pale pink aura flowed out of her body. Fuki sensed the slight killing intent, so she opened her eyes. The moment they landed on Yae, she smirked. Ha! She was mocking her, of course. Yae felt a vein pop out of her forehead. She clenched her fist harder than before. This problematic woman, she's mocking me. Fuki's smirk increased in size. She's definitely mocking me. Do you think she can mock Yae that easily? I won't let you get off easily. Do you hear? Do you hear? She screamed inside her head. Fuki giggled mischievously. Issei then decided to rip his arm out of Fuki's embrace since he saw the glares between each other. Fuki only moved her hand around cutely and looked at him, a pout on her lips and a cute expression on her face. She felt the eyes of someone on her. She was right. Yae looked at her. The two made eye contact until Yae mocked back. Ha! She covered her mouth with a hand and broke the eye contact. This caused Fuki to have a tick on her eyebrow. She knew that she was provoking her. Fuki was pissed, but her words were stopped at her throat by Issei's voice. Sorry to call all of you here so unexpectedly, but I believe it's time we should go. We spent more than a week here, and I wouldn't like to intrude further and take advantage of your hospitality even more. His voice was warm and sharp, but all noticed that he was gentle as he could. His declaration made Yae widen her eyes in absolute shock. Her ears limped down, and her face sadness could be felt from her. Even her eyes held unwillingness. Issei-san, she only thought of him and all of the moments they spent together. She obviously didn't want him to leave. Shiva and Pavarti knew that he was planning something, so they were both silent. Erica saw the glint in Issei's eyes and held her words. Fuki was happy with whatever decision he made. But, he mouthed with a gleam in his eyes, I would want to ask you something. His eyes. Sight locked on Yae, his eyes never leaving her. Yae felt a heartbeat quicken when she saw those eyes. She even had a red tint on her cheeks, something that was seen by all. Yae, you are someone that I would like to know more, he began his speech. Erica and Fuki instantly knew what he wanted to do. Erica had an intrigued look in her eyes, while Fuki held shock in her own eyes. You're fun to be around, positive, creative, and courageous, he smirked, causing her to blush deepen. In the short time I have spent with you, I discovered that although you have been through much, you still stand tall. You're prideful at what you are, but not arrogant. You're gentle, kind, and knowledgeable in all aspects, he continued his talk. Shiva was sighing at this. He knew what was going to happen. Pavarti was at his side, hugging his arm. Her smile was extremely warm and comforting. That's why I would like to ask, he paused. Would you, Yae Rudra, like to be a part of my team and accompany all of us in all of our adventures? Would you like to be a part of my team in the raiding games? And would you like to spend more of our time together? His words could be quickly misinterpreted, but it wasn't his intention. He just wanted to get to know each other better and become closer friends. But for Yae and every other woman here was a different story. In their minds, it seemed like Issei just confessed. Erica sighed, and she knew that he didn't mean it like that, but he knew he was just too good for another woman not to notice him. She managed to control her jealousy and started to think with a clear head. Right now, Fuki was a handful, but she felt that Yae could be a good chain to restrict Fuki with. Maybe she could profit from all this, you know? Like letting two sides fight each other and then come to reap the benefits. Thinking like this, all of her negative thoughts went out the window. She could definitely take advantage of this. She hid this seductive smile that was aimed at Issei and tried her best not to show how she actually felt. Fuki was different from her. She just stunned at his words. Her eyes widened and her mind was empty. She stood there unmoving, trying to process what he just said. Yae had a blush all the way to her ears. Her heartbeat was extremely quick and her mind was a mess. Together like a couple? Her thoughts stopped as she felt vapor coming out of her ears. Issei was watching all of this with some confusion. He saw that Erika was comfortable with all of this, but he could feel her motives were more selfish than what seemed to the eye. Fuki was frozen solid, as if she just witnessed something ridiculous. Issei thought that her brain was rebooting, and Yae was a blushing mess. She couldn't think straight, and she just kept mumbling something about dangerous with a too happy of a smile on her face. After the initial shock passed, Yae breathed in and out and calmed herself down. She closed her eyes and began thinking, this time logically. She really wanted to agree, but she could never leave her family like that, could she? But her heart was definitely telling her to go. Such a mess, she thought. But then Shiva talked. We agreed to this. His voice was serious and caused Yae to turn her whole body around. He told us before, Pavarti replied. Well, something like that, she thought. Yae was shocked at this. Did Issei-san ask my parents' permission since he knew that I wouldn't leave them by myself? By themselves? Her heart felt a sweet feeling. He was definitely considering her feelings in the matter. Her smile became even gentler and her eyes were misty. This definitely struck her heart deeply. She looked at Issei and gave him the sweetest smile. It momentarily caused him to freeze. Such beauty. He felt as if he won the lottery when he saw that smile. Many other men would have fallen at her smile, her eyes. And just her presence alone even felt memorized at the sight, but he stood strong. Issei-san, she muttered. Yes, I'll gladly be a part of your team and spend even more time with you. She agreed to his proposal, a light full of determination and something else inside her eyes. Issei felt shocked by this, but also extremely happy. This was definitely amazing for him, so lucky. Maybe Lady Luck hadn't abandoned him after all.
Congratulations, partner. The last moon rabbit and the daughter of Shiva. Your team is definitely filled with abnormalities,
Drake told him while feeling happy about this. Issei didn't reply. He just smiled sincerely. Drake knew that he was grateful at his comment. Then welcome to the team, Yae Rudra. He extended his hand towards her. She, of course, took it without wasting a single second. Yes, she nodded her head in happiness. But at that moment, Fuki woke up from her stupor. Wait a moment, she yelled while walking closer to them. We don't know if she is strong enough to be a member of our team. You know what class of enemies are after us, Issei, she told Issei. Her words were logical. After all, none of them had seen her fight since the first meeting. She would mainly pass her time talking with Issei and Erika, having unknown competitions with Fuki that would randomly just start with a glare, or she would be at the library also helping Issei. But Issei didn't doubt her capabilities. She was Shiva's daughter and the last of a race whose bread and butter was fighting, so by no means was she weak. However, the rest of the team might think differently. They didn't know about her background, only a small part of it, and that was the basis of her race. His team was no dictatorship, so if someone had a problem, then it would be solved by asking the opinion of all present. But right now, he believed that to prove something like this, there was only one way. Those eyes were admitting wariness, and it was obvious, at least for her, to notice that Fuki was extremely worried about the future possibilities between them. So at this thought, Yae and Fuki looked into each other's eyes, sparks coming off them. The atmosphere was heavy, and no one said anything. Issei knew what they wanted to do, and this could possibly be the best possible solution. After all, they could respect each other by learning how strong they were, and also understand each other through a fight, just like the first time Erika and him met. Maybe this time it would be for the better, Issei muttered under his breath. Erika was at his side, her head tilted in confusion. Shiva and Pavarti were also in agreement to this. Shiva because he believed in his daughter, and Pavarti because she knew that this was Yae's first real test. Oh. So you think like that, Fuki-san, Yae said, her voice sharp, clearly unhappy about this. Yes, Yae. I wouldn't like for the princess to be a burden for the team, especially with all the enemies we have. Her smile was sharp, and in no way did she back down from the challenge. Ooh, so enemies, huh? Well, I would definitely not back down at all during a fight, especially if Issei's the one who asked for my help. She hit a sore spot. Fuki had a twitching brow. I doubt it, princess. He knows what I'm capable of, and he barely knows you, so I really doubt he would ask for your help, she smirked. Yae's ears twitched and stood erect. She had her eyes closed while smiling and was emitting a heavy aura. At the moment, Issei could swear her hair changed color. Well, I can not only help during a fight, but in other things as well. After all, he asked for my help and guidance during these days, something you lack, she mocked right back at her. Maybe, but I can also help in many other aspects as well. My power is not raw strength alone, she smiled. Besides, her smirk increased. Her eyes changed to those of seductiveness. Her whole appearance increased in sensuality and beauty. If he wants me, at any moment, at any time, no matter what, no matter where, I'm willing to give myself to him. Her voice was as sweet as the devil. I'll do everything he wants. No questions asked. I'd be more than happy. She placed her hands under her breast, highlighting them even more than before. Fuki licked her lips and moved seductively on her spot, giving off a smile admitting the unknown charm. This took everyone by surprise. Never would they have ever thought she would be so shameless. Ye was speechless. Soon her face changed from white to red from embarrassment. She clearly understood what Fuki was talking about. Her face as red as it could get, and her body was trembling due to the shame and anger. Shameless, she was tongue-tied. She couldn't reply at all. Fuki shrugged her shoulders and smiled even more, clearly happy about the result. Her action caused Ye to be pissed even more, and after some time she exploded. She didn't even hold back. Outrageous! Yes, that's right. It's downright outrageous, Ye said, to actually cause the moon rabbit, innocent, honest, upright, romantic, and also the symbol of sacrifice that has been sung and praised, to be angered to such an extent. Her words sounded fair, but she was still blushing. Romantic? You? Ha! Fuki mocked. You can't even look straight at him without blushing and stuttering like a virgin girl, much less trying to act romantic, she said. Both of them walked closer and closer to each other. Sparks could be seen coming off their eyes. An invisible aura was coming off them, clashing constantly. Each step was heavier than the last. Even the atmosphere was different. Soon they stood right in front of each other, looking into each other's eyes. Fuki had her arms crossed underneath her chest, and Ye was looking at her furiously. Her eyes on top of her head were twitching continuously. Her ears on top of her head, my bad. The height this part of it was obvious for the team. Fuki was half a head taller than Ye, but Ye didn't back down at all. Seeing the atmosphere kept increasing in heaviness and decrease in temperature, Issei decided to intervene. Enough, he acted. He hit Fuki on top of the head, causing a huge bump to appear on her head. Ah, she screamed, but she didn't forget to do it sensually. Issei, why'd you do this? There's no way that's how you treat your lover, she replied, while crouching and rubbing her head. He ignored her words, but inside his heart, that scream caused him to tremble a bit. He then went and grabbed something. And used his strength to pull on Ye's rabbit ears. What's the meaning of this? He said with a strong voice. Stop acting like children. If you want to fight, just fight. No need for this pointless rambling. Ooh, sorry. Is that reason for you to be angry? Ye said, surprised that he wasn't angry at the fight, rather wishing it for it to start. Issei, as a response, kept pulling Ye's ear with a romantic strong force to get his point across, clearly unhappy. Hurts. It really is painful, Issei-san, she said while moving around. At the sides, Shiva was confused and a bit amazed by the sight. They really are a bunch of problematic children, he thought. After the little incident, those two were freed from Issei's grasp. However, everyone here agreed to avoid a possible future fight. They should still fight, that way they should get it out of their systems. So after deciding how to actually fight this through, Issei asked them to follow him. After spending a few minutes walking, they reached an empty plain, filled with only dirt and rocks at the sides. Afterwards, Issei asked Fuki and Ye to stand some distance away from each other. He, on the other hand, was in the middle of the two of them, Ye on his left and Fuki towards the right. Alright, this duel is simple. The first to lose consciousness or gives up loses, he said while looking at his sides. His eyes were sharp and serious. No killing moves are allowed, and if I or anyone else present feels that the battle has gone too far, we will stop it, he stated simple rules. Understood? He asked both of them. His voice was serious as he could make it. They nodded their heads at the same time. Their eyes never went away from each other. Ye was on guard, her center of gravity low, ready to pounce on her enemy. Fuki was still standing straight, a foot in front of her, clearly a defensive position. If so, then begin, he signaled as the referee jumped a huge distance back, right towards Erica and the rest. At that moment, hell broke loose. Boom! The clash of the both of them created a huge fissure on the ground. Ye, in a flash of sparks, reappeared in front of Fuki, and her right fist was pressing itself against Fuki's left forearm. Fuki was surprised by the sudden increase in speed. She narrowed her eyes and decided to take this seriously. Her speed is absurd, and that power and really close to Issei's. Fuki analyzed while taking a step back, taking distance. She stared at Yae, moving her left arm in the meantime to get rid of the numbness. Issei at his side was a bit surprised. Fuki reinforced her physical defense with Toki and enhanced it even further with Senjutsu. He saw a white glow on her arm and hexagon spinning around her wrist, and even with that, she's still at a disadvantage. Issei narrowed his eyes. He then looked at Yae. No additional help, that was raw strength alone. He didn't sense any kind of magical energy coming off Yae.
Not exactly correct, partner.
He heard Drake's voice. What do you mean? He asked back.
The moon rabbit used the entire strength of her legs to increase her speed. The momentum she generated should have been ridiculous. So it's not that she's strong with her arms, rather her legs are what you should be worried about. I'm pretty sure a point-blank hit from one of her kicks would make you lose a limb. Right now, she's just testing the waters.
Issei was a bit amazed by the words of his partner. So it's like that, he kept thinking. At the same moment, Yae decided to attack once again. She disappeared in a flash of lightning. Fuki at the same time made her own move. Behind her, a huge hexagon appeared. The energy emitted was substantial. One couldn't ignore it at all. Its red color indicated it had affinity with fire. Yae reappeared right in front of her, and her right leg was cocked back, ready to kick. Boom! She unleashed the kick. The speed and power of the kick created an aftershock that sent a gale in all directions. The friction between her leg and the air was clearly visible for all to see. Even the small embers could be spotted around the tip of her foot. The increase in air pressure caused Yae's kick made that water instantly condense and evaporate, creating friction and emitting heat. The kick just broke multiple sound barriers. Issei deduced and amazed by the sight. At the moment the horizontal kick landed on Fuki's chest, whoosh, but nothing happened. Her body vanished into mist. After image? No. Illusion! It's Yojutsu, Yae thought, while turning her head back around. Fuki was behind her. An Ami Nami talisman was in her hand. The paper was white with red lines, a normal talisman. Burning heavens, Fuki said, while throwing the talisman at close distance. At the same time moment, the hexagon behind her lit up and released the red light. The talisman broke into pieces and huge waves of crimson-colored flames appeared on its place. The range covered everything in her sight. Damn! Yae knew that she couldn't dodge that, so she prepared herself for the impact. Boom! The argumented talisman was strong enough to char everything on its surroundings black. Fuki, however, knew this barely did a thing, so while stepping back, she clapped both of her hands loudly. 5 Senjutsu hexagons appeared behind her back and around her wrist. The hexagons revolved constantly. Their golden light illuminated everything in sight. Her body was surrounded by a thick white mantle of Toki. She was preparing something rather big. The radiance of my hand is the logos that pierce through darkness. Fill that direction, crush all existence and become a cadence. Her voice was sweet. Unshakable thunder. The gold hexagons released a mayhem of lightning bolts, all of them striking towards Yae. Boom, boom, boom. The rumbling of thunder echoed, and toward energy all ridiculously high. Fuki dismissed the mantle of Toki and fixed her stance. Her back straight and her eyes looking a huge mushroom-shaped cloud at the distance. At that moment, the cloud decreased in size. A scream was heard. Ha! The rest of the dust then disappeared and something could be seen. Yae was standing at the center of the crater that was sizzling with electricity and heat. The combined attack of fire and lightning created superheated plasma, further escalating the damage, so she survived it with only those wounds, Fuki thought while seeing the torn clothing of the moon rabbit. Even when I potentially increased the damage and created a huge fear of superheated plasma, she only received that much damage. Fuki was kind of worried about this. At the same time, an increase in heat and energy was felt, and alongside a strong gale and like a hurricane, the surrounding air was heated to extreme by increased thermal energies. The change shocked everyone. The midnight blue from Yae's hair was replaced by all light red. However, not only that happened, her energy, it's 2 or 3 times that of the past. Issei, being a dragon, could sense the aura much easily. Fuki narrowed her eyes. She noticed the difference thanks to her sage arts. A sharp screech that sounded like a ripping off the atmosphere itself was released, and the boom of the explosion, similar to thunder, had filled the air with a long spear that sparked and shimmered like lightning was now held in her right hand. As the spear materialized, all sensed that the spear was everything but normal. The gold color in the tri-pronged head was emitting a sizzling sound, and the metallic luster it had was binding them. Yae cleaned the blood out of the corner of her mouth and slightly fixed her torn clothing. She ignored the aching in her body and prepared herself. Now let's fight seriously. She crouched down and looked at the beast, ready to pounce towards her prey. Cracked. The ground gave in and Yae sprinted towards Fuki. The spearhead in front of her. In less than a tenth of a second, she reached her target. Her spear was pointed at the center of her body, and a golden electrical current circled around the spear. Fuki responded as well, but since she didn't have enough time to prepare something, she couldn't do much. A hexagon appeared at the point of the impact, the corners of which had different lights to support it. Rip! The defense was torn to bits, and might of the spear reached her body. Boom! Fuki was sent flying at a speed barely perceptible with the naked eye. Smash! She crashed against some hill-sized rock and created a crater on the ground behind it. Issei felt that spear was something special, so while turning his head around and looked at Shiva and asked, "That spear, what is it?" He was confused. Shiva turned his head slightly and lifted an eyebrow with interest. He decided to answer. "That's something I gave her," he answered while crossing his arms. "It's a replica, of course, but it was made by Brahma himself." His words shocked Issei a bit. "A weapon of a god?" he asked. "More or less. It's actually a combination of weapons," Shiva confessed. "That shaft and power is made to replicate Indra's own spear, but its might is not even half," he said while closing his eyes. "And the head is made after my Trinsula, capable of breaking any kind of defense, but not close enough to my own weapon," he sighed. Issei widened his eyes at this. That spear was something given to her by the god of destruction, and based on his own weapon in Indra's, this was something quite rare. No wonder it torn Fuki's defense like paper, he concluded. At the same time, an explosion was heard from the crater. Boom! From within it, Fuki jumped and landed on the ground. Her clothes were torn, and her chest had a sizable wound, and although it didn't manage to reach her organs, it was still quite deep. "That spear, if I take another hit, it's game over," she concluded, while covering her chest and using Toki and Senjutsu to heal herself. Yae saw that the blow from her own spear didn't cause too much damage. She was a bit shocked. She actually planned to use the spear to land a heavy blow and then end it with her lightning. Never would she expect it to end like this. Not giving up, she summoned another piece of equipment, a metallic device that was hard to explain, but the power it emitted was only second to that of the spear. A Varja, Fuki noticed, an oddly shaped artifact. Then she covered her left hand with Toki and Senjutsu, a hexagon appeared on top of it. It was small inside, and many analytical designs and taijutsu symbol at the center indicated that this was vastly different from the rest. Yae pointed the tip of her Varja at Fuki. Suddenly, it released a huge lightning bolt the size of a tree trunk. Fuki did the same. She pointed her left hand and released the spell. "Trickster fire spirit!" she yelled. From her palm, a huge fire was seen. The shape of it had the laminating spirit and color that was eerie pale red. Boom! The clash between the fire and lightning shook the earth. Even the ones in the distance went further away. Fuki was blinded by the light from the clash. She closed her eyes. Yae used this gap and sped towards her, creating a long trail of destroyed earth. Fuki opened her eyes and saw Yae closing the distance between them. She decided to change tactics, surrounding herself with the thickest layer of Toki she could use. She smacked a pair of talismans on both of her hands while yelling, "Armor 10, Karmic Close!" Her Toki seemingly changed into solid state, giving her a pair of pseudo gauntlets to further increase her defense. Then she landed another talismans on her arm. Diamond Immortal Physique. Her body was surrounded by a light similar to that of a shining diamond, further reinforcing her defense. Shiva opened his eyes when he saw this. He was a bit impressed by the talent of the yokai. She increased her physical defense by using Omonobu Arts. She covered her weak substantially with those spells. Colored him impressed. Yae moved. She struck her body close to the ground and released a kick. The kick heated the air near Fuki. It was an extremely beautiful attack that was aimed diagonally at her chest, more towards the wound on it. Fuki moved her arms lower and towards the center of her body, mentally preparing for the impact. Then the kick struck. Bam! Fuki felt her consciousness fade momentarily. The blow managed to send her flying across the ground while creating a huge fissure across Earth. The strength behind that attack made Issei widen his eyes, and Erika widened hers as well. Fuki was still flying across the plane. After composing herself, she began turning her body, trying to reduce the momentum she had. Stabbing both of her legs on the ground, she continued her flight. A Neu ravine was made due to this. After finally stopping, a cloud of smoke covered her surroundings. The battlefield was left in ruins just from that kick alone. After the dust was gone, Fuki's figure was revealed. However, her arms were still on, defending position. This shocked Yae to no ends. How is she still blocking? That kick was all of my strength. Yae felt that Fuki was an astounding rival. Fuki, however, was different. "I can't move my arms." She noticed all of the sense of touch was gone from her arms. They just were frozen solid. Did she just break both my arms? Even when I used all of my Toki and used my best defensive spells? Fuki was shocked.
After some seconds, she regained the sense of touch in her fingers, opening and closing them continuously. Okay, they are pretty battered, but fortunately nothing is too broken. Maybe some cracks in my bones, but that's it. She was happy about this. At least her defense did something. However, her momentarily sense of relief caused a gap. Yae could barely move her arms, so while focusing, she decided to work on something. On the tips of her fingers of her right hand, small hexagons not bigger than a coin were present. They were different in colors and all releasing minuscule particles. On the other hand, 5 talismans were present, all ready to be used. She threw them in the air and they floated in front of her. Soon they consumed in flames and pentagrams shining with bright/white-blue light covered all over in front of her. As the lightning reached her, she said, "Camp Turtle Shield, Evil Suppression." She moved her left hand in front of her. Boom, boom, boom. Consecutive lightning bolts struck the shield, quickly reducing its light. Fuki felt the damage and her arms increase. Clearly, they were even more broken than before. However, at the same time, she moved her right hand and screamed, "9 suns revolving law." On Yae's surroundings, 9 hexagons suddenly appeared, all different in color. Their size was bigger than a person, and power they released was second to none. Damn! Yae kept spamming lightning bolts towards Fuki and wishing to shatter her defense. Little by little, she was doing it, but Fuki's spell reached her first. From within the hexagon's thick, different colored lasers were shot all over towards her. The 9 brilliant flashes of light that were similar to the sun reached her almost immediately. Yae saw this and left off offense's side, her body and light red aura all over it, the same as her ears and hair. Boom! The entire field quaked from the force of the impact. That spell was on a different level entirely. The heat and power was astounding, clearly a blow in for a kill. The entire field was into a hot smoking fragment from the sun. The heat was so high in that part of the surroundings, crystallized rocks that became distant metalled. And the rocks at the distance melted. Even the spectators needed to use some form of defense to withstand just after the aftershock. Issei used his darkness and covered himself and Erika, creating something similar to a wall. Erika decided to help, and her shadow surrounded both of them. From it, spikes that were many as the stars and sky as dark as abyss came out, trying to reduce the aftershock before it reached the main line of defense. Shiva crossed his arms and surrounded himself with an odd grayish aura. That was the divinity of the god of destruction. Perverta focused her own divinity and created a wall in shape of rhombus. Issei wanted to stop the duel before the spell activated, but he was not fast enough. "Shit, Fuki, you crazy fox," he thought. Whoosh, the aftershock reached them, but their defenses withstood it. After the moment the explosion stopped, something could be seen. From the crater, a single silhouette diminished. The ground underneath her was untouched, creating a small earth pillar, but surroundings could only be described as hell of a fire and flames. She was covered by gold armor with a stylish design, and a huge divinity could be seen from it. It was gold and red tinge of covered by a whole armor, protecting her from any kind of harm. "Oh sun, become armor," Yae yelled, while the light of the gold armor increased in density, extinguished the flames in the surroundings. Issei looked at the armor and realized something. That! Could it be? For the first time since talking to Shiva that night, he was amazed. The gold armor covered Yae's whole body, and not a single gap could be seen. Only her head was free from the helmet, but her cheekbones had something gold planting. A huge red ring was behind her, seemingly attached to her back. Her pauldrons covered the sides of her face, and she had a pair of oversized gauntlets on both arms. It seemed to be a double layer of armor on that part. Her legs were clad in high-heeled gold boots with red soles. All in all, an armor that was extremely pleasing to the eye, but the amount of energy divinity they felt from it was a bit scared. Issei turned his head and looked at Shiva, ready to ask, but he was stopped by him. Shiva only extended a hand and nodded his head. Issei widened his eyes as he had unsaid answer. Erika at his side. "Issei, what's that armor? It has such power and from the distance." She was startled a bit. However, before he could say anything, Yae answered her question. While looking at the exhausted Fuki, who was sweating bullets, she yelled, "This is the armor of my blood father once had. This is the armor of the son of the sun god. The armor that was said to grant invulnerability," Yae said while smirking, but she thought differently. "The fox forced me to use my armor? That's amazing!" She held respect, but I can't use it for long. It's too taxing on my body, and I still can't control it properly. She was also serious. If I hadn't summoned the armor on that time, then that would have been the end of the match. I would have ended in the bed for at least a week and before I could heal properly. As the aura of the armor began to decrease, she decided her next course of action. Ha! Fuki was breathing heavily. That attack took a huge toll on her reserves.
Her figure was disfigured and fatigue was visible in her eyes. She's acting tough, Fuki deduced, as she sensed her enemy's life force with her sage arts. That blow did some bad damage to her, but she's still hiding it well. She was proud of what she accomplished. I cannot fight much longer. Her wound on her chest was still not healed and her reserves were close to being empty. She's strong, I'll give her that. Quite something amazing, as a matter of fact, but I won't let her be near my Issei. The light in her eyes returned. This time she was prepared. Ye then looked at his sides. Towards his spectator's seat, she saw Issei, her father, her mother, and Erika all ready to intervene. I won't give up. Her aura flared, surrounded her armor. And after that, red aura started to gather in front of Ye. Just placed both of her hands in front. The palms were open and energy was condensing in a shape of a circle with a medium. As the aura was compressed, Ye smirked. On the other hand, her opponent, as well as the spectators, felt the density of the sphere energy and were amazed, some more than others. Shima and Parvati had smiles on their faces, both full of pride and satisfaction. Issei and Erika prepared to move another part of the field. To be honest, the sphere of red energy and heat gave him goosebumps. Fuki knew that the sphere was really bad for her, so she gathered her remaining energy. She prepared another Omo talisman. Ye looked at Fuki with a steel-like determination, then said, "Oh Barhama, cover the earth." The sphere exploded into a thin laser beam that was no thicker than a branch, but its speed it had was astounding. Fuki activated her talisman and said, "Soaring heavenly legs." The talisman melted into her legs and gifted a brilliant white light. The laser traversed and went after the spectators. Issei and Erika moved to the side with all of their speed. Issei covered his body in darkness and pulled Erika towards him, successfully dodging the beam. As they did, a huge explosion occurred behind them. Boom! They turned around and saw the land between them covered by a huge explosion that reached the ceiling of the field. "Damn," Erika said, while looking at the destruction. "I bet her destructive power is even above mine," Issei thought, while looking at the distance. Drake didn't say anything, but he secretly agreed with his partner. Back to the battlefield, Ye tried to move the beam towards Fuki, but she couldn't do much. Her internal wounds were heavy, and that attack caused even more exhaustion and stress on her body. She was unable to continue her plan, so the beam disappeared. Her breath was heavy, and her face was a bit pale. The armor she had was almost becoming a bit dimmer, as she would vanish any second. The ground cracked and Fuki was sent flying towards Ye, and thanks to the power of her legs, Ye saw this and stealing her breath, she concentrated the armor of or solidified it once again. She lifted her arms up in an X while covering her head. At the same moment, Fuki appeared above her, and her body did a full front flip and her legs struck her armored arms. Clang! The sound of metal getting struck echoed all over the field. It was similar to that of a bell. The floor underneath Ye dented, and the pillar of the safe land she was standing on broke. Boom! Ye was sent flying like a cannonball towards the bottom of the crater. Fuki created a senjutsu circle underneath her platform and kneeled on it. That should have done something. The light in her eyes have never vanished. Ye, on the other hand, coughed up a bit of blood. That blow was perfectly timed just before the armor was fully formed. While opening her eyes, she glared at Fuki. A bit of respect in those eyes. The arm was slowly vanishing and the fatigue began hitting her. However, she didn't give up. She summoned her Varja on her left and pointed at Fuki. Fuki was surprised by the quick counter, so she could only use the circle beneath her as cover. Soon the lightning struck. Boom! A cloud of lightning formed in the place of Fuki, causing the damage of lightning bolt to increase. A figure was sent flying from within that cloud. She was sent flying quite the distance away while her body smashed onto the ground. Ye's army dissipated, turning only golden mist that was taken by the wind. Ye felt that her body was heavy as lead. She coughed up some more blood with some trouble, stood up. Her body was a mess. Her right arm, that took the end of the last kick, had scratches and bruises all over it. It appeared to be broken quite badly. A long cut was on the same shoulder, almost reaching her bone. Some blood flowed down her shoulder to the tips, and her fingers painted all over the floor in red. Her face was covered in dirt, and the blood was some scratches and few burns. Her ears were like normal, except they were sullied with blood. The clothes on her chest and abdomen were turned into tatters. Showing her curves, bruises could be seen from gaps of her clothes, and some parts of them were stained with blood. Using her left arm, she grabbed her right, began walking up the crater. At the same moment, Fuki stood up with some difficulty. Her sight was blurry, and she heard an annoying buzzing in her ears. Her black dress was torn until it was just covering part of her chest, showing her wounded legs in her rear. Both of her legs were covered by blood and scratches, some lighter than others. At the center of her chest was a huge wound present. It was oozing blood and caused Fuki to short of breath. Aside a few scratches, a few droplets of dry blood, she was not wounded in her face. She walked towards she witnessed Ye coming out of the crater. As soon as she saw her, her smirked, this time not mocking her. Okay, I'll swallow my words back. You are strong, quite strong, Fuki said with some difficulty, not showing any weaknesses. I can say the same to you, Ye replied, while ignoring the pain in her body. They looked at each other for some time. They smiled respect present in their eyes. Fuki then said, welcome to the team. She decided to swallow the loss. Either way, she was closest to Issei right now. She was just wary of her. Ye widened her eyes. She never expected this. Thanks, she smiled. Both of them walked closer just until the arm's length away. The smiles on their faces were still there, and newfound respect was inside their eyes. It doesn't matter if I lose. I'm still ahead of everyone, Fuki smirked, caused Ye to feel a sense of defeat. She was silent and couldn't refute her words, but then she asked, you decided to fight me not because of my strength, but rather to test my heart, Ye said, while feeling her consciousness fade. Yes, she agreed. Issei had suffered a lot. I do not know how or know what caused it, but I only wish for it not to happen again. I'll do my best to keep harmful people away from him, especially women, Fuki answered. I don't know what he experienced, nor what he's changed so much, but I won't let anything hurt him. In testing you as a way to see how you actually were, a fight shows the heart of the people, and it was necessary for it to be done, Fuki finished explaining. You tested my resolve of being with him, and you were even willing to experience it with your own body, just to see how I was, Ye asked? Yes, if it's for him, I'll do it as many times as I can. He is my reason for being here, after all. Ye was amazed at the resolve of the woman. She was silent, only staring at the woman. Soon she reached the conclusion. Fire filled her eyes, and Fuki saw this. I will be the same as you, she muttered while clenching her fist. I will be someone precious to Issei-san. I'll stand by his side at all the moments, even if the entire world is against us. I, Ye Ruta, last of the moon rabbits and daughter of Shiva, swear to be at his side until the end. Her pride, as a moon rabbit, was seen here. Fuki was amazed by this. Seems her decision was not wrong, but her thoughts were stopped when she heard some words. Also, not because you're the first doesn't mean that there's no hope, she smiled. I'll show you all that my feelings for him are extremely strong and unwavering. I will become his woman. Her face reddened at those words. Fuki was angered by this. Her face was red from anger. I was wrong. You're definitely a threat. I won't let you do as you please, Fuki said, while Ye smiled. After the fight, Parvati was nice enough to heal both of them. Their fight was incredible, but they still broke the rules, so Issei was extremely angered at them. As the two were on the ground, barely conscious, Issei was looking at them with his eyes that promised some kind of punishment. Erika was at his side, also looking a bit angered. Shiva was looking at Ye and at Issei, alternating between each other. She saw how her daughter's face changed from red to blue due to the eyes of Issei. Her eyes were down, and when she tried to smile, Issei narrowed his eyes, causing her ears to twitch. Ha! Fuki mocked Ye. Issei then looked at her, causing her to flinch and turn her head away. Ye saw this and revealed a mocking grin on her face. Issei then looked at her once again, causing her smile to freeze. Issei sighed and managed to bridge of his nose. Okay, I don't know why you took it too far, but I'm going to be honest. He opened his eyes and looked at them. You won't do it again, understand? His smile caused them to feel chills. Nod, nod. Both of them nodded their heads immediately. Issei watched them and nodded his head once. Then his eyes softened a bit, and he began talking with warm and sharp voice. Since no one has a problem with Ye joining us, I'll say where we get going next. His words caught the attention of all of his team. Erika stood at his side and then looked at him. Her eyes were sheaming with expectations. Ye and Fuki also stared at him. His natural air gave his charisma and decisiveness. Both of them eyes held a dreamy look. Soon they were both lost in his eyes. We're going to Germany. There's a place I need to go because of certain reasons, he said, while looking at the three of them. Verdi was still healing the pair of women, her face full of smiles. She knew why they were going. Why there, Issei? Erika asked while looking at him. He was silent. His silence caused Erika to narrow her eyes. Even Fuki and Ye knew something was amiss. Sighing, Issei decided to answer the question. I need information about a certain medicine. His words caused all the girls to widen their eyes. Medicine? For what? For my lifespan. His words caused the woman to widen their eyes. Issei, what do you mean by that? Erika acted out of character and yelled at him. Her face was filled with anger and worry. Issei-san, are you going to be okay? You can't leave Ye alone, understand? Issei, what happened? How did it happen? Fuki was extremely anxious. Do not worry. It's not much to worry about, he decided to lie. He knew that later on this was going to bite him in the ass. Erika crossed her arms under her chest and said, Explain now. Remember the goddess? He decided to laugh the truth more or less. They two nodded their heads and just tilted her. She didn't quite understand. Well, remember how we dealt the final blow and got out of there, he asked once again. They nodded his head. Issei, where are you getting? Erika said, but soon widened her eyes, recalled something. Issei noticed this inside. Seems you figured it out, he lifted the corner of his mouth. As a last resort,
To deal with the final blow to the goddess, I used my lifespan as a source of energy, so you could say that I lost a bit of it. Also, the last portal that we used to escape consumed a fair share of my lifespan, so according to Drake, I need to treasure, which helps me recover the lost life force. He lied through his teeth. They're going to beat me up when they know the truth, he thought.
Indeed, Drake agreed to his words.
His words caused Ye to widen her eyes. She was shocked. She felt how her body recovered most of her strength, so she stood up and went towards him. And why would you keep this from us until now? Ye yelled while standing on the tip of her toes. Because it's nothing much. You'll just worry for nothing, Issei shrugged his shoulders. You're lying. You're definitely lying, Erika said while moving her arms erratically. You probably thought it was too troublesome, right? Fuki commented while pouting. Then surprised, Issei, but he agreed. He nodded his head. You know me well. You idiot, she said while pulling a paper fan out of nowhere and hitting him in his head, her eyes unscathed tears. Anyway, we need to go to an alchemy guild. They should have some information about medicines and treasures from heavens and earth while can affect dragons, he said, ignoring the pouting. I see, Erika nodded her head, understanding what he meant. That's what you've been reading, all about alchemy, Fukiya said. Indeed, he agreed once again. His plan was going better than he thought. You see, us dragons use masses of pure energy, and such only the strongest and rare medicines can affect us. He explained, making everyone understand. Even more if the dragon has awoken his aura, so it should be pretty tough to find a treasure like that. But according to Drake, a treasure of that level hasn't been born in quite some time. So I have literally nothing to worry about. She placed his hands inside of his pockets. While the woman assimilated the information, Parvati finished healing Fuki and stood up. She walked and reached her husband's side. Erika then decided to ask something. How much did you lose? Issei sighed, but he decided to still continue his plan. Seems like I'll lie about this too. Anyway, it's better. I don't want them to worry too much. I lost 1,000 years, he said. His words caused the three men to widen their eyes, shocked definitely present. 1,000? They yelled at him at the same time, not believing his words. Yes, but according to Drake, dragons live for more than 10,000 years, so it's nothing to worry about. He tried to calm them down. Erika was about to yell at him, saying how could it be nothing, but she stopped herself. Issei was always like this and she knew it. Ye was at his side, her eyes open to the max. She was scared at his revelation. Fuki stood up and walked closer to Issei. She grabbed his arm and looked into his eyes. She was worried about this, really anxious as well. Issei saw a reaction and smiled a bit. She moved his hand on her head and gave her a quick pat. He felt bad about lying, but it was needed for now. Later on, he will pay for it. Ugh, the beating I'll receive, he thought. At the same moment, Ye walked closer to him. She stood in front of him while blushing, and she hugged him, clearly trying to console him. Issei was startled by this, but smiled. His eyes became soft and warm, an expression only reserved for this most trusted ones. Thanks, he said with a gentle voice, something rare in him. The women were amazed by this, but all of them gifted beautiful smiles. Yes, Ye closed her eyes and smiled while feeling touched. Her smile was similar to a goddess, warming his heart. Issei, Fuki smiled a fastidious way, but also an air of happiness. Her eyes were shining like a pair of gems. The sound of someone coughing awoke their dreamland. Fuki and Ye were blushing. They stood at the side, fidgeting in their spots. Erika released his hand and looked at the other side. Her face definitely had a blush. Sorry about interrupting the sweet moment, but I want to give you this. Parvati extended her hand, and she held a black box on her hands. Issei tilted his head, but he decided to receive the box. Open it, Parvati insisted. Issei only nodded his head. He opened the black box, and inside it were two things present. Bracelets? Issei said while looking at the pair of metallic breasts inside of the box. Yes, Parvati replied. Those are bracelets that me and my husband had before we were married. They represent our promises to look out for each other and protect each other, Parvati smiled, while recalled the past memories. They mean that we will stay by each other's help and whenever is needed. Parvati was serious. Issei looked at her and Shiva. The first smiled beautifully, the second looked expressions by his eyes seemed to be hoping for something. I'm giving them to you now, Parvati smiled once again. Why? Asked Issei. He knew that these were two artifacts that held too much emotional value for them. Why gifting them? Because we no longer need them. They are for you and Ye as a goodbye gift. Parvati smiled. In a mischievous way, she looked at Ye and smirked. Many engravings were all over the bracelets. All of them were different, but gave the bracelet a sense of beauty that few things can match. At the center, a clear jewel was present. Ye, however, was frozen on her spot. She turned to her mother, was ready to say something, but Parvati winked and her eyes smiled. Ye blushed until she was as red as possible. Her hands fidgeted around, and she was moving from one side to another. Parvati smiled when she saw this. It seemed Ye knew what this meant. Issei-kun, we gave you this as a reminder of your promise with us to yourself, she said, giggling at sight. I see. Issei grabbed the bracelet and placed it around his right wrist. Erika and Fuki looked at it. In a sense, they didn't like it. Their senses were telling them that something was a bit off. Come, Parvati waved at him. Issei walked closer
closer to her. Ye was also told the same. The center of the jewel needs to be filled with the aura of each other, she said, but Issei was feeling suspicious. Ye was standing in front of him, her face was all red. This only served a clue of what it meant, but he was forced to stop his thoughts. Anyway, do it. You need to leave, right? Parvati interrupted them. He left his suspicion aside when he saw her eyes staring at him. Issei nodded his head. He extended his hand and touched the jewel in Ye's bracelet. She did the same. Soon, their auras surrounded their bodies. Issei noted this black-colored aura with a red tinge and shining in purple light. Ye was surrounded with a blue aura similar to the moon. However, it was also mixed with reddish color. After some seconds, the clear jewels changed colors and became the same tone as their auras. Ye had a black jewel with red tinge, and on the same center surrounding were shining with dim purple light. Issei, on the other hand, had a light blue jewel with the light red center. Its surroundings had a white aura that reminded him of moonlight. Great! Parvati clapped her hands, seemingly relieved. Shiva nodded his head and lifted the corner of his mouth, happy about this. Ye looked at hers and smiled beautifully. She hugged her bracelet with a gleam in her eyes. Issei looked at the jewel. The same bracelet was satisfied, but suited him rather well. Erika and Fuki all this with confusion. They didn't understand what does this mean, but one of them were sure it wasn't a goodbye gift. With this goodbye, Parvati went and hugged her daughter. She said sad gang goodbye. Shiva went close to Issei and his team and said, "Take care of my daughter. I'll leave you in your care. Also take care of yourself. We don't want you to end up battered and bruised in another faction." He smirked at this. Issei nodded his head. So did Erika and Fuki. Issei extended his hand and went for a handshake. "I promise I'll take good care of her," Shiva completed the handshake. Meanwhile, Parvati whispered something into the ears of Ye. "Don't let him go. We already did what we could. The rest is up to you." Ye blushed at this and looked at her bracelets. Nevertheless, she nodded her head. Parvati hugged her daughter and let go of her. Ye went towards Issei and her father. As she reached them, she gave father the hug. It looked kind of funny considering their height. "Take care, father. Ye will visit you when she has time," she smiled. He nodded his head. "Enjoy your travels, Ye. Also succeed with your goals." He smiled, causing Ye to blush. Issei then said something. "Before I forget, Ye, could you stand over there?" He pointed at an empty patch of land. "Sure." She nodded her head and was told. Issei used his Hellgate and took the 2 articles out, a smartphone and a briefcase. Soon after, a small light scanned Ye, and the 2 minutes passed like another till information appeared on the screen. Name? Unknown. Race? Specific race. Level? High tier low god. Possible pieces? 8 pawn pieces. Queen piece. 2 rook pieces. 2 knight pieces. Any former mutated whistle. Issei was amazed, and once again by this, as his team filled with monsters. "I know this will be perfect." He decided to use a certain piece, the pair of what he used last time with Erika. He grabbed his mutated rook and placed it on Ye's hand. He then smirked her, causing her to giggle. "Would you, Ye Ruda, become my mutated rook for this battle until victory is achieved?" His voice was deep and serious. They gave him a beautiful smile while nodding her head, said yes. Then a crimson light filled the piece and started to float in front of Ye. After that, it sunk into her chest. The light died down, and Ye was left standing there, a confused look on her face. Issei checked the app. On the other rook position, of the photo of Ye appeared. Her information was also there. Issei decided to eliminate the photo like he always does, only leaving her first name with the rest. "Great. With this, you're part of my game officially, Ye," he said. She nodded her head. Confusion she felt was gone. Issei felt everything that needed to be done was already done, so he satisfied everything until now, turning around and looked at Fuki. Issei then said, "Use it." Fuki nodded her head and prepared herself for leaving. Breaking the boundary between worlds, Yakuza no Magatama. Transfer. On her wrist was a bracelet with several Magatama expanded. The Yakuza no Magatama successfully activated. "Well, it's time to go. Thanks for everything, Parvati-san. Shiva-san, we'll take our leave." Issei decided to add suffixes since he felt it was needed, at least for them. They noticed this and smiled. It seems the dragon finally opened up to them. "Yay, let's go. We have things to do, and a tournament is a month and a half away," Issei said while looking at Ye. "Yes," she smiled and walked closer to him. She stood at his side. Fuki saw this and walked near Issei, grabbing his arm. She basically took it off Ye. Ye stood there and watched the fox take him, her eyes open in shock. That problematic fox," she yelled while fuming, walking towards the polar agar in her face. Erika was left for last. She smirked as she thought about her own plans. This will certainly be interesting. She walked towards the portal while thinking on those 2 fights she could reap the spoils of war. As she crossed the portal, it started to decrease inside until it vanished, leaving only Shiva and Parvati. They still stood less than a minute looking towards the palace, and their daughter went through. "Whew," Parvati giggled.
Were the bracelets necessary? He asked his wife and turned his head, looked at him. We just gave her a little push. She grabbed his arm and rested her cheek on top of his head. Besides, wasn't it you who wished for this? You've been talking to me about the Sekiro ever since the war against the beast ended. Shouldn't the father be the one that doesn't want his daughter to go with a man? She teased him. Shiva sighed at the comment of his wife. It was needed. She had been alone for more than 200 years, only training and sparring. Walking around Mount Kalash in the exterior, she has only been to the human world not more than twice. It was something that was needed, he said. Ye needs to go outside. So my plan was for the Sekiro to ask for a hand. Never would I ever thought that the proud moon rabbit, our daughter, would fall for him, he sighed. Shiva sighed, and again, and the moon rabbits only love once in their life. This was just like the work of fate. Parvati giggled even more. He charmed our daughter the moment she first laid eyes on him. Quite nostalgic, right? She teased once again. He was silent, neither angering nor refuting. Anyway, the bracelet was just a safety measure. By our costumes there together. What's left is for Ye to finally conquer his heart, Shiva said, while walking towards the main door, his wife at his side. Indeed, she will succeed, and that I'm sure of. She's my daughter, after all, Parvati smiled quietly. Yes, she will succeed. She's stubborn as you and as careful as me. She will need time, although she could be said to be the Drake. I don't know what happened to him, but it was something bad. I knew it since the moment I saw him. After it felt a bit odd when I saw him. Rhodey removed her teasing face and stated sensibly, Shiva nodded his head. Whatever it was, it broke him. He remembered their talk a few days ago. The trust I had was destroyed. Not a piece of it remains till this day. Believe me, Shiva, trust takes a long time to form and seconds to break. And when it breaks, it leads to betrayal. His words were something that still remembers. And betrayal is something that never comes from your enemies. He narrowed his eyes at this. He had many guesses, but unless Issei Hyodo came and answered his questions, they will remain as they are. Guesses. Parvati saw this serious glint in his eyes of her husband, and she was also curious about it. What exactly happened to you, Issei-kun, to say such words? I hope this is nothing too bad, she thought. Shiva had different ideas. Unknowingly, he had a lot of political power. The Norse adores him, and the Greeks respect him due to his achievements. For the three biblical factions, he's basically the pillar of support. He kept walking towards the door, and now after what happened, he had the backing of the entire Hindu pantheon. If he asks for my help, I will go. My sons as well. And my army respects him a bit too much. If they discover what his social standing is right now, then his position will rise by a big margin, he thought. For the first time he opened and sighed. His wife stared at him a bit surprised. Only time will tell, he declared. Leave this for another time, Parvati understood him and declared the same. Soon they left the field inside Mount Kalash. The sound of footsteps echoed inside the empty field. What would exactly happen after all of this? That's a question that the god of destruction kept asking himself, and that is the end of chapter 10. Bond Usins, an unknown.